Chapter 1 Rebirth in the Apocalypse. Pain. Heart-wrenching pain. It wasn't physical pain, but the soul being torn apart inch by inch, the final sharp cry before consciousness plunged into eternal darkness. Li Wan's last memory is of a huge, slimy tentacle covered in strange suckers piercing through his chest. The Zerg Queen's cold, mocking mental energy overwhelmed his consciousness like a tidal wave. Humble human, your soul will become a part of me. Resentment. Anger. Endless regret. He failed to protect the trusting gazes behind him, and he failed to reverse the collapse of human civilization. Then, he opened his eyes. The pungent smell of gunpowder, mixed with the stench of blood and decay, violently filled my nostrils. The scorching wind, carrying sand and gravel, lashed against my face, causing a burning sting. Li Wan suddenly sat up, the violent movement aggravating his injuries, causing him to gasp. He looked down and saw that he was wearing a familiar, tattered old-fashioned military uniform. There was no fatal hole in his chest, only some scabbed abrasions. Looking around, he found himself amidst ruins. Overturned vehicles, burning wreckage, and twisted steel and concrete were exposed. In the distance, the skeletons of what were once skyscrapers could be vaguely seen, now standing silently like the carcass of a giant beast under the dim sky. Is this Earth in 2250? The ruins of City C? He was reborn? Reborn at the beginning of the apocalypse shortly after the Zerg invasion. Roar! A non-human, bloodthirsty roar pulled him back to reality. His pupils contracted sharply as he saw three low-level insectoids mantises that looked like enlarged versions of corpse beetles, their shells gleaming with a cold, metallic sheen, tearing apart a mangled corpse. Their scarlet compound eyes instantly locked onto him, their living target. Almost instinctively, Li Wan rolled over, barely dodging a mantis's foreleg that slashed down like a sickle. The sharp bone blade grazed past his ear, cleaving a concrete block behind him in two. Cold sweat instantly soaked his back. It's not a dream. It's all real. I died in a swarm of insects in my past life, and now I'm waking up to repeat the same tragedy? No. Absolutely not. His strong will to survive and accumulated combat experience made his body act before his thoughts. He grabbed a broken, sharp steel bar from the ground, crouched low like a cheetah, and fixed his gaze on the joint of the leading mantis, its relatively vulnerable spot. Whoosh! With all his strength, the steel bar precisely pierced the gap between the mantis's forelegs and its body. Green, foul-smelling blood spurted out. The mantis let out a painful shriek and froze. Seeing this, the other two mantises pounced even more frantically. Li Wan's heart sank to the bottom. One steel bar was barely enough to deal with one enemy, 3, it was practically certain death. Was he really going to be reborn into this? At this critical moment, a cold, mechanical, and emotionless voice suddenly resounded deep within his mind. Strong vital signs and indomitable fighting spirit detected in the host. Meets the binding requirements. The interstellar king system is activating. 10%. 50%. 100%. Activation successful. Welcome to the Hall of Power and Conquest, host Li Wan. Li Wan was stunned, then overjoyed. A system. It was a system that only existed in novels. This was his only hope for a comeback in this desperate apocalypse. Ding. Initial survival mission issued, proof of first kill. Mission requirement, defeat the 3 mantises in front of you independently. Mission reward, Gene Enhancer Beginner X1, System Points 100. Failure penalty, none, death is the end. Kill. Li Wan roared, his eyes flashing with a terrifying light. There's no time to study this system in detail, survival is the only immediate need. Perhaps it was the stimulation of rebirth, or perhaps it was some kind of hidden boost brought about by the activation of the system, but he felt that his reaction speed and strength seemed to be a bit stronger than he remembered at this time. Using the complex terrain of the ruins, he constantly dodged and weaved, his steel bars like venomous snakes, each thrust aimed at the mantis's eyes, joints, and other vital points. Put. He seized another opportunity, pierced the compound eye of a mantis, and it struggled and fell down. The last mantis seemed to sense a threat and became even more agitated. It suddenly accelerated, its massive body hurtling towards us with a fierce wind. With no way to avoid it, Li Wan gritted his teeth, held the steel bar in front of him, and prepared to withstand this fatal blow. Just as the collision was about to occur, he felt a faint warmth surging from his dantian and flowing into his arms. It was the system. It was providing a small boost. Clang! The sound of metal clashing rang out. Li Wan's tiger's mouth was split open, blood gushing out, and his body was slid backward several meters by the enormous force, but he managed to block it in the end. Furthermore, the steel bar in his hand, under the force of the opponent's impact, pierced into the relatively soft mandible of the mantis. Ha, ha! The last mantis let out a few meaningless hisses, then collapsed to the ground with a thud, green blood gushing from its wound. The battle is over. Li Wan leaned on the steel bar, panting heavily, his muscles trembling, but a sense of exhilaration at surviving a disaster filled his entire body. Ding! Mission proof of first kill complete. The reward has been sent to your system space. Please check it. With a thought, a virtual interface appeared before him. Its simple layout was divided into several sections, including personal information, task list, system shop, and item space. He first looked at the item space, where sure enough, there was a new potion shimmering with a pale blue light and a display of 100 points. Gene Enhancer Basic slightly improves the user's physical attributes and comprehensively optimizes the gene chain. After use, strength plus 50%, endurance plus 30%, and reaction speed plus 20%. Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wan directly selected use. A warm current several times stronger than before instantly swept through his body. Like soaking in a hot spring, every cell is cheering and jumping for joy, torn muscles are healing rapidly, fatigue is swept away, and in its place is an unprecedented feeling of fullness and strength. He clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking, feeling like he could kill a bull with a single punch. Open personal information. Host, Li Wan. Identity, Reborn, Interstellar Soldier King Candidate. Tier, 1 Wasteland level. Strength, 15 plus 7.5, the average strength for an average person is 10. Agility, 13. Endurance, 14 plus 4.2. Spirit, 18 additional bonus from Rebirth and system activation. Special ability, none. Skills, Basic Combat Mastery, Melee Weapon Mastery. Wifebound, 0-18. System points, 100. Powerful attributes. Especially the mental attribute clearly, Rebirth and the system have brought tremendous benefits. Li Wan's confidence soared. With the system's assistance, he was determined to reverse everything in this life. His gaze fell upon the system shop, which was filled with a dazzling array of items, but most of the icons were grayed out, displaying insufficient level or insufficient points. The only items that were lit up were compressed food pack, pure water, basic first aid kit, and a weapon called high-frequency dagger, priced at exactly 100 points. Without any hesitation, Li Wan exchanged for the high-frequency dagger. A simple, short blade with a cold metallic sheen appeared in my hand. I pressed the button, and the blade emitted an almost inaudible high-frequency vibration, gently slicing through the nearby steel bars, leaving a smooth cut as if cutting tofu. What a fine weapon! Li Wan was overjoyed. Just as he was getting used to his newfound power and weapons, a faint, suppressed sob and the sound of something being dragged came from the other side of the ruins on the wind. Is anyone there? Li Wan's eyes narrowed, he gripped the dagger tightly, and silently moved forward. He rounded a half-collapsed wall and saw the source of the sound, a young woman in a stained white coat, struggling to drag a heavy medical kit into a relatively intact newsstand. She was slender, and although her face was smudged with dust and tears, her delicate features were still discernible, especially her large eyes, which were filled with fear and helplessness, making her look pitiful. It's Lin Wan. The gentle female medical student he remembered from his past life, struggling to survive in the ruins. She later became one of the most important medical staff in his team. At this moment, Lin Wan obviously did not notice Li Wan. All her attention was drawn to two mutated rats that were gnawing on a corpse not far away. The mutated rat was as big as a hunting dog, with scarlet eyes and bared front teeth that gleamed coldly. She covered her mouth tightly, afraid to make a sound, her body trembling violently with fear. Li Wan didn't act immediately. He noticed a small, abnormal bluish-gray patch on Lin Wan's exposed ankle, with tiny, worm-like things wriggling beneath the skin, early symptoms of infection by tiny branches of the Zerg parasitic tentacles. He had witnessed this far too many times in his past life. This parasitism gradually eroded the host's will, eventually turning them into a puppet controlled by desire and the Zerg's will, betraying all their companions in the climax of their affair. A classic NTR tragedy beginning. To save or not to save? This thought flashed through Li Wan's mind in an instant. Rescuing someone means potentially getting involved in trouble sooner rather than later. If we don't save them, are we just going to stand by and watch this comrade who fought alongside us in a past life repeat the same tragedy in this one? He made the decision almost instantly. In this life, he will reverse all tragedies, including this disgusting parasitism. Ding. Emergency mission triggered, hero saves the damsel in distress. Mission description: rescue Lin Wan, a female survivor threatened by mutated rats, and initially remove the parasitic threat from her body. Task reward: healing buff passive, increases resistance to parasitic damage and reversal effect by 50%, significantly increases Lin Wan's favorability. Failure penalty: Lin Wan dies or is completely parasitized, and the host will permanently lose the opportunity to bind with his first wife. The system notification sound acted as the final catalyst. A cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes now. He moved. His figure shot out from his hiding place like a ghost. The high-frequency dagger in his hand drew a cold arc. Put. Put. Two soft sounds rang out almost simultaneously. Before the two mutated rats could even react, their heads had already been separated from their bodies, and foul-smelling blood splattered all over the ground. Lin Wan was stunned by this sudden turn of events. Looking at Li Wan, who appeared as if he had descended from the heavens, and the strange dagger in his hand that was not stained with blood, her mouth slightly open, she forgot to cry. Li Wan didn't look at her, but squatted down and grabbed her injured ankle. Ah! What are you doing? Lin Wan screamed in fright, trying to struggle. Don't move! Li Wan hissed, his voice carrying an undeniable authority. You've been parasitized. Don't move if you don't want to die. Lin Wan was stunned by him, especially when she heard the word parasite. Her face instantly drained of color, and her body stiffened. Li Wan activated the faint but real healing buff energy that the system had just granted him, focused his mind, and guided it to his fingertips. A gentle force seeped through her skin and into Lin Wan's ankle. The bluish-gray mark faded visibly, and the subcutaneous twitching quickly subsided. Although this is only a preliminary suppression and far from eradication, it has at least stopped the trend of deterioration. Feeling the cool sensation on her ankles and the indescribable comfort that seemed to come from the very source of life, the fear in Lin Wan's eyes gradually gave way to disbelief and a glimmer of hope. She could sense that this suddenly appearing, powerful, and mysterious man was truly saving her. It's temporarily under control. Li Wan released her hand, stood up, and looked at her calmly. But to completely eliminate it, more in-depth treatment is needed. Lin Wan slumped to the ground, looking up at Li Wan standing against the light. His tall figure seemed to shield her from all the despair of the apocalypse. The relief of surviving the ordeal, the fear of being parasitized, and the gratitude and dependence on the man before her, all these emotions intertwined, causing her nose to sting and tears to well up again. But this time, it was no longer pure fear. Thank you. She choked, her voice barely audible. Looking at her tearful face, Li Wan felt no romantic feelings, only a sense of exhilaration at controlling the trajectory of fate. He successfully saved her, averting her imminent death, and triggered the prelude to their bond. Ding! Emergency mission hero saves the beauty completed. Rewards have been issued. Key target Lin Wan has been detected as meeting the binding requirements. The binding quest chain has been initiated. The system notification sound brought a barely perceptible smile to the corners of his mouth. He reached out his hand to Lin Wan, his voice still steady, but with an undeniable force. Can you still walk? It's not safe here, come with me. Lin Wan looked at the hand with distinct knuckles and full of strength, and then at Li Wan's deep eyes, which were like a starry sea. Almost without hesitation, she placed her cold, slightly trembling little hand into his palm. I'm Lin Wan, she said softly. Li Wan. He gripped the soft hand in his palm, but his gaze was fixed on the distant, deeper ruins, filled with unknowns and dangers. Zerg, Queen, Parallel Universes, NTR Crisis. This journey has only just begun. And he will surely conquer everything, including those 18 star wives whose fates are intertwined with his. His gaze finally settled on the system interface in his mind, on the newly lit task notification that carried a hint of ambiguity and coercion. First wife bound quest, conquer Lin Wan. Quest details to be triggered. Chapter 2, binding. The first chapter, the healer's redemption. Li Wan led Lin Wan, quickly traversing the perilous ruins. His steps were steady and swift, and Lin Wan had to jog to keep up. The hand he held tightly became the only warmth and support in this despairing place. She secretly glanced at the man beside her. His sharply defined profile appeared particularly cold and hard in the dim light, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, always alert to the slightest movement around him. He possessed a powerful aura that seemed out of place in this broken world, as if he were not a survivor struggling to survive, but rather, a hunter of this wasteland. Where are we going? Lin Wan couldn't help but ask in a low voice, her voice still trembling with the shock of surviving a disaster. Find a relatively safe place. Li Wan said succinctly, his gaze sweeping over a half-collapsed building that used to be a supermarket. You need to rest, and I need to figure out some things. In his mind, the bound quest of conquering Lin Wan was still highlighted, but the specific details were blurry, clearly requiring specific triggering conditions. The most urgent task is to find a place to stay temporarily and to learn more about Lin Wan's situation. Li Wan pried open a twisted warehouse shutter door at the back of the supermarket and went in first, quickly inspecting the area. The warehouse interior was relatively intact, with overturned shelves and piles of miscellaneous items, but fortunately, it had no windows and only one exit, making it easy to defend. The air was filled with dust and a musty smell, but at least there was no blood or putrid stench. You're safe for now. Li Wan released his grip, put down his backpack which contained the small amount of supplies and a first aid kit he had found earlier, and then looked at Lin Wan. Sit down, let me check your wounds again. Lin Wan obediently sat on an overturned plastic box and carefully extended her injured ankle. Although the bluish-gray area was suppressed, it did not completely disappear, like an ominous brand. Li Wan squatted down, but did not act immediately. Instead, he silently recited in his mind, "System, scan Lin Wan's current status." Scanning in progress? Target, Lin Wan. Status, mild physical trauma, psychological trauma, Zerg secondary tentacle parasitism preliminary suppression, not eradicated. The parasite is in a dormant state, but it continues to absorb the host's life energy and subtly influences its will. Under specific mental fluctuations or energy stimulation, the parasite may become active, leading the host to exhibit a tendency to leak information and physiological cravings. Solution: the parasitic tissue needs to be thoroughly purified by a stronger life energy or a specific frequency of spiritual energy. Recommended solution: purification and binding are achieved through deep energy interaction dual cultivation. Just as I expected. Li Wan's eyes narrowed. This parasite is like a bone-deep carbuncle. If it is not completely eradicated, it will cause endless trouble. The system's recommended deep energy interaction clearly refers to the core of the binding task. He reached out and placed his hand on Lin Wan's ankle again. This time, he didn't just use the healing buff, but tried to mobilize his extraordinary 18 points of mental energy, mixing it with the newly acquired power, and slowly injecting it in. Mum. Lin Wan let out a suppressed moan. Unlike the previous cool and comfortable feeling, this time the sensation was more penetrating to the bone. A warm current flowed from Li Wan's palm, forcefully yet gently dispelling the coldness and numbness at the wound site, even bringing an indescribable, strange feeling as if every cell was being soothed. She felt her cheeks burning and her heart racing. She could clearly feel that the subtle twitching under her skin was gradually weakening and dissipating under the impact of this warm current. Just then, something unexpected happened. Perhaps Li Wan's mental stimulation was too intense, touching the core of the parasite. Lin Wan's body trembled violently, and her eyes instantly lost focus, covered with a strange pale pink hue. She murmured unconsciously, "No. No. It hurts so much, it's happening again, that feeling." Her body began to squirm slightly, her breathing became rapid, and an abnormal flush appeared on her face. Her once clear eyes were now filled with confusion and a forced, aroused physical desire. "I can't control, I want to say." She murmured intermittently, her eyes sometimes clear, sometimes hazy, as if struggling against some force within her. The camp, the East District, underground, there is. Alarm bells rang in Li Wan's mind. This is the parasite's instinct to leak secrets, triggered by stimulation. In his past life, he had seen too many people who were completely parasitized, and they unconsciously revealed key information, leading to the destruction of the entire camp. Lin Wan. Wake up! Li Wan shouted, increasing the intensity of his energy output while firmly pressing down on her shoulder with his other hand to prevent her from hurting herself due to losing control. Warning! The parasite inside the target's body is showing signs of activity. Triggering the first stage of the binding task, suppression and awakening. Mission requirements: within 10 minutes, using your own energy mental life energy as the primary source, completely suppress the parasite's activity and awaken the target's consciousness. Initial intimate contact can be used to assist in stabilizing the target's mind. Mission reward: Lin Wan's favorability and dependence level greatly increase, unlocking the second stage of the mission. Failure penalty: Lin Wan's consciousness is damaged, her parasitism deepens, and the difficulty of the binding mission doubles. The system's prompt was cold and urgent. Li Wan no longer hesitated. He knew that conventional methods would no longer be effective quickly. He bent down and, with a strong pull, held Lin Wan, who was almost collapsing, tightly in his arms. Look at me, Lin Wan. His voice carried an undeniable power, like a resounding bell, striking directly into the depths of her soul. The sudden close contact made Lin Wan stiffen. The man's burning body heat and powerful embrace contrasted sharply with the cold and evil power within her. The aura emanating from Li Wan, a mixture of gunpowder smoke, sweat, and an indescribable, pure, and powerful presence, like sunshine, forcefully dispelled the chaos in her mind. Her unfocused gaze gradually refocused, landing on Li Wan's face, which was close to hers and filled with determination and worry. Li Wan, she murmured, the pink tide in her eyes gradually fading, replaced by lingering fear and deep dependence. She could feel that the man holding her was using his own strength to dispel the nightmare that haunted her. Concentrate, feel my power, and follow me. Li Wan guided her, focusing more intently on controlling her mental energy, like a fine scalpel precisely peeling away and purifying those stubborn parasitic tissues. This is an extremely demanding process. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Wan's forehead, but his arms around Lin Wan remained as steady as a rock. Lin Wan completely relaxed, surrendering her body and mind to this man she had only known for less than an hour. With her eyes closed, she felt the warm and powerful energy flowing through her body. Wherever it passed, the coldness vanished, leaving only an unprecedented sense of peace and comfort. Time passed little by little. Finally, the stubborn bluish-gray patch on Lin Wan's ankle completely disappeared, and her skin returned to its normal whiteness, though it was still slightly fragile. The restless feeling within her, a sense of being invaded by a foreign object and constantly wanting to break free from control, completely subsided. Ding! First stage of the binding task, suppression and awakening, complete. Lin Wan's favorability towards the host increases by 50, and her dependence on the host increases by 30. The parasite's activity has been suppressed to a minimum and it will not pose a threat in the short term. Unlocking the second stage of the binding quest, surrender of body and mind. Task requirements: achieve initial energy resonance with Lin Wan within 24 hours, reaching a critical point of physical and mental relaxation and trust. Hint: this can be achieved through continuous energy channeling and appropriate intimate reassurance. Mission reward: successfully bind Lin Wan as your first wife, gain the exclusive ability Lifelink Beginner, and Lin Wan gains the Touch of Purification talent. The notification sound in his mind made Li Wan breathe a sigh of relief, but he did not immediately let go of Lin Wan. The girl in his arms had exhausted herself from the struggle and purification just now, and now she leaned softly against his chest, breathing evenly, as if she had fallen asleep. Her long eyelashes were still wet with tears, making her look pitiful. Looking down at her peaceful sleeping face, Li Wan felt, for the first time, a thought of protection as well as conquest of this apocalyptic world. He knew this was just the beginning. Only by completely binding her to your own power and making her a part of your own can you truly protect her in this world. He gently adjusted his position to make her more comfortable, then took out the empty tube of Gene Enhancer Basic from the system space to cover his tracks, and placed some compressed food and water beside her. After doing all this, he did not rest. Instead, he walked to the warehouse door, sat down against the wall, held the high-frequency dagger in his hand, and watched the outside world warily. As night deepened, the roars of mutated creatures and other unknown noises could be heard from time to time from the ruins. But a rare sense of tranquility and peace permeated the small, dilapidated warehouse. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Wan slowly woke up. She found herself covered with Li Wan's tattered military jacket, while Li Wan sat in the doorway, his back to her like a sculpture in the dim light. She moved slightly, feeling a slight stinging pain in her ankle, but the nausea of being parasitized had completely disappeared. As she recalled everything before she fell into a coma, her cheeks flushed again, but this time, it was more of a mixture of shyness and gratitude. "You're awake?" Li Wan asked calmly without turning around. "How are you feeling?" "I feel much better." Lin Wan sat up, her voice soft. "Thank you for saving me again." She looked at Li Wan's retreating figure, hesitated for a moment, and asked softly, Who are you? Why do you have such magical power?" Li Wan turned around, and in the darkness, his eyes seemed to sparkle with starlight. "Who I am is not important." He walked up to Lin Wan and handed her water and food. "What's important is, do you want to live? Do you want to stop being controlled by those monsters? Do you want to have the power to save more people like you?" Lin Wan took the food and water and stared at him blankly. Li Wan's words were like a pebble thrown into stagnant water, creating huge ripples in her heart. As a medical student, she longed to save lives more than the average person, but in the apocalypse, she couldn't even protect herself. "I want to." Almost without hesitation, she nodded vigorously, a flame of hope rekindling in her eyes. "I want to live. I also want to be able to help you." Seeing the determined light in her eyes, Li Wan knew the time was almost right. He stretched out his hand, palm up, a faint, visible milky white halo flowing around his fingertips, a manifestation he deliberately created, a mixture of spiritual power and system energy. Follow my guidance, try to feel it, accept it. Li Wan's voice had a strange magnetism. This is the first step for us to completely eliminate the hidden dangers and give you a new life. Lin Wan looked at the magical halo, then at Li Wan's deep eyes, took a deep breath, and slowly placed her slightly trembling hand on Li Wan's palm. The moment their palms touched again, the milky white halo seemed to find its home, joyfully spreading up Lin Wan's arm, and a feeling of perfect harmony and perfect fit arose between them. Energy resonance is being established. 1%. 2%. Phase 2 of the binding task officially begins. The night was still long, but for Li Wan and Lin Wan, a brand new chapter had just begun. In the distant ruins of the sky, that fallen star quietly awaits its discoverer. Chapter 3: Energy Resonance, Healing the Heart in the Wasteland. When Lin Wan's palm was completely pressed against Li Wan's palm, the milky white halo seemed to be infused with life, no longer a one-way transmission, but began a wonderful cycle. Buzz. A soft, soul-stirring resonance rang out between their tightly clasped hands. Lin Wan felt a warm current, much warmer and more powerful than before, surge into Li Wan's palm, flowing along the meridians of her arm and quickly throughout her body. Wherever this warm current passed, it not only dispelled the last trace of coldness left by the parasite, but also seemed to nourish and awaken some long-dormant potential within her. At the same time, she felt something within her body being stirred. A faint but pure, vibrant energy spontaneously emerged from the depths of her body, tentatively and timidly flowing back into Li Wan's palm. This is energy resonance. Energy resonance is being established. 15%. 30%. Detected that the target Lin Wan possesses the rare talent Life Affinity, with an extremely high energy compatibility with the host Li Wan. Resonance efficiency increased by 50%. The system's prompt gave Li Wan a thought. Sure enough, those who are chosen by the system as wives are all extraordinary. At this moment, Lin Wan had her eyes closed, her long eyelashes trembling slightly. She felt as if she were soaking in warm spring water, every cell of her body was jubilant, and the fear, exhaustion, and despair that had accumulated since the end of the world were being slowly washed away and purified by this merging energy. An unprecedented sense of security enveloped her, making her want to get closer to the source of this power, Li Wan. Her body leaned forward unconsciously, almost completely into Li Wan's arms, and their hands, which were originally just touching, became intertwined. Li Wanning could clearly feel the changes in Lin Wan's body. Her body temperature, which was originally a little cold, was rising, her skin was becoming warm and moist, and her breathing was becoming longer and more steady. More importantly, through the connection of energy, he seemed to be able to vaguely sense her emotions at this moment: dependence, trust, and a hint of nascent excitement. Instead of pushing her away, he adjusted his posture to make her more comfortable, while focusing more intently on guiding the energy circulation. He knew that this was the key to completing the task of surrender of body and mind, allowing her to complete this deep interaction of energy in a state of absolute relaxation and trust. The warehouse was silent, save for the gradually synchronized breathing of the two people and the faint ripples in the air caused by the flow of invisible energy. The roars and dangers from the ruins outside seemed to be isolated in another world. Time slipped away quietly in this mysterious state. Energy resonance established: 65%, 80%, 95%, 100%. Second stage of the binding task, surrender of body and mind, complete. Starting the final binding process. The moment the resonance reaches 100%, an extraordinary phenomenon occurs. Centered on the two people's tightly clasped hands, a soft yet bright milky white halo suddenly spread out, instantly enveloping the entire warehouse. Wherever the halo passed, the musty smell in the air seemed to be purified, and even the dust slowly settled in the light, making the entire space incredibly clean and peaceful. Lin Wan suddenly opened her eyes, her gaze no longer filled with the fear or confusion of before, but with a pure, vibrant light. She felt as if she had been reborn. Not only was her physical condition better than ever before, but she also gained some vague knowledge in her mind about how to guide life energy, how to heal trauma, and how to purify impurities. In Li Wan's mind, the system's notification sounded like heavenly music. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully bound yourself to your first wife, Lin Wan, gentle and skilled doctor. The host gains exclusive ability, Life Link Basic. Effect: establishes a stable life energy channel with the bound spouse, allowing for the remote transfer of small amounts of life energy for healing or stamina restoration. In combat, it can slightly share damage. Within the link's range, both parties experience a slight increase in perception. Linwan acquires the talent, touch of purification. Effect: her hands contain pure life energy, which can accelerate wound healing and effectively dispel low-level toxins and parasitic effects. It has an additional restraining effect on Zerg parasites. Linwan's overall attributes have slightly improved, and her medical-related abilities have been greatly enhanced. Host receives binding reward, 500 system points, plus 3 basic attribute points. It was a success. A sense of accomplishment welled up in Linwan's heart. This is not just about gaining a powerful assistant, but also signifies that he has truly taken the first step in changing his destiny. The halo slowly dissipated, and the warehouse returned to its original state, but some invisible bond had already tightly connected the two of them. Linwan looked down at her hands, which were still intertwined with Linwan's, her cheeks flushed, but she did not let go. She could clearly feel an indescribable connection between herself and Linwan, as if she could vaguely sense his breath and heartbeat. This connection made her feel shy, but even more at ease. I feel it's different. Linwan raised her head, her eyes filled with novelty and excitement. It's like I can feel the flow of life. She subconsciously reached out her other free hand and gently brushed over a withered weed on the shelf next to her. A miracle happened. The withered weed, after being brushed by her fingertips, miraculously regained a barely perceptible green color at a speed visible to the naked eye. Although it was only for a moment before the greenery disappeared again, it was enough to prove that the touch of purification was real. A hint of surprise flashed in Linwan's eyes, which quickly turned into admiration. He released her hand. Linwan felt a strange emptiness in her heart, and patted her shoulder. This is your new power, the touch of purification. Use it well, and you will become the most valuable doctor in this apocalypse. Yes. Linwan nodded vigorously, her eyes filled with a sense of mission. Gaining power, which was no longer a burden, gave her a new meaning in the apocalypse. Take a break and get used to your new ability. Linwan temporarily saved the attributes and points, without immediately allocating them. He needed to decide on the direction of enhancement based on the subsequent situation. He walked to the warehouse door and resumed his night watch. The latter half of the night was relatively calm. As dawn broke and the faint light shone through the gap in the roller shutter door, Linwan had already used the small amount of clean water and cloth that Linwan had found to clean herself up. She also used Purifying Touch to completely heal the small, cracked wound on Linwan's tiger's mouth, leaving no scar. What do we do next? Linwan asked, her tone less hesitant and more determined. Linwan looked out of the warehouse, his gaze sharp. We need more supplies, especially weapons, medicine, and food. Also, I need to confirm something. What's up? That fallen star we saw yesterday, Linwan said in a deep voice, is probably not a simple meteorite. Linwan nodded, recalling the streak of fire that pierced the night sky last night. She knew that following this man meant a dangerous road ahead, but also one full of hope. After they finished tidying up, the two stepped back into the ruins. Unlike yesterday, Linwan no longer needed Linwan's constant support. Her steps were much more steady, and her eyes were more alert. She can even detect some hidden dangers in advance, such as poisonous insects hiding under the rubble, thanks to her nascent senses. Linwan then allocated his 3 free attribute points to 2 points of strength and 1 point of endurance, further enhancing his survival and combat capabilities. He felt his strength surge even more, and his ability to sustain combat was also enhanced. Host, Linwan. Strength, 17 plus 8.5. Agility, 13. Endurance, 15 plus 4.5. Mental state, 18. They carefully made their way through the ruins, heading in the general direction from which the meteor had fallen, as they remembered it. Along the way, they encountered several sporadic mutated creatures and low-level insectoids, all of which were dealt with by Linwan with lightning speed. His high-frequency dagger became a death scythe for reaping lives. Linwan then tried using Purifying Touch to treat some of the minor scratches Linwan had sustained in the battle, with remarkable results. She was still quite unfamiliar with the use of energy, but each success boosted her confidence. As they ventured deeper, the surrounding scenery began to change. The ruins became even more charred, as if they had been scorched by extremely high temperatures, and a faint, peculiar smell, similar to ozone, began to permeate the air. It's just ahead. Linwan stopped and gestured for Linwan to take cover. They peeked out cautiously from behind a huge, partially melted concrete wall. Before them lay a massive impact crater, and at its bottom lay an object clearly not of Earth's making, a small, streamlined spaceship, its entire body covered in silver-gray, unknown metallic armor. It was severely damaged at this moment, with the hull torn apart and faint sparks flying from it. The ship has a blurred emblem that resembles stars surrounding a sword. It's not a Zerg bioship. This is an alien civilization spaceship? Or a product of secret human technology from an earlier era? Li Wan's heart beat slightly faster. This spaceship may contain technology ahead of its time, or it may be the trigger for an even greater crisis. Ding! Unknown civilization artifacts discovered. Exploration quest triggered, the mystery of the fallen star. Mission requirements: enter the crashed spaceship and retrieve core data or critical items. Mission rewards: depends on exploration completion rate and may include advanced technology blueprints, special materials, system points, etc. Warning: unknown risks may exist on board the spacecraft. Surviving crew, automatic defense systems, unstable energy source. Just as Li Wan was weighing whether to explore immediately, a series of noisy footsteps and shouts came from the other side of the impact crater. Quick! It's right ahead. The boss said this thing is definitely a treasure. Be careful. There might still be survivors. 7 or 8 survivors, dressed in haphazard clothes, wielding various modified weapons, and with fierce expressions, were excitedly yet warily surrounding the crashed spaceship. They are plunderers. Li Wan's eyes turned cold, and he pulled Lin Wan behind him. It seems that a fierce battle is inevitable if one wants to obtain the secret of the fallen star. This will also be the first real-world test of Lin Wan's initial growth. Chapter 4: The cunning mantis waits for the cicada, the initial establishment of a base area. At the edge of the impact crater, Li Wan's eyes were sharp as knives as he quickly assessed the situation before him. 8 raiders, poorly equipped but outnumbered, and clearly well prepared. A head-on confrontation is not the best strategy, especially when it is necessary to protect Lin Wan, who has just gained her abilities and has not yet experienced actual combat. Hide well. Don't come out without my signal, and don't use your abilities. Li Wan lowered his voice, his tone leaving no room for argument. He pointed to a natural shelter nearby, made of twisted steel bars and cement blocks. Lin Wan nodded nervously, clutching a scalpel she had taken from the medical kit as a self-defense weapon, and hid inside as instructed. She knew now was not the time to be stubborn. Li Wan, like a ghost, silently circled around to the flanks and rear of the raiders, taking advantage of the shadows of the ruins. Although his agility is only 13 points, his spirit attribute, which is far beyond that of ordinary people, gives him an extremely strong sense of environment and body control, allowing him to accurately avoid all clutter that may make noise. The raiders were clearly blinded by the strange shape of the crashed spaceship and the wealth it might contain, and were not very vigilant. They stood noisily around the damaged hatch of the spaceship, trying to pry it open with tools. Damn, this thing is really sturdy. Stop talking nonsense, just pry it open. There might be an alien girl inside. Ha ha ha. The boss said that the energy cubes we find should be handed over first, and the rest, it's up to us to decide. Listening to their foul language, Li Wan's eyes grew even colder. He was like a patient cheetah, waiting for the perfect moment. Just as the 2 raiders worked together to pry open a gap with a crowbar, and the other eagerly poked his head in to peek. Ah! What is that? Help! A shrill scream came from inside the hatch, followed by a tooth-grinding chewing sound and the cracking of bones. The raider's body was violently dragged into the dark cabin by a tremendous force, leaving only half of his bloody arm hanging outside. Monster! Fire! Fire now! The remaining raiders were thrown into chaos, firing wildly into the dark hatch in terror. The beams of energy guns and physical bullets struck the spaceship's hull, sending sparks flying, but they could not illuminate the life-devouring darkness. Now! Li Wan moved. He sprang from the shadows, his high-frequency dagger flashing a deadly glint in the dim light. His goal was clear: to first take down the guy who was carrying a modified energy rifle and looked like a small leader. Put! The dagger sliced through the neck of the minor leader with pinpoint accuracy, like a hot knife through butter. He collapsed limply before he could even issue a warning. There are people behind us. There are people behind us. It's that soldier. Take him down. In the chaos, the looters spotted Li Wan and immediately turned their guns on him. But Li Wan was faster. He used the explosive power from the 2 points of strength he gained to dash forward like a cheetah, dodging a scorching energy ray, and his dagger slashed open the throat of another raider. Close quarters combat is Li Wan's domain. Especially among this rabble. He was like a tiger among sheep, displaying his mastery of basic combat skills and cold weapon proficiency to the fullest. Every dodge was perfectly timed, and every strike was aimed straight for the vital points. The high-frequency dagger's properties allowed him to inflict fatal wounds without much force. Green zerg and red human blood splattered alternately, staining the scorched ground mottled and colorful. Screams, gunshots, and the clanging of metal echoed throughout the room. Lin Wan, hiding behind cover, tightly covered her mouth, forcing herself not to make a sound. As she watched Li Wan weave through the crowd and slaughter people, her heart nearly leaped out of her chest. This is not a movie, but a real and brutal life or death struggle. She saw bullets graze Li Wan's body and energy rays explode near him, each time sending chills down her spine. She gripped the scalpel tightly. The touch of purification energy within her body seemed to be slightly restless, but she remembered Li Wan's instructions and did not act rashly. The battle was drawing to a close. Under Li Wan's precise and efficient killing, 7 of the 8 raiders fell in the blink of an eye, leaving only one survivor. Seeing Li Wan approaching step by step like a blood-soaked demon, he was terrified, dropped his weapon, and turned to run away. Li Wan did not give chase. He coldly watched the fleeing figure, then bent down to pick up the modified energy rifle from the ground. He quickly checked the battery. It was low on power, but still usable. He weighed the rifle in his hand, raised his hand, and aimed. Bang! A beam of energy, not very concentrated, shot out, grazing the scalp of the fleeing raider. Terrified, he fled in panic and disappeared into the ruins even faster. Li Wan deliberately let him go. He needs someone to bring back the news that there's trouble here, to reduce unnecessary harassment in the short term. Moreover, he was not at his peak condition. Although the battle was brief, it had taken a lot of his energy out of him, and his arm had been grazed by stray bullets and was burning with pain. The battle ended, and silence returned to the area around the warehouse, with only the unsettling chewing sounds faintly emanating from inside the spaceship's cabin. Li Wan walked to the bunker and whispered, "Come out, it's safe for now." Lin Wan breathed a sigh of relief and ran out from behind the cover. The first thing she noticed was the bleeding wound on Li Wan's arm. "You're injured," she exclaimed, rushing forward and covering the wound with her hands, disregarding the blood and filth. A warm, vibrant, milky white glow emerged from her palm. Li Wan felt a cool, tingling sensation at the wound site, and the pain quickly subsided. The wound began to heal and scab over at a speed visible to the naked eye. "You're becoming more and more skilled at using purifying touch," Li Wanzan nodded approvingly. "This ability to provide immediate healing is incredibly useful in the apocalypse." Lin Wan raised her head, a trace of lingering fear still on her face, but her eyes were unusually firm. "I can't just stand by and watch anymore. Next time. I'll help next time too." Looking at the light in her eyes, Li Wan knew that this girl was quickly adapting to this cruel world. He didn't dampen her enthusiasm. He simply patted her on the shoulder and said, "There will be opportunities. Let's get out of here first. The things inside the spaceship are dangerous." He glanced at the deep, dark spaceship hatch, which resembled the mouth of a giant beast. What was inside could instantly kill an adult male. It was definitely not a friendly foe. In their current state, they are not suited for adventurous exploration. Exploration mission: The Secret of the Fallen Star. Status update: target detected, risk assessment too high, execution recommended to be postponed. The system also offered rational advice. Without further hesitation, Li Wan, along with Lin Wan, quickly collected usable weapons and ammunition from the battlefield, mainly a few physical pistols and a small number of energy magazines looted from the raiders, as well as some compressed food and water they carried with them. "We need a safer, more stable base." Li Wan looked around. "We can't keep wandering like this." His gaze fell on a relatively intact building in the distance, with sturdy exterior walls and a prominent high point. It seemed to be a small regional library from an old era. "Let's go take a look there." A dozen minutes later, the two arrived at the perimeter of the library. The library's doors had long been damaged, and the interior was a mess, with books scattered all over the floor, covered in a thick layer of dust. The building structure appears to be fairly sturdy, and most of the windows are broken, but they can be plugged up with debris. Li Wan signaled Lin Wan to be on guard, and he took the lead with a gun, clearing away any potential threats layer by layer. Fortunately, the place appears to have been looted multiple times, and apart from some mutated rats hiding in the shadows, there were no signs of a major threat or Zerg activity. He chose the third floor of the library as his temporary stronghold. It offered a wide view and had only one main staircase, making it easy to defend. The two worked together to block the stairwell with the collapsed bookshelves and tables and chairs, leaving only a gap that could only allow one person to pass through. They then used the heavy curtains they found to cover the windows and prevent light from leaking out. By the time all this was done, it had gotten dark again. Sitting on a bed made of books, the two shared the food and water they had found, bathed in the faint moonlight filtering through the gaps. After a day of running around and fighting, this relatively safe little space finally brought a long-awaited chance to catch one's breath. Do we now have a home? Lin Wan asked softly, hugging her knees, her tone carrying a hint of uncertain hope. For now, that's enough. Li Wan took a bite of the compressed biscuit, his gaze calm. But that's far from enough. We need more supplies, more manpower, and stronger forces. He looked at Lin Wan. Your ability is key. Beyond just healing, your life affinity talent might allow you to do much more. For example, cultivate plants? Or, in the future, could you sense other people with special talents? Lin Wan nodded, seemingly understanding but not quite. Just then, the system notification sounded in Li Wan's mind again. Ding! Detected that the host has established a preliminary secure outpost. Long-term mission triggered, establish a base. Mission requirements, based on the current outpost, develop it into a level 1 survivor base. The following conditions must be met: stable food and water supply 01, basic defense facilities 01, at least 5 residents with loyalty higher than 61-2, Lin Wan's loyalty is 95, and 1 dedicated administrator 01. Mission rewards, base core special building, providing basic attribute bonuses and special functions within its range, 1000 system points, 1 random blueprint. Mission time limit, none. Base level can be continuously increased as conditions are met. Long-term mission. Base establishment. Li Wan's spirits lifted. This was the correct way to use the system. Doing it alone has its limitations. Only by establishing a stable force can one better survive and develop, and cope with future Zerg threats and even interstellar crises. He shared this task with Lin Wan through system privileges. He could let her see some non-core information. Lin Wan stared at the mission description that appeared in her mind, her eyes widening in surprise, before her expression turned excited. We can build a truly safe place? Take in other survivors? That's right. Li Wan stood up, walked to the window that was covered by curtains, and looked out at the desolate and dangerous ruins. This will be our starting point. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable determination, echoing clearly in the apocalyptic night. Starting tomorrow, we'll clear the surrounding area, gather supplies, and then search for more survivors. Outside the library, the night wind howled, as if countless souls were weeping. Under the dim candlelight on the 3rd floor of the library, a seed named Hope and Conquest had been quietly planted. Chapter 5: Search and Signals, Traces of Survivors. The first rays of morning light struggled to penetrate the thick dust on the library windows and the tattered curtains that were temporarily hung up, drawing a few hazy beams of light in the dusty air. Li Wan had already woken up and was carefully wiping and inspecting the modified energy rifle and high-frequency dagger by the dim light. Good weaponry is essential for survival in the apocalypse. Lin Wan also woke up. After a relatively safe night's rest, coupled with the subtle nourishment brought by her awakened abilities, her complexion looked much better, and her eyes were clearer. She quietly packed their simple belongings and checked the remaining food and water. The food will last for at most 3 days, and the water supply is even shorter, Lin Wan reported softly, her tone tinged with worry. Li Wan nodded, slung the cleaned rifle behind his back, and sheathed the dagger in the scabbard on his leg. Today's objective is clear: search for supplies, focusing on food, water, medicine, and any materials that might be used to fortify the stronghold. At the same time, keep an eye out for other survivors. Daily quest updated: Ruins search. Mission requirements: collect basic survival supplies, food, water, medicine sufficient to support at least 5 people for 5 days. Discover and assess at least 1 potential resource point. Task reward: 200 system points, with additional rewards based on search quality. The system notifications arrived as expected, driving their efficiency in taking action. The two left the temporarily fortified library outpost and once again stepped into the perilous ruins. Unlike his previous aimless wanderings, Li Wan now had a clearer goal. Drawing on his experience of surviving in ruins in his previous life, he focused his search on the ground floor shops of residential buildings, the back warehouses of small convenience stores, and even the storage compartments of abandoned vehicles that might not have been completely looted. The process was not without its challenges. They encountered several waves of roaming mutated dogs, these former human companions now bloodthirsty and ferocious, but with Li Wan's precise shots and Lin Wan's occasional use of steel pipes she found to disrupt them, they managed to defeat them all without serious incident. Li Wan intentionally trained Lin Wan's courage and basic reaction ability, only taking action at crucial moments. In the ruins of a partially collapsed pharmacy, Lin Wan used her knowledge as a medical student to miraculously find a number of uncontaminated or undamaged antibiotics, tourniquets, disinfectants, and several well-sealed bottles of vitamin tablets from the overturned medicine cabinets and gaps in the ruins. This is undoubtedly a huge fortune. Great! These medicines can save many people. Lin Wan hugged the medicine she had found, her face beaming with genuine joy, as if she had found a treasure more precious than food. Li Wan looked at the pure light in her eyes and felt a slight stirring in his heart. In such a broken world, to still maintain such a belief in saving lives and healing the wounded, Lin Wan's gentle medical skills persona is indeed in line with her true nature. Meanwhile, Li Wan found several rolls of relatively intact steel wire, several sturdy hammers and pliers, and a small box of dry nails in the ruins of a hardware store. These items are very helpful for initially fortifying strongholds. They were also fortunate enough to find 2 unopened 18.9-liter bottles of purified water in the wreckage of an overturned water truck, which solved their immediate problem. By noon, their backpacks were quite full. Ding! Daily task ruins search completion assessment in progress. Supply collection exceeded supports 5 people for 7 days. Potential resource locations discovered. Abandoned pharmacy can be searched periodically. Water truck wreck potential water storage facilities nearby. Mission reward, 200 system points have been issued. Bonus reward, simple trap construction blueprint can be used with the found wire. Good. Li Wan noted down the newly acquired blueprint information with satisfaction. This thing could be used to deploy around the stronghold to provide early warning and defense. Just as they were about to return to the library and end their morning search, Lin Wan suddenly grabbed Li Wan's sleeve and pointed to a third-floor window of an apartment building not far away. Li Wan, look over there. Her voice carried a hint of nervousness and anticipation. Li Wan looked in the direction she pointed and saw a light-colored piece of cloth swaying slightly behind the broken window, as if someone was doing it on purpose. Moreover, on the exterior wall below that window, there is a faint but discernible arrow mark drawn in black paint or charcoal, pointing into the building. Survivors. And organized survivors who were trying to leave a message. This was quite different from the chaotic and violent raiders they had encountered yesterday. Go check it out, stay alert. Li Wan lowered his voice, picked up his energy rifle, and took the lead in sneaking towards the apartment building. The apartment building's entrance lobby was a mess, filled with the stench of urine and decay. The stairwell was cluttered with miscellaneous items and dimly lit. Li Wan gestured for Lin Wan to follow behind, while he used his enhanced senses to explore upwards step by step. Following the arrow markings, they arrived at the 3rd floor. The corridor was relatively quiet, and most of the doors on both sides were either closed or damaged. Li Wan stopped outside the door that the arrow pointed to. He noticed a nearly transparent thin line tied to the doorknob, the other end of which was connected to a rickety empty can above the doorframe, a makeshift but effective alarm device. It seems the survivors inside possessed a certain degree of survival wisdom. Li Wan did not rush in. He took a deep breath and knocked on the door 3 times with the back of his hand. Thump, thump, thump. The knocking echoed in the quiet corridor. A slight commotion came from inside the door, as if someone had suddenly stood up and knocked something over, but then silence fell again. Li Wan waited for about 10 seconds, then knocked 3 more times, and said in a deep voice, "We mean no harm, we just saw the markings you left. If you need help, we can talk." After a while, just as Li Wan thought the other party would not respond and was preparing to force the door open to assess the risks, a soft click was heard and the door lock was opened from the inside. Through the crack in the door, a pair of wary, bloodshot eyes peeked out. He was a man who looked to be in his 30s, with a haggard face, messy hair, and a sharpened screwdriver clutched tightly in his hand. Who are you?" The man's voice was hoarse and dry, filled with distrust. "A survivor passing by, searching for supplies," Li Wan replied calmly, his gaze sweeping past the man and quickly scanning the room. He didn't seem to be alone in the room, there was another figure huddled in the corner. "We came up because we saw the markers. What trouble did you encounter?" The man hesitated, seemingly trying to determine the truthfulness of Li Wan's words. Just then, a weak female voice came from behind him, "Husband, let them in, they don't look like bad people." The man gritted his teeth, but finally stepped aside to let the doorway open. "Come in, hurry up." Li Wan and Lin Wan quickly slipped into the house, and the man immediately closed and locked the door again. This is a 1-bedroom apartment, equally messy, but compared to the library, it has a more lived-in feel. In the corner, a pale-faced young woman wrapped in a blanket leaned against the wall, holding a little girl of about 4 or 5 years old who was looking at them with wide, curious eyes. The woman looked very weak and was breathing rapidly. Lin Wan could tell at a glance that something was wrong with the woman. She stepped forward and asked gently, "Are you injured? Or sick? I'm a doctor, maybe I can help." Upon hearing the word doctor, hope shone in both the man's and woman's eyes. She went out to get water the day before yesterday and accidentally slipped and fell, cutting her leg on a steel bar. She started having a fever when she got back, the man said urgently, pointing to the woman's leg covered by a blanket. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, seeking his consent with her eyes. Li Wan nodded slightly. With permission, Lin Wan immediately squatted down and carefully lifted the blanket. There was a hideous wound on the woman's calf, which was already infected and festering, with redness and swelling around it, and it emitted an unpleasant odor. The wound is severely infected, causing a high fever. Lin Wan frowned, looked up at Li Wan and said, "It needs immediate cleaning and antibiotics. I found some suitable medications." Without hesitation, Li Wan took out the corresponding medicine from his backpack and handed it to Lin Wan. The man looked at the brand new medicine Li Wan had produced, his eyes filled with gratitude, and his previous wariness largely dissipated. "Thank you. Thank you so much. My name is Zhang Hai, this is my wife Wang Li, and our daughter Niu Niu. We really had no other choice." While Lin Wan was focused on cleaning Wang Li's wounds, applying medicine, and bandaging them, Li Wan learned about their situation from Zhang Hai. The family of 3 managed to hide in their home during the Zerg invasion and survived for a while thanks to their previous food reserves. After their food supplies ran out, they had no choice but to risk venturing out. As a result, Wang Li was injured, and Zhang Hai dared not leave easily again. The marks they left behind were in the hope that other friendly survivors would see them and offer help. They were almost in despair. "Do you have a fixed place to stay?" Zhang Hai asked tentatively, his eyes filled with anticipation. Li Wan looked at Lin Wan, who was diligently treating Wang Li, and then at Zhang Hai, who looked on with anticipation, and the bewildered little girl Niu Niu. He made a decision. "Yes," Li Wan said succinctly, "a relatively safe place, but it needs to be built and defended. If you are willing to put in the effort and loyalty, you can come with us." Zhang Hai nodded excitedly without any hesitation, "Yes. We're willing. I'll do anything to keep Lily and Niu Niu safe." Ding. Potential residents detected. Zhang Hai initial loyalty assessment, 75. Wang Li initial loyalty assessment, 80. Zhang Niu Niu loyalty assessment, 90. Long run mission establish a base progress update, residents 4-5. Very good. Li Wan nodded in approval. The construction of the base area had taken a substantial first step. However, just as Lin Wan finished bandaging Wang Li's wound and everyone breathed a slight sigh of relief. Whoosh buzz. A deep, oppressive hum, as if coming from the depths of the earth, suddenly rang out without warning. The sound wasn't loud, but it had a peculiar penetrating power, directly affecting a person's heart and brain, causing inexplicable irritability and palpitations. Almost at the same time, the system in Li Wan's mind issued a sharp warning. Warning. High intensity, abnormal biological mental fluctuations detected. Analysis of the source of the fluctuation, directional diffusion, covering an area of approximately 3 kilometers, suspected to be a Zerg special unit brood mother or caller. Effect: this fluctuation will stimulate all Zerg and parasitized units within range, causing them to enter an active or even berserk state. It may also interfere with electronic devices and attract more wild mutant creatures. Recommendation: return to base immediately and activate the highest level of alert. Chapter 6: The Mother's Scream, a Race Against Time. The deep, eerie buzzing sound, like an invisible tide, instantly engulfed the entire ruins. It's not just the sound, it's accompanied by a sense of mental oppression that makes people feel irritable and even nauseous. Zhang Hai and Wang Li's faces turned deathly pale instantly. Niu Niu was so frightened that she burst into tears, but Wang Li covered her mouth tightly, so she could only let out suppressed sobs. Even Lin Wan felt dizzy and her internal energy flow became slightly sluggish. "It's Zerg. Advanced Zerg." Zhang Hai's voice trembled, his eyes filled with fear. "I'd heard of them occasionally before, but never this close, never this terrifying." Li Wan's expression was extremely solemn. The system's warning instantly matched his memories from his previous life. Brood mother or caller, this is a mid-level command unit of the Zerg, usually hidden deep in the nest, responsible for directing the swarm and hatching larvae. Its mental fluctuations are absolute commands to lower-level Zerg and the parasitized. "We can't stay here." Li Wan made a decisive decision. "This building will soon become a target for the swarm. We must return to the library outpost immediately." He scooped up the still sobbing Niu Niu and hissed to Zhang Hai, "Hold on to your wife and stick close to me. Lin Wan, cover the rear and keep watch out for the flanks and rear." Without any hesitation, the instinct for survival overcame everything. Zhang Hai struggled to help the weakened Wang Li up, while Lin Wan gripped her steel pipe tightly, took a deep breath, and tried to calm her breath, which was disturbed by her mental fluctuations. She followed at the back of the group with a determined look in her eyes. Li Wan, carrying Nyo Nyo, was the first to rush out of the room. Nothing seemed to have changed in the corridor, but the unsettling buzzing sound was everywhere, as if the entire building was resonating with it. They quickly descended along the route they had come from. As soon as I got down to the second floor, trouble began. Hiss. Several corrosive insects that had been dormant in the corner, resembling enlarged cockroaches, were activated by the buzzing sound. Their scarlet compound eyes locked onto them, and they opened their mouths to spew out a highly corrosive green slime. Watch out! Li Wan growled, dodging a stream of slimy liquid. The slime splattered on the wall, immediately making a hissing sound and emitting white smoke. He held Nyo Nyo in one arm and raised the energy rifle with the other. He didn't have time to aim precisely, so he could only fire roughly. Bang! Bang! 2 energy beams shot out, hitting a corrosive insect in the abdomen, causing it to explode into a cloud of green liquid, while the other beam deviated and struck the wall. The remaining carrion insects swarmed forward even more frantically. Let me do it! Lin Wan's voice came from behind. Despite her discomfort, she spotted a corrosive insect that was lunging at Zhang Hai and his wife, and hurled the steel pipe in her hand. Put! The steel pipe pierced precisely at the junction of the corrosive insect's head and thorax. Although it didn't kill it immediately, it did cause it to pause in its movements. Zhang Hai took the opportunity to help Wan Li stumble away. Seizing the opportunity, Li Wan stepped forward, and Gao Zhou's dagger flashed with a cold light, quickly eliminating the injured insect and the remaining 2 corrosive worms. Green, corrosive blood flowed across the ground, emitting a pungent odor. Hurry up! Don't linger! Li Wan urged. His mental power could vaguely sense that more dangers were being awakened and attracted from every corner of the ruins by the buzzing sound. The group didn't dare to linger for a moment and rushed out of the lobby as fast as they could, returning to the street. The situation outside is even more horrifying. The once relatively quiet ruins now seem to have come alive. In the distance came the frenzied roars of various mutated creatures, while nearby, scattered low-level insectoids of various forms could be seen scurrying around like headless flies, attacking everything that moved, including each other. They were clearly driven to a loss of reason by the mother's scream, leaving only a pure desire for killing and destruction. Stay close to me. Avoid them, don't get entangled in the fight. Li Wan shouted, choosing a relatively hidden but roundabout route back to the library. A direct confrontation is the most foolish choice. They navigated as if through a minefield, using the complex terrain of the ruins to evade waves of monsters drawn by mental fluctuations. Li Wan's perception and combat experience played a crucial role, enabling him to detect danger in advance and take evasive action. Lin Wan kept a close eye on Zhang Hai and Wang Li, occasionally throwing the pebbles she found to attract the attention of any mutated creatures that came too close. Although Wang Li was weak, she persevered with gritted teeth, supported by her will to survive and with Zhang Hai's help. Nyo Nyo buried her face in Li Wan's shoulder and sobbed softly. The journey became incredibly long and agonizing. The incessant buzzing sound was like a file, repeatedly scraping at everyone's nerves. Suddenly, just 1 block away from the library, a series of dense, chilling crawling sounds came from inside a half-collapsed commercial building ahead. Immediately afterwards, dozens of hunting insects the size of wolfhounds, with black carapaces and sharp jaws, surged out of the building's breach like a black tide. Their scarlet compound eyes gleamed with a frenzied light in the dim light, clearly drawn by both the mother's scream and the presence of living people. Oh no! Zhang Hai's face turned ashen as he looked at the densely packed swarm of insects rushing towards him in despair. This number is simply beyond their ability to handle. Lin Wan clenched her fists, her face pale, but she still stood firmly beside Li Wan. Li Wan's eyes were cold, and his brain was working at a rapid pace. Forcing your way in is a dead end. Retreat? We might get blocked by other monsters that have been lured in. Warning! Encountering a large swarm of insects hunting insects X35+, extremely dangerous. System suggestion: find narrow terrain to hold your position, or use high explosives to create chaos and breakout. Narrow terrain? High explosives? Li Wan's eyes quickly scanned the area and instantly locked onto a sloping, mostly buried underground parking garage entrance a few meters away. The passage there is narrow, making it easy to defend and difficult to attack. Go through that garage entrance. Quickly! Li Wan shouted, handing Nyo Nyo to Zhang Hai. Take them in. Lin Wan, cover our retreat. He raised his energy rifle and pulled the trigger at the few hunting bugs charging at the front. Bang! 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 The energy beam exploded in the swarm, instantly knocking down 2 or 3, but more hunting insects charged forward fearlessly at an extremely fast speed. Zhang Hai didn't dare to delay. He grabbed Wang Li and Nyo Nyo and scrambled towards the garage entrance. Lin Wan did not retreat immediately. She saw that when Li Wan fired, 2 hunting insects took the opportunity to flank him from the side. She gritted her teeth and once again activated the energy of purifying touch, but this time not for healing. Instead, she tried to condense it in her palm, forming a faint milky white halo, and then forcefully pushed it towards the 2 hunting insects. Buzz! The light did not cause any real physical damage when it touched the carapace of the hunting insects, but the 2 hunting insects seemed to be burned, emitting painful hissing, their movements visibly slowed down, and even a faint blue smoke rose from their carapaces. The Zerg are inherently averse to this pure life energy. It worked! Lin Wan was overjoyed. Li Wan also noticed this scene, and a hint of surprise and admiration flashed in his eyes. He seized the opportunity, turned around and fired 2 precise shots, eliminating the 2 slowed-down hunting insects. Let's go! He grabbed Lin Wan's hand, and the 2 quickly retreated into the narrow garage entrance passage. The passageway was pitch black and filled with a strong smell of mildew and dust. Zhang Hai's family had already taken refuge behind a load-bearing pillar deep inside the passage. As soon as Li Wan and Lin Wan retreated into the passage, the swarm of insects had already rushed to the entrance. However, their enormous size and sheer number caused congestion at the narrow entrance, allowing only the very first few to squeeze in. Hold the entrance. Kill them one by one. Li Wan said calmly, switching his energy rifle to single fire mode, aiming to eliminate an enemy with every shot. Gao Zhoubo also gripped the dagger in his hand, ready to finish off the enemy at close range. Lin Wan stood to his side and slightly behind, nervously watching the entrance, ready to use purifying touch to interfere again at any time. Bang! Splat! Hiss! The sounds of energy guns firing, daggers piercing flesh, and the hissing of the Zerg echoed repeatedly in the narrow passage. Green insect blood splattered continuously, staining the walls and floor a mess. Li Wan is like a tireless fighting machine, reaping lives with precision and efficiency. But the number of insects to be hunted was simply too great, one after another, and the energy indicator on the energy rifle had begun to flash red, indicating that it was about to run out. The rifle is out of power. Li Wan shouted, decisively slinging the rifle back behind him. He gripped the high-frequency dagger in both hands, his eyes becoming even more ferocious. What follows will be pure hand-to-hand combat. Just then, the long-lasting, heart-wrenching mother's shriek outside suddenly stopped without warning. The whole world seemed to fall silent instantly. Only the remaining dozen or so hunting insects at the entrance of the passage, their bewildered hissing due to the loss of mental guidance, proved that what had just happened was not an illusion. The shrieking stopped, and the swarm's frenzied attack halted. Chance! A cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Their command has been disrupted. It's time to counterattack. Lin Wan, follow me. Chapter 7, The Initial Consolidation of the Stronghold, the Budding of a Pure Land. The cessation of the mother's scream was like pressing the pause button. The predatory insects that had been swarming in at the entrance of the passage became noticeably sluggish and chaotic. The madness in their scarlet compound eyes faded, replaced by a bewilderment born of predatory instinct. Now! A fierce glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes, and with a low growl, he advanced instead of retreating. Like a tiger released from its cage, he gripped the high-frequency dagger tightly with both hands and charged into the remaining dozen or so hunting insects. Without unified command, these lower-level Zerg were left only with the instinct to fight each other. In the narrow passage, their numerical advantage becomes a burden, as they crowd each other and find it difficult to maneuver. Put! Put! The sound of the dagger slicing through the air and the dull thud of it cutting into the carapace continued incessantly. Li Wan's figure weaved through the swarm of insects, each dodge perfectly executed, and each strike precisely hitting the relatively vulnerable joints, compound eyes, or abdomen of the hunting insects. The green insect blood, like cheap paint, completely soaked through his already blood-stained combat uniform. Lin Wan followed closely behind. She did not rush into the battle rashly, but instead stood guard at a position slightly behind in the passage, her eyes sharp. Whenever a hunting insect tries to flank Li Wan, or when Li Wan faces attacks from multiple directions at the same time, the milky white halo gathered in her palm will be released at the right time. Buzz! For these dark, insectoid creatures, pure life energy is like a red-hot iron. The hunting insects swept by the halo all let out painful hissing, their movements instantly stiffening and deforming, creating an excellent opportunity for Li Wan to kill them. Her interference greatly reduced the pressure on Li Wan, and the two became increasingly coordinated in the life or death battle. Zhang Hai held his daughter Niu Niu tightly, and he and Wang Li hid behind a load-bearing pillar, watching the battle that resembled a battlefield, their hearts filled with shock and lingering fear. He couldn't imagine what would have happened to his family if it weren't for Li Wan and Lin Wan, when faced with such a terrifying swarm of insects. The battle ended quickly. When the last hunting insect was beheaded by Li Wan and collapsed convulsing, the narrow passage fell completely silent, with only the heavy breathing of a few people, the mess of insect corpses on the ground, and the pungent smell of blood. Li Wan leaned on his dagger, breathing slightly heavily. The continuous high-intensity battles had taken a toll on his physique, even with his enhanced physical abilities. He glanced at the exhausted rifle and the blood-stained dagger, his brow furrowing slightly. The depletion and replenishment of weapons must be put on the agenda. Is everyone all right? He turned to look at the crowd. Lin Wan shook her head. Although her face was a little pale, her eyes were unusually bright, carrying a firmness that came from being tempered by real combat. I'm fine. Zhang Hai and Wang Li quickly assured them that they were unharmed, only frightened. We can't stay here any longer, the smell of blood will attract more trouble. Li Wan quickly made the judgment. Return to the base immediately. This time, the journey back to the library was much smoother. The effects of the mother's scream seemed to have truly passed, and the ruins returned to their usual state of deathly silence, lurking with danger. Only a few scattered, small-scale mutated creatures were active, which Li Wan easily avoided or dealt with. When they finally returned to their base on the third floor of the library without incident and blocked the stairwell with clutter again, everyone breathed a long sigh of relief, as if a huge burden had been lifted off their shoulders. The Zhang family, in particular, were so exhausted from surviving the ordeal that they almost collapsed to the ground. Are we really safe? Wang Li looked around the relatively intact space, her voice still trembling slightly. We're safe for now, Li Wan said in a deep voice. This is our base, and we need everyone to work together to build and protect it. He had Lin Wan check Wang Li's wound again to make sure it hadn't worsened due to the previous travel. He then inventoried and distributed the collected supplies, focusing on the quantitative management of food and water. After resting for a while, Zhang Hai stood up and said, Brother Li Wan, is there anything I can do? I may not be very skilled, but I'm still quite strong, and I've done some odd jobs with plumbing and electrical work before. Li Wan glanced at him and nodded. Zhang Hai's attitude satisfied him. He pointed to the steel wire, hammer, and other tools he had collected earlier, saying, the library's defenses are still very weak. Familiarize yourself with the surroundings and see which windows need reinforcement, and make the obstacles at the stairwell sturdier. Also, we need to find a way to collect available containers inside the building. We need to store more water. Okay. Leave it to me. Zhang Hai immediately got to work and began to carefully examine the structure of the library. Li Wan walked to the window, lifted a corner of the curtain, and cautiously observed the situation outside. The origin of the brothers' scream is unknown, but its appearance greatly increases the possibility that there is at least a mid-tier Zerg nest in this area, and the defenses of the outpost must be upgraded as soon as possible. He brought up the system interface. Host, Li Wan. System points, 700 original, 200 plus 200 from searching plus estimated reward of 300 for rescuing Zhang Hai's family and killing the insect swarm. Long-term mission, establish a base 4-5 of the population, other conditions not met. I have a decent number of points. He opened the system store. Following the brothers' scream incident, the priority of defense facilities was raised to the highest level. He quickly scanned the items, his gaze settling on a few that might be useful at this stage. Simple warning bell set includes 10 special bells and a nearly transparent tether. Can be placed around the perimeter of a base. It will emit a clear ringing sound when touched. Price, 50 points. Basic Defense Reinforcement Blueprint Wooden Barricades. Barbed calculations, provides two simple methods for constructing defensive fortifications. The required materials are easily found in ruins. Price, 100 points. Low-power miniature motion sensors 2 units, detects moving objects within a certain range and can be connected to a simple alarm not included. Effective range, 15 meters. Price, 300 points. After a moment's thought, Li Wan exchanged for the simple warning bell and the basic defense enhancement blueprint. Miniature motion sensors are good, but they are too expensive and require a power source, so they are not suitable for the time being. Redeem successful, 150 points consumed. 550 points remaining. He handed over the bell set and blueprint information transmitted directly through the system to Zhang Hai, instructing him to set up warning bells at key passages around the library and to study the blueprints, attempting to use the wood and metal scraps that could be found inside the building to make barricades or caltrops. Zhang Hai was overjoyed and went off with great enthusiasm. Then, Li Wan turned his gaze to Lin Wan and Wang Li, whose health had improved slightly. Lin Wan, your ability is key. Besides healing, your life affinity may have even more potential. Li Wan handed her several packets of uncontaminated vegetable seeds possibly collected by a survivor that he had found at the pharmacy earlier. Try it and see if you can use your ability to make them grow. Even if they only grow a little bit, they are an important source of vitamins and a hope for the future. He then said to Wang Li, Sister Wang, you still need to recover. For now, you will be in charge of housekeeping, taking care of Niu Niu, and assisting Lin Wan. We need to create a more orderly living environment. Lin Wan took the seed, feeling the faint life force within it, and nodded solemnly, I'll give it a try. Wang Li quickly agreed. Being able to have something to do and play a role made her feel that she was no longer just a burden. After arranging these things, Li Wan walked to a corner of the stronghold and began to allocate the 3 free attribute points he had gained from the previous upgrade. After a day of fighting, he realized that the sustained combat ability of endurance was just as important as the dodging and reaction of agility. He ultimately decided to allocate 2 points to endurance and 1 point to agility. A new warmth flowed into my body, muscle fatigue recovered faster, and my coordination and control over subtle movements seemed to improve. Host, Li Wan. Strength, 17 plus 8.5. Agility, 14. Endurance, 17 plus 5.1. Mental state, 18. Feeling the growing power within him, Li Wan once again turned his gaze to the deepening night outside the window. Inside the library, Zhang Hai was diligently reinforcing windows and setting up early warning systems. Lin Wan sat by the window, holding the seeds in her hands, closing her eyes and concentrating, trying to communicate with the faint life. A faint milky white halo emanated from her palms. Wang Li, along with Niu Niu, began tidying up this temporary home, neatly stacking the scattered books and clearing out more space for activities. The tense crisis has temporarily passed, and something called order and hope has begun to take root and sprout in this small, ruined outpost, with difficulty but determination. Li Wan knew that this was just the beginning. The threat of the Zerg still looms large, resources are scarce, and manpower is insufficient. But looking at the scene before him, he believed that this nascent base would become an important starting point in this wasteland. He clenched his fist. The next step is to take the initiative and find out the situation around us, especially where that thing that was making the shrieking noise is hiding. Chapter 8 Reconnaissance and Discovery, The Shadow of the Insect Hive. The night was deep, but no one was sleeping soundly inside the library. Under Li Wan's guidance, Zhang Hai has meticulously arranged the transparent traction wires of the simple early warning bell like a spider web in key passages and blind spots within dozens of meters of the library's perimeter. A night breeze occasionally brought a few faint, almost inaudible, crisp rings, proving that this rudimentary early warning system was functioning. He also used the old tables, chairs, and metal pipes he found to try to make his first crooked but sharp enough wooden barricade according to the basic defense enhancement blueprint, and placed it in a more conspicuous position at the entrance of the stairs. Lin Wan sat cross-legged in a relatively clean corner, her hands loosely clasped together, holding a few shriveled vegetable seeds in her palms. She closed her eyes and focused her mind, channeling the energy of purifying touch with all her might, attempting to gently infuse the vibrant, milky white halo into the seed. This is not treatment, but more like communication and nourishment. She could feel the faint, almost extinguished flame of life inside the seed, which, enveloped by her energy, seemed to become slightly more active. Although it was far from sprouting, it was undoubtedly an encouraging sign. Fine beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. This delicate manipulation of energy was even more mentally taxing than treating wounds. Wang Li took care of the sleeping Niu Niu while tidying up the scattered items in the hideout. She even made a curtain out of the rags she found to create a small private space. An atmosphere called order is quietly growing on this isolated island amidst the ruins. Li Wan did not rest. He stood before the window, which was tightly covered by curtains, leaving only a tiny gap. Like a lurking cheetah, his sharp eyes scanned the deathly and dangerous darkness outside through the gap. His mental energy was highly concentrated, and the powerful perception brought by the mental attribute spread slowly in all directions like an invisible radar. Although the mother scream has stopped, its impact and warnings should not be ignored. The Zerg command unit hidden in the shadows is like a Damocles sword hanging over our heads. Without finding it, our base will never have peace. He was recalling fragmented memories of this type of mid-tier Zerg unit from his previous life. Brood mothers are usually accompanied by hatching pools and a large number of larvae, requiring a relatively stable and concealed environment. Callers are more inclined towards mind control and battlefield deployment, and their whereabouts may be more secretive. Regardless of the type, their nests are always heavily guarded, and they leave obvious traces of biological activity such as specific types of mucus secretion, piles of gnawed bones, or some kind of environmentally modified fungal carpet. Time passed second by second. In the latter half of the night, the moon was obscured by thick, dark clouds, and the ruins were plunged into the deepest darkness. Just before dawn, in the darkest hour, Li Wan's gaze suddenly sharpened. His mental energy detected an extremely faint energy fluctuation, but one that was different from that of ordinary mutated creatures or low-level insectoids. This fluctuation carried a viscous, chilling spiritual residue, originating from the same source as the mother's scream during the day, but infinitely weaker, like a beacon guiding the way. The direction is southeast, about 1.5 to 2 kilometers away. It seems to be near the entrance of an old-fashioned subway hub or a large underground shopping mall. Found it. Or rather, at least we've found a clear direction. Li Wan felt a sudden sense of relief, but this was quickly replaced by a deeper sense of solemnity. The distance isn't far, which means the threat is very close. Moreover, the fact that such a faint but persistent psychic beacon could emit such energy indicates that Zerg activity in that area is very frequent. It may even have formed a kind of fixed territory. We must scout ahead. We must find out the true situation there before the Zerg launch another large-scale attack. As the first hint of dawn appeared on the horizon, Li Wan gathered Lin Wan, Zhang Hai, and Wang Li together. I've found the possible direction from which that shriek came from yesterday. Li Wan got straight to the point, sketching the library and the likely Zerg activity area on the ground with dust. Today, I need to go out and scout. It's too dangerous. Lin Wan immediately objected, her face full of worry. You're going alone? What if? We must go. Li Wan interrupted her, his tone leaving no room for doubt. Without understanding the enemy's situation, we are blind and passively taking hits. Only by figuring out their details can we formulate countermeasures and truly defend this place. He looked at Lin Wan. Your abilities are constantly improving, but the stronghold needs you more. Zhang Hai needs time to strengthen the defenses, and Sister Wang and Niu Niu need protection. You are the only person here besides me who has the ability to fight and protect themselves. Lin Wan bit her lip, knowing Li Wan was telling the truth. She nodded vigorously. Don't worry, I'll guard this place. Li Wan then instructed Zhang Hai, after I leave, seal off the stairwell. No one is allowed to enter or leave unless I return or hear the signal we agreed upon. The warning bell and barricades are the first line of defense. Remain vigilant at all times. Understood. Zhang Hai replied solemnly. Li Wan distributed the remaining food and water, taking only the bare minimum for himself and leaving the majority for the stronghold. He checked his equipment, an energy rifle that had run out of power which could only be used as a club or to scare people for the time being, a still sharp high-frequency dagger, and 2 physical pistols and several spare magazines that he had scavenged from the raiders. Although pistols have limited effectiveness against the Zerg's thick armor, they are better than nothing. With everything prepared, and under Lin Wan's worried gaze and Zhang Hai's firm assurance, Li Wan left the library outpost silently, like a shadow disappearing into the morning mist. He did not head directly to the target area in the southeast. That would be too reckless. He chose a roundabout route, taking advantage of the complex terrain of the ruins to gradually approach from the flanks and from higher ground. Along the way, he felt even more clearly the faint, chilling spiritual remnant that permeated the air. The closer to the southeast, the more obvious this residue becomes. Even some ordinary mutated creatures seem to deliberately avoid this direction, as if there are natural enemies there that terrify them. He climbed to the roof of an abandoned office building and used binoculars found in one of the offices to observe the target area. That was indeed the entrance to a large underground shopping mall, which has now collapsed by nearly half, forming a huge black hole that looks like the gaping maw of a monster. The ground around the entrance was covered with a dark red fungal carpet that seemed to be alive and was slightly wriggling. Scattered across the fungal carpet were numerous human and animal bones, completely devoured, resembling a terrifying carpet of white bones. What's even more unsettling is that near the entrance, there are more than just the hunting insects he encountered yesterday. He also saw larger mammoth worms with dark gold shells, resembling heavy tanks, as well as some observers that hovered in the low air, resembling giant eyeballs with swaying tentacles. Heavily guarded. Moreover, the troop composition is reasonable. This is by no means a temporary outpost. It is more like an outpost that has been operating for some time, or even the entrance to a small lair. Li Wan's heart sank. The situation was worse than he had anticipated. The power displayed at the entrance alone was far beyond what he, or even the entire rudimentary stronghold, could withstand head-on. He patiently lay in wait, carefully observing the Zerg's patrol patterns, troop deployment, and the extent of the creep coverage. Several hours passed, and just as he was preparing to leave and go back to make further plans, another unexpected event occurred. From the depths of that underground entrance, that low, eerie buzzing sound came again. But this time, it wasn't the wide-ranging shriek of before. Instead, it was more focused and sharper, as if conveying some specific instruction. Then, a chilling scene unfolded. The dozens of insectoids gathered at the entrance, as if receiving a clear command, instantly stopped their meaningless wandering and turned in unison in the same direction northwest. This is roughly the location of the library's location. A chilling sensation instantly shot up Li Wan's spine to the top of his head. They've discovered the outpost? Or perhaps yesterday's contact and battle led them to pinpoint the presence of resistance forces in this area that need to be eliminated? Without any hesitation, Li Wan immediately used his binoculars to look in the direction the Zerg were facing. Guided by several observers, the Zerg began to surge towards the library stronghold like a black tide. They took the initiative. We must return immediately. Warning. Prepare for battle. Li Wan leaped off the rooftop, not even bothering to conceal himself, and sprinted toward the library stronghold at the fastest speed he could muster. He must get back before the Zerg encircle him. Otherwise, Lin Wan and the others would be in grave danger. A sudden and fierce defensive battle, where the odds are heavily against each other, is about to unfold in that isolated library. Chapter 9, Battle on the Isolated Island, The Glorious Purification. Li Wan pushed his speed to the limit. With 14 points of agility and 17 points of stamina, he ran through the ruins like a cheetah. The wind whistled in his ears, his heart pounded in his chest, but his mind remained unusually calm. Only one thought was in my mind: faster. Faster. He chose a straight route, which was shorter than the path the Zerg army might take. When he saw the familiar outline of the library in the distance, his heart almost jumped out of his throat. The vanguard of the Zerg, a dozen of the fastest hunting Zerg, had appeared like black ghosts on the street outside the library and were rushing towards the library gate. Ring ring. Almost simultaneously, the simple warning bell that Zhang Hai had set up on the outermost edge was triggered. The crisp and urgent bell sounded suddenly in the deathly silent ruins, like a piercing alarm. On the third floor of the library, Lin Wan and Zhang Hai, who were on high alert, both changed color at the same time. They're here. Zhang Hai gripped a spear made of sharpened steel bars, his voice trembling slightly with fear, but his eyes were fixed on the stairwell. Lin Wan took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing her inner panic, gripped the steel pipe tightly with both hands, and stood behind the reinforced staircase obstacle. She could feel the milky white energy in her palm flowing and condensing spontaneously. Downstairs, the hunting insects, agitated by the ringing bell, became even more frenzied. Ignoring the fragile tripwires, they began to smash the library's already damaged doors and first-floor windows with their sharp claws. Bang! Bang! Crash! The wooden door groaned under the brute force of the Zerg, and the cover of a window was smashed to pieces. Just as the head of the first predator was about to peek through the broken window. Bang! A crisp gunshot pierced the air. Li Wan has arrived. He knelt behind a broken wall across the street, the muzzle of the physical pistol he had seized from the looters emitting blue smoke. The bullet struck the compound eye of the hunting insect precisely, causing the green fluid to burst open. The hunting insect let out a shrill scream and convulsed as it withdrew. It's Brother Wan! Brother Wan is back! Zhang Hai shouted excitedly from the third floor after hearing the gunshot. Li Wan's shooting attracted the attention of the swarm of insects, and several hunting insects turned around and pounced on his hiding place. Lin Wan! Zhang Hai! Hold the stairwell! Leave the outside to me! Li Wan shouted as he changed his magazine. He knew that he had to reduce the number of Zerg on the outside as much as possible, because once they all flooded into the building, even the narrow stairwell might not be able to hold out. Bang! Bang! Li Wan calmly fired shots, using the broken wall as cover, fighting and retreating, luring away and killing the hunting insects that pounced on him one by one. When the high-frequency dagger is used at close range, it is like an invitation from the Grim Reaper, taking the life of a Zerg with each swing. But his resistance could only delay, not stop. More hunting insects, followed by larger, heavily armored mammoth beetles, surged into the first floor of the library like a tidal wave. The sounds of impact, hissing, and shattering glass and wood filled the air. The Zerg are forcibly clearing the passage from the first floor to the second floor. They're coming up, Zhang Hai said, his voice strained as he looked at the menacing maw that had appeared at the corner of the stairs below. Hold on, Lin Wanjiao shouted, pushing the energy she had gathered inside her body down the stairs once more. Buzz! A milky white halo spread through the narrow stairwell. The two hunting insects at the forefront screamed in pain as if they had been doused with strong acid, their shells emitting blue smoke and their movements slowing down instantly. Zhang Hai seized the opportunity, mustered his courage, and thrust the steel spear in his hand down hard. Thud! The spear pierced the relatively soft abdomen of a hunting insect. Well done, Lin Wan encouraged, gathering her energy once again. However, there were simply too many Zerg. Moreover, a massive mammoth Zerg, like a heavy bulldozer, withstood Zhang Hai's spear and Lin Wan's energy interference, and slammed its head, covered in a thick carapace, into the wooden barricades and debris blocking the stairwell. Boom! With a loud crash, the wooden barricade shattered into pieces, and the piled-up tables, chairs, and bookshelves shook violently, leaving gaps. Stop it! Li Wan's shout came from downstairs. He was entangled by several hunting insects and could not immediately return to help. The mammoth beetle's battering ram-like head slammed through the gap towards Lin Wan, who was closest to it. A foul stench assaulted the senses. In the critical moment, Lin Wan looked at the gaping maw full of sharp teeth, at the terrified Wang Li and Nyo behind her, and at Zhang Hai who was still struggling to pierce the mammoth worm's thick armor with his spear. An unprecedented determination surged into her heart. She no longer merely pushed out energy to interfere, but instead concentrated all the purifying touch energy in her body with unprecedented intensity in her hands, and then actively faced the head of the mammoth worm. She wanted to pierce this life energy into the core of this dark creation like a sharp knife. No! Li Wan's eyes widened in horror as he witnessed Lin Wan's near-suicidal actions. Just as Lin Wan's hands were about to touch the mammoth worm's head, a sudden change occurred. The milky white light in her palms suddenly became incredibly dazzling, as if it had transformed into two miniature suns. Within the light, countless intricate runes, representing life and purification, seemed to flash by. Laugh! It was like a red-hot iron being plunged into ice water. A violent, teeth-grinding corrosive sound rang out. The mammoth worm's incredibly hard skull, which even bullets couldn't penetrate, rapidly turned black, carbonized, and shattered at the point where it came into contact with Lin Wan's hands. The milky white light, like a living flame, frantically drilled into the mammoth worm's body through the cracks in its shell. Awah! The mammoth worm let out an unprecedented, earth-shattering roar, a mixture of pain and fear. Its massive body convulsed and rolled violently, smashing the debris at the stairwell into even more disarray, but its vitality was being rapidly purified and annihilated by that pure and domineering power of light. In just a few seconds, the enormous mammoth worm stopped moving. Almost half of its head had been cleansed away, revealing the charred, no wriggling tissue inside. Lin Wan staggered back a few steps, her face as pale as paper, and almost couldn't stand. Wang Li quickly supported her from behind. She felt her energy drained instantly, and a strong sense of weakness washed over her. But her eyes were surprisingly bright. She did it! She actually used that power to kill a powerful Zerg. This scene not only shocked Zhang Hai and Wang Li, but also caused Li Wan, who was fighting hard downstairs, and the swarming Zerg to pause for a moment. The swarm seemed to have an instinctive fear of that pure and restrained light. Now! Li Wan seized the fleeting opportunity, his high-frequency dagger drawing a perfect arc as he dealt with the last hunting insect that had entangled him. He rushed up the stairs, looked at the purified mammoth worm corpse, then at the weakened Lin Wan, his eyes filled with shock and ecstasy. You've broken through! Li Wan helped Lin Wan up and quickly stuffed a candy he had found earlier, one that could quickly replenish energy, into her mouth. Lin Wan nodded weakly, too weak to even speak. However, the crisis was not over. Although the swarm was intimidated, it still outnumbered the other insects. After a brief commotion, driven by the invisible mental fluctuations, they let out a bloodthirsty hiss once more, preparing to launch a new attack. Li Wan shielded Lin Wan behind him, his gaze icy as he watched the insect shadows surge up below again, gripping his dagger tightly. He knew that what followed would be the most brutal war of attrition. But just then, ding! A strong burst of life energy and the death of a high-level Zerg unit have been detected. The host and his bound wife, Lin Wan, have performed exceptionally well in the battle. Special reward triggered. In light of the current critical situation, the emergency supply support access is temporarily activated. Exchangeable item, high explosive grenades 3-pack, price, 450 points. Exchange now? High explosive grenades. Li Wan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. Without the slightest hesitation. Exchange. Redeemed successful. 450 points consumed. 100 points remaining. 3 heavy, oval-shaped grenades with a cold metallic sheen appeared instantly in Li Wan's system space. Looking at the swarm of insects crowding the stairwell below, Li Wan's lips curled into a cold smile. Try this, you scum. Chapter 10, A Desperate Counterattack, The Nursing Mother's Gaze. The moment 3 heavy, high-explosive grenades appeared in the system space, a ruthless glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Inside the stairwell, the swarm of insects was briefly agitated by the purifying light emanating from Lin Wan, but driven by the invisible mental fluctuations behind them, they quickly regrouped, hissing and preparing to surge forward again. A crowded stairwell is the perfect place for a grenade to unleash its full power. Back off. Cover your ears. Li Wan growled, signaling Lin Wan and Zhang Hai to retreat to the deeper part of the 3rd floor. With a thought, a dark, high-explosive grenade instantly appeared in his hand. A cold sensation came through him as he bit the pull tab with his teeth and yanked it hard. A barely audible ding. Li Wan silently counted to 2, calculated the lead time, tensed his arm muscles, and accurately threw the grenade down the stairs towards the densest part of the swarm of insects. The grenade clattered and rolled down the stair steps, instantly disappearing into the surging swarm of insects. The next second. Boom! The deafening explosion seemed to have turned the entire library upside down. Scorching flames and violent shockwaves erupted from the stairwell, mixed with countless fragments of Zerg carapaces and green flesh. The remaining debris blocking the stairwell was cleared away instantly, and even the thick walls were cracked by the blast, with smoke and dust filling the air. The first 7 or 8 hunting bugs and 1 mammoth bug were blown to pieces before they could even scream. The Zerg further back were also blown away by the shockwave, their severed limbs and remains scattered all over the ground. The loud explosion even caused Lin Wan and the others inside the 3rd floor to experience ringing in their ears, and the ground beneath their feet trembled slightly. My God! Zhang Hai stared wide-eyed at the stairwell that looked like it had been gnawed by a giant beast, and at the suddenly empty 1st floor outside. He was utterly shocked. Li Wan didn't pause at all. Before the smoke from the explosion had even cleared, he shot out from behind cover like an arrow, a second grenade already in his hand. Pull the ring, throw! Boom! A second explosion rang out outside the library gate, sending the Zerg who were trying to rush in from the front flying into chaos. The violent explosions and heavy casualties finally shook the swarm's offensive. Although they are controlled by mind, they are not without an instinctive fear of death. The remaining Zerg began to shriek in terror, their offensive noticeably halted, and they even showed signs of retreating. They're retreating! Zhang Hai exclaimed in surprise. However, Li Wan's expression became even more serious. Instead of throwing a 3rd grenade, he stared intently at the southeastern area outside the library, which was faintly covered by Zerg creep. He could sense an even larger, colder, and more furious spiritual force, like a volcano awakening, erupting from that direction. It had locked onto the library, locked onto him. Buzz! It was no longer the low hum or sharp command of before, but a piercing shriek that seemed to come from the deepest hell. This shriek was more focused and more aggressive than the daytime brother shriek. Ugh! Zhang Hai and Wang Li simultaneously clutched their heads, letting out painful groans, feeling as if their brains were being pierced by countless needles. Even the weakened Lin Wan let out a muffled groan, her face turning even paler. Li Wan also swayed slightly. His mental strength of 18 points allowed him to barely withstand the mental impact, but he still felt a strong dizziness and nausea. He forced himself to endure the discomfort and looked up. Above the ruins in the distance outside the library, a massive, semi-transparent spiritual phantom, seemingly composed of countless writhing tentacles and slime, slowly coalesced and emerged. It has no fixed form. At its center is a constantly pulsating core radiating intense dark energy, with countless twisted, suction cup-like spiritual tentacles spreading outwards, like a giant, living, and malevolent neural network. Warning! A mental projection of the high-tier Zerg command unit, Brood Mother, has been detected. Target locked on host. Mental attack intensity, extremely high. Danger. Effect, continuous mental pressure, with a low probability of directly causing mental confusion and loss of control, and greatly enhancing all Zerg units within range. It's it. The controller of that underground lair. The Brother Mother was actually forced to directly manifest her mental projection. Roar. Under the influence of the Mother's shriek and mental enhancement, the remaining Zerg below, who had initially begun to retreat, suddenly turned bloodshot and their bodies seemed to swell up. They had completely lost their fear, leaving only the purest, amplified, and extreme desire to kill. Like madmen, they launched another desperate charge towards the stairwell. Speed and power have both increased significantly compared to before. Watch out! They've been enhanced. Li Wan warned sharply, throwing the third and final high-explosive grenade without hesitation. Boom! The explosion took the lives of several more enhanced Zerg, but this time, the swarm only paused for a moment before surging forward even more frantically, stepping over the corpses of their companions. The narrow stairwell defense line instantly became precarious. Li Wan, wielding a high-frequency dagger, stood at the forefront, as solid as a rock. With each swing, he exerted all his strength, repelling and killing the enhanced hunting insects that pounced on him. However, his arm was also slashed open by the enhanced and sharper insect limbs, leaving a deep gash that exposed bone, and blood gushed out. Zhang Hai gritted his teeth and desperately stabbed with the broken steel bars, but his attack seemed even more powerless against the enhanced Zerg. Lin Wan struggled to mobilize her energy again, but the emptiness inside her body and the continuous mental pressure from the outside world made it difficult for her to even stand up. Just when the defensive line was about to be breached, the system notification sounded in Li Wan's mind again, but this time, it carried a completely different, urgent rhythm, as if it had been triggered. The host and their bound partner have been detected to be in dire straits, under attack from a high-level spiritual entity. Conditions met. Hidden mechanism triggered. Leadership will activated. Effect: creates a temporary mental barrier centered on the host, significantly reducing external mental pressure and interference. Within the barrier's range, all friendly units including the bound ally experience increased mental resistance and stabilized morale. Duration: based on the host's mental strength and willpower. Warning: overuse will lead to mental exhaustion in the host. An indescribable power, originating from the depths of his soul, suddenly erupted from Li Wan's body. This power was invisible and intangible, yet it seemed to form an invisible shield around his body. The devastating mental screams and oppressive feeling emanating from the Nurture Mother projection instantly diminished by more than half. Although it still exists, it can no longer cause fatal interference or harm to Lin Wan and Zhang Hai. Lin Wan felt her mind clear up, and the suffocating pressure disappeared. She looked at Li Wan with surprise and delight. He stood at the very front, his back seemingly becoming even taller and more indestructible. Although he was covered in blood, the light in his eyes was like a burning star. Zhang Hai and Wang Li also felt much better. Although the fear remained, they were at least able to think and act normally. Hold on. We can hold this. Li Wan's voice carried a strange, reassuring power, transmitting through the barrier of leader's will. Encouraged, Zhang Hai roared and once again forcefully stabbed down a hunting insect that was trying to rush up. Lin Wan also forced herself to push out the last bit of purifying energy, interfering with the actions of another Zerg. Li Wanzi was like a true god of war, his high-frequency dagger wielding a storm of death, slaying the enhanced Zerg who rushed up the stairs one by one. With the support of the leader's will, he felt that his reactions were faster, his power flowed more smoothly, and even his predictions of the Zerg attacks were clearer. The battle situation was actually stabilized by him single-handedly in this desperate situation. Outside the library, the massive Nurture Mother's spiritual projection seemed to sense the distinct and resistant power emanating from Li Wan, and emitted even more angry and confused spiritual fluctuations. Its pulsating core flickered violently, and more spiritual tentacles stretched toward the library, attempting to crush this unexpected resistance. However, under the barrier of Li Wan's leader's will, its psychological attack effect was greatly reduced. The swarm's desperate charge was repeatedly met with crushing blows against Li Wan's suddenly solid reef. Over time, the number of Zerg has decreased dramatically. After Li Wan beheaded the last enhanced hunting insect, the stairwell finally fell silent for a while. All that remained were the wrecked insect corpses scattered all over the ground and the overwhelming stench of blood. Outside the library, the spiritual projection of the Nurture emitted a resentful and malevolent spiritual howl, and the enormous phantom began to slowly dissipate, eventually disappearing completely. The suffocating mental pressure also disappeared. The battle is over. They held it. It's over? Zhang Hai collapsed to the ground, panting heavily, still unable to believe the sight of the mountain of insect corpses piled up at the bottom of the stairs. Wang Li held Niu Niu in her arms and wept with joy. Lin Wan leaned against the wall, looking at the figure who still stood with a knife in his hand, covered in blood but seemingly towering and indomitable. Her eyes were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster, as well as an indescribable, deeper level of trust and excitement. Li Wan slowly withdrew his dagger, feeling the mental exhaustion and excruciating pain from the wounds all over his body as the effects of leaders will faded. He glanced at the system interface. His points had increased again during the battle, but more importantly, he had activated the hidden leader's will ability, and they had successfully repelled an organized attack by the Zerg. He walked to the window, pulled back the tattered curtains, and looked southeast at the underground lair that concealed a huge threat. This time, they won. But what about next time? The nurturing mother has taken notice of them. The real test may have just begun. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over the exhausted but surviving crowd, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable power. Clean up the battlefield, collect all usable armor and materials. We need to become stronger. Chapter 11, Deep into the Insect Nest, the Labyrinth of the Mother. The atmosphere inside the library was as heavy as lead. The effects of the high-efficiency hemostatic spray and the basic energy recovery agent were indeed remarkable. Coupled with the powerful recovery brought by Li Wan's high mental strength of 20 points, the hideous wound on his arm had scabbed over, and his mental and physical strength had recovered by more than half. Lin Wan's complexion also became much rosier, and her internal energy recovered to about 60-70%. With a fierce determination, Zhang Hai, with Wang Li's assistance, had already peeled off dozens of relatively intact thick carapaces mainly from mammoth beetles and dozens of sharp hunting claws from the mountain of insect corpses. These materials were piled in the corner, emitting a faint fishy smell and a cold texture. Li Wan exchanged the simple alloy shield and the basic trap crafting material pack upgraded version for the item. The alloy shield gleamed with a cold metallic luster, its edges sharp and its center slightly convex, enough to withstand most physical impacts. He handed the shield to Zhang Hai. Guard this place while this shield will provide you with more protection. Zhang Hai excitedly took the shield, feeling its heavy weight and sturdy texture, and nodded vigorously, Brother Wan, don't worry. As long as I have a breath left, I will never let anything rush up again. Li Wan then taught Zhang Hai how to use the trap material kit by transmitting basic knowledge through the system, instructing him and Wang Li to use existing materials and upgraded components to set up more and more deadly traps as a second line of defense at key locations outside the library and on the first floor. After doing all this, Li Wan looked at Lin Wan with a serious expression. I need you for this operation. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Wan's clear eyes showed only determination. You saved my life, and you awakened my power. Wherever you go, I will go. Without many words, a trust and tacit understanding that transcended words flowed between the two. Li Wan left most of the remaining food and water to Zhang Hai's family, while he himself only took a small amount of high-energy compressed food and 2 bottles of water. Regarding weaponry, he replaced the modified energy rifle with a standard energy magazine he had redeemed for 100 points from the system shop, restoring its long-range firepower, polished the high-frequency dagger until it gleamed, and checked the 2 pistols and spare magazines. Let us go. Li Wan took a deep breath and took the lead in walking down the stairs that were soaked in insect blood and emitted a strong stench. I walked through the mess on the first floor and out of the library. The sunlight outside was blinding, but the air was still filled with the lingering stench of blood and the faint, chilling spiritual lingering from the southeast. The two did not choose to remain hidden or stealthy. Time was of the essence, and they had to reach the target area as quickly as possible. Li Wan led the way, holding an energy rifle, his mental perception fully activated, like the most sensitive radar, scanning for dangers ahead. Lin Wan followed closely behind, her eyes warily scanning the flanks and rear, her hands slightly raised, ready to unleash purifying touch at any moment. Perhaps because yesterday's fierce attack had cost them a lot of troops, or perhaps because the Brotherhood was concentrating its efforts to recover and prepare for the next wave of attacks, they only encountered a few scattered and small-scale Zerg patrols on their way to the entrance of the underground mall. These were easily dealt with by Li Wan's precise shots and Lin Wan's timely interference. The closer one gets to the entrance of the collapsed underground shopping mall, the more pronounced the chilling sense of oppression becomes. The dark red fungal carpet covered an area that was even larger than what Li Wan had observed yesterday, and it had an uncomfortable sticky and slightly wriggling feel when stepped on. More bones accumulated, and some smaller bones had been devoured and digested by the fungal carpet, leaving only a few outlines. The entrance was still guarded by Zerg, but their numbers were significantly fewer, with only 2 mammoth Zerg and 4 or 5 hunter Zerg, and none of the annoying observers. It seems yesterday's losses have crippled it, Li Wan said in a low voice, a cold glint in his eyes. Strike while the iron is hot. He raised his energy rifle and aimed at the relatively vulnerable joint of a mammoth worm that was facing away from them. Bang! The energy beam hit its mark precisely. The mammoth worm let out a painful roar, its massive body staggering. Enemy attack. The other mammoth beetle and the hunter beetle reacted immediately, screeching as they charged forward. Lin Wan, disrupt them. Prioritize hunting down the insects. Li Wan gave the order while moving quickly to avoid the mammoth beetle's charging path, firing his rifle continuously to suppress the injured mammoth beetle. A milky white halo lit up in Lin Wan's palm, and like throwing a light bullet, it accurately shot towards the several extremely fast hunting insects. Buzz! The halo exploded among the hunting swarm. Although it did not cause fatal injuries, the pure life energy made them scream in pain, greatly reducing their speed and disrupting their attack rhythm. Li Wan seized the opportunity, drew his high-frequency dagger, and moved like a ghost into the swarm of insects. The dagger traced a deadly arc, and with the occasional energy beams, it dispatched all the slowed-down hunting insects in just over 10 seconds. Only 2 mammoth worms remain. One of them was injured and had difficulty moving. Li Wan focused his main firepower on it, continuously bombarding its wounds and eyes with his energy rifle. Lin Wan focused all her efforts on interfering with the other intact mammoth beetle. Although the milky white halo could not directly purify away the thick carapace as before, the continuous energy burning and mental interference made it extremely irritable, and its collisions lost their accuracy. Boom! The wounded mammoth worm finally collapsed with a resentful hiss. Li Wan turned his gun around and, in coordination with Lin Wan, focused his attack on the last mammoth worm. Under the relentless bombardment of the energy rifle and the constant interference of purifying touch, this tough-skinned behemoth finally followed in the footsteps of its companion. After clearing out the entrance guards, the two dared not delay and quickly rushed into the dark underground passage that resembled the mouth of a giant beast, exuding a strong stench and moldy smell. The passageway was pitch black, with only the fungal carpet emitting a faint, unsettling dark red fluorescence. The air was damp and foul, mixed with the pungent smell of decay and some kind of biological secretion. The ground was covered with a sticky, slippery fungal carpet and an unknown slime, making walking difficult. Li Wan took out a powerful flashlight from his backpack redeemable from the system shop for 50 points. The bright beam pierced the darkness and illuminated the path ahead. The passageway meandered downwards, and the original tiles and decorations on the walls and ceilings had long been covered and replaced by fungal carpets and some kind of proliferating, tumor-like biological tissue, as if the entire underground space had been transformed by the Zerg into a living, enormous biological organ. Entered the outer perimeter of the Zerg nest. Warning: unknown biological toxins and mental pollution exist in the environment. It is recommended to activate the energy shield or continuously expend mental energy to resist. My bound wife Lin Wan's touch of purification has been detected, which can passively offset some of the negative environmental effects. The system's notification reassured Li Wan somewhat. He gestured for Lin Wan to follow closely, and the two carefully ventured deeper into the passage. The interior of the nest is extremely complex, like a maze. Countless forks in the road and passages blocked by fungal carpets appeared before them. The source of that chilling mental fluctuation seemed to be everywhere, yet its exact location was difficult to pinpoint. "Stay close to me, watch your step and your head," Li Wan whispered, his mental energy highly focused, trying to pinpoint the direction of the strongest mental fluctuation. At the same time, he was also on guard against attacks that could come from any angle. Sure enough, they hadn't gone far when they heard a dense, chilling crawling sound coming from the darkness ahead. Immediately afterwards, dozens of small but extremely fast speed bugs with strange patterns on their carapaces swarmed out from the fleshy holes on both sides. They surged like a black tide, instantly engulfing the passage. "Back off!" Li Wan pulled Lin Wan behind him, switched his energy rifle to burst fire mode, and the blazing beam swept towards the swarm of insects like a scythe. Bang 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 bang! The swift insects at the forefront were instantly torn apart by energy, but their numbers were too great and they were extremely agile, fearlessly trampling over the corpses of their companions to continue their charge. "Purify the Nova!" Lin Wanjiao shouted, unleashing a powerful milky white halo of energy emanating from herself and spreading outwards. Buzz! Wherever the halo passed, the swift insects let out a shrill scream, the patterns on their carapaces instantly dimmed, their speed plummeted, and some of the weaker ones even convulsed and collapsed. This area of effect purification greatly relieved the pressure on Li Wan. He seized the opportunity, using bursts of rifle fire combined with slashing with his dagger to quickly eliminate the survivors who had slipped through the aura. "Your skills are becoming more and more refined," Li Wan said approvingly as he changed the magazine. Lin Wan was slightly out of breath, but her face showed a hint of excitement. "I feel, my abilities seem to be more active here." It was as if this extreme darkness and filth only served to stimulate her instinct for light and purification. Having dealt with the swift-moving insects, the two continued on their way. As they passed through a hall filled with viscous hatching pools filled with immature insect eggs, they encountered even more troublesome enemies, several poisonous bugs and ghost bugs capable of spraying strong acid and unleashing psychic shockwaves. The poison bug's acid is extremely corrosive, capable of even eroding alloy shields. The mental impact of the ghost worms is silent and insidious, making it impossible to defend against. Li Wan relied on his leader's will and a mental strength of up to 20 points to withstand the interference of the ghost insects. At the same time, he used the terrain and speed to accurately kill the poisonous insects at the right location, preventing them from self-destructing at close range. Lin Wan focused on purifying the area contaminated by the acid and the aftershocks of the mental shock, creating a safe fighting environment for Li Wan. The battle was extremely difficult. Li Wan suffered several more scratches from the acid and the mental impact of the ghost worms, and Lin Wan's energy was once again largely depleted. But their teamwork became increasingly seamless in the life or death battles, like a pair of partners who had been tempered by fire. Finally, after clearing out this wave of mixed enemies, they arrived at the entrance to a huge cave that seemed to be made of living tissue. Deep within the cave, a sound like a heartbeat, thump, thump, could be heard. The source of that cold, massive, and malicious mental fluctuation was inside. Warning! Approaching the core incubation chamber of the nurturing mother. Extremely high concentrations of bioenergy and mental pollution detected. Mission objective: the core of maternal care has been identified. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing a resolute look in each other's eyes. There is no way out. Li Wan handed the last basic energy recovery potion to Lin Wan, and drank one himself. He had redeemed it with his remaining points before setting off. Feeling the renewed surge of power within him, he gripped the energy rifle and the high-frequency dagger tightly. "Are you ready?" he asked. Lin Wan took a deep breath, and the milky white light in her hands shone steadily once again. Her eyes were as firm as stars, ready. The two of them, one after the other, stepped into the final lair that was the source of terror and destruction. Chapter 12, Core Detonation, A Tribute to Life. The moment you step into the incubation chamber, it feels like falling from the human world into an inescapable hell. The thick, humid air carried an intensely strong, pungent, and putrid odor, almost suffocating. The entire cave was enormous, with the dome and walls completely covered by pulsating, dark red fleshy walls covered with a network of thick blood vessels, as if one were inside the heart of some giant beast. The flesh walls constantly secreted a sticky liquid, which dripped onto the ground and pooled into disgusting puddles. In the center of the cave is a huge, dark green incubation pool that resembles a boiling swamp. The viscous liquid in the pool was constantly churning with bubbles, and countless unformed insect eggs could be vaguely seen floating and sinking within it. Above the incubation pool floats a massive mass of flesh, over 5 meters in diameter, composed of countless twisted and intertwined tentacles and mucus, the mother core. It was like a living, ugly, and evil heart, rhythmically contracting and expanding with a heavy thumping sound. Each pulsation emitted a dizzyingly intense mental fluctuation and rich dark energy, causing the entire fungal carpet and flesh walls of the nest to pulsate in sync. At its core lies a constantly rotating obsidian-like crystal of dark energy, the source of all mental corruption and Zerg control. Warning! We have entered the core of maternal care area. Environmental pollution levels have reached their peak. We are continuously suffering from psychological erosion. High-intensity biomagnetic field interference detected. Some electronic devices may malfunction. Li Wan felt as if his brain was being repeatedly struck by a heavy hammer. His ears were filled with countless crazy babbling and hissing, and even distorted hallucinations began to appear before his eyes. His high mental strength of 20 points, combined with the passive effect of leader's will, allowed him to barely remain conscious, but the resistance was extremely difficult. Lin Wan was in even worse shape. Her face was ashen, and her body swayed precariously. If it weren't for the energy of the touch of purification instinctively protecting her mind, she would have been instantly destroyed by this terrifying mental pollution. We must destroy it as soon as possible. Li Wan gritted his teeth, forcibly suppressing his surging blood and chaotic thoughts, raised his energy rifle, and pulled the trigger at the huge mother core. Bang! 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 The energy beams bombarded the writhing tentacles and slime shields surrounding the brood mother core, exploding into clumps of disgusting green slurry, but they could not penetrate the thick defenses to damage the true core crystal inside. Instead, it angered the master of this lair. Buzz! The mother core emitted a mental shriek that was far more violent and piercing than before. The fleshy walls of the entire incubation chamber writhed violently, countless holes opened, and all sorts of insectoids, swift insects, venomous insects, ghost insects, and even several types of guardian insectoids that had never been seen before and whose forms were more twisted surged out like a flood bursting its banks. At the same time, a large number of newly hatched, wet, low-level Zerg rapidly crawled out of the hatching pool. Their goal is singular: to tear apart these two invaders who dared to desecrate the sacred land. Lin Wan. Hold on. Li Wan pulled the nearly fainting Lin Wan behind him, leaning her against a relatively solid fleshy protrusion. He unleashed his energy rifle at full power, the blazing beams carving out brief gaps in the swarm of insects. The high-frequency dagger moved with impenetrable speed, slicing any insects that tried to get close into pieces. Lin Wan suppressed the discomfort on a spiritual level, pressed her hands to her temples, and used the energy of the purifying touch mainly to stabilize her and Li Wan's spirits and dispel the pervasive spiritual pollution. The milky white halo, like a candle flickering in the wind, shone uncertainly under the impact of the massive dark energy, but stubbornly protected the small area around the two of them. The battle instantly entered its most brutal and desperate phase of attrition. The swarm of insects is endless, while their ammunition and energy are being consumed rapidly. Li Wan's energy rifle overheated again, forcing him to carry it back on his back and rely entirely on his dagger and occasional pistol shots. His body was covered in countless wounds, some from insect limbs, some from acid corrosion, and many more from internal injuries caused by the shock of mental trauma. Blood was already spilling from the corner of his mouth. Lin Wan's energy was almost depleted, her face was ashen, and she was only holding on by willpower. If this continues, we'll die here. Lin Wan's voice trembled with despair. Li Wan's eyes were bloodshot as he looked at the mother core, which was still slowly pulsating, as if mocking their incompetence. A fierce feeling surged into his heart. This can't go on. We must break the deadlock. His gaze fell on the spinning crystal of dark energy. That's the very core. It's also the largest energy source. If we could directly attack it. A crazy plan formed in his mind. Lin Wan. Li Wan turned around abruptly, staring intently at her. Do you believe me? Looking into his eyes, which still burned with an indomitable flame even in dire straits, Lin Wan nodded firmly without any hesitation. I believe you. Fine. Li Wan roared, lend me all your power. All your life force. Hold nothing back. Guide it into my body. This is an extremely dangerous act. Forcibly injecting energy from different sources could cause both people to lose control of their energy and explode, resulting in their deaths. But at this moment, they had no other choice. Lin Wan closed her eyes, abandoning all defense and resistance, and poured the last bit of purifying touch energy in her body, along with her own vigorous life force, into Li Wan's body without reservation, like a flood bursting its banks, through their closely connected spirits and the nascent life link. Ugh! Li Wan let out a painful roar. A vast, pure life force, completely different from his own fierce energy, was forcibly injected, rampaging through his meridians and bringing excruciating pain. Fine beads of blood even began to seep from the surface of his body. But at the same time, he felt his senses being magnified infinitely. Spiritual power surges wildly under the nourishment of life energy. He seemed to be able to see the precise location of the fragile energy crystal inside the broodmother's core, and to sense the trajectory of the energy flow of the surrounding swarm of insects. Warning! The host is undergoing an excessive energy infusion. The body is on the verge of collapse. Detected that bound partner Lin Wan has activated the prototype of her ultimate talent skill, Ode to Life sacrifices all of her own energy and a portion of her life force to greatly enhance the target's all attributes and energy perception leaves the target extremely weak after the effect ends. Temporary status, all attributes plus 10. Energy perception plus 500%. Duration, 30 seconds. Now. An unprecedented glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Ignoring the excruciating pain and the warnings of impending collapse, he forcefully compressed and poured the violently mixed energy within his body into the high-frequency dagger in his hand in an unprecedented way. Buzz! The high-frequency dagger emitted a violent hum, unable to bear the strain. The originally cold metal blade now emitted an incredibly dazzling light that was a mixture of milky white and crimson gold. The light flickered erratically, radiating destructive energy fluctuations. He abruptly planted the alloy shield in front of him, temporarily blocking the swarm of insects. Then, he took a deep breath and, with all his might, hurled the energy bomb that carried all their hopes and strength toward the dark crystal at the core of the brood mother. The dagger transformed into a streak of light that tore through the darkness, and wherever it passed, even the air was ionized into crackling arcs of electricity. The Zerg that tried to block their path crumbled upon contact, instantly annihilated into the most basic particles. The nurturing core seemed to sense a deadly threat, letting out a terrified mental scream as all its tentacles frantically retracted, trying to protect the crystal. But it was too late. The streak of light shot into the gap in the tentacle defense with unparalleled precision, moving faster than the visual senses could perceive, and pierced the center of the constantly spinning dark energy crystal. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. Immediately afterwards, an indescribable, ultimate light and heat erupted from within the nurturing core. Boom! A deafening explosion engulfed the entire incubation chamber. The violent energy shockwave spread outwards like a tsunami. The fleshy walls, fungal carpet, hatching pools, and countless insectoids were instantly vaporized, decomposed, and annihilated in the face of this destructive energy storm, like ice and snow under the sun. Li Wan only had time to shield the completely exhausted and unconscious Lin Wan with his body. The alloy shield on his back made a piercing twisting sound in the shockwave, and then he lost all consciousness. After an unknown amount of time, the aftershocks of the explosion finally subsided. The entire incubation chamber had completely collapsed and melted, turning into a huge, charred crater. The brood core, the swarm of insects, all the filth and darkness vanished without a trace, as if they had never existed. Only in the center of the pit, a faint, pure, milky white light stubbornly flickered, protecting the two figures below, embracing and whose fate was unknown. Ding! Emergency mission eliminate threat completed. Successfully destroyed the nurturing core. Task rewards are being calculated. Chapter 13, New Life and Foundation, A Pact with the Stars. Consciousness slowly rose from the boundless darkness and chaos, like a drowning person finally breaking through the surface of the water. Li Wan suddenly opened his eyes and coughed violently, his lungs burning as if he had inhaled too much scorching smoke and residual energy. He found himself lying on a warm, soft, but charred remains of flesh, with Lin Wan, still unconscious and pale as a sheet, tightly wrapped beneath him. He immediately propped himself up, ignoring his own injuries, and checked on Lin Wan's condition as soon as possible. Her breathing was extremely weak, her pulse was shallow, and the once abundant and vigorous life energy in her body was now as dim as a candle flame about to go out. This is a severe backlash from the ode to life, which depletes not only energy but also the very life force at its source. Lin Wan! Lin Wan! Li Wan gently patted her cheek, his voice hoarse and anxious. As if hearing his call, Lin Wan's long eyelashes trembled a few times, and she opened her eyes with great difficulty, just a crack. Her eyes were unfocused and lifeless. When she saw Li Wan's anxious face, her lips moved slightly, but she couldn't make a sound. She could only manage a very weak, reassuring smile before falling into a deep coma again. But at least, she's still alive. A huge weight was lifted from Li Wan's heart. As long as he was alive, there was hope. He immediately took out the last, basic energy recovery agent, from the system space, carefully pried open Lin Wan's lips, and slowly fed her the agent. Although this medicine may be a drop in the bucket for her current condition, it can at least provide some energy. Only after he had done all this did he have time to look around. The once enormous, eerie, and oppressive incubation chamber has completely disappeared, replaced by a huge, charred crater over 50 meters in diameter, blasted out by a horrific explosion. A large hole was torn open in the dome that had been covered by fleshy walls, and the long-awaited, though still dim and yellowish, real sunlight shone down, dispelling the absolute darkness underground. The air was filled with the burnt smell of protein and the ozone fumes from the annihilation of energy. The original intense mental pollution and the chilling malice had vanished. The brood core, the swarm, the creep, the flesh wall, everything related to the Zerg hive was completely purified and wiped out in that final explosion. They succeeded. In a near mutual destruction manner, they destroyed this deadly threat. Just then, the system notification sounds that had been silent in my mind for a moment rang out one after another, like a triumphant song. Ding! Emergency mission eliminate threat has been completed. Rewards are being calculated. Basic rewards, 5,000 experience points, 3,000 system points. Additional rating, SSS rank completely destroyed the broodmother's nest with minimal losses, perfectly achieving the objective. Bonus rewards, experience points plus 2,000, system points plus 1,500, free attribute points plus 5. Level up. Current level, 42,758,000. All attributes plus 1, free attribute points plus 1. Level up. Current level, 50,15,000. All attributes plus 1, free attribute points plus 1. Ding. Congratulations, host. Your level has increased to level 5, unlocking a new feature. Team Management Module allows you to view team member status, assign simple tasks, and slightly improve team collaboration efficiency. Special reward received, part of the nest automatically stored in system space. Obtained a random high-quality blueprint, small energy shield generator blueprint. Bound to wife Lin Wan, who made outstanding contributions in the mission, she has received an exclusive reward. Her talent Touch of Purification has been upgraded to Hand of Life. Healing and purification effects are greatly enhanced. It can slowly restore the life force of herself and others. Its effectiveness against darkness, undead, and parasites is doubled. Her level has been increased to 3, with a slight increase in all attributes. The series of prompts almost dazzled Li Wan, but the surging sense of power in the rich rewards instantly dispelled his physical fatigue and pain. She leveled up twice, jumping directly from level 3 to level 5. Including quest rewards and level ups, she now has a whopping 8 free attribute points. Her points have skyrocketed to 5,650. More importantly, Lin Wan has unexpectedly benefited from this misfortune. Her talent has actually advanced. This means her chances of recovery have greatly increased. Without hesitation, he allocated his 8 free attribute points to 3 spirit, 3 stamina, and 2 agility. The importance of spirit was vividly demonstrated in the battle against the Brood Mother. Stamina determined the ability to sustain combat, and agility was crucial for survival. Instantly, a powerful and profound sense of strength, far stronger than ever before, filled his body, and his injuries healed rapidly thanks to the increased regenerative abilities brought about by the attribute boost. Host, Li Wan. Level, 15,000. Strength, 21 plus 10.5. Agility, 20. Endurance, 24 plus 7.2. Mental strength, 26. System points, 5650. He immediately looked into the system space, where a strange crystal, roughly the size of a fist, dark gold in color, with flickering veins on its surface like breathing, had appeared, the heart of the nest. It emitted a pure, gentle yet incredibly vast energy fluctuation, completely different from the cold and evil feeling of the previous mother core. Heart of the Nest special artifact, originating from the completely purified remains of the Zerg Broodmother's core, it contains pure life and order energy. It can be applied to the core of a base, causing a fundamental transformation. Effects: instantly upgrades the base level to level 2, unlocks energy purification field, slowly purifies the environment within its range, suppressing the growth of low-level dark creatures, unlocks basic life resurgence, slightly increases plant growth rate and animal reproduction rate within its range, unlocks basic defense matrix, generates a weak energy shield to resist low-level attacks. Powerful. Incomparably powerful. Li Wan's heart pounded. The effects of the Heart of the Nest far exceeded his expectations. It had practically transformed a dilapidated shelter into a fully functional miniature ecological fortress. This was the true foundation upon which he could establish himself in this apocalyptic world. He then looked at the blueprint for the small energy shield generator. If this thing could be manufactured, it would be a qualitative leap in both personal protection and stronghold defense, although the materials required seemed to be quite rare. Suppressing the urge to immediately use Heart of the Nest, Li Wan carefully carried the unconscious Lin Wan on his back and secured her with the strips of cloth he had found. Her body was so light it was heartbreaking. He calibrated his bearings and, using both hands and feet, began to climb upwards through the blasted hole in the dome. The explosion had almost destroyed the upper structure of the nest, but instead created a shortcut to the surface. When he finally carried Lin Wan on his back and stepped back onto the ruined land, breathing in the air that was polluted but no longer spiritually polluted, a feeling of being in another world arose spontaneously. The sunlight was dazzling, yet it symbolized new life. Without lingering, he quickly determined the direction of the library and rushed back as fast as he could. Outside the library, Zhang Hai and Wang Li were waiting anxiously. When they saw Li Wan carrying the unconscious Lin Wan back, they were both surprised and delighted to greet him. "Brother Wan. Sister Lin Wan, She's a little injured and needs to rest," Li Wan explained briefly, carefully settling Lin Wan in the most comfortable spot in the base. "The nest has been taken care of." Upon hearing this, Zhang Hai and Wang Li were so moved they almost cried. The sword that had been hanging over their heads had finally been severed. Li Wan wasted no time. He walked to the open space in the center of the library and took out the Heart of the Nest. A dark golden crystal floated in his palm, radiating a soft yet majestic light. "Based on this, I will build my city-state." He let out a low shout, followed the system's guidance, poured his mental energy into it, and then slammed it hard against the ground. Buzz! The moment the Heart of the Nest touched the ground, it transformed into a mighty golden torrent, as if it were alive, rapidly merging into the foundation of the library and spreading outwards. The entire library began to tremble slightly. Not from destruction, but from rebirth. On the ground, the dark red fungal carpet and filth faded and dissolved at a visible speed. The cracks on the walls were smoothed and reinforced by an invisible force, even faintly gleaming with a metallic sheen. The broken windows were replaced by a faint, almost invisible film of energy. The musty smell and dust in the air seemed to be filtered, becoming much fresher. Even more miraculously, in the open space outside the library, some tenacious, originally withered weeds began to sprout tiny green shoots. Though faint, they represented the return of life. Zhang Hai and Wang Li stared in disbelief at this miraculous change, their awe of Li Wan reaching its peak. Base core established. Current level, 2. Unlocked building, energy purification field range, 100 meters in radius. Unlocked building, basic life restoration weak effect, requires time to accumulate. Unlocked building, basic defense matrix active, consumes energy slowly. The system notification in my mind confirmed the reality of all of this. Li Wan walked to the window, looked at the land outside that was beginning to show faint signs of life, and then looked back at Lin Wan, whose breathing seemed to have become more stable within the energy purification field. He felt a sense of peace he had never felt before. The base area was finally no longer a castle in the air. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the library's dome and reaching towards the endless starry sky. Zerg. Brood Mother. Parallel universe. This is just the beginning. He clenched his fist, feeling the surging power within him and the heavy responsibility on his shoulders. Next, we should set our sights on the stars. His journey is through these ruins, this planet, and the vast sea of stars. And the people around him, this nascent city-state, will be his strongest support. The pact under the stars is hereby made. Chapter 14, A Spark Ignites a Prairie Fire, Visitors from the Federation. The library, or rather, the Spark Base, is undergoing rapid changes under the influence of the power of the Heart of the Nest. The originally dilapidated building structure was reinforced by an invisible force, and the walls appeared to be a grayish-white color that mixed metallic luster and rock texture, making them look exceptionally sturdy. The windows were replaced by a light blue energy film that allows light to pass through while also providing basic defensive capabilities. Within a radius of 100 meters around the base, the land covered by dark red fungal carpet and filth is being purified by the energy purification field at a slow but steady pace. Although it has not yet regained its fertility, it is at least no longer a breeding ground for insectoids. In fact, a few tenacious grass sprouts have even emerged, which look particularly precious in the dim sunlight. The basic defense matrix operates at low power, with an almost invisible energy ripple enveloping the entire base, capable of warning of and deflecting stray bullets or small mutated creatures. Zhang Hai and Wang Li are maintaining this newborn home with an almost devout attitude. Using the Zerg carapaces and metal scraps he collected, Zhang Hai, under Li Wan's guidance, began to try making some simple armor and weapon replacement parts. Wang Li was responsible for housekeeping and taking care of Lin Wan, who was still in a coma, as well as carefully trying to sow the surviving vegetable seeds on the purified land. Li Wan spent most of his time on 3 things. First, stay by Lin Wan's side, closely monitor her condition, and feed her water and crushed nutrients regularly. Secondly, using the surgeon system points and the small energy shield generator blueprint, I searched for and exchanged some key basic materials in the shop, spending nearly 2,000 points. Although I still need many rare elements to create the finished product, I have already set up a basic workbench. Third, through the newly unlocked Team Management module, guide Zhang Hai in basic combat training and stronghold defense drills. The Team Management module allows him to clearly see Zhang Hai and Wang Li's attributes far below average, but with extremely high loyalty and status, and he can issue simple commands such as Vigilance Patrol and Resource Organization to slightly improve their efficiency. 3 days passed in a flurry of activity and waiting. That evening, as Li Wan was studying how to optimize armor design by utilizing the energy conduction properties of the Zerg carapace at his workbench, Lin Wan, who had been unconscious, finally showed signs of change. Her originally pale face regained a rosy hue, her weak breathing became steady and long, and more importantly, Li Wanning could clearly feel that the life flame in her body, which had been like a candle flickering in the wind, was slowly but firmly regaining its vigor. A much purer, more powerful, and vibrant energy began to flow spontaneously through her meridians, even faintly emanating a refreshing and invigorating aura. This is, her life master talent is working spontaneously to repair her damaged essence. Li Wan was overjoyed and immediately went to the bedside, taking her slightly cool hand in his. As if sensing his presence, Lin Wan's long eyelashes trembled violently, and then she slowly and laboriously opened her eyes. Her eyes were initially somewhat confused and unfocused, but they quickly settled on Li Wan's face, which was full of concern. Those clear eyes, now as if washed by spring water, were even brighter and more captivating, with a vibrant emerald glow even faintly flowing deep within them. Li Wan. She began, her voice weak but no longer hoarse, instead carrying a gentle, jade-like quality. Did we succeed? It's a success. Li Wan squeezed her hand tightly, a genuine smile appearing on his face for the first time in days. The nest has been completely destroyed, and the base has been established. You did a great job, you saved us all. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan's face showed a relieved and reassured smile. Then, after sensing her own condition, a hint of surprise flashed in her eyes. My power seems different. Your talent has advanced touch of purification has become hand of life, Li Wan told her, relaying the system reward information after she fell into a coma. Lin Wan tried raising her hand. With a slight thought, a rich and gentle milky white halo instantly enveloped her palm. Within the halo, there were even specks of emerald green light that twinkled like stardust. She gently placed her hand on her still slightly aching chest. The light seeped into her body, and the feeling of weakness subsided at a visible speed, invigorating her spirits. The effect is far superior to the previous touch of purification. That's great. Lin Wan looked at her hands with delight, feeling the inexhaustible life force flowing through her body. This way, I can help everyone better. Just then, Zhang Hai, who was on guard duty on the roof, suddenly sent an emergency communication through the team management module. The module has a built-in simple mental communication function. Brother 1. Something's happened. An unidentified flying object has been spotted to the southeast. It's rapidly approaching. Li Wan's eyes sharpened, and he said to Lin Wan, "You should rest well." He immediately grabbed the energy rifle leaning against the wall and rushed up to the library roof. Following Zhang Hai's gaze, he saw a black dot trailing a faint tail of flame in the twilight sky, flying at an extremely fast speed toward the base. It was neither a Zerg biological ship nor any Earth spacecraft he had ever seen. It was entirely silver gray, with smooth lines, exhibiting obvious characteristics of a technological creation. Are they enemies or friends? Countless thoughts flashed through Li Wan's mind in an instant. Encountering other survivor teams in the ruins is common, but to possess a flying vehicle that clearly surpasses Earth's current technological level could only be an alien force or the Galactic Federation? Activate the highest alert. Zhang Hai, take Wang Li and Nyo Nyo to the basement. Lin Wan, you. Li Wan quickly gave the order, but when he turned around, he saw that Lin Wan had already stood up, leaning against the wall. Although her face was still a little pale, her eyes were unusually firm. I can fight, and at least I can heal. Lin Wan walked to his side, her tone leaving no room for refusal. Li Wan glanced at her, then didn't insist further, simply handing her the alloy shield. Take care of yourself. The aircraft began to slow down and hover over the outskirts of the base, seemingly carefully scanning and assessing the environment below. It did not show any obvious hostility, but it did not land immediately either. A few minutes later, the aircraft descended and finally landed slowly and vertically on a relatively flat open space outside the base gate. The hatch opened, but instead of the expected army pouring out, only 2 people stepped out. The man in front wore a well-tailored silver-gray uniform with an insignia of a sword surrounded by stars on his epaulets similar to the insignia on the crashed spaceship. He had a handsome face, a calm expression, and sharp eyes with a hint of scrutiny. He carried an exquisitely designed energy pistol at his waist. Following behind was a tall, slender young woman dressed in what appeared to be a research lab coat. She wore frameless glasses and held a tablet that was constantly flashing data. She was looking at the base covered by the energy purification field and the faintly visible basic defense matrix with a look of amazement. An unfamiliar survivor settlement, an astonishing environmental modification technology. The leading man spoke, his voice clearly amplified through some kind of loudspeaker, in perfect galactic common tongue which Li Wan automatically understood through the system. I am Qin Feng, a lieutenant in the 7th Reconnaissance Fleet of the Galactic Federation. I am ordered to investigate the abnormal energy fluctuations and Zerg activity in this star sector. Who are you? Who is in charge here? His gaze bypassed Zhang Hai, who was on guard with a gun, and Lin Wan, who was holding a shield, and landed on Li Wan, who was clearly in charge. Thoughts raced through Li Wan's mind. The Galactic Federation. It really was them. In his previous life, he had only heard of this massive organization spanning multiple star systems, one of the main pillars of human civilization in the interstellar age, but also one rife with internal strife and bureaucracy. He stepped forward, calmly meeting Qin Feng's gaze, and replied in the still somewhat rusty galactic common language, Li Wan. This is the Spark Base. We are survivors from Earth. His voice wasn't loud, but it carried an undeniable calmness and strength. A hint of surprise flashed in Qin Feng's eyes. He hadn't expected to encounter such an extraordinary survivor leader on this remote planet that had just been ravaged by the Zerg, and who seemed to have mastered some kind of advanced environmental modification technology. He glanced at the energy rifle in Li Wan's hand, which was clearly not of Earth standard, and at the life energy fluctuations emanating from Lin Wan beside him, which made him feel faintly comfortable. His assessment improved even further. Mr. Li Wan, Xin Feng's tone became slightly more formal. We detected a high-intensity energy burst in this area a few days ago, and the signal from a brother-class Zerg hive has disappeared. Is this related to you? That's right, Li Wan readily admitted. The nest has been destroyed by us. Despite their initial suspicions, upon hearing Li Wan's confirmation firsthand, Xin Feng and the female researcher behind him displayed undisguised shock. Destroying a broodmother's nest with just a rudimentary survivor outpost? That's simply unbelievable. The female researcher couldn't help but step forward, her gaze fixed intently on Li Wan and Lin Wan, especially on the rich life energy emanating from Lin Wan. How did you do that? That energy burst, and the purifying force field here, this is something that the technology of the old Earth could never achieve. Instead of answering directly, Li Wan asked in return, where is the Federation's fleet? How does the Federation plan to respond to the disaster on Earth? Xin Feng frowned slightly, seemingly surprised by Li Wan's question, but still replied, the main fleet is currently engaged in battle with the Zerg main force in multiple star sectors, and cannot temporarily allocate too many forces to directly support Earth. The main tasks of our reconnaissance team are to assess the damage, search for surviving technological signals, and find potential resistance forces or special individuals. His gaze swept over Li Wan and Lin Wan again, the meaning of which was self-evident. Li Wan understood. The Federation was also stretched thin. They were more like there to screen and observe than to provide pure rescue. Just then, the female researcher seemed to have discovered something in the scan data. She suddenly pointed at the main building of the library and exclaimed in surprise, Lieutenant Qin. Look! The structural readings of this building, it's self-repairing and strengthening? Could this be the legendary active metal technology? Or some kind of biomimetic technology? Even Qin Feng couldn't remain calm. He stared at the library's walls, which gleamed with a grayish-white metallic sheen, his eyes filled with horror. The changes brought about by the heart of the nest were clearly beyond their comprehension. Qin Feng took a deep breath and looked at Li Wan again. His eyes had completely changed, from scrutiny to solemnity and a hint of passion. Mr. Li Wan, his tone became more serious than ever before, I think we need to have a serious talk. Regarding the future of Earth, perhaps we can cooperate. Chapter 15, Cooperation and Bargaining Chips, A Crossroads of Fate. The lobby on the first floor of the library, which used to be filled with insect corpses and miscellaneous items, has now been simply cleared out. A fairly intact old desk was placed in the center, where Li Wan and Federal Lieutenant Qin Feng sat facing each other. Lin Wan sat beside Li Wan. Although her face was still somewhat pale, her back was straight, her eyes were calm, and the warm yet powerful life force emanating from her could not be concealed. Holding an alloy shield, Zhang Hai stood behind Li Wan like a gatekeeper, trying his best to look more dignified. The female researcher, holding her tablet, curiously scanned and recorded things around her from a short distance away, occasionally letting out exclamations of surprise. The atmosphere was subtle and tense. Active metal? Biomimicry? Li Wan repeated the female researcher's exclamation, a perfectly timed confusion on his face. I don't understand what you're talking about. This is just our home, we're just trying our best to make it safer. He gently tapped the gray-white wall, producing a dull metallic knocking sound. Perhaps it's an anomaly caused by residual energy after the Zerg hive was destroyed? He directly attributed everything to the destroyed lair. The existence of the heart of the lair and the system was his greatest secret, and he would never easily reveal it. Qin Feng's gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed on Li Wan, trying to find a flaw in his face. But Li Wan's eyes were like a deep well, calm and undisturbed. He was silent for a few seconds, then suddenly smiled and stopped dwelling on the question, perhaps. The Zerg's power system is indeed unpredictable. In any case, Mr. Li Wan, your ability to independently destroy a broodmother nest is an astonishing feat in itself, worthy of the Federation's respect. He then shifted his tone and got to the point. As I said, the Federation's main forces are tied down and unable to provide large-scale direct military assistance to Earth. But we are willing to provide limited support to potential and capable survivor forces like yours, including intelligence sharing, basic technical guidance, and an opportunity. What opportunity? Li Wan asked calmly. An opportunity to join the Federation's peripheral system and gain more resources and room for development. Qin Feng leaned forward slightly, his tone carrying a hint of temptation. You can become an officially recognized cooperative unit of the Federation on Earth, enjoying a certain degree of autonomy. At the same time, you can earn points by completing tasks issued by the Federation, which can be exchanged for the technology, weapons, or even tickets to leave this ruin and travel to a safer star system that you urgently need. Li Wan sneered inwardly. Indeed, there is no such thing as a free lunch. The so-called cooperation is essentially a matter of appeasement and exploitation, turning Earth's resistance forces into cheap cannon fodder and pawns for the Federation's fight against the Zerg. Official recognition? Autonomy? Faced with an absolute disparity in strength, these are all castles in the air. Sounds good. Li Wan's face showed a thoughtful expression. But what do we need to give up? Or rather, what does the Federation need us to do? It's very simple. Qin Feng pointed to the base that the female researcher was scanning. Prove your worth, and accept the Federation's initial assessment and oversight. He deliberately slowed his speech. We need to understand the specific process of how you destroyed the nest, and grasp the special technologies or abilities you possess. His gaze swept over Lin Wan again, with a meaningful undertone. This is their real purpose. To uncover the secret behind Li Wan and his group's victory against overwhelming odds, and to assess Lin Wan's miraculous healing and purification abilities. Lin Wan felt a little uncomfortable under his gaze and frowned slightly. Li Wan's fingers tapped lightly on the table, making a rhythmic tapping sound. He didn't answer immediately, as if weighing the pros and cons. The hall was silent except for the faint beeping sound from the female researcher's tablet. After a long pause, Li Wan raised his head and looked calmly at Qin Feng. Lieutenant Qin, cooperation is fine. But the method needs to be changed. Oh? Qin Feng raised an eyebrow. How do you want to cooperate? We don't need so-called official recognition or vague points exchange. Li Wan's voice was steady and powerful. What we need is real assistance that can immediately enhance our survivability. Weapon design blueprints, non-core, basic industrial equipment drawings, a list of scarce metal materials and possible acquisition methods, and detailed intelligence on the Zerg force deployment within the solar system, the weaknesses of advanced Zerg units, and the activity patterns of the parallel rifts. With each request he made, Qin Feng's brow furrowed more deeply. Li Wan's demands precisely targeted resources that the Federation could provide, but which weren't core secrets. More importantly, he demonstrated an understanding of the interstellar situation and the Zerg system, something no ordinary survivor should possess. In return, Li Wan continued, offering his bargaining chip, we can open the Spark base to the Federation to a limited extent as a forward observation post. You can send no more than 3 unarmed observers to be stationed there permanently, to study the environmental evolution after the Zerg's extinction, and observe our methods of fighting the remaining Zerg, provided that it does not interfere with our normal operations. At the same time, within our capabilities and without endangering our own safety, we can assist the Federation in eliminating specific Zerg threat units on Earth. He paused, his gaze sweeping over the female researcher before returning to Qin Feng's face. As for Lin Wan's healing abilities, that's her personal talent, not a technology that can be traded. But if the Federation has any seriously wounded soldiers in need of treatment, we can provide paid assistance, provided that conditions permit and we are willing. Li Wan's plan boils down to 8 words: equal transactions, maintaining independence. He refused to be recruited or reveal core secrets, instead using observation rights and limited cooperation as bargaining chips to obtain tangible development resources. He positioned himself as a partner, or at least a potential partner on par with the Federation, rather than a vassal. Qin Feng fell silent. He realized he had severely underestimated this young man named Li Wan. Not only was the man incredibly strong, but he was also meticulous and profound in his thinking. His judgment of the situation and his negotiation skills were far beyond what one would expect from a young man. The proposal he put forward almost perfectly balanced the Federation's acceptable limits. It gave the Federation what it wanted: opportunities for observation and research while preserving its own independence and core interests to the greatest extent possible. The female researcher also stopped scanning and looked at Li Wan in surprise, clearly not expecting that a native survivor could propose such an insightful cooperation framework. Mr. Li Wan, your request, I need to report it to the fleet. Qin Feng did not agree immediately, as it was beyond his authority. Please go ahead. Li Wan made a casual gesture. We have plenty of time. After all, cleaning up the bugs on Earth is an outcome we all hope to see. Just then, the female researcher seemed to receive some information. She quickly walked to Qin Feng's side, whispered a few words in his ear, and handed him the tablet to look at. Qin Feng's expression changed slightly, and his gaze towards Li Wan became even more complicated, even carrying a hint of disbelief. He put down the tablet, took a deep breath, and spoke again, his tone becoming more solemn. Mr. Li Wan, we have just received the latest scan and analysis report from the fleet. In addition to the destroyed broodmother nest, we have also detected extremely faint but astonishingly high-quality radiation residue of life essence crystals deep within your base. Crystallized essence of life? Li Wan's heart stirred. Did it refer to the residual aura after the purification of the heart of the nest? Or the energy dissipated when Lin Wan's talent advanced? Qin Feng stared intently at Li Wan and said, word by word, this level of life energy crystal is a strategic resource even in the Federation. It can greatly enhance the potential of living beings, delay aging, and even has miraculous effects on healing certain genetic traumas and soul damage. The Federal Academy of Sciences has the highest priority to purchase it. He leaned forward, his voice low and alluring like never before. If you can provide even a small piece of life essence crystal, or a stable method of its production, I can grant you all the requests you just made on the spot, on behalf of the fleet. Furthermore, the Federation can grant you honorary citizenship, and a frigate equipped with a basic warp drive. The chips skyrocketed instantly. The atmosphere in the library lobby suddenly became more subtle and tense. Zhang Hai couldn't help but swallow hard. A spaceship capable of interstellar travel. Wang Li also covered her mouth, her eyes filled with shock. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan with some concern. Li Wan's face remained calm, but his heart was in turmoil. He hadn't expected the aura of the heart of the nest to be detected, nor had he expected the Federation to value it so highly. Providing crystals? Absolutely not. The heart of the nest is the foundation of the base. A method of production? Even more absurd. However, this also means that he has unintentionally gained another very significant trump card. He met Qin Feng's burning gaze, slowly shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of regret and determination. I'm sorry, Lieutenant Qin. We do not possess the crystal of the origin of life you mentioned. It is perhaps a special phenomenon caused by the dissipation of life energy plundered from the planet when the mother core was destroyed, and it cannot be replicated. He directly blocked this path, but left room for maneuver in his words. However, if the Federation urgently needs such resources, perhaps it could pay attention to other areas that have been severely eroded by the Zerg but have recovered? After all, destruction and rebirth often go hand in hand. A hint of disappointment flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but Li Wan's reasoning was reasonable, and he couldn't refute it. He gave Li Wan a deep look, as if trying to see through this mysterious young man completely. I understand. Qin Feng stood up. I will report your cooperation proposal and the information about the crystal of the origin of life to my superiors. I believe we will receive a reply soon. He didn't mention the frigate and honorary citizenship again, but the unfulfilled temptation had already been planted like a seed in the hearts of everyone present. The Federation's envoy did not linger and soon departed in his aircraft, disappearing into the twilight. The library returned to calm, but everyone knew that something had quietly changed. Li Wan stood by the window, gazing intently in the direction the aircraft had disappeared. Contact with the Federation opened a door to a wider world, but also brought new challenges and temptations. Should we settle down on Earth, gradually building our base and developing our power? Or should we leverage the Federation's resources to reach the stars more quickly? A crossroads of fate has appeared before us. And he had to make a choice. Chapter 16, Choices in Construction, the Beginning of Undercurrents. The Federal aircraft disappeared into the twilight sky, leaving behind only a silent ripple. The atmosphere in the library lobby did not lighten after the visitors left. Zhang Hai still gripped his shield tightly, his breathing somewhat heavy, clearly not yet fully recovered from the negotiations that had just taken place, which concerned the fate of the base. Wang Li held Niu Niu in her arms, her eyes filled with complex emotions, a mixture of longing for the spaceship promised by the Federation and for the future, and a hint of fear of the unknown. Lin Wan walked quietly to Li Wan's side and whispered, that crystal of the origin of life, they seem to value it very much. Could it cause trouble? Li Wan turned around, his gaze sweeping over everyone, taking in each person's expression. There was no hesitation or wavering on his face, only his usual composure. Trouble will come sooner or later. It's not about what we have, but about how strong we are. His voice echoed clearly in the hall, carrying a calming power. The Federation's proposal seems tempting, but it's actually a trap wrapped in honey. Once we accept their supervision and evaluation, Spark will no longer belong to us. We will become guinea pigs in their laboratory, or pawns that can be sacrificed at will on the front lines. He walked to the window, pointing to the land outside that was being slowly purified, and the perilous ruins further away. Our roots are here. Only by building this place into a truly solid fortress can we stand tall in any negotiation and have the ability to determine our own destiny. We can never be truly strong by relying on the charity of others. His words were like a wake-up call, shattering the unrealistic fantasies in Zhang Hai and Wang Li's hearts. Yes, a spaceship is certainly tempting, but without autonomy, what status can people like them have in a new place? They'll just be struggling to survive in a different environment. Brother Wan, we'll listen to you. Zhang Hai was the first to speak, his eyes regaining their resolve. You tell us what to do, and we'll do it. Wang Li nodded vigorously. Yes, this is our home. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, her eyes filled with trust and support. She believed in his judgment and in the future they would create together. Li Wan nodded. With the internal consensus reached, the next step was action. He first checked Lin Wan's physical condition. Thanks to the powerful self-healing ability of the Life Master talent, her fundamental damage had been mostly restored, but her strength had not yet fully recovered to its peak. Your abilities are key, Li Wan said to Lin Wan. Not only in combat and healing, but also in the future development of the base and the cohesion of the people, your strength is needed. He tasked Lin Wan with establishing a small medical point within the base, using her advanced abilities to try to purify the water, process the collected herbs, and treat some of the injuries sustained in previous battles, mainly some scratches and hidden injuries to Zhang Hai as well as any new members who might be recruited in the future and have injuries or illnesses. This not only increases the survival rate, but also quickly builds prestige and a sense of belonging. Lin Wanxin accepted the order, as she already held the belief of saving lives and healing the wounded, and this was exactly what she wanted. Next, Li Wan turned his gaze to Zhang Hai and the mountain of Zerg materials. Zhang Hai, your task is very important. Li Wan pointed to the carapaces and claws. We need to turn these materials into real combat power as soon as possible. First, try to make a few sets of basic insect armor. They don't need to be fancy. The key is to protect vitals. Then, using the method I taught you before, try to make some hunting traps and barbed fences with the claws of the insects you hunt. No problem, Brother Wan. I'll get right on it. Zhang Hai was full of energy and immediately threw himself into the bustling work. Li Wan himself once again immersed himself in the system interface and the small energy shield generator blueprint. His contact with the Federation made him feel the pressure of the technological gap even more acutely. Energy shields, whether for personal use or for expanding the base's defense matrix in the future, were crucial technology. He carefully examined the materials required for the blueprint: refined conductive metal X10 units, stable energy core X1, primary energy circuit etching tool X1 set. He could exchange most basic materials using points in the system shop, or try to find substitutes in the ruins. However, the two key items, the stable energy core and the basic energy circuit etching tool, were expensive in the shop. The core required 2,000 points, and the tool required 800 points, and they appeared to be products of more advanced industry, making them almost impossible to find in the ruins. It seems that creating high-tech equipment by hand isn't so easy, Li Wan rubbed his temples. Although he still had over 3,000 points, he couldn't squander them, he had to use them wisely. He temporarily shifted his attention away from the shield generator and began planning the next steps for the base's development. Food and water are the foundation of survival. Although the purification plant is slowly improving the environment, it's a long-term solution that can't address the immediate problem. He instructed Wang Li, while taking care of Niu Niu and Lin Wan, to organize and plan the few small plots of land where green shoots had sprouted, to conduct a preliminary farming experiment. Even if they could only grow a few edible plants, it would be a huge encouragement. At the same time, he organized Zhang Hai to search for possible underground water sources or uncontaminated water storage facilities nearby. In terms of defense, besides the physical traps and armor that Zhang Hai is currently building, Li Wan has begun to utilize the team management module, combined with the library structure enhanced by the heart of the nest, to design a simple shift system for vigilance and defense. He even used a small amount of points to exchange for some basic reconnaissance drone parts which cannot be directly exchanged for finished products, intending to have Zhang Hai research and assemble them when he has time, in order to expand the reconnaissance range. The days flew by in a flurry of activity. The Spark base, like a slowly recovering life form, stubbornly began to function amidst the ruins. Lin Wan's medical station was showing initial success. The water she purified with her abilities and the simply processed herbs were remarkably effective, significantly improving Zhang Hai's old injuries. This made Zhang Hai and his wife even more devoted to Li Wan and Lin Wan. Zhang Hai also successfully crafted several sets of crude-looking but sturdy insect armor vests and arm guards, as well as a dozen or so traps covered in barbs. Everything is moving in a positive direction. However, just when Li Wan thought he could catch his breath and prepare to organize a more in-depth reconnaissance and resource collection of the surrounding area, an unexpected signal broke the brief calm. That afternoon, as Li Wan was debugging the shaky, makeshift drone that Zhang Hai had just assembled, the special communication channel belonging to Federation envoy Qin Feng, a rudimentary device left by Qin Feng for one-way information reception when they parted that had been dormant in his mind for a long time, suddenly flickered and transmitted a short, encrypted message. The message was very simple, consisting of only 2 sentences. An unusually high energy reaction has been observed in the Ash Plains area, formerly Central Park and City C, suspected to be anomalies of surviving Zerg units or an unknown signal source. Hazard level, medium. Intelligence shared, for reference only. Xinfeng Federal 7th Reconnaissance Fleet. At the end of the message, a rough coordinate was also attached. Li Wan's gaze sharpened instantly. Ash Plains, once the heart of a once thriving city, now reduced to scorched earth. Zerg remnants? Or something else entirely? The Federation sent this intelligence specifically for a reason. Their motives are far from simple. Is it a gesture of goodwill? A test? Or a ploy to use them as a tool to eliminate potential threats, or to investigate whether the so-called crystallization of the essence of life is related to the anomalous signal? Regardless of the possibility, it means that the Spark base has officially come into the sights of certain forces. The peaceful days are over. Li Wan stood up, walked to the window, and looked towards the Ash Plains. Undercurrents have begun to stir. Should we continue to remain content with our limited territory and focus on development? Or should we take the initiative to nip potential threats in the bud, and at the same time, investigate what secrets that so-called abnormally high energy reaction truly holds? The answer is self-evident. He turned around, his gaze sweeping over Lin Wan and Zhang Hai, who were busy at work. Get ready. His voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable decisiveness. We have a new target. Chapter 17, Ashes of Mystery, Claws of Fission. Ash Plains? Upon hearing Li Wan's words, Lin Wan and Zhang Hai both stopped what they were doing and gathered around. A hint of worry flashed in Lin Wan's eyes, while Zhang Hai was more eager to try. Li Wan briefly recounted the information Xinfeng had sent and pointed out the rough coordinates to them. A message from the Federation? Would they really be that kind? Zhang Hai scratched his head, expressing his skepticism. Regardless of their purpose, this intelligence itself is worth taking seriously, Li Wan said in a deep voice. The Ash Plains are not far from us. If there is anything unusual there, it will affect us sooner or later. Instead of waiting passively, we should take the initiative to investigate. He looked at Lin Wan. How is your recovery going? This mission might require your medical expertise. Lin Wan felt the ever-flowing, increasingly rich life energy within her body and nodded affirmatively. No problem, I have fully recovered, and I feel even better than before. All right. Li Wan no longer hesitated and quickly made arrangements. Zhang Hai, you stay at the base and continue to strengthen the defenses and guard our home. Lin Wan and I will go to the Ash Plains. Although Zhang Hai also wanted to go, he knew that the base couldn't be left unguarded, so he solemnly agreed. Brother Wan, Sister Lin Wan, don't worry. I will definitely guard this place well. Li Wan and Lin Wan didn't waste any time and quickly organized their equipment. Li Wan carried an energy rifle with a full magazine, a high-frequency dagger, 2 pistols with ample ammunition, and some essential survival supplies. Lin Wan carried a simple medical kit containing hemostatic herbs and purifying ointment that she had initially purified using her abilities. The two bid farewell to Zhang Hai and left the Spark base, which was shrouded in a light blue energy membrane, once again stepping into the perilous ruins. The closer you get to the Ash Plains, the more desolate and lifeless the surrounding scenery becomes. What was once Central Park is now just an endless expanse of black ash and twisted metal debris, as if scorched by fire. The tall trees were reduced to charred skeletons, the tenacious weeds had vanished without a trace, and a faint, pungent smell like sulfur filled the air. Even the rampant mutated creatures seemed to have dwindled in number. The energy field here is very chaotic. Lin Wan frowned slightly. Her life master energy was extremely sensitive to the environment. It feels like being torn apart and polluted. Li Wan nodded. His mental energy had also sensed the anomaly in this area. It wasn't just desolate. Deeper within, a restless energy flow seemed to lurk. Unlike the cold, viscous mental pollution of the previous Zerg nests, the energy here was more violent and chaotic. Guided by the coordinates, they carefully traversed the ashes. Beneath their feet lay soft, scorching ash, each step leaving a deep footprint. Suddenly, Li Wan stopped abruptly and raised his fist as a warning. His gaze was sharp as he fixed on a relatively raised hill in front of him, made up of building debris and ashes. There's some noise. Lin Wan immediately held her breath, raised her hands slightly, and a milky white halo appeared faintly in her palms. After a moment of silence, a faint click sound, like metal scraping or bones dislocating, came from behind the hill. Immediately afterwards, a twisted figure slowly crawled out from behind the hill. That was a Zergling. But its appearance was extremely strange. It largely retains the outline of a hunting insect, but its size has increased by nearly double. Its carapace is no longer pure black, but is covered with irregular, dark red patterns, like cooled lava. Orange-red light faintly shines through the gaps in the patterns, as if magma is flowing inside its body. One of its forelimbs mutated into a huge, crab-like, dark red pincer, while the other twisted into a hooked claw covered in bone spurs. Its head was even more ferocious, with its mouthparts exposed, constantly dripping corrosive mucus, and its compound eyes flashing with a crazy and unstable red light. Warning! Mutant Zerd unit detected, fish and claw bug. Analysis: this unit has been affected by unknown high-energy radiation, causing a mutation. Its physical defense and strength have been greatly enhanced, its attacks inflict high temperatures and corrosive effects, and its mental state is extremely unstable, making it highly aggressive. Weaknesses: the energy core is unstable, and the joint connections are relatively fragile. The system notification confirmed Li Wan's guess. It really was a mutant. And it was due to high energy radiation. The fish and claw beetle had clearly spotted them as well, letting out a strange cry that mixed with a hiss and some kind of energy howl. Its massive body, carrying a wave of heat, charged forward. Its speed was no slower than that of an ordinary hunting beetle. Watch out for its pincers and high temperature. Li Wan shouted, instantly raising his energy rifle and firing continuously at its charging trajectory and its seemingly unstable joints. Bang! 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 The energy beam struck the fish and claw beetle's dark red carapace, but only produced a string of sparks and left a few scorch marks, unable to penetrate. Only when one beam hit one of its leg joints did its charge momentum slow down slightly. Such strong defense! Enraged, the fish and claw beetle unleashed its massive, dark red pincers with a whistling sound as it tore through the air, slamming down towards Li Wan. Even before the pincers arrived, a wave of scorching heat rushed towards him. Li Wan dared not take the attack head-on. His 20 points of agility allowed him to slide to the side and back like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the attack. The giant pincers slammed down on the spot where he had just been standing. With a loud bang, ashes flew everywhere, and a shallow crater was smashed into the ground. The ashes at the edge of the crater were instantly melted by the high temperature and turned into a dark red, glassy substance. At the same time, its other bony claw, like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, silently stabbed towards Li Wan's ribs. Purification impact! Lin Wanjie shouted, and a condensed milky white beam of light arrived first, accurately striking the bone spike claw. Laugh! The beam of light made contact with the bone claw, producing a violent sound of energy annihilation. The dark light on the bone claw dimmed instantly, and fine cracks even appeared on the bone spikes at the tip. The fish and claw worm let out a painful screech, and the trajectory of its claw attack was deflected. Seizing the moment, Li Wan drew his high-frequency dagger, ducked low, and swept past the fish and claw worm from the side, the dagger slashing with all its might at the leg joint that had been injured by the energy rifle earlier. Put! This time, the indestructible nature of the high-frequency dagger came into play. With a teeth-grinding cutting sound and a spurt of green, steaming blood, the fish and claw worm's injured leg snapped off. Awah! The fish and claw worm let out a shrill scream, its huge body lost its balance and crashed to the ground, stirring up a cloud of ash. But its ferocity remained undiminished. Even as it lay on the ground, it continued to wield its giant pincers and bone claws, frantically attacking everything around it, while occasionally spitting out small streams of scorching, corrosive molten liquid from its mouth. Li Wan and Lin Wan kept moving around, dodging its dying struggles. Li Wan used an energy rifle to continuously shoot at its exposed weak points in the abdomen and head, while Lin Wan constantly used purification impact to disrupt its movements and purify the molten residue it spewed out. Finally, after enduring dozens of attacks, the energy within this mutated insectoid seemed to reach a critical point. The orange-red light from the gaps in its carapace, which was covered with dark red spots, suddenly became incredibly dazzling. Oh no! It's going to self-destruct! Li Wan's pupils contracted, and he grabbed Lin Wan, retreating backward with all his might. Boom! An explosion several times more powerful than an energy rifle shot rang out. The fish and claw worm's body was like a lit powder keg, instantly shattering into pieces. Scorching flesh and carapace fragments shot out in all directions like shrapnel, and a small mushroom cloud rose from the center of the explosion, blasting a charred crater into the ground, where flames still burned fiercely. The powerful shockwave sent Li Wan and Lin Wan flying several meters away, where they crashed heavily into the ashes. Cough cough. Li Wan propped himself up, feeling a burning pain in his back, probably from being cut by the flying shell fragments. He immediately looked at Lin Wan. Are you all right? Lin Wan was also thrown around and felt dizzy, but she reacted very quickly. The moment she landed, she used her life energy to protect herself. She was just a little disheveled, but not injured. She shook her head, her eyes wide with shock as she stared at the still burning crater from the explosion. This mutant is terrifying. Li Wan nodded gravely. If a single mutated, low-level insectoid was this troublesome, imagine what would happen if they formed a large force. He walked to the edge of the crater, enduring the intense heat, and carefully used his dagger to pry at the remaining, still burning fragments of the Zerg organization. Besides the burnt smell, he also seemed to smell a peculiar odor similar to that of radioactive material. It seems that the abnormally high energy reaction Qin Feng mentioned is very likely the source of these Zerg mutations. Li Wan stood up and looked deeper into the ash plains. We must find it. Otherwise, once this mutation spreads, the consequences would be unimaginable. He glanced at the system notification and learned that killing this fish and claw bug had earned him 300 points, much more than killing a regular bug, but it also proved its threat level. After a short rest in treating the minor scratch on Li Wan's back, the two continued to advance more cautiously towards the core area indicated by the coordinates. The deeper you go, the more fish and claw worms and other strange radiation mutants appear around you. The battles became frequent and arduous. These mutants are not only highly defensive and aggressive, but also extremely frenzied. They often choose to self-destruct at the last moment, attempting to perish together with the invaders. Li Wan and Lin Wan's teamwork became increasingly seamless in each battle. Li Wan was responsible for frontal assaults and exploiting weaknesses, while Lin Wan was responsible for disruption, environmental cleanup, and healing at crucial moments. Her life healer ability is remarkably effective in resisting residual radiation and purifying the pollution caused by mutants, becoming the key to their continued exploration. After clearing out the fourth wave of hybrid mutants consisting of 3 fish and claw worms and several radiation-spitting worms, they finally reached the core area marked with coordinates. The scene before them made both of them gasp in shock. It was a huge, bottomless sinkhole, as if it had been hollowed out from the ground by some terrifying force. The edges of the pit are extremely irregular and covered with molten and solidified rock. The center of the crater was not dark, but rather emitted an eerie, ever-changing color like the aurora borealis and energy mist. The bottom of the pit was shrouded in mist, obscuring the specific situation inside. However, the source of the terrifying energy and radiation fluctuations emanating from the depths of this mist was indeed emanating from. At the edge of the energy mist, hundreds of various radiation mutants gathered in dense numbers. Like pilgrims, they moved slowly around the mist, absorbing the dissipated energy, the patterns on their bodies glowing intermittently. This place is practically a den of mutants. Warning! High-intensity unstable energy source detected void rift miniature. Analysis: this rift connects to an unknown dimension, continuously leaking high-energy radiation and chaotic spacetime energy. It is the root cause of mutations in surrounding organisms and energy field disturbances. Extremely dangerous. Recommendation: stay away. Or find a way to seal it off. Forced contact may cause energy runaway or spacetime disturbance. Void rift. Li Wan's heart sank to the bottom. Things were far more serious than he had imagined. This wasn't just remnants of the Zerg, it was a rift connecting to an unknown dimension. This was the true abnormally high energy reaction. Just as he was reeling from this discovery, another anomaly occurred. The energy mist suddenly surged violently, its colors changing at a speed several times faster. Immediately afterward, a twisted energy stream, shimmering with 7-colored light, shot out from the mist like a tentacle, not attacking Li Wan and Lin Wan, but instead engulfing several radiation mutants closest to the edge of the pit. Before those mutants could even scream, their bodies melted and twisted rapidly like candles, enveloped in the 7-colored energy, and were finally forcibly pulled into the depths of the mist. From within the mist came the chilling sounds of chewing and surging energy. It's hunting? Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing the horror in each other's eyes. This thing is not only a source of radiation, it is a living, terrifying entity that can devour energy. We must leave immediately. And then completely seal this place off. Otherwise, who knows what else might crawl out of this crack, or how much it might expand. However, just as they were preparing to retreat quietly, the energy mist seemed to sense something and surged even more violently. Several 7-colored energy tentacles, as if they had discovered new and more delicious prey, suddenly changed direction and shot towards their hiding place. We've been spotted. Run. Chapter 18, Survival Through the Rift, Starship Arrival. The colorful energy tentacles, like venomous snakes from another dimension, tore through the air with a chilling shriek and shot toward the broken wall where Li Wan and Lin Wan were hiding. Wherever the tentacles passed, even ashes were annihilated, leaving behind a vacuum-like trail. Retreat! Li Wanli shouted and, without the slightest hesitation, grabbed Lin Wan's wrist. His agility attribute of 20 points was unleashed at full power, and the two of them retreated frantically in the direction they came from, like arrows released from a bow. Whoosh! 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 The energy tentacles grazed their backs and slammed into the broken wall where they had just been hiding. A large chunk of the charred wall disappeared silently, as if erased by an eraser, leaving a smooth, mirror-like surface. The terrifying power sent chills down Li Wan and Lin Wan's spines. This was definitely not a physical attack, it was more like the erasure of some dimension. More energy tentacles emerged from the churning mist, dancing wildly and chasing after the two figures. They seemed to be unusually sensitive to life energy, especially favoring the rich and pure life aura on Lin Wan's body, with most of their tentacles wrapping around her. They're coming for me. Lin Wan's face turned pale. She could feel the greedy will within those tentacles, a desire to devour everything. Stay close to me. Li Wan's eyes were icy as he ran, turning back to fire his energy rifle at the pursuing tentacles. Bang! 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 The energy beam shot into the 7-colored tentacles, but it was like a mudox entering the sea. It only slightly disrupted the light of the tentacles and could not cause any real damage. A high-frequency dagger was completely useless. Physical and energy attacks have little effect. The power of purification might be useful. Lin Wan said urgently. She suddenly stopped and turned to face the two tentacles that were closest to her. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest and condensed and compressed the energy of the Holy Hand of Life with an unprecedented intensity. Holy light! Barrier! She let out a sharp cry and thrust both palms forward. A solid, semi-transparent wall of light, composed of pure milky white life energy, instantly appeared behind the two of them. Put! Put! Two rainbow-colored tentacles slammed into the wall of light. The expected violent explosion didn't occur. Instead, a strange, boiling sound, like cold water being poured into hot oil, rang out. The rainbow energy and the milky white holy light frantically annihilated and neutralized each other. The wall of light fluctuated violently, its color rapidly dimming, but the tips of the two tentacles were also quickly purified, emitting painful, twisting shrieks, and abruptly retracting. Effective, but extremely costly. With just this one movement, Lin Wan's face turned pale again, and her breathing became rapid. The holy light barrier was far more taxing on her than the purification impact. Let's go! Taking advantage of the opportunity, Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan and continued running. However, the energy mist seemed to be completely enraged. The radiation mutants around the entire crater emitted frenzied howls, no longer confined to the edges, but surging towards Li Wan and Lin Wan like a tidal wave. Mutants blocked their way in front, and energy tentacles pursued them from behind. They're in dire straits. We can't fight head-on. Li Wan's mind raced, his eyes rapidly scanning the surroundings. To their left was a relatively steep slope made up of building debris, above which appeared to be a relatively open, semi-suspended platform. Up the slope. Seize the high ground. Li Wan made a decisive decision, changed direction, and rushed towards the slope. Using both hands and feet, the two struggled to climb upwards through the soft ash and sharp debris. The mutated creatures screeched and relentlessly pursued them from behind, their energy tentacles constantly attempting to bypass the obstacles and launch attacks. Lin Wan gritted her teeth and kept turning around to release small-scale purification shocks to slow down the pursuers. Li Wan, like a precise sniper, hit the joints or unstable energy patterns of the mutants charging at the front with every burst of his energy rifle, triggering small-scale explosions and creating chaos. Finally, they rushed onto the semi-suspended platform. The platform is not large, but it offers a wide field of vision, with a steep slope behind it. For now, you only need to face the enemy directly in front of you. Hold this place. Li Wan leaned against a huge, sloping metal beam, his energy rifle firing at full power, picking off the mutants trying to rush up the platform one by one on the slope. Behind him, Lin Wan was using her life-saint hand to heal the wounds he had sustained from the falling rocks while keeping a watchful eye on the energy tentacles lurking in the air. The battle has entered its most brutal phase, a war of attrition. The mutants were endless, Li Wan's rifle energy was rapidly decreasing, and Lin Wan's healing and purification energy was also being consumed rapidly. Even more deadly, the energy mist surged more and more violently, and more colorful tentacles reached out, beginning to surround the small platform from all directions. At this rate, we won't last much longer. Lin Wan's voice trembled with despair, her energy was almost depleted. Looking at the ever-increasing number of mutants below and the chaotic energy tentacles dancing in the air, Li Wan's heart sank to the bottom. Should he use the last high-explosive grenade? But in this chaotic energy environment, wouldn't the grenade's explosion trigger even more uncontrollable consequences? At this critical moment. Buzz. A deep, resonant engine roar, completely different from the screech of the Zerg and the hiss of the energy tentacles, came from afar, rolling in like muffled thunder. Li Wan and Lin Wan subconsciously looked up. Above the twilight sky of the Ash Plains, a silver-gray starship, far larger than Qin Feng's previous reconnaissance aircraft, with sharp lines and an industrial aesthetic, was tearing through the clouds and swooping down toward their airspace with an extremely imposing presence. On the side of the starship, the Federation emblem, with stars encircling a sword, was clearly visible in the dim light of the day. It's a Federation starship. They actually sent a warship? The starship did not fire immediately, but hovered in the air, its massive shadow enveloping the platform where Li Wan and his group were located, as well as the horde of mutants below. The turrets beneath the hull slowly rotated, locking onto the restless insect swarm and the surging energy mist below. Immediately afterwards, amplified, calm, and authoritative voice resounded throughout the Ash Plains in common. This is the 7th Reconnaissance Fleet of the Galactic Federation, the escort ship Pioneer. Any unregistered armed personnel or anomalous energy entities below must immediately cease all hostile actions and submit to federal control. Repeat, immediately cease all hostile actions. It was Qin Feng's voice. But his tone was much colder and more official than when they met before. Li Wan instantly understood the Federation hadn't just happened to be passing by. They had likely been monitoring this place, or rather, monitoring them, all along. Only when this void rift demonstrated sufficient threat or value, and when the two of them were in dire straits, did this starship appear at just the right time. This is a deterrent, and also a final ultimatum. Should they surrender and accept the uncertain future of control? Or, take a gamble in this desperate situation? Li Wan's gaze met Lin Wan's, and they both saw the resolute look in each other's eyes. They are subject to control, their lives no longer in their own hands. And beneath their feet lies a void rift capable of swallowing everything. Li Wan suddenly raised his head, looked at the huge starship in the sky, and with all his might, mixed his mental energy with his voice, and shouted in the direction of the starship. Lieutenant Qin Feng. This is the abnormal signal you've been looking for. A void rift. It's expanding and preying on mutants to strengthen itself. If it continues, the entire planet could be swallowed up. Do you want to watch it destroy this place, or cooperate to shut it down? With the enhancement of his mental power, his voice pierced through the roar of the engine and traveled clearly upwards. In the air, the starship's cannons remained locked on the ground below, but there seemed to be some commotion coming from the bridge. After a moment of silence, Qin Feng's voice rang out again, carrying a hint of imperceptible solemnity and decisiveness. Mr. Li Wan, provide detailed data on the rift and methods for stabilization. The Federation can grant you temporary ally status and assist in handling this crisis. This is the final condition. Temporary ally. Assist in crisis management. The gamble paid off in the first step. Li Wan felt somewhat relieved, at least gaining a slight initiative and a chance to catch his breath. He glanced down at the monsters that were still frantically attacking the platform, but were temporarily suppressed by the starship's deterrent fire. Several precise energy beams swept across the front of the insect swarm, evaporating a group of mutants, and then looked behind him at the surging, seemingly alive energy mist. Closing this rift is easier said than done. But at this moment, they had no way out. We can give you the data. Li Wan responded loudly, but we need to find a way to shut it down together. Get your researchers down here. Also, we need immediate medical and energy support. After a brief exchange, a hatch on the side of the starship opened, and a small landing craft quickly flew out and landed on the platform. At the same time, two soft beams of light shot down from the starship, enveloping Li Wan and Lin Wan. The tractor beams and a preliminary scan of vital signs. The Federation, this force from outer space, has finally intervened in the war on Earth with an irresistible force. Li Wan and Lin Wan, on this ash plane where destruction and opportunity coexist, have stepped onto a tightrope, risking a dangerous gamble. The real test has only just begun. Chapter 19, Temporary Allies, The Secret of the Rift. The tractor beam gently yet irresistibly enveloped Li Wan and Lin Wan, and a sense of weightlessness washed over them as their bodies slowly lifted off the ground and rose toward the hovering Federation landing craft. Beneath their feet was a horde of mutated radiation creatures that continued to hiss wildly but dared not take another step forward, and a surging, unsettling energy mist. The landing craft's hatches were closed, isolating it from the chaos and danger of the outside world. The interior space is not large, but it is filled with various flashing indicator lights and simple interfaces. Besides the pilot, there were two fully armed, expressionless Federal Marines in the cabin. Their gazes swept over Li Wan and Lin Wan like a scanner, especially lingering for a moment on the life energy on Lin Wan that had not yet been fully contained, with a hint of barely perceptible surprise. Without any further communication, the landing craft descended smoothly and soon merged into the belly hatch of the frigate named Pioneer. When the hatch opened again, a spacious and technologically advanced hangar was revealed. The silver-gray metal walls, the transport robots floating in the air, and the Federal personnel in uniform walking back and forth, everything was out of place with the dilapidated and desperate ruins outside. Lieutenant Qin Feng was standing not far away. He had changed into a more formal shipboard uniform and looked even more serious than when he was in the library. Standing next to him was the female researcher, who was rapidly operating her wrist-worn terminal, her eyes filled with excitement and focus as she was about to encounter the unknown. "Mr. Li Wan, Ms. Lin Wan, welcome aboard the Pioneer." Qin Feng stepped forward, his tone formulaic. "Given the value of the intelligence you have provided and the common threat we currently face, the Fleet Command has temporarily granted you Level 3 Temporary Allies status. During the period following the resolution of this Void Rift crisis, you can move freely within designated areas and receive basic medical and supply support." He gestured for a robotic nurse carrying a medical kit to come forward. "Please undergo basic examinations and treatment first. Dr. Ella will ask you for more information about the crack." The female researcher named Ella immediately looked up, adjusted her glasses, and stared intently at Li Wan, speaking rapidly. "Mr. Li Wan, how did you determine that it was a void rift? Besides energy radiation and causing biological mutations, did you observe any space-time distortion? How stable is the rift? Does it exhibit periodic changes? Also, what are the specific forms of the predatory behavior you mentioned earlier? What is the composition of the energy tentacles?" A series of professional and urgent questions were thrown at me. Li Wan raised his hand to stop her. His face was pale from blood loss and energy depletion, but his eyes remained calm. "Dr. Ella, before answering your questions, I need to confirm that my companion has received proper treatment, and we need to understand the Federation's specific plans for dealing with this rift and the potential risks." He did not trust the Federation. The so-called temporary allied was merely a stopgap measure. He had to ensure Lin Wan's safety and gather enough information to deal with any potential changes. A hint of displeasure flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but he quickly suppressed it. He glanced at Lin Wan, whose complexion was even worse than Li Wan's and who was barely standing by willpower, and nodded to the robotic nurse. "Prioritize the treatment of Ms. Lin Wan." The robotic nurse emitted a soft electronic voice and extended its probe arm to scan Lin Wan's physical condition. Moderate depletion of life essence detected, accompanied by slight radiation contamination and energy erosion. Immediate replenishment of life energy and deep purification treatment are recommended. It opened the medical kit and took out a vial that shimmered with a green glow and a set of exquisite energy-conducting patches. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, and seeing him nod slightly, she cooperated with the treatment. After the green medicine was injected and the patch was applied, her pale complexion visibly regained its rosy hue, and the dim life energy around her became vibrant and active again. The Federation's medical technology was indeed extraordinary. Seeing that Lin Wan's condition had stabilized, Li Wan was slightly relieved and began to answer Ella's questions. He didn't mention the system, but instead gave a half-true, half-false description of the phenomena he had perceived and observed through his mental power, combined with his understanding of similar spatial anomalies from his previous life. "We identified it through its energy characteristics. The chaotic, violent fluctuations, seemingly capable of tearing space itself, match the recorded void energy. Space-time distortion. We observed that the ash near the cracks would irregularly disappear and reappear, and light passing through would be deflected. It has extremely poor stability, with energy output occurring in intermittent bursts. Its predatory behavior manifests as energy tentacles actively capturing and devouring any mutants that approach, after which the energy fluctuations of the crack itself would briefly increase." He described it in as much detail as possible, even adding some of his own speculations, such as the possibility that the rift might connect to a secondary dimension filled with violent energy, the very existence of which is constantly eroding the stability of the real universe. Dr. Ella listened intently, her fingers flying across the terminal as she took notes, occasionally asking more in-depth questions. Qin Feng also listened attentively, his expression growing increasingly grave. Li Wan's description closely matched the records of high-risk void phenomena in the federal database, even adding some previously unknown details. "It seems the situation is even more serious than we detected," Qin Feng said in a deep voice. "This level of activity and the small-scale spacetime distortion indicate that this rift is extremely unstable and could expand at any time, even triggering a chain reaction that could affect the entire planet. What is your plan? Li Wan asked directly. Dr. Ella picked up the conversation, pulling up a holographic model, which was a simulation of the energy fog. Based on preliminary scans and data, forcibly attacking the core of the rift is highly likely to cause the energy to completely spiral out of control, triggering a massive explosion or a larger-scale spatial collapse. The safest approach is stable anchoring. She pointed to several points around the model. We need to deploy spatial stabilizers at specific energy nodes around the crack to form an energy suppression field, gradually neutralizing and compressing the energy of the crack, causing it to go from an active state to a dormant state, before we can finally attempt physical closure or dimensional isolation. But this will take time, and when deploying the stabilizer, we must be close to the crack, where it will be constantly attacked by energy tentacles and mutants, Xin Feng added, looking at Li Wan and Lin Wan. We don't know enough about the local environment and the characteristics of the mutants, so forcibly deploying it is extremely risky. That's why we need you. Li Wan understood. The Federation had the technology, but lacked guides and shields for carrying out missions on the ground. They valued Lin Wan's ability to effectively combat the energy tentacles through purification, as well as her understanding of the environment and mutants. We can assist. Li Wan did not refuse. This was a crisis, but also an opportunity. However, we need the corresponding equipment support, as well as the right to know. We need to know the specific location of the stabilizer deployment, the possible consequences, and what kind of fire support and emergency evacuation plan the Federation can provide during the mission. He is trying to gain the initiative and ensure his security. Xin Feng and Ella exchanged a glance, seemingly exchanging a quick message. After a moment, Xin Feng nodded, okay. Dr. Ella will grant you access to some non-core data. As for equipment, you can go to the ship's equipment depot and collect a standard Explorer-class exoskeleton armor and matching weapons, which will greatly enhance your survivability. Firepower will be provided by the Pioneer, and we will suppress most of the mutant tide, but the energy tentacles, you'll have to deal with them yourselves. The ship's cannons can hardly accurately strike those high-dimensional energy beings. Exoskeleton armor. Standard equipment of the Federation. Li Wan's heart stirred. This was indeed what they urgently needed. Okay, Li Wan agreed. We need some time to familiarize ourselves with the equipment and recover our condition. No problem. Assemble in the hangar in 1 hour. Xin Feng acted swiftly, gesturing for a soldier to lead them to the equipment depot. Walking with the soldiers down the wide metal corridor, Lin Wan whispered to Li Wan, "Are they really trustworthy?" Li Wan's gaze swept over the cold walls on both sides of the corridor and the occasional indifferent-looking Federation soldiers passing by. He shook his head slightly. Don't trust them completely. But right now, closing the rift is in the interests of both sides. Utilizing their technology and equipment to resolve the current crisis and enhance our own strength is the key. Remember, at all times, preserve your life and leave room for maneuver. Lin Wan nodded thoughtfully. Upon arriving at the armory and gazing at the rows of powerful, metallic gleaming exoskeletons and energy weapons, even Li Wan couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This was the true power of entering the interstellar age. He chose a basic Explorer 3 exoskeleton, which was entirely gray and black with smooth lines. It could provide basic strength enhancement, speed boost, and full-body vital point protection, and integrated a simple environmental scanning and communication system. In terms of weaponry, he chose a standard Stinger pulse rifle, which was much more powerful than his modified energy rifle, and also equipped it with a high-frequency combat knife as a secondary weapon. Lin Wan opted for a medic-type exoskeleton that prioritizes flexibility and auxiliary functions. It has less armor coverage but enhances mobility and energy transfer efficiency, and is equipped with a small medical drone and a powerful hemostatic spray launcher. Her primary weapon is a purifier energy pistol, whose energy bullets have a slight purifying effect and deal extra damage to dark energy creatures. After donning the equipment and feeling the power and technological assistance from the exoskeleton, Li Wan and Lin Wan were both back to their best condition, even stronger than before. An hour later, the two men, fully armed, reappeared in the hangar. Xin Feng, Ella, and a 10-man Federal Marine Corps squad had assembled. The Marines, clad in heavy defender power armor and wielding large-caliber blaster rifles, formed an impenetrable wall of steel. Prepare for action. Xin Feng glanced at the refreshed Li Wan and Lin Wan, a hint of satisfaction flashing in his eyes. The landing craft will take us to the designated location. Remember, your mission is to protect Dr. Ella and the Marines, and successfully deploy the stabilizer at the energy node. The Pioneer will provide air support. Understood, Li Wan replied in a deep voice. The hatch opened again, revealing the gloomy sky of the ash plains and the churning energy mist below, like the entrance to hell. A new and even more dangerous mission is about to begin. This time, they are no longer fighting alone, but they need to face the terror from another dimension and the potential schemes of their allies. Li Wan gripped the pulse rifle in his hand and glanced at Lin Wan, whose eyes were resolute, beside him. Let's go and meet that so-called void. Chapter 20, Dimensional Erosion, Undercurrents Emerge. The landing craft broke through the thin atmosphere like a falling meteor, plunging towards the ominous energy mist over the ash plains. Inside the cabin, the atmosphere was so heavy it was almost palpable. The roar of the engine mingled with the screeching of the air outside the cabin, pounding on everyone's eardrums. Li Wan and Lin Wan's fully equipped explorer exoskeletons had completed their self-check. The cold metal fit snugly against their bodies, providing a solid sense of security, while constantly refreshing external environmental data through the built-in interface radiation index, energy fluctuations, biosignals. Each one was jumping wildly above the danger threshold. Lieutenant Qin Feng closed his eyes to rest, but his tightly pursed lips and the occasional tapping of his fingers on the armrest of his chair betrayed his inner turmoil. The 10 Federal Marines sat upright like statues, their heavy defender power armor making them look like mobile fortresses, their eyes peering through the observation windows from beneath their masks, vigilantly scanning the outside world. Dr. Ella was completely immersed in her data world. The complex holographic model projected by her wrist-worn terminal kept rotating, splitting, and reassembling. She muttered to herself, calculating the optimal coordinates and energy output parameters for the stabilizer deployment. Lin Wan gently touched Li Wan's arm and whispered through the encrypted communication channel built into the exoskeleton, "Brother Wan, I'm a little uneasy. That energy feels even more hungry than it did in the library." Li Wan nodded slightly. His mental strength far surpassed that of ordinary people, and his perception was much clearer. The void energy emanating from the crack writhed like a living thing, filled with greed and a desire to erode real matter. This was not merely a spatial anomaly, it was more like a wound leading to a terrifying dimension, and something was trying to squeeze in through this wound. "Stay close to me, don't stray more than 5 meters away," Li Wan replied in a deep voice, while discreetly checking the pulse rifle's energy battery and the high-frequency battle blade's vibration frequency. "Remember, our primary objective is survival, followed by closing the rift. Federation orders, act as needed." Lin Wan hummed in agreement, feeling the steadiness in Li Wan's voice. Her unease subsided slightly, and her eyes regained their resolve. With the aid of the exoskeleton, the life energy within her body flowed slowly, like a warm stream, resisting the increasingly intense and chilling aura from the outside world. "Prepare for landing. Altitude 500, encountering energy turbulence." The pilot's urgent voice rang out inside the cabin. The landing craft lurched violently, as if struck by an invisible giant hand. Outside the window, the previously dim sky was now filled with distorted, multicolored streams of energy, the light refracting at bizarre angles like shattered glass. The indicator lights on the dashboard flashed frantically, and the alarm wailed shrilly. "Hold on!" Qin Feng suddenly opened his eyes and shouted sharply. The Marines immediately went into combat mode, their blasters safety released, emitting a soft charging sound. Li Wan grabbed the anchor ring beside him with one hand and wrapped his other arm around Lin Wan's waist, stabilizing her beside him. His gaze was sharp as an eagle's, fixed on the surging energy mist core below through the violently shaking porthole. There, dark red cracks, like the corners of a grinning mouth, opened and closed continuously, and more energy tentacles reached out from them, dancing wildly, seemingly welcoming their arrival. "A high-density cluster of mutants has been detected at the 3 o'clock position on the left. The number exceeds 300. The scout's voice trembled slightly. To the lower left of the landing craft, a dark, surging tide of mutants appeared. They varied in form, but without exception, they were all shrouded in dense radiation energy and a shadow of void pollution. Their eyes flashed with a frenzied red light, and they moved faster and behaved more violently than the ones they had encountered before. "Pioneer, this is the landing team, requesting fire support to clear the area." Qin Feng called for help from the mothership without hesitation. "Received, fire support in place. Please take evasive action." A calm response came through the communicator. Almost the instant the words fell, several thick, blazing white beams of light descended from the sky, like divine swords of punishment, precisely striking the densest area of the mutant horde. Boom! 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 Deafening explosions rang out in succession, and a blinding white light instantly engulfed large swaths of mutants. The intense heat and shockwaves hurled dirt and severed limbs high into the air, creating a brief vacuum. The power of the Federation's naval guns was on full display. However, before the flames of the explosion had completely dissipated, more mutants surged in from all directions, filling the void. They seemed endless, driven by the energy of the crack, fearless of death. No, there are too many of them. The naval guns can't cover them all. Prepare for close-range engagement. Qin Feng's face was grim as he quickly issued orders. Marine teams, form a circular defensive formation. Dr. Ella, Li Wan, Lin Wan, stick close to us. The landing craft finally broke through the outermost energy turbulence and made a forced landing in a relatively flat area littered with scorch marks and debris. The hatch suddenly opened, and air mixed with gunpowder smoke, radioactive dust, and a strange ozone smell rushed in. Quick! 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 Establish a defensive line. Qin Feng was the first to rush out, his blaster spitting out deadly flames, blasting several crawling mutants that tried to approach into pieces. The Marines quickly formed a solid defensive perimeter using the landing craft as cover, and their blaster guns created a dense barrage of fire, temporarily holding back the surging tide of mutants. Li Wan and Lin Wan followed closely behind. Li Wan's pulse rifle fired with pinpoint accuracy, each energy bullet taking the life of a mutant. He moved swiftly, using his exoskeleton to alternate between firing in bursts and slashing at close-range enemies with his high-frequency combat blade, the blade flashing and whistling through the air. He didn't use any overly extraordinary abilities, but the combat skills and efficiency he displayed drew the attention of the Federation soldiers around him. Lin Wan stayed close to Li Wan's flank. The pale green energy bullets fired from her purifier pistol were generally ineffective against ordinary mutants, but they were remarkably effective against those shrouded in obvious void shadows. Upon impact, the energy bullets would unleash a faint halo of purification light, dispelling the shadows and causing the mutants to freeze or even collapse. She also periodically deployed small medical drones to provide emergency treatment to the Marines in the front ranks who were occasionally grazed by stray bullets or mutant claws. A soft, healing green light would flash, and the wounds would heal at a visible speed. Dr. Ella, node location. Qin Feng shouted as he fired. Dr. Ella crouched in the center of the defensive perimeter, rapidly operating her terminal. 3 flashing dots were marked on the holographic map. The first node is right next to that half-collapsed signal tower base, about 200 meters to the left in front. The energy reaction is strong, and the mutant concentration is very high. Group A, follow me and cover the doctor as he deploys the stabilizer. Group B, hold your ground and provide fire support. Qin Feng made a decisive move, personally leading 5 Marines to escort Ella as she charged toward the signal tower base. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance and immediately followed. They knew that the real challenge was just beginning. The closer one gets to the signal tower's base, the stronger the corrosive effect of the void energy becomes. A nauseatingly sweet and fishy smell permeates the air, and faint whispers and howls begin to emanate from within, seemingly affecting the very soul. The exoskeleton's environmental scanning system emits a piercing alarm, alerting to high-dimensional energy interference. Watch out! Energy tentacles! Li Wan shouted a warning. From the direction of the crack, several dark red, semi-transparent energy tentacles shot out like venomous snakes. Ignoring ordinary physical attacks, they directly pierced through the barrage of fire from the Marines' blaster guns, their target being Dr. Ella, who was installing the stabilizer, and Lin Wan, who was providing purification. Cover! Qin Feng roared, turning his gun around, but the energy beam only caused a ripple when it hit the tentacles, with little effect. Just as the thickest tentacle was about to wrap around Ella's neck. Buzz! A soft, vibrant emerald green halo emanated from Lin Wan. As the halo swept over the energy tentacles, the dark red tentacles hissed and twisted violently, like ice cubes thrown into boiling oil, their color dimming and their speed slowing down. It works! Dr. Ella exclaimed in surprise, her hands moving even faster as she fixed a metal disc-shaped stabilizer to the base. Lin Wan's face paled slightly. The area purification she had just used had taken a considerable toll. She focused her mind, raised her hand again, and an even more solid green beam shot from her palm, accurately hitting another tentacle that was attacking the Marine, completely purifying and dissipating it. Li Wan stood guard beside Lin Wan, using both a pulse rifle and a high-frequency battle knife to eliminate the mutated entities that seized the opportunity to pounce. His eyes were sharp, not only focused on the battle before him but also diverting a sliver of his mental energy to monitor the movements of the Rift Corps and the Federation's reaction. He noticed that during a break in command, Qin Feng's gaze towards Lin Wan held not only admiration but also an indescribable hint of inquiry and seriousness. First stabilizer deployed. Initiating. Dr. Ella pressed the last button. Buzz. The metal disc stabilizer emitted a deep hum, its surface glowing with blue patterns. An invisible energy field spread out, counteracting the energy fluctuations from the crack. The surrounding spatial distortion seemed to lessen slightly, and the surging mutants experienced a momentary delay. We did it! Let's move on to the next node. Ella shouted excitedly. However, just as everyone relaxed their guard slightly. Roar! A roar filled with endless violence and destructive desire suddenly came from the depths of the crack. This roar was not a sound in the physical sense, but directly affected the mental level of everyone, making everyone, including Li-Wan, feel dizzy and their hearts pound. Immediately afterwards, the crack expanded rapidly, and a dark red light shone brightly. A huge tentacle, several times thicker than any of the previous tentacles and covered with strange suction cups and energy runes, emerged like a giant python from the abyss. With suffocating pressure, it slammed down on the base of the signal tower where the stabilizer had just been deployed their location. Wherever it passed, visible ripples appeared in the space. Retreat! Qin Feng roared hoarsely, his eyes bloodshot. But the giant tentacle covered too wide an area and moved too fast, blocking most of the escape routes. Li Wan's pupils constricted sharply, and he pulled Lin Wan behind him. His dormant supernatural core began to operate at an unprecedented speed. A direct confrontation was impossible. The energy contained in those tentacles was enough to reduce them, along with the entire base, to dust. At that critical moment, he caught a glimpse of a huge crater in the distance, formed by the earlier naval bombardment. Jump into the crater! Li Wan shouted to everyone without hesitation. At the same time, he grabbed Lin Wan and, with the power of the exoskeleton, leaped towards the edge of the crater. Qin Feng and the other Marines realized what was happening and followed suit. The giant energy tentacle slammed down with a destructive force. Boom! The earth trembled violently, as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. A violent energy shockwave spread in a ring, instantly vaporizing several mutants who couldn't jump into the crater. The sturdy signal tower base shattered instantly, like a biscuit struck by a giant hammer. The stabilizer, which had just been activated, flickered a few times before vanishing in a blinding flash of energy. The smoke and turbulent energy from the explosion spread out, obscuring the view. Inside the crater, Li Wan held Lin Wan tightly beneath him, feeling the scorching impact on his back and the crackling sound of rubble striking his exoskeleton. A sweet taste rose in his throat, a metallic tang, which he swallowed hard. The exoskeleton's protective force field was overloaded, issuing a warning that it could not withstand the strain. Lin Wan was protected by him and was not directly hit, but her face was pale, clearly also shocked by the terrifying power. As the smoke and dust cleared slightly, the group scrambled out of the crater. The scene before them was utter devastation. The signal tower base was gone, leaving only a massive crater with its edges still flickering with dark red energy sparks. The first stabilizer had failed. Qin Feng's face was so gloomy it could drip water. He stared at the giant tentacle that was slowly retracting the crack, his eyes filled with shock and anger. Dr. Ella stared, utterly distraught, at the disappearance of the first node signal on the terminal. How could this be, an energy entity of this strength? Li Wan wiped away a trace of blood from the corner of his mouth, his gaze turning icy as he looked at the crack, then swept over Qin Feng, whose face was pale. The temporary alliance, faced with this absolute power disparity and the failure of the first mission, has already shown a clear crack. And in the shadows, the whispers from the void seem even clearer. End of Chapter 20. Chapter 21, System Anomaly, Whispers of the Shadows. At the edge of the pit, scorching sparks of energy still crackled, and the air was filled with gunpowder smoke, ozone, and some indescribable burnt smell. After a brief silence, there were heavy breathing and suppressed coughs. Check for casualties. Report the situation. Lieutenant Qin Feng's voice was hoarse and tinged with barely concealed anger. He pushed aside the half-charred metal plate pressing on his leg, the power armor humming as he stood up. 3 members of Group B sustained minor injuries, and their power armor sustained minor damage. Group A Hansen is gone, directly hit by the energy shockwave. A Marine's voice was low and filled with grief. All eyes turned to the scorched earth where the foundation had been reduced to ashes. Nothing remained but a massive crater. The first stabilizer, along with the soldier Hansen who deployed it, had perished. Dr. Ella sat dejectedly on the floor, her glasses askew and her face covered in dust. Staring at the completely dark first node signal on the terminal, she murmured, "The energy level far exceeds expectations. That's not a simple energy eruption. Those tentacles, they're targeted. They're actively defending, eliminating threats." Li Wan knelt down and helped Lin Wan up. A burning pain shot through his back. Even with the exoskeleton cushioning the impact, the shockwave from the giant tentacle's strike had still shaken his internal organs. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging blood and qi, and his supernatural core slowly began to circulate, nourishing his damaged meridians. Lin Wan was in slightly better condition, mainly due to the shock. Life energy flowed naturally within her, quickly calming her emotions, but her gaze towards the crack was filled with an unprecedented solemnity. Mr. Li Wan, what are your injuries? Qin Feng walked over, his gaze sweeping over Li Wan's slightly pale face and the obvious energy burn marks on his exoskeleton. It's all right. Li Wan waved his hand, straightened up, and looked sharply at the crack. Lieutenant Qin, it seems your initial assessment was wrong. There is probably more to this crack than just violent energy. Qin Feng's expression was grim, but he didn't refute. Facts speak louder than words. He glanced at Lin Wan. The emerald green purification halo and the ability to precisely purify energy tentacles had left a deep impression on him. This ability to directly purify higher dimensional energy bodies was extremely rare even in the Federation's records. Ms. Lin Wan's abilities are crucial to us, Qin Feng said in a deep voice. Dr. Ella, reassess the energy characteristics of the crack. We need to adjust our plan. Dr. Ella seemed to be jolted awake, scrambling to her feet, adjusting her glasses, and rapidly typing on the terminal. The data has been recorded. The energy composition of that giant tentacle is mixed with strong mental pollution characteristics. Ordinary physical attacks and energy weapons are extremely ineffective. It must rely on purification abilities similar to Ms. Lin Wan's to neutralize or dispel it. Just then. Ding! High-intensity void energy aggregate prototype and deep mental contamination field detected. Emergency system quest triggered, the Eye of Rift. Mission objective, assist lead the closure or sealing of Void Rift K-73. Investigate the reason behind the rift's abnormal activity 01. Protect key figure Lin Wan and ensure her purification abilities are not controlled by hostile forces. Task rewards, calculated based on contribution level. Guaranteed rewards, permanent 10% increase in mental strength, unlocking the skill basic energy absorption, and 5,000 system points. Special rewards requires fulfilling hidden conditions? Failure penalty, Lin Wan's favorability rating drops significantly, her superpower core is damaged, and one existing skill is randomly removed. A series of system notifications rang out in Li Wan's mind without warning, cold and clear. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat, but his face remained impassive. A system mission had arrived. And it directly specified that he needed to investigate the cause of the abnormal cracks and protect Lin Wan. This hostile force, did it refer to the Zerg, or a Federation with ulterior motives? Lieutenant Qin, Li Wan said, interrupting Ella and Qin Feng's heated discussion, I think our previous strategy needs to be changed. All eyes were on him. Simply deploying stabilizers is like putting up a few fences next to a beast's den. It will only provoke it. Li Wan pointed to the slowly rotating crack with its dark red light flickering. We need to know why it suddenly became so active, and what that big guy referring to the giant tentacles actually is. Blindly installing stabilizers is just suicide. What suggestions do you have? Qin Feng frowned. Although he disliked Li Wan's questioning of the Federation's plan, the failure just now forced him to take the opinion of this temporary ally from the wastelands seriously. Next time we deploy, we can't go in headfirst. Li Wan analyzed calmly. We need stronger firepower to draw attention away from the front, while sending out elite squads to look for opportunities. Lin Wan's purification ability is key, but it can't just be used for defense. We need to find ways to actively weaken or even attack that core. He paused, then looked at Dr. Ella. Doctor, based on the energy data we just recorded, could you create something that could temporarily interfere with or even attract those energy tentacles? Or, could you analyze the attack intervals and patterns of that giant tentacle? Dr. Ella's eyes lit up. Interference, attracting, theoretically possible. By utilizing the resonance characteristics of the rift's energy itself, we can create a high-energy decoy, which might briefly attract the energy tentacle's attention. As for the attack pattern, the data is still being analyzed, but it seems that its attacks are not without cost. After each giant tentacle strikes, the overall energy fluctuation of the rift will have a brief period of decline. Then let us take advantage of this pullback. Li Wan declared decisively. Next time, we'll employ a two-pronged approach. Our main force will use heavy firepower and newly manufactured decoys to distract and restrain the enemy, while our elite squads will quickly deploy stabilizers during the energy drop. At the same time, I will try to use my methods to probe the true nature of the cracks. Your method? Qin Feng keenly grasped the key point. A little bit of telepathic skill, Li Wan said vaguely, without explaining his special ability in detail. Perhaps it can detect things that instruments can't. He couldn't expose his system, but appropriately displaying some special abilities could increase his influence and value, and also lay the groundwork for future actions. Qin Feng's eyes flickered as he gave Li Wan a deep look. This Li Wan was indeed no ordinary person. Powerful combat abilities, keen insight, and now he was displaying what appeared to be a psychic ability user, and then there was Lin Wan, a rare purification type ability user. This couple held many secrets. Okay. Qin Feng weighed the pros and cons and finally nodded. Dr. Ella, start making the energy decoy immediately. We need to try deploying the second node as soon as possible, time is of the essence. Mr. Li Wan, please conduct your reconnaissance operation only after ensuring your own safety. We need any valuable intelligence. He issued new orders, and the Marines began to organize their equipment and treat the wounded. The atmosphere remained tense, but there was a clearer sense of purpose. Taking advantage of a lull in the federal personnel's busy schedule, Li Wan pulled Lin Wan behind a broken wall a little further away. Brother Wan, your injury. Lin Wan looked at him with concern. It's a minor issue, much better now. Li Wan shook his head, looking at her seriously. We need to be more careful with Wan Er's purification abilities in the future. The people from the Federation, especially the Qin Feng, are looking at you strangely. Lin Wan nodded obediently. I understand. I'll be careful. Brother Wan, you just said you wanted to explore the inside of the crack, that's too dangerous. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Wan patted the back of her hand, then closed his eyes and concentrated. He didn't fully unleash his mental energy to touch the crack, as that would be tantamount to suicide. He only extended an extremely subtle wisp of his mental energy, like an invisible tentacle, carefully sensing the dissipating energy field and the chaotic mental whispers around the crack. Hunger, devouring, returning. Coordinates, locked, interference. Container, suitable container. Fragmented, negatively charged information flooded my mind, carrying a powerful allure and corrosive force. These whispers were clearer than before, as if the existence behind them was becoming more conscious as the cracks became more active. Suddenly, a cold, evil, and malicious intent swept across his mental tendrils. Li Wan suddenly opened his eyes, his expression changing slightly. It wasn't an unconscious surge of energy, it was a clear, scrutinizing intent. Although it was fleeting, he was certain that behind the crack, there was definitely an intelligent being. It was observing, waiting, and perhaps searching for something? Container? Is it searching for a container that can hold its power or consciousness? Recalling the system tasked to investigate the reason behind the abnormal activity of the rift, alarm bells rang in Li Wan's mind. This rift incident was probably far more serious than a natural disaster. How is it? Lin Wan asked nervously. The situation is more complicated than we imagined, Li Wan said in a deep voice, without going into detail about the malicious intent. Be prepared, the next operation will probably not be easy. He looked at Dr. Ella, who was rapidly assembling some instrument, and then at Qin Feng, who was redeploying his firepower, his gaze deep. The threat of the Void Rift, the Federation's unpredictable attitude, the possible hidden forces at play, and the missions assigned by the system, all the clues intertwined to form a massive web. He must carve out a path to survival for himself and Lin Wan within this web, and uncover the secrets behind it all. End of Chapter 21. Chapter 22, Bait and Fangs. The shadow cast by the pioneer moved slowly across the ravaged land, like a lurking behemoth. The atmosphere at the temporary camp was heavy yet bustling. Dr. Ella and her assistants raced against time, using the small manufacturing units carried by the landing craft to assemble several basketball-sized metal spheres covered with energy conduits, the high-energy resonance decoys that were being hastily produced based on Li Wan's suggestion. Lieutenant Qin Feng readjusted the tactical deployment, dividing the remaining Marines into two groups. One group, led by him personally, carrying heavy blast cannons and decoys, was responsible for creating a disturbance at the second node, the ruins of an abandoned energy transfer station. The other group, as an elite squad, was equipped with more mobile equipment, led by Li Wan and Lin Wan, and would infiltrate and deploy when the opportunity arose. Li Wan leaned against a broken concrete pillar, closing his eyes and concentrating. He wasn't resting, rather, he was carefully reflecting on that fleeting malicious thought and trying to subtly project a trace of his unique spiritual imprint, like a spider's thread, toward the crack. He dared not venture deeper, but merely lingered on the periphery, observing the subtle changes in energy flow and the patterns of spiritual whispers. Interference, familiar fluctuations, probing. The container, repelled, yet attracted, strange. Destroy or possess. The cold thought seemed to have sensed something, but Li Wan's mental power was even more subtle this time, like mercury spilling onto the ground, blending into the background energy radiation of the environment, and did not cause a strong reaction. He sensed that the energy in the rift did indeed experience a brief fatigue period after the giant tentacle attack, just as Dr. Ella had analyzed, but the recovery speed was faster than expected. Moreover, that malicious intent seemed to be constantly scanning the outside world, paying particular attention to the areas where the Federation fleet and Lin Wan had released purifying energy. It's learning, it's adapting, Li Wan thought with a chill. This void being not only possessed intelligence, but its rate of evolution was astonishing. The decoys are complete. Dr. Ella's voice carried a hint of fatigue and excitement. Each decoy can simulate the energy fluctuations equivalent to a small power furnace explosion, which should effectively attract those tentacles that rely on energy perception. However, the duration is only 3 minutes, and it may cause unpredictable energy chain reactions. 3 minutes is enough. Qin Feng took a bait, weighed it in his hand, and looked sharply at Li Wan and Li Wan. Mr. Li Wan, Ms. Lin Wan, are you ready? The second node is closer to the crack, and the risk is greater. Lin Wan took a deep breath, gripped the purifier pistol tightly, her life energy surging within her. She looked at Li Wan with a determined gaze. I'm ready. Li Wan nodded, stretched his fingers wearing exoskeleton gloves, and steadily slung the pulse rifle at his side. Let's begin. Action. At Qin Feng's command, the frontal containment team took the lead, their heavy power armor churning the scorched earth with a dull rumble as they advanced towards the ruins of the energy transfer station. Soon, the intense firing of blaster guns and the frenzied roars of mutants echoed from that direction. Li Wan made a hand gesture, and together with Lin Wan and 2 other agile marines assigned to assist them, they quickly maneuvered towards their target along a relatively concealed line of cover formed by collapsed buildings. The closer one got to the crack, the more intense the suffocating pressure became. A dark red light tinged everything with an ominous hue, and the void energy floating in the air, like cold, venomous snakes, tried to burrow into every pore. The exoskeleton's environmental alarms were almost constantly ringing. Left flank, small tentacle swarm. A marine whispered. From the shadows of the ruins on the left, several dark red energy tentacles silently spread out like vines. Without hesitation, Lin Wan raised her hand and unleashed several solid, emerald green beams of light. Touch of purification. The beam struck precisely, and the tentacles hissed and disintegrated rapidly. Her movements were more fluid than before, and her control over the purifying power seemed to have improved further under the pressure of her rapidly shifting thoughts. Li Wan cleared the way like a ghost, his pulse rifle firing precisely in bursts, eliminating the occasional lone mutant charging from the front. His high-frequency combat knife was like the Grim Reaper's scythe with a flash of light. Mutants were silently sliced apart. He didn't use any high-powered abilities, but he controlled his strength and speed to a perfect balance between his exoskeleton and his own physical capabilities, achieving astonishing efficiency. The 2 Marines assisting him even struggled to keep up with his pace, only able to cover for any gaps in his defense. 100 meters to the node, another Marine whispered, looking at the locator. Just then. Boom! A deafening roar echoed from the distant battlefield, followed by a blinding flash of energy. Qin Feng's team had detonated their first energy decoy. Like cold water being poured into a boiling oil pan, the energy field around the entire crack instantly boiled. Countless energy tentacles, including several sizable secondary tentacles, were attracted by the simulated high energy fluctuations and surged madly toward the explosion point like sharks smelling blood. Even the crack itself dimmed slightly, as if some attention had been diverted. Opportunity! Hurry! Li Wan shouted, his body suddenly accelerating. The 4-person team rushed like arrows towards the designated deployment point in the center of the energy transfer station ruins, a main energy interface half buried underground. However, just as they were about to arrive, a sense of alarm suddenly rose in Li Wan's mind. Stop! He suddenly reached out and stopped Lin Wan and the Marines behind him. Almost simultaneously, the ground not far in front of them suddenly cracked open, and an energy tentacle, only as thick as an arm but as solid as dark red crystal and with sharp bone spikes at the tip, suddenly lashed out like a lurking venomous snake. Its target was not Li Wan, who was at the forefront, but Lin Wan, who was being protected behind him. This tentacle's aura was different from all the previous tentacles. It was colder, more concentrated, and carried a clear, targeted malice. Its target is you. Li Wan instantly understood the malicious intent behind it. It wasn't completely fooled by the bait. It dispatched a surprise force with its sights set on Lin Wan, who posed a threat to it. Watch out! Lin Wan exclaimed, instinctively about to unleash a purification beam. But the crystal-like tentacle was too fast and too sudden. Moreover, it seemed to have anticipated Lin Wan's reaction, twisting strangely in mid-air to avoid the direct hit of the purification beam. However, its surface light dimmed slightly, and it still stubbornly stabbed towards Lin Wan's chest. Lin Wan was about to be hit. Buzz! A fierce glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes, and he no longer held back his suppressed mental strength and supernatural abilities. He suddenly took a step forward, not to block with his body, but to extend his right hand like lightning, his 5 fingers spread open, the air in front of his palm distorted, and a miniature, rotating dark energy vortex instantly formed. Energy absorption, activate. The crystal tentacle crashed headlong into the miniature vortex. The expected explosion did not occur. The terrifying void energy contained in the tip of the tentacle was like a mudox entering the sea, being frantically torn apart and absorbed by the dark vortex. The tentacle itself emitted a sharp, almost conscious hiss, struggling violently, but it could not break free from the vortex's suction. In just 2 seconds, the solid crystal tentacle became ethereal and transparent, finally vanishing completely with a poof. The vortex in Li Wan's palm also disappeared. His body swayed slightly, his face paled even more, but his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. Ding! Successfully absorbed high-level void energy fragment. Basic energy absorption proficiency increased. Mental strength +1. Warning, trace amounts of residual mental pollution detected. Some mental energy has been automatically consumed for isolation and purification. The system notifications sounded in my mind. Brother 1. Lin Wan quickly supported him, feeling the somewhat disordered energy fluctuations within his body, and was both frightened and worried. The 2 Marines stared in disbelief, completely unable to comprehend what had just happened. Li Wan had eaten an energy tentacle with his bare hands? Don't just stand there. Deploy the stabilizer now. Li Wan suppressed the discomfort caused by forcibly absorbing high-level energy and shouted sharply. He could feel the clear anger emanating from the consciousness deep within the crack due to the loss of this special tentacle. The Marines reacted instantly, rushing to the power interface and beginning to install the second stabilizer. Lin Wan stayed by Li Wan's side, watching the surroundings warily, while quietly transferring a wisp of warm life energy into Li Wan's body to help him calm down. Stabilizer deployment complete. Activate. The Marine pressed the button. The blue force field expanded again, counteracting the energy of the crack. The second node was a success. However, before they could even catch their breath, the entire crack suddenly trembled. A dark red light flashed violently, and a wave of cold malice surged out, firmly locking in on Li Wan and Lin Wan's direction. It remembered them. Especially Li Wan's ability to devour its power, and Lin Wan's purifying power that it loathed. Retreat. Retreat quickly. Li Wan felt the palpable killing intent and gave the order without hesitation. The 4-person team quickly retreated along the original route, with a silent roar emanating from the crack behind them, a roar that seemed to tear at their very souls. When they met up with Qin Feng's team, who had completed their containment mission and were taking turns retreating, Qin Feng immediately noticed Li Wan's unusual expression and the lingering energy ripples in the air. What happened over there just now? Qin Feng stared at Li Wan, his tone filled with deep inquiry. He vaguely sensed a brief but extremely powerful burst of energy followed by its disappearance. Li Wan wiped the corner of his mouth, where a trace of blood had seeped out again. He said calmly, I ran into a small problem, but it's resolved. The second node has been activated. Qin Feng's eyes flickered, and he didn't press further, but the way he looked at Li Wan was completely different now. This man from the wasteland likely possessed secrets and power far beyond his imagination. And Lin Wan, as he watched Lin Wan carefully examining Li Wan's injuries, a subtle, indescribable light flickered deep within his eyes. Beneath the foundation of trust, this temporary alliance, built on mutual support against a formidable foe, is seething with undercurrents. The fangs of the cracks have been revealed, and the turmoil in the depths of people's hearts is only just beginning to stir. End of Chapter 22. Chapter 23, A Furious Counterattack, A Rift in Trust. The brief exhilaration of the second stabilizer's successful activation melted away like ice and snow under the fury of the cracks. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Return to the designated evacuation point on the landing craft. Qin Feng's voice came through the communication channel, carrying an unprecedented urgency and a hint of barely perceptible fear. Without him saying a word, everyone felt it. The ground beneath their feet no longer trembled, but groaned. Centered on the dark red crack, spiderweb-like fissures spread rapidly across the land, shattering rocks and melting metal wherever they passed, as if the entire space was on the verge of collapse. The dense energy in the air was almost tangible, making it hard to breathe. The cold, malicious intent swept through every corner like an invisible storm, focusing on Li Wan and Lin Wan, filled with a violent desire for destruction. Go! Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan's wrist, ignoring the energy disorder caused by forcibly absorbing and resisting mental pressure, and pushed the exoskeleton's power to its limit, frantically retreating along the cover route they had come from. The two Marines who were assisting them followed closely behind, their faces ashen. They could sense that if most of the mental pressure hadn't been borne by Li Wan and Lin Wan in front of them, they would probably have already suffered a mental breakdown. Sizzle! A piercing tearing sound came from above. From the crack, no longer a single giant tentacle emerged, but three slightly smaller, yet still enormous, dark red tentacles with runes flowing more rapidly on their surfaces. Like three whips of destruction, they carried the force to tear through space. Two lashed out fiercely at Qin Feng's main force, which was fighting and retreating, while the other swept precisely toward Li Wan's squad. It covers an extremely wide area and moves much faster, giving people no chance to jump into bomb craters. Take cover! Find solid cover, came roars and the roar of blast cannons from Qin Feng's side, clearly indicating that they were engaged in a fierce battle. Before the tentacle sweeping towards Li Wan and his companions had even fully descended, the terrifying energy pressure had already caused the two Marines to freeze in place, their exoskeletons emitting piercing overload alarms. Too late. Li Wan's pupils constricted. The tentacle's attack angle was extremely tricky, sealing off most of his dodge space. To withstand it head-on? In his current state, even if he used energy devouring again, he absolutely could not fully absorb the tentacle's energy. The only outcome would be his body exploding and him dying. At this critical moment. Buzz! Lin Wan broke free from Li Wan's grasp, took a sudden step forward, clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and closed her eyes. It wasn't a surrender, but rather a descent into the warm life force within her. A vibrant, pure, and life-giving emerald light, far more powerful than ever before, erupted from her center, like a rising sun. Ode to life, barriers. She uttered a clear, resolute cry. The emerald light was no longer merely a halo or beam, but instantly coalesced before her into a translucent barrier of light composed of countless intricate life runes. Upon the barrier, vines entwined, and illusory flowers bloomed, radiating an indomitable will to protect. Boom! The dark red tentacles slammed hard against the emerald green barrier. There was no explosion, only a grating, distorting sound from the violent clash of energies. Dark red destructive energy and emerald green life energy frantically eroded and annihilated each other. The barrier trembled violently, cracks appearing on its surface. Lin Wan's face instantly turned ashen, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, but she gritted her teeth, her hands desperately maintaining the mark, her life energy pouring out relentlessly to reinforce the crumbling defense. Waner! Li Wan's eyes widened in horror. He could feel Lin Wan's life force rapidly dwindling. This level of defense was far beyond her current capacity. His superpower core was operating at an unprecedented speed. Ignoring the stinging pain from his meridians, he forcibly mobilized all available mental and physical strength, sheathed his high-frequency battle blade, and thrust his palms forward. Energy absorption, turn it on to maximum. This time, he was no longer absorbing, but guiding. A larger, more wildly spinning dark vortex formed in front of his palm, but its target was not the tentacles themselves, but the most violent and chaotic part of the energy turbulence that escaped after the tentacles collided with the barrier of life. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. Like a whale sucking in water, a large amount of dissipated energy was forcibly pulled in, swallowed, and crushed by the dark vortex. Although this could not directly weaken the tentacle's attack, it greatly reduced the subsequent pressure on the life barrier and also bought Lin Wan a moment to breathe. Ding! High-intensity energy absorption in progress. Mental strength +2. Energy absorption proficiency greatly increased. Warning! Meridian load has reached the critical point. Mental pollution isolation layer weakened. The system's warning sound was like background noise to Li Wan. His eyes were fixed on the emerald green figure swaying in the crimson turmoil ahead. Crack! The barrier of life finally succumbed to the pressure and shattered completely, turning into countless points of light. However, the energy of the dark red tentacle was also weakened by nearly half due to the barrier's obstruction and Li Wan's absorption. Its size shrank, its light dimmed, and finally, less than 5 meters away from Li Wan and Lin Wan, its energy was exhausted and it dissipated into nothingness. Lin Wan's body went limp and she fell backward, but Li Wan caught her with lightning speed. Her breath was weak, her life energy was almost exhausted, and she fell into a semi-conscious state. Go! Li Wan scooped her up in his arms, activated the exoskeleton's full power, and sprinted towards the evacuation point. The two Marines who had survived the ordeal seemed to snap out of their daze and did their best to keep up. When they stumbled back to the makeshift camp where the landing craft were located, Qin Feng's main force had just withdrawn, suffering heavy losses. 2 more Marines were left forever on that scorched earth. Each Marine's powered armor was covered in wounds and burn marks from energy, and the atmosphere was extremely oppressive. The landing craft quickly took off, leaving the area below, which had been transformed into an energy hell, far behind. Inside the submarine, all was deathly silent. The only sounds were the suppressed groans of the wounded and the soft hum of the mechanical nurses operating. Qin Feng removed his helmet, his face a mixture of exhaustion, shock, and a lingering gloom. His gaze fell on Lin Wan, who was still unconscious and had been carefully placed on a chair by Li Wan, before shifting to Li Wan, whose face was as pale as paper and who was closing his eyes to meditate. Lin Wan's earth-shattering defense and Li Wan's bizarre ability to devour energy completely overturned his understanding. This was beyond his comprehension of wasteland survivors and even most known superhumans. Dr. Ella, Qin Feng's voice was hoarse, the effect of the second node? Dr. Ella stared at the terminal, her expression equally grim. The second stabilizer is still running, and the energy suppression field has covered 35% of the designated area. But, the total energy and activity of the rift are increasing instead of decreasing. Its core seems to be completely enraged, recklessly extracting energy from unknown dimensions. The third node. I'm afraid. She didn't continue, but her meaning was clear. Following this trend, even if the third node was successfully deployed, it was uncertain whether the resulting suppressive force field could contain the rampaging cracks. It might even trigger an even more terrifying backlash. Qin Feng remained silent for a moment, then turned his gaze to Li Wan again. This time, his eyes no longer merely probing, but carrying a hint of decisiveness and cold calculation. Mr. Li Wan, he walked up to Li Wan, his tone regaining its usual calmness, yet carrying an undeniable air. The abilities you and Ms. Lin Wan have demonstrated are crucial to resolving this crisis. As the temporary Supreme Commander of the Pioneer, I formally request that you unconditionally obey the Federation's command in the upcoming operations, especially Ms. Lin Wan's purification abilities, which need to be applied more efficiently and directly to attack the Rift Core. He paused, then said meaningfully, for the greater good, sometimes personal sacrifice is necessary. The Federation will remember your contributions. The implication of these words was almost equivalent to asking Lin Wan to go to her death and use her life energy to forcefully confront the core of the rift. Li Wan suddenly opened his eyes, a cold flame seemingly burning deep within them. He slowly raised his head, looking directly at Qin Feng, his voice not loud, but carrying a resolute force. Lieutenant Qin, I think you've got something wrong. Our cooperation is based on mutual benefit, not one-sided sacrifice. Wanner's life is more important than 100 of these rifts. You want her to be cannon fodder? Li Wan's lips curled into a cold smile. Unless I'm dead. The atmosphere inside the cabin instantly plummeted to freezing point. The rift in trust was laid bare at that moment, and quickly widened into an insurmountable chasm. End of Chapter 23. Chapter 24, A Glimmer of Hope in Desperate Circumstances, System Awakening. The air inside the landing craft seemed to freeze. Li Wan's words, "unless I die," were like a cold blade, severing all pretense and politeness, laying bare the cruel reality before everyone. Lieutenant Qin Feng's face instantly turned ashen. The Marines behind him instinctively raised their blaster guns. Although the muzzles were not explicitly pointed at Li Wan, an invisible sense of oppression already enveloped them. Dr. Ella opened her mouth, wanting to say something to ease the atmosphere, but under Qin Feng's cold gaze and Li Wan's resolute attitude, she ultimately lowered her head in despair and continued to monitor the despairing energy readings on the cracked terminal. Li Wan held the unconscious Lin Wan tightly behind him. Although his meridians felt like they were being pierced by countless needles, and his mental energy was aching from excessive consumption and residual pollution, his spine remained straight, his eyes sharp as an eagle's, and he met Qin Feng's gaze without flinching. The muscles beneath the exoskeleton were taut, and the superpower core was squeezing every last bit of potential with unprecedented efficiency, ready to explode at any moment. He knew that once he made a move, in this confined space, he might be able to take a few people down with him by launching a sudden attack and using the strange energy absorption, but it would be almost impossible for him, heavily injured, to escape unscathed with Lin Wan. He was gambling that Qin Feng wouldn't dare to completely break off relations at this moment, when the threat of the rift hadn't been eliminated and when they desperately needed their strength. Time ticked by, and the atmosphere inside the cabin was as tense as a fully drawn bowstring. Finally, Qin Feng took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing the anger and murderous intent in his eyes, and slowly raised his hand, signaling the Marines to put down their weapons. Mr. Li Wan, I understand your feelings. His voice regained its surface calm, but the coldness within remained undiminished. But I hope you also understand that if the rift gets out of control, the entire planet could be destroyed, including everything you care about. Personal emotions are insignificant in the face of the survival of civilization. He stopped looking at Li Wan and instead ordered, Dr. Ella, calculate the optimal deployment plan for the third node and assess the possibility of forcibly closing the rift. All units, return to the Pioneer and immediately rest and resupply, preparing for the final operation. He didn't mention using Lin Wan as cannon fodder again, but the phrase final operation already indicated that he wouldn't give up on using Lin Wan's abilities, only the method might be adjusted. Li Wan sneered inwardly and remained silent. He carefully placed Lin Wanping on the chair, then sat down beside her, keeping a watchful eye on the movements of the Federation members while simultaneously channeling his supernatural abilities to nourish his damaged meridians and communicating with the system in his mind. System, scan Lin Wan's current status and assess recovery options. Ding. Scanning. Target, Lin Wan. Status, life essence severely depleted, in deep self-protective hibernation. Mental level subjected to high-intensity void malicious impact, showing signs of mild contamination. Recovery recommendation, requires continuous nourishment with pure life energy. Estimated natural awakening time, 4872 standard hours. System points can be used to exchange for basic life recovery potion 500 points serving to accelerate the recovery process. Warning, the target's mental pollution must be purified naturally or with external assistance after awakening. Seeing Lin Wan in such a terrible state, Li Wan felt a pang of pain in his heart. Overdrawing one's life essence was no small matter. The silly girl had practically risked her future just now. As for the mental pollution, it was probably something she suffered while enduring the tentacle attack. He chose to redeem it without hesitation. Exchanged for one basic life resurrection potion, costing 500 points, leaving 4,500 points. A small crystal bottle containing a vibrant green liquid appeared silently in his system space. Using his body as cover, Li Wan pretended to take it out from the damaged internal pocket of his exoskeleton, carefully pried open Lin Wan's lips, and slowly fed her the potion. As the medicine entered her body, a sliver of color immediately returned to Lin Wan's pale face, and her weak breathing became more steady and powerful, but she still showed no signs of waking up. Li Wan knew that this only stabilized her injuries and accelerated the recovery of her life essence. The true root cause still needed time. Just as he breathed a slight sigh of relief, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding. The host has been detected to be in a high-intensity crisis environment, severely lacking in strength, and the key mission target Lin Wan is unconscious. The probability of completing the mission Eye of Rifts is less than 10%. Hidden trigger condition, the will to protect in dire straits. The special auxiliary function Deep Analysis is temporarily enabled. Deep Analysis performs a deep scan of a specified target including but not limited to life forms, energy structures, and technological creations to obtain key information such as its core composition, operating principles, and weaknesses. Cost depends on the strength of the target being analyzed, minimum 1,000 points per scan. Currently temporarily available first use free. Li Wan was shocked. The hidden condition was triggered in this way. The will to protect in dire straits, was it because he protected Lin Wan without hesitation, even at the cost of turning against the Federation? System, conduct in-depth analysis of K-73 Void Rift. He issued the command in his mind without hesitation. This was the key to breaking the deadlock. Command confirmed. Initiating in-depth analysis of target K-73 Void Rift. Analysis in progress. 1%. 15%. 40%. A massive flow of information began to flood Li Wan's mind, accompanied by intense mental pain, as if his entire brain was about to burst. He groaned, veins bulging on his forehead, and forcibly endured it. Analysis complete. Target, K-73 Void Rift. Type, unstable manually activated channel suspected of being manually opened or guided. Energy source, connected to an unknown higher dimensional space coordinates encrypted, strong interference present, energy characteristics, chaotic, corrosive, mentally polluting. High-intensity life reactions and fluctuations in intelligent consciousness detected at the core marked as, Void Watcher Afterimage. Operating principle, by tearing apart the membrane of the real universe, a temporary channel is constructed, drawing energy using dimensional pressure differences. At its core exists an unstable singularity, crucial for maintaining the channel. Known weaknesses. 1. Purifying power, it can effectively neutralize its energy structure, especially targeting energy tentacles and mental pollution. 2. Spatial stability, an external stabilizing force field can compress its basis of existence, but a critical threshold must be reached. It is estimated that 85% suppression can be achieved when all three nodes are fully open. 3. Core singularity. This singularity is extremely unstable and has a very high probability of causing channel collapse when subjected to strong energy impacts or interference at specific frequencies. Warning: collapse may result in large-scale spatial annihilation, posing an extremely high risk. 4. Mental link. The consciousness of the Void Watcher behind it has a mental link with the rift. Attacking or severely damaging this consciousness can cause the rift to go out of control or close down. Key information: in-depth analysis. Weak but unique Zerg biosignals were detected in the crack's energy, with a 17.3% similarity to the known Zerg Queen's mental imprint. It is speculated that the crack's unusual activity may be indirectly or directly related to Zerg activity. The Void Watcher consciousness exhibits a strong desire for pure life carriers and highly adaptable energy bodies consistent with the container characteristic. A wealth of invaluable information was instantly imprinted in Li Wan's mind. Was it artificially activated? A Zerg signal? A core singularity? A mental link? I see. This rift is not entirely a natural disaster, there is likely a hidden hand behind it. Although the Zerg signals are not very similar, they are enough to tell the story. To close the rift, besides deploying stabilizers step by step, there are two more direct, but also more dangerous, methods: destroy the core singularity, or attack the consciousness behind it. Destroying the singularity is too risky, we might all perish together. So, what are the remaining options? Li Wan's gaze deepened. Attack the consciousness of that Void Watcher? How? Although his mental power was special, directly confronting such a being would be tantamount to throwing an egg against a rock. Unless. He thought of Li Wan's purifying power, a power that seemed particularly effective against void energy and mental pollution. He also thought of his newly enhanced energy devouring ability. If he could get close to the core, could he devour the crucial energy that sustained that consciousness? An extremely risky plan, but with enormous rewards if successful, gradually took shape in his mind. Just then, the landing craft shuddered slightly and returned to the hangar of the Pioneer. The hatch opened, and Qin Feng glanced coldly at Li Wan. Take them to the medical room and keep them under strict guard. He emphasized the word under strict guard. Several Marines stepped forward and forcefully gestured for Li Wan to take Li Wan with him. Li Wan did not resist, silently picked up Li Wan, and followed the soldiers towards the medical room. Only in his lowered eyes did a resolute and cold light flash. The Federation is unreliable, and might even become an enemy. Therefore, the only ones I can rely on are myself and Wanner. In this desperate situation, he must seize this glimmer of light provided by the system. End of Chapter 24. Chapter 25, Dim Light in the Cell, Whispers of Consciousness. The medical room on the Pathfinder was less a treatment facility and more a rather comfortable prison cell. The metal walls gleamed coldly, and the only entrance was guarded by two fully armed Marines, with the access control system flashing a red light indicating the highest level of access control. The room contained only a medical bed, a simple monitoring device, and a table and chairs fixed to the wall. Li Wan was carefully placed on the medical bed. The life monitor showed that her vital signs were slowly and steadily recovering, and her complexion had become much rosier. However, she was still in a deep hibernation and knew nothing about the outside world. Li Wan sat on the chair by the bed, closed his eyes and regulated his breathing. His supernatural power flowed like a gentle stream, patiently repairing his damaged meridians, while he vigilantly sensed all the movements outside the door. Qin Feng placed them under house arrest, ostensibly for protective isolation and observation, but his true intention was clear: to ensure that these two uncontrollable assets, especially Li Wan with her purification abilities, would not slip out of his control before the final operation began. Time passed in a stifling silence. While healing his wounds, Li Wan repeatedly processed the key information he had obtained from the system's deep analysis in his mind. A man-made passage, remnants of Zerg signals, the core singularity, a mental link, a Void Watcher. These fragments of information pieced together in his mind, pointing to a chilling truth. This was no accidental spatial anomaly, but rather the prelude to a meticulously planned or at least guided invasion. Zerg? Have their reach extended this far? Or is there some unknown connection between these Void Watchers and the Zerg? That 17.3% similarity is like a Damocles sword hanging over our heads. Destroying the singularity directly is too risky. No one can bear the consequences of spatial annihilation. Therefore, the only breakthrough lies in the consciousness hidden behind the crack Void Watcher, after image. How to attack a consciousness that exists in a higher dimension? His energy devouring might be able to harm it, but only if he can get close enough and lock onto that ethereal spiritual source. This is akin to finding a needle in a haystack, and might even result in being corrupted or devoured by its powerful spiritual force. Lin Wan's purifying power seems to be the key. That vibrant power has a natural restraint on void energy and mental pollution. If her purifying power could be guided, amplified, or even combined with one's own spiritual power or energy absorption in some way. A bold idea gradually became clear, but it required Lin Wan's awakening and cooperation, and even more so, an opportunity to get close to the core of the rift. Right now, they can't even leave this medical room. Just as Li Wan's mind was racing, a faint sob, seemingly coming from the depths of his soul, suddenly rang in his consciousness. "It hurts, it's so cold, Brother Wan." It was Lin Wan's voice. Not through his ears, but directly affecting his mental state. Li Wan suddenly opened his eyes and looked at Lin Wan on the medical bed. She remained unconscious, but her brows were slightly furrowed, as if she were enduring some kind of pain. Warning: abnormally active mental activity detected in the critical mission target, weakly resonating with an unknown consciousness field marked as Whispers of the Void Watcher. There is a risk of escalating signs of mental contamination. The system alarm sounded simultaneously. Damn it! It's that Void Watcher. It was able to penetrate the warship's shields and directly transmit the whispers into Lin Wan's consciousness, who was unconscious and whose mental defenses were at their weakest. Was it because she had unleashed a powerful purifying force that aroused the thing's deeper interest? Or was it because it sensed Lin Wan's pure life essence, which met its criteria for finding a container? Come, merge, eternity, liberation from suffering. The cold, seductive, and nauseating whispers became clearer, coiling around Lin Wan's unconscious mind like venomous snakes. Lin Wan's body began to tremble slightly, and fine beads of cold sweat appeared on her forehead. The data on the life monitor showed slight fluctuations. "We can't wait any longer." Without further hesitation, Li Wan gently grasped Lin Wan's cold hand and carefully, as softly as the lightest feather, probed into her consciousness. A chaotic space, enveloped in emerald green life energy, but with its edges already stained with dark red stains, appeared before him. Lin Wan's hazy consciousness huddled in the center, like a frightened little beast, while the cold whispers seeped in from all directions, trying to pollute the emerald green. "Wanner, wake up. Hold on to your true self." Li Wan used his spiritual power as a bridge to convey his firm and warm thoughts to her. "That's an illusion, an erosion. Use your power to dispel it." Seemingly sensing Li Wan's familiar aura and unwavering will to protect her, Lin Wan's curled-up consciousness trembled, and the emerald green light around her suddenly shone brightly. Although faint, it carried an indomitable tenacity, stubbornly resisting the erosion of the dark red whispers. "Resistance is futile, it will all return to nothingness." The cold thought seemed to sense Li Wan's intervention, and its whisper, tinged with annoyance, surged even more intensely towards Lin Wan. Li Wan's eyes turned cold. "Did you want to hurt Wanner in front of him?" With a thought, he did not use the violent energy to devour it, but instead tried to inject a wisp of extremely pure spiritual power, which originated from his supernatural ability, into her consciousness space, simulating the frequency of Lin Wan's purifying power, like a clear spring. This spiritual power, which combined Li Wan's protective will with the characteristics of simulated purification, produced a miraculous effect as soon as it entered Lin Wan's consciousness. The originally somewhat scattered emerald light seemed to be nourished, quickly condensing and growing stronger, becoming more solid and active, and in turn began to actively purify the dark red stains that had seeped in. Laugh. On a conscious level, it was as if the sound of melting ice and snow could be heard. The cold whisper retreated quickly, as if burned, carrying a hint of surprise and uncertainty. A peculiar resonance, not pure purification, interesting, a more suitable container. The whispers faded into the distance, but the last phrase, a more suitable container, made Li Wan's heart sink. That thing seemed to be more interested in the combined effects of his and Lin Wan's power. As the whispers faded, the dark red stains in Lin Wan's consciousness space were quickly purified. Her trembling stopped, her brows relaxed, and her breathing became more steady and long. The data on the life monitor has also returned to normal. Li Wan slowly withdrew his spiritual power, let out a long sigh of relief, and broke out in a cold sweat. The seemingly calm exchange just now was actually extremely dangerous. If his mental power were contaminated or destroyed by that void consciousness, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just then, Lin Wan, lying on the medical bed, trembled a few times and slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were initially a little confused, but they quickly focused as she saw Li Wan by the bedside, feeling the warmth from his hands and the lingering worry in his eyes. "Brother Wan," her voice was still weak, but clearly audible. I think I had a terrible dream, lots of cold voices were calling my name." "It's all right, Wanner. Li Wan squeezed her hand, a reassuring smile on his face. I'm here for you. He briefly told her about their house arrest and the invasion of her consciousness, omitting the specific details of the system's analysis, but emphasizing the existence of an evil consciousness behind the rift and that it might target both her and himself. Lin Wan's face paled slightly after hearing this, but her eyes remained resolute. It wants to hurt Brother Wan and control me. I will never let it succeed. Seeing her eyes regain their sparkle and her fighting spirit rekindle, Li Wan felt somewhat relieved. He lowered his voice and briefly told her about his risky plan to take the initiative and attack the consciousness behind the rift. We need to get close to the core of the rift, we need your purifying power, and we also need an opportunity. Li Wan's gaze was profound. Qinfeng 1T give us this opportunity easily, so. Before he could finish speaking, the automatic door to the medical room suddenly slid open with a whoosh. Qinfeng led Dr. Ella and two soldiers in. His gaze swept over the awakened Lin Wan, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes before returning to his cold, hard expression. Ms. Lin Wan has just woken up. Qinfeng's tone was calm, revealing neither joy nor anger. The final action plan has been finalized. In 1 hour, we will launch a full-scale attack on the rift. At that time, we will need Ms. Lin Wan's full cooperation. His gaze shifted to Li Wan, carrying a condescending scrutiny. As for you, Mr. Li Wan, for the sake of the bigger picture, you will remain on the ship. We need to ensure the purity of the operation. End of Chapter 25. Chapter 26, Forced Separation, Undercurrents Flow. Qinfeng's words were like a cold hammer, shattering the last vestiges of hope in Li Wan's heart. Forced separation? Excluding him from the final operation? This is not just for some bullshit purity of action. Li Wan suddenly stood up, shielding Lin Wan behind him, his gaze piercing Qinfeng like a blade. Lieutenant Qin, what do you mean by this? The literal meaning. Qinfeng said expressionlessly, his tone leaving no room for doubt. The final battle will take place in the core area of the rift, where the environment is extremely harsh and the energy level far exceeds that of before. Ms. Lin Wan's purification ability is the key to victory, and we cannot allow any uncertainties to interfere with her performance. As for you, Mr. Li Wan, your ability is too special and unstable. His gaze swept meaningfully over Li Wan, clearly referring to the previously absorbed energy tentacles and the suspected mental interference ability. Rather than worrying about instability, it's more accurate to say they fear and feel a lack of control. Besides, Qinfeng added, his tone laced with a cold sarcasm, in your current state, how much of your strength can you muster? Staying on the ship for treatment is not only for your own sake, but also for the sake of the mission. It is true that Li Wan's internal injuries have not healed, but this is by no means the real reason why Qinfeng excluded him. The real intention is to place Lin Wan completely under the control of the Federation, and if necessary, even sacrifice her to achieve the goal, without worrying about Li Wan, the biggest variable, causing trouble. Lin Wan gripped Li Wan's arm tightly, her face pale but her eyes resolute. No. I want to be with Brother Wan. Without him, I. Ms. Lin Wan. Qinfeng interrupted her, his tone becoming more forceful and commanding. This is war. Not childless play. Personal feelings must be subordinate to the overall strategy. Your abilities are related to the lives of tens of thousands of people. I hope you can prioritize the greater good. The two Marines behind him stepped forward, an invisible pressure looming over him. Li Wan clenched his fists so tightly that his knuckles turned white from the force. He stared intently at Qinfeng, the remaining power within him stirring restlessly under the influence of anger. If he were in good condition, if he didn't care. But at this moment, forcibly confronting him would not only fail to save Lin Wan, but would also immediately plunge them into a desperate situation. Ding! Emergency side mission triggered, Lone Wolf breaks the deadlock. Mission objective, in the absence of the main force, ensure Lin Wan's safety and attempt to participate in the final battle to effectively strike the consciousness of the Void Watcher. Mission hint, utilize existing resources to find unconventional routes. The Pioneer is not a monolithic entity. Task rewards, calculated based on completion rate guaranteed reward, unlocking the skilled mental link beginner and 2000 system points. Failure penalty, Lin Wan dies or her mind is completely corrupted, and the host's mental strength is permanently damaged. The system's notification sounded like a bucket of cold water, instantly sobering Li Wan up. A forced confrontation was the worst possible strategy. The system prompted him, the Pioneer was not a monolithic entity, seek unconventional routes. He took a deep breath, forcibly suppressing his surging anger and murderous intent. His expression became calm, even carrying a hint of resigned weariness. Okay. Li Wan loosened his fist, his voice low. I'll stay. This answer surprised everyone, even Qin Feng was stunned, seemingly not expecting Li Wan to be so compliant. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan in disbelief. Brother Wan. You? Li Wan turned around, placed his hands on Lin Wan's shoulders, and looked deeply into her eyes. He didn't speak, but his gaze conveyed an incredibly clear message: trust me, do as I say, live on, and wait for me. Lin Wan understood the deep-seated determination and unquestionable protectiveness in his eyes. She bit her lip, held back her tears, and nodded heavily. Waner, take care of yourself. Li Wan gently patted her back and said quickly in a voice that only the two of them could hear, in critical moments, trust your intuition, your strength is far more than this. He released her, took a step back, and stopped looking at Lin Wan. Instead, he said to Qin Feng, Lieutenant Qin, I hope you can keep your promise and ensure Waner's safety. A hint of doubt flashed in Qin Feng's eyes, but Li Wan's cooperation saved him a lot of trouble. He nodded. The Federation will naturally guarantee the safety of important partners. Take Ms. Lin Wan to the equipment depot to change into her special protective suit. Meet in the hangar in 1 hour. Two soldiers stepped forward and escorted Lin Wan, who kept turning back to look at them, out of the medical room. The door closed again, leaving only Li Wan and the two guards inside. The atmosphere was oppressive. Li Wan seemed to have exhausted all his strength. He slumped back into his chair, closed his eyes, and appeared to be silently enduring the pain and helplessness of separation. However, beneath his lowered eyelids, his brain was racing. An unconventional path. The Pioneer is not a monolithic entity. His mental energy, like an invisible spider web, quietly spread out from himself, carefully avoiding any mental energy monitoring devices, sensing the pulse of the warship. The roar of the engines, the flow of energy through the pipelines, the movement of people, and the occasional snippets of conversation leaked from the communication channels. He captured some interesting information. Dr. Ella seemed to be arguing with someone with higher authority, vaguely mentioning terms like energy overload risk, singularity stability, and ethics committee review, her tone filled with anxiety. Some lower-ranking soldiers and technicians privately discussed their doubts about this hasty final operation, especially about the forced requisition and potential sacrifice of a civilian superhuman. Some of the warship's secondary ventilation ducts and maintenance access routes appear to have monitoring blind spots and security protocol vulnerabilities due to previous energy shocks or years of neglect. These fragments of information pieced together in his mind. Dr. Ella's concerns, the unease of the lower-ranking personnel, the structural flaws in the warship, these were all points that could be exploited. He needed an opportunity, one that would allow him to escape surveillance, infiltrate key areas of the warship, and perhaps even find a way to leave the ship and head to the battlefield. Time is running out. Li Wan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze falling on the inconspicuous identification ring on his wrist, temporarily bound to the federal exoskeleton system. This thing served as both an authorization credential and likely a location tracking and surveillance device. He had to find a way to resolve this problem before the operation began and find that unconventional path. Lin Wan has been drawn to the eye of the storm, and he must act quickly. The cold metal wall reflected his lonely yet resolute figure. A breakout hidden in the shadows was about to begin. End of Chapter 26. Chapter 27, A Lone Shadow Walks. The rift is about to begin. Inside the medical room, time seemed to stretch out, each second filled with a stifling silence. Li Wan maintained his posture of closing his eyes and regulating his breathing steady, as if he had already accepted his fate of being imprisoned. However, his quietly spreading web of mental energy acted like the most sensitive detector, capturing every minute fluctuation inside the warship. He heard the sound of landing craft engines warming up coming from the direction of the hangar, the heavy footsteps of Marines gathering, and Dr. Ella's rapid voice as she confirmed the operation parameters for the last time through the communication channel. The final operation is about to begin. He saw the subtle energy flow pattern inside the identification ring on his wrist, a simple positioning signal transmitter and a life status monitoring circuit connected to the bridge safety system. Cracking it isn't difficult, the challenge lies in disabling it without alerting the bridge and creating a plausible illusion. The opportunity arose from a small, unexpected event. Perhaps due to the tension of an upcoming high-risk mission, a Marine guarding him accidentally bumped the butt of his blaster against a metal wall while adjusting the sling of his blaster, making a dull thud. The sound was particularly clear in the quiet medical room, and it also triggered another hidden sensor at the door, which was used to monitor abnormal sounds in the room. The indicator light flashed briefly. Now! The moment the sensor was triggered, Li Wan moved. He didn't get up, but instead used a wisp of extremely pure spiritual power that he had been gathering for a long time to precisely pierce the energy circuit node of the identity ring like a scalpel. Energy absorption, microscopic manipulation. Instead of absorbing energy, he performed an extremely subtle energy interference and circuit rewriting. This was a new application he deduced with the system's assistance, combining the characteristics of energy absorption with his newly acquired mental power control. The energy flow inside the identification ring became instantly disordered, the positioning signal transmitter overloaded and burned out, and the life monitoring circuit was temporarily covered by a simulated, stable but slightly weak vital sign signal. The entire process took place in a fraction of a second, perfectly masked by the lingering sound of the impact. On the bridge's surveillance screen, Li-Wan remained seated quietly, his vital signs stable. In reality, however, the identification ring had become an inconspicuous decoration. Step 1 complete. Li-Wan slowly opened his eyes, his gaze calmly sweeping over the two guards. The soldier who had made the noise seemed somewhat annoyed, and was checking his weapon. The other soldier glanced at Li-Wan warily, and seeing that he made no move, turned back to his own side. Li-Wan stood up, walked to the water dispenser in the corner of the room, and casually filled a glass with water. This action aroused no suspicion. However, during the process of collecting water, his fingertips seemingly unintentionally brushed against the metal shell beneath the water tank, and a trace of extremely faint mental energy imprint seeped in like a water stain, establishing an extremely subtle connection with the faint energy fluctuations he had previously sensed from an old condensate recovery pipe that ran through multiple decks of the warship. Based on his previous perception, this pipe passed directly beneath the medical room, and one of the maintenance ports was located in a storage room filled with cleaning tools, diagonally opposite the medical room, a blind spot for surveillance cameras. This was one of the unconventional routes he had found. He finished his water, sat back down in his chair, closed his eyes again, and seemed resigned to his fate, awaiting the final outcome. Time passed second by second. Suddenly, the entire Pioneer shuddered slightly, accompanied by a deep hum of increased engine power. Despite the heavy armor and the distance, Li-Wan could still vaguely sense that the warship was adjusting its posture and its main guns were charging to provide fire support for the ground operation. The final operation had begun. Almost at the same time the warship shook, Li-Wan's mental energy detected the expected signal. The door to the storeroom made a very slight click sound due to the vibration, as if it was not completely locked. Now! Li-Wan suddenly opened his eyes, his figure leaping up from the chair like a ghost without making a sound. The two guards with their backs to him felt a slight breeze behind them and instinctively turned around, only to find the chair empty. Where are they? The two soldiers were terrified and immediately raised their weapons to search around while pressing their communicators to prepare a report. However, Li-Wan was far faster than them. The instant he stood up, he activated the exoskeleton's power and stealth modes to the maximum. Like a blurry shadow, he silently slid out of the open automatic door of the medical room, which hadn't been fully closed when the soldiers entered and exited in the short time it took for the two soldiers to turn their heads, and slipped into the storage room diagonally opposite. The whole process happened in the blink of an eye, clean and efficient, without triggering any alarms. The identity ring had failed, and the indoor sensors were temporarily blocked from visual monitoring due to his previous mental interference. The storage room reeked of engine oil and cleaning agents. Li-Wan gently closed the door behind him, his gaze quickly locking onto an inconspicuous access panel with a mesh cover in the corner. The mental imprint he had left behind was faintly glowing, indicating that this was the entrance to the condensate drain pipe. Without hesitation, he crouched down, gripped the edge of the cover with his fingers, and applied slight force. The exoskeleton provided precise control of his strength, and the cover was silently lifted, revealing a dark, damp pipe underneath, just wide enough for one person to pass through. A cold draft, carrying the smell of rust and mildew, wafted out from deep within the pipes. Li-Wan took a deep breath, and without the slightest hesitation, he slid into the dark pipe. Behind him, the cover was gently closed, and the storage room returned to its original state, as if no one had ever been there. The pipes were pitch black, narrow, and winding, covered in condensation and rust. Li-Wan used his mental perception to navigate, his exoskeleton assisting him as he moved swiftly and laboriously along the slippery pipe walls. He had to reach his designated location, an abandoned small observation pod near the outer armor of a warship, before the Federation discovered his disappearance and launched a full-scale search. Based on the information he had previously gathered, this observation cabin had been abandoned several years ago due to its poor viewing angle and outdated equipment. However, its external hatch could still be opened manually in theory, and its relatively remote location made it the best springboard for carrying out his next plan. The experience of navigating through the pipes was unpleasant. The cold sewage soaked his clothes, and the cramped space oppressed his body, but Li-Wan's heart burned like a flame. Through that faint mental link, he could vaguely sense Lin Wan's state in the distance, tense, yet resolute. Her life energy was like a candle flame in the wind, yet tenaciously unyielding. "Hold on, Wanner. I'll be there soon," he silently vowed to himself, and resolutely marched forward into the dark tunnel towards the unknown dangers. Meanwhile, on the warship's command bridge, Qin Feng was intently watching the live battlefield footage transmitted back to the main screen. The landing craft had reached the designated altitude, and Lin Wan, escorted by the Marine squad, was advancing towards the last and most dangerous energy node. The rift's reaction was more violent than ever before, countless energy tentacles thrashing wildly, and its chilling malice could almost be felt through the screen. Report. Medical room guard reports, target Li Wan is missing, an operator suddenly reported urgently. Qin Feng turned his head abruptly, his face instantly turning ashen. What? When did this happen? Where's the surveillance footage? Right before or after the operation began. Surveillance footage showed him sitting in his seat the whole time, but when the guard turned around, he had vanished. His identification ring signal was lost. Useless trash. Qin Feng cursed, his eyes flashing coldly. Immediately seal off the relevant area. Activate the internal security protocol. He must still be on the ship. Find him. A strong sense of unease rose within him. Li Wan's escape meant that the biggest variable had slipped out of his control. What exactly was this guy planning? Inside the Pioneer, the alarms did not sound to avoid alerting the enemy and causing panic, but an invisible search network had already been quietly deployed. At this moment, Li Wan, like a fish diving into deep water, was swimming steadfastly towards his goal along an unknown path. A storm is brewing, and the shadows have already taken their place. End of Chapter 27. Chapter 28, The Abandoned Eye, Summoning from the Void. The inside of the pipes was dark, sticky, and damp, and the smell of rust and decay was almost suffocating. Li Wan moved like a gecko along the slippery pipe wall. The dim light from the exoskeleton could only illuminate a small area in front of him, and he relied more on his mental perception to avoid protruding bolts and broken cracks. Cold condensation dripped from above, running down the neck and into the clothes, bringing a bone-chilling cold. He could clearly hear his suppressed breathing and the powerful pounding of his heart, amplified in the enclosed space. Meanwhile, the mental web was constantly relaying information about the outside world. The footsteps of the search team inside the warship could be heard in the distance, and encrypted instructions were being transmitted continuously through the communication channels, creating a tense atmosphere. However, they have not yet extended their search to the depths of these almost forgotten maintenance pipelines. I don't know how much time passed, maybe only a few minutes, but in this environment it felt like eternity. A T-shaped fork appeared on the pipe wall ahead, pointing upwards. According to the mental imprint and the previously perceived warship structure diagram, the vertical passage leading to the abandoned observation cabin was to the top. Li Wan took a deep breath of the air, which was filled with the strong smell of iron, and began to climb upwards using both his hands and feet. The vertical passage was even narrower, requiring the use of the arms and back. With the exoskeleton's auxiliary power at its maximum, the metal fingers dug shallow dents into the slippery tube walls. Finally, a faint light appeared overhead, along with a round, rusty grill cover. This is it. He carefully pried open the grill, and a stale, dusty smell of air rushed into his nostrils. He nimbly flipped out of the pipe and landed in a cramped space. This is the abandoned observation cabin. The space is less than 10 square meters, and the walls are covered with old-fashioned dashboards and manual control levers. Most of the screens are black and covered with a thick layer of dust. The only observation window is a round, thickened glass window about 1 meter in diameter. Outside the window is the dark gray armored hull of the Pioneer, the deep starry sky in the distance, and the planet below stained with dark red cracks. The location here was indeed remote, situated on the side of a protruding structure of the warship, limiting visibility. Li Wan quickly checked the situation inside the cabin. Fortunately, the external emergency hatch, which could theoretically be opened manually, was right next to the observation window, with a rusty "Do Not Operate" sign hanging precariously on a red rotary valve handle. He wasn't sure if the hatch, which hadn't been used for years, was still functioning properly, nor was he sure if the environment outside the hatch was a direct vacuum. If so, he would need the exoskeleton's life support system, but the exoskeleton's energy had been more than half depleted during the previous battles and escapes. The risk is extremely high. But at this moment, he had no way out. Through the mental link, he could feel the pressure on Lin Wan's side rapidly increasing, the energy fluctuations of the crack like a volcano about to erupt. He has to get out. Just as he was about to try turning the emergency valve, the system notification sounded in his mind again. Ding! High intensity, high purity void energy focus detected. A suspected Void Watcher consciousness is attempting a large-scale physical projection or summoning ritual. Target area, directly above the rift core. Warning: if this process is completed, it will greatly enhance the stability of the rift and may summon an unparalleled void entity. Emergency Mission Lone Wolf Breakthrough Phase Objective Update: prevent or disrupt the void summoning ritual. Summoning ritual? Entity projection? Li Wan was shocked. No wonder the energy of the rift increased instead of decreasing. No wonder that consciousness had been holding back all along. It was accumulating power, preparing to make a big move. If it succeeded, not only would closing the rift be impossible, but the entire planet could become a sacrifice for its arrival. He lunged to the observation window and peered down through the thick glass. On the surface of the planet below, the dark red crack now resembled a giant burning eye, its light so dazzling that it was almost impossible to look directly at it. Enormous energy converged and swirled within, forming a massive, constantly twisting, dark red vortex. At the vortex's center, a pulsating egg composed of pure dark energy was faintly visible, emanating a terrifying aura that sent shivers down one's spine. Countless tiny energy tentacles, like blood vessels, connect to this egg from various cracks, supplying it with nutrients. Directly below the vortex, near the last energy node, he saw Lin Wan. She was being protected by marines in the center, a vibrant green purifying light constantly flashing, resisting the frantically surging energy tentacles and mutants around her. But her face was pale, clearly indicating she had exhausted herself. Xin Feng seemed to be giving her some instructions over the communication. Judging from the gestures, he was asking her to concentrate her purifying power to bombard the forming egg. No! Li Wan instantly understood Xin Feng's plan. He wanted Lin Wan to use the power of purification to attack the unformed void entity, thereby interrupting the summoning. This seems reasonable, but the risk is extremely high. The energy contained in that egg far exceeds that of any previous tentacle. Lin Wan's power may not be enough to completely purify it, and she may even be devoured by it. It may even cause an uncontrollable explosion due to the opposite energy properties. We can't wait any longer. Without further hesitation, Li Wan turned and rushed toward the emergency hatch, gripping the cold, rusted rotary valve with both hands. He unleashed his full power, pushing the exoskeleton's power output to its limit. Creak squeak. A sickening metallic scraping sound echoed in the cramped compartment, and rust flakes fell from the valve. It hadn't been turned in so long that it was practically welded to the doorframe. Open for me. Li Wan roared, veins bulging on his forehead, his superpower core even beginning to burn its potential, a surge of immense power flowing into his arms. Snap. With a crisp click, the valve was finally forced to turn one full turn. Then, a second turn, a third turn. As the valve turned, a faint yellow warning light lit up around the edge of the hatch, indicating that the airlock was being released. At the same time, he issued the strongest warning and instructions to Lin Wan through their mental link. Waner. Don't attack that black egg directly. Use your power to form a barrier to protect yourself and those around you. It's summoning something even more terrifying. Wait for me. He couldn't be sure if Lin Wan could clearly receive this hasty mental message, but he had to try. Finally, the valve rotated to its full extent. With a hissing sound of depressurization, the emergency hatch door slowly opened a crack. A powerful suction instantly emanated from it, pulling any unsecured debris inside towards the doorway. It really is a vacuum environment. Li Wan gripped the door frame tightly, resisting the suction. He glanced at the exoskeleton's energy display, 38% remaining. Life support system could only last for a maximum of 20 minutes. Without any space mobility equipment, his only landing point after jumping out of here would be the perilous planet below and the terrifying summoning ritual that was underway. This was a truly desperate leap. Without the slightest hesitation, he adjusted his posture, locked his gaze on the dark red hell below, and leaped into the cold void of space. A feeling of weightlessness instantly enveloped his entire body, and the planet's gravity began to pull him towards the burning giant eye. Behind him, the massive hull of the Pioneer rapidly shrank. Alone, he charged into purgatory. End of Chapter 28. Chapter 29, Whispers of the Void, Shadow of the Queen. The cold vacuum swallowed the sound. Only his own heavy breathing echoed inside the helmet. Li Wan plummeted like a meteorite towards the planet below, which was torn apart by dark red cracks, and his speed increased rapidly. The exoskeleton's life support system struggles to maintain basic life support, and energy readings are declining at a visible rate. He did not attempt to adjust his posture, nor did he futilely search for ways to slow down, all of which would have been in vain without any thrusters. He focused all his attention on two things: first, to sense Lin Wan's condition through the mental link, and second, to stare intently at the ever-expanding summoning vortex below, which resembled the Eye of Hell. Waner! Hold on! Defend! Wait for me, he transmitted his thoughts through the link again and again, like casting an anchor in a raging storm. The battlefield below. Lin Wan is under unprecedented pressure. Countless energy tentacles, like wildly dancing venomous snakes, attacked from all directions, and the Marine's blaster firepower was stretched thin under such a dense barrage. The core of what she had to face was the dark energy egg that floated in the center of the vortex of cracks, constantly pulsating and expanding. The evil and oppressive aura it exuded made the life energy within her body tremble instinctively. Just as she was about to unleash all her purifying power on the black egg, following Qin Feng's almost roaring command transmitted via communicator, Li Wan's anxious warning flowed into her mind, which was almost filled with various noises, like a clear spring. Wan'er! Don't attack that black egg directly. Use your power to form a barrier to protect yourself and those around you. It's summoning something even more terrifying. Wait for me. It's Brother Wan. He's still alive. He's on his way. This unwavering determination to protect instantly dispelled any confusion or fear in Lin Wan's heart. Without hesitation, she changed the way she channeled her energy, forming a mudra with her hands in front of her chest. The emerald green light no longer tried to attack, but instead expanded outward like a tide, forming a life-protecting barrier that enveloped herself and several marines around her. Lin Wan! What are you doing? Follow orders. Attack that core. Qin Feng's angry roar came through the communicator. No. That's wrong. Lin Wan retorted so clearly for the first time, her voice filled with unwavering determination. They're using us. Brother Wan is on his way. Li Wan? Qin Feng's voice stopped abruptly. He had obviously received a report from the bridge about Li Wan jumping ship. The shock and anger in his voice almost burned through the communicator. In this brief stalemate, the pulsation of the dark energy egg reached its peak. Countless twisted, living, dark red runes appeared on its surface, and an intent far colder, more ancient, and filled with endless greed and malice than ever before, like a tangible shockwave, suddenly spread out. Arrived, finally, the right container. This thought was no longer a vague whisper, but a clear declaration. Its target was clearly Lin Wan, who was supporting the barrier. That pure and powerful life energy seemed to be the perfect vessel it had longed for. Not good. Li Wan clearly sensed this intent as he fell, his eyes wide with horror. That thing wanted to take over Lin Wan's body. He frantically channeled all the remaining energy in his body, ignoring the tearing pain in his meridians, trying to speed up his fall, even if it was just by a second. However, it was too late. The dark energy egg suddenly contracted, then expanded violently like a heartbeat. A beam of extremely condensed dark red light, ignoring spatial distance, instantly pierced through the life barrier hastily set up by Lin Wan, and accurately struck her between the eyebrows. Ah! Lin Wan let out a scream of pain mixed with horror. The emerald green light around her quickly dimmed and became polluted as if it had been splashed with thick ink. Her eyes instantly lost focus and were replaced by a deep, swirling dark red. Her originally gentle face twisted and revealed a strange and cold smile. Wan'er! Li Wan roared silently, his heart feeling as if it were being gripped by an icy hand. Ding! Warning! Key mission target Lin Wan has been forcibly possessed by a high-intensity void consciousness. Mental pollution index is rising sharply. Vital characteristics are mutating. The Void Watcher has been confirmed as Zerg Queen Lingying's psychic clone. The reason for the abnormal activity of the rift has been identified. The Eye of the Rift mission is partially completed. Urgent. The possession process is not yet fully stable, and there is a brief rejection window. Please take action as soon as possible. The Zerg Queen. Lingying. It really was her. All the clues connected instantly. This rift was clearly a setup by the Zerg Queen to descend or find the perfect vessel. The so-called void energy is very likely some kind of higher dimensional power controlled by the Zerg. The possessed Lin Wan, or rather, Lingying's clone, slowly raised her head, her dark red eyes piercing through the void, precisely locking onto Li Wan, who was rapidly falling. A mocking and cruel smile curled at the corner of her lips. A decent vessel, unfortunately, it's tainted with impurities. However, your soul is quite interesting. Devouring you might make my new body even more perfect. Her voice was still Lin Wan's, but it was filled with condescending indifference and greed. Before she finished speaking, Shi Lingying casually waved her hand, and a dark red energy whip, much thicker and more solid than any of her previous tentacles, covered with the phantom of the insectoid chitinous carapace, tore through the air like a scorpion's tail, carrying an aura of destruction, and fiercely lashed at Li Wan, who was unable to dodge in mid-air. This strike contained enough power to cut a small landing craft in half. Below him was the summoning ritual nearing completion, and the powerful queen's avatar above him was a deadly energy lash. He was still falling at high speed, his energy about to run out. Li Wan was in an unprecedented predicament. As the energy whip was about to strike, a glint of madness flashed in Li Wan's eyes. If he couldn't dodge, he'd take it head on. No, not just take it head on. Instead of trying to defend himself, he crossed his arms in front of him, and the superpower core in his body, which had acquired a strange characteristic due to having absorbed void energy, began to rotate in reverse at an unprecedented speed. Energy absorption. Go all out. A massive, dark vortex that seemed capable of swallowing light instantly unfolded before him, no longer a microscopic manipulation, but a ruthless and violent devouring. Boom! The crimson energy whip lashed fiercely at the dark vortex. There was no explosion, only a chilling sound of energy annihilation. The terrifying energy contained within the whip's shadow was frantically torn apart, absorbed, and crushed by the vortex. Ding! High-intensity energy absorption in progress. Warning! Energy overload. Meridian damage worsening. Mental pollution resistance decreasing. Detection of Zerg Queen's unique mental imprint contamination. Isolation attempt failed. Contamination has begun to erode the host's consciousness. Excruciating pain surged through his limbs and bones, as if his meridians were being torn apart inch by inch. Even more terrifying, a cold, violent, and endlessly destructive intent, along with the devoured energy, invaded his mental world like a deadly poison, attempting to corrupt his soul. Li Wan groaned, blood seeping from his 7 orifices, but he gritted his teeth. The dark vortex not only did not shrink, but expanded again in the face of despair, biting the energy whip tightly and devouring it frantically. Oh? It can actually devour my power? The Lingying clone below showed a hint of surprise, which quickly turned into greater interest. This is getting more and more interesting. Then let you become my first nourishment upon my arrival. She raised her hand, and more dark red energy gathered at her fingertips. While enduring the dual torment of body and soul, Li Wan, with the help of the violent energy mixed with the queen's mark that he devoured, forcibly stabilized his downward trend, and like a burning black meteor, resolutely rushed towards the eerie figure below. Even if it means falling into the abyss, I'll drag you down to hell with me. End of Chapter 29. Chapter 30, Spiritual Resonance, Purifying Wrath. His body felt as if it had been thrown into a furnace, every inch of flesh and every meridian groaning under the dual torment of the frenzied, raging energy and the Zerg Queen's cold malice. His soul felt as if it had been plunged into an ice cave. Ling Ying's destructive and possessive mental imprint was like a bone-deep ailment, eroding his will and trying to drag his consciousness into endless darkness and madness. But Li Wan's eyes, like flames burning in a blizzard, never went out. Instead, under extreme pain and pressure, they burst forth with an even more intense light. Ignoring the warning that his meridians were about to collapse and the reality that his spiritual world was being polluted, he poured all the dark red energy that had been devoured and mixed with the Queen's mark, along with all the remaining power in his body, into the reverse-rotating superpower core. This isn't for absorption, nor for becoming stronger, it's for detonation. He wanted to turn this body into a human bomb, and at the moment he approached Ling Ying's clone, he would blast this chaotic energy, which was enough to destroy the world, along with his own soul, into the evil consciousness that had taken over the body of his beloved. Let's die together. He roared silently in his heart, his speed soaring once more, transforming into a shooting star trailing a dark red flame, his target the mocking face below. The smile on Ling Ying's clone Lin Wan faltered slightly, and a genuine surprise and a very faint tremor that even she herself did not notice flashed in her dark red eyes. This insignificant human being, whose soul is being corrupted by her mark and whose body is on the verge of collapse, how can he still unleash such a resolute, pure, and even subtly threatening will? Foolish struggle. She sneered, and the dark red energy gathered at her fingertips suddenly erupted, transforming into countless fine, nerve-like energy threads that wove into a large net, enveloping Li Wan. She wanted to capture him alive and carefully study this unique individual who could devour her power and soul. However, just as the energy net was about to close and Li Wan was preparing to detonate himself, a sudden change has occurred. Lin Wan's primal consciousness, suppressed deep within her soul by Ling Ying's consciousness, erupted like an oil depot thrown into Mars under the impact of that familiar, unforgettable force, which carried the resolute will to protect her at all costs. Brother Wan! A cry, originating from the depths of her soul and filled with endless sorrow, longing, and anger, exploded from within Lin Wan's possessed body like the purest light of purification. Those dark red eyes instantly showed a violent fluctuation, and a trace of emerald green light belonging to Lin Wan herself stubbornly struggled to emerge. Ding. Detected a strong outburst of ego consciousness from critical mission target Lin 1. A rejection window has appeared. Host. Now. Mental link, resonance. The system's prompts are like final instructions. Li 1 abruptly stopped his action that was about to detonate the core. At the critical moment, he abandoned the idea of mutual destruction and instead channeled all his mental energy, like a flood bursting its banks, along the mental link that had already been established, recklessly rushing towards the faint light of Lin 1's consciousness erupting. There are no tricks, no reservations, only the most primal and pure emotional resonance, protection, trust, and love. Wanner. Come back. His thoughts, like thunderclaps, exploded on that battlefield of souls dominated by darkness. No. Ling Ying's clone let out a shrill scream of shock and anger. She felt her control over this body was violently wavering. The resonance between that pure life consciousness and this foreign soul was generating a power she couldn't understand, which was frantically rejecting her spiritual imprint. The energy net surrounding Li 1 instantly collapsed. Taking advantage of this brief, miraculous gap created by Lin 1's self-awakening and his spiritual resonance, Li 1 broke through the final distance as if piercing through a water curtain, and crashed hard into Lin 1's arms. It was not a collision in the physical sense, but a complete collision and fusion of spirit, energy, and soul. Puff. Both of them coughed up blood at the same time. Li 1 coughed up blood because he forcibly stopped the self-destruction and suffered the backlash from the collision, while Ling Ying's clone suffered mental damage and was unstable in possession. Li 1 held Lin 1 tightly, ignoring the excruciating pain that felt like his body was about to fall apart in the queen's corruption that was raging in his mental world. He pressed his forehead against hers, his mental energy like the gentlest net, tightly wrapping and protecting Lin 1's fragile consciousness that was struggling against the darkness. Wanner, look at me, listen to my voice, come back. He called out again and again, turning his will into the strongest barrier to protect her from Ling Ying's counterattack. Lin 1's body trembled violently, her eyes flashing wildly between dark red and emerald green, her face contorted with an expression that was sometimes cold and eerie, sometimes filled with painful struggle. 1. Brother. Lin 1's weak voice, broken and choked with sobs, finally escaped, so painful, dark, so cold. Don't be afraid, I'm here. I've got you, and I'll never let go. Li 1's voice was deep and hoarse, yet carried an undeniable power. Use your strength, Wanner, believe in me, and believe in yourself. Drive her away. It seemed that Li 1's protection and call gave Lin 1 boundless courage and strength, and the emerald green light deep in her soul suddenly burst forth like a supernova. Get out of my body. A clear shout, filled with boundless anger, grievance, and unwavering determination to protect, erupted from Lin 1's mouth. A vast amount of life energy and purifying power, far exceeding anything before, burst forth like a long-suppressed volcano, centered on the point of spiritual resonance between her and Li 1. Buzz. The emerald green light instantly engulfed the two of them and spread rapidly like ripples, quickly melting and purifying the surrounding dark red energy and void pollution like snow under the sun. Ah! Ling Ying's clone let out a shrill scream filled with disbelief and rage. This is impossible. This power, this resonance. Her dark red phantom was violently distorted and faded as if it had been thrown into strong acid. Finally, with a mental scream full of resentment, it was forcibly expelled from Lin 1's body, turning into a dim afterimage, and fled back in a sorry state to the dark energy egg that had not yet completely dissipated deep in the crack. The light of the energy egg dimmed by more than half in an instant, and the runes on its surface became disordered, forcibly interrupting the summoning ritual. The emerald green light of purification slowly receded. Lin 1 collapsed softly into Li 1's arms, her eyes closed, her face as pale as paper, her breathing weak. But the eerie coldness between her brows had vanished, replaced by a weariness and tranquility after exhaustion. Her life energy was almost completely depleted again, but the pollution on her spiritual level had been thoroughly purified. Li 1 held her tightly, feeling her faint pulse and familiar body temperature. The tension in his heart finally eased slightly, followed by an overwhelming wave of weakness and excruciating pain. His vision went black, his willpower almost collapsed, and he swayed, nearly falling down with Lin 1. Ding! Successfully prevented the void summoning ritual. Successfully expelled the Zerg Queen Ling Ying mental clone. Major progress in the Eye of Rift quest. Rewards being calculated. Warning! The host's body is severely damaged, mental energy is excessively depleted, and mental contamination. The Zerg Queen's mark has not been completely removed, resulting in a dormant state. Immediate action is required. The system notification sounds seem to come from a distant horizon. He looked up at the crack that had become extremely unstable due to the interruption of the ritual and the damage to his clone, then at Lin Wan, who was unconscious in his arms, and finally at the Federal Marines in the distance who were somewhat bewildered by the light of purification, and at Qin Feng's silence on the communicator, which was hard to tell whether it was shock or anger. The battle is not over yet. But he and Wanner are still alive. That's enough. He held Lin Wan in his arms, slowly sat down on the scorching ground, leaned against a burning hot rock, and gazed at the still ominous sky before closing his eyes wearily. Next, it's the federal government's turn to have a headache. End of Chapter 30. Chapter 31, The embers are not yet cold, the shadows lie dormant. A deathly silence enveloped this scorched earth, which had just witnessed an earth-shattering battle on the level of consciousness. Only the low, humming sound of the cracks due to the backlash of energy, like that of a dying beast, and the occasional sound of rocks crumbling in the distance, reminded people that the crisis was not yet over. The emerald green light of purification had dissipated, but the nauseating void pollution and the insectoid's unique sweet and pungent odor in the air had been largely dispelled, replaced by a freshness like that after a rain, carrying a faint breath of life. This is the trace left by Lin Wan's final burst of purification power, like a flower that stubbornly blooms amidst ruins. Li Wan leaned against the scorching hot rock, holding the unconscious Lin Wan tightly in his arms. His own body, however, was like a puppet that had been disassembled and then barely pieced back together, with every joint groaning in pain. His meridians were like parched, cracked earth, his superpower core was dim and lifeless, and his mental energy was so depleted that even staying conscious became difficult. Deeper still, a cold, violent thought lurked in the corner of his soul like a venomous snake. It was the contamination left by the Zerg Queen Ling Ying. Although it had fallen into silence due to the interruption of the ritual and Lin Wan's purification and had not yet manifested, it was like a time bomb that could be detonated at any moment. He didn't even have the strength to lift a finger. He could only lean on the rocks, using his remaining willpower to keep himself from falling and to keep Lin Wan from letting go of his arms. In the distance, the Federal Marines who had miraculously survived the cleansing shockwave seemed to awaken from a nightmare. They stared at the two unconscious figures embracing, their eyes filled with complex emotions of bewilderment at surviving such a catastrophe, and an indescribable awe. The battle they had just witnessed, beyond their comprehension the descent of darkness, the eruption of emerald light, and the final collapse of the evil consciousness had utterly shattered their understanding. There was a deathly silence on the communicator, even Qin Feng's usual commanding voice had disappeared. Clearly, the turn of events involving Lin Wan, and Li Wan's resolute charge and his in their view last-minute heroics, had plunged this lieutenant, who always prided himself on his calmness and control, into a state of immense shock and confusion. It felt like an eternity before two daring Marines, under the cover of their comrades, cautiously approached. "Are they still alive?" a soldier asked in a low voice, his voice uncertain. Another soldier scanned him with a life detector, his vital signs are weak but stable. "That man is badly injured." Looking at Li Wan's face, stained with blood and burned by energy, and his arm, which remained in a protective posture even in his unconscious state, their eyes softened, replaced by a more complex expression. Was it this man, whom they considered an unstable element, who ultimately saved everyone? At least, that terrifying thing had been driven away by him along with Lin Wan. What should we do? Take it back to the ship? Wait for the lieutenant's orders. They dared not move without authorization, and could only stand guard with their guns, waiting for instructions from the pioneer. Meanwhile, the atmosphere inside the control bridge of the Pathfinder was equally somber. Qin Feng stood in front of the main screen, his face so grim it could drip water. The screen displayed real-time footage of the battlefield below, as well as the vital signs data of Lin Wan and Li Wan. Dr. Ella, meanwhile, was rapidly operating the terminal, analyzing the inexplicable energy fluctuations and mental spectrum that had just been recorded. "Is it confirmed?" Qin Feng's voice was hoarse. "It can be basically confirmed." Dr. Ella pushed up her glasses, her face a mixture of lingering fear and academic excitement. What possessed Lin Wan just now was an extremely powerful spiritual entity with obvious Zerg characteristics, its energy level far exceeding any record in our database. And what expelled it was a highly concentrated burst of purifying energy triggered by a special resonance between the spiritual powers of Li Wan and Lin Wan. She pulled up a set of data and pointed to the wildly fluctuating curve. "Look here, the moment the consciousness was expelled, the energy output of the rift plummeted by 40%. The unformed summon also fell silent. They really did it. In a way we can't understand, they temporarily resolved the greatest crisis." Temporarily, Qin Feng chewed on the word, his sharp gaze fixed on the unconscious Li Wan on the screen. "In other words, the rift is still there, and that consciousness may still be there." "Yes." Dr. Ella nodded. Although the energy structure of the rift is damaged, its foundation is not destroyed and it is still slowly absorbing energy to repair itself. That consciousness, although it is seriously injured, its origin seems to be connected to the depths of the rift and has not completely disappeared. Qin Feng remains silent for a moment, his gaze flickering uncertainly. The power displayed by Li Wan and Lin Wan has completely exceeded the scope of temporary allies or even usable assets. Their ability to severely damage or even drive out beings of that level makes their potential value and potential threat immeasurable. Especially Li Wan, whose ability to devour energy and achieve final spiritual resonance is simply unheard of. Now that the two are in a coma, it's the perfect time to take them completely under control. Should they be treated as heroes, or controlled as samples to study the source of their power? Send a medical rescue team down. Qin Feng finally made the decision, his tone regaining its usual calm. Prioritize ensuring the safety of Lin Wan and Li Wan, and bring them back to the ship's highest-level medical bay for comprehensive examination and treatment. He emphasized the words comprehensive inspection. That crack, Dr. Ella asked. Continue monitoring. Suspend all proactive attack operations until a security solution is assessed. Qin Feng stared intently at the still unstable dark red crack. We need to reassess all of this, especially the true roles these two played in this incident. He already understood that this incident was by no means a simple void disaster. The involvement of the Zerg Queen and the man and woman with secrets foreshadowed an even greater storm to come. By controlling Li Wan and Lin Wan, one might hold the key to surviving or even profiting in the storm. Soon, a small medical boat separated from the Pioneer and landed on the ground. On the scorched earth, Li Wan, though in a deep coma, was not entirely unaware. He could vaguely sense someone approaching, and felt himself being carefully lifted, separated from Lin Wan, and placed into the cold medical pod. He instinctively wanted to struggle and return to Lin Wan's side, but his extreme physical weakness and the subtle restraint of the lurking corruption deep within his soul prevented him from even opening his eyelids. In the moment before he completely lost consciousness, all he could do was rely on his last bit of mental perception to firmly lock onto Lin Wan's faint but steady life force not far away. Wanner, wait for me. Then, darkness completely swallowed his consciousness. And in the unfathomable depths of the soul, the dormant mark of the queen, as if possessing a life of its own, stirred slightly, seemingly adapting to its new breeding ground, and quietly releasing imperceptible mental fluctuations filled with allure and whispers, attempting to sow the seeds of control when the host was at its weakest. The embers are not yet cold, but the shadows have already begun to lie dormant. End of Chapter 31. Chapter 32, Awakening in the Cage, The First Signs. Consciousness was as if it were drowning in a boundless, dark, icy ocean, with the biting cold and tearing pain alternating and eroding it. Li Wan felt like a broken boat, bobbing up and down in the turbulent energy currents and the cold, malicious whispers. The only perceptible anchor point was that faint yet incredibly resilient warm light belonging to Lin Wan in the distance. After an unknown amount of time, the cold darkness seemed to recede slightly, and my heavy eyelids struggled to open a crack. The blinding white light made him squint instantly, and it took him a while to adjust before he could see his surroundings clearly. This is a pure white room filled with a futuristic, high-tech feel. He lay on a soft but clearly fixed medical bed, with several tubes and sensor patches attached to his body, delivering nutrient solution and monitoring his vital signs. The walls are smooth metal, with no obvious doors or windows, only a lighting panel that emits light evenly above and a row of displays flashing various data. There was a faint smell of disinfectant in the air, as well as a kind of sluggishness unique to an energy suppression field. He was imprisoned. Not in the kind of house arrest you'd find in a medical ward, but in a much larger, completely isolated cage. He tried to mobilize the energy in his body, but what responded to him was a sharp pain from deep within his meridians, like being cut by a dull knife, and a feeling of emptiness and weakness. The core of his superpower was dim and lifeless, like a dormant volcano. His mental energy was also severely depleted, barely enough to keep him conscious, and he was no longer able to spread his senses as before. Worse still, he could clearly feel that in some corner of his soul, that trace of the cold imprint belonging to the Zerg Queen lingering, like a lurking venomous snake, though still dormant, had created a strange, subtle connection with his weakened soul. It seemed to be slowly and extremely stealthily absorbing the faint energy fluctuations generated during his recovery process, nourishing itself. Warning: host consciousness has awakened. Physical recovery, 12%. Mental recovery, 8%. Energy core is in dormant protection mode. The activity of the Zerg Queen's mental imprint silent has slightly increased, and it is passively absorbing dissipated energy. It is recommended to prioritize removing this contamination. The system notification sounded at the right time, confirming his perception. Cleanse? How do I cleanse it? Li Wan asked silently in his heart. In his current state, he could barely even perform introspection, let alone touch the pollution at the soul level. Option 1. Use high-intensity external purification energy such as Lin Wan's purification power to flush out the impurities. Option 2. If the host's mental strength recovers to over 30%, an internal stripping process can be attempted using the energy absorption property, but this carries extremely high risk. Option 3. Exchange for the special system item Soul Purification Charm requires 8,000 points, host does not have enough points. None of the three options are currently feasible. Li Wan's heart sank. Without removing this mark, he would never truly be at ease, and might even be remotely controlled or influenced by Linging at some crucial moment in the future. He was more worried about Lin Wan. System, scan Lin Wan's location and status. Scanning in progress? Scan failed due to interference from high-intensity energy shielding and spatial isolation. Only confirmed that the critical mission target, Lin Wan, has stable vital signs and is located within the same large structure, presumably the Pioneer, but her exact location is unknown. They're still on the ship, and their lives are safe. This is a stroke of luck amidst misfortune. Just then, the smooth wall opposite him suddenly rippled like water, becoming transparent and revealing the scene outside a room resembling an observation room. Dr. Ella was standing outside, looking at him through this one-way transparent wall, holding a recording tablet in her hand. "Mr. Li Wan, you're awake." Dr. Ella's voice came through a hidden speaker, her tone carrying a hint of formulaic concern. "How are you feeling? Your body is severely damaged, especially your meridians and energy circuits, which require in-depth repair and observation." Li Wan didn't answer her question, but just looked at her coldly. "Where is Lin Wan? How is she?" Dr. Ella adjusted her glasses. "Ms. Lin Wan is in another medical unit. She mainly suffers from overexertion of life energy and depletion of mental strength. Her recovery is better than yours, but she is still in a coma. Please rest assured, we are providing her with the best treatment." "The best treatment? Or the most in-depth research?" Li Wan sneered inwardly. "Where is Lieutenant Qin? I need to see him." "Lieutenant Qin is dealing with the aftermath of the crack and is unable to come at the moment," Dr. Ella said, downplaying the seriousness of the matter. "Until you and Ms. Lin Wan have fully recovered and we are certain that your condition will not pose a threat to the safety of the warship, you will need to stay here for treatment and evaluation." "An assessment? They really want to study the source of their power. How's the crack?" Li Wan asked a different question. A serious look crossed Dr. Ella's face. "The rift's energy level has stabilized at a low level. After you interrupted the summoning ritual, it seems to have entered some kind of dormant state. But we can't shut it down. Its structure is very peculiar, and the unstable singularity at its core still exists. Forcing an attack would be too risky." She paused, her gaze towards Li Wan filled with undisguised inquiry. "Mr. Li Wan, could you describe in detail the power you and Ms. Lin Wan used at the end, that purifying outburst triggered by spiritual resonance? This is crucial for our understanding and ultimate resolution of the rift crisis. Now, let's get to the main point." Li Wan closed his eyes, ignoring her. To describe it? To reveal his entire hand to these treacherous allies? He wasn't that naive. Seeing that Li Wan refused to communicate, Dr. Ella was not surprised. She simply wrote something down in her notebook, and then the walls returned to their cold metallic color, isolating the inside from the outside. The room fell silent once more. Li Wan lay on the medical bed, staring at the ceiling, his mind racing. Current situation: separated from Lin Wan, under strict imprisonment and surveillance, physically injured, energy depleted, and soul corrupted. Available resources: system limited functionality, insufficient points, remaining mental energy weak, and some knowledge of the Federation and the Rift. Primary objectives: restore strength, eliminate pollution, and find and reunite with Lin Wan. He must find a way to break this deadlock as soon as possible. Passively waiting will only make him a sitting duck. He closed his eyes again, no longer trying to mobilize his energy, but instead immersing himself entirely in his depleted spiritual world, attempting to gently and fundamentally rebuild his spiritual power, like streams converging. Even if the progress was slow, he absolutely could not sit idly by and wait for death. At the same time, he separated an extremely subtle wisp of his consciousness, like an antenna, to carefully probe the energy suppression field of the cage, searching for any possible loopholes or patterns, even the smallest ones. On the other side of the Pathfinder was another isolation medical room of the same specifications. Lin Wan's long eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially somewhat confused, but then it suddenly became clear, and she instinctively tried to sit up. Ms. Lin Wan, please don't get agitated. Your body needs rest. A gentle electronic voice sounded. Lin Wan found herself strapped to a medical bed, in a pure white, enclosed space. She checked her body. Her life energy had recovered considerably, but she was still somewhat mentally exhausted. What reassured her most was that the chilling, corrupted feeling deep within her soul had completely vanished, replaced by an unprecedented clarity and a kind of indescribable growth. It was as if, through that struggle with Ling Ying's consciousness and the final outburst, the essence of her purifying power had been tempered and sublimated. She cared more about Li Wan. Where is Brother Wan? Where is he? How is he? She asked anxiously, her voice slightly hoarse. Mr. Li Wan is receiving treatment. His injuries are much more serious than yours, but his vital signs are currently stable, the electronic voice replied flawlessly. Lin Wan pursed her lips. She could sense that Brother Wan was still on the ship, and that he seemed to be in bad shape, but she couldn't pinpoint his exact location or condition. This separation and uncertainty made her feel intensely uneasy. She recalled the moment before she fell unconscious, Wan Ji's resolute charge, and the feeling of perfect harmony and understanding between them when their spirits resonated. A blush rose to her face, but more than that, she felt heartache and determination. Brother Wan would do anything for her. She absolutely cannot sit idly by and wait for her doom. She secretly tried to mobilize the life energy within her body and found that although it was somewhat suppressed, it was not completely unable to function. Moreover, she vaguely felt that her control over this energy seemed to have become more refined and subtle. She closed her eyes, pretending to continue resting, but her heart began to quietly gather strength. At the same time, she sent a pure sense of life outward like a vine, trying to penetrate the cage's shield and find the aura that haunted her dreams. Although they were in different cages, they shared the same belief and began their own struggles and schemes in different directions. The calm after the storm often foreshadows the brewing of an even more violent shock. End of Chapter 32. Chapter 33, Whispers of the Mark, Purifying the New Sprout. Inside the pure white cage, time lost its meaning. Li Wanshuan's mind was completely absorbed in rebuilding his spiritual world and being wary of the latent pollution within his body. Like the most patient craftsman, he used his remaining spiritual strength as a guide to slowly sift through the dried-up wellspring of spiritual energy, attempting to draw back a fresh source. This process is slow and painful, like digging in the desert, with each act of condensation accompanied by a deep sense of exhaustion. However, the mark left by the insect queen Ling Ying was like a malignant tumor, not only passively absorbing the dissipated energy during his recovery process, but also beginning to release extremely subtle yet all-pervasive mental whispers. Submit, embrace the void, you will gain power beyond the mortal realm. That girl, she can't truly understand you, only I can take you to the top. Look, your body is so fragile, your strength is so insignificant, accept my mark, I will grant you new life. These whispers were not violent shocks, but rather the murmurs of lovers, full of allure, pointing directly to Li Wan's inner desire for power, his unwillingness to accept his own weakness, and his subconscious protectiveness towards Lin Wan twisted into a bizarre logic that only by becoming stronger can he better protect her. Li Wan guarded the spirit altar, resisting these erosions with unwavering will. He knew that once he lost his composure, the mark would spread rapidly like a virus, completely corrupting his soul. However, the prolonged confrontation greatly slowed down the recovery speed of his mental strength, and even caused the sliver of mental strength he had just gathered to quietly dissipate again in the midst of the whispers of resistance. With this ebb and flow, the dormant state of the mark seemed to loosen slightly, and the energy fluctuations it emitted became a little more active. At this rate, before he can recover enough strength to peel it off, the mark may resurface and try to control him first. We must find a way to break this deadlock. He thought of the second option suggested by the system to restore his mental strength to more than 30% and then perform internal stripping by absorbing energy. But at the current rate, it's anyone's guess when it will reach 30%. Perhaps, we could take a risky gamble? A thought flashed through his mind. Since the mark was absorbing the energy dissipated during his recovery, could he take advantage of this? Could he deliberately accelerate the recovery of his mental energy, creating even more abundant dissipated energy as bait to attract the mark to absorb it more actively? Then, at a crucial moment, using the devouring properties of even the slightest bit of newly recovered energy, instead of devouring the mark itself that would immediately trigger a fierce backlash, could he instantly cut off all the dissipated energy and briefly suffocate the mark? It's like luring a wild beast out of its den with delicious food, then suddenly removing the food and closing the cage door while it's feasting. While it might not kill the beast, it could create temporary confusion and weaken it, buying itself more precious time to recover. The risk is that if handled improperly, or if the imprint reacts more unexpectedly, it could backfire and accelerate its awakening. But there was no time to hesitate. A resolute glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. He no longer cautiously began to recover, but instead started to forcefully squeeze the potential of his soul and accelerate the condensation of his spiritual power in a more radical and mentally taxing way. Like forcibly opening a sluice gate to release water from a dried-up riverbed, a sharp, intense mental pain shot through him, instantly covering his forehead in cold sweat. But the effect was also significant. The recovery speed of his mental energy noticeably accelerated, and the energy fluctuations he emitted also became slightly more concentrated. Sure enough, the dormant mark in the corner of the soul, like a shark smelling blood, quietly increased its speed of absorbing the dissipated energy, and the tempting whispers became clearer and more urgent. Yes, that's it, unleash your potential, embrace it. More. I need more. Despite his discomfort, Li Wanxiang maintained his rapid recovery while focusing all his attention on the mark, sensing the rhythm and frequency of its energy absorption. He was waiting for the perfect moment, the instant when the mark's absorption reached its peak, the most greedy and focused instant. Time passed second by second, and the water level of the spiritual world slowly rose in pain, while the activity of the mark also increased in sync, and even its surface began to show a faint, ominous dark red glow. Now! Li Wan roared inwardly, his long-prepared will suddenly release like a taut bowstring. Energy-devouring microscopic suffocation. He mobilized his mental energy, which had just recovered to less than 5%, and poured it all into the reverse-rotating phantom of the supernatural core. Instead of devouring it, he activated its properties, instantly forming a miniature, reversed energy vacuum zone within his own mental world, centered on the mark. All the energy flowing towards the mark was forcibly cut off and pulled away by this sudden suction force. It was like someone who was enjoying a drink suddenly having their throat grabbed. Buzz! The dark red mark trembled violently, its surface luster instantly dimming, and the whisper it emitted turned into a short, angry screech. It clearly hadn't expected its host, in such a weakened state, to be able to unleash such a sophisticated and targeted technique. Although this energy suffocation could only last for a very short time, the sudden deprivation of supplies did indeed plunge it into brief chaos and weakness, interrupting its absorption process and significantly reducing its activity level. It was a success. Li Wan felt somewhat reassured and, not daring to be negligent, immediately stopped his aggressive recovery methods and switched to a gentler, nourishing approach. Although the overall increase in his mental energy was not significant, he had broken the vicious cycle of being continuously drained and interfered with by the mark, and his subsequent recovery speed should be much faster. More importantly, he had verified a method to suppress this pollution in the short term. Just as he breathed a slight sigh of relief, the system notification sounded again. Ding! Successfully suppressed the Zerg Queen's mental imprint temporarily, slowing its recovery process. Resistance to mental energy recovery has decreased. Warning, this operation has raised concerns, and its subsequent erosion methods may become more covert and cunning. The host's precise control and decisiveness in dire situations have been detected. Energy absorption proficiency has increased, and the ability to micro-control mental power has been enhanced. Finally, some good news. Li Wan felt his mental energy, still weak but now flowing more smoothly, and began to examine the cage more closely. The energy suppression field remained stable, but he seemed to be able to perceive certain subtle points in its energy flow more clearly. Meanwhile, in the isolation medical room on the other side of the Pathfinder, Lin Wan closed her eyes and pretended to sleep, focusing all her senses on the life energy tendril that quietly emerged. This tendril was extremely tiny, containing the purer and more restrained purifying properties she had acquired after her sublimation. It did not forcefully break through the barrier, but rather, like plant roots seeking water, it clung to the inner wall of the cage, patiently sensing the fluctuations in the energy field. She discovered that the force field was not perfect. In a very brief moment, seemingly a system self-check or energy replenishment, a negligible weakening would occur in a corner of the force field. This is it. She held her breath, waiting for the next fluctuation. When that familiar, faint energy ripple appeared again, she focused her will and, like a precise surgical needle, instantly pierced that fleeting weak point with that wisp of life energy. No alarm was triggered. The energy tentacles successfully penetrated the inner shield of the cage. However, the outside is not freedom, but another, more complex area interwoven with various energy signals and metal structures. It appears to be the internal piping layer or maintenance passage of a warship. But for Lin Wan, this was already a huge breakthrough. Following the energy tendril, her senses seemed to have gained an extremely tiny eye, and she began to cautiously explore this unknown area. She saw the cold metal pipes, the flowing streams of energy, and the faint, distant sounds of machinery. She dared not look too far, for fear that the energy tendrils would be discovered or severed. Her primary goal was to find Li Wan. She focused her senses on searching for Li Wan's aura. The two had once shared a profound spiritual connection. Even if physically separated, that connection should still exist in some subtle way. Time passed slowly, and just as she felt that the energy tentacles were about to give way and was about to withdraw, an extremely faint yet incredibly familiar fluctuation, like a candle flickering in the wind, came from a certain direction. It's Brother Wan. He's in that direction. He seems to be in very bad shape. His breathing is weak and chaotic, but he's definitely there. Lin Wan felt a surge of excitement and quickly memorized the approximate location and energy characteristics of that direction. Just as she was about to confirm further, a strong feeling of dizziness struck her. The energy consumption to maintain the energy tentacles exceeded her expectations. She had to immediately sever the connection, and the energy tentacles retracted into her body. Leaning against the medical bed, she was slightly out of breath, her face pale, but her eyes shone with hope. Found it! Although we don't know the exact location yet, at least we know the direction. She must recover as soon as possible and find a way to get back to Brother Wan. Within the cage, the two groped their way through the darkness, relying on their willpower and gradually rekindling strength to slowly pry open the shackles of fate. A glimmer of light had already appeared on the path leading to each other. End of Chapter 33. Chapter 34, A Glimpse Through a Tube, the initial establishment of the link. Inside the pure white cage, Li Wan slowly exhaled a breath of stale air. The mental burden of forcibly performing energy suffocation is considerable, but the effect is significant. The light of the dark red mark in the corner of his soul dimmed again, and the whispers became so faint as to almost disappear. Although it was still slowly absorbing the dissipated energy, the rate was greatly reduced, minimizing the interference with his recovery. He seized this precious window of opportunity to nourish his depleted mental energy in a more efficient way. As his mental strength slowly recovered, his perception also became slightly sharper. He turned his attention back to the energy suppression field of the cage. The previously blurry energy flow nodes now appeared much clearer under his enhanced micro-control ability. Like a patient decoder, he silently recorded the frequency, intensity, and periodic changes of these node energy fluctuations. He vaguely sensed that the force field was not a single entity, but rather maintained by multiple energy generators working together. If we can find the instantaneous fluctuation pattern of the energy output of one of the generators, we might be able to discover a longer, exploitable interference gap. This requires time and a more refined perception. It cannot be rushed. Just as he was completely focused, the system notification sounded in his mind again, but this time it was neither an alarm nor a status update. Ding! The system detected that the host is actively seeking a way out despite being imprisoned, demonstrating a tenacious will to survive and precise insight. Hidden achievement triggered, struggle of a trapped beast. Achievement reward, temporary unlock of the system function environment scan basic, limited to 72 standard hours. Allows for non-invasive energy and structure scanning of the host's local environment radius 50 meters, consuming 100 points per scan. Note, this scan may be detected by highly sensitive detection equipment due to energy fluctuations. Please use with caution. Environmental scan. Although it's only preliminary, with a limited range and the risk of being detected, it's undoubtedly a godsend. It allows him to understand the structure of the cage more intuitively, and might even uncover details he previously overlooked. He didn't use it immediately. The points were precious and had to be used wisely. He needed to first gather as much information as possible using his own senses, and then use scanning to verify or find a key breakthrough. Meanwhile, in another cage. After a short rest, Lin Wan regained some strength. The direction from which she had sensed Li Wan's presence was firmly imprinted in her mind. She had to try again to obtain more precise information. This time, she was no longer satisfied with merely penetrating the inner shield. She adjusted the way her life energy was output, making it more condensed and permeable, while also imbuing it with a trace of her unique, sublimated purification properties, a property that seemed to have a wonderful affinity for non-aggressive energy structures, capable of soothing or bypassing energy monitoring to some extent. She once again located the weak point in the energy field's self-check, extending finer and more resilient energy tendrils. This time, the penetration was smoother and consumed less energy. Her vision once again entered the area filled with pipes and energy flows. She carefully controlled her tentacles, avoiding obvious energy turbulence and possible physical sensors, and slowly extended them in the direction she remembered. The pipes crisscrossed like a steel jungle. Guided by her unseen connection to Li Wan's aura, she navigated the complex paths like a homing pigeon returning to its nest. Finally, after rounding a massive energy convergence node, presumably the main energy pipeline for a certain area, the faint fluctuation she sensed became clearer. The direction is right. And the distance doesn't seem to be too far. She suppressed her excitement and continued forward. Energy tendrils, like serpents, clung to the outer wall of a thick cooling pipe. Ahead lay a fork in the road, and Liwan's aura clearly pointed to the end of the pipe extending to the left. She focused her senses on the past. The end of the pipe seemed to connect to a secondary filtration unit of a ventilation system. Behind the filtration unit, she vaguely sensed an area shrouded in a powerful energy field. Liwan's familiar yet heartbreakingly faint aura was emanating from that area. Brother Wan is right behind there. He's being held in a cell with even stronger energy shielding. Just as Lin Wan was trying to bring the energy tentacles closer to check if the filter unit could be shaken, a sudden change occurred. A powerful, scanning energy surge, like a searchlight, suddenly swept across from above. It was the warship's routine security scan. Lin Wan was startled and immediately severed the connection of the energy tendrils as quickly as possible, instantly erasing any remaining traces with her purifying power. She groaned, a sharp pain shooting through her head. Forcibly interrupting and erasing the traces was a considerable strain on her mind. Almost the instant she finished doing all this, the scanning energy wave covered the area where her energy tentacles had been, scanning back and forth several times. Finding nothing amiss, it slowly moved away. That was close. Lin Wan broke out in a cold sweat. The surveillance inside the warship was even more stringent than she had imagined. Despite the perilous experience, the gains were immense. She not only confirmed Li Wan's approximate location but also found a possible path leading to his area, the ventilation duct. Although the filter unit blocked the way at the end, it was at least a clear direction. She needs to figure out the structure of that filter unit and see if there's a way to open or destroy it from the inside. This will require time and a deeper understanding of the warship's structure. Just as Lin Wan was feeling elated at finding her direction and pondering her next move, she suddenly felt that the unseen spiritual connection between her and Li Wan seemed to have strengthened slightly. It wasn't that Li Wan took the initiative to contact them, but rather that some invisible barrier had been weakened by a barely perceptible amount, making the resonance that already existed between them even clearer. Unbeknownst to her, at the same time, inside Li Wan's cage, Li Wan had just finished observing and recording the force field nodes for several hours and was taking a short break. He also vaguely sensed that the mental connection between him and Lin Wan seemed to have become slightly easier to perceive than before. Although he still couldn't transmit clear information, the sense of reassurance that she's there, and in relatively good condition, had definitely increased. Is it because the distance has gotten closer? Or has the federal quarantine measures against them been loosened in a very slight way, without their knowledge, for some unknown reason? Li Wan had no idea. But he saw it as a positive sign. He closed his eyes again, no longer rushing things, but instead continuing his mental recovery and analysis of the cage's force field in a more stable and sustained manner. He decided to save the valuable environmental scanning function for the most critical moment. Lin Wan suppressed her excitement and began to try to mobilize her life energy to simulate various subtle vibration frequencies in an attempt to remotely sense the structure and weaknesses of the filter unit at the end of the ventilation duct. Confined to their own cages, the two, through their own efforts and their ever-strengthening, invisible spiritual connection, are like blind people groping in the dark, gradually sketching a map to each other. The glimmer of hope, though not yet a prairie fire, has pierced through the thick fog and illuminated the possibility of moving forward. End of Chapter 34. Chapter 35, Scanning for Secrets, a Thorny Road Ahead. Time passed in silent struggle and exploration. Li Wan's mental energy, like a gentle stream, finally recovered to nearly 10% after breaking through the continuous interference of the mark. Although still faint, the clarity and persistence of perception have been significantly improved. He also made progress in analyzing the energy suppression field of the cage, successfully identifying 3 nodes with relatively slow energy flow and potentially longer interference gaps. It's time to make use of that valuable environmental scan. He chose to immerse himself in the system during a period when the energy fluctuations inside the warship were relatively stable based on his recorded force field node cycles. Use Environmental Scan Basic, Scan Range, Radius 50 meters, consumes 100 points. Command confirmed. Scan in progress? An invisible, extremely subtle energy fluctuation emanated from Li Wan, spreading out like ripples on water and penetrating the metal walls of the cage. Li Wan held his breath and focused intently on the information fed back by the system. A 3-dimensional local map gradually forms in my mind, composed of energy flow lines and structural outlines. His cell was located at the end of a straight corridor, with what appeared to be several similar enclosed units on either side of the corridor. The walls and doors of the cage are not simply solid metal, they contain multiple layers of energy matrices, with the energy reaction being most concentrated, especially at the doorway. Energy conduits are also installed on the ceiling and floor, connecting to the entire warship's energy network. His attention was focused on the 3 force field nodes that had been marked earlier. The scan results confirmed his hypothesis. These 3 nodes were indeed the interface locations of the secondary energy generator that maintained the local force field, and the energy output exhibited small, periodic fluctuations. But what caught his attention most was an area near the corner of the ceiling at the edge of the scanned image. There, he saw an old ventilation duct that hadn't been fully integrated into the main energy monitoring network. The duct's metal structure indicated its age, and its energy shielding coating was damaged in several places. The duct's diameter was large enough for a person to squeeze through. And the direction this duct was extending roughly matched the direction indicated by the enhanced mental link between him and Lin Wan. A possible path. Li Wan was startled, but quickly regained his composure. The pipe was there, but how to get out? The door was the biggest obstacle. Forcefully destroy it? In his current state, that would be like throwing an egg against a rock. Wait for a gap in the interference? That gap was too short for him to break down the door and enter the pipe. Unless, it is possible to temporarily deceive or bypass the portal's monitoring system from within. He memorized the data he obtained from the scan, especially the precise location of the 3 force field nodes and the details of the energy fluctuations, as well as the approximate location of the entrance to the old ventilation duct, which seemed to be in the upper left corner of his cage ceiling, behind a lighting panel. After the scan ended, he immediately sensed a fleeting, extremely faint feeling of being spied on. Was the scan detected? Or was it just his imagination? He couldn't be sure, but his vigilance was heightened. Meanwhile, Lin Wan was also making her own attempts. She constantly adjusted the vibrational frequency of her life energy, trying to establish a resonance with the filter unit at the end of the ventilation duct, thereby sensing its internal structure. This process was extremely mentally taxing and progressed slowly. She discovered that the filter unit was not a simple physical filter, but a composite of an energy field and a mechanical structure. The energy field blocked subtle energy probes and biosignals, while the mechanical structure prevented solid matter from passing through. Breaking through silently was extremely difficult. Just as she was feeling somewhat discouraged, that familiar, strengthened mental connection resonated once more. This time, it wasn't a vague sensation, but a brief yet exceptionally clear set of directional information, as if directly imprinted in her mind a precise ceiling coordinate and an image of a pipe. It's Brother Wan. He's found the way. He's telling her. A surge of immense joy and warmth welled up within Lin Wan. She immediately understood Li Wan's intention. He had pointed out the possible exit and path, so her task was to solve the problem at the end of that path, the problem with her filtering unit. With a clear goal in mind, her thinking became much clearer. Forced destruction was not feasible, so could she purify the energy field, or temporarily disable it? She recalled her experience of penetrating the cage's shield. Her purifying power seemed to have a remarkable effect on non-aggressive energy structures. Perhaps, she could try driving highly concentrated purifying energy, like a wedge, into a key node of the filter unit's energy field, causing a temporary disruption or overload in its internal energy circuits? This was an extremely delicate operation, requiring a profound understanding of the energy structure and precise control. She closed her eyes, focusing all her senses on the protruding energy tendril, like the most meticulous surgeon, carefully touching every minute detail of the filter unit's energy field, searching for that possible acupoint. Meanwhile, on the command bridge of the Pioneer, Qin Feng was listening to a report from the technical officer. Lieutenant, an extremely weak, unidentified, non-standard energy fluctuation has been detected near Quarantine Zone 3. It lasted for a very short time and its characteristics are unidentifiable, suggesting a possible residual signal from an advanced energy scan. However, we have been unable to pinpoint the exact source, and the target may possess extremely advanced stealth technology. The technical officer looked at the data on the screen, his brow furrowed. Qin Feng's gaze swept across the 2 windows on the main screen that displayed Li Wan and Lin Wan's vital signs data respectively, his eyes filled with malice. Increase the monitoring level of Isolation Zone 3 in the surrounding area, and initiate random scans at a higher frequency. In addition, speed up the treatment progress of Lin Wan and Li Wan. I need to obtain the preliminary assessment report as soon as possible. He ordered coldly, especially Li Wan. I need the most detailed data on his energy core and mental state. He had a feeling that the couple wouldn't stay put in their cage. He had to take them under control before they caused any bigger trouble, or eliminate the threat altogether. On the thorny path ahead, hunters and prey, explorers and observers, are all quickening their pace amidst the undercurrents. The desire for reunion and the lust for control are about to collide and ignite new sparks within the belly of this steel behemoth. End of Chapter 35. Chapter 36, Breaking Through the Barrier and Converging, First Battle Against the Steel Body. Hope is like a candle flickering in the darkness, faint yet tenacious. When Lin Wan received the clear location information transmitted by Li Wan in her mind, she knew that the final sprint had begun. She suppressed her excitement and trepidation, and devoted all her attention to analyzing the energy field of the filter unit. The path Li Wan pointed out gave her a clear goal, but also brought enormous pressure. She must find a way as soon as possible to open this passage before the federal government might increase surveillance and take further action. She concentrated the purified power after its sublimation to the extreme, and the energy tendril became more solid and sensitive, like the most precise probe, shuttling and sensing through the complex energy circuit of the filter unit. Instead of trying to cover everything, she focused on finding the hubs of energy flow and the vulnerabilities that might exist due to age or design redundancy. Time passed second by second, and fine beads of sweat appeared on his forehead. Finally, after countless attempts, her perception stopped at an inconspicuous node inside the energy field, where energy flows converge and disperse. This node appears to be a secondary resonator that maintains the stability of the energy field. Its structure is relatively independent and its energy load is high. This is it. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. She carefully adjusted the frequency of the energy tendrils to achieve a very brief synchronization with the energy fluctuations of the resonator. Then, at the moment when the synchronization reached its peak, she precisely stabbed that node with a highly concentrated life energy containing pure purification properties, like a scalpel. There was no violent explosion, only a faint crackling sound, like an overloaded circuit, that rang out on the energy level. The resonator suddenly lit up, then quickly dimmed. Its internal, intricate energy circuit was disrupted by the forcibly injected foreign energy, resulting in a brief functional paralysis. Like the first domino falling, the energy field of the entire filtering unit immediately showed unstable ripples. Although the main structure was still operating, the shielding effect against subtle energy and biological signals showed obvious and localized attenuation. Success! The passage is temporarily open. Lin Wan was overjoyed and dared not delay. She immediately sent a prepared signal to Li Wan through the mental link, a short but strong mental fluctuation representing that the passage has been opened. Almost simultaneously with her signal, inside Li Wan's cage, Li Wan maintained constant monitoring of the three force field nodes, his mind highly focused. When Lin Wan's thought, "the passage is open," came clearly like a pre-arranged coded signal, a glint flashed in his eyes. Now! He had already calculated the low point of energy fluctuation at one of the force field nodes. At the very moment the fluctuation reached its lowest point, he mobilized his mental energy, which had recovered to about 12%, and instead of forcibly impacting it, he simulated a fluctuation with a frequency extremely similar to that of the node's energy, but with the exact opposite phase. Like a key inserted into a lock, he conducted an extremely brief directional energy interference at the node's location. Buzz. The energy suppression field of the cage emitted an almost inaudible wail, and the dense energy matrix light at the portal suddenly dimmed. Although it only lasted for less than 0.5 seconds before quickly recovering, this brief interval was enough for Li Wan, who was well prepared. Like a cheetah that had been poised for a long time, with the help of the remaining power from his exoskeleton, he sprang up from the medical bed and pounced on the door with lightning speed. In the instant before the force field was restored, his fingers gripped the hidden emergency switch on the edge of the door, which had become physically loose due to the instantaneous energy disturbance, like iron clamps. Snap! A soft click, not from violent sabotage, but from utilizing the redundancy in the system design. This portal, used to isolate high-risk targets, was designed from the outset to accommodate the possibility of emergency evacuation of personnel inside, and included a mechanical unlocking device that could be manually triggered when the energy field was extremely unstable. This device was usually covered by a powerful energy field and extremely difficult to trigger, but Li Wan, through precise interference with the force field nodes and perfect timing, managed to seize this fleeting opportunity. The door slid open silently inwards, creating a gap just wide enough for one person to pass through sideways. Without hesitation, Li Wan ducked down and slipped out like an eel. Behind him, the energy matrix light of the portal quickly stabilized, and the portal closed again, as if it had never been opened. The corridor was deserted, the cold metal panels reflecting a dim light. Without pausing, guided by his memory scan and mental link with Li Wan moved swiftly along the corridor like a ghost, quickly finding the ventilation duct entrance hidden in a corner of the ceiling by a seemingly ordinary lighting panel. He gently pried open the panel, and a stream of air carrying the smell of dust and rust rushed out. The inside of the pipe was dark and narrow, but he did not hesitate. He took a deep breath, used both his hands and feet to crawl inside, and then used his other hand to loosely close the panel and put it back in place. The inside of the pipe was pitch black, and one could only rely on mental perception to grope one's way forward. He crawled quickly along the pipe toward the direction from which Lin Wan's aura was coming, calculating the time in his mind. The passage opened by Lin Wan is temporary, he must get there as soon as possible. At the other end of the pipe, Lin Wan nervously sensed the changes in the filter unit. The resonator she had purified and paralyzed was being repaired by the system's self-checking program, and the localized decay of the energy field was slowly recovering. She had to maintain this channel. She continuously outputs life energy, nourishing the damaged node like a gentle stream and slowing down its repair process. This took a huge toll on her, and her face gradually turned pale, but she gritted her teeth and persevered. Just when she felt she was about to give up, she heard a rustling crawling sound from deep inside the pipe, along with that familiar scent that sent shivers down her spine. "Brother Wan," she called out silently in her heart. Soon, a slightly disheveled but sharp-eyed figure emerged from the temporarily weakened energy field at the end of the pipe and landed lightly in the cage where she was. Their eyes met, and 1,000 words were condensed in that instant of eye contact. Worry, relief, determination, and an overwhelming sense of relief, like surviving a disaster. Li Wan quickly glanced at the cell where Lin Wan was located. Its layout was similar to his. He saw her pale face and the cold sweat on her forehead, and his heart ached, knowing that she had expended a great deal of energy to open the passage. There was no time for tenderness. Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan's hand and whispered, "Let's go. The passage won't last much longer." He pulled Lin Wan along and, without hesitation, crawled back into the dirty, narrow ventilation duct. Now, they need to use this forgotten path to find a relatively safe hiding place as soon as possible, or find a way to leave this warship. However, shortly after they entered the pipe, the abnormal energy fluctuations left over from when Lin Wan forcibly maintained the passage finally triggered the threshold of the upgraded safety system. Wah-ah! A piercing alarm suddenly blared inside the Pathfinder. Red warning lights flashed wildly in the corridors and key areas. Warning! Partial failure of the energy barrier in Quarantine Zone 3. Unauthorized life signal movement detected. Target lost. Repeat, target lost. Suspected entry into ventilation duct system. On the command bridge, Qin Feng's face instantly turned ashen. He slammed his fist on the control panel. Useless trash. Immediately seal off all main ventilation duct exits. Send out internal security robots and drag them out. Alive. Inside the belly of the steel behemoth, the cat and mouse game suddenly escalated. The two who had just reunited had no time to catch their breath before they were forced to embark on an even more treacherous escape. End of Chapter 36. Chapter 37, The Pipe Mystery, The Shocking Change of the Mark. The piercing alarm, like a death knell, echoed through the narrow ventilation ducts, making one's eardrums tingle. Red warning lights seeped through the gaps in the pipes, cutting the darkness into shimmering, blood-red patches. Walk! Li Wan gave a low shout, grabbed Lin Wan's hand, and struggled forward through the narrow pipe, barely wide enough for one person to crawl through. Behind them, the distant clicking of mechanical joints and the faint hum of energy weapons charging could be heard. The security robots were in action. The pipes were filled with dust and oil, and the air was incredibly polluted. Relying on his memory of the previous environmental scan and his vague understanding of the warship's structure, Li Wan chose a downward branch that seemed to lead to the engine area or a lower, abandoned area. The structure there was more complex, and surveillance was likely less frequent. Lin Wan followed closely behind. Although her body was weakened by the previous exertion, her survival instinct and the strength from Li Wan's palm sustained her. Her purifying power had been almost exhausted when she opened the passage, and now she could only barely maintain her balance, trying her best not to slow down. This way. Li Wan paused briefly at a junction of interconnected pipelines, his mental energy scanning several directions like a radar. He chose the one with the most chaotic energy fluctuations, which seemed to connect to multiple abandoned pipelines, and entered without hesitation. This pipeline was even older, with unidentified chemical residues condensed on its walls, emitting a pungent odor. Correspondingly, most of the monitoring equipment remaining inside the pipeline was also malfunctioning or damaged. Like two rats escaping through a steel vein, they navigated the intricate labyrinth of pipes, relying on Li Wan's increasingly enhanced perception and Lin Wan's keen intuition about energy fluctuations, narrowly avoiding the ever-closer search signals emanating from the main pipes time and again. The target signal has disappeared in the secondary pipeline of Zone C7. Expand the search area. Initiate thermal imaging and broad-spectrum vital signs scanning. The search team's frustrated voices came through the communication channel. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat. Thermal sensing and broad-spectrum scanning have a wide coverage area, making it difficult for them to completely evade detection within this relatively enclosed pipeline system. We need to find a place to temporarily block the signal. Li Wan lowered his voice, his eyes scanning sharply in the darkness. He noticed a pipe to his side that seemed to have collapsed due to years of disrepair, creating a small, dead-end space blocked by twisted metal and insulation material. There! He pointed to the corner. The two laboriously crawled over and huddled in the narrow crevice. Li Wan quickly tore off several pieces of malfunctioning energy plates and heat insulation pads from his damaged exoskeleton and used them to block the entrance. Lin Wan, on the other hand, concentrated her remaining life energy, not to form a defense, but to try her best to contain the life fluctuations and heat emanating from the two of them, reducing them to a minimum. Just as all this was completed, an invisible scanning wave swept through the pipe like a tide. The two held their breath, their hearts pounding in their throats. The scanning wave lingered for a moment outside the corner where they were hiding, seemingly detecting something unusual, but eventually moved away slowly, probably because the signal was too weak and was interfered with by debris. No clear target signal detected in Area C7. They may have entered a deeper abandoned area or used some kind of shielding method. The search team's report came through, tinged with a sense of helplessness. We're safe for now. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. In this cramped, dirty space filled with unknown risks, they huddled together, drawing sustenance from each other's meager warmth and sense of security. Brother Wan, what do we do now? Lin Wan's voice was tinged with exhaustion and lingering fear. Let's recover our strength first, Li Wan said in a deep voice. He took out the last basic nutrient solution he had previously exchanged from his system space, broke it in half, and handed half to Lin Wan. We must find a way to leave this ship. If we stay on board, we'll be found sooner or later. Lin Wan took the nutritional supplement, sipped it, and felt a warm current flow into her body, slightly relieving her weakness. Leaning against the cold metal tube, she felt a sense of peace as she listened to Li Wan's steady breathing beside her. As long as Brother Wan was there, even the most dangerous situation didn't seem so scary anymore. However, just as Li Wan was about to take the nutritional supplement and try to use his special ability to speed up his recovery, a sudden change occurred. The faint imprint of the Zerg Queen Ling Ying, which had been dormant in the corner of his soul, suddenly became active again, as if stimulated by the continuous high-pressure alarms, energy scans, and the intense emotional fluctuations caused by Li Wan's escape. It was no longer the subtle whispers and slow energy absorption of before, but rather like a sleeping beast being awakened, bursting forth with a strong, aggressive dark red light. Fear, struggle, what a sweet taste. Can you feel my presence? Insignificant host, your body, your soul, will ultimately belong to me. Give up, merge into the void, embrace destruction, this is your destiny. A cold, violent, and possessive intent, like a flood bursting its banks, violently assaulted Li Wan's mind. The mental pollution, dozens of times stronger than before, along with the eerie energy emanating from the mark itself, began to spread rapidly along his meridians and soul pathways. Ugh! Caught off guard, Li Wan let out a suppressed groan of pain, the nutrient solution in his hand falling to the bottom of the tube. He felt a sudden darkness engulf him, countless distorted, destructive visions churning in his mind. His body trembled uncontrollably, and even faint, eerie dark red patterns began to appear on his skin. Brother Wan! What's wrong with you? Lin Wan was shocked and quickly supported him, immediately feeling the familiar yet hateful cold and evil energy raging wildly within his body. It's that thing. It's flared up again. And it's more intense than ever before. Li Wan gritted his teeth, veins bulging on his forehead, as he desperately tried to resist the sudden, internal attack by channeling his barely recovered mental energy and supernatural core. However, already in poor condition, his defenses crumbled under the full force of the Mark's attack, and his consciousness was gradually swallowed by the cold darkness and his frantic delirium. Get out! Get out of Brother Wan's body! Lin Wan was both anxious and angry. Ignoring her own weakness, she immediately placed her hand on Li Wan's chest, and all the remaining life energy rushed into his body in an attempt to dispel the evil energy. The emerald green purifying light and the dark red polluting energy clashed fiercely within Li Wan's body, like ice and fire colliding. However, Lin Wan's power was far too weak, like a firefly compared to the bright moon. Her purifying power could only barely protect Li Wan's heart and main consciousness, slowing the spread of the pollution, but it could not eradicate it. Instead, due to excessive consumption, her face became even paler. Brother Wan, hang in there, wake up. She called out again and again, her voice trembling with tears, conveying her warm and life-giving thoughts. It seemed that Lin Wan's call and her selfless purification power had worked. A glimmer of light suddenly shone in Li Wan's consciousness, which had been corrupted by darkness. It was his unwavering determination to protect Lin Wan, his resolute will to never bow to fate. Get out of here! With this indomitable will, he forcibly gathered all the remaining power, no longer passively defending, but guiding the purifying power injected by Lin Wan, combined with his own superpower with a trace of devouring characteristics, like a soldier launching a counterattack, and launched a desperate attack on the rampaging dark red mark. Boom! A violent collision seemed to resound on the spiritual level. Li Wan's body jolted violently, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of dark red blood with a cold aura. He collapsed to the ground as if he had been completely exhausted and fell into a deep coma. The vibrant dark red mark, after being fiercely attacked from both inside and outside, suddenly dimmed, and the polluting energy it released receded like a tide, retreating back into the corner of the soul and falling into silence once more. But this time, its surface seemed to have a tiny crack. Brother Wan! Lin Wan hugged the unconscious Li Wan, feeling his weak but steady breathing and the temporarily subsided evil aura. Tears finally streamed down her face. She knew that Brother Wan had once again struggled back from the brink of death, but at a terrible price. She wiped away her tears, her eyes hardening with unwavering resolve. They had to get out of there as soon as possible. Brother Wan needed real treatment and rest. He couldn't stay on this perilous warship any longer. She carefully settled Li Wan in a corner, then, forcing herself to stay strong, she began to carefully observe the temporary hiding place, searching for any possible clues that might lead to survival. Outside the pipeline, the search continued. Sheen Fong had already raised the danger level for the two of them to the highest level. He stood on the command bridge, his face grim as he looked at the large gray area representing unmonitored areas on the main screen's warship structure diagram. Activate the scavenger protocol, he ordered coldly. I want every single rat on this ship to have nowhere to hide. End of Chapter 37. Chapter 38, A Glimmer of Hope in Desperate Circumstances, Wanner walks alone. Inside the cold metal pipes, only the faint sounds of each other's breathing and the distant, ever-approaching hum of machinery intertwined. Li Wan remained unconscious, his face pale with a strange, lingering dark red tinge, and his body occasionally twitched slightly due to the aftereffects of the mark's impact. Lin Wan held him tightly behind her back against the cold tube wall, her heart pounding violently with tension and weakness. The scavenger protocol has been activated. Deploy the K-7 Reconnaissance Elimination Unit. A cold, electronic voice echoed in the warship's communication channel. Immediately afterwards, a more subtle and dense buzzing sound, different from the previous security robots, began to emanate from all parts of the pipes, as if countless metal bees were awakening in their nest. Lin Wan's expression changed. Although she didn't know exactly what the cleaners were, the name alone told her they were no good. She couldn't stay here any longer. She gritted her teeth, bent down and draped Li Wan's arm over her thin shoulder, using all her strength to try to carry him on her back. However, Li Wan's weight, combined with the remnants of the exoskeleton, was simply too heavy for her, who was also weak at the moment. They tried several times but couldn't stand up, and almost fell down together. We can't give up. A hint of stubbornness flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. She changed tactics, slipping her hands under Li Wan's armpits and tightly hugging his chest from behind. In this half-drag, half-hug manner, she gritted her teeth and laboriously moved deeper into the pipe. With every step I took, my lungs burned, and my legs felt like they were filled with lead. Sweat mixed with dust from the pipes, blurring her vision. The dense buzzing sound behind her grew closer, carrying a chilling sense of precise searching. We must find a way out. Any way out. She combined her remaining spiritual energy with her life senses, like a blind person's cane, desperately exploring forward in the darkness. The pipes were intricate and the paths numerous, and she could only rely on her intuition and instinct to avoid danger, choosing the paths with the weakest energy fluctuations, the oldest structures, and those that seemed to have been forgotten. After crawling for an unknown amount of time, a nearly vertical pipe opening appeared ahead. Below was pitch blackness, an unfathomable abyss, with only icy air rushing upwards. Beside it was a narrower, horizontally extending pipe, its walls covered with thick layers of grease and traces of some kind of corrosive residue. The buzzing sound was already getting closer to the corner behind us. There's no time to hesitate. Horizontal pipes are unsettling, but vertical pipes are even more of a dead end. With her last ounce of strength, Lin Wan pushed Li Wanxian into the horizontal pipe, then climbed in after him. The pipe was extremely narrow, forcing her to crawl forward. Sharp metal burrs tore at her clothes and skin, causing a burning pain. The heavy, chemical-smelling grease almost suffocated her. But she dared not stop, crawling desperately forward. The buzzing behind her paused at the corner, seemingly losing its clear target, but soon, several fist-sized, jet-black mechanical spider-like units with red glowing compound eyes scavenger K7 units appeared like ghosts in the blind spot where they had just been hiding. Their slender probes scanned the remaining traces on the ground, then locked onto the entrance to the horizontal pipe and quickly gave chase. They were much faster than Lin Wan could crawl. As she was about to be caught, a wave of despair washed over Lin Wan. Was she really going to die here? No. Absolutely not. Just at this critical moment, a weld point on the side wall of the pipe in front of her, which had become particularly vulnerable due to severe corrosion, groaned under the weight as she crawled over it. A thought flashed through Lin Wan's mind, and her survival instinct kicked in. She gathered the last ounce of controllable energy within her body, no longer focusing on purification, but instead simulating a weak, directional high-frequency vibration, aiming it directly at the point of corrosion. Snap! With a crisp sound, the rusty metal plate collapsed inward, revealing a darker space behind it, filled with thick cables and cooling pipes. A stronger gust of hot air, smelling of engine oil and ozone, poured out from it. This is the lower cable and conduit layer of a warship. It typically houses the core wiring for main power, data transmission, and environmental control. The structure is complex, the space is relatively spacious, but it is equally fraught with danger. Without hesitation, Lin Wan forcefully pushed the unconsciously Wan Xian inside, and then struggled to crawl in herself. The instant her body left the horizontal pipe, several K7 scavenger units had already caught up, their sharp robotic arms almost grazing her ankles. She grabbed the collapsed metal plate with her other hand, trying to put it back in place, but found that it was deformed and could not completely seal the hole. Target detected. Located at the entrance of the lower C9 cable layer. Requesting support. The red light from the K7 unit scanned in through the gap, and a cold electronic voice sounded an alarm. We've been exposed. Lin Wan's heart sank, but there was no turning back now. She pulled Li Wan up and stumbled deeper into the cable layer. The space here was indeed much larger, but thick bundles of cables coiled like giant pythons across the floor, walls, and ceiling, radiating different energy fluctuations and heat, as complex as a maze. The air was filled with high temperatures and the low hum of the operating equipment. She must take advantage of this complicated environment to shake off her pursuers. She deliberately targeted the areas with the densest cables and the strongest energy interference, attempting to disrupt the cleaner's tracking signal. However, the K7 units were clearly designed for such environments. They were like a persistent leech, nimbly weaving through the cable thickets, relentlessly pursuing her. Lin Wan's strength had reached its limit. Her lungs felt like they were being strained by bellows, and her vision was blurring. She knew she was about to give up. Just then, she stumbled and tripped over a dangling cooling pipe, falling to the ground along with Li Wan. Several K7 units instantly surrounded them, their compound eyes locking on with red light, and small, sparkling cutting arms and injection syringes protruding from their front ends. They had received a capture order, but would also use force to subdue them if necessary. As the cold, inanimate object drew ever closer, a flicker of despair and resentment flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. She held the unconscious Li Wan tightly and closed her eyes. Is this the end? Sudden buzz. An unusual and intense energy surge suddenly erupted from a thick cable-marked experimental jump energy backup line beside them. It seemed that the earlier pursuit by the cleaner or Lin Wan's fall had accidentally triggered this already unstable line. A deep blue, violent arc of electricity, like an out-of-control lightning bolt, shot out from the broken insulation of the cable and swept indiscriminately in all directions. Crackling and popping. The first few K7 units to surround the area were struck instantly by the high-voltage arc. Their internal precision circuits overloaded, emitting a puff of smoke as they convulsed and collapsed to the ground. More arcs raced wildly through the confined space, striking surrounding cables and equipment, triggering a series of sparks and short circuits. The lights on the entire cable layer flickered violently, and the alarm blared even more shrilly. Warning! Energy leak in C9 cable layer. The area isolation gate is about to close. The heavy isolation doors, made of high-density alloy, began to slowly descend from both ends of the passage. This sudden turn of events interrupted the scavengers' pursuit, but it also put Lin Wan and Li Wan in an even more dangerous situation. They might be buried alive in this enclosed space filled with turbulent energy, or be captured by the Federation soldiers who arrived later. Lin Wan was startled awake by the sudden burst of energy and the blinding arcs of electricity. Seeing the slowly descending isolation door and the chaotic arcs of electricity around her, the will to survive once again overwhelmed everything. She didn't know where the strength came from, but she suddenly got up from the ground, dragged Li Wan, and rushed towards the nearest isolation door that was not yet fully closed. You must get out before the door completely closes. Arcs of electricity crackled around her, and the intense heat scorched her skin, but she paid no heed, her eyes fixed only on the ever-narrowing crack in the door. Closer. Even closer. Just as the isolation door was about to close completely, leaving only a gap of less than 20 centimeters, Lin Wan used all her strength to push Li Wan out first, and then she herself slid out like a fish, barely touching the ground. Boom! The heavy isolation door slammed shut behind her, completely sealing off the C9 cable layer filled with turbulent energy and temporarily blocking the pursuers on the other side. Lin Wan collapsed onto the cold ground, gasping for breath. She was covered in oil, her clothes were torn in many places, and there were scorch marks on her skin from electric arcs. She was in a terrible state. But she was still alive, and Brother Wan was still by her side. She struggled to her feet and looked around. This seemed to be a relatively clean but still secluded backup passage, dimly lit, and she didn't see any pursuers for the time being. They have escaped death once again. However, before she could relax even slightly, hurried footsteps and shouts from the end of the passage came from the other side. The commotion had clearly attracted a new search party. A bitter look flashed across Lin Wan's face. She just escaped one danger only to fall into another. She glanced at Li Wan, who was still unconscious, and her eyes hardened again. As long as she had a breath left, she would never give up. She pulled Li Wan up again and staggered toward the other end of the passage, toward the unknown darkness. End of Chapter 38. Chapter 39, The Abandoned Airlock, A Moment of Decision. The footsteps in the backup passage were like a death knell, growing ever closer. Lin Wan dragged Li Wan along, staggering forward, her lungs burning with pain, her vision blurred by exhaustion and sweat. She didn't know how much longer she could hold on, only that she couldn't stop, because stopping meant utter ruin. The passageway seemed to lead deeper into the warship, the lights grew dimmer, and the air was filled with a musty smell, a mixture of metallic rust and engine oil. Most of the hatches on both sides were closed, and the words on the signs were blurry, indicating that this was a less frequented area by the Pioneer. The shouts of the pursuers behind them were clearly audible, and there was even a click sound of an energy weapon being activated. Despair, like an icy tide, once again overwhelmed Lin Wan's heart. It seemed to be another dead end ahead, with only a huge, heavy-looking round metal door blocking the way. There were no markings on the door, only a rusty, manually turned valve that looked as if it hadn't been opened for decades. Is this a dead end? Unwilling to give up, Lin Wan rushed to the door and tried to turn the valve with all her might. The valve was completely stuck, badly rusted. She used all her strength, even channeling the life energy she had just recovered to her arms, before the valve made a sickening creak and turned a tiny, extremely slow turn. Too slow. The pursuers will be here in an instant. Just as she was about to give up, her gaze fell upon an inconspicuous, dust-covered plaque on the edge of the doorframe. She wiped away the dust and, in the dim light, could barely make out the writing. E7 emergency supplies drop-off airlock decommissioned. An airlock? Leading to the outside of the warship? A surge of ecstasy instantly dispelled the despair in Lin Wan's heart. If she could open this door and enter the airlock, perhaps she would have a chance to escape. Even if it was the cold expanse of space outside, it would be far better than falling into the hands of the Federation. But how do we open this obviously abandoned and rusted door? And how do we deal with the potential vacuum environment behind it? There was no time to think it through. The pursuers' footsteps were already at the corner of the passage. Target spotted. In front of the abandoned airlock door. Surround them, came the soldier's shout. A resolute glint flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. She pressed the unconscious Li Wan tightly against the door, then turned to face the direction the passage had come from, clasping her hands together in front of her chest, her remaining life energy gathering desperately. She knew she couldn't hold out for long, but she had to fight for this last chance of survival for Brother Wan and for herself. A faint, emerald light shone in her palm once more, a fierce yet resolute brilliance. She was prepared to fight with her last ounce of strength, even if it could only hold off the pursuers for a moment. However, at this critical moment. Buzz. A faint yet incredibly clear buzzing sound emanated from Li Wan's body beside her. Immediately afterwards, Li Wan's eyes, which had been tightly closed, suddenly opened. Those eyes were no longer calm or pained as before, but filled with a coldness that seemed to freeze the soul. Deep in the pupils, a faint dark red light flashed and disappeared. Brother Wan. You're awake. Lin Wan was overjoyed, but then she noticed the strangeness in his eyes. Those eyes were unfamiliar and dangerous. Li Wan, temporarily affected by the mark, didn't look at her. His gaze was fixed directly on the rusted valve. He raised his hand, not to turn the valve, but to spread his fingers and aim at the rusted joint between the valve and the doorframe. A faint yet strangely devouring energy fluctuation emanated from his palm. The last bit of power that his damaged and dormant supernatural core was forcibly activated under the stimulation of the residual energy of the Queen's mark. Energy devouring corrosion. Instead of absorbing energy, he applied this property to the physical realm. The thick rust at the junction of the valve and the doorframe melted and disintegrated rapidly at a visible speed, as if it had been splashed with strong acid. The hard metal surface became brittle and porous. Crack, creak. A sickening metallic screech of fatigue echoed. The entire valve, along with its connecting structure, began to loosen and deform under the corrosive influence of that strange energy. Open! Li Wan roared, using the last bit of strength he had recovered to push forward. Boom! He actually managed to push open that incredibly heavy, rusted airlock door, creating a gap big enough for a person to pass through. A stronger current of air, carrying the chilling aura of space, surged out from behind the door. Behind the door was a small, dusty, circular compartment, the abandoned airlock. At the other end of the compartment was another tightly closed outer hatch that appeared to be in slightly better condition. Go! Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan, who was still somewhat dazed, his voice hoarse and urgent, carrying an unquestionable tone of command. Lin Wan was startled by the unfamiliar coldness in his eyes, but the situation was critical and she couldn't think too much. She quickly supported him, and the two of them swiftly entered the airlock. The moment they entered, the pursuers rushed to the doorway and were both shocked and furious to see the hatch that had been forcibly broken open and the two people inside the airlock. They've entered the abandoned airlock. Stop them! The outer hatch may be malfunctioning. Several soldiers tried to rush in, but the inner door of the airlock, due to years of disrepair, seemed to trigger some old safety mechanism after Li Wan and his men entered, emitting a hissing sound as it slowly closed. Bang! The inner hatch slammed shut, temporarily keeping the pursuers at bay. Inside, only Li Wan, Lin Wan, and the outer hatch leading to the unknown universe remained. Are we safe for now? Lin Wan supported Li Wan, leaning against the inner cabin door, breathing heavily. She looked at Li Wan and found that the coldness in his eyes quickly faded, replaced by immense exhaustion and confusion. His body went limp, and he almost collapsed to the ground. Brother Wan? How are you? Lin Wan quickly hugged him and asked worriedly. Li Wan shook his head, his eyes regaining their clarity, but filled with lingering fear. Just a moment ago, he felt as if his consciousness had been briefly covered by something, and his body had uncontrollably used that dangerous power. I'm fine. His voice was weak as he felt his superpower core become empty again and his soul ache faintly. Something wasn't right just now. He didn't say much, his gaze fixed on the outer hatch. It was their only way out. Can it be opened? Lin Wan also looked at the outer hatch. There was a manually operated turntable on that door, and it looked to be in better condition than the inner hatch. Li Wan struggled to stand up straight, walked to the outer hatch, and tried to turn the turntable. The turntable was a little stiff, but not completely rusted. With his last bit of strength, he began to move slowly. Laugh. As the turntable rotates, a yellow warning light ring illuminates around the edge of the outer hatch, indicating that the airlock is disengaging. Simultaneously, an old-fashioned voice prompt plays inside the hatch. Warning! Airlock is about to open. External environment confirmed safe. Warning! There's no time to confirm. The sounds of cutting and ramming are coming from outside the inner hatch. Federal soldiers are trying to force their way in. Wanner, get ready! Li Wan roared, using his last bit of strength to turn the turntable all the way to the bottom. Buzz! The outer hatch emitted a low, mechanical whirring sound as it slowly slid open inwards. The scene outside the door came into their view through the gradually widening crack. Contrary to the imagined cold vacuum and dazzling starry sky, it was a distorted, chaotic space filled with dark red energy streams. Spatial folds. It was as if the warship was sailing through an extremely unstable spatial turbulence. It's the effect of the rift. Although the energy of the rift has been suppressed, the spatial disturbances it caused have not been completely quelled. The Pioneer is currently located in this dangerous airspace. Jumping out might not lead to rescue, but rather to being torn apart by chaotic spatial forces or thrown into an unknown dimension. At the same time, with a loud bang, the inner hatch was forcibly blasted open by Federal soldiers using explosives. Don't move! Hands up! The soldiers roar and the red light of the blaster's aiming gun pierced through the gap. Tigers and wolves are ahead, and an abyss lies behind. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood at the slowly opening doorway of the outer cabin, facing the destructive spatial turbulence, facing their final, desperate choice. If they turn back, they will fall into the hands of the Federation, and their fate will be uncertain. Or should we move forward, leaping into unknown destruction, to fight for that 1 in a billion chance of survival? Li Wan held Lin Wan's hand tightly, and the two looked at each other, both seeing the same answer in each other's eyes. Rather than becoming a prisoner or a test subject, why not take a gamble? Just as the inner hatch was blown open and the soldiers rushed in, Li Wan and Lin Wan embraced tightly and leaped into the dark red turbulent current filled with destruction and the unknown. End of Chapter 39. Chapter 40, Baptism by Turbulent Currents, Rebirth in the Dead Zone. Cold. Torn apart. Annihilated. This was Li Wan and Lin Wan's most immediate sensation after leaping into the spatial turbulence. It was as if an invisible giant hand had thrown them into a violent energy mixer, with distorted light, shattered spatial fragments, and dark red energy turbulence capable of instantly vaporizing steel all around them. The exoskeleton's life support system emitted a shrill overload alarm before falling completely silent. There is no up, down, left, or right, no concept of time or space, only endless chaos and destruction. Instinctively, Li Wan held Lin Wan tightly in his arms, using his own broken body as a last barrier. He could feel the protective energy melting away rapidly like snow under the sun, his skin throbbing with excruciating pain as if being slowly sliced apart by countless blades, and his bones groaning under the unbearable weight. Lin Wan was also enduring immense pain, but she gritted her teeth and didn't make a sound. She simply buried her face deep in Li Wan's chest, her arms tightly wrapped around him. In this absolute state of death, their existence was the only tangible reality they could perceive. Warning. Extremely high-intensity multidimensional energy erosion detected. Host's vital signs are rapidly declining. Warning. External environmental conditions exceed system recording limits. No effective protection solution can be provided. The Zerg Queen's spiritual imprint has been stimulated by intense external energy, resulting in an abnormally high level of activity. Attempt to absorb turbulent energy. Absorption failed. The imprint structure is suffering further damage. Critical mission objective: Lin Wan's life energy is autonomously activated to protect her body, and is currently resonating with the turbulent energy in an unknown way. Analysis in progress. A series of system alarms and notifications flashed through Li Wan's nearly numb consciousness, but he was powerless to respond. His consciousness, overwhelmed by extreme pain and energy, was like a candle flickering in the wind, ready to be extinguished at any moment. He could feel Lin Wan's body trembling violently in his arms, but the pure life energy within her body, like a polished diamond, burst forth with an even purer and more resilient light in this destructive environment, stubbornly resisting the erosion, and even faintly enveloping him within it. I don't know how much time passed. It might have been a moment, or it might have been eternity. Just as Li Wan felt his consciousness was about to sink completely into darkness and his body was about to be completely disintegrated, an unexpected change occurred. The Zerg Queen's mark, which had been trying to absorb turbulent energy but had repeatedly failed, causing more and more cracks in its own structure, finally reached its critical point after forcibly devouring a particularly violent dark red energy once again. Snap! A clear, shattering sound, seemingly originating from the depths of the soul, rang out. The dark red mark lurking in the corner of Li Wan's soul suddenly widened its surface cracks, like shattered porcelain, and a third of it suddenly disintegrated. A large amount of pure but evil mark energy instantly dissipated, but before it could wreak havoc, it was instantly dispersed and annihilated by the even more violent spatial turbulence energy around it. The remaining two-thirds of the mark had dimmed to the extreme and shrunk in size, as if it had been severely injured. It curled up again and fell into a deeper silence than before, and even the faint whispers had completely disappeared. Ding! The Zerg Queen's mental imprint has suffered irreversible damage, its integrity has decreased to 67%, the contamination intensity has decreased, and its activity has entered a deep freeze state. The host's mental contamination threat has been temporarily relieved. Follow-up observation is required. The system's notification offered a sliver of comfort, but Li Wan had no time to spare. The soul-level impact of the mark's collapse, coupled with the ongoing torment of spatial turbulence, caused his last vestige of consciousness to drift away like a kite with a broken string, plunging him completely into boundless darkness. In the moments before he completely lost consciousness, all he could do was instinctively hold Lin Wan in his arms even tighter. It was as if it had been drifting in a chaotic ocean for millions of years. A faint ray of light pierced the heavy darkness. Li Wan painstakingly pried open the eyelids, which seemed to be welded shut. What came into view was no longer the distorted and violent energy turbulence, but an unfamiliar rock dome with a faint blue glow. Is he still alive? A wave of excruciating pain swept through every cell of his body in an instant, reminding him of the reality. He tried to move a finger, but found that he didn't even have the strength to lift a little finger. His body felt as if it had been completely crushed and then barely pieced back together. His meridians were empty, his supernatural core was dim and lifeless, and his mental energy was also completely depleted. He struggled to move his eyes, observing his surroundings. This appears to be a naturally formed cave, not very large, with damp air carrying a faint smell of sulfur and a strange, fresh plant fragrance. The eerie blue light comes from some luminous moss and crystals embedded in the rock walls. Then, he saw Lin Wan curled up beside him, still unconscious. She appeared to be in slightly better condition than him. Though pale, her breathing was steady, and a faint, vibrant emerald green aura swirled around her, seemingly repairing herself. Her clothes were also badly torn, and her exposed skin bore fine wounds, but all were slowly healing under the nourishment of the emerald green aura. It was Wanner's life energy that protected her, and indirectly protected herself as well. Li Wan breathed a sigh of relief, followed by an indescribable mix of relief and lingering fear. They had actually survived that devastating spatial turbulence. Although the cost was heavy, they had survived after all. Where is this place? Are we still near the Pathfinder spacecraft? Or have we been dumped on some unknown planet? He tried to mobilize a sliver of his mental energy to probe outwards, but it triggered a sharp, needle-like pain in his brain, forcing him to give up. The most important thing now is to recover. Only by recovering even a sliver of strength can we deal with any potential dangers and protect Wanner. He closed his eyes, no longer trying to move or explore, but instead focused all his attention on his body. Like the most patient craftsman, he began to guide his body to instinctively absorb the meager energy in the surrounding air in the most basic and gentle way, trying to rekindle the dormant supernatural core and condense the first wisp of spiritual power. The process was agonizingly slow, each flow of energy through his damaged meridians bringing excruciating pain. But he didn't give up. He knew Wanner needed him, and they had to survive. Time passed in silent healing. I don't know how much time went by, perhaps a day, perhaps two. Some faint sounds came from outside the cave, like the sound of some small creature crawling, or like the rustling of wind blowing through strange plants. Li Wan was on high alert, but at this moment he was powerless to do anything about it and could only speed up his recovery. Just then, a soft moan came from beside him. Lin Wan's long eyelashes fluttered a few times, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially somewhat confused, but then it suddenly became clear, and she immediately looked at Li Wan beside her. Brother Wan. She saw that although Li Wan was in a sorry state, he had his eyes open and had obviously woken up. Her face immediately lit up with joy. She struggled to sit up, but the movement aggravated her injuries, and she gasped in pain. Don't move, take it slow, Li Wan said in a hoarse voice. We're still alive, but we're badly injured. Lin Wan obediently stopped moving, simply reaching out to gently grasp Li Wan's hand, feeling the warmth of his palm, her heart filled with the relief of surviving a disaster. Where are we? I don't know. Li Wan shook his head. But they should have already left the Pioneer. There are sounds outside. We need to recover some strength as soon as possible. Lin Wan nodded, closed her eyes, and began to guide the life energy within her body to repair itself. Her recovery speed was significantly faster than Li Wan's, and the emerald green aura became visibly denser. In this unfamiliar cave, the two relied on each other and began a long and arduous road to recovery amidst silence and pain. Beyond death lies an unknown rebirth. Whether the road ahead brings fortune or misfortune, no one knows. End of Chapter 40. Chapter 41, 7 Days in the Cave, the faint light of an alien star. Inside the cave, time seemed to lose its measure. Only the heavy, suppressed breathing of the two men and the constant, faint glow emanating from the dark blue moss on the cave walls testified to the continuation of life. The recovery process is far slower and more painful than imagined. Li Wan felt as if his body was a completely dried up well. Every attempt to guide energy was like digging at the bottom of a cracked well, only managing to get a negligible amount of moisture. The meridians are like cracked glass pipes. The slightest carelessness can cause excruciating pain. Mental energy is even more scattered and difficult to concentrate. He could only rely on the most primitive, instinctive breathing method to absorb the meager energy in the air, nourishing his collapsing body and soul. The system also fell silent, unable to offer much help beyond basic status monitoring. In contrast, Lin Wan's situation was somewhat better. The life energy within her seemed to possess its own will, having begun to repair itself while its owner's consciousness was dormant. After waking up, under her conscious guidance, the emerald green aura flowed like warm spring water through her limbs and bones, repairing the damaged tissues and dispelling the erosion of the alien energy remaining in the spatial turbulence. She first treated her own injuries, and then focused most of her energy on Li Wan. She carefully channeled pure life energy into Li Wan's body, like the gentlest craftsman repairing his riddled meridians and nourishing his depleted supernatural core. This process was also extremely taxing on Lin Wan. Her face was always pale, and her forehead was often covered in cold sweat, but she never stopped. Whenever Li Wan's body tensed up due to severe pain, she would gently hold his hand, conveying her comforting thoughts. "Brother Wan, hang in there, things will get better." Her voice was weak, yet it carried an undeniable firmness. Li Wan was speechless, and could only hold her cold fingers tightly with his other hand, conveying his gratitude and determination with his eyes. There is no sun or moon inside the cave, and it is unknown how much time has passed. It may have been 3 or 4 days. Li Wan finally felt that the dormant superpower core in his body seemed to tremble. A wisp of energy, thinner than a hair and with a weak devouring property, reignited deep within the core like a spark. Although the effect was so slight as to be almost negligible, it was undoubtedly a huge encouragement. It meant that his power system had not completely collapsed and that there was a possibility of recovery. At the same time, his mental energy also condensed into a tiny wisp. Although he couldn't project it outwards to investigate, he could at least see his own condition more clearly internally. He saw the remaining queen's mark in the corner of his soul, like a dull, cracked red pebble, lifeless and without any signs of activity, and only then did he feel slightly relieved. Ding! Host's physical recovery has reached 5%, mental strength recovery has reached 3%, and the energy core has been initially restarted. Basic system functions are gradually being restored. The environment scan basic function has cooled down and can be used again. Unknown inert energy particles were detected in the environment, which slightly inhibit the recovery of conventional energy but have a slight amplifying effect on life energy. The system notification sounded again, still concise, but with more information. An unknown planet? Inert energy particles? Suppressing conventional energy and amplifying life energy? Li Wan understood. No wonder his recovery was so difficult, while Lin Wan, despite her enormous expenditure of energy, seemed to have better than expected vitality and recovery speed. The environment of this planet was favorable to Lin Wan, but oppressive to him. "Wanner, how are you feeling?" Li Wan asked hoarsely, the first complete sentence he had uttered in days. Seeing that he could speak again, Lin Wan smiled with joy. "I'm much better, Brother Wan. The energy here seems to be helping my abilities a bit." She also noticed the abnormality of the environment. Li Wan nodded, not elaborating on the environmental suppression, lest she worry. "We need to figure out where we are and whether there's any danger." He tried to mobilize the last bit of mental energy he had just recovered, and combined it with the environmental scan function that the system had reopened. Use environmental scan basic, scan range, radius 50 meters, consumes 100 points. Command confirmed. Scanning. Invisible ripples spread out. The returned images showed that the cave they were in was located inside a massive mountain range, with a complex structure and multiple exits. No large lifeforms or obvious artificial energy signals were detected within the scan range, but some small organisms with weak energy responses were detected moving within the cave system. What caught Li Wan's attention most was that, deep inside the cave, behind a narrow crevice, the scan revealed a faint but exceptionally pure water signal, as well as some fungi or moss-like plants growing nearby that emitted gentle life fluctuations. Water and food. These are what they urgently need right now. There's water inside, and there's food too, Li Wan told Lin Wan, sharing the scan results. Lin Wan's eyes lit up. "I'll go get it." She struggled to get up, but Li Wan stopped her with a look. "You're still very weak, let me help you." Li Wan tried to sit up, but felt dizzy and almost collapsed. His condition was much worse than Lin Wan's. "Brother Wan." Lin Wan quickly supported him, her tone resolute and unwavering. "You rest well, I'll go. My strength recovers faster than yours, and my power seems to be more useful here." Seeing the stubbornness and responsibility in Lin Wan's eyes, a determination to protect him, Li Wan felt a warmth in his heart and stopped insisting. He knew Lin Wan was telling the truth. In this situation, she was indeed more proactive than he was. "Be careful," he could only advise. Lin Wan nodded, took a deep breath, and mobilized the life energy that had been restored within her body, forming a thin layer of emerald green aura on her skin. This aura provided some protection and illumination in the darkness. She cautiously made her way towards the crevice deep within the cave. Li Wan leaned against the rock wall, watching her figure disappear into the dark crevice, his heart filled with worry, yet also a touch of relief. Wanner had truly grown up. The waiting time felt exceptionally long. Li Wan continued his laborious recovery while vigilantly listening to the sounds around him. After an unknown amount of time, footsteps echoed through the crack. Lin Wan returned, holding several large, lotus leaf-like leaves filled with clear spring water in her hands, and a handful of mushroom-like fungi emitting a soft white light in her other hand. Brother Wan, the water is sweet. The life energy of these mushrooms is very mild, so they should be edible. Lin Wan's face showed a hint of success and exhaustion. She fed Li Wan water, then cut the mushroom in half, tasted a small bite herself first, and only after confirming that there was nothing wrong with it did she hand the other half to Li Wan. The sweet spring water quenched his thirst, and the faintly glowing mushrooms melted in his mouth, turning into a gentle energy that flowed into his limbs and bones. Although it did not greatly help Li Wan's energy recovery, it effectively replenished his body's consumption and relieved his hunger. With basic survival secured, the two finally had a chance to catch their breath in this unfamiliar cave. However, just as they finished eating and were preparing to rest again, a wild and violent howl, from a creature unknown on Earth, suddenly came from one of the cave exits, growing louder as it approached, carrying a chilling pressure. Then, more similar howls rose and fell, as if the entire cave was surrounded by some dangerous creature. Li Wan and Lin Wan's expressions changed simultaneously. The peace that had just been gained was instantly shattered. An unknown danger has already arrived. End of Chapter 41. Chapter 42, Wolf Attack in Desperate Situation, Devouring begins. The howl, sharp and piercing through the rock, echoed and reverberated repeatedly within the enclosed cave, causing eardrums to ache and making hearts clench. A faint, strange odor, a mixture of fishy smell and sulfur, filled the air and flowed in from the direction of the howling. Is it coming for us? Lin Wan tensed up instantly, her emerald green life energy instinctively gathering in her hands as she warily stared into the dark tunnel from which the voice came. Although her face was still pale from weakness, her eyes were sharp as knives. Li Wan forcibly suppressed the dizziness caused by energy depletion, focusing his newly recovered mental strength and weak devouring ability. He didn't answer, but instead activated the system's environmental scan again. Use environmental scan basic, scan range, radius 50 meters, consumes 100 points. Command confirmed. Scanning. The invisible ripples spread again. The feedback image was clearer than before, showing 3 passages leading to the main cave where they were. One was the narrow crevice through which Lin Wan had fetched water, another was the slope they had initially tumbled down, partially blocked by rubble, and the last, and widest, passage, deep within which several rapidly moving lifeforms emitting a pale red energy were rapidly approaching. Their energy reactions were violent and chaotic, filled with aggression. 3 paths, and they're coming from the largest one. Number at least 5. The energy reaction isn't strong, but it's very troublesome for our current situation. Li Wan spoke rapidly, his voice hoarse yet carrying an undeniable calmness. Wanner, block the entrance to that main path. Use any method you can think of. He did not choose to retreat into the narrow crevice, because once blocked there, it would be a dead end. The main cave was relatively spacious, offering some room to maneuver. All right. Lin Wan didn't hesitate, slamming her hands onto the ground in front of her. A vibrant emerald light shone brightly, seeping into the rock like a living thing. The next moment, the ground and rock walls at the entrance to the cave began to writhe violently, and countless thick vines burst forth from the stone. These vines were not plants from Earth, they were a dark, inky green, covered with a hard, keratinous layer, their tips sharp as spears, instantly weaving together into an impenetrable wall of thorns, sealing off most of the cave entrance. This is a new application developed by Lin Wan after her life energy was amplified by the environment, combined with the characteristics of the rocks in this place, rock-grown thorns. However, forcibly activating such a wide-range defensive skill caused Lin Wan, who was not fully recovered, to sway. A trickle of blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, and her face became even paler. Almost the instant the wall of thorns formed, the first creature had already rushed to the cave entrance. It slammed into the thorn wall with a dull thud. The thorn wall shook violently, but the tough vines and thorns successfully held it back. Using the faint light from the moss on the rock face and the pale green glow emanating from the thorns, Li Wan and Lin Wan finally saw the attackers clearly. It was a creature resembling a wolfhound, but much larger, comparable to a calf on Earth. Its entire body was covered in a rough, dark red carapace, like cooled lava. Its limbs were thick, and its claws and teeth were sharp, gleaming coldly. Most peculiar were its heads. They had no eyes, only a huge, constantly opening and closing mouth filled with spiraling, sharp teeth. Thick saliva dripped onto the ground, making a hissing, corrosive sound. Its tail lashed through the air like a burning whip, emitting a sulfurous odor and intense heat. Lava Hound. The name that the system had matched based on energy characteristics and appearance flashed through Li Wan's mind instantly. This was a social predator that lived in high-energy or geothermal environments, with degenerated vision, relying on heat sensing and vibration to detect prey. It was ferocious and adept at ganging up on its prey. It's a lava hound. Watch out for their mouth parts and tails. They're afraid of water or extreme cold, but we don't. Li Wan quickly shared the information. Understood. Lin Wan gritted her teeth and maintained the energy output of the thorn wall. More vines sprouted from the rock wall, trying to entangle and restrict the movement of these hunting dogs. But the power of the lava hounds was beyond imagination. The first hound, wounded by the spikes, roared angrily. It opened its mouth wide and spewed out a scorching, sulfurous breath of fire, burning the wall of thorns. Sizzle, 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 the dark green vines quickly charred and carbonized in the flames. Although Lin Wan continuously injected life energy to repair them, the repair speed was far from keeping up with the speed of destruction. Several other hounds arrived, tearing at the thorns with their claws, scorching them with their fiery breath, and even violently ramming them with their carapace-covered bodies. The thorn wall teetered on the brink of collapse. Wanner, tighten the defenses. Let them in, deal with them inside the cave. Li Wan made a decisive decision. Maintaining a large-scale defense would only quickly deplete Lin Wan's strength. Upon hearing this, Lin Wan immediately manipulated the vines to retract backward, and the thorn wall transformed from blocking the cave entrance into forming a semicircular defensive circle inside the cave entrance. The space became smaller, but the vines became denser and thicker. Boom! With the combined impact of several lava hounds, the remaining thorn barrier was finally breached. 5 ferocious-looking lava hounds roared and charged into the main cave. The scorching heat instantly raised the temperature inside the cave considerably. Roar! A lava hound pounced on Lin Wan, who was closest and whose energy fluctuations were the most obvious. Its gaping maw was big enough to swallow her head. Get out of my way! Lin Wan shouted, and with a wave of her hands, a thick stone shield instantly rose from the ground, blocking her way. Bang! The hunting dog slammed into the stone shield, shattering it. Lin Wan was also thrown back several steps by the huge impact, her blood churning. The other hound cunningly circled to the side, its fiery whiptail lashing out at Lin Wan's waist like a venomous snake. Lin Wan was about to be hit. Devour! A low, cold shout rang out. Li Wan, who had been leaning against the rock wall as if he had lost the ability to move, suddenly had an extremely dark glint in his eyes. He raised his right hand, his palm aimed at the hunting dog that had attacked Lin Wan. There was no earth-shattering momentum, only an invisible force field that seemed to be able to suck in souls, spreading out from the center of Li Wan's palm. The blazing fire whiptail, less than half a meter away from Lin Wan, seemed to sink into an invisible quagmire, its speed suddenly reduced, and the fire energy attached to it was as if it was being gripped by an invisible hand, frantically peeled off and flowed into Li Wan's palm. Woo! The lava hound let out a terrified and painful whimper, feeling its strength rapidly draining away. It tried to retract its tail, but found the suction force incredibly strong, making it impossible to break free. This was precisely the effect of Li Wan forcibly activating that slight resurgence of the devouring ability. Although weak, the devouring ability was of extremely high quality, possessing an innate advantage against the lava hound, which had a relatively simple energy structure and violent attributes. The wisp of flame energy that had been absorbed flowed into Li Wan's body, like scorching magma, burning his already fragile meridians and causing intense pain. But he gritted his teeth and guided this energy, not to repair himself, but to pour it all into the energy core that had just regained a slight connection. Buzz stimulated by this external energy, the dormant supernatural core, like a spark splashed into an oil depot, suddenly accelerated its rotation. Although still weak, the recovery speed clearly improved by a fraction. Use war to sustain war. Absorb and recover. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. He had found a way to quickly recover himself under this oppressive environment. Wanner, hold them back. Create an opportunity for me. Li Wan roared. Seeing that Li Wan could actually use his power and seemed to be able to control these hunting dogs, Lin Wan was greatly encouraged. She stopped focusing solely on defense and transformed her emerald green life energy into countless tough energy threads, which coiled around the other hunting dogs like serpents, restricting their movements or activating the earth spikes to disrupt their balance. Li Wan, on the other hand, was like an assassin hidden in the shadows. Every time he made a move, he aimed for the right moment and used his weak devouring force field to forcibly absorb the energy of the lava hound. Poof! Another burst of fiery energy was devoured. Li Wan's face flushed red, and his body trembled slightly due to the energy conflict, but the light in his eyes grew brighter and brighter. He felt that his superpower core was becoming more solid at a visible speed, and the thin thread that devoured superpowers was also getting a little thicker. The lava hounds clearly realized the threat posed by Li Wan. They became restless and their attacks became even more frenzied, trying to deal with the monster that could strip them of their power first. The battle reached a brief stalemate. Lin Wan, relying on her environmental advantages and the resilience of her life energy, struggled to hold on, sustaining several burns and claw marks on her body. Li Wan, meanwhile, continued to devour the pain, recovering his strength. Finally, after absorbing most of the fire energy from the third hound, Li Wan felt his energy recovery rate exceed 10%. Although it was still very low, it was enough to support him in using some low-cost attack skills. He suddenly stood up, and although he was still a little unsteady, a sharp aura had already risen. He no longer needed Lin Wan to completely restrain him, and his gaze was fixed on the lava hound that he had sucked the most out of and that was now weak and exhausted. Die! Li Wan let out a low shout, his fingers forming a knife-like shape, the tip of his finger wrapped with the now more pronounced dark devouring energy, like the sharpest blade, and he slashed fiercely at the hunting dog from a distance. There were no fancy sound and light effects, only a barely perceptible dark line flashing by. The lava hound's movements suddenly froze. The remaining fire energy within its body seemed to explode from within, or as if it were instantly drained. Its dark red carapace quickly turned gray, and it collapsed to the ground with a thud, its life force completely extinguished. First kill. Relying on the bizarre characteristics of the devouring ability, Li Wan achieved his first kill on this unknown planet. The remaining 4 lava hounds sensed the death of their companion and the growing danger emanating from Li Wan. They let out a low growl that was both angry and fearful, and their attack slowed down. Li Wan was panting, feeling the energy within his body slightly activated due to the first successful kill, as well as the notifications from the system. Successfully killed 1 lava hound juvenile, earning 50 points. Absorbing and converting energy recovery rate increased to 12%. Host detected achieving first kill under oppressive conditions, adversity adaptability increased. System analysis module partially activated, initiating analysis of environmental energy particle characteristics. Analysis progress 1%. The crisis was not yet over, but a glimmer of hope for a counterattack had been ignited by Li Wan himself in this dark cave. He and Lin Wan stood back to back, facing the remaining 4 hesitant lava hounds, and the battle entered a new phase. End of Chapter 42. Chapter 43, Trapped beasts in a dark cave, clinging to each other in life and death. The remaining 4 lava hounds crouched low, their backs, covered in lava carapaces, arched, emitting threatening growls from their aimless maws. They instinctively sensed the deadly threat posed by the eerie aura emanating from Li Wan that could strip them of their power, as well as Lin Wan's gentle yet tenacious and troublesome life energy. Their instinctive caution temporarily overcame their killing urge. Instead of charging blindly, they began to circle around the two, searching for an opening. The air inside the cave was scorching and foul, a mixture of sulfur, blood, and the smell of burning vines. Li Wan gasped for breath, forcibly suppressing the burning pain and sense of conflict within his body caused by absorbing alien energy. Although the devouring blade attack just now successfully killed a hunting dog, it also almost drained the little power he had just gathered. Although the energy recovery rate showed an increase to 12%, very little of it was actually usable. His meridians felt like they had been scorched by flames, with waves of sharp pain. "Brother Wan, how are you?" Lin Wan leaned against Li Wan, feeling his slight trembling and rapid breathing, and asked in a worried whisper. Her own condition was also not optimistic. Her life energy had been greatly depleted, and a wound on her left arm from where the fiery whip had grazed her was burning painfully. "They can still hold on." Li Wan's voice was hoarse, his gaze fixed on the slightly larger lava hound that seemed to be the new leader. Their weakness is a continuous attack that can disintegrate their carapace and energy core or, like I just did, directly disrupt the energy balance from the inside. He was speaking to Lin Wan, but he was also quickly thinking of a solution. Simple physical attacks would hardly break through that lava shell, and his devouring ability couldn't be used continuously. Just then, the system notification sounded again. Environmental energy particle analysis progress, 5%. Preliminary assessment: this inert energy particle possesses dual characteristics of energy damping and life affinity. The host can attempt to guide trace amounts of particles to neutralize the violent attributes of foreign energy within the body and reduce the side effects of ingestion. For users of life energy, actively fusing particles can be attempted to enhance skill stability and effectiveness. Neutralization? Integration? Li Wan's heart stirred. He immediately tried to guide the wisp of devouring power within his body while simultaneously diverting a wisp of his mental energy to carefully contact and guide the ubiquitous inert energy particles in the air that emitted a faint, eerie blue light. This process is extremely difficult, like moving your fingers in glue. But when he successfully introduced a few azure particles into his body and they came into contact with the flame energy that had just been absorbed and had not yet been fully transformed, a miracle occurred. The scorching and violent energy was actually as if it had been doused with a small glass of ice water. Although it did not completely subside, the burning pain in his meridians was significantly reduced. Efficient. A glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Although the effect was slight, it meant his ability to sustain combat had been enhanced. The cooldown time for devouring could be shortened. On the other side, Lin Wan also heard Li Wan's prompt and noticed the subtle changes in the energy fluctuations around him. A sudden inspiration struck her, and she tried to guide her life energy not just to form vines or stone shields to actively merge with the azure particles in the air. Buzz. The surface of the emerald green aura of life seemed to be coated with an extremely faint blue glow. The next moment, Lin Wan was pleasantly surprised to find that the vines she had created were significantly more resilient and resistant to fire. The vines that were originally charred quickly by the hound's fire breath were now still being burned, but the carbonization rate had been greatly slowed down, and the self-repair speed had been accelerated. Brother Wan! This blue light can enhance my abilities! Lin Wan exclaimed, her voice filled with excitement. This discovery instantly shifted the balance of the war. Good! Li Wan's spirits lifted. Wanner, restrict them. Create an opportunity for me. Clear. Lin Wan pressed her hands to the ground again, and this time, the life energy fused with the azure particles surged forth. The cage of thorny brambles. No longer just a simple wall, countless dark green vines covered with a pale blue halo seemed to come alive, bursting out wildly from the ground and the rock wall. They were no longer a head-on obstacle, but like flexible tentacles, precisely wrapping around the limbs, necks, and dangerous fiery whiptail of the 4 lava hounds. The vines, infused with inert energy particles, are not only more resilient but also seem to possess a peculiar sticky effect, making the hounds' movements sluggish and their struggles more strenuous. Roar! The hounds roared furiously, spewing fiery breath and tearing with their claws. Vines were constantly being burned and torn apart, yet they kept sprouting from the rocks, relentlessly entwining and climbing upwards. Lin Wan's face was as pale as paper, and sweat poured down her face, but she gritted her teeth, connecting herself to the ground beneath her feet and to her surroundings, desperately maintaining this enormous, ever-consuming cage. Now! Li Wan moved. He was like a cheetah that had been lying in wait for a long time. Although his steps were still a little unsteady, the sharpness in his eyes was enough to pierce through the darkness. Instead of charging at any of the hounds that were temporarily trapped, he focused his attention on the leader hound, which had just finished breathing fire and was recovering its breath. With his mental energy highly focused, the dark, devouring force field in his palm reappeared. But this time, the edge of the force field faintly carried a barely perceptible dark blue glow. Devour. A force field enveloped the leader hound. A powerful suction force acted once again on the energy core within the hound's body. Woof! The lead hound howled in pain, struggling frantically, and the vines that bounded broke apart inch by inch. However, Li Wan did not forcibly absorb a large amount of energy as before. Instead, he controlled the intensity and, while absorbing, guided the azure particles in the air that were captured by his mental power to flow in the opposite direction along the absorption force field and be injected into the vicinity of the hound's energy core. He's conducting an experiment. He's testing whether these inert energy particles also affect lava hounds. But, like a red-hot iron being plunged into ice water, the fiery energy within the leader hound abruptly halted, its previously raging flow instantly becoming chaotic and sluggish. The molten carapace on its body even dimmed for a moment. It works. And the effect is surprisingly good. These inert energy particles are like a toxin to creatures like lava hounds that rely solely on their berserk fire energy. Now! Wanner! Li Wan roared. Without him needing to say more, Lin Wan understood immediately. Concentrating her last bit of strength, an exceptionally thick rock spear, its tip shimmering with a rich blue-green light, shot out from the ground like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, precisely piercing the neck and carapace gaps of the leader hound, whose defenses had been greatly weakened due to energy disorder. A whoa! A blood-curdling scream echoed through the cave. The life energy and inert energy particles attached to the rock spear mixed together, causing devastating damage to the hound's body. The lead hound's struggles ceased instantly, the ferocity in its eyes faded, and its massive body crashed to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. The leader has been executed. The remaining 3 lava hounds witnessed their leader's death and felt the eerie blue light that disrupted their energy flow. Their bestial instincts were finally overcome by fear. They let out a few low growls of resentment and fear, then stopped trying to fight. With their tails between their legs, they turned around in a sorry state and fled quickly along the path they had come from, soon disappearing into the darkness. The threat has been temporarily averted. Li Wan and Lin Wan were exhausted almost simultaneously, sliding back to back onto the ground, panting heavily, their clothes soaked with sweat. The cave was a mess, filled with the smell of burnt food and blood. But the two survived, and together they repelled the uninvited guests. Is it over? Lin Wan's voice was filled with exhaustion, as if she had just survived a disaster. It's over for now. Li Wan felt the emptiness of his energy and his exhaustion, but his gaze was fixed on the depths of the passage where the hounds had fled, his brows furrowing slightly. But they might bring more, or alert something even more terrifying. He struggled to his feet, walked to the carcass of the lead hound, and, despite his discomfort, placed his hand on its body. Activate Devour remains absorption. Absorbs residual flame energy and biomass energy. Energy recovery increased to 15%. Mental energy recovery increased to 10%. Materials obtained: 3 broken lava shells, 1 low-quality flame core. A faint warmth flowed into his body, relieving some of his fatigue. At the same time, the system notification sounded again. Environmental energy particle analysis progress, 10%. New information: this particle has been named Stardust. Initial mastery of guiding techniques can slightly improve energy manipulation accuracy and reduce the consumption of certain skills. Further analysis and utilization of Stardust requires higher-level system privileges or more sample data. Stardust? Li Wan murmured the name, feeling that the veil of this unknown planet had only just been lifted. He turned to look at Lin Wan, who was tired but had bright eyes, and extended his hand. Let's treat the wounds first, and then, we must leave here as soon as possible. It's not safe here anymore. Lin Wan grasped his hand, used it to stand up, and nodded heavily. In the dark cave, the crisis has temporarily subsided, but the unknown path leading out of the cave is full of more challenges and opportunities. They must hurry and become stronger and find a way out before the next wave of danger arrives. End of Chapter 43. Chapter 44, The Light-Eating Vine, Stardust Resonance. After a short rest, Li Wan and Lin Wan dared not linger any longer. Lin Wan used her remaining life energy to treat the most serious wounds on the two of them. The burns and claw marks slowly healed under the gentle green light. Although they were far from fully recovered, at least the bleeding stopped and the pain was relieved. Li Wan then put the few pieces of broken lava shell and inferior flame core into his system space. Although he didn't know what they were for at the moment, materials recognized by the system couldn't all be garbage. They chose the opposite direction from where the lava hound had fled, which was another, narrower passage that the environmental scan had previously revealed, but which seemed to lead to a deeper area. This passage is not the route the hunting dogs took, so it is relatively safer. The passageway was unusually damp, with thick, bluish-green moss covering the rock walls and slippery rocks underfoot. The air was no longer scorching hot, but instead carried a chilling coldness. The smell of sulfur had also faded considerably, replaced by a fishy odor similar to mold and damp earth. Watch your step and stay close to me. Li Wan walked in front, protecting Lin Wan behind him. He managed to gather a wisp of spiritual power mixed with a weak amount of devouring energy, which swirled around his body, serving both as a warning and as a way to instantly activate a devouring force field when necessary. Although his energy recovery rate was only 15%, after the battle just now, his control over this bit of power seemed to have improved slightly. Lin Wan followed closely behind, holding a soft ball of life light in her hand, dispelling the unsettling darkness, while carefully sensing the flow of energy around her. After merging with Stardust, her life perception seemed to become more acute, and she could vaguely hear the slow and quiet life pulse contained in the rocks and moss. The passage wound downwards with a gentle slope. After walking for about half an hour, a relatively open area appeared ahead. This place resembles a huge underground cavern, with countless stalactite-like crystal clusters emitting a faint white light hanging from the ceiling, illuminating the entire space like a hazy moonlit night. More unusual fungi and bioluminescent plants grow on the ground, and there is even a shallow underground stream flowing through it, with clear water that emits faint fluctuations of life energy. The stardust here seems even denser. Lin Wan took a deep breath, feeling her life energy become more active and her fatigue lessened. Li Wan also noticed that the density of the dark blue particles in the air had increased significantly. He tried to guide them and felt that it was a little easier than in the previous cave. It's a good place to rest for a while, but we can't stay long. He remained vigilant, his eyes scanning the seemingly peaceful underground world. Along the stream, clusters of strangely shaped plants grow. They have no leaves, only countless thin, almost transparent vines, as thin as hair, extending from the base and hanging down to the ground or in the water, swaying gently with the ripples. These vines themselves do not emit light, but under the dim light of the surrounding crystal clusters and moss, they refract a dreamy and enchanting glow. So beautiful. Lin Wan couldn't help but exclaim softly. A woman's natural attraction to beautiful things made her temporarily forget the danger, and she subconsciously took a few steps closer, wanting to see more clearly. Don't touch it. Li Wan suddenly warned, grabbing her arm. The moment he finished speaking, something unexpected happened. Those vines that were originally drifting quietly and almost transparent suddenly came to life, like a group of snakes that had been startled. They shot up at an astonishing speed, like countless transparent tentacles, and lashed out at Lin Wan, who was approaching like lightning. The speed is so fast that it is almost impossible to detect with the naked eye. Ah! Lin Wan exclaimed in surprise, instinctively dodging backward, but the foremost vines had already touched her ankles. A bone-chilling cold, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, instantly spread upwards from the point of contact. At the same time, Lin Wan clearly felt that the life energy within her body was being frantically drained by these eerie vines. Devour? They're sucking my energy. Lin Wan was horrified. Her emerald green life aura fluctuated violently as she tried to resist, but the vine suction was extremely domineering, and the chill made her movements stiff. A cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Without the slightest hesitation, he pointed his fingers like knives, his fingertips wrapped with dark, devouring energy, and slashed fiercely at the transparent vines wrapped around Lin Wan's ankles. Laugh! Like a hot knife cutting into grease, the energy, imbued with a devouring quality, made contact with the eerie vines that were drawing out life energy, producing a slight corrosive sound. The vines snapped with a snap, and instead of sap, wisps of cold white vapor escaped from the broken ends. However, even more transparent vines surged in from all directions, forming a vast net that enveloped the two. Their target wasn't just Lin Wan. Li Wan was also drawn into their attack range. Back off! Li Wan roared, pushing Lin Wan back while simultaneously unleashing both hands to create a thin defensive barrier with a weak devouring force field in front of him. Strange things happened. The transparent vines paused slightly upon contact with the devouring force field, as if hesitant. But the next moment, they seemed to be stimulated and became even more frenzied, charging towards the force field one after another, making a sizzling sound. The devouring force field was rapidly depleting, and Li Wan's face grew paler and paler. These things seem a little afraid of your power, but they are also attracted to it. Lin Wan steadied herself and immediately saw through the clues. She endured the lingering cold in her ankles and the weakness from having her energy drained. With a wave of her hands, emerald green life energy mixed with stardust transformed into dozens of sharp leaf blades, which spun and slashed at the vines. Ding 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 ding. The leaf blades struck the vines, producing a crisp sound like striking metal. Most of the leaf blades were deflected, but a few vines were affected by the stardust attached to them, their movements becoming slightly slower, and they were cut by subsequent leaf blades. So tough. Lin Wan's heart sank. Physical attacks were barely effective, and it seemed that their life energy would also be suppressed and absorbed. While maintaining the devouring force field, Li Wan's mind raced. He feared devouring energy, yet he was also drawn in? His physical defenses were extremely strong, capable of absorbing life energy. He glanced sharply at the clusters of shimmering crystals and moss around him, then at the transparent vines restless at the edge of the devouring force field, and a thought flashed through his mind. Wanner! Use all your energy. Or, simulate life energy fluctuations, but don't be aggressive. Li Wan shouted urgently, and at the same time, he tried it himself. He suddenly withdrew all his devouring energy and mental power, and his whole body instantly became like an ordinary stone without any energy. The moment he withdrew his aura, the vines that had been attacking him frantically slowed down, as if they had lost their target and were swaying aimlessly in place. As expected. They primarily rely on sensing energy to lock onto their targets. They are especially sensitive to life energy and certain special energies such as the ability to devour supernatural beings. Upon seeing this, Lin Wan immediately understood Li Wan's intention. She quickly dispersed the aggressive leaf blades and life orbs, and also concealed her aura. At the same time, she tried to mobilize the gentle life energy within her body, not to stimulate the vines, but to simulate the peaceful and natural life fluctuations emitted by the nearby stream and the glowing moss. This trick worked. The transparent vines, having lost their clear energy target, greatly reduced their aggression. They slowly swam around the two for a moment, as if confirming something. In the end, they seemed to mistake the two, who had concealed their aura, for harmless part of the environment, or some kind of energy poor entity that they were not interested in. They slowly withdrew, drooping back down to the stream, resuming their previous quiet, drifting appearance, as if nothing had happened. The cave returned to its previous tranquility, with only the babbling of the stream and the faint glow of the crystal clusters remaining. Li Wan and Lin Wan held their breath and stood motionless until they were sure the vines had completely calmed down. Only then did they slowly and very carefully retreat until they reached the vicinity of the entrance to the passage they had come from, and then they breathed a sigh of relief. The two exchanged a glance and saw the lingering fear and solemnity in each other's eyes. Light-eating vine, or rather, energy-absorbing vine? Li Wan named this dangerous plant based on its characteristics. This thing is practically the nemesis of energy-type lifeforms and superhumans. Successfully avoided and preliminarily identified the unknown dangerous plant tentatively named energy-absorbing vine. Reward, 100 points. Environmental energy particle analysis progress, 12%. New information: stardust can interfere with the energy perception of energy-absorbing vines to a certain extent. The host and companion's adaptability to stardust has increased. The system notifications sounded at the appropriate time. Li Wan looked at the transparent vines that had regained their harmless appearance, still feeling a lingering fear. This planet was far more dangerous and bizarre than he had imagined. Behind beauty often lurked deadly dangers. "We must be more careful," Li Wan said in a deep voice. "The creatures and plants here may possess abilities that we cannot understand." Lin Wan nodded, rubbing her still somewhat cold ankles. But, Brother Wan, I feel like after resonating with these stardust particles, my perception of the energy flow around me is clearer. Maybe we can use this to avoid some dangers in advance?" Her eyes sparkled with a spirit of exploration. Adversity always seemed to unleash new potential within her. Li Wan looked at the faintly glowing crystal clusters and unknown paths deep inside the cave and nodded. "Let's proceed cautiously. Hopefully, what lies ahead isn't all surprises like this." The unknown journey continues, stretching out in the glimmer of light amidst lurking dangers. End of Chapter 44. Chapter 45, Crystal Cluster Labyrinth, Fluorescent Danger. Having escaped the threat of the energy-absorbing vines, the two dared not linger at the entrance of the passage and quickly ventured deeper into the cavern illuminated by the faint light of the crystal clusters. The path beneath our feet became rugged and uneven, covered with pebbles of varying sizes and slippery moss. A babbling brook meanders along one side of the cave, providing a stable water source, but also keeping the air consistently humid and carrying a lingering chill. Lin Wan followed closely behind Li Wan, fully utilizing her newly acquired sensory abilities. She closed her eyes and focused her mind, sketching out the energy outline of her surroundings in her mind solely through the faint resonance with the stardust in the air. The stillness of rocks, the fluidity of streams, the stable light radiation of crystal clusters, and the faint, gentle, or obscure energy clusters further away. While this perception cannot replace sight, it can provide crucial information in the darkness. About 30 meters to the left front, behind the rock wall, the energy reaction is very weak, like a small, dormant creature, Lin Wan whispered. To the right, near the water, that patch of blue moss has very peaceful life energy, but there seems to be something buried underneath, and the energy reaction is a bit strange. Li Wan adjusted his route to avoid areas where unknown creatures might exist. His current condition cannot withstand any further exertion. He hesitated for a moment when Lin Wan pointed out the patch of blue moss, and did not rush to dig it up. In this eerie place, anything unusual could be a trap. They continued upstream along the stream, hoping to find an exit, or at least a safer, drier place to stay. The interior of the cave is much larger than it appears from the entrance, with countless luminous crystal clusters resembling an inverted forest, creating a dreamlike and tranquil atmosphere. But beneath this silence lurks an unsettling sense of crisis. After walking for about the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, a fork in the road appeared ahead. The stream splits into two streams here, one flows to a lower, darker cave on the left, while the other flows along a relatively open channel on the right with denser crystal clusters. "Which way?" Lin Wan asked Li Wan. Li Wan focused his senses and felt a faint, unsettling sense of oppression emanating from the cave on the left, while the energy fluctuations in the right passage, though brighter from the crystal clusters, appeared relatively stable. To the right, Li Wan decided. Given his poor condition, avoiding directions that seemed obviously dangerous was wise. The two stepped into the passage on the right. The crystal clusters here are not only numerous but also larger in size, some even resembling small lighthouses, illuminating the passageway as brightly as day. The light dispelled the darkness, but also brought a false sense of security. However, just after they had gone 100 meters into the passage, Lin Wan's expression suddenly changed, and she abruptly grabbed Li Wan's sleeve. Wait! Brother Wan! Something's not right. Li Wan immediately stopped and looked around warily. What's wrong? The light ahead, the energy fluctuations emitted by those crystal clusters are changing. Lin Wan said urgently, pointing to an area ahead. In Li Wan's eyes, the crystal clusters there were no different from those elsewhere, still emitting a stable and soft white light. But in Lin Wan's perception, the starry dust in that area was vibrating at an abnormal frequency, and the light energy emitted by the crystal cluster contained a trace of extremely weak mental fluctuations that carried a seductive and numbing meaning. The fluctuation spread silently, like ripples in water, and would have been almost imperceptible to her if she hadn't deeply resonated with the stardust. Mental attack? Or illusion? Li Wan's heart skipped a beat. He immediately calmed his mind and prepared to unleash his wisp of devouring power, ready to cut off any possible mental invasion at any time. No. It doesn't seem like a direct attack on us. Lin Wan carefully sensed the surroundings, her brows furrowed. It's more like a domain-like influence. Look at the ground. Li Wan looked in the direction she pointed, and his pupils suddenly contracted. Beneath the clusters of crystals emitting unusual fluctuations, some things were scattered on the ground. At first, he thought they were rubble, but upon closer inspection, they were clearly the skeletons of some small creatures. The bones had an unnatural grayish-white color, and seemed to be covered with an extremely fine, fluorescent powder-like substance. Just then, a small beast, about the size of a palm, resembling a mouse and covered in pale purple fur, emerged from some crack. It seemed to be attracted by the light of the crystal cluster and hopped towards that area. When it entered the range of abnormal energy fluctuations, its movements became noticeably slower. It was no longer wary. Instead, as if it were drunk, it staggered to a cluster of crystals, tilted its head back, and gazed fascinated at the crystals that emitted an alluring light. Then, a bizarre scene unfolded. On the surface of that crystal cluster, tiny spores, emitting the same soft white light, quietly seeped out. These spores, like drifting specks of light, slowly landed on the small animal's fur. The little beast was oblivious, still gazing intently at the crystal cluster. A few breaths later, the little beast's body began to tremble slightly, its eyes became vacant, and its pale purple fur lost its luster at a visible speed, turning gray and brittle. Its life force vanished as quickly as a deflated balloon. The glowing spores on its surface seemed to be nourished, their light becoming slightly brighter. Finally, the little beast collapsed silently, its body rapidly withering away, eventually turning into yet another skeleton covered in fluorescent dust on the ground. The entire process was quiet and swift, with a chilling sense of ritual. These crystal clusters, they are hunting. Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. They attract their prey with light and mental fluctuations, and then absorb life energy with those spores. A cold sweat broke out on Li Wan's back. If Lin Wan hadn't sensed the anomaly beforehand, the consequences of their rashly entering that area would have been unimaginable. His devouring ability might have been able to resist mental influence, but Lin Wan could very well have been bewitched and devoured like that little beast. A symbiotic predatory ecosystem has been discovered, bewitching crystal clusters and energy-absorbing fluorescent spores. Bewitching crystal clusters emit psychic fluctuations to attract prey, while energy-absorbing fluorescent spores absorb life energy to fuel the cluster's growth. Threat level: medium, fatal to those with low psychic resistance and impaired energy perception. Environmental energy particle analysis progress, 15%. New information: stardust has a natural interference and shielding effect on the mental fluctuations of the bewitching crystal cluster. The host may attempt to actively guide the stardust to form a protective layer. The system's prompts confirmed their findings and provided solutions. Using stardust for shielding? Li Wan immediately tried, mobilizing his mental energy to more actively guide the surrounding azure particles, forming a thin, constantly flowing barrier of luminous light around the two of them. When this barrier formed, Lin Wan immediately felt that the alluring mental fluctuations were greatly weakened. Although she could still sense them, they could no longer affect her mind. "It works," she exclaimed in delight. Li Wan also breathed a sigh of relief. He looked into the depths of the passage, where the beautiful, lighthouse-like crystal clusters now appeared to him as lurking traps, exuding deadly allure. Go around it, or clear it out? A sharp glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. These crystal clusters blocked the only way. It's best not to, Lin Wan advised. They coexist with the local ecosystem, and forcibly destroying them could trigger unknown chain reactions. Since they can be shielded, we should just carefully pass through. Li Wan nodded, agreeing with Lin Wan's assessment. In this unfamiliar ecosystem, caution is the first rule of survival. The two maintained the stardust barrier, carefully and as far away as possible from the bewitching crystal clusters, and circled around the edge of the passage. The drifting energy-devouring spores seemed completely uninterested in them, which were covered by the stardust barrier. They simply hovered quietly around the crystal cluster, waiting for the next victim to be blinded by the light. Passing through this beautiful death zone, a more natural light, different from the faint glow of the crystal clusters, and the sound of airflow could be faintly heard ahead. There might be an exit ahead. Li Wan's spirits lifted. Hope seems to be just ahead. Having experienced the series of crises involving the energy-absorbing vine and the bewitching crystal cluster, they knew all too well that on this planet, hope and danger are often separated by only a fine line. End of Chapter 45. Chapter 46, A Glimmer of Hope Amidst the Earth's Veins. The light emanating from the end of the passage, different from the cold light of the crystal clusters, and the noticeably stronger airflow, were like a sliver of light penetrating through a long, dark imprisonment, greatly invigorating Li Wan and Lin Wan. The fatigue and pain seemed to be temporarily suppressed by this hope. The two proceeded with even greater caution. Lin Wan's senses were fully activated, like the most sophisticated radar, scanning every inch of space ahead. A barrier of stardust steadily surrounded him, keeping out any potential mental temptations. The passage gradually widened, and finally, they reached the end. What lies before us is not a direct path to the surface, but a massive underground rift, as if cleaved open by a giant axe. The rift valley was of unknown depth, pitch black below, with the faint rumbling sound of water coming from below, seemingly the end of the underground stream, forming a rushing underground river. The exit of the passage where they were located was on a steep rock face on one side of the rift valley, at least 100 meters above the underground river below. What drew their attention was the other side of the rift valley. The rock face on the opposite bank is covered with holes of all sizes, and the light is coming from one of the larger holes. The light was warm and stable, carrying a strange vitality, unlike the cold, trap-like fluorescence of the bewitching crystal cluster. Even more surprisingly, what connects their cave entrance to the glowing cave entrance on the opposite bank is not a bridge, but a rope bridge naturally formed by countless thick, gnarled, glowing vines that spans the rift valley. These vines have a healthy emerald green color with a soft golden halo flowing across their surface, making them completely different from the energy-absorbing vines we encountered before. They are firmly rooted in the rock walls on both sides, forming a net about 2 meters wide that looks quite stable. Is that the exit? Lin Wan gazed at the warm light on the opposite bank, her eyes filled with longing. The series of dangers she encountered made her yearn for a safe place where she could truly rest. Li Wan did not answer immediately. His sharp gaze swept across the entire rift valley. The rift valley is filled with dense stardust, which even forms visible, slowly flowing, azure blue bands of light, resembling the aurora borealis, creating a breathtakingly beautiful scene. The underground river below flows ceaselessly, bringing moist air and a tremendous roar. Let us go take a look, Li Wan said in a deep voice, but be careful, this vine bridge may not be safe. He walked to the edge of the cave entrance and carefully examined the glowing vines that formed the suspension bridge. The vines were warm to the touch, containing abundant yet gentle life energy, coexisting harmoniously with the stardust, and even actively absorbing the ghostly blue particles in the air. He tested the vines with a wisp of devouring energy, but the vines showed no reaction and remained firmly in place. It doesn't seem aggressive. The energy is very peaceful, Lin Wan concluded after sensing it for a while. Nevertheless, the two dared not be careless. Li Wan was the first to step onto the vine-covered rope bridge. The rattan bridge swayed slightly, but it was exceptionally sturdy. He moved forward step by step, his mind highly focused, ready to deal with any unexpected situation. When we reached the center of the suspension bridge, the anomaly did not come from the vines themselves, but from below the rift. A sharp, piercing cry came from the darkness deep within the rift valley, accompanied by the violent flapping of wings. The next moment, several huge black shadows shot up from the underground river area below like lightning, heading straight for the two people on the suspension bridge. Using the light from the starlight and dust flowing through the rift valley and the light from the cave entrance on the opposite bank, Li Wan could see the appearance of the attackers, a creature with a wingspan of over 3 meters, resembling a combination of a bat and a vulture. Their bodies are covered in dark blue, wet feathers. They have no eyes on their heads, only a huge, wrinkled ear and a beak covered with fine, sharp teeth. Their claws were like those forged from black iron, gleaming with a cold light. Dark river sound bats. These are social predators that rely on ultrasonic waves for navigation and live in dark waters or underground spaces. Watch out! Li Wan shouted, and the devouring force field instantly unfolded in front of him. However, these sound bats are extremely cunning. Instead of directly impacting the force field, they suddenly open their beaks and emit silent, ultra-high-frequency sound waves the instant they get close. Buzz! An invisible sonic energy, powerful enough to shatter internal organs, struck Li Wan's devouring force field and Lin Wan's stardust barrier like a heavy hammer. Li Wan felt a sharp pain in his brain, as if he were being pricked by needles. The devouring force field fluctuated violently and almost collapsed. He groaned, and a trace of blood spilled from the corner of his mouth. This sonic attack directly targets the mental and energy structure, making it impossible to defend against. Lin Wan was in even worse shape. Although she could sense energy, she was even less resistant to sound waves that combined pure physical properties with energy impact. Her face immediately turned pale, blood seeped from her ears and nose, and her body swayed, almost falling off the vine bridge. Wan-er! Li Wan grabbed her and pulled her behind him. More sonic bats swarmed in from below the rift, circling the suspension bridge and constantly emitting deadly sonic shockwaves. The entire vine bridge shook violently under the vibrations of the sonic waves. Their weaknesses are their big ears and their fear of strong light. Li Wanxiang said quickly, despite his headache. The devouring ability has limited effect on sound waves, and they currently lack powerful light weapons. Just then, the light from the cave entrance on the opposite bank, which was radiating a warm glow, seemed to intensify. A more concentrated and purer wave of life energy spread out like ripples, sweeping across the rift valley. The once ferocious dark river sound bats, upon being swept by this wave of life energy, let out terrified screams the moment they were touched. As if they had encountered a natural enemy, they all stopped their sonic attacks, hastily turned around, and plunged back into the darkness below the rift, disappearing from sight. Crises come suddenly and go abruptly. The suspension bridge returned to calm, leaving only the sound of rushing water in the ravine and the silent flow of starlight and dust. Li Wan and Lin Wan looked at each other, both seeing surprise and confusion in each other's eyes. Was it something in that cave on the other side that scared them away? Lin Wan said incredulously, covering her still ringing ears. Li Wan looked at the cave entrance on the opposite bank, where light shimmered, and his expression became extremely solemn. What exactly is inside? How could it emit energy fluctuations that make even the ferocious dark river sound bats flee in terror? Is it a blessing or a curse? But at this moment, they seem to have no better choice. Retreating is a dead end, while staying in place may attract sound bats or other dangers again. Let us go. Li Wan helped Lin Wan up and made the decision. Whatever lies ahead, they must face it. The two quickened their pace, crossed the remaining vine bridge, and stepped onto the solid rocks on the opposite bank. Standing before the cave entrance, which radiates a warm glow, a refreshing and soothing atmosphere washes over you. The cave is not deep, and as far as the eye can see, there is a peculiar plant growing in the center of the cave. The plant was not tall, about half a person's height, and its shape resembled a delicate pagoda made of pure energy. Its entire body is translucent jade-colored, with countless tiny, stardust-like specks of light flowing and shimmering among the branches and leaves. And that warm, stable, and vibrant light emanates from this plant. Around it, the stardust particles in the air were unusually active, slowly rotating around it as if they were paying homage to a king. An extremely high concentration of life energy aggregate has been discovered, unnamed. Preliminary assessment indicates it is benign, containing vast amounts of life essence and pure light energy. Further analysis requires higher access levels. Warning: this unknown entity may possess consciousness or protective mechanisms. Please approach with caution. The system's prompt carried an unprecedented solemnity. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood at the cave entrance, gazing at the strange plant that seemed to embody the essence of heaven and earth, and were momentarily mesmerized. After experiencing numerous crises in darkness, this sudden and extreme beauty and tranquility leaves one somewhat bewildered. Could this plant be their turning point on this strange planet? End of Chapter 46. Chapter 47, The Tower of Life, Stardust Baptism. The inside and outside of the cave entrance seem to be two completely different worlds. Outside lies a perilous, dark, and eerie ravine, but inside is a sanctuary filled with warm light, pure energy, and a sense of peace. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood at the cave entrance, hesitant to step inside. The translucent, emerald-colored, pagoda-shaped plant stood quietly in the center of the cave, shimmering with light and exuding a captivating life force. The surrounding stardust particles danced slowly around it like gentle elves. Environmental monitoring: the energy field within the cave is stable, with an extremely high life activity index. No malicious mental fluctuations or aggressive programs were detected. Recommendation: the host and companions may attempt to enter and make close contact with the unknown lifeform aggregate, which may aid in injury recovery and energy replenishment. The system's subsequent prompts eased their tension somewhat. At least for now, this plant appears to be friendly, or rather, harmless. Brother Wan, I feel it's calling me. Lin Wan stared at the plant, her eyes somewhat unfocused. As the controller of life energy, she had almost no resistance to this extremely pure source of life, and the remaining life energy in her body was jubilant. Li Wan took a deep breath, sensing the rich life energy and active stardust in the air. The dormant devouring core within him seemed to be touched, becoming slightly warm. Be careful, let's go in together. The two walked side by side, carefully stepping into the cave. Stepping inside feels like every pore on your body opens up. The warm light shone on me, dispelling the chill and weariness of the underground world. The rich life energy in the air seeped into their bodies spontaneously without any guidance. Lin Wan couldn't help but let out a soft moan of pleasure. The tiny wounds on her arm, caused by the sonic waves from the sound bat, healed at a visible speed under the nourishment of life energy, and her pale complexion quickly regained its rosy hue. She could even feel her depleted life essence being slowly replenished. Li Wan's feelings were more complicated. That life energy was also beneficial to him, relieving his physical fatigue and hidden injuries. However, the devouring ability within him instinctively both rejected and craved this foreign, different-natured pure energy. The rejection stems from conflicting attributes, while the craving arises from the extremely high energy level. If one could absorb it, it would be a great tonic. He forcefully suppressed the restless urge to devour, lest he disturb this unknown being. They slowly approached the plant, stopping about 3 meters away, not daring to go any further. A closer look reveals its magic. It is not a physical entity, but rather composed of pure energy, yet it is incredibly solid, with clearly visible branches and veins, and countless points of light moving along some mysterious trajectory inside, like the movement of stars. Does it have a name? Lin Wan asked softly, as if afraid of disturbing it. Based on energy characteristic comparison with the database, matching degree 63%, named Tower of Primordial Life, Cradle of Life Form. It is speculated to be a life seed left behind by an advanced civilization, or a natural manifestation of the planet's life origin. It possesses properties of nurturing, purifying, and healing. Currently in a stable dormant period. Tower of Newborns. Cradle of Life. Li Wan silently recited the name, his heart filled with awe. Whether it is the legacy of an advanced civilization or the manifestation of the planet's origin, it means that it is extraordinary. Just then, the Tower of New Life seemed to sense the arrival of the two, especially the life force emanating from Lin Wan. The most brilliant point of light at its top swayed gently, scattering a shower of more condensed fragments of life light, like a rain of light, enveloping Lin Wan. Lin Wan did not feel any danger. On the contrary, she felt a sense of security, like returning to the womb. She closed her eyes, letting the light and rain merge into her. Buzz. A vibrant green aura of life emanated naturally from Lin Wan's body, purer and brighter than ever before. Her aura steadily improved. Not only were her injuries fully healed, but her control over life energy also seemed to have entered a new level. She even felt that her resonance with the stardust in her surroundings had become clearer and deeper. Subsequently, the Tower of Newborn turned its gaze to Li Wan. It seemed to hesitate for a moment, perhaps sensing the completely different devouring attribute within Li Wan's body. But in the end, it still separated an extremely fine stream of energy, mixed with fragments of life light and highly concentrated stardust, which slowly drifted toward Li Wan. This energy flow was exceptionally gentle, and the proportion of life energy within it was deliberately reduced, consisting mostly of neutral, attribute-free stellar dust essence. Li Wan understood its meaning. It couldn't directly give him a large amount of life energy, as that would cause conflict, but it could provide the most primordial stardust, which could serve as fuel and neutralizing agent, to help him better restore and control his own power. Without hesitation, he relaxed his mind and guided the energy into his body. Boom! Like rain after a long drought. This highly concentrated stellar dust essence was hundreds of times purer than the sparse particles he had painstakingly guided before. It quickly merged into his parched meridians and dim supernatural core. The meridians that were originally burning and sluggish became warm and unobstructed under the nourishment of this primordial energy. That faint wisp of devouring power, as if it had obtained the finest fuel, began to grow and solidify at an unprecedented speed. More importantly, these primordial particles perfectly acted as a neutralizing agent, smoothing out and purifying the residual thoughts from his previous devouring of the lava hound, as well as the violent distractions brought about by his devouring instinct. Li Wan sat down cross-legged and began to fully activate the long-lost basic energy guiding technique he had mastered in his previous life. Although its grade is not high, the effect is amazing with the support of such pure primordial energy. His body's energy was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. 20%, 25%, 30%. It wasn't just a recovery, he felt that his devouring ability had undergone a subtle change, becoming more refined and easier to control, less restless than before, and more composed. Even the dormant soul essence related to the system seemed to have been cleansed and become more transparent. Energy recovery rate, 45%. Mental strength recovery, 50%. Control over the devouring ability has increased, and stability has improved. Stardust affinity has been greatly increased. Host status, minor injury recovering rapidly. The system notifications sounded one after another, each one exciting. This process lasted for about an hour. As the light and energy streams emanating from the Tower of Life gradually weakened and disappeared, Li Wan and Lin Wan opened their eyes almost simultaneously. Both of them had a bright and powerful aura, a stark contrast to their previous exhausted state. Lin Wan felt that her strength had not only been fully restored, but had even reached a higher level, and she had gained new insights into the understanding and application of life energy. Li Wan felt that he had finally regained his power. Although he was far from reaching his peak, he at least had the confidence to protect himself and explore this dangerous planet. They looked at the Tower of New Life, whose light seemed to have dimmed slightly, and their hearts were filled with gratitude. It selflessly helped them, expending its own strength in the process. Li Wan stood up and solemnly bowed to the Tower of New Life. Lin Wan followed suit, bowing deeply as well. Seemingly sensing their gratitude, the Tower of New Life trembled slightly, emitting a pleasant energy fluctuation before its light receded, as if it had fallen into a deeper slumber to recover from its previous depletion. "We have to leave," Li Wan said in a low voice. "We can't keep bothering it, and we need to find a way out." Lin Wan nodded. Although she was reluctant to leave this safe haven, they couldn't hide here forever. The two bowed to the Tower of New Life once more, then turned and resolutely walked out of the cave that had given them new life. Standing once again on the edge of the rift, gazing at the deep darkness below and the path leading from the opposite bank, the two felt little fear. With their strength largely restored in the stardust affinity and life energy advancement they had gained, they now had the resources to face the unknown. "Let's go, let's see what secrets this planet still holds." Li Wan's eyes were sharp as he looked towards the faint light shining through the rift valley, seemingly leading to the surface. A new journey is about to begin. End of chapter 47. Chapter 48, Climbing Through the Heavenly Light, Mysterious Star Remains. Having bid farewell to the protection of the Tower of New Life, Li Wan and Lin Wan once again stepped onto the glowing vine rope bridge spanning the rift valley. "This time, my mindset is different." With his strength largely restored and his body full of energy, he felt less apprehensive and more composed and adventurous as he faced the deep ravine below and heard the faint sound of water. Looking back at the cave entrance on the opposite bank, whose light had already dimmed, the two remembered the kindness in their hearts. Then they turned around and looked towards the top of the rift valley towards where a more natural light, different from that of the crystal clusters and moss, was shining through. That should be the surface of the earth above, Li Wan judged, sensing the airflow from above carrying subtle temperature changes. The rift valley's walls are not entirely vertical, there are many protruding rocks and fissures that make climbing possible, but for ordinary people, it remains an insurmountable barrier. However, for them who have recovered, this is no longer a dead end. "I'll go first," Li Wan said succinctly. He channeled his inner energy, making his body light and agile. Using both hands and feet, he gripped the protrusions of the rock wall like a nimble ape, steadily climbing upwards. The precise control over the body brought about by the devouring ability was on full display at this moment. Lin Wan followed closely behind. Her method was even more peculiar. Her life energy resonated with the stardust, creating a strange affinity between her and the rock wall. When her palms touched the rocks, a faint emerald green light would seep from her fingertips, as if she could briefly attach to the rock face. Her movements were fluid and elegant, and her speed was no slower than Li Wan's. The two moved quickly up and down the steep rock face, one after the other. The higher you go, the brighter the light becomes, and the fresher the air. The dampness and stuffiness unique to the underground world gradually fade away. After climbing for about half an hour, the rushing underground river below had long since ceased to make a sound, and the Rift Valley seemed to have become a bottomless crevice beneath one's feet. Above, a huge chasm, partially covered by vines and glowing moss, was already in sight, from which intense sunlight poured down. Just as they were about to reach the crevice, Li Wan's gaze was drawn to an unusual mark on the rock wall to his side and above. There was an area where the rock walls had an unnatural, molten appearance and a dark color, quite different from the surrounding bluish-gray rocks. More importantly, something was embedded in the center of that molten rock. Most of the thing was embedded in the rock, with only a small part showing. The entire piece has a matte silver-gray finish. The material is neither gold nor stone, and the surface is covered with complex and regular geometric patterns. Even after being subjected to what appears to be extremely high temperatures and long years, those patterns are still clearly discernible, exuding a cold, technological feel that is out of place with the surrounding natural environment. What's that? Lin Wan noticed it too, climbed up to Li Wan's side, and looked at it curiously. A sudden feeling of familiarity washed over Li Wan. He carefully climbed over and reached out to touch the silvery gray object. It feels cold and hard to the touch. Unknown alloy fragment detected. Material analysis, outside the current database range. Energy residue analysis, extremely weak, inertized high-energy particle radiation residue detected, inconsistent with conventional fission fusion energy spectrum, suspected to be residue from warp drive overload or space weapon detonation. Warning, this fragment may be associated with advanced interstellar civilizations. Collection is recommended, but handle with care. The system's prompt caused Li Wan's pupils to shrink slightly. Interstellar civilization. Warp drive. Space weapons. The combination of these words reveals a huge amount of information. This means that this seemingly primitive planet is not isolated from the world. Creatures of an advanced civilization once arrived here, and it seems that they experienced some kind of accident or battle. He tried to use force and found that the fragment was embedded very deeply. With his current strength, it would be difficult to remove it completely without damaging the fragment. He could only muster a tiny bit of devouring energy, and with extreme care, he touched the edge of the fragment, attempting to devour the partially molten rock enveloping it. This process is extremely delicate and requires a very high level of energy control. Fortunately, Li Wan had just undergone the baptism of the Tower of Newborn, which improved his control over devouring abilities, allowing him to barely manage it. A faint rustling sound rang out as the hard, molten rock was stripped away like powder under the engulfing force field. A few minutes later, a silver-gray fragment, about the size of a palm, with irregular edges and resembling the casing of some kind of device, appeared perfectly in his hand. The fragments were heavy to the touch, and the geometric patterns on them refracted a cold luster under natural light. Apart from the extremely faint residual inert energy, it seemed to be completely dead, showing no energy reaction whatsoever. This is a fragment of a spaceship? Lin Wan also guessed a possibility, her beautiful eyes filled with shock. The Tower of Primordial beginning in the underworld, the debris of an interstellar spaceship in the surface world? Just how many secrets does this planet hold? Li Wan put the fragments into his system space, his expression solemn. It seems this planet is not simple. Not only does it have a peculiar natural ecosystem, but it may also involve an advanced civilization. He looked up at the crack that was so close to him. We need to be even more careful after we get out. If a spaceship crashed or a battle took place here, what happened to the people on board? Did they all perish, or were there survivors? Where did the survivors go? Were they good or evil? A series of questions arose in my mind. The two stopped and sped upwards, finally reaching the edge of the crevice. The intense, long-awaited sunlight instantly enveloped them, causing the two, who were used to the dim light underground, to subconsciously squint. Fresh air filled my lungs, carrying the fragrance of plants and earth. They stood on the edge of the chasm, and suddenly a bright and clear view appeared before them. Beneath my feet lies a vast, boundless, and colorful exotic forest. The trees were taller than anyone could imagine, and their shapes were incredibly diverse. Some resembled giant purple mushrooms, others looked like giant towers entwined with fluorescent vines, and still others had branches and leaves like blue crystals. In the distance, the winding river resembled a jade belt, and further still, one could vaguely see undulating mountain ranges radiating a faint glow of energy. The sky was a magnificent purplish red, with two suns, one large and one small, of different colors, hanging in the sky, casting warm and bright light. The air was filled with a dense concentration of stardust, even more active than in underground caves, making the colors of the entire world appear exceptionally vivid and dreamlike. This is the surface of their planet. Beautiful, bountiful, and brimming with vitality, but also full of unknowns. Li Wan's gaze swept across this unfamiliar land and sky, finally settling on the distant horizon, on the vaguely visible, indistinct silver outline that pierced the purplish-red sky like a sharp sword. That outline seems to resemble a tall tower, or the top of some kind of massive building? Is it a natural wonder, or a creation of civilization? The interstellar fragment in his hand seemed to grow even heavier. Li Wan knew that their survival challenge truly began the moment they emerged from underground. End of Chapter 48. Chapter 49, Under the Purple Sky, First Exploration of the Strange Forest. The sunlight shone through the crimson sky, casting dappled shadows on the vibrant yet bizarre forest. The active stardust in the air made everything seem to be covered with a light, flowing filter, making it unrealistically beautiful. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood at the edge of the Rift Valley, breathing deeply the unfamiliar yet fresh air and feeling the warmth of the sunlight on their skin, as if they were in another world. The sudden transition from the dark, damp, and perilous underground world to the open, bright, and colorful surface left both of them somewhat disoriented. But Li Wan quickly regained his composure. Beauty often comes with danger, a golden rule he learned in the apocalypse and the underworld. His sharp gaze swept across his surroundings. They were situated on the edge of a rift valley, at a higher elevation, overlooking the vast and strange forest below. The edge of the forest was about several hundred meters away from them, with a relatively gentle slope in the middle covered with low, glowing shrubs and huge, colorful ferns. Let's find a place to set up a temporary base and observe the environment first, Li Wan decided. Venturing into that unknown forest is too risky. His gaze fell on one side of the slope, where several huge, white jade-like rocks were piled together, forming a natural stone hollow. Backed by the cliff of the Rift Valley, it offered a relatively open view and was easy to defend and difficult to attack. Go there. The two moved cautiously toward the rocky hollow. Lin Wan's perception seemed to be further enhanced on the surface of the earth. She could clearly hear the life fluctuations emanating from the surrounding plants, whether peaceful or alert, and could even vaguely sense the energy outlines of some small creatures hidden in the bushes and underground. There's something under the blue ferns on the left. The energy response is very weak, like it's dormant, Lin Wan whispered. Li Wan nodded and bypassed that area. He has mostly recovered, but he doesn't want to cause any further trouble. We arrived at Shurao smoothly. The interior of the rocky hollow is not large, but it is enough for two people to fit in. There are huge rocks overhead to provide shelter from the rain if there is rain on this planet and to avoid detection from the air. Li Wan took out the silver-gray interstellar fragment from the system space and examined it carefully again. The fragments appeared even colder under natural light, and the geometric patterns on them seemed to contain some kind of pattern, but he couldn't understand them at all. System, can you try to decipher these patterns, or extract information from the residual energy? Command confirmed. Initiating deep scan and analysis. Energy residue too weak and inert, information extraction failed. Texture structure analysis in progress. Comparison with known civilization databases. No match found. Speculated to be some kind of non-universal encrypted information carrier or energy conduit structure. Decryption requires higher-level computing privileges or comparison with similar samples. It wasn't that easy after all. Li Wan put the fragment away. It seemed unlikely that he could obtain a lot of information directly from this fragment, but it was at least a clear clue that proved the connection between this planet and interstellar civilization. His gaze once again fell upon the blurry outline of the silver tower on the distant horizon. The distance was too great to see the details clearly, but the regular shape that pierced the sky strongly suggested that it was man-made. Brother Wan, look over there. Lin Wan suddenly pointed to another direction in the forest. Li Wan looked in the direction she pointed and saw some regular, unnaturally formed geometric structures faintly visible in a clearing not far from the edge of the forest. It resembled the remains of low platforms or foundations built of some kind of dark stone, covered with glowing vines and moss, almost blending into the surrounding environment without close inspection. Ruins? Li Wan's heart skipped a beat. Was it built by the survivor of the crashed spaceship? Or, left behind by the planet's native intelligent life? Either possibility is worth exploring. Take a break and get back to your best condition. Then, let's go take a look over there. Li Wan pointed in the direction of the ruins. Compared to directly exploring vast, unknown forests, investigating locations with obvious traces of civilization might yield information more quickly. The two sat down in the rocky hollow and each regulated their breathing. Li Wan continued to guide Xingyo Weichen to consolidate itself, especially to familiarize itself with the enhanced devouring ability. He tried to control the range of the devouring force field more precisely and consume less energy, and even wondered if he could attach it to weapons or fists and feet for attacks. Lin Wan was immersed in a deep resonance between life energy and stardust. She tried to connect with the glowing bushes around her and found that she could subtly influence their growth direction and even get some vague feelings from them about the safety of their surroundings. This is not a verbal exchange, but an exchange of pheromones or energy fluctuations at the life level. About an hour later, the two of them were in peak condition. Li Wan stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the power flowing through his body, which boosted his confidence considerably. "Let's go, stay alert." They left the rocky hollow and stealthily made their way towards the ruins. The low shrubs and ferns on the slope provided them with excellent cover. As they approached, the details of the stone structures gradually became clearer. It was indeed a platform about the size of a basketball court, paved with a neatly cut black stone, with some damage to the edges. There seemed to have been something standing in the center, but now only a base remained. The platform is engraved with some blurred, star-like patterns. Artificial artifact detected. Stone composition analysis, locally mined, mixed with trace amounts of unknown catalytic elements. The pattern is severely worn, and information is missing. The platform structure exhibits slight energy conduction characteristics, suggesting it may be the base of some simple communication or energy focusing device. The system analysis further confirms that intelligent activity once existed here. Li Wan crouched down and carefully examined the engravings on the platform and the central base. The base was empty, but on the ground to one side of it, he found a palm-sized, badge-like object, neither stone nor gold, half buried in the soil. He carefully dug it out. The badge is round, made of a material that resembles jade but is not jade, and has a warm and smooth feel. The front is engraved with a complex pattern consisting of several concentric circles and rays, with a small, transparent crystal the size of a grain of rice that has lost its luster set in the center. Unknown identifier detected. Material, psionic crystal depleted. Pattern analysis, suspected symbol of an explorer group or lost civilization. A trace amount of residual spiritual imprint was detected internally, but it is unreadable. This was another clue, but again, the information was limited. Li Wan put the badge away as well. The moment he put away the badge, shoo, shoo, a series of subtle yet dense sounds, like the crawling of countless arthropods, suddenly rang out from the dense ferns surrounding the platform. Lin Wan's expression changed slightly. "There's something. Lots of it. The energy reaction is very chaotic, and it's aggressive." Li Wan suddenly stood up, and a devouring force field instantly formed around him. His sharp gaze swept towards the direction from which the sound came. The ferns around the platform shook violently, and the next moment, dozens of creatures, about the size of a house cat and resembling a hybrid of scorpions and beetles, emerged. They are covered in dark green carapaces with camouflage patterns, have a pair of huge compound eyes on their heads and a pair of pincers that open and close constantly, dripping with mucus, and a sharp spike that gleams with a cold, eerie blue light at the end of their tails. They quickly dispersed, forming a fan shape that surrounded Li Wan and Lin Wan in the center of the platform. Their compound eyes were fixed on the two of them, and their pincers opened and closed with a click-clack sound, full of threat. Native predator detected, forest scorpion. Gregarious, adept at stealth and venomous attacks. Threat level, low to medium lethal to those with weak energy defenses. The system notification had barely flashed when the lead, slightly larger fern scorpion, suddenly flicked its tail, sending a thin, pale blue venom with a sweet, fishy smell shooting like an arrow toward Li Wan, who was standing in front of it. The first battle on the surface suddenly broke out. End of Chapter 49. Chapter 50, Poisonous Rain and Bloodshed, First Test of Strength. The pale blue venom arrows tore through the air, carrying a pungent, sweet-smelling odor, and arrived before Li Wan in an instant. Their speed far surpassed that of the lava hounds he had encountered in the underground world. If Li Wan had been in a state of energy depletion as before, he probably wouldn't have been able to completely avoid it. But at this moment, his energy surged, and his reaction speed was now far superior to what it used to be. He slightly shifted his body, neither dodging nor avoiding, and his right hand shot out like lightning. The dark devouring force field in his palm instantly condensed and compressed, like a miniature, constantly rotating dark shield, precisely blocking the path of the venom arrow. Laugh. The venom collided with the devouring force field, but instead of being completely absorbed, it emitted a violent corrosive sound. The venom contained a peculiar energy that was highly destructive to energy structures. The edge of the dark force field rippled and became somewhat unstable. Li Wan frowned slightly, sensing that the energy maintaining the force field was being consumed rapidly. The venom of this fern-covered scorpion was indeed extraordinary. Their venom can corrode energy. Be careful. Li Wan warned in a low voice. At the same time, he flicked his wrist, and the devouring force field suddenly expanded and then suddenly contracted, like an invisible fist, forcibly crushing the partially weakened and corroded venom, turning it into a fine, inactive blue mist that dissipated. The lead scorpion, having missed its target, let out a sharp hiss. In an instant, dozens of fern scorpions from the surrounding area launched an attack simultaneously. Countless streaks of dark blue venom, like a sudden storm, enveloped the two people in the center of the platform from all directions. Waner! Clear! Lin Wan was already on high alert. She clasped her hands together in front of her chest, and a surge of emerald green life energy mixed with dense stardust erupted forth. Instead of forming a bulky shield, it rapidly wove and spun around the two of them, forming a flowing, semi-transparent cyan gold light shield. On the surface of the light shield, stardust particles flowed endlessly like glittering sand in a galaxy, exuding a resilient yet peaceful aura. This is precisely the new application she discovered by combining life energy and stardust in the Earth's environment: stardust protection. Puff 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 puff. The dense venom struck the lapis lazuli shield, producing a sound like raindrops hitting banana leaves. The light shield rippled violently, and the stardust on its surface flickered wildly, constantly counteracting and purifying the corrosive energy contained in the venom. Although the light dimmed at a visible speed, it ultimately managed to firmly block the first wave of violent poisonous rain. Lin Wan's face paled. Maintaining such a wide-ranging and precise defense was also a huge drain on her. Hold on. Li Wan's eyes were icy. He knew he couldn't just defend. Taking advantage of the brief lull after the scorpion's first attack, he moved. He propelled himself forward with lightning speed, his target the leader who gave the orders. Capture the leader first. His speed was so fast that he left a faint afterimage in his place. The two scorpions that tried to stop him had just raised their pincers when Li Wan's hand, which was wrapped in energy-absorbing blades, precisely chopped them at the joint of their carapaces. Snap! Snap! A sickening cracking sound rang out. The dark green carapace, strong enough to withstand the slashes of ordinary swords, was easily torn apart like a fragile eggshell in the face of the condensed devouring energy. The two scorpions let out a shrill scream as they were blasted away by the hidden force. Their carapaces shattered, and green fluid splattered everywhere. They were clearly beyond saving. Successfully killed two fern forest poison scorpions, earning 20 points. Absorbing trace amounts of bioenergy increases energy recovery by 0.5%. The system notification flashed by. Without pausing, Li Wan closed in on the leader scorpion. The leader, poison scorpion, clearly hadn't expected Li Wan's speed and attack power to be so terrifying. A hint of anthropomorphic fear flashed in its compound eyes, and the dark blue spikes on its tail lit up again, as if it wanted to use the same trick again. But Li Wan will not give it another chance. Devouring touch. Li Wan let out a low shout, his fingers forming a sword shape. The dark energy swirling around his fingertips was no longer a spreading force field, but condensed into an extremely thin, almost invisible energy thread. Like a venomous snake emerging from its hole, it struck with even greater speed, arriving first after being struck later, and instantly pierced the base of the leader scorpion's newly lit stinger, the core where its venom glands and energy converged. Squeak! The leader scorpion let out an unprecedented, piercing scream. It felt its strength, along with the venom that had not yet been sprayed, being frantically drawn out and devoured by that eerie black thread. Its massive body shrank at a visible speed, and its dark green carapace lost its luster and turned gray. In the blink of an eye, the leader, poison scorpion, stopped screaming and collapsed to the ground like a lump of mud, his life force completely gone. Successfully killed one elite fern forest scorpion, earning 50 points. Successfully devoured, obtained inferior toxic energy crystal X1, energy recovery increased to 48%. The sudden death of their leader left the remaining fern scorpions leaderless, plunging them into brief chaos and panic. Their attack rhythm was disrupted, and gaps appeared in their encirclement. Now! Lin Wan seized the opportunity, and the stardust protection shield she had been maintaining suddenly expanded and exploded outward. Boom! The cyan gold light rippled outwards like water, dispersing the remaining venom attached to the light shield. At the same time, the life energy and stardust it contained had a strong impact and repulsive effect on the approaching scorpions. Several scorpions that were nearby were knocked off balance by the energy, and even tiny cracks appeared on their carapaces. Taking advantage of the situation, Li Wan launched a counterattack, weaving through the chaotic scorpion swarm. He devoured energy, condensed it at his fingertips to kill, or transformed it into hand slashes. With each strike, one or two venomous scorpions were killed. His movements were concise and efficient, carrying a cold, murderous beauty, as if he had returned to the time when he roamed the battlefield in his past life. Lin Wan also changed her strategy, no longer maintaining a large-scale defense. With a wave of her hands, her life energy condensed into countless leaf blade storms as thin as cicada wings, their edges shimmering with stardust. As if they possessed life, they precisely bypassed Li Wan and slashed at the scorpions that were trying to reorganize their formation. While the blade's attack power might not be enough to kill instantly, the attached stardust energy can effectively disrupt their energy flow, breaking the balance and creating an excellent opportunity for Li Wan to finish them off. The two, one attacking and the other supporting, one close and the other long, cooperated more and more seamlessly. Although the remaining scorpions still outnumbered the others, with their leader dead, their formation broken, and facing two formidable enemies with seamless cooperation and unpredictable tactics, their bestial fear finally overwhelmed their desire to attack. They let out a few unwilling cries and began to retreat like a tide, quickly disappearing into the dense fern thicket, leaving behind only a mess and more than 20 corpses of their kind. The battle began suddenly and ended just as quickly. Silence returned to the platform, with only the rustling of the fern leaves in the breeze and the faint, lingering sweet and fishy smell in the air. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood in the center of the platform, slightly out of breath. Although they had dealt with the swarm of venomous scorpions, their energy had been significantly depleted. Looks like the welcome ceremony on this surface is quite enthusiastic. Li Wan wiped away a drop of green liquid that had splashed onto his cheek, his tone laced with dry humor. Lin Wan looked at the scorpion corpses scattered on the ground, still shaken, but even more so by the exhilaration of defeating a powerful foe. Their venom was incredibly potent. If it weren't for Brother Wan's reminder, my defenses might not have held up for the second round. Li Wan walked to a scorpion carcass and carefully extracted the dark blue stinger using his devouring energy. This thing might have some research value, or it could be used as a weapon in the future. He put away the tail stinger and the inferior toxic energy crystal that the system had previously prompted him to collect. Successfully repelled the swarm of poisonous scorpions in the fern forest. Battle rating, good. Reward, 200 points. The host's cooperation with its companions has improved, and its adaptability to the surface environment has increased. The system evaluation arrived as scheduled. Li Wan's gaze returned to the ruined platform and the badge in his hand. This battle had solidified his belief that this planet was far from benevolent. He needed to find more clues as soon as possible to understand the rules of this world and its potential threats. In the distance, the outline of the silver tower seemed even clearer against the crimson sky. Let us clean this up. We need to find a safer place to spend the night. The smell of blood here is too strong, Li Wan said. The new challenges have just begun. And their steps will not stop. End of Chapter 50. Chapter 51, Night Falls, the Crystal Cave hides. A strong stench of blood permeated the platform, serving as a stark signal in this unknown forest, conveying a message of danger in food. Li Wan and Lin Wan both knew they had to leave immediately. Li Wan quickly scanned his surroundings, his gaze finally settling on the area behind the platform ruins, where ferns grew particularly densely and were right next to a huge rock wall. Lin Wan's senses also pointed there, over there, below the rock wall. The energy reaction is very stable, there are no living things, it seems, there is a depression or cave entrance, which is covered by plants. Let's go there. Without further delay, the two quickly crossed the platform and parted the layers of huge fern leaves that emitted a soft glow. Sure enough, at the base of the rock wall, a hole about half a person's height, cleverly concealed by vines, was revealed. The entrance to the cave is narrow, allowing only one person to pass by bending over, but the interior seems to be a different world, with a faint, crystalline glow that is different from the fluorescence of plants shining through. Li Wan was the first to probe in, and a thin detection net formed in front of him by the devouring force field. The passage inside the cave is not long. After sloping downwards for several meters, the space suddenly opens up. This is a natural cave, not very big, about 20 square meters, but enough for two people to move around in. The cave ceiling and walls are inlaid with tiny crystals that emit a steady white glow, providing gentle lighting. What's most remarkable is that the cave is very dry and the air circulation is quite good. You can vaguely feel a slight airflow seeping in from some cracks in the rock walls. There was even a small puddle of clear water in the corner, seeping from a crack in the rock. The water quality has been tested and is safe to drink. This place is nice. Lin Wan exclaimed with delight after following them inside. After enduring a series of fierce battles and the turmoil of the underground world, a dry, secluded place with a water source is extremely precious. Clean up the entrance and try to cover up the traces, Li Wan said. The two worked together to rearrange the vines at the entrance of the cave to make it look more natural, and then moved some smaller ferns from the side and planted them near the entrance to further conceal it. By the time all this was done, it was already quite dark. The crimson sky was gradually tinged with deep purple, and after the two suns sank one after the other into the distant mountains, various bioluminescent plants and fungi in the forest began to light up, adorning the night like a dreamlike starry river, but also meaning that more predators might begin to move around. Back inside the cave, the two could finally relax a little. Li Wan took out the glowing mushrooms that emitted a gentle life energy and some edible, juicy roots from the system space. Lin Wan had collected them in a safe area using her senses before they left the underground. Without lighting a fire, the two ate a simple meal with just water. Although the food was bland, it replenished their energy and relieved their hunger. "Brother Wan, are you alright?" Lin Wan looked at Li Wan with concern. He had been injured by the sonic shock, and although he had received treatment at the Tower of New Life, she was still a little worried. "I'm fine now." Li Wan stretched his shoulders. "The gift from the Tower of New Life is even more effective than I expected. As for you, maintaining the defense just now took a lot of energy." "I'm fine, I'll recover after a rest." Lin Wan smiled, then frowned again. "The creatures on the surface seem to be more organized than those in the underground world? Those scorpions, their attacks are very methodical." Li Wan nodded, took out the circular badge he had found in the ruins, and examined it carefully under the faint light of the crystal. This world probably existed, or still exists, a civilization of considerable intelligence. This badge, and that platform, couldn't have been formed naturally. And that. His gaze seemed to pierce through the rock wall, looking into the distance, that tower. Lin Wan also fell silent. An unknown civilization meant unknown risks, but it might also contain opportunities to leave this place or become stronger. "System, scan this cave, especially these glowing crystals and that pool of water," Li Wan ordered in his mind. He needed to make full use of the system's analytical capabilities. Command confirmed. Cave scanning in progress. Rock wall crystal, stable light energy crystal, low quality, naturally formed, containing weak light energy, no radiation hazards, and possesses continuous lighting and mild air purifying effects. Groundwater, filtered multiple times by rock layers, it is rich in minerals and trace amounts of active life energy. Long-term consumption can slowly improve physical condition. A faint, anomalous energy fluctuation was detected deep within the cave, originating approximately 1.5 meters behind the northwest corner rock wall. The frequency of this fluctuation closely matches that of stardust, suggesting the possible presence of a small-scale dust core vein or condensate. Dust core vein? A condensation of stardust? Li Wan's spirits lifted. Stardust was crucial to their survival and advancement on this planet. If they could find its veins. He immediately walked to the northwest corner of the rock wall, placed his palm on the cold rock, and used his mental energy mixed with the energy he was absorbing to carefully sense it. Sure enough, behind the rock wall, he could feel a concentrated and pure energy reaction of stardust that was several times more concentrated than that in the air. He tried to slowly erode the rock by absorbing energy, but the process was very slow. The rock was exceptionally hard. "Wanner, try it and see if your life energy can resonate with the stardust behind you and guide them?" Li Wan thought of Lin Wan's high affinity with the stardust. Lin Wan stepped forward, placed her hands on the rock wall, closed her eyes and concentrated. The emerald green life energy mixed with her own affinity for the stardust slowly seeped into the rock like ripples in water. At first there was no reaction, but as time went on, the stagnant energy behind the rock wall seemed to be touched by this gentle, shared power and began to breathe slightly. Then, a surprising scene unfolded on the surface of the rock wall. The hard rocks, under the combined influence of life energy and the stardust within, slowly softened and shifted like soil, revealing a small hole just large enough for a fist to pass through. Deep within the hole, a faint, ethereal blue light, like a condensed nebula, could be seen. Extremely pure stardust energy emanated from the small hole, instantly increasing the energy concentration of the entire cave several times over. "It's a success!" Lin Wan exclaimed in surprise, but her face immediately paled, clearly indicating that this softening rock operation had taken a heavy toll on her. Li Wan immediately stopped her from widening the opening. "That's enough. This small gap is enough for energy to seep out. You should rest first." The pure stardust seeping from just this one small hole made them feel as comfortable as if they were soaking in a hot spring, greatly accelerating their recovery. "With this, our recovery and cultivation speed will be much faster." Li Wan looked at the faint blue light flowing from the small hole and felt a little more at ease. This was the first important resource point they had found on this strange planet. As night fell completely, strange howls, hisses, and rustling sounds echoed from the forest outside the cave, highlighting the activity and danger of the night. But within this small, softly glowing grotto, the two found a rare sense of peace and security. They took turns keeping watch at night, seizing the time to recover and cultivate amidst the pure stardust. Liwan focused on refining that wisp of devouring ability, trying to use its shape changes more freely. Linwan continued to deepen her resonance with life energy and stardust, exploring new applications. The night was long, but for them, who now had a relatively safe base and a source of energy, this first night on the surface was no longer so difficult to endure. The silhouette of the distant silver tower seemed to grow clearer against the increasingly deep night sky, awaiting the arrival of explorers. End of Chapter 51. Chapter 52, Tempering the Body with Stardust, Whispers in the Midnight. Inside the crystal cave, time quietly slipped away during cultivation. The pure, ethereal dust that seeped continuously from the small holes in the rock wall filled the entire space like an invisible warm current. The active, pale blue light spots in the air were so dense that they were almost visible to the naked eye, and every breath carried a cool yet vibrant energy. Liwan sat cross-legged in the position closest to the small hole, fully circulating the basic guiding technique. This time, the influx of energy was no longer the trickle that required effort to guide, but a surging torrent like a river bursting its banks. The highly concentrated stellar dust essence, requiring almost no refining, spontaneously merged into his limbs and bones, nourishing his meridians and strengthening his devouring ability. He could clearly see inside that his originally dim and cracked superpower core was being repaired and solidified at a speed visible to the naked eye. The dark luster on the core surface grew deeper and deeper, and the rotation speed increased, like a miniature black hole, spontaneously absorbing the pure energy around it. Energy recovery rate, 65%, 70%, 75%. Mental strength recovery, 72%, 78%. The core of the devouring ability has become more stable and its activity has increased. Adaptive fine-tuning of the ability has been detected, making it more compatible with the current energy characteristics of the environment. Stardust's affinity continues to increase. Current level, proficient. The system notifications kept refreshing, each one indicating a rapid improvement in Liwan's condition. He even felt that the last trace of impurities and hidden dangers left by the forced absorption of the lava hound and sound bat energy were completely purified and expelled from his body under the cleansing of this pure source. My body felt as if it had shed an invisible shackle, becoming more open and relaxed than ever before. When his energy recovery rate exceeded 80%, Liwan felt as if some barrier within his body had been broken. The devouring ability core shuddered violently, its rotation speed suddenly increased by a level, and its size also suddenly grew larger. A stronger, more concentrated sense of power welled up within me. He tried to control the devoured energy. With a thought, a wisp of dark energy wrapped and transformed around his fingertips as if controlling his own arm. Sometimes it turned into a thin blade, sometimes into a fine needle, and sometimes it spread into a tiny shield. The control precision and response speed were several times higher than before. Is this the effect of stardust tempering? Liwan realized. This pure stardust not only accelerated his recovery but also fundamentally strengthened his energy core and his body's ability to withstand energy. On the other hand, Linwan also reaped enormous rewards. Unlike Liwan, she did not actively guide the energy surge, but instead completely opened her mind and body, immersing herself in the deep resonance between life energy and stardust. Her body seemed to transform into a giant vortex, not only absorbing the life energy and stardust within the cave, but also subtly connecting with the life pulse of the vast forest outside the cave through that wondrous resonance. Countless faint yet complex life cues flowed into her senses like trickling streams. She could hear the sound of ferns unfurling their leaves in the night dew, sense the rustling tracks of underground insects, and see the radiant energy, either scorching or icy, emanating from powerful life forms in the distance. Her life energy became more dynamic and vibrant through this all-encompassing resonance. A verdant halo swirled around her, its color deepening, subtly acquiring a hint of the same ethereal blue as the stardust, making her appear mysterious and noble. She tried to inject a sliver of life energy into a tenacious little grass growing in a crevice in the nearby rock wall. The little grass that was originally a bit withered and yellowish turned lush and green at a speed visible to the naked eye, its leaves unfurled, and even a tiny, rice grain-sized flower bud quickly formed at its tip, emitting a faint glow. This is a deeper touch and control over the essence of life. Increased control over life energy, gaining the new characteristic life resonance beginner. Able to perceive, guide, and amplify life forms in the natural environment on a small scale. Stardust affinity greatly increased, current level, proficient. As Linwan slowly withdrew from that deep resonance, she felt her mental energy was more abundant than ever before, her perception of the surrounding environment had nearly doubled, and its clarity had also greatly improved. Although the improvement in direct combat ability may not be as obvious as Li Wan's, this all-round perception and affinity with the environment is of immeasurable value in the perilous alien forest. The two opened their eyes almost simultaneously, and both saw surprise and a refreshed look in each other's eyes. "Brother Wan, how are you feeling?" "It's better than ever before." Li Wan clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking slightly as he felt the power surging within him. "This mine is our opportunity." He stared intently at the small hole in the rock face. The mere leakage of energy has such an effect. Imagine if the ore vein itself could be utilized directly. However, just as his thoughts were turning, Lin Wan, who had been on guard for the second half of the night, suddenly changed her expression, made a shushing gesture, and listened intently to something. Li Wan immediately concealed his aura and focused his attention on sensing. Outside the cave, the noise of the night seemed even more intense than before. The chirping of insects and the roars of animals filled the air. But amidst the cacophony, Lin Wan keenly detected an unusual, rhythmic, low vibration. The sound was extremely faint, as if it came from a very distant place, or as if it were transmitted directly through the earth. Thump, thump, like the heartbeat of some giant beast, or perhaps a heavy, rhythmic thumping sound? Moreover, the sound didn't seem to be coming from a single direction. Lin Wan listened carefully, her expression growing increasingly grave. "The sound seems to be coming from several directions, very scattered, but the rhythm is somewhat similar," she whispered uncertainly. "Moreover, I feel that the life energy fluctuations in the forest become somewhat restless when the sound is heard." Li Wan frowned, focused his mind, and also infiltrated a trace of devouring energy into the ground, trying to sense the vibration. Sure enough, a very faint but rhythmic tremor traveled up the rocks. This is definitely not a natural phenomenon. Is it some kind of large creature moving in a group? Or is it related to that ancient civilization, or the distant silver tower? Can you determine the approximate direction and distance? Li Wan asked. Lin Wan closed her eyes and concentrated, sensing with all her might for a moment, then shook her head. "Too far, too blurry. I can only sense that it's roughly deep in the forest, and there's more than one source. Unknown, regular sounds that cause disturbances in the environment's energy. This undoubtedly casts an even more eerie and dangerous shadow over this beautiful forest." The two exchanged a glance and both saw the seriousness in each other's eyes. The joy of regaining strength was somewhat overshadowed by this sudden discovery. The secrets hidden at night on this planet seemed to be more numerous than those hidden during the day. Li Wan walked to the cave entrance and peered through the gaps in the vines at the forest outside, which was adorned with glowing plants and looked like a dreamlike fairyland. His eyes were sharp. "We must act as soon as it's light," he said in a deep voice. "Before bigger trouble comes knocking, we need to find out what exactly happened here." The deep, rhythmic sound, like the beat of a drum on the heart, foreshadowed an impending storm. End of Chapter 52. Chapter 53, The First Glimmer of Dawn, Choosing the Path Forward. The low, rhythmic vibrations, like some ominous premonition, continued intermittently for the rest of the night until the sky began to lighten, at which point they gradually subsided. The restless life energy in the forest returned to relative calm, but the invisible sense of oppression did not completely dissipate. Inside the crystal cave, Li Wan and Lin Wan barely slept a wink, remaining highly vigilant throughout. Although the sound did not directly threaten their hiding place, the pressure from the unknown was far more unsettling than facing a group of scorpion swarms. When the first rays of true dawn pierced through the gaps in the vines, dispelling the light from the crystals inside the cave, the two of them breathed a sigh of relief. "The sound has stopped," Lin Wan listened intently for a moment and confirmed. She looked tired, but her eyes were still bright. After a night of cultivation and vigilance, her senses seemed to be sharper. Li Wan stood up and stretched his body, which had become stiff from maintaining one posture for a long time. The surge of energy within him quickly dispelled his mental fatigue. "Get ready, it's time to go." They tidied up a bit, erasing as many traces as possible from inside the cave, especially the small hole leading to the dust core mine. Lin Wan used her life energy to guide the surrounding moss and tiny vines to cover and solidify it, making it almost blend into the rock wall from the outside. Arriving at the cave entrance again, we parted the vines, and the forest in the early morning unfolded before us. A thin mist swirls through the forest like a veil. After a night of celebration, most of the luminescent plants have dimmed their light, replaced by various strange, dew-covered real plants shimmering with iridescent colors in the sunlight. The air was intoxicatingly fresh. If it weren't for the eerie sounds from last night and the previous battle, this place would almost be considered a paradise. "Can you pinpoint the approximate direction of the sounds from last night?" Li Wan asked. This was the most crucial clue at the moment. Lin Wan closed her eyes and focused her mind, fully activating her life resonance ability. Her senses spread out like invisible ripples, mingling with the life force awakening in the forest. A moment later, she opened her eyes and pointed in two directions. There are two directions where the residual energy is unusual, which coincides with the source of the restlessness I felt last night. One's over there, she pointed to the northeast of the forest, where the trees seem taller and denser, and the terrain rose gently. It feels more chaotic, more wild, with a strong aggression and a decaying aura emanating from the residual energy. What about the other one? Li Wan looked in the other direction. She pointed to slightly south of due east. This direction. Lin Wan frowned slightly, as if carefully discerning. The residual energy is relatively cleaner, but it is also colder and more orderly. I couldn't sense much involvement from life fluctuations. It was more like the aftershocks of some pure, regular energy release. Moreover, this direction extends further and seems. She paused, looking up at the distant horizon, to roughly coincide with the location of that silver tower. Li Wan's gaze sharpened. Two suspected sources. The northeast direction, chaotic, wild, and decaying, is suspected to be related to powerful creatures or some kind of natural danger zone. Due east-southeast, roughly coinciding with the direction of the tower, orderly, cold, suspected to be traces of non-natural creation, possibly related to the ruins of a civilization or the tower itself. This is a crucial decision. Should we explore the northeast, which may hold immense danger but also the potential to find powerful native creatures or unique resources such as opportunities like the Tower of the Beginning? Or should we proceed southeast, which may be connected to the ruins of a civilization and points towards the mysterious tower? Li Wan pondered for a moment and quickly weighed the pros and cons. The uncertainty in the northeast was too great, and with their current strength, venturing in rashly would be extremely risky. Moreover, the rotten aura there instinctively repelled him. While the southeast direction is also unknown, it is at least more closely related to existing clues, platform ruins, badges, towers, and has a clearer objective. More importantly, order and cold usually mean logic that can be analyzed and understood, rather than completely uncontrollable bestiality or natural rage. Head southeast, Li Wan decided. Prioritize investigating information related to the ruins and tower. This is crucial to whether we can truly understand this world, and whether it's possible to leave. Lin Wan nodded. She also leaned towards this option. Exploring unknown civilizations was equally dangerous, but it was better than directly barging into a beast's nest that sounded ominous. With their goal set, the two no longer hesitated. Li Wan carefully discerned the direction, then looked up at the position of the two suns in the sky for reference, before stepping into the strange forest ahead. A forest that was colorful, vibrant, yet fraught with danger. The forest is far from tranquil in the early morning. Various creatures that have been dormant at night begin to stir, and the drama of predator and prey unfolds silently beneath the woodland where the sunlight has not yet fully penetrated. Thanks to Lin Wan's greatly enhanced perception, they were always able to avoid areas with strong energy reactions or obvious hostility in advance, and choose relatively safe paths to travel through. The ground beneath my feet was soft and springy, covered with a thick layer of fallen leaves and glowing moss that had accumulated over countless years. Huge trees of various shapes and sizes blocked out the sun. Some trunks were entwined with vines that would wriggle on their own, while others had aerial roots hanging down like curtains, emitting a faint fragrance. They proceeded cautiously for about an hour, discovering several smaller fragments of ruins along the way, similar to the previous platform, a half-collapsed stone pillar, a stele with blurred symbols, all severely eroded by time and vegetation. Traces of a similar civilization have been discovered, confirming the uniformity of its characteristics. The preliminary dating of the remains is approximately 3,000–5,000 standard years ago. The cause of their decay is unknown. The system's prompts further confirmed the existence and disappearance of this civilization. Just as they were passing through a forest made up of giant blue mushrooms, Lin Wan suddenly stopped, her expression changed slightly, and she grabbed Li Wan's arm. There's something ahead. The energy reaction is very strange. She lowered her voice and pointed to a relatively open area in front of the mushroom forest, covered with low red grass. It's not a living thing, but the energy structure is very unstable, and it's very aggressive. Li Wan looked in the direction she pointed, and his gaze instantly sharpened. Scattered among the red grass were the corpses of several fern scorpions, as well as the skeletons of some other small, unidentified creatures. Around these corpses and skeletons, the air was subtly distorted, filled with an extremely faint crackling sound, like electricity, and an energy field that made one's skin tingle slightly. At the center of that energy field, in the grass, half buried, was a core component about the size of a fist, charred black, seemingly left over from the explosion of some device. From time to time, faint, pale white arcs of electricity, like a dying struggle, would flicker across its surface. Is it a remnant of last night's battle? Or something left over from even earlier? The unstable energy field emanating from that thing made Li Wan feel a sense of threat. End of Chapter 53. Chapter 54, Debris Trap, Energy Devouring to Break the Stalemate. The clearing overgrown with low red grass now appeared to the two as a minefield riddled with invisible spikes. The faint crackling sounds in the air and the chilling energy field silently proclaimed the danger here. Several charred corpses of fern scorpions and other small creatures were scattered around, their deaths gruesome, clearly destroyed instantly by that unstable energy. Is it some kind of energy trap? Or a weapon that hasn't fully exploded? Lin Wan's voice was tense. She could clearly see the extreme disorder of the energy structure in that area, like an energy abscess about to burst. Li Wan's gaze was fixed on the charred core of the device, from which pale arcs of electricity occasionally shot out. The object was about the size of a fist, irregularly shaped, with traces of melting on its surface, but some fine structure and interface remnants could still be vaguely seen. High-intensity energy weapon debris detected severely damaged. The energy core is in an extremely unstable state, continuously leaking high-frequency destructive energy, forming a spontaneous energy annihilation field. Contact or intense energy stimulation may trigger a secondary explosion or energy collapse. Threat level, high. Wreckage structure analysis, it belongs to a different technological system than interstellar debris, with a technological approach leaning towards high energy, instantaneous release, and a design style more aggressive and destructive. Not from the same system? Thoughts raced through Li Wan's mind. This means that there may have been more than one advanced civilization on this planet, or different technological branches within the same civilization? And this one in front of us is clearly designed specifically for killing. Can we go around it? Li Wan asked. Forcing our way into such an unstable energy field would be unwise. Lin Wan carefully sensed her surroundings and shook her head. The energy field covers the narrowest part of this open space. On both sides are those tall blue mushroom forests. When I probed into it, it was very blurry. There seemed to be something inside. The energy reaction was not weak, and it had a strong sense of territory. Wolves ahead, tigers behind. Detours might lead to encounters with unknown creatures, while a direct approach would expose one to unstable energy traps. Li Wan narrowed his eyes, staring at the core of the wreckage that was constantly radiating destructive energy. A bold idea arose in his mind. His devouring ability could even absorb and neutralize the flames of the lava hound and the sonic waves of the sound bat. Could it also affect this kind of ownerless, dissipated energy? I'll try to see if I can consume the energy it's emitting, Li Wan said in a deep voice. Wan, step back and be ready to provide support at any time. Brother Wan, this is too dangerous. Lin Wan said worriedly. The energy she felt was extremely violent, far exceeding any previous attack. It's better than forcing my way in or provoking the things in the mushroom forest. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. Li Wan said, taking a slow step forward. At the same time, he raised his hands, and a dark, devouring force field condensed in front of him. It was no longer a defensive shield, but transformed into a slender and dense energy net, which carefully extended forward, probing the unstable energy field. This is a more refined application of his devouring ability after his strength-improved devouring web. When the edge of the devouring web touched that chaotic energy field, crackling and popping, like cold water being poured into boiling oil, the previously relatively calm energy field was instantly ignited. Countless pale, fine arcs of electricity, like a swarm of startled snakes, burst forth from the core of the wreckage in the void, frantically lashing and tearing at the devouring net. The devouring web trembled violently, its dim light flickering erratically. Li Wan felt his mental energy pouring out like a flood, and maintaining this net to resist such a violent and chaotic energy impact was an immense burden. The destructive energy was of extremely high quality, making it exceptionally difficult to absorb, and it also carried a strong characteristic of wanting to assimilate and annihilate everything, which in turn impacted his mind. Humph. Li Wan grunted, his face turning slightly pale, but his eyes remained firm as he did his best to maintain the stability of the devouring net, like the most patient fisherman wrestling with the raging fish in the net. Strands of pale destructive energy were forcibly stripped away and dragged into the net, flowing into Li Wan's body along the energy connection channels. The moment this energy entered my body, it brought an impact and a tearing sensation 10 times more intense than the flames of the lava hound. A needle-like pain shot through my meridians. But he was prepared. The devouring ability core within his body, tempered by stardust and becoming increasingly refined, was operating wildly, forcibly crushing and transforming these foreign energies like a millstone. At the same time, he guided the pure stardust stored within his body, acting as a lubricant and buffer, constantly neutralizing and soothing the rage of destructive energy. This is an extremely dangerous process, like dancing on the edge of a knife. A slight misstep could backfire. Lin Wan watched with a pounding heart, her hands clenched tightly, her life energy already raised, ready to unleash her strongest healing spell at any moment. Time ticked by. Fine beads of sweat appeared on Li Wan's forehead, and his body trembled slightly, but the devouring net in front of him became increasingly stable, and the energy field on that open space thinned at a visible speed. The pale arcs of electricity became fewer and fewer, and the crackling sounds gradually weakened. He is forcefully devouring this dangerous trap. As the last few pale arcs of electricity twisted and turned unwillingly, they were completely torn apart and absorbed by the devouring net, and the unsettling energy field on the open ground finally disappeared completely. Only the charred core of the wreckage remained, lying quietly in the red grass, with no more energy leaking out. Li Wan let out a long sigh of relief, dispelled the devouring net, and swayed slightly before being supported by Lin Wan, who quickly stepped forward. "Are you all right?" Lin Wan hurriedly channeled a stream of pure life energy into his body. "It's all right, just a bit full. Li Wan shook his head with a wry smile as he felt the violent energy within his body that was being forcibly suppressed and slowly transformed. This energy is of extremely high quality, and its complete digestion should greatly benefit his devouring ability, but the process is far from comfortable. Successfully cleared the unstable energy field. Absorbing high-purity destructive energy, in the process of conversion. It is estimated that after complete conversion, the absorption power will increase by 3% 5%, and resistance to energy attacks will slightly increase. Quest item obtained, Damaged Energy Weapon Core X1. The system's notification cheered Li Wan up. Risk and reward go hand in hand. He walked to the center of the open space and carefully picked up the charred core that no longer emitted any danger. It feels heavy in the hand, and there are still traces of high temperature burning on the surface. This thing is highly technical. Li Wan examined it carefully. Although it was severely damaged, some of its microstructures still revealed its exquisite craftsmanship and extraordinary nature. Whoever left this thing behind is probably no ordinary person. He put away the core and glanced at the patch of red grass. After the energy field disappeared, the grass seemed to return to normal, no longer giving people that faint sense of threat. "Let us go, let us keep going," Li Wan said. Having gotten rid of this obstacle, they need to leave as soon as possible. The commotion just now was quite loud and might attract unnecessary attention. The two quickly crossed the clearing and disappeared back into the denser forest on the other side. Shortly after they left, the space above the open area distorted slightly, and an extremely blurry phantom, almost blending into its surroundings, flashed by, as if something had been observing it quietly for a moment before disappearing without a trace. Li Wan and Lin Wan were completely unaware of this. Their attention was drawn to a terraced hillside in the forest ahead, which was clearly different from the natural landscape and had been artificially carved out. The steps wound upwards, leading to a highland shrouded in dense energy mist. At the top of the hill, the outlines of some regular buildings, gleaming with a metallic sheen, are faintly visible. A new discovery seems imminent. End of Chapter 54. Chapter 55, Above the Steps, the Steel Outpost. The man-made steps were built of black stone similar to the previous platform ruins. Each step was wide and flat, and although the edges were weathered and worn, the overall structure remained solid. The steps wind upwards, disappearing into the dense energy mist of the highlands, like a ladder to an unknown land. The stardust permeating the air became unusually active here, even forming visible, slowly flowing energy bands like the aurora borealis, swirling around the steps and high ground, making everything appear hazy and mysterious. The outlines of the metal buildings on the high ground, barely visible, were shrouded in energy mist, which added to their solemnity and coldness. "Be careful, the energy field here is very complex and the interference is very strong," Lin Wan warned in a low voice. Her perception was suppressed to some extent at the edge of the highlands, and she could not see the interior as clearly as she could in the forest. Li Wan nodded. He had sensed it too. Besides the active stardust, there was a more subtle, orderly energy fluctuation emanating from the highlands, quite different from the wild vitality in the forest. The two exchanged a glance and then climbed the steps. The stairs were very long, seemingly without end. As the altitude increased, the surrounding energy mist became increasingly dense, obstructing vision and limiting visibility to a range of only a dozen meters in front of them. Beneath your feet are cold, black stones, and on either side rolls a sea of energy clouds, making you feel as if you were walking on clouds. After walking for about 15 minutes, the end of the steps finally appeared in the mist. It was a huge platform constructed of a mixture of metal and rock, with several dilapidated, watchtower-like building skeletons standing at its edge, covered with thick moss and glowing vines. Behind the platform is a square building built against the mountain, its main body made of dark silver metal. The building is not particularly grand, but its structure is rigorous, its lines are sharp, and it exudes an industrial coldness that contrasts sharply with the dreamy, energetic environment around it. The building's main entrance had long since vanished, leaving only a dark, gaping entrance, like the open mouth of a giant beast. Above the entrance, a blurry emblem made of light appeared and disappeared, its pattern several concentric circles and rays exactly the same as the circular badge that Li Wan had found earlier. It's the same logo. Lin Wan recognized it as well. Target location confirmed to be associated with identifier. Building structure analysis, small outpost or research observation station, possessing basic defense and living functions. Energy scan shows a low-intensity, stable power supply system still in operation, no active life signals detected. Multiple structural damage and energy leakage points are present. An abandoned outpost that is still partially operational. Li Wan remained vigilant. Places like this were more likely to harbor automated defense systems or other unexpected dangers. He gestured for Lin Wan to follow behind him, and then stepped into the dark entrance first. Inside the door was a spacious but dimly lit passageway. The walls were made of some kind of alloy, and the surface was covered with scratches and stains, with some places bearing charred marks left by energy burning. On the ceiling, an emergency light, spaced far apart, emitted a faint but steady white light, barely providing illumination. There was a faint smell in the air, a mixture of engine oil, dust, and some kind of disinfectant. There are some rooms on both sides of the passage, most of which have damaged or open doors. Through the crack in the door, one could see a messy workbench, a collapsed storage cabinet, and some scattered fragments of instruments whose purpose was unidentifiable. A thin layer of dust covered the ground, but some messy footprints could still be seen, suggesting that more than one creature had been here. It looks like there was a battle here, or a hasty evacuation, Lin Wan said softly, looking at the marks on the wall and the scattered debris. Li Wan squatted down and examined the footprints on the ground. Some footprints resemble human figures, but are more delicate and have distinct toe prints. Others are the claw prints of wild animals, varying in size. They cautiously advanced deeper into the passage. According to the system's scan results, the still functioning power core should be located at the deepest part of the building. Along the way, they discovered some more valuable clues. In a room resembling a briefing room, a broken monitor hangs on the wall, with a seemingly intact data interface connected below it. In another room, they found some scattered data storage chips of a special material, although most of them were damaged. Li Wan attempted to place a seemingly intact memory chip near the system space. Unknown data storage medium detected. Attempting to read. Requires cracking the encryption protocol or finding a compatible reading device. It wasn't that easy after all. He put the memory chip away. The deeper you go, the stronger the smell of leaking energy becomes, mixed with a hint of blood? Lin Wan's senses were more restricted here, but she still managed to detect the faint scent of blood and a cold, inanimate energy fluctuation. There's something ahead. She suddenly grabbed Li Wan and pointed to the corner of the passage. Li Wan stared intently and saw two skeletons lying on the ground behind the corner. The skeleton was not human-shaped, it was more slender, with a unique skeletal structure that gave it a jade-like texture. One of the skeletons was holding a strangely shaped weapon, similar to a rifle but with a more sophisticated structure, in the arm position, though it had been broken off. The other skeleton appeared to have been torn apart by some immense force, scattered all over the ground. Beside the skeleton lay a metal object, about the height of a person, shaped like a spider. It has 4 mechanical legs with reverse joints and an oval-shaped body covered with various sensors and a short tube that looks like a weapon. At this moment, unstable electric sparks flickered on the metal spider's body, and one of its mechanical legs was twisted unnaturally, clearly damaged. Remains of the indigenous intelligent life form Spirit Bone Clan discovered. Automated Defense Unit Sentinel Spider Mk3 discovered, currently disabled. Spirit Bone Race? Sentinel Spider? The new terminology reveals the world as former inhabitants and their technological creations. Li Wan cautiously approached and examined the relatively intact skeleton of the Spirit Bone Clan and the weapon in its hand. Although the weapon was broken, its materials and craftsmanship showed a high level of technology. Although the Sentinel Spider was an enemy, its manufacturing process was quite exquisite. It seems this outpost has been breached. The attacker could be some powerful creature, or something else entirely. Li Wan analyzed the traces at the scene. The shattered skeleton of the spirit bone clan still retained a frenzied energy at its wounds, somewhat similar to the chaotic aura sensed from the northeast direction last night. Just then, a sensor on the paralyzed sentinel spider's head suddenly flashed a faint red light and emitted a series of intermittent synthesized sounds mixed with electrical noise. Warning: unauthorized, intrusion, clean, protocol, failure, energy, low, environment, sample, database, protection. Before the words were even finished, the red light went out completely, and the sentinel spider was reduced to a pile of scrap metal. An environmental sample database? Li Wan and Lin Wan's eyes lit up simultaneously. This could be the key to understanding the planet's environment, ecology, and even the history of its civilization. The two immediately bypassed the remains and debris on the ground and quickened their pace toward the depths of the building, toward the power core and the possible database. Hope may lie behind that tightly closed metal door ahead, bearing the same emblem. End of Chapter 55. Chapter 56, The Data Chamber, The Shadow of Annihilation. The environmental sample database mentioned in Sentinel Spider's dying words was like a lighthouse in the darkness, pointing the two in the clearest direction for their exploration. They ignored the insignificant, dilapidated rooms on either side of the passage and headed straight for the depths of the outpost along the main passage. The further in you go, the more shocking the signs of battle become. The walls were covered with scorch marks from energy weapons and huge claw marks from tearing, while the ground was littered with more delicate skeletons of the spirit bone clan and metal remains of sentinel spiders. The smell of leaking energy mixed with a faint stench of blood in the air, creating a suffocating, stale aura of death. At the end of the passage was an exceptionally heavy alloy door. The door was tightly closed, its surface covered with jagged dents and claw marks, but surprisingly, it still maintained its structural integrity. Below the familiar concentric ray emblem on the door, there is a dim energy interface that seems to require a specific key or permission to open. This is it. Li Wan stopped and felt the relatively stable and concentrated energy fluctuations coming from behind the door. The database and power supply core are likely right behind the door. He tried pushing the door hard, but it didn't budge. He then tried bringing the circular badge he had found earlier close to the energy interface on the door. The interface lit up slightly, then quickly went out. A line of unrecognizable Spirit Bone Clan characters flashed on the door, clearly indicating insufficient permissions or recognition failure. It seems we need higher level privileges, or brute force. Li Wan's eyes turned slightly cold. The risks of brute force are unknown. It could trigger a self-destruct mechanism or damage internal data. Just as he was weighing his options, Lin Wan suddenly pointed to an inconspicuous crack in the wall next to the door, torn by claw marks, and said, "Brother Wan, look there. It looks like there are exposed wires inside." Li Wan took a closer look and, sure enough, deep within the crack, several energy conduits and data cables of different colors were exposed, some of which were broken and flickering with faint electric sparks. "System, scan these lines. Can you find a way to bypass the main gate or temporarily connect to the database?" Command confirmed. Scanning in progress? The line is severely damaged. Direct connection carries a high risk. Backup emergency access interface found, located on the left wall base, covered by debris. This interface has a low access level physical connection and information probing can be attempted, but obtaining full database access cannot be guaranteed, and it may trigger underlying defense alarms. It's good if there's a solution. Li Wan immediately cleared away the metal fragments and dust from the base on the left wall, revealing a palm-sized metal panel with multiple tiny sockets. "Wanner, keep watch on the surroundings," Li Wan instructed, and then took out several universal connection cables from the Spirit Bone Clan instruments that he had collected earlier. The system had already done basic compatibility processing. Based on his knowledge of precision equipment from his previous life and the rough circuit diagram provided by the system, he carefully tried to connect the wires to those key sockets. This process requires immense patience and precision. Even a single wrong line can render all previous efforts futile and could lead to unpredictable consequences. Time passed slowly, and the passage was silent except for the subtle sounds of Li Wan's operations and the hissing sound of energy leakage in the distance. Lin Wan nervously sensed her surroundings, fearing that the unknown attacker might return. Click. With a soft, crisp click, the last cable was successfully connected. Buzz. The alloy door in front of them did not react, but the indicator light on the emergency access interface lit up with a faint blue light. At the same time, a system notification sounded urgently in Li Wan's mind. Physical connection successful. Initiating information gathering, bypassing basic access verification, encountering data firewall, attempting to crack. Warning. Low-level defense protocol triggered. Unauthorized access detected, initiating local cleanup process. The piercing alarm did not sound in reality, but the energy fluctuations transmitted through the connection line instantly became violent. A powerful, formatted stream of data surged back along the connection line like a flood, attempting to destroy the user's consciousness and device. Humph! Li Wan was prepared. His devouring ability instantly spread along the connection line. It did not devour energy, but instead transformed into an invisible data barrier, forcefully blocking the impact of the purifying data stream. This is another unbelievable application of his devouring ability, interfering with or even devouring specific information flows. The dark energy and the pure white torrent of data clashed fiercely on an invisible level, producing a piercing shriek that only Li Wanning could perceive. His mental energy was being rapidly depleted, and veins bulged on his forehead. Brother Wan! Lin Wan was extremely anxious when she saw his pained expression, but she couldn't help him. Hold on. System, speed up the cracking process. Li Wan roared in his mind. Accelerated crack. Database core physical isolation layer detected. The source of the cleanup program is outside the isolation layer, its strength is limited. Hold on for 10 seconds. 10 seconds. It felt like an eternity. Li Wan gritted his teeth and brought the devouring ability to its fullest potential. The dark barrier was like the most resilient reef, remaining unmoved no matter how much the data torrent surged through it. 987 breaking the data firewall. 65 accessing the core data index area. 432 downloading key environment sample data and log summaries. 10. Disconnecting. Just as the system countdown ended, Li Wan suddenly ripped off all the connecting cables. Almost simultaneously, a muffled explosion came from inside the heavy alloy door. The indicator light on the door went out completely, and several emergency lights in the passageway also flickered a few times, clearly indicating that the internal purification process was overloaded and damaged some of the energy lines. It worked? Lin Wan hurriedly helped Li Wan, who was somewhat exhausted. Li Wan, panting heavily, smiled and nodded. Although he hadn't managed to enter the secret database room, he had obtained the most crucial information. Data download complete. Starting parsing. Obtained the planetary environment sample analysis report fragment. Obtained the outpost work log last entry. Obtained high energy reaction coordinate marking map partial. A flood of information rushed into Li Wan's mind, which he quickly browsed and understood. The environmental sample analysis report confirmed their hypothesis that the stardust of this planet, tentatively named Yuchen star, is an extremely special and potentially huge source of energy that strongly promotes the evolution of life, but also easily attracts and fosters powerful, sometimes distorted, life forms. The report also mentions several extremely dangerous dust variants and energy symbionts. The outpost work log last entry is filled with despair and urgency. The Annihilation Beast horde has broken through the third line of defense. They were drawn here by the energy fluctuations emanating from the tower and cannot be stopped. Repeat, cannot be stopped. Activate the final emergency plan, destroy sensitive data, and shut down the core database. May our home planet receive our final warning. The tower is both a beacon of hope and a beacon of calamity. The psionic signal is being severely interfered with. We have been abandoned. The log ends here. Annihilation Beast? Drawn by the tower's energy? A beacon of hope and calamity? Li Wan was shocked. He immediately pulled up the high energy reaction coordinate marking diagram. Several huge red dots are clearly marked on the map, one of which is the silver tower they are looking at in the distance. The other red dots are scattered throughout the vast forests and mountains. One of them is located in a direction that coincides with the northeast direction that Lin Wan sensed, a direction filled with chaos and decay. Is that the lair of the Annihilation Beast? Or one of its lairs? And the tower is actually the source of these terrifying beings? Just as Li Wan was processing this astonishing information, the system suddenly issued its highest level warning. Warning! High intensity, highly malicious energy detected rapidly approaching. Source, northeast. Quantity, 1. Energy level, far exceeding that of the forest scorpion and sentinel spider. Determined as a major threat. Immediate evacuation recommended. Not good. Let's go. Li Wan's expression changed drastically, and he grabbed Lin Wan and rushed out of the passage. The Annihilation Beast, which could have driven the Spirit Bone Clan's outpost to despair and destruction, was actually attracted by the alarms they triggered or the commotion from their previous battle at this moment. Just as they obtained crucial information, a deadly crisis was already imminent. End of chapter 56. Chapter 57, A Desperate Escape, the first appearance of a beast. The system's warning was like a bucket of ice water poured over my head, instantly washing away any excitement I might have felt from receiving the information. Before Li Wan could even explain in detail to Lin Wan, the malice and oppression that was rapidly approaching from the northeast, as if it were a tangible force, surged in like a tide, making the hairs on his body stand on end. Walk! Without the slightest hesitation, Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan's hand, increased his speed to the maximum, and ran wildly outward along the passage they had come from. The energy within his body circulated at an unprecedented speed, his leg muscles bulged, and each step he took left faint footprints on the alloy floor. Although Lin Wan was confused, Li Wan's unprecedented seriousness and the sense of crisis that made her soul tremble made her instantly realize the urgency of the situation. She cooperated fully, channeling her life energy into her legs, maintaining her speed without slowing down, while simultaneously maximizing her perception to try and anticipate potential obstacles in the passage. The two of them swept through the dark and dilapidated passage like two gusts of wind. Behind them, the suffocating sense of oppression grew closer and closer, as if an invisible behemoth was opening its jaws at the end of the passage, ready to devour them along with the entire outpost. Roar! A roar, not transmitted through the air but acting directly on the soul, filled with destruction and thirst, exploded in their minds like a thunderclap. Lin Wan's face turned pale, she staggered, and blood seeped from her ears and nose again. The mental impact contained in this roar is 10 times more terrifying than the sonic waves of the dark river sound bat. Li Wan also felt a sharp pain in his brain, but his resistance to energy and mental attacks from devouring supernatural abilities came into play at this moment, and he withstood the impact. He then grabbed Lin Wan's waist and his speed increased again. Don't stop! It's coming! The light at the exit of the passage is just ahead. But the aura of destruction behind us is also imminent. A cold, deathly wind howled from the depths of the passage behind them, making their clothes flutter wildly. Just as they were about to rush out of the passage, Li Wan suddenly turned around and glanced back. At the end of the passage, in the darkness, two enormous, blood-red lights suddenly shone, like the open eyes of hell. The light was filled with pure savagery, chaos, and hatred for all life. Immediately afterwards, a massive, twisted shadow, almost filling the entire passageway, carrying a nauseating aura of decay and annihilation, crashed in like a runaway train. Wherever it passed, the alloy walls were torn and twisted like paper, the remaining emergency lights shattered instantly, and darkness spread like a living thing. Warning! Target has entered visual range. Preliminary identification, Annihilation Beast, mature stage. Extremely dangerous. Its specific form was completely obscured. All that could be seen was boundless darkness, scarlet eyes, and an aura of annihilation. Go out! With a roar, Li Wan used all his strength to carry Lin Wan out of the outpost entrance and back to the high ground platform shrouded in energy mist. Almost at the same moment they rushed out the door. Boom! A deafening roar. The entire high ground platform shook violently. The heavy alloy gate of the outpost, along with large sections of the wall, shattered and flew outwards like building blocks struck by a giant hammer. Countless metal fragments and rocks shot out like cannonballs. The moment Li Wan lunged forward, he turned around and unleashed his full devouring force field to protect himself and Lin Wan from behind. Bang 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 bang! The dense impacts fell on the force field like raindrops, causing the dark force field to fluctuate violently, its light flickering. Li Wan felt a sweet taste in his throat and forcibly swallowed back the blood that was rising in his throat. The aftershocks of the explosion and the flying debris alone caused him internal injuries. Smoke and dust filled the air, and the energy mist was stirred into chaos by the violent airflow. Amidst the billowing dust and debris, the enormous figure slowly emerged from the violently breached entrance to the outpost. Only now could the two barely make out part of the true form of this annihilation beast. It possesses a massive torso resembling that of a giant ape, but its entire body is covered not with hair, but with some kind of constantly writhing, flowing, liquid-like shadowy substance, on which painful, distorted faces and fragmented skeletal phantoms occasionally appear. Its arms were extremely thick and long, with huge bone claws at the ends that gleamed with an ominous, eerie light, like scythes. Its head was more like a twisted, shapeless mass of dark energy, with only two constant, crimson eyes fixed on the two people who had just stood still. The aura emanating from it was a mixture of the resentment of the Spirit Bone Clan, sentinel spiders, and countless other creatures they did not recognize, as well as a pure, annihilating will aimed at reducing all things to nothingness. Just standing in front of it fills one with despair, as if even the thought of resistance will be swallowed up by it. This is the Annihilation Beast? Lin Wan's voice trembled, her face as pale as paper. Faced with this absolute destructive power, she felt her own life energy groaning in agony. Li Wan's eyes were extremely serious, and his devouring ability was running wildly in his body, resisting the omnipresent annihilation pressure. He could sense that this monster's energy level far surpassed any enemy he had encountered in the apocalypse. A direct confrontation would mean certain death. Roar! The annihilation beast seemed particularly interested in these two tiny creatures that exuded the aura of food. It let out a low, teasing roar, like a cat playing with mice, and raised a huge shadowy bone claw, seemingly slowly but actually with lightning speed, and slammed it down toward where the two were. Before the bone claws even arrived, the terrifying wind pressure had already caused the rocks beneath their feet to crack inch by inch. The surrounding space seemed to freeze. Escape! We must escape! Jump! At the critical moment, Li Wan had no intention of taking the hit head-on. He grabbed Lin Wan and leaped off the high platform toward the bottomless rift shrouded in energy mist. Almost at the same time they leaped out. Bang! A huge claw-mark crater with a diameter of over 5 meters was left behind, and the entire high-ground platform trembled. The annihilation beast's attack missed its target, and a flash of fury at being toyed with by an ant appeared in its scarlet eyes. As it watched the two disappear into the mist at the edge of the platform, it let out an even more ferocious roar. Its massive body lunged forward without hesitation, carrying a destructive aura that could crush everything, and chased after them down into the Rift Valley. They fled for their lives, turning from the highlands into the bottomless ravine and deep forest. End of Chapter 57. Chapter 58, Survival in the Rift Valley, Breaking Through Desperate Circumstances. My body is plummeting rapidly. The howling wind and the destructive roar of the annihilation beast above me are all I hear. Below me lies a bottomless abyss shrouded in dense energy mist. The feeling of weightlessness gripped his heart, but Li Wan's mind remained unusually calm. He held Lin Wan tightly, his sharp gaze sweeping over the rapidly enlarging scenery below, twisted, strange trees, jagged rocks, and the dark river that flowed ceaselessly, appearing and disappearing in the mist. They can't fall directly to the ground. At that heightened speed, even with their current physical abilities, they would either die or be severely injured. Grab the vines! Li Wan roared, and at the same time, his devouring ability was running at an unprecedented speed. It was no longer for attack or defense, but to fully sense and capture the thick, glowing vines hanging down from the rock walls on both sides of the Rift Valley. These vines are made of the same material as the suspension bridge they came from, extremely tough. Lin Wan also suppressed her fear and fully unleashed her life resonance ability. She stopped sensing energy and instead focused on calling and connecting with the vines that exuded life. Just as the two were about to collide with a cluster of sharp stalagmites. Now! Seizing the opportunity, Li Wan suddenly reached out with his free left hand, and the dark, devouring energy coiled around the nearest glowing vine, as thick as an adult's arm, as if it were alive. It didn't devour, but rather bite firmly like a hook. At the same time, Lin Wan also successfully established a strong resonance with another vine, which seemed to have come to life and actively coiled towards her. Sizzle! The immense force of the fall nearly tore Li Wan's arm off. The energy it absorbed rubbed against the vines, producing a piercing sound, and the dim light flickered violently, almost dissipating. Li Wan groaned, feeling the bones in his entire left arm creaking, but he held on with all his might. Lin Wan was in slightly better condition, the vines actively wrapped around her, absorbing most of the impact. However, she was still experiencing a surge of chi and blood, and her face turned pale. Like swinging on a swing, the two were violently thrown towards the rock wall on the other side of the Rift Valley by the huge inertia. Almost at the same time, a deafening roar and an angry howl came from above. Boom! The enormous annihilation beast crashed down like a meteorite into the area where they were originally going to land. In an instant, the earth shook, rocks flew everywhere, and dust billowed into the sky. The stalagmites and trees in that area instantly turned to dust, and even the flowing underground river was briefly cut off, stirring up a cloud of water mist. What a stroke of luck! Just a moment's difference, and they would have vanished into nothingness, just like that area. However, the crisis is far from over. The annihilation beast was clearly not harmed by this height. It raised its head from the deep crater it had created, and its scarlet eyes instantly locked onto the two people who were swinging towards the other side using the vines. It let out a furious roar, its limbs on the ground, and a terrifying power burst forth from its shadowy body. It charged vertically down the steep Rift Valley wall like a ghost, faster than they could swing on the vines. Each time the enormous bone claw struck, it left a deep crater in the rock face, and rubble fell down in a shower. It will crush these two insects that dared to escape to the bottom of the valley. It's catching up. Faster! Lin Wan cried out, her face deathly pale. The shadow of death, like a cold scythe, was already pressed against her neck. Li Wan's pupils contracted, his brain racing. Running in a straight line was definitely not faster than this monster. He had to use the environment. His gaze swept over the complex terrain below a rushing underground river, huge pebbles along the riverbank, platforms jutting out from the rock face, and some dark, seemingly endless side caves. Jump into the river. Li Wan decided immediately. The underground river's current was rapid, which might interfere with the Annihilation Beast's perception and actions, at least giving them a chance to catch their breath. But just as he was about to loosen the vines, another unexpected event occurred. Perhaps it was the violent swinging of the two people and the tremors caused by the Annihilation Beast's rampage that triggered some fragile structures on the Rift Valley's rock wall. Crack. Rumble. Not far above them, a large section of rock wall covered with thick moss and vines collapsed entirely. Countless massive rocks, soil, and tangled plants cascaded down like a waterfall, crashing down on the Annihilation Beasts that were running wildly along the rock face, blocking their original route to jump into the underground river. Watch out! Li Wan shouted, clinging tightly to the vines while simultaneously pushing his devouring force field upwards to block the falling rocks. Roar! The Annihilation Beast was hit squarely by the sudden collapse, letting out an even more furious roar. Its massive body was buried under countless boulders and mud, and it was temporarily trapped in the collapsed rock wall. It could only frantically swing its bone claws, tearing and blasting away the obstacles around it, but its movements were obviously slowed down. A golden opportunity. Over there. There's a cave. Lin Wan, with her sharp eyes, pointed to a dark cave entrance that had been newly exposed due to a rock collapse and shouted. The entrance to the cave wasn't big enough, the Annihilation Beast definitely couldn't get in. Walk. Without hesitation, Li Wan immediately manipulated the devouring energy, pulling on the vines and changing their swinging direction, swinging towards the newly appeared cave like an ape. Lin Wan cooperated tacitly, guiding the vines that were entwining her to turn around. With several leaps and bounds, the two narrowly avoided several falling boulders and finally swung to the entrance of the cave. Li Wan released the vines and fell into the cave first. He then turned around and pulled Lin Wan, who was following closely behind, into the cave as well. The cave entrance was indeed narrow, and the interior was pitch black and bottomless. Behind it, the Annihilation Beast was about to break free from the collapsed ruins. Its crimson eyes pierced through the smoke and dust, locking onto the cave entrance, and it let out a roar of extreme unwillingness that shook the entire Rift Valley. But its massive body was indeed unable to squeeze into the narrow cave entrance. Is it safe for now? The two men slumped against the cold rock wall in the darkness, panting heavily, their bodies soaked in cold sweat and splashed with river water, utterly disheveled. A wave of exhaustion from surviving the ordeal washed over them. Li Wan felt the sharp pain in his left arm and the injuries inside his body, his face grim. Lin Wan was also still in shock, clutching his sleeve tightly. Outside the cave, the roars of the Annihilation Beast and the sounds of it crashing against the rock walls continued unabated, showing that it had not given up. We must recover as soon as possible, it's not safe here either, Li Wan said in a deep voice, enduring the pain as he sat up straight and tried to guide energy to heal his injuries. However, just as he was circulating his cultivation technique, he suddenly opened his eyes, a look of disbelief and astonishment flashing across them. Not only him, but Lin Wan next to him also let out a soft exclamation. Energy fluctuations emanating from deep within this cave. It was neither the gentleness of stardust nor the destruction of Annihilation Beasts, but rather a kind of extremely pure, ancient, and even slightly savage, primordial life energy? This energy seems to be more primal and more boundless than that emanating from the Tower of the Beginning. Could it be that something even more incredible than the Tower of the Beginning is hidden deep within the caves beneath this rift? End of Chapter 58. Chapter 59, The Source of Life, a Gift from Ancient Times. Outside the cave, the Annihilation Beast's unwilling roars and crashing sounds, like muffled thunder, continuously echoed from the narrow cave entrance, causing dust to fall from the rock walls. But this sound, which would terrify an ordinary person, seemed to be blocked by an invisible barrier, unable to penetrate the strange tranquility deep within the cave. Li Wan and Lin Wan's attention had long been completely drawn to the vast and ancient life-giving energy deep within the cave. The energy was neither diffused in the air like stardust, nor condensed into a form like that of the Tower of Emergence. It's more like a pulse emanating from the very core of the cave, like the pulse of the earth. Each heartbeat brings a warm, profound, and vibrant atmosphere, imbued with the weight of time and life. Just by breathing in the air, which was filled with the scent of ancient life, Li Wan felt the excruciating pain in his left arm and the hidden injuries in his body rapidly improving. His spiritual energy also became as abundant as a parched riverbed receiving sweet rain. Linwan felt it even more intensely. The life energy in her body was like a stream flowing into the sea in the face of this primordial rhythm, naturally resonating and merging with it. The power that had been exhausted before was recovering at an astonishing speed, and even becoming more refined and profound. Where is this? Linwan murmured to herself, her eyes filled with shock and fascination. Her ability to resonate with life seemed to be elevated to its ultimate form here. Without any deliberate guidance, she could clearly hear the life pulse from the depths of the cave, like a mother's call. I don't know, but it's our opportunity. Liwan's eyes sharpened as he stood up, supporting his injured body. Let us go in and take a look. The two cautiously made their way deeper into the cave. The cave is narrow at first, but it opens up as you go deeper. Strange, self-luminous fungi, resembling blood vessels, began to appear on the rock face. They glowed and faded in sync with the life rhythm emanating from the depths, illuminating the passage in a bizarre and surreal way. After walking about several hundred meters, the view suddenly opened up ahead. A vast, unimaginably large underground space unfolded before them. The dome of the space is so high that its top is nowhere in sight, with countless stalactite-like crystals hanging down, emitting a soft white light. In the center of the space, there was not a building or object, but a tree. A tree whose size cannot be described in words. Its trunk is as thick as a mountain, and its whole body has a warm and jade-like bluish gold color. The patterns on the bark are like natural Taoist runes, flowing with a faint glow. Its canopy is so dense that it blocks out the sun, with countless branches and leaves that stretch out and emit a seven-colored, shimmering light, as if supporting the sky of the entire underground world. What is most awe-inspiring is that the roots of this giant tree do not penetrate the soil, but rather extend directly into the void like a living thing. They draw unimaginable chaotic energy from countless tiny spatial fissures, transforming it into the purest life essence to nourish itself and give back to this space. They even subtly influence the ecological environment of the entire Rift Valley and even a wider area through the rock layers. Surrounding the giant tree is a shimmering lake formed from the liquefaction of highly concentrated life energy. The lake water is crystal clear, exuding a refreshing fragrance and a vibrant sense of life. A super-specific life form has been discovered, the World Tree seedling stage. Determined to be a cosmic wonder, one of the manifestations of life's rules. Its emanating life essence is the power of the origin of all things, possessing unparalleled healing, purifying, enlightening, and evolutionary effects. Warning, this being is of an excessively high level, do not desecrate it, as its instinctive will can trigger the rules. The World Tree. In its seedling stage? The system's notification sent a shockwave through Liwan. He never imagined that such an incredible existence was hidden deep within this Rift Valley. This is no longer within the scope of the legacy of advanced civilizations, but involves the level of the fundamental rules of the universe. Compared to the World Tree, the Tower of First Birth seemed like an insignificant embellishment. Just as the two were speechless with shock at the sight before them, the World Tree seemed to sense their arrival. Its canopy-like crown swayed gently, scattering a shower of life essence, as refined as golden rain. The rain of light was not directed at Linwan alone, but rather enveloped both Liwan and Linwan equally. Bathed in the rain of light, Linwan felt as if she had returned to the original form of life, every cell of her body cheering and greedily absorbing this most primal nourishment. Her life energy level is rising and transforming at a visible speed. The original emerald green halo is gradually tinged with a noble golden glow, and her perception, guidance, and even creative power over life have undergone a qualitative leap. She even felt that her connection with the planet beneath her feet had become closer and clearer. Liwan, on the other hand, experienced a different kind of miraculous baptism. The pure life essence flowed into his body, but it did not cause a violent conflict with his ability to devour supernatural powers. The life essence of the World Tree seems to transcend simple attribute opposition. It does not forcibly heal or reject and devour, but rather cleanses and sublimates the essence of its energy core in a more inclusive and primal way. Under the wash of the golden light rain, the devouring ability core became more solid and profound, and some mysterious light golden patterns similar to the patterns on a tree trunk even faintly appeared on the surface of the core. The violent distractions and subtle hidden dangers originating from different energies that had accompanied the devouring were completely purified. Devouring the superpower itself is like removing the dross and keeping the essence, reducing some of the ferocity and increasing the grand artistic conception of devouring heaven and earth and returning to the origin. His left arm injury healed instantly, all the hidden injuries in his body were restored, and even the sluggish feeling caused by forcibly absorbing the destructive energy was swept away. Energy recovery rate skyrocketed and stabilized at a peak of 95%. His mental energy was overflowing, and his perception range and control over energy had improved significantly. This is not just a recovery, it is a baptism and sublimation of the level of life and the essence of energy. As the light rain gradually subsided, the two stood still, feeling the earth-shattering changes within their bodies, speechless for a long time. The world tree returned to its tranquility, as if it had done something insignificant. Li Wan bowed deeply to the world tree, performing a solemn salute unlike any he had ever done before. Lin Wan followed suit, her eyes filled with boundless gratitude and awe. They knew this gift was too heavy a burden. Outside the cave, the roars of the annihilation beasts had ceased at some point. Perhaps it was the invisible life force emanating from the world tree that caused the being representing destruction to feel an instinctive aversion and rejection, and to retreat temporarily. The crisis appears to have temporarily subsided. Li Wan looked at Lin Wan, both of their eyes gleaming with a new light. Their sudden surge in strength gave them more confidence. "We need to develop a new plan," Li Wan said in a deep voice, his gaze seemingly piercing through the rock wall and once again turning towards the distant tower. Having been baptized by the world tree, perhaps they now have a sliver of hope to confront the beacon of calamity and uncover the truth behind it. End of chapter 59. Chapter 60, Emerging from the Fog, First Display of Brilliance. Under the almost miraculous baptism of the world tree, the passage of time seemed to lose its meaning. When Li Wan and Lin Wan opened their eyes again, they not only recovered to an unprecedented peak, but also felt a complete transformation. With the internal energy flowing smoothly and the mental perception as clear as a mirror, the understanding and control of one's own abilities have reached a new level. Outside the cave, the terrifying roars and crashes of the annihilation beast had long since subsided, leaving only the eternal sound of flowing water and the faint murmur of energy mist moving deep within the Rift Valley. The entity that represented destruction seemed to be genuinely intimidated by the invisible life force emanating from the world tree, and temporarily distanced itself from this area. "It's time to go." Li Wan stood up, stretched his limbs, and felt the surging, faintly golden devouring energy within his body. His eyes were sharp as knives. The surge in strength brings not only confidence, but also a sense of responsibility to face challenges head-on. The secrets of the tower, the threat of the annihilation beasts, and the hidden truth behind this world all need to be uncovered by them. Lin Wan also stood up, her body radiating a noble golden life energy, her aura becoming increasingly gentle and unfathomable. She nodded, her gaze resolute. "Yes, we'll go find out the truth about the tower." The two bowed deeply once more towards the world tree, then resolutely turned and headed towards the cave exit. The exit was still partially blocked by collapsed rocks and vines, but it was no longer an obstacle for the two who had greatly increased their strength. Li Wan's fingers were like knives, with dark energy emanating from his fingertips. He no longer used brute force to chop, but instead precisely cut along the veins of the rock. Wherever the devouring power passed, the rock silently turned into dust. Lin Wan then guided the life energy, causing the vines blocking the cave entrance to retract and make way. Soon, a gap large enough for passage was opened. Long-awaited air, carrying energy, mist, and moisture, rushed into the cave entrance. The two cautiously peeked out, warily observing their surroundings. The Rift Valley remained deep and shrouded in mist, but the suffocating, destructive pressure had vanished. Above, a high platform where the outpost was located was faintly visible in the mist, utterly silent. The annihilation beast should have left, Lin Wan confirmed after sensing for a moment. "We can't let our guard down." Li Wan's gaze swept over the steep rock face and the underground river below. "Let's go straight up and leave the Rift Valley as soon as possible." This time, climbing became incredibly easy. Li Wan didn't even need to deliberately find a point of leverage. The absorbed energy flowed naturally between his hands and feet, generating a strange suction force that allowed him to walk on the almost vertical rock wall as if it were flat ground, just like a gecko. Lin Wanza was even more ethereal, her life energy resonating with the moss and tiny plants on the rock wall, as if she were being actively lifted up by them. In just a short while, the two returned to the edge of the high ground platform. The platform was a scene of utter devastation. The entrance to the outpost was completely reduced to ruins. Huge claw marks and signs of collapse were shocking, silently recounting the brief but terrifying chase that had just taken place. Without pausing, the two quickly crossed the platform and descended the steps they had come from, disappearing once again into the vast and strange forest. After their strength improved, their speed of movement was incomparable to before. Lin Wan's perception range has expanded several times, enabling her to avoid most potential danger zones in advance. Li Wan was exceptionally sensitive to the flow of energy, and could even vaguely detect the faint, decaying aura of the annihilation beast in the air, guiding them to avoid its possible paths. Their goal was clear the silver tower that was both hope and the source of calamity. However, the forests of Yuchen Star are never short of surprises. Just as they were passing through an area of plants that grew huge, trumpet-shaped flowers and emitted a mesmerizing glow, something strange happened. Buzz! The giant trumpet flowers all around seemed to be activated at the same time, their petals trembling violently and emitting a hypnotic wave that directly affected mental consciousness. This wave was invisible and intangible, yet it engulfed the two of them instantly like a tidal wave, attempting to break their will and drag them into a deep sleep. In the past, the two would probably have been in a flurry of activity for a while. But now. Disperse. Li Wan merely frowned slightly and uttered a single word. The sublimated devouring power around him flowed naturally, and an invisible force field spread out. It did not forcibly devour, but rather acted like a pillar in the middle of a stream, repelling and isolating the hypnotic fluctuations. At the edge of the force field, pale golden patterns shimmered slightly, carrying an implication of invulnerability to all laws. When those hypnotic waves touched the force field, they melted and dissipated on their own, just like ice and snow meeting the spring sun. At the same time, a golden light flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. Instead of using her life energy to fight back, she transmitted a peaceful yet firm intention containing the essence of the world tree in reverse, like a mother comforting a crying baby. Quiet. Those trumpet flowers that were originally trembling violently and exuding hostility miraculously calmed down after coming into contact with this thought. Their petals closed, and their psychedelic light subsided, as if they had never launched an attack. Subduing the enemy without fighting. The two smiled at each other and continued walking without stopping. This sea of hypnotic flowers, which once required careful passage, is now easily traversed. The difference in strength was on full display at this moment. After traveling for about half a day, and passing through a hilly area covered with clusters of glowing crystals, the view ahead suddenly opened up. The forest came to an end here. A vast plain covered with low, silvery ferns unfolded before us. At the edge of the plain, on the horizon, the silver tower that had only existed in distant views and in documents finally stood clearly. It was more magnificent than I had imagined, its tower piercing the crimson sky, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the light of the two suns, and flowing with countless complex energy patterns. Even from a great distance, one could feel a vast, orderly, yet inhumanly cold energy fluctuation, like an eternal beacon radiating across the surrounding expansive area. Near the base of the tower, the outlines of some more regular building complexes can be vaguely seen, as well as some moving points of light. Are they survivors of the Spirit Bone clan? Or something else entirely? Li Wan and Lin Wan stopped in their tracks, gazing at the colossal tower that was both their target and a potential source of destruction, their eyes solemn and resolute. The final challenge and the answer lie ahead. End of Chapter 60. Chapter 61, Outpost Before the Tower, Mysteries of the Demise of the People. Stepping out of the forest's edge feels like crossing an invisible boundary. The active stardust in the air seemed to be restrained, becoming thinner and more regular, replaced by a cold, metallic energy aura emanating from the direction of the tower. The silver ferns underfoot rustled softly. Looking out, the plain was vast and silent, with only the towering tower in the distance casting a long shadow. Li Wan and Lin Wan did not venture into the plain rashly. Instead, they used some low, faintly glowing rocks on the edge of the plain as cover to carefully observe the tower and its surroundings. As the distance closes, the details of the tower become clearer. The tower is not completely smooth, it is covered with countless energy channels that resemble the texture of a circuit board. At this moment, they are flashing a pale blue light in a regular pattern, as if they are performing some kind of continuous calculation or energy transfer. The spire disappeared into the clouds, and its top could not be seen. There is indeed a sizable complex of buildings around the base of the tower. The buildings share a unified style, constructed from a mixture of a silver-gray alloy and local stone, with sharp lines and a compact structure, resembling a fully functional outpost or research station. Some buildings have devices resembling antennas or energy harvesters erected on their rooftops. Most striking was a faint, rippling blue energy shield around the base, and figures moving inside and outside the shield. Those figures were neither wild beasts nor any creatures they had ever seen before. They have slender and tall figures, covered in close-fitting, metallic silver-gray armor or clothing, and move with fluid and precise movements. Their heads were covered by full-coverage helmets or visors, so their faces could not be seen, but their overall shape was extremely similar to the Spirit Bone Clan skeletons previously found at the outpost. It's the Spirit Bone Clan. They still have survivors. Lin Wan said in a low voice, a hint of surprise in her voice. The desperate tone in the outpost log had led them to believe that the race was extinct. Li Wan's eyes narrowed slightly as he observed carefully. The Spirit Bone Clan survivors seemed to be carrying out routine maintenance and patrol work, communicating with each other in some silent way with great efficiency, but the overall atmosphere was filled with an indescribable dullness and oppression. Moreover, he noticed that there were not many of these Spirit Bone Clan members, there were only a dozen or so within his field of vision. What bothered him even more was that in several key locations of the base, such as near the energy shield generator and on both sides of the only passage leading to the base of the tower, stood several heavy sentinel spiders with more ferocious appearances, larger size, and equipped with multi-barrel rotating energy cannons. These steel guardians stood silently, their sensors flashing a cold red light, radiating a dangerous aura that warned strangers to stay away. The location of the Spirit Bone Clan survivors has been confirmed. The base's defense system is intact, and automated guard units are active. A continuous suppressive and purifying effect of the tower's energy on the surrounding environment has been detected, suspectedly suppressing excessive activity of Stardust and the approach of annihilation beasts. The tower's energy could suppress the annihilation beast? A thought struck Li Wan. This might explain why the Spirit Bone Clan survivors were able to establish themselves here. But the outpost log says the tower is a beacon of calamity that attracts the annihilation beasts, which seems contradictory. Is the log information incomplete, or has the tower's energy undergone some kind of change? How do we get there? Should we just show ourselves? Lin Wan asked. Whether these Spirit Bone Clan members are friend or foe is still unknown. Li Wan pondered for a moment, then shook his head. Let's test the waters first. He picked up a fist-sized piece of silver ore from beside his feet, weighed it in his hand, and then suddenly hurled it towards an empty open space outside the base's energy shield. The ore traced a parabola, accompanied by a whistling sound, and landed precisely outside the shield's range, but very close to the edge of the base. Bang! The ore hit the ground with a crisp, clear sound, which was particularly distinct on the silent plain. In an instant, it was like stirring up a hornet's nest. The sensors of the two heavy sentinel spiders closest to the impact point suddenly lit up red, and their massive bodies instantly turned around, their multi-barreled energy cannons locking onto the direction of the ore's impact. At the same time, the three Spirit Bone Clan guards patrolling nearby immediately stopped, turned their helmets in this direction, and instantly raised their uniquely shaped energy rifles. Their movements were perfectly synchronized, displaying a highly trained military style. An invisible, warning-like energy wave swept from the direction of the base, passing over the rocks where Li Wan and Lin Wan were hiding. Received a general warning psionic message, unknown unit, identify yourself. Repeat, identify yourself immediately. Otherwise, you will be considered a hostile target and eliminated. Universal psychic messages? It seems the Spirit Bone race's communication style leans more towards the spiritual level. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. The other side reacted strongly, but at least they didn't open fire directly, leaving room for communication. Li Wan took a deep breath, slowly stood up from behind the rock, and raised his hands to indicate that he was unarmed. Lin Wan followed closely behind, standing beside him. Their appearance clearly made the Spirit Bone Clan guards and sentinel spiders on the opposite side more vigilant, and the light from the energy cannon muzzles began to gather, obviously entering the pre-launch state. Li Wan did not act rashly. Instead, he tried to concentrate his mind and send a wisp of his will, mixed with the relatively peaceful spiritual energy he had sensed from the badge and the outpost, toward the base. He did not use aggressive, devouring energy, but rather expressed pure goodwill and a desire to communicate. We mean no harm, Li Wan repeated the message in his mind. We come from afar, crashed here, and only want to find a way to leave this planet, or to find out what happened here. After the thought was transmitted, there was a brief silence on the other end. The Spirit Bone Clan guards seemed to be communicating internally, and the muzzle lights of the two heavy sentinel spiders dimmed slightly, but they were still locked on them. About a minute later, a clearer, but also colder, psionic message was sent directly to Li Wan and Lin Wan's minds. The source seemed to be a higher-level individual within the base. Outsiders. You bear the aura of He and the traces of annihilation. Explain your purpose and how you came into contact with the World Tree and the Annihilation Beast. Do not try to deceive us. Our senses can distinguish truth from falsehood. He? Does he refer to the World Tree? These Spirit Bone Clan members can actually sense the World Tree's aura? And they know so much about the Annihilation Beasts. Li Wan's mind raced. The other parties seemed to possess more information. He carefully considered his words and responded telepathically, briefly explaining their journey from the fall to the discovery of the outpost, their encounter with the Annihilation Beast, and their eventual accidental assistance from the World Tree. He concealed the existence of the system, only stating that they had escaped by chance and obtained the opportunity through their own abilities. They emphasized that they were simply looking for a way out and had no intention of becoming enemies with the Spirit Bone Clan. After listening to Li Wan's account, the base fell silent again. This time, the silence lasted even longer. Just when Li Wan thought the other party was still hesitating or questioning, the cold psionic message came again, and the tone seemed to have softened a little. Your experience is extraordinary. The World Tree has not answered any call for a long time. The message seemed to carry a hint of melancholy. Come in. Be vigilant, but welcome to the last stronghold of the Guardians. With this message, the pale blue energy shield surrounding the base silently opened a gap just wide enough for two people to pass through, directly in front of Li Wan and Lin Wan. The two heavy sentinel spiders also retracted their cannons and returned to standby mode, but their sensors remained locked on them. Although they seemed to have obtained permission to enter, Li Wan and Lin Wan's vigilance did not diminish in the slightest. The Tower Guardian? The Last Fortress? Behind these titles, it seems, lie more secrets and a heavy past. The two exchanged a glance, nodded, and cautiously walked towards the open gap in the shield. The real contact is about to begin. End of Chapter 61. Chapter 62, The Steel Fortress, The Tower Guarding Elder. The moment you step into the energy shield, it feels like you've passed through a curtain of icy water. The inside and outside seem like two different worlds. The air inside the shield was drier, carrying a peculiar smell similar to ozone in heated metal. The cold, orderly energy fluctuations emanating from the tower became increasingly clear, like invisible background radiation, omnipresent. The interior of the base was more organized and spacious than it appeared from the outside. The silver-gray alloy floor was so shiny it reflected the pale blue light cast by the tower. On both sides are functional buildings with sharp angles, most of which are closed, with only a few doors that look like warehouses or maintenance rooms open, revealing neatly arranged tools and spare parts inside. The entire base was eerily quiet apart from their own footsteps and the faint hum of energy flowing from the distant tower. Almost no other sounds could be heard. The Spirit Bone Clan guards who had previously locked onto them did not approach after the two entered the shield. Instead, they kept a distance and watched them with their masked heads. Although the muzzles of their energy rifles were pointing downwards, their vigilance remained. The two heavy sentinel spiders were also reactivated, like silent steel giants, taking precise and heavy steps, following the two from the side and behind at a distance, forming an invisible escort. Please follow us. A clear psionic message entered his mind directly, originating from a Spirit Bone Clan guard who appeared to be a squad leader. He made a simple gesture, then turned and walked toward the center of the base, toward the tallest square building that was directly connected to the tower's base. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance and silently followed. Since they were already there, they might as well make the best of it. They needed information, and this seemed to be the most direct place to obtain it. Along the way, they encountered other Spirit Bone Clan members. Some were maintaining equipment, others operating control panels, their movements efficient and silent, with almost no extraneous communication between them. Their silver-gray armor mostly bore the familiar concentric ray insignia. The entire base was permeated with a highly disciplined yet lifeless atmosphere, like a sophisticated but poorly lubricated machine barely functioning. The guards leading them stopped before a large, unmarked alloy door that emitted a faint energy fluctuation. The door slid open silently, revealing a wider, brightly lit passageway behind it. The elders are waiting for you inside. The guard's psionic message remained concise. He stepped aside to make way but showed no intention of following them inside. The two heavy sentinel spiders stood guard at the entrance, like two gatekeepers. Li Wan nodded and stepped into the passage first. Lin Wan followed closely behind. At the end of the passage was a spacious circular hall. The hall had a high dome, and in the center of it floated a huge, slowly rotating 3D projection of a planet composed of countless rays of light. It was a model of the planet Yuchan, marked with dense energy nodes and annotations. Among them, several huge red dots were particularly eye-catching towers and the locations of several annihilation beast lairs that Li Wan had seen on the database map. Surrounding the projection of this planet, 7 ancient-looking chairs made of a mixture of dark wood and metal were arranged in a circle. At this moment, 3 members of the Spirit Bone Clan sat upright on 3 of these chairs. Unlike the guards outside, these 3 Spirit Bone Clan members did not wear full coverage helmets, revealing their true faces. Their skin had a warm, jade-like texture, their facial features were clear and elegant, and their eyes were pure, crystal-like silver white, without pupils, yet seemingly containing endless wisdom and vicissitudes. Their attire was also more solemn, consisting of long robes with a silver-gray base and intricate gold patterns. The elder in the center appeared to be the oldest, although it's difficult to judge the age of the Spirit Bone Clan from their appearance, with a naturally formed, pale golden crystal resembling a tree bud on his forehead. His silvery white eyes calmly gazed at Li Wan and Lin Wan as they entered, his gaze seemingly able to penetrate their souls. The other two elders were quite different. One had a sharper demeanor, like a military commander, while the other appeared more composed, like a scholar. "Welcome, visitors from another planet." The elder's psionic message resounded directly in their minds, peaceful yet dignified, with an ancient rhythm. "I am the chief of the Tower Keeper Elder Council. You may call me Yao. I am Foam," the elder with a sharp demeanor said succinctly. "I am Knowledge." Elder Chenjing nodded slightly. Suppressing a slight shock within him, Li Wan bowed respectfully and replied, "Lin Wan. Thank you for your reception, elders." Elder Yao's gaze lingered on them for a moment, especially on the faint golden light flowing around Lin Wan and the deep devouring core within Li Wan's body. A barely perceptible fluctuation seemed to flash in his silver white eyes. "We have a general understanding of your story through the psionic link of the Outer Guards," Elder Yao said slowly. "A fallen traveler, a favored one of the World Tree, a survivor of the Annihilation Beast. Such a peculiar combination is rare even in the long history of Yuchen Star. Elder, we have no intention of disturbing you. We only want to know how to leave this planet," and Li Wan looked directly at Elder Yao. "What exactly happened here? The tower, the Annihilation Beast, and you Tower Guardians." Elder Yao paused for a moment, and the other two elders also looked solemn. "Leaving is easier said than done." Elder Yao's voice was heavy. "Yuchen Star is located on the edge of an extremely remote and unstable star field, where conventional jumps are extremely risky. And our Spirit Bone clan has long lost the ability to conduct large-scale interstellar travel." He paused, then pointed to the planetary projection in the center of the hall. "As for what happened here, as you know, this Tower of Order is a miraculous creation built by our Spirit Bone clan ancestors in an attempt to guide and utilize the unique stardust energy of the Netherworld Star to create an eternal sanctuary. It did indeed bring prosperity and stability at one time, and even suppressed the threat of some dangerous energy entities and mutated creatures native to the planet to a certain extent. But we also made a fatal mistake," Elder Fong interjected, his voice cold and hard. "We underestimated the activity of the stardust and the covetousness of the forces of the dark side of the universe. The energy of the Tower of Order, while stabilizing the environment, also attracted the most delicious beta terrifying being that roams the void and feeds on order and life, the Annihilation Beast you encountered." Elder Ji added, his tone carrying the rigor of a scholar. "The initial Annihilation Beasts were not powerful. We were able to resist them with our technology and military force. But after they devoured the stardust purified by the tower's energy and our people, they underwent a terrible evolution, becoming increasingly powerful and difficult to destroy. Ultimately, they evolved into a calamity that swept across the entire planet. Outposts are falling one after another, and the rescue of our home planet seems a long way off." Elder Yao's voice was filled with deep weariness. "We are the last group of defenders. The Tower Keepers are not only protecting this tower, but also the last spark of our civilization, and a faint hope that might turn everything around." "Hope?" Lin Wan couldn't help but ask. Elder Yao's gaze fell on Li Wan and Lin Wan again, and a faint light seemed to ignite in his silvery white eyes. "Yes, hope. It's in this tower, in the control core at the top. Sealed there are the final plans left by our ancestors for completely purifying the Annihilation Beasts, or at least shutting down the tower's energy attracting mode. But..." His tone became extremely solemn. "The area at the top of the tower was highly contaminated and distorted during the last massive Annihilation Beast horde attack, filled with violent energy turbulence and, possibly remaining Annihilation Beast hatchlings. We have lost the passage to the top of the tower and are powerless to eliminate the threat there." Elder Yao's gaze was fixed on Li Wan and Lin Wan. "And you, blessed by the World Tree, possess a special power to resist annihilation energy." He looked at Li Wan. "Perhaps, you are the only variable we have been waiting for countless years." The hall was silent, with only the faint light from the slowly rotating planetary projection illuminating the solemn faces of the three elders, as well as the turbulent emotions churning in the eyes of Li Wan and Lin Wan. They not only found survivors, but also seemed to have been drawn into the center of a massive vortex concerning the survival of the entire planet and ancient civilizations. End of Chapter 62. Chapter 63, Choices and Changes. Elder Yao's words were like a heavy boulder thrown into a calm lake, stirring up waves in the hearts of Li Wan and Lin Wan. Saving a planet, rescuing a civilization on the verge of extinction? This far exceeded their initial expectations of merely seeking self-preservation and a way out. A brief silence fell over the hall, with only the floating projection of the Netherworld Star spinning silently, its red dots resembling festering wounds, glaringly obvious. Li Wan quickly calmed down, his mind racing. Risk and opportunity coexist. This is an eternal truth. The final plan mentioned by the elders was undoubtedly very tempting, possibly containing key technologies for leaving this planet, or unimaginable power. However, the danger at the top of the tower is undeniable. The polluted area, which even the entire Spirit Bone Clan civilization is helpless against, is probably far more dangerous than any battle they have ever encountered before. He needs more information. Elder, Li Wan spoke, breaking the silence. We understand the severity of the situation and admire the Tower Keeper's perseverance. But as you can see, our strength is limited. To ask us to venture into dangerous territory that even you cannot clear, words like variables and hope are hardly enough to convince us to take such a huge risk. We need more specific information, the exact form of the contamination at the top of the tower, the possible types of enemies, and more details about that final plan. His tone was neither humble nor arrogant, expressing both a willingness to consider the matter and clearly drawing a bottom line: he wouldn't act until he saw a tangible benefit. A hint of approval flashed in Chief Elder Yao's eyes, seemingly admiring Li Wan's calmness and pragmatism. He was not angered by Li Wan's questioning. Instead, he nodded slowly. Caution is the cornerstone of survival, and your request is reasonable. Elder Yao raised his hand and pointed to the pillar of light representing the tower on the planetary projection. The contamination at the top of the Tower of Order is not simply physical erosion or energy accumulation. It is a conceptual distortion. The essence of the annihilation beast is to devour order and give birth to chaos. Under the long-term erosion of their forces, the physical rules of the area at the top of the tower have become extremely unstable. The spatial structure may fold or tear at any time, and the flow of time may also exhibit abnormal fragments. Even more dangerous is the presence of an order inertization field, where any highly ordered energy or structure, including our psionic technology and even our own lifeform as a spirit bone race, will rapidly decay, disintegrate, and ultimately be assimilated by chaos upon entering it. The blessing of the world tree represents the most fundamental and inclusive order of life. It is not a rigid order but a dynamic balance. Elder Ji added, looking at the soft yet resilient golden light surrounding Lin Wan, this power might be able to resist the effects of order inertia to some extent. And you, Lord Li Wan. His gaze turned to Li Wan, his silvery eyes seemingly able to see through the disguise of the devouring core. The power within you that devours all things is more in nature chaotic, but it seems to be constrained by some powerful will. This characteristic, in the chaotic environment at the top of the tower, might actually become an advantage, or even allow one to harness the chaotic energy there. Elder Phone picked up the thread, his voice still cold and hard. As for the enemy, apart from the environment itself, the top of the tower is very likely to contain the mother nest spores of the annihilation beast, or even lord-level individuals with a higher degree of evolution. They are more cunning and powerful than those you encounter outside, and can directly exploit distorted environments to launch attacks. We have dispatched elite teams multiple times to attempt a breakthrough, but without exception, they lost contact before even receiving any information. Finally, Elder Yao concluded, regarding the final plan, the records left by our ancestors are vague, only mentioning that the core contains the secrets of the key to reconstruction and the source of purification. We speculate that it may be a supernatural device capable of instantly releasing enormous energy of order to neutralize the pollution that annihilates the entire planet, or it may be an ultimate instruction that can reprogram the tower's operating mode. The specifics will only be known upon entering the core area. The information was overwhelming, and every word carried a chilling sense of danger. Lin Wan subconsciously took a step closer to Li Wan, gently grasping his arm with her slender hand, conveying silent support and concern. The world tree seed within her body trembled slightly, seemingly exhibiting an instinctive rejection and wariness of the chaos and distortion described at the top of the tower. Li Wan felt the warmth of Lin Wan's palm, his eyes sharp as knives. The elder's words were logically clear, their predicament was real, and their reasons were somewhat convincing. They truly seemed to have reached a dead end and had no choice but to place their hopes on outsiders. But something felt off. An intuitive sense of unease, like tiny ice spikes, pierced the depths of his perception. Were the elders being too frank? Or was this script of seeking hope and despair too standard? Just as Li Wan was pondering, weighing the pros and cons, and trying to pinpoint the source of that sense of unease. Ding! High concentration, highly active order chaos hybrid source fluctuation detected, location, top floor of the Tower of Order. Preliminary assessment identifies it as a key node in the world quest The Tragedy of the Dark Star. Hidden quest, the truth at the tower top is forcibly triggered. Mission objective, enter the top control center of the Tower of Order and make contact with the control core. Mission rewards, unlock the next stage of Devouring Core access, obtain the special titled Guardian of Order Beginner, a large amount of points and unknown technology blueprints. Task penalty, none system determines that this task is highly related to the host's core interests and survival probability, and is therefore mandatory to accept. Warning: the target area is characterized by distorted rules, disordered energy, and interference from higher dimensional consciousness. Prioritize ensuring the safety of Lin Wan, the World Tree Symbiotic, as her blessing power is crucial to the mission. The system notification sounded out of Li Wan's mind without warning, cold and forceful, interrupting his thoughts. Li Wan's heart skipped a beat. The system unexpectedly issued a task at this crucial moment. And it directly targeted the core of the tower. It even explicitly stated that Lin Wan's blessing power was the key. This almost confirmed the elder's words from another perspective, but at the same time, it pushed him and Lin Wan into the eye of the storm. The system wouldn't speak without reason. It determined that what was at the top of the tower was crucial to him. That sense of unease still lingered, but the system's mission left him with no way out. He took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked up to meet the gazes of the three elders. At this moment, his eyes had become incredibly firm. "We accept this mission." Li Wan's voice was steady and powerful, carrying an unquestionable determination. "We will go to the top of the tower and make contact with the control core." The three elders did not seem surprised by Li Wan's decision. Elder Yao nodded slightly. "The Tower Keeper will remember your courage. We will provide you with all the structural diagrams of the tower that we have, as well as all the data we know about the contamination at the top of the tower. Although we cannot send anyone to accompany you, the base's armory can be open to you, and you can choose any equipment that you find useful." "No need." Li Wan shook his head, refusing the equipment support. While the Spirit Bone Clan's technology was advanced, it might not be suitable for their fighting style, and under this level of rule corruption, external objects would have limited effect. More importantly, he didn't want to owe them too many favors, nor did he want the Spirit Bone Clan to have the opportunity to tamper with their equipment. "We have our own preparations. We only need the structural diagrams and data." A hint of surprise flashed in Elder Feng's eyes, but he didn't say anything more. "As you wish." Elder Yao raised his hand, and a stream of light separated from the planetary projection, condensing into a semi-transparent crystal that flew to Li Wan's side. "This is a data crystal core, containing everything you need. Activate your spiritual energy to read it." Li Wan took the crystal core. It was icy cold to the touch. "We need some time to prepare," Li Wan said. "Also, we hope the base will maintain the highest level of alert while we are inside the tower. No one can guarantee that our actions won't provoke a more violent reaction from the annihilation beasts." "That's natural," Elder Yao solemnly promised. "The Tower Keeper will protect your rear." Li Wan said no more, gave Lin Wan a wink, and the two turned and walked back the way they came. Watching their departing figures, the three elders remained silent for a moment. "Feng, do you think they can succeed?" Elder Ji asked softly, a hint of worry in his voice. Elder Feng snorted coldly. "The hope is slim. But this is our only hope. The power within that male human is very peculiar, and it even makes me feel a little uneasy." Elder Yao's gaze was profound, as if piercing through the thick walls and landing on the towering pagoda. The threads of fate have begun to weave. Success or failure, the fate of Yuchin Star may well rest in the hands of these two. Issue the order to initiate the preparatory procedures for the final agreement. We need to prepare for the worst. Li Wan and Lin Wan walked briskly through the passage. "Li Wan, do you really believe them?" Lin Wan asked in a low voice, her brows furrowed with worry. "And what about the system?" "The elder's words are only half true." Li Wan interrupted her, his eyes cold. "They are indeed in a difficult situation, and they do want us to go to the top of the tower. But they are definitely hiding crucial information, such as why they themselves cannot get close at all? Is it really just because of order inertia? And that final plan is probably not as simple as just saving the planet." He gripped the data crystal core tightly in his hand. "As for the system, it probably has some connection with this tower, the Annihilation Beast, and even the Spirit Bone Clan that we are not yet aware of. It must have its purpose in forcing us to go up. But in any case, we must go to the top of the tower. There we find what we need, and there is also the truth." He stopped and looked at Lin Wan, his tone softening. "Wanner, the top of the tower is dangerous, more dangerous than anywhere we've been before. Your World Tree blessing is key, but it will also make you a primary target. Promise me, no matter what, that you will prioritize your own safety." Lin Wan felt a warmth in her heart as she looked at the unwavering concern in Li Wan's eyes, and nodded vigorously. "Yes. I'll be careful. Let's go together and come back together." Their eyes met, and they both saw the determination in each other's eyes. Instead of returning to their assigned accommodations, they headed directly towards the edge of the base, towards the entrance to the Tower of Order. A storm is about to descend upon the tower. And they are at the eye of this storm. End of Chapter 63. Chapter 64, Twisted Corridor. The entrance to the Tower of Order's base was not the grand gate Li Wan had imagined, but a circular passage hidden deep within a complex metal structure and sealed off by multiple layers of energy barriers. The passage was no more than 3 meters in diameter, its inner wall smooth as a mirror, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, extending upwards and disappearing into the deep darkness. The energy fluctuations here were even stronger than inside the base. The cold sense of order intertwined with the vaguely twisted chaos, creating a contradictory atmosphere that sent chills down one's spine. The data crystal provided by Elder Yao floated in Li Wan's palm, emitting a soft glow and projecting an extremely complex diagram of the tower's internal structure in front of the two of them. The path to the top of the tower is not a straight line, but requires passing through several large energy nodes known as hubs, as well as countless intricate and ever-changing maintenance channels and energy conduit layers. "Stay close to me," Li Wan whispered to Lin Wan, his eyes serious. He took a deep breath and stepped into the circular passage first. The moment the two fully entered the passage, the entrance behind them closed silently, as if it had never existed. Almost simultaneously, an indescribable pressure surged in from all directions. This is not simply a change in gravity, but a kind of oppressive presence. The surrounding metal walls seemed to come alive, their fine lines flickering like breathing, radiating a cold gaze. The air became viscous, and each breath felt like swallowing gel mixed with metal shavings. Even more disturbing is the low, humming sound that seems to be a mixture of countless different frequencies of noise acting directly on the mental level, attempting to disrupt their thinking. The golden glow of the world tree around Lin Wan automatically lit up, like a warm shield enveloping the two of them. The irritating mental buzzing sound subsided considerably, and the sticky feeling in the surroundings also eased. Jean Hui made contact with the cold, orderly energy within the passage, producing a subtle sizzling sound, like water droplets falling into hot oil. "The forces of order here are rejecting my blessing," Lin Wan frowned slightly, feeling the rate at which the golden light was being consumed. "It seems to consider any external force that is different from its own system as disorder." It's not just repulsion, Li Wan felt the faint pulsation emanating from the devouring core within his body. It was like a shark that had smelled blood, becoming interested in the hidden, restless chaotic energy in the surrounding environment. Beneath the appearance of order lies a deeper chaos. "Be careful, we may have already entered the influence range of order inertia." Following the structural diagram, he chose a passage that seemed to lead to the nearest hub. The passage was dimly lit, with only occasional flashes of energy patterns on the walls providing some illumination. The ground beneath their feet was no longer solid metal, but a translucent substance that seemed to be formed from condensed energy. Stepping on it would cause tiny ripples to spread out, yet it strangely bore their weight. After walking about 100 meters, the passage began to fork. According to the structural diagram, they should go left. However, when Li Wan walked towards the left fork in the road, the scene before him made his pupils shrink. The structural diagram should have indicated a clear passage, but it was now blocked by a twisted, black vine-like substance that writhed and emitted a nauseating aura of annihilation. The fork in the road to the right, which should have been a dead end, was now unobstructed, stretching into the unknown darkness. "The structure has changed?" Lin Wan asked in surprise. "It's not a change, it's a distortion," Li Wan said in a deep voice, pointing to the black vines. "These are the physical remnants of annihilation energy, which have distorted the spatial rules here. The structural diagram can only be used as a reference, not taken as gospel." He tried to use his spiritual sense to probe the blocked passage on the left. As soon as his spiritual sense touched the black vines, he felt a strong devouring and corrosive force coming back towards him, which frightened him so much that he immediately cut off the connection. "Go to the right," Li Wan decided immediately. He didn't choose to force his way through the annihilation blockade on the left. Forcing his way into a place where the rules were unstable would be the most foolish thing to do. The passage on the right was normal at first, but the further you went in, the more bizarre the scene became. The walls began to soften, like the inner walls of a living organism, and you could even see veins pulsating like blood vessels. The energy ripples on the ground became more intense, sometimes even abruptly bulging and forming temporary barriers. The buzzing in the air gradually turned into intermittent, muttering whispers, as if countless unseen beings were telling you the secrets of chaos. Suddenly, a sickening scraping sound came from around the corner of the passage ahead. Li Wan suddenly stopped, shielding Lin Wan behind him, and quietly gathered the power of devouring in his palm. A figure staggered out from around the corner. It was a Spirit Bone Clan member. But its condition was extremely terrifying. Most of its silver-gray armor had melted and stuck to its jade-like skin underneath, constantly bubbling with black gas. One of its arms was bent back unnaturally, turning into a sickle-like structure similar to that of an arthropod, from which dripped a viscous black liquid. Its head was twisted at nearly 90 degrees, its silvery white eyes filled with murky madness and pain, and its mouth opened and closed unconsciously, emitting unintelligible roars. It saw Li Wan and Lin Wan, and its turbid eyes instantly erupted with a strong light mixed with greed and hatred. Roar! It let out a roar completely unlike that of the Spirit Bone Clan, waving its mutated arms like a wild beast out of control, and pounced. It was incredibly fast, carrying with it a foul, annihilating wind. It's a deeply corrupted guardian! Lin Wan exclaimed. She could feel the complete dissipation of the World Tree's blessing power within the other party, replaced by pure chaos and malice. Be careful, it has been completely transformed. Li Wan shouted, advancing instead of retreating, his right palm, shrouded in black energy, directly meeting the mutated scythe arm. Laugh! The power of devouring and the energy of annihilation collided violently, producing a corrosive sound. The mutated spirit bone race possessed astonishing power, far exceeding that of the ordinary annihilation beasts outside. Moreover, its attacks carried a corrosive force at the level of rules, attempting to dismantle the structure of Li Wan's energy circulation. But Li Wan's devouring core was even better. The black energy, like a bone-deep infection, quickly wrapped around the opponent's scythe-like arm, frantically devouring the annihilation energy within. The mutated spirit bone race member let out a painful wail, and its mutated arm withered and disintegrated at a visible speed. However, just as Li Wan was about to completely devour it, another change occurred. The walls on both sides of the passage, which resembled the inner walls of a living organism, suddenly writhed violently, and shot out several thick, sucker-covered shadow tentacles that lashed out at Li Wan and Lin Wan like lightning. At the same time, the ground where energy had condensed suddenly became as muddy as a swamp, emanating a powerful suction force. This is not just a monster attack, but the malice of the entire environment. Waner! Li Wan shouted. Lin Wan had been preparing for a long time. She formed a hand seal, and her body shone with golden light. The barrier of life is secured. A dazzling golden light shield expanded outwards from her, instantly enveloping the two of them. The shadow tentacles struck the light shield with muffled thuds, but were blocked by the powerful force of order, which contained boundless vitality, and could not advance an inch. The muddy energy ground beneath their feet temporarily stabilized under the golden light. But Lin Wan's face paled instantly, clearly indicating that resisting both environmental suppression and physical attacks simultaneously had taken a heavy toll on her. Li Wan seized this opportunity and unleashed his full power of devouring. Devouring the heavens. Boom! Centered on him, a miniature black hole vortex suddenly appeared. The powerful suction not only instantly devoured the crippled mutated spirit bone race member, but also forcibly tore off the shadow tentacles and sucked them into the vortex, turning them into pure energy to replenish itself. The passageway was temporarily calm, except for the walls that were still slightly undulating, indicating that the danger was not far away. Li Wan helped Lin Wan, who was somewhat exhausted, and transferred a stream of pure energy to her, his brows furrowed. This is just the beginning. The pollution and distortion within the tower are more troublesome than we imagined. It not only breeds monsters, but also actively attacks us. Lin Wan caught her breath and looked at the few remaining black ashes on the ground, still shaken. That Spirit Bone Clan was too terrifying. Even their own people couldn't resist this distortion. That's why the elders can't come up on their own. Li Wan's eyes were cold. Their psionic order is too high, making them perfect targets and nourishment here. We, on the other hand, have a bit of room to maneuver because of our special power attribute. He looked up into the deeper darkness of the passage, where the distorted sensations and whispers emanating from it grew clearer. Take a break, then continue. There's no turning back on this road, there's only one way forward. The structural diagram provided by the data crystal core flickered slightly in front of them, and the path on it seemed to have undergone subtle changes. This tower of order, like a living, malevolent labyrinth, is welcoming or rather, hunting these two uninvited guests in its own way. End of chapter 64. Chapter 65, the first hub, the standstill. After a brief rest, Li Wan and Lin Wan continued along the twisted passage. The structural diagram projected by the data crystal core flickered erratically, and the path markers appeared and disappeared intermittently, as if the distortion of the rules within the tower had affected the transmission of information itself. They could only rely on a general sense of direction and a subtle perception of energy flow to painstakingly navigate through channels that resembled the internal organs of a living organism. The higher you go, the greater the surrounding pressure becomes. The feeling of order inertia became more and more obvious. Lin Wan needed to continuously output the power of the World Tree's blessing to maintain the shield, and her face became increasingly pale. Li Wan had to slow down, transferring more of the energy he had absorbed and converted to her while remaining vigilant against possible attacks from any angle. The passage was no longer just soft and wriggling, it began to reveal more bizarre sights. Sometimes, they would walk through a corridor made entirely of solidified, stained glass-like energy, with an illusion of an abyss beneath their feet. Sometimes, distorted human faces would suddenly appear on the wall, emitting silent wails, and then disappear in an instant. The whispers grew clearer, though the exact content remained indistinguishable. But the madness and despair they contained, like cold, venomous snakes, relentlessly tried to burrow into their minds. Hold on, Wanner. According to the structural diagram, the first energy hub shouldn't be far away. Li Wan gripped Lin Wan's slightly cold hand, conveying strength and faith. Lin Wan nodded, clenching her teeth, her eyes shining with unwavering determination. The World Tree's blessing not only gave her strength, but also endowed her with a tenacious vitality. Finally, after passing through a narrow passage filled with constantly opening and closing energy pores like eyes, the view ahead suddenly opened up. They arrived at a huge spherical space. This was the first hub marked on the structural diagram. However, the sight before them made them gasp in shock. The hub space was incredibly vast, with a diameter exceeding 100 meters. At its center, there should have been a massive crystal matrix that operated stably and regulated the flow of energy. But at this moment, the crystal matrix was dim and its surface was covered with spiderweb-like black cracks. Countless twisted dark matter, like blood vessels and nerve bundles, spread out from the matrix and connected to the walls of the spherical space, like a huge and morbid neural network of the heart. The light throughout the space was a sickly dark purple, originating from the pulsating, tumor-like energy nodules on the walls. A heavy aura of annihilation filled the air, even condensing into visible black snowflakes that slowly drifted down. A deep, resonant thump, thump. Sound, like countless hearts stopping at once, echoed in the space, bringing a suffocating sense of deathly silence. The most chilling thing is the residence in the space. It is not a living annihilation beast, but rather, a stagnant existence. Dozens of Spirit Bone Clan members, dressed in different styles of armor, some wielding weapons, others seemingly operating maintenance equipment, remained in their final poses, like lifelike sculptures, scattered throughout the space. However, they were not petrified, their bodies had a translucent, amber-like texture, with solidified black energy flowing inside. Their expressions froze on moments of terror, struggle, or bewilderment, their silvery white eyes lost all their luster, leaving only emptiness. There were also some energy constructs and repair robots of various shapes, which were also frozen in place, their surfaces covered with the same black amber-like substance. Throughout the entire first hub, time seemed to have been paused, but what stopped was not the beautiful moments, but the final moment when disaster struck. The extreme stillness and the internal flow of death create a stark contrast that is more unsettling than any roar or attack. What happened here? Lin Wan's voice trembled slightly. The scene before her was beyond her imagination. The World Tree's blessing felt a strong sense of rejection and sorrow here, as if mourning these lives in order that were eternally imprisoned. It's not time stopping, Li Wan said sharply, his senses fully activated. It's the stagnation effect caused by the excessive distortion of order itself. Extremely high order means extremely low entropy. When this order is forcibly invaded and frozen by chaotic forces, it forms this order amber. They are forever imprisoned here by the order they once maintained, mixed with annihilation energy. He pointed to the broken crystal matrix at the center. The nexus went out of control, energy flowed backward, chaos invaded, and the rules went berserk in an instant, which caused all of this. These spirit skeletons and creations were defined into what they are now in an instant. Just then, the data crystal core flashed rapidly, and a stream of information forcefully flooded into Li Wan's mind. Warning: high concentration of order inertia force field core detected. Stasis zone rule contamination detected. Temporary solution provided: utilize the blessing power of the World Tree symbiote to stimulate life resonance, which can temporarily neutralize the localized order inertia and open a safe path. Note: resonance may awaken residual consciousness within the amber or attract deeper contamination aggregates. The system's prompts always carry both risks and opportunities. Li Wan looked at Lin Wan and quickly explained the situation and the system's solution. Arouse a resonance with life? Lin Wan asked uncertainly. How should I do that? Follow your inner intuition, guide the power of blessing, not to resist, but to soothe, like a spring breeze and rain, nourishing the parched earth. Li Wan guided according to the system's prompts and understanding. Try to resonate with this imprisoned order, with these frozen lives, and awaken the last remaining glimmer of life within them, even if only for a moment. Lin Wan closed her eyes, took a deep breath, and tried to ignore the uncomfortable environment around her. She placed her hand on her chest, feeling the vibrant life force of the world tree seed within her, and recalling the beauty and resilience of life. Gradually, the golden radiance surrounding her changed. It was no longer an indestructible shield, but became soft and warm, like the morning sun. The golden light spread out from her center like ripples, brushing over the cold order amber. A miracle happened. When the golden light touched the solidified spirit bone race, the solidified black energy within them seemed to fluctuate slightly. A faint, almost imperceptible, silver light, representing psionic energy, flashed briefly in the empty eyes of some of the spirit bone race, before quickly vanishing. But this instantaneous change caused the suffocating order inertia force field surrounding them to weaken noticeably. A winding path with a relatively weak force field, faintly visible under the golden light, leads to an exit on the other side of the spherical space. Efficient. However, as the system warned. Thump! The damaged crystal matrix at the center shuddered violently, emitting a throbbing sound several times louder than before, like the final struggle of a dying heart. The dark matter vessels connected to it began to writhe violently. At the same time, the tool in the hand of the nearest frozen skeleton repair engineer suddenly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Fine cracks began to appear on the surface of his translucent amber body, and the black energy inside surged violently. His face, frozen in astonishment, began to open and close involuntarily, emitting fragments of psionic energy mixed with electrical static. Order, error. Purification, failed. Merging into eternity. The other order amber also began to tremble slightly, as if the black energy inside had been awakened, emitting a strong sense of malice. Their resonance awakened the terror that had been accumulating in this deathly silent space. Hurry! Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan, who was exhausted and weak from using the resonance technique, and rushed forward along the temporary path opened up by the golden light. Behind them, the sound of those order amber shattering rang out one after another, accompanied by more chaotic and malicious fragments of psionic energy. Like resurrected undead, they temporarily awakened part of their consciousness from eternal stagnation, and with endless hatred for the living, they began to twist and writhe, trying to break free of their restraints and rush toward that alluring life force. The first hub, from a silent grave, instantly transformed into a purgatory awakened from its deadly state. End of Chapter 65. Chapter 66, The Devouring World Black Tide. Li Wan, carrying the nearly exhausted Lin Wan, ran wildly along the faint path forcibly opened by the resonance of life, towards the exit on the other side of the spherical space. Behind them came the sickening cracking sounds and distorted roars. Those beings that had broken free from the Order Amber could no longer be called the spirit bone race. They were deformed products born from the forced fusion of order and chaos, chasing after them with a mad rage, filled with hatred for all living beings and the origin. Their forms are bizarre and varied. Some have elongated bodies, like melting wax figures, with limbs that have turned into tentacles. Others are covered in sharp black crystals, exuding a sharp aura that cuts through rules, and many more maintain a roughly human shape, but their movements are stiff and swift, with pure black flames burning in their eye sockets and their mouths spewing dark, corrosive breath that is enough to disintegrate energy structures. Wherever they passed, even the morbid, dark purple light was swallowed up, and the space seemed to be coated with a layer of viscous darkness. Quick! The exit is just ahead. Li Wan roared. He could already see the circular passage entrance, which was also partially blocked by dark matter but whose structure was still intact. However, just as they were less than 20 meters from the exit, something unexpected happened. The entire first Nexus space trembled violently, and the damaged crystal matrix at its center emitted a final, shrill cry, like shattering glass. Then, the matrix completely collapsed, turning into countless fragments shrouded in black mist. At the same time, all the dark matter blood vessels connected to the matrix suddenly contracted and burst open as if they had lost their source. Endless, extremely concentrated annihilation energy, like a black flood that had burst its banks, swept out in all directions from the center of the matrix. This was not a simple energy surge, but a living darkness. It rolled and roared, and wherever it passed, even space itself was swallowed and erased, leaving behind a brief, chilling void. The mutants that were chasing them were swept up by the black tide. Before they could even scream, they were instantly dissolved and assimilated, becoming part of the black tide and making it even larger and more terrifying. Warning! A high-dimensional annihilation phenomenon, that devouring world black tide, has been detected. This phenomenon possesses conceptual-level devouring and rule erasing characteristics. Extremely dangerous. Take immediate evasive action. The system alarm was so shrill it almost pierced eardrums. Li Wan's pupils constricted sharply, an unprecedented sense of deadly crisis gripping his heart. The black tide was incredibly fast, almost instantly engulfing most of the spherical space, and was surging towards them. The exit was within reach, but at this speed, they simply wouldn't have enough time to rush in. It's too late. Li Wan abruptly stopped, tightly shielding Lin Wan behind him. Faced with this kind of annihilating power at the level of rules, any conventional defense or evasion would be futile. Looking at the black raging tide that swept everything and devoured even light in space, a trace of despair flashed in Lin Wan's eyes. But she immediately gritted her teeth and tried to squeeze out the little world tree blessing power left in her body, even if it could only last for one more second. At this critical moment, the devouring core within Li Wan's body, which had been in a state of excitement and longing, seemed to sense the ultimate challenge and deliciousness, and suddenly began to throb with unprecedented force. A more primal, more domineering, greedy will, seemingly originating from the very beginning of the universe, briefly overwhelmed Li Wan's own consciousness. His eyes were instantly filled with pure darkness. He was no longer passively surrounded by black energy, but his body seemed to have transformed into the singularity of a black hole. He neither tried to defend himself nor to run away, but instead opened his arms to face the surging black tide of devouring realms. Come! A deep, ancient roar erupted from Li Wan's throat. The next moment, a shocking scene unfolded. The devouring black tide, powerful enough to erase the rules, was pulled and twisted by an even stronger suction force the moment it came into contact with the distorted space in front of Li Wan's body, like hundreds of rivers flowing into the sea, and then surged wildly into Li Wan's body. No, not into his body, but into the bottomless devouring core vortex in front of his chest that seemed to materialize. Sizzle! A collision of energy, more violent than ever before, resounded. At the boundary between the black tide and the devouring core, space shattered inch by inch, revealing a bizarre and fantastical void behind it. Li Wan's body endured unimaginable pressure. Fine cracks began to appear on his skin, seeping out golden blood, a manifestation of merging the world tree's blessing in his own evolution, yet he stood firm, like a reef rooted in nothingness during a storm. Devour! Devour frantically! The devouring black tide's conceptual level erasure properties encountered a power that also possessed conceptual level devouring capabilities, and seemed to be of a higher rank. The devouring core was like a bottomless abyss, greedily absorbing this vast source of annihilation. The momentum of the black tide was abruptly halted. It seemed to have a mind of its own, letting out a silent, angry roar, attempting to engulf Li Wan with even greater ferocity, but all the impact was mercilessly swallowed and transformed by that small vortex. Li Wan felt his body and soul being torn apart and reshaped, with extreme pain intertwined with an extreme pleasure of controlling destruction. His consciousness wavered between despair and lucidity, but only one thought remained crystal clear: devour it. Lin Wan stood frozen behind Li Wan, stunned by the terrifying aura emanating from him that seemed capable of devouring the heavens, but even more so by endless worry. She could sense Li Wan's life force fluctuating violently, sometimes like a candle flickering in the wind, and sometimes like a blazing star. This process may seem long, but it actually only takes a few breaths. After the last surge of the devouring world black tide was forcibly absorbed by the devouring core, the entire first nexus space fell silent. The central area was left with only a huge void, and even the broken matrix remnants were carried away and erased by the black tide. The dark purple light in the space dimmed considerably, and the remaining mutants that had not been swept away by the black tide seemed to be intimidated, temporarily ceasing their pursuit and letting out uneasy growls. The vortex of the devouring core on Li Wan's chest slowly disappeared. He staggered and almost knelt down, but Lin Wan caught him in time. He was breathing heavily, and the cracks on his skin were healing at a visible speed, with the seeping golden blood flowing back into his body. His eyes regained their clarity, but deep within those dark eyes, there seemed to be an indescribable depth and hunger. He felt his power surge, the devouring core became more solid, and his resistance to and even affinity for annihilation energy reached a new level. Ding! Successfully absorbed the origin of the high-dimensional annihilation energy devouring world black tide. The evolution level of the devouring core has been greatly improved. New characteristics unlocked: rule resistance intermediate, annihilation energy affinity beginner. Warning: over-reliance on and use of the devouring core carries the risk of will assimilation. The system's notification tone carried an unprecedented sense of solemnity. Li Wan, are you all right? Lin Wan asked anxiously, her voice trembling with tears. It's nothing. Li Wan's voice was a little hoarse. He took Lin Wan's hand in his own, feeling that her palm was cold from worry. Let's go, it's not safe here. He forcefully suppressed the surging, almost out of control power within his body, as well as the deep-seated desire for more destructive energy in his soul, and pulled Lin Wan along, rushing into the circular passage exit in a few steps. Behind them, in the first nexus, a space where death and madness intertwined, the remaining darkness still writhed, as if brewing the next eruption. The two people who had just passed through the passage were immediately captivated by the new sight before them. Outside the passage, instead of the expected vertical upward path, there was a upside-down, chaotic corridor. Gravity seemed to have lost its unified direction, with fragments of rock and twisted metal structures suspended in the air, forming illogical passages leading in different directions. In the distance, a faint light seemed to flicker at the second hub, but the path leading there was hidden behind countless broken, geometrically irregular architectural ruins. As the Tower of Order ascends, its distortions reveal an even more bizarre and fantastical side. End of Chapter 66. Chapter 67, The Upside-Down Corridor and the Living Furnace. Having escaped the suffocating silence and erupting black tide of the first hub, Li Wan and Lin Wan stepped into a region that completely defied common sense. The structural diagram of the data core is almost completely invalid here, barely indicating the approximate location of the second hub, while the path connecting the two has long been torn apart by the violent rules. Before us lies an inverted corridor. There is no clear ceiling or floor here, only countless huge, broken metal corridors, shattered energy conduits, and architectural ruins twisted at bizarre angles, as if they were crushed and scattered randomly in the air by an invisible giant hand, forming a huge and chaotic three-dimensional maze. Gravity is a joke here, sometimes pulling people towards the wall on the left, and sometimes throwing them towards the abyss above. Weightless rubble and solidified energy clumps floated like ghosts, occasionally colliding and emitting hollow echoes. The air was filled with a pungent odor from a mixture of various energies, the putrid smell of annihilating energy, the cold embers of orderly energy, and something else, a scorching heat like metal being melted by high temperatures. The disturbing whispers became even more chaotic here, as if thousands of different fragments of consciousness were screaming simultaneously. "Stay close to me, don't stray more than 3 steps from my side." Li Wan's voice carried a barely perceptible hoarseness and suppressed emotion. The surge of power from forcibly absorbing the devouring world black tide hadn't brought him any relief. Instead, it felt as if a ravenous beast was imprisoned within him, constantly assaulting his willpower and revealing a greedy desire for the chaotic energy permeating the surrounding environment. He had to devote a portion of his mind to suppressing it, which somewhat diminished his sensitivity to his surroundings. Lin Wan gripped his arm tightly, and the world tree's blessing formed a thin golden halo that enveloped the two of them, barely resisting the omnipresent rule rejection and mental interference. She glanced at Li Wan with concern, able to sense the restless, unsettling power within him. "Over there." Relying on his vague perception of energy flow and his memory of the location of the second hub, Li Wan pointed to a complex area composed of intersecting giant beams and suspended, broken platforms. There seemed to be a relatively stable energy source there, which was very likely the location of the second hub. They began their arduous journey through this chaotic labyrinth. Sometimes they had to leap over void rifts that suddenly appeared beneath their feet, and sometimes they had to climb vertical or even inverted metal structures. Sometimes, seemingly solid passages would suddenly become illusory the moment they stepped onto them, requiring them to immediately mobilize their energy to steady themselves. Sometimes, a harmless, floating ball of energy would suddenly erupt, shooting out deadly energy rays. What's more troublesome is that this place isn't deserted. Some creatures adapted to the distorted environment lurk in the shadows. Most of them are aberrations formed after the annihilation energy erodes the maintenance robots or energy constructs within the tower. Their forms are even more bizarre. Some resemble multi-legged metal spiders, spewing corrosive energy webs. Others are like liquid metal slime, able to change shape at will and infiltrate the gaps in the structure to launch sneak attacks. Li Wan didn't use the power of the devouring core again, fearing that it might get out of control once the restraints were released. He mainly relied on agile movements and precise energy strikes to fight the enemy. Although it wasn't as efficient as devouring core, it was enough to clear out these mobs. Lin Wan assisted from the side, using the power of blessing to deflect attacks or temporarily solidify the unstable path beneath their feet. The battles and exploration were incredibly taxing. Lin Wan's complexion worsened, and the light of her blessing flickered erratically. Li Wan's suppression of his inner turmoil also caused his reactions to occasionally slow down, narrowly escaping being hit by the mutants' attacks several times. After a long and arduous journey, they finally traversed the most chaotic area, and a relatively stable platform appeared ahead. A ground composed of several massive architectural ruins bound together by an invisible force field. At the end of the platform was an even larger entrance, radiating an ominous red light that was the location of the second nexus. However, the scene before them plunged them into despair. The entrance to the second nexus was not a passage like the first, but rather the opening of a colossal furnace. A blazing, dark red light surged from within, carrying a heat wave that scorched the soul. The edges of the entrance were no longer cold metal, but covered with a pulsating, red-hot biofilm, riddled with thick, blood vessel-like energy conduits that pumped streams of dark red energy into the nexus. The scorching heat of molten metal in the air reached its peak here, mixed with a strange, foul odor of burning protein. The deep heartbeat disappeared, replaced by a continuous, bellows-like whoosh, whoosh sound, and a kind of chilling hum that seemed to be the agonizing cries of countless lives in extreme pain, yet twisted by the high temperature and energy. This isn't an energy nexus anymore. Lin Wan's voice trembled with fear. It's like a living thing. A living furnace. Li Wan's expression turned extremely grave. He sensed that this furnace was forcibly extracting and transforming the energy within the tower in an extremely brutal and evil manner. Whether it was the remaining energy of order or the pervasive energy of annihilation, it was being devoured and melted, transformed into a more violent and chaotic dark red energy. And in this process, it seemed that the spiritual essence of countless lives was being thrown into it as fuel. It seems that the annihilation pollution has manifested in another form here, Li Wan said in a deep voice. Not stagnation, but rather a brutal activation and melting. Be careful, the distortion of rules here may be more direct and aggressive. He tried to scan the entrance with the data crystal core, but as soon as the probe wave emitted by the crystal core touched the biomass film, it was forcibly rebounded by a scorching intent, and even a scorch mark appeared on the surface of the crystal core. Warning, a highly reactive chaotic aggregate, the living furnace, has been detected. This entity possesses the characteristics of energy consumption, matter transformation, and spiritual combustion. Its internal rules are in an extremely unstable state, and its physical constants may break down at any time. The system's warning once again confirmed the danger at hand. There is no turning back. To reach the top of the tower, one must either pass through here or find a way around it. But in this inverted corridor, going around it is virtually impossible. Li Wan took a deep breath, trying to suppress the urge to devour that was becoming more agitated within him as he sensed the immense energy of the furnace. Stay close to me, we're going in. Remember, whatever you see, keep your mind focused. He was the first to step into the pulsating, high-temperature biomass entrance. An uncomfortable softness and burning sensation came from the soles of his feet, as if he were stepping on the internal organs of some living thing. The two cautiously stepped into the second nexus, a terrifying space that resembled a hellish furnace. The interior space is much larger and more terrifying than the first hub. The crimson light emanated from a massive, heart-pulsating living core at the center of the space. It was composed of molten metal, writhing biological tissue, and condensed crimson energy, its surface constantly bulging and collapsing, spewing forth streams of scorching energy and black ash. Countless thick, tentacle-like energy conduits extended from the core, connecting to the four walls of the space. These walls were no longer metal, but had transformed into a terrifying structure resembling a mixture of muscle and lava, still subtly undulating. Ashen sparks floated in the air, the temperature high enough to instantly ignite ordinary matter. Even more chilling were the spirit bone clan embedded in the writhing walls and on some floating platforms. Unlike the first nexus, they were not frozen, but rather livingly forged into the walls and tissues. Most of their bodies had assimilated into the furnace, turning into crystalline or cope-like substances. Only a few retained indistinct heads or arms, silently writhing and struggling in extreme pain. Their psionic fluctuations, like candles flickering in the wind, were continuously drawn upon and burned by the living core, becoming the furnace's energy. This is a continuously operating torture furnace fueled by the life and spirit matter of the spirit bone clan. No. Lin Wan couldn't help but let out a suppressed cry when she saw this hellish scene. The blessing light of the world tree fluctuated violently, filled with endless compassion for these victims and intense anger towards the perpetrators. Just then, as if sensing the intrusion of the living, the huge living core suddenly throbbed violently. Buzz! The crimson light within the entire furnace space intensified, and the same crimson light suddenly shone in the eye sockets of the spirit bone race remains forged into the walls. Stiffly, like puppets on strings, they began to break free from the walls, covered in lava and scorch marks, letting out roars mixed with pain and a desire for destruction, swaying but unwavering, as they surrounded the intruders Li Wan and Lin Wan. They are puppets controlled by the furnace, a collection of pain and resentment, determined to drag any living being into this eternal incineration. The test of the second hub has arrived in the most brutal and direct way. End of Chapter 67. Chapter 68, The Fire of Compassion, The Wrath of Purification. Inside the living furnace, a dark red light, like the pulse of a dying star, cast countless agonizing, twisted shadows onto the writhing walls made of muscle and lava. Dozens of molten spirit bone puppets, dragging their charred and broken bodies, with dark red flames burning in their eye sockets that were of the same origin as the souls being molten, made a tooth-grinding scraping sound and incomprehensible painful howls as they approached Li Wan and Lin Wan from all directions. With each step they took, they left viscous footprints on the scorching ground, like a mixture of blood and lava. The intense heat scorched the air, distorting vision, and the acrid smell of burning spiritual energy was almost suffocating. Guard your mind. Li Wan shouted again, reminding Lin Wan, who was almost overwhelmed by the hellish scene, and also admonishing himself. The ferocious beast within him, named Devouring, surged even more wildly after sensing the immense and violent energy of the living core, as well as the pure resentment and painful spiritual essence emanating from these puppets. A desire to destroy and devour everything burned his reason like a poisonous fire. He can't let it out. If it gets out of control here, the consequences will be unimaginable. Li Wan's eyes flashed with a fierce light. He held back no longer and struck out with both palms. The pure energy impact was like an invisible hammer, slamming hard into the puppets charging at the front. Boom! Boom! The energy exploded, causing the puppet to stagger backward, with charred fragments falling from its body. But they seemed to feel no pain. They paused only slightly before roaring and lunging forward again, their dark red eyes filled with nothing but pure destructive desire. Their physical strength far surpasses that of the mutants in the first Nexus, and their attacks carry a scorching, corrosive negative intent that erodes the energy structure. Lin Wan felt her heart breaking as she looked at the Spirit Bone Clan members who had once protected order but had now been reduced to such tragic killing tools. The World Tree's blessing surged violently within her, no longer a simple defense, but an indescribable compassion and rage. Outrage at the annihilation and pollution that caused all this. Outrage at this atrocity that desecrates life and distorts order. They shouldn't have ended like this. Lin Wan's voice choked with sobs, yet unusually firm. She no longer merely maintained the protective barrier, but instead thrust her hands forward with a powerful thrust. Buzz! The golden light surrounding her suddenly changed. It was no longer the gentle dawn, but transformed into a blazing, purifying light, like the midday sun. The golden light contained not only vitality, but also a sacred rage against chaos, filth, and injustice. The light shone on the tormented puppets, causing strange changes. Laugh. Like a red-hot iron being branded into snow, the dark red energy and lingering resentment on the puppets' bodies seemed to have met their nemesis, violently melting and evaporating. They let out even more mournful howls, yet seemingly carrying a hint of relief, their forward steps abruptly halted. Their bodies trembled violently in the golden light, and large patches of charred material peeled away, revealing the even more broken, but jade-like, body remains that belonged to the Spirit Bone Clan itself. It worked! Driven by extreme compassion and righteous anger, Lin Wan's blessing power underwent a qualitative change, acquiring the property of purification. However, purifying these deeply corrupted puppets was extremely costly. Lin Wan's face instantly turned ashen, and her body swayed precariously, but the light in her eyes was incredibly bright, supporting her from collapsing. Waner! Li Wan was shocked, both delighted by her breakthrough and worried about her condition. He quickly moved to Lin Wan's side, knocking back the puppet that pounced on him while channeling a stream of pure energy into her body. The energy that was transferred this time faintly carried a trace of the purer primordial power he had just obtained after devouring the black tide, making it even more effective than before. Replenished, Lin Wan's spirits lifted, and she gritted her teeth to activate the purifying light once more. Like a beacon in a dark purgatory, it stubbornly resisted the puppet's siege and continuously purified the pollution from their bodies. But their actions thoroughly enraged the core of the furnace. Thump! The enormous living core emitted a deafening, war drum-like throbbing. The entire furnace space trembled violently, the muscle tissue on the walls writhed wildly, and more of the molten skeletons of the Spirit Bone Clan were spit out to join the siege. At the same time, several cracks appeared on the core surface, spewing out several viscous, dark red energy streams that resembled magma. Like living tentacles, they bypassed the puppet and swept directly towards Li Wan and Lin Wan. These energy flows not only contain terrifying high temperatures and physical impact, but also carry a powerful, distorted melting will, attempting to directly decompose and assimilate the energy structures and bodies of the two. The crisis escalated instantly. Li Wan's eyes turned cold. He knew he could no longer hold back. Just dealing with the physical attacks from the puppets and energy streams was enough to keep them constantly on the run, not to mention the negative thoughts and rule distortions that were constantly eroding their minds. Help me hold them off for 3 breaths. Li Wan shouted to Lin Wan, closing his eyes and focusing all his attention on his body. He stopped forcibly suppressing it and instead tried to guide the restless, devouring desire. Without the slightest hesitation, Lin Wan let out a sharp cry and unleashed all the blessing power within her body without reservation. Holy radiant sky curtain! A dazzling golden light erupted from her center, forming an incredibly solid light shield that firmly protected the two of them. The purifying light seemed to have an additional restraining effect on the dark red energy flow. The energy flow collided with the light shield, causing violent ripples and consuming Lin Wan's remaining strength, but it failed to break through instantly. 3 breaths. She has to hold on. Meanwhile, inside Li Wan's body, he abandoned his fight against the devouring instinct and instead integrated his own will into it, not to be assimilated by it, but to try to become its master. He guided that greedy thirst for destruction and energy, no longer aimlessly, but precisely locking onto the several dark red energy streams that were attacking him, containing immense chaotic energy, and, further away, the constantly pulsating living core. Since you want to devour, then devour as much as you want. Li Wan roared inwardly, but I'll decide the targets. He suddenly opened his eyes. His eyes were no longer filled with pure darkness, but rather, deep within that darkness, 2 cold flames, brimming with an absolute desire for control, ignited. He raised his right hand, his 5 fingers forming a claw, and grabbed at the incoming streams of dark red energy in mid-air. Swallow the heavens and devour the earth, absorb. Buzz. A more refined and profound miniature black hole vortex appeared in front of his palm than it had been at the first nexus. This time, the vortex's suction force was no longer violent and chaotic, but rather carried a precise sense of control. Those dark red energy streams, powerful enough to melt the rules, were like iron filings meeting a magnet the moment they touched the edge of the vortex. They were forcibly pulled and twisted without any resistance, and then greedily swallowed up by the vortex like a whale sucking in water. Moreover, Li Wan's will, through the devouring vortex, extended directly towards the living core at the center of the space like an invisible tentacle. He sensed the vast, chaotic, yet incredibly pure primordial chaos within the core, and the countless fragments of souls wailing in agony contained within it. His devouring instinct erupted in triumph, but his icy will acted like reins, firmly holding this ferocious beast in check. He didn't choose to immediately devour the core. That would be too risky, potentially causing the core to collapse and triggering an even greater catastrophe, or exceeding his current control limits. His goal was to sever its absorption of external energy and its control over the puppet. The suction force of the devouring vortex, like the sharpest scalpel, began to forcibly peel away and devour the energy flowing through the thick energy conduits connected to the living core. Roar! The living core seemed to sense the threat, letting out a roar of anger and pain, pulsating even more wildly, attempting to unleash more energy to retaliate. But all the energy, once it left the core, vanished like mud into the sea, mercilessly intercepted and absorbed by Li Wan's devouring vortex. Deprived of their core energy support, the tormented puppets that were besieging Lin Wan instantly became stiff and sluggish, their dark red flames flickering as if they might be extinguished at any moment. Lin Wan's pressure lessened considerably, and as her purifying light swept over them, large swaths of puppets collapsed to the ground as if their skeletons had been removed. The contamination on their bodies quickly dissipated, and although their lives were beyond saving, at least, their souls found temporary peace. 3 breaths have passed. Lin Wan was almost exhausted. The light shield dissipated, and she fell softly backward, only to be caught by Li Wan, who had just finished his work. Li Wan's breathing was also somewhat unstable. Forcibly and precisely controlling the devouring core to perform a surgical devouring had greatly depleted his mental energy. However, he could feel that after devouring those pure dark red energy streams, the devouring core had become more solid, and his control over energy had also improved slightly. Most importantly, he had successfully found a dangerous balance between desire and will. Inside the furnace space, the dark red light dimmed considerably, and the pulsation of the living core became disordered and weak, temporarily losing most of its threat. Li Wan held the weakened Lin Wan in his arms, glanced at the still struggling core, and at the puppet remains gradually turning to ashes on the ground, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Let's go, we can't hold out here for much longer. He carried Lin Wan and strode towards the other side of the furnace space, to the exit covered in dark red biomass. This time, the barrier at the exit seemed to have become fragile due to the weakening of the core, and Li Wan easily tore it apart. Passing through the exit, the expected inverted corridor did not appear. Instead, there was a straight spiral staircase made of pure energy, leading to a deep darkness that seemed to contain stars. There, a more ancient, colder, yet more central fluctuation of order emanated. The top floor of the Tower of Order, the location of the control core, is finally within reach. But both Li Wan and Lin Wan understood that the final challenge would be the most difficult. End of Chapter 68. Chapter 69, The Spiral Staircase and Echoes of the Past. Passing through the torn, wound-like exit, the expected, even more chaotic and distorted scene did not appear. What rushed towards me was an exceptionally pure and icy flow of energy, carrying an ancient and unchanging sense of order, as if instantly washing away all the filth and heat brought out from the living furnace. Before us lies an incredible passage. It is not a physical structure, but is entirely composed of solidified energy that emits a soft white light, forming a spiral staircase that ascends upwards. The staircase was wide and solemn, with each step flowing with subtle, circuit-like runes, radiating a stable and powerful wave of order. On either side of the staircase is a deep, boundless darkness, dotted with countless miniature, star-like points of light that slowly rotate, forming a miniature cosmic star map. It was eerily quiet here, with only the faint hum of flowing energy, and the sounds of their own footsteps and breathing. The persistent, malicious whispers and sense of distorted rules have almost completely disappeared here, replaced by a sense of grandeur and solemnity that brings peace to the mind, yet also subtly makes one feel insignificant. This place is so peculiar. Lin Wan was half held by Li Wan, and weakly looked around. The blessing of the world tree seemed to resonate here, slowly absorbing the pure energy around it, nourishing her nearly parched body and soul, and speeding up her recovery considerably. The energy is so pure, even purer than the uncontaminated order energy under the tower. Li Wan carefully put Lin Wan down and let her sit on the steps to rest, while he cautiously looked around. The moment his devouring core entered this place, it became unusually quiet, no longer restless and thirsty. Instead, it seemed to have encountered some kind of existence of the same origin but at a higher level, revealing a rare awe and restraint. This made it much easier for him to suppress his instincts, but his vigilance was raised to the highest level. Something unusual must be going on. After navigating the two hellish levels of the hub, the seemingly hopeful path only made him feel more uneasy. This energy seems to originate from the tower's very core, perhaps some kind of emergency passage or safe zone set up from the very beginning of its construction, Li Wan analyzed. He tried scanning with his data crystal core and found that the core had stabilized here, but information about this spiral staircase was scarce, with only a vague note, purification corridor, leading directly to the core. Only those with the heart of order can cross it. The heart of order? Lin Wan asked, puzzled. It probably refers to the uncorrupted will and the will to stay true to oneself, Li Wan pondered. It seems that this may be the last path left for the tower keepers, but unfortunately, they themselves can no longer walk it. The two didn't linger long, resting briefly before ascending the spiral staircase. The staircase seemed endless looking upwards, all they could see was the spiral's trajectory disappearing into the dark depths of the starry sea. The surrounding starlight slowly shifted, as if silently recounting the mysteries of the universe. However, walking in this pristine place is not without its challenges. As they climbed higher, the surrounding energy began to subtly shift. Blurry, holographic fragments began to appear in the starry sky on either side of the staircase. At first, there were only some scattered images of the spirit bone race at its peak, magnificent cities, shuttling starships, and a prosperous civilization, full of beauty and wisdom and order. But soon, the scene began to change. A magnificent scene of the construction of the Tower of Order appeared, with countless spirit bone engineers and energy masters working together to guide the stardust and build this miraculous creation, their faces beaming with hope and pride. Then, the scene turns gray. After the tower was built, there were initial small-scale attacks by annihilation beasts, and the Tower Guardians' valiant resistance. Then, omens of disaster appeared. The tower's energy fluctuations began to show subtle disturbances, and warnings from some spirit bone clan scholars were ignored. Finally, there was the all-encompassing annihilation beast tide, the defenses collapsed, the city fell, and the horrific sight of their kin being devoured or twisted. The Tower Guardians were forced into retreat, eventually retreating to the last main tower. These images are not merely records, they carry intense emotional fluctuations: hope, pride, anxiety, fear, despair, sacrifice, like echoes of the past, constantly impacting the minds of the two people walking up the stairs. As Lin Wan watched the Tower Guardians resolutely activate a self-destruct program to perish alongside the annihilation beasts in order to protect the tower core and preserve the flame of civilization, tears silently streamed down her face. She could feel their resolute determination and sorrow. Li Wan, however, analyzed these fragmented pieces of information with even greater composure, attempting to piece together a more complete truth. He discovered that in the early stages of the disaster, a division seemed to have arisen among the Tower Guardians. One group advocated immediately shutting down or drastically reducing the Tower of Order's output to decrease its attractiveness, while the other group firmly believed that the tower's power was the only hope and attempted to increase its power to purify the annihilation beasts, which instead attracted an even more terrifying being. These echoes of history are like a mirror, reflecting the entire process of a civilization falling from its peak into the abyss. Just as the two were immersed in these tragic fragments of history, energy surged on the steps ahead, coalescing into a clear figure. It was the image of an elderly member of the Spirit Bone clan, somewhat resembling Elder Yao, but even more aged, his eyes filled with endless weariness and wisdom. He was not a physical being, but a powerful spiritual energy imprint, a lingering obsession within this purification corridor. Travelers from another planet. The old man's psychic message rang out directly, peaceful yet weathered. Your ability to reach this place proves that you possess the will to traverse the filth and have earned the corridor's approval. Li Wan and Lin Wan stopped and looked warily at the suddenly appearing illusory figure of the old man. No need to be nervous, the old man's illusory figure raised his hand slightly. I am just a memory that is about to fade away, a confession of sins. He looked around at the shimmering fragments of history, his eyes revealing deep sorrow. What you see is the rise and fall of our Spirit Bone clan. We created the Tower of Order, yearning for an eternal sanctuary, but due to arrogance and prejudice, we opened the gates of destruction. We underestimated chaos and overestimated ourselves. His gaze fell on Li Wan, as if he could see through the devouring core. The power within you is peculiar. It possesses characteristics of both order and chaos, and even surpasses them. Perhaps, you truly are the variable capable of breaking this cycle of despair. He looked at Lin Wan again, a hint of relief in his eyes. The world tree has chosen one. The power of life and purification is the dawn against annihilation. Please maintain your compassion and steadfastness. Elder, what exactly is hidden in the control core at the top of the tower? What exactly is the final plan? Li Wan asked the core question directly. The old man's illusory figure remained silent for a moment before slowly saying, what is sealed within the control core is not simply a weapon or command. It is a fragment of the source of the cosmic baseline order extracted by our ancestors, along with the accompanying order reconstruction protocol. The source of order? The reconstruction protocol? Yes. Activating it can theoretically release an absolute order force field large enough to cover the entire planet, forcibly defining everything back to its original, uncontaminated state. Including life. Li Wan and Lin Wan were shocked. This sounded like a power almost like that of a creator god. However, the old man's illusory voice became incredibly heavy. The cost is enormous. First, activation requires unimaginable energy, possibly requiring the sacrifice of all the energy stored in the entire tower, or even possibly draining the very essence of all psionic life within its range. Second, the process of defining is uncontrollable. It might also define us back to our original state, causing us to lose all memories and intelligence, or even, due to our deep entanglement with the annihilation energy, cause the entire reconstruction to fail, triggering a greater collapse of the rules and utterly destroying everything. That's why we've never dared to use it. We can't bear the responsibility of failure, nor can we bring ourselves to pay such a price. The old man's illusory figure began to fade. We've left the right to choose to those who come after us, to a third possibility that may emerge, beyond order and chaos. His gaze lingered on Li Wan one last time. Young traveler, your path is yours to choose. Will you try that faint hope of reconstruction, or seek another way out? Be careful, the core itself is not entirely complete. Before he could finish speaking, the old man's illusory figure, like a candle flickering in the wind, vanished completely into the pure energy aura, leaving behind only a heavy confession and an even more perplexing truth. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood there, digesting this astonishing information. The source of the fundamental order of the universe? A protocol for reconstructing order? The price is the potential erasure of everything, even themselves? This so-called final plan is not a panacea at all, but a dangerous ultimate button that could destroy everything. The old man's unfinished words sent a chill down one's spine. The core itself wasn't entirely safe? Stable? Or, had it itself been contaminated or mutated? Looking up at the end of the spiral staircase, at that deep darkness that seemed to contain both stars and the ultimate answer, Li Wan's eyes became incredibly complex. What awaits them at the top of the tower? Hope or even deeper despair? End of chapter 69. Chapter 70, The Core of Order, the Gate of Choice. At the end of the spiral staircase, instead of the expected vast space, was a door. A huge, ancient door, seemingly formed from solidified starlight. The door was tightly closed, its surface smooth as a mirror, reflecting the miniature universe below the steps, as well as the solemn and tired faces of Li Wan and Lin Wan. There was no keyhole or handle on the door. Instead, in the center was a slowly rotating, complex three-dimensional rune composed of countless precise rays of light. The form of the rune was of the same origin as the data crystal core given by Elder Yao and the emblem core on the tower guard's armor, but it was more intricate and profound. The area around the door was no longer a pure energy staircase, but had transformed into a small circular platform. The platform floats in the endless dark void, and there is nothing else but this door. The place was so quiet that even the hum of flowing energy had disappeared, leaving only a sense of almost solidified, absolute order, as if time and space had surrendered to this place. The energy fluctuations originating from behind the door were cold, vast, and like the foundation of the universe, they were the source of the core at the top of the tower that had been sensed earlier. Standing before this door, the devouring core within Liwan no longer felt merely awe, but rather revealed an almost instinctive desire, as if the ultimate nourishment for its evolution lay behind the door. The world tree blessing within Lin Wan resonated strongly with it, like a wanderer returning home, yet also carrying a sense of awe before a supreme being. It seems this is the final hurdle. Li Wan's voice was exceptionally clear in the absolute silence. He walked to the door and tried to touch the starlight-filled doorway with his hand. It feels icy to the touch, not like the texture of metal or stone, but more like touching a solidified law, stronger than one can imagine. He tried his best, but the door didn't budge. The data crystal core automatically levitated, projecting light as it scanned the three-dimensional runes on the door. A moment later, the information returned. The Heart of Order seal has been detected. Unlocking requires one of the following conditions to be met. 1. Possesses genuine elder-level psionic privileges of the Tower Keeper deactivated, no usable privileges detected. 2. Injects sufficient initial energy to drive the Order reconstruction protocol and obtain the approval of the core will. 3. Forcibly break through using the fundamental power that transcends the current Order chaos opposition, extremely high risk, potentially triggering a core collapse. The conditions were clear, yet cruel. The first path was cut off with the decline of the Spirit Bone Clan. The second path, which is the prerequisite for activating the final plan mentioned by the old man's phantom, requires massive amounts of energy and core approval, with unknown costs. The third path, however, is fraught with uncertainty and could very well destroy their objective or even detonate the entire top of the tower. Energy recognition, Li Wan muttered to himself, his eyes flickering. He did indeed possess a vast amount of energy within him, especially after just absorbing a portion of the energy from the devouring world Black Tide and the living furnace, but was it enough? And what was recognition of the core will? Was it some kind of detection? Or was there a conscious core behind the door? The power of origin. He looked at his hands. Devouring the core undoubtedly possessed this potential, but the warning of extremely high risk was no exaggeration. Lin Wan stepped forward, placing her hand on the door, sensing the ancient yet shared, same originating power of order within it. Perhaps my blessing power can help us gain recognition? She tried gently channeling the world tree's blessing power, which had partially recovered within her, into the door. Buzz. The three-dimensional runes on the door lit up slightly, their circulation speed increasing slightly. A gentle probing intent swept over Lin Wan, carrying a hint of approval, but then subsided. Clearly, her current strength is insufficient to open this door. Not enough. Lin Wan shook her head, somewhat disappointed. Li Wan pondered for a moment, a resolute glint in his eyes. He cannot easily attempt to force a solution that would be the worst option. Initiating the Order reconstruction protocol is extremely risky, but it is at least a clear option, and they have come here with great difficulty, so they cannot leave empty-handed. It seems we only have a second option left. Li Wan looked at Lin Wan with a complicated expression. Try activating it and see what this so-called recognition is, and how much energy it requires. He slowly placed his palm on the three-dimensional talisman in the center of the door. Instead of immediately injecting energy, he first tried to probe the back of the door with his will, along with the sliver of devouring intent that he had initially gained control of. Boom! It was as if he had stepped into a torrent of information. Countless fragments of laws concerning order, rules, and the operation of energy flooded into his mind, cold and complex. He saw the scene behind the door. It was not a room, but a boundless virtual space composed of pure, ordered light. At the center of the space, a massive, complex structure, resembling a crystal brain, floats. Countless rays of light connect to it like nerve bundles, extending into the void. This is the true control core of the Tower of Order. In front of that crystal brain stood a blurry figure made of pure psychic energy. The aura of that figure was of the same origin as the old man's phantom that had appeared on the spiral staircase, but it was more solid, more ancient, and more indifferent. It had no specific face, only a pair of silver-white eyes that seemed to be composed of countless operating formulas, quietly watching the intrusion of Li Wan's will. Applicant, state your purpose and pay the price to activate the protocol. A psychic message devoid of any emotion sounded directly, like a machine's verification. I need to use the power of the control core to resolve the annihilation crisis of Yuchen Star, Li Wan S. will responded. The applicant is not a holder of the Tower Guardian privileges. Activating the Order Reconstruction Protocol requires eligibility verification and payment of initial energy. The core will responded coldly. Verification criteria: possessing a will sufficient to withstand the protocol's backlash, and the initial energy to drive the protocol standard unit, 1 unit of stellar core corona energy or equivalent energy. A clear energy measurement standard entered Li Wan's consciousness, an astronomically vast energy level, equivalent to the total energy released by the corona of a star's core in a single day. And this was merely the initial energy. Li Wan was shocked. The price was indeed terrifying. Even if he squeezed out all the energy in his body, including the reserves accumulated from devouring the core, it would still be far from enough. Did he really need to sacrifice the energy of the entire tower, or even his life, as the old man said? What if there isn't enough energy? Li Wan tried to ask. Insufficient energy, the protocol cannot be activated. The applicant may choose to leave or try other non-standard methods. Warning: the success rate of non-standard methods is less than 0.001% and may lead to unpredictable consequences. Just as Li Wan's heart sank to the bottom, considering whether to risk trying the so-called non-standard method or forcibly break through, the devouring core within his body seemed to be stimulated by the extremely pure aura of order emanating from the core's will, and began to stir again, conveying an even clearer and more domineering intention. It wasn't begging for approval, nor paying a price, but rather devouring this core, claiming the very source of order within as its own. As if, to it, this was the most direct and correct way to use it. This will was so strong that it almost overwhelmed Li Wan's reason. At the same time, seemingly sensing the domineering aura of the devouring core that transcended ordinary order and chaos, the core's usually indifferent will showed a noticeable fluctuation for the first time. The speed at which the formulas flowed in its silver-white eyes suddenly accelerated, and even showed a trace of disorder. Anomaly detected. High-dimensional interference characteristics. Ambiguous definition. Threat level reassessed. The psionic message from the core will carry unprecedented hesitation and a very faint fear? Applicant: what is the power within you? Chance. Li Wan seized upon this subtle change, forcefully suppressing the restlessness of his devouring instincts. He raised his will to its limit, responding with an unquestionable authority that mimicked the devouring core. This is the power to break your predicament. Not the order or chaos you define. Auditing? Cost? To me, they are all constraints. Tell me, besides the dangerous reconstruction protocol, is there any other way for this core to resolve the annihilation crisis? Otherwise. He deliberately guided the aura of the devouring core, like a drawn sword, faintly pointing towards the crystal brain-like control core. I don't mind using it my way. A chilling threat, carrying the oppressive feeling of power originating from a higher level, permeated this pure space of consciousness. For the first time, the will at the core of order, those silver-white eyes composed of countless formulas, fell silent for a long time before flashing intensely. At this moment, the scales of decision-making subtly tipped. End of Chapter 70. Chapter 71, The Third Possibility. Within the space of consciousness, a cold order and a domineering devouring intent confront each other, and time seems to stand still. The core will's silver-white eyes, composed of formulas, flickered violently, calculating countless possibilities and assessing the variables brought about by this abnormal existence before it. Li Wan's threat was not a bluff. The aura of superiority emanating from the devouring core, which transcended the current rules of the universe, caused it, a being purely composed of the laws of order, to tremble with a profound sense of dread. It cannot define this force, just as a two-dimensional being cannot comprehend the existence of a three-dimensional being. If it confronts the enemy forcefully, the result will likely be that its core of order is completely broken down and absorbed, becoming resources for the enemy's growth. After a long silence, perhaps only a moment in the real world, the fluctuations of the core will finally subsided somewhat, and the cold psionic message sounded again, but the tone was less absolute indifference and more cautious weighing. Threat confirmed. Reassess solution priorities. The voice of the core will remain emotionless, but the content had changed. Order reconstruction protocol is the highest priority solution, but not the only backup. According to the underlying logic, supreme principle of civilization continuation, backup-B, origin tracing and symbiosis can be activated when faced with force majeure that may lead to the core's destruction. Tracing the origins and symbiosis? Li Wan's will was firmly locked onto the other party. Yes. The essence of the Annihilation Beast is a chaotic aggregate originating from the void and feeding on order. The energy of the Tower of Order is its best bait. The core of the tracing the source and symbiosis approach is not forced purification or reconstruction, but rather an attempt to understand and guide the flow of annihilation energy, and even, to attempt to convert it into usable energy, achieving an unstable balance with order, rather than a life or death confrontation. This approach is somewhat similar to Li Wan's previous act of devouring annihilation energy and the Spirit Bone Clan's initial intention to utilize Stardust, but it is bolder and more systematic. How exactly does it work? This plan requires 3 key elements, the core will quickly listed. First, a container or medium that can contain and initially understand chaos. Second, an anchor point that can provide a stable foundation for order and balance the erosion of chaos. Third, sufficient initial energy to initiate the source tracing process, and an executor capable of withstanding the backlash from a failed solution. Its silvery white eyes looked at the restless devouring core deep within Li Wan's will, and then looked at Lin Wan's body outside the door, which exuded pure order in life. Potential matching elements detected. Element 1 Chaotic Container Medium. The applicant's high-dimensional interference power has the characteristics of bearing, analyzing and transforming chaotic energy, with a compliance rate of 89.7%. Element 2 Order Anchor. World Tree Symbiotic, whose blessing power is one of the most fundamental manifestations of order in life in this universe, can effectively neutralize the erosion of chaos, stabilize and balance, with a compliance rate of 95.2%. Element 3 Executor and Energy. The applicant possesses strong willpower proven by partially suppressing higher dimensional forces and energy reserves. Although far from meeting the criteria for initiating the reconstruction protocol, the energy required to initiate the source tracing procedure is only 1/1000th of the former. Compliance rate, 78.3%. Li Wan's mind raced. This plan sounded much more reasonable than the mutually destructive restructuring agreement, and the risks seemed more manageable. Most importantly, it perfectly complements the characteristics of both him and Lin Wan. The devouring core serves as a medium for understanding and transforming chaos, while the World Tree's blessing acts as a stable anchor of order. What is the success rate? What are the consequences of failure? He had to find out. Based on the existing data model, the success rate is estimated at 37.4%. The consequences of failure are that the chaotic energy will run rampant and become uncontrollable, the anchor of order may be contaminated, the container may be excessively eroded and lose control, causing local rule collapse and accelerating the destruction of the dark dust star. A success rate of 37.4% isn't high, but compared to the uncontrollable consequences of refactoring the protocol and the near-zero other options, it's a number worth trying. How can I trust you? Does launching this plan mean handing over control to you? Li Wan asked the most crucial question. He couldn't possibly fully trust this cold, hardcore will that prioritized the continuation of civilization above all else and was willing to sacrifice the individual when necessary. Logical conflict. Registration B requires deep collaboration between the container and the anchor point, while the core only provides guidance for the traceability process and energy coordination. The dominant force and risk bearer are the applicant and the symbiotic entity. The core cannot directly control the higher dimensional interference forces and the World Tree's blessing. The core's answer dispelled some of Li Wan's doubts. It was more like a tool and guide than a master. Standing before the door in reality, Lin Wan saw Li Wan with his eyes closed, his aura intertwined with the talismans on the door, his expression shifting. She couldn't help but clench her hands in worry. She could sense an extremely complex and tense energy exchange emanating from behind the door. Just then, Li Wan opened his eyes, looked at her, and quickly and clearly told her about the recordation B, traceability and symbiosis plan and the risks involved. Wanner, this requires your power as an anchor of order to work closely with me to balance the chaos. If we fail, you may be corrupted. Li Wan's tone was more solemn than ever before. Lin Wan nodded almost without hesitation. Looking at the determination in Li Wan's eyes, seeking a way out of the impasse, and feeling the resonance between herself and the World Tree, she nodded firmly, I believe in you, Li Wan. Rather than watching this world be completely destroyed, or activating that reconstruction protocol that could erase everything, I'm willing to try this third possibility with you. My blessings are willing to be the most steadfast foundation on your path forward. Trust and fearlessness shone in her eyes, and the World Tree's blessing shone even brighter because of her determination. With Lin Wan's unwavering support, Li Wan's last lingering concerns vanished. He once again focused his will into the core space. We accept Record B. Confirmed. Initiating connection to the order anchor point and preparing to launch the tracing procedure. The core will's response remained cold, but its actions were incredibly swift. Buzz. In reality, the Starlight Gate's complex three-dimensional runes at its center suddenly lit up, emitting a gentle yet powerful suction force. It wasn't aimed at Li Wan, but rather enveloped Lin Wan. Lin Wan didn't resist, allowing the power of her World Tree's blessing to resonate with the gate. Pure golden light streams flowed from her body and into the runes. At the same time, Li Wan felt a clear program information and a pure energy of order flow into his body through his arm. This energy is not for him to absorb, but rather to serve as a catalyst, guiding him on how to mobilize the power of the devouring core to actively capture and analyze the annihilation energy permeating outside the tower and that may surge from the program's guidance, and to establish a temporary, controllable link with it. Program initiated. Energy coordination in progress. Establishing a chaos sensing channel. Warning: high concentration of annihilation energy detected outside the tower, suspected to be attracted by core anomalies. As soon as the core will's warning fell, Li Wan felt that through this door and through the newly established subtle connection, his perception was infinitely amplified, instantly covering the entire Tower of Order and even spreading to the desolate land outside the tower. He saw a chilling scene, centered on the Tower of Order. Endless annihilation beasts surged forth from cracks in the ground and vortexes in the sky, like a black tide, rushing madly towards the tower. They seemed to sense the abnormal fluctuations at the core of the tower's top, and the unique aura emanating from Li Wan that both terrified and craved them. Among them, several exceptionally powerful, mountain-like consciousnesses locked onto the top of the tower. Those were Lord-level annihilation beasts. The source tracing program is actively guiding this destructive energy into the tower and into his body. This is a high-stakes gamble. Under the siege of countless annihilation beasts, and in an environment where the rules within the tower remain distorted, they must, guided by the core program, complete the understanding and guidance of chaotic energy, seeking that slim possibility of symbiosis. It's starting. Li Wan shouted to Lin, his eyes sharp as knives. He completely released the suppression of the devouring core and connected its control with the tracing the source program. Boom! As if the gates of hell had been opened, a vast, chaotic, and destructive annihilation energy, like a torrent bursting its banks, surged wildly into Li Wan's body through the channels opened by the program. It was far more intense and pure than ever before. Li Wan's body was instantly enveloped by dense black energy, and cracks appeared on his skin again, with golden blood seeping out. But he stood firm, and in his eyes, darkness and reason intertwined wildly. The devouring core was operating with unprecedented efficiency, frantically devouring and analyzing this power in an attempt to understand its origin. Lin Wan stayed close to him, pushing the purifying light to its limit to form a solid golden barrier, striving to purify the chaotic thoughts that were trying to erode Li Wan's will and body, and maintaining the last bit of clarity in his mind. Order and chaos, devouring and purification, unfold in this small space at the top of the tower, an ultimate collision concerning the fate of the planet. A third possible path has been opened, with a bottomless abyss beneath one's feet, or a completely new world unlike any other. End of Chapter 71. Chapter 72, Chaos returns to its origin, Order is reborn. The gates of hell open here. The moment that tracing the source program was running at full speed, Li Wan felt that he was no longer an independent individual, but had been transformed into the center of a huge, painful energy vortex. The Tower of Order seemed to have become a giant straw, greedily drawing in the chaotic torrents that permeated the ravaged planet and surged from the bodies of countless frantically surging annihilation beasts, and pouring them into his body without reservation through the programmed channels. This is not a simple infusion of energy, but a shock at the level of rules. Countless chaotic, violent, and destructive thoughts, like billions of red-hot steel needles, pierced his soul, attempting to assimilate him and turn him into a part of chaos. His bones groaned, his meridians tore, and the devouring core spun wildly at an unprecedented speed, like an overloaded engine humming under its strain, trying to devour the massive amount of energy while also trying to analyze the fragments of rules that belonged to the essence of annihilation contained within it. His body was covered in thick, black mist that seemed impossible to disperse, and cracks spread beneath his skin like a spider web. The golden blood that seeped out was immediately evaporated into nothingness. Only those eyes, amidst extreme pain, still burned with a cold flame of reason, desperately guarding the last vestige of clarity in their minds, fully cooperating with the guidance of the tracing the source program, attempting to unravel that most fundamental pulse from the endless chaos. Wanner. Anchor point. He squeezed out the words through clenched teeth, each word carrying a soul-wrenching pain. Lin Wan was right beside him, so close, yet it felt as if a raging energy storm separated them. Her face was as pale as paper, and a trickle of golden blood spilled from the corner of her mouth, but her eyes were incredibly firm, even carrying a kind of sacred resolve. She gently placed her hands on Li Wan's back, no longer merely releasing purifying light to form a protective shield, but completely transforming herself into that anchor of order. The vast and warm blessing power of the world tree no longer emanated outwards, but instead, like the most resilient roots, deeply penetrated Li Wan's nearly collapsed body and soul, directly confronting the raging chaotic energy at a microscopic level. She was not destroying chaos, but balancing it. Whenever Li Wan's consciousness was about to be swallowed by chaos, whenever the analysis of the devouring core was about to get out of control, that pure life order power would rush in time to soothe the agitation and stabilize the structure, like a lighthouse that never goes out in the midst of raging waves. This is an extreme form of exhaustion and torment. Lin Wan could feel her life force and the essence of her soul gradually draining away with the power of blessing, flowing into Li Wan's body and neutralizing with the chaos. Her body trembled slightly, and her vision began to blur, but her hand on Li Wan's back did not loosen at all. "I am here." Her voice was weak, but it contained an undeniable power. Outside the tower, an apocalyptic scene was unfolding. Countless annihilation beasts, like moths drawn to a flame, crashed into the remaining energy shield of the Tower of Order, exploding into clusters of black fireworks. Several massive, mountain-like consciousnesses Lord-level annihilation beasts were already approaching. Instead of blindly charging, they hovered around the tower, releasing an even more condensed and terrifying chaotic force field. Like an invisible giant hand, they combined with the suction force surging from within the tower to squeeze and pour in more annihilation energy. They wanted to completely burst this alien object that dared to devour their origin. Inside the tower, in the consciousness space where the control core is located, the cold will is also operating at full capacity, coordinating the inflow of energy and maintaining the stability of the tracing the source program. In its formulaic eyes, data streams cascade like a waterfall, calculating every tiny variable. It clearly saw that within Li Wan's body, the high-dimensional interference force was laboriously digesting chaos in a way beyond its comprehension, transforming it into a entirely new, neither purely order nor purely chaos, more fundamental primordial energy. And the world tree's blessing acted like a magical catalyst, ensuring that this transformation did not spiral out of control and collapse. The success rate fluctuated, slowly climbing from 37.4%, then suddenly plummeting due to external pressure from the Lord-level forces, constantly teetering on the brink of survival. Just then, another unexpected event occurred. Perhaps sensing a deadly threat, or perhaps stimulated by the newly generated primordial energy, those Lord-level annihilation beasts launched their strongest attacks simultaneously. Instead of attacking the tower directly, they condensed their core fundamental rules into several chaotic law chains that spanned the heavens and earth, and like poisonous dragons, they blasted directly towards Li Wan at the top of the tower along the energy channels. This is a game changer at the rule level. Once hit, not only will Li Wan be instantly assimilated, but the entire tracing the source process and even the control core could be contaminated and disintegrated. An overspecification rule attack has been detected. Warning. Program overload. The balance is about to be broken. The core will issue an unprecedentedly urgent alarm. A close call. Under extreme pain and pressure, Li Wan's soul seemed to be tempered to its limit. He felt the deadly chains of law, and also the newly generated, sparse primordial energy within his body. A crazy thought exploded in his mind. Instead of passively analyzing and transforming, he forcefully guided the newly born, weak primordial power, along with all the power accumulated by the devouring core, and the order blessing that Lin Wan unreservedly inputted. The three were forcibly combined to form an extremely unstable, yet hazy energy that exuded both the aura of creation and destruction. Tracing back to the source, reversing it. Using this as a new source, let's define it. He roared and, like a javelin, threw the gray energy that combined the characteristics of order, chaos, devouring, and purification towards the several chains of chaotic laws that were attacking him, following his senses. There was no earth-shattering explosion, only a silent annihilation in birth, as if the universe had just begun and its rules had been reshaped. The moment the gray energy came into contact with the chaotic chains, they frantically devoured, neutralized, and merged with each other. The destructive rules contained within the chains were neutralized and dismantled by the order and purification properties of the gray energy, while the chaotic and devouring properties of the gray energy, in turn, absorbed and transformed the power of the chains. This process may seem slow, but it actually occurs at the rule level and is constantly changing. Ultimately, after a complex evolution beyond the comprehension of even the core will, those chaotic law chains, powerful enough to destroy planets, were forcibly disintegrated and assimilated. The gray energy that Li Wan had thrown out, after accomplishing this near-miraculous feat, was also completely exhausted. However, the trace of a new and stable rule imprint contained within it remained like a seed, and began to spontaneously absorb the still surging chaotic and orderly energy around it, slowly growing. It's like a newborn, tiny cosmic singularity, a potential new rule that balances order and chaos. the core will's computation nearly crashed. Detected, an unknown rule has been born, stable existence, definition, primordial order. Registration B has exceeded its target, global impact assessment is underway. Outside the tower, the several Lord-level annihilation beasts roared in terror and confusion. They felt that their connection with the origin of chaos was being interfered with and weakened by some more fundamental force. Their massive bodies began to become unstable, and even showed signs of disintegration. Inside the tower, the energy storm began to weaken. Li Wan's body went limp and he fell forward, where he was tightly embraced by Lin Wan, who had also collapsed from exhaustion. Both of them were at their limit, their bodies and minds on the verge of collapse, but when their eyes met, they were filled with the relief of surviving a disaster and an indescribable excitement. They did it! On the brink of destruction, they found and nurtured a third possibility. The seed of the primordial order rule, suspended in the space of consciousness, exists weakly yet firmly, foreshadowing a completely different fate for the planet Yuchen, and perhaps even a broader future. End of Chapter 72. Chapter 73, Ripples of Rebirth. Absolute silence replaced the raging roar of energy. At the top of the tower, the Starlight Gate remained tightly closed, but the runes flowing on it had dimmed considerably, as if they had also exhausted their power. Li Wan and Lin Wan collapsed to the ground in each other's arms, their breaths so weak they were like candles flickering in the wind. The intense exertion and the impact on the rules plunged them into a deep coma. Their bodies instinctively curled up, drawing on the meager remaining energy in the air in an attempt to repair their collapsing bodies and souls. However, a new, faint yet undeniably present wave was emanating from them, spreading like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating silent ripples. That was the seed of the primordial order rule, born in the struggle against the chains of the laws of chaos. It was not a physical entity, but a barely perceptible wisp of gray light, like a living fish, slowly swirling around Li Wan and Lin Wan. It greedily absorbed the remaining energy of order in the space at the top of the tower, as well as the fragments of chaotic energy that had become much milder after losing the dominance of the Lord-level annihilation beast. With each bit of absorption, the gray light solidified, and the fluctuations it emitted became increasingly clear. It was a more primal and inclusive aura of rules that transcended the simple opposition between order and chaos. It neither rejects order nor opposes chaos, but rather integrates the two into itself in a wonderful balance, like the interplay of yin and yang, mutually generating and restraining each other. This nascent fluctuation of rules, though faint, is like a lighthouse in the night, beginning to exert its unique influence. The first to sense the change were the tower guards base at the foot of the tower. Inside the central hall, Elders Xiao, Feng, and Ji, who had been intently watching the planetary projection, suddenly raised their heads almost simultaneously. Their silver-white eyes were filled with disbelief and shock. On the planet's projection, the pillar of light that originally represented the Tower of Order, though still dim, suddenly had an extremely tiny, gray dot of light shining at its core. This spot of light is not within any energy spectrum they are aware of. Meanwhile, centered on the tower, the massive red dots representing annihilation beast layers in highly polluted areas, which were originally scattered across the planet like festering sores, are experiencing a rapid decline in activity at a visible rate. Some of the smaller red dots even began to flicker and fade, as if they had lost their source of power. What kind of energy reaction is this? Elder Feng exclaimed in shock, cracks appearing on his usually cold and hard face. The chaos is receding? No, not receding, but being transformed? Balanced? Elder Ji's scholarly instincts made him try to analyze, but the scene before him was completely beyond his comprehension. Elder Yao stared intently at the gray dot of light, sensing the aura contained within it that was of the same origin as Li Wan and Lin Wan, yet even more profound and vast. His wrinkled face was initially filled with extreme confusion, but then an indescribable expression, a mixture of hope and awe, slowly emerged. They succeeded? No, what they did is even more unbelievable than success. Elder Yao's voice trembled slightly. This is not reconstruction, nor purification, this is rebirth. A path we have never imagined. Just as the three elders were still in shock, the Spirit Bone Clan guards on the outskirts of the base also began to stir. They sensed that the order inertia force field that had been suppressing their psionic energy and making it difficult for them to move seemed to have weakened. Although it still existed, it was no longer like a heavy shackle as before, but instead had gained a touch of activity. It was as if a cold machine had been injected with lubricant. Although the core program remained unchanged, it no longer operated so rigidly and inflexibly. Some of the less seriously injured guards tried to mobilize their psionic energy and were pleasantly surprised to find that the consumption was less and the operation was smoother. It's at the top of the tower. It's those two aliens. Someone shouted first, and an overwhelming sense of excitement spread among the surviving tower keepers. Hope, like rain after a long drought, quietly fell on this land of despair. Meanwhile, the changes were even more pronounced on the desolate land outside the tower. The ordinary annihilation beasts that had been besieging the Tower of Order like a tidal wave were now bewildered and helpless, having lost the leadership and power of a lord. The raging chaotic energy within them lost its core and began to become unstable. Some attacked and devoured each other, while others instinctively fled the tower area and burrowed back into underground fissures or sky vortexes. That suffocating, all-consuming annihilation tide receded in a short time. The dark red vortex in the sky slowed its rotation, and the black plague aura that permeated the land began to fade. While far from restoring life, the despairing, ever-worsening trend was forcefully suppressed. The source of all these changes points to that newly emerging, faint primordial order at the top of the tower. I don't know how much time passed, perhaps it was just a moment, or perhaps it was a long night. Li Wan's eyelashes trembled slightly as he was the first to awaken from his deep coma. What came into view was Lin Wan's pale sleeping face so close to his, and the wisp of gray light slowly flowing around her and himself. He immediately felt the changes within himself. His body remained weak and emaciated, as if it had been hollowed out, and his meridians and soul were filled with sharp pains. However, the devouring core within his body, which was originally restless and needed to be suppressed with all its might, was now unusually quiet and docile. It no longer exudes a greedy, devouring desire. Instead, like a well-fed cat, it lazily lingers in the energy center, its core seemingly resonating and connecting with that wisp of gray light from the outside world in some mysterious way. He attempted to mobilize a sliver of power, and the absorption of the core responded extremely smoothly. The output was no longer pure, destructive dark energy, but rather a more peaceful and refined primordial power mixed with a faint gray light. This force seems to be highly compatible with both the surrounding ordered energy and the remaining chaotic energy. This is the effect of the primordial order? Li Wan realized. Not only did they survive, they seemed to have benefited from the misfortune, finding a path to truly control the devouring core and evolve it. Just then, Lin Wan also let out a soft moan and slowly woke up. She opened her eyes, and her first reaction was to tightly grasp Li Wan's arm to confirm his presence. Immediately afterward, she also felt the changes within herself. Although the World Tree's blessing power was greatly depleted and almost exhausted, its essence seemed to be more condensed and pure, and a close, partner-like connection was formed between it and that wisp of gray light. We, successfully? Her voice was weak, but filled with the joy of surviving a disaster. Li Wan nodded, gently helping her up to lean against him. Yes, we've opened up a new path. He looked at the swirling gray light, his eyes filled with complex emotions. I just don't know where this path will ultimately lead. He raised his head, his gaze seemingly piercing through the barrier at the top of the tower, looking down at the world undergoing dramatic changes, and also at the endless starry sky. The ripples of new life have spread, the old order is crumbling, and the chaotic tide has temporarily receded. But Li Wan knows very well that this is by no means the end. The Lord-level annihilation beast has only suffered a temporary setback. The dark side of the universe will never easily give up on this planet. These two anomalies, along with this newly emerging primordial order, will undoubtedly attract more and more profound attention. After resting for a while and regaining some strength, Li Wan once again placed his hand on the starlight door. This time, without any conditions, the door slid open silently, revealing the virtual space behind it composed of pure, orderly light. The crystal brain controlling the core remained suspended there, but the phantom of the core while standing in front seemed to have changed. Its silver-white eyes, composed of formulas, had lost some of their absolute coldness and gained a hint of curiosity and scrutiny. Congratulations to the applicant for surviving and achieving the record B over target. The message from the core will came, the primordial order rule has been recorded. It has a positive impact on the rules and environment of the dark dust star, and is expected to slow down the annihilation process by 47.3% and provide a new theoretical basis for subsequent governance. Follow-up treatment? Li Wan caught the word. Yes. The primordial order provides the foundation for the possibility of coexisting with annihilation energy. However, to completely reverse the situation, systematic guidance and construction are still needed. The knowledge base of the Tower Guardian civilization, as well as the computing power of this core, can serve as an aid. The core will pause, its silvery white eyes looking at Li Wan and Lin Wan, but the leaders will be you, the creators and bearers of the rules. Li Wan remained silent. He understood the subtext of the core while they were deeply bound to this planet and to these newly formed rules. Want to leave? Perhaps you can, but if left unchecked, all previous efforts may be wasted, and the seeds of new rules may be sown but never sown. He glanced at Lin Wan beside him, who was weak but had a determined look in her eyes, and then felt the devouring core within his body, which was different from before. Finally, he slowly exhaled. It seems our journey is far from over. End of chapter 73. Chapter 74, The First Spark. Within the core control space, the newly formed seat of the primordial order rule, as if possessing sentience, intimately circled around Li Wan and Lin Wan for several weeks before slowly sinking into Li Wan's chest, merging with the now docile devouring core, as if it had found its final resting place. An indescribable sense of fulfillment and a deeper connection arose in Li Wan's heart. The phantom of the core will silently watch the scene, data flowing in its formulaic eyes, seemingly recording and analyzing this unprecedented phenomenon. The rule seed has been stably combined with the carrier. It is recommended to begin basic environmental repair and order network reconstruction as soon as possible to consolidate the foundation of the primordial order and prepare for possible counterattacks. The message from the core will pull Li Wan back to reality from his reverie. A counterattack? Li Wan's eyes narrowed. The Lord-level annihilation beast was not destroyed, but it temporarily lost absolute control over the local chaotic energy and fell into chaos and dormancy due to the impact of unknown rules. They, and the higher-level entities behind them, will never allow an outlier rule that threatens their very foundation to exist stably. A counterattack is inevitable, it's only a matter of time. Li Wan understood. The brief calm was merely the calm before the storm. What should we do? The first step is to stabilize the environment inside the tower and rebuild the basic energy cycle. The second step is to use the Tower of Order as a base to gradually expand the influence of the primordial order outwards, purifying and balancing the polluted land. The third step is to integrate the remaining tower guarding forces and establish a new defense and governance system. This core will provide the technological blueprint and energy coordination support. As the core will spoke, a massive flow of information flooded into Li Wan and Lin Wan's minds. It contained a detailed structural diagram of the Tower of Order, the distribution of energy nodes, and a preliminary environmental restoration plan called the Micro-Light Revival Protocol. The solution is not complicated. It mainly utilizes the harmonizing properties of primordial order to guide the remaining orderly energy within the tower to gently penetrate and neutralize the deep pollution in key areas, like a spark that gradually spreads. The amount of information is enormous, but given their current level of understanding, it is not difficult for them to comprehend it. Understood. Li Wan nodded, glancing at Lin Wan beside him, whose face was still pale but whose eyes were firm. Let's recover some strength first, and then we'll begin. The two of them sat down on the platform at the top of the tower and began to meditate and regulate their breathing, taking advantage of the relatively pure energy environment around them. Li Wan guided the primordial power within his body, which had been fused with a trace of the primordial order, circulating it throughout his body to nourish his parched meridians and soul. Lin Wan then communicated with the world tree blessing within her body, which had become more condensed, and like a withered tree coming back to life, it slowly but steadily regained its vitality. Several hours later, although the two were far from being fully recovered, they at least had the strength to move and use their basic abilities. Their first target was the Tower of Order itself. According to the blueprint, several important energy nodes within the tower were damaged or blocked due to previous contamination and distortion, resulting in poor energy circulation and one of the reasons why the order innertization force field is unusually robust. Li Wan and Lin Wan left the top of the tower and descended the spiral staircase, re-entering the tower's interior. Unlike the perilous climb before, the tower now, though still bearing traces of distortion and scattered pollution, is far less omnipresent and aggressive. The chaotic energy in the air also became much calmer. The first key node they found was an energy conversion chamber near the former first nexus, the stagnation chamber. It was blocked by thick, black crystal-like annihilation energy crystals, exuding a cold, deathly aura. Let me try. Li Wan stepped forward, not using brute force, but instead extending his palm and gently pressing it onto the black crystal. He mobilized the primordial power within his body that had been fused with the primordial order, and a faint gray stream of light flowed into the crystal through his palm. Something amazing happened. The indestructible annihilation crystal, which even the Spirit Bone Clan's technology struggled to handle, began to develop fine, ice-crack-like patterns on its surface the moment it came into contact with the gray light. Within the patterns, wisps of pure chaotic energy were extracted, but instead of dissipating violently, they were guided by the gray light and merged into Li Wan's body, where they were steadily absorbed by the devouring core. The crystals themselves quickly become dull and brittle, eventually turning into a cloud of ashes and dissipating. The blocked energy channels have reappeared, and although they are dim, a faint flow of energy can be felt. It's a success. Lin Wan exclaimed joyfully. Her blessing power also aided this purification process, accelerating the dissipation of residual malice. The two perked up and continued on to the next node. Their actions were naturally detected by the tower guards below. Through the still-functioning psionic monitoring network, Elder Yao and the others clearly saw the annihilation crystals that had blocked them for countless years melting away like ice and snow in the hands of the aliens. Unbelievable. They really are repairing the Tower of Order. Elder Feng's voice was filled with shock as he looked at Elder Yao. Yao, we... Elder Yao took a deep breath, his eyes flashing with determination. Send the order. All tower guards who are still able to move, cease all non-essential activities and fully cooperate with the tower's repair work. Grant them access to all non-core databases and provide them with any resources and technical support they may need. They are our only hope. The tower guard base mobilized instantly. The remaining engineers and technicians began to remotely adjust the energy flow and optimize the circulation efficiency based on the nodes repaired by Li Wan and his team. Some of the less seriously injured guards began clearing away the scattered remnants of annihilation beasts near the base of the tower to ensure the safety of the rear for the repair work. Hope has been transformed into concrete action. Li Wan and Lin Wan continued repairing the equipment, and their efficiency increased with each step. Li Wan's use of primordial order has become increasingly proficient. He can not only dissolve annihilation crystals, but also guide the purified and tempered chaotic energy to nourish the damaged order runes and accelerate the repair process. Lin Wan's blessing power acted as the best adhesive and purifier during the repair process, ensuring that the repaired area remained stable and pure. Several days later, the moment the last critical node was cleared. Buzz! The entire Tower of Order emitted a long-lost, clear hum. The tower's dim light suddenly shone brightly, though far from its peak, it was no longer lifeless. A soft and steady beam of energy shot up from the top of the tower, piercing through the still lingering dark red vortex in the sky, like a sharp sword of light tearing through the darkness. Centered on the tower, an invisible, gentle wave of order, mixed with the unique aura of the primordial order, spread out like ripples. Outside the tower, on the desolate land, the remaining, low-level annihilation beasts seemed to have encountered their natural enemy, howling in terror and instinctively retreating to a greater distance. Although some deeply polluted lands did not immediately recover, the nauseating smell of decay has noticeably faded. Some extremely tenacious, local pollution-resistant mosses have even begun to sprout faint green shoots again in a small area centered on the base of the tower. The spark has been ignited. Standing atop the tower, gazing down at the land below, still scarred but already brimming with life and hope, and at the distant psionic energy fluctuations emanating from the tower guard's base, filled with gratitude and exhilaration, Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a smile, their weary faces brimming with a sense of accomplishment. But this is just the beginning. They could sense that beyond the distant horizon, in the deep starry sky, several powerful and malevolent consciousnesses were gradually awakening from the chaos, their anger and fury turning their gaze once again toward this place, toward this nascent, unnatural, spark. An even bigger storm is brewing in the distance. End of Chapter 74. Chapter 75, The Initial Alliance and Undercurrents. The Tower of Order has regained its glory, like a lighthouse being lit in the desolate night of the planet Yuchen. A soft and steady halo dispelled the dense darkness surrounding the tower, and the orderly fluctuations mixed with the primordial order were like a mother's gentle caress, quietly changing this wounded land. Li Wan and Lin Wan stood on the edge of the tower, looking down below. Although the landscape remained desolate, the suffocating, ever-worsening sense of despair had dissipated. The lingering aura of annihilation in the air thinned out, and one could even faintly sense a long-lost flow of energy belonging to a normal planet. Around the base of the tower, the faint greenery, like the bravest pioneers, tenaciously expands its living space. We really changed some things, Lin Wan said softly, her voice tinged with weariness, yet also with an indescribable sense of satisfaction. The World Tree's blessing flowed gently through her body, resonating with the improved environment around her, which greatly accelerated her recovery. Li Wan nodded, feeling the devouring core within his body, which had become as easy to control as his own after being deeply integrated with the primordial order. It is no longer a ferocious beast that needs constant vigilance, but more like a powerful and loyal companion. But this is just the beginning. The core will is right, the counterattack will come soon. As if to confirm his words, a faint but clear spiritual energy fluctuation, carrying a respectful and inviting tone, emanated from the base of the tower and reached its top. He is Yao, the chief elder of the tower guards. The esteemed rulemakers, the remnants of the tower guards, humbly request an audience. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance and nodded. It was time to make formal contact with the native forces of this planet. Instead of traversing the long and winding passages within the tower, they were guided by the core will to direct the energy at the top of the tower, forming a soft pillar of light that teleported them to a relatively safe area near the tower's base, an area that had just been cleared. Elder Yao, along with Elders Feng and Ji, were already waiting there. Behind them were hundreds of Spirit Bone Clan Tower Guardians who had gathered there. Most of them were wounded, their silver-gray armor covered with the marks of battle, but at this moment, every pair of silver-white eyes burned with excitement, awe, and a hint of cautious anticipation. Upon seeing Li Wan and Lin Wan appear out of thin air, and especially upon sensing the restrained yet profound aura emanating from them that subtly resonated with the entire tower and its surroundings, all the Tower Guardians, including the three elders, involuntarily bowed slightly, performing an ancient ritual of the Spirit Bone Clan for a supreme sage or savior. No need for formalities. Li Wan raised his hand in a gesture of support, his voice calm yet carrying an undeniable air of authority. This authority was not deliberately cultivated, but rather stemmed from his current identity and power, the creator of rules, the igniter of hope. Elder Yao straightened up, looking at the two young aliens before him with a complex expression. In a short time, their auras had undergone earth-shattering changes, especially Li Wan, who gave him a sense of unfathomable depth, as if he were facing a vast starry sea. Your Excellencies, the Tower Guardians of Civilization, thank you for your salvation. Elder Yao's voice trembled slightly, the excitement of finally seeing a glimmer of hope after suppressing despair for too long. The restoration of the Tower of Order and the initial stabilization of the environment are, for our race, a blessing akin to a second birth. We just did what we were supposed to do, Lin Wan said softly, her voice carrying a natural warmth that eased the tension of the Tower Guards. Fighting against annihilation and protecting life is the duty of the World Tree's blessing. Li Wan picked up the conversation, his gaze sweeping over each Tower Guardian present, and went straight to the point, no need for pleasantries. The situation remains grim. The threat of the Lord level has not been eliminated, and the tower's repairs are only preliminary. We need to consolidate our forces to meet the challenges ahead. His directness startled the three elders slightly, but they immediately showed expressions of deep agreement. What you say is absolutely right. Elder Feng stepped forward, his demeanor still cold and hard, but his eyes were filled with determination. The remnants of the Tower Guards, the weak, are willing to give their all and obey your orders, whether it is to repair their homes or to fight powerful enemies, without hesitation. Elder Ji nodded and said, our clan has accumulated a large amount of data and research on the annihilation beasts, the Tower of Order, and the ecology of the Netherworld star. Although it may not be entirely accurate, we hope it will be helpful to your subsequent actions. We will also do our best to assist in the implementation of the Glimmer Revival Protocol, but the Tower Keeper's attitude was clear and unwavering. Faced with absolute hope and power, they chose to trust and follow without reservation. This is exactly the attitude Li Wan wants. He doesn't need scheming, and intrigue. Time is incredibly precious right now. Very well. Then, the Covenant is hereby established. With the Tower of Order and the Primordial Order as witnesses, the Tower Guardians will fight alongside us for the rebirth of the planet Dark Dust. He raised his hand, a faint gray light swirling around his fingertips, radiating an all-encompassing and vast aura of rules. First, integrate all available combat forces and establish a defensive perimeter centered on the Tower of Order. Second, fully activate the Glimmering Revival Protocol to purify the land from near to far. Third, we need to open up all knowledge bases and find as soon as possible an efficient way to purify and transform annihilation energy using the Primordial Order and weaponize it. The orders were clear and the objectives were well defined. The tower's commanding officers immediately accepted the order and began to act efficiently. The surviving engineers, soldiers, and scholars were quickly organized and assigned to specific tasks. The Tower Guardian base, which had been silent for countless years, was like a finely tuned machine that had been wound up again, and began to operate at full speed around its new core Li Wan and Lin Wan. With the Covenant newly established, the flame of hope burned brightly in the hearts of the Tower Keepers. However, beneath the seemingly positive surface, undercurrents have already begun to stir. Somewhere far from the Tower of Order, deep within a vast cavern shrouded in an impenetrable darkness, several enormous and terrifying consciousnesses were fiercely communicating, their thoughts colliding and causing the surrounding space to constantly distort, shatter, and recombine. Order has been altered. Unfamiliar rules disrupted the chaos. Ants stole the source must be destroyed. The wait has been too long, the mother's will cannot be disobeyed. One of the most colossal consciousnesses, like a stellar black hole devouring all light, let out a final, deep roar that drowned out all other noises. Gather, all, offspring. Awaken, the sleeping Ripper. It is time for this star field to return to eternal silence and chaos. Deep within the cavern, a pair of enormous eyes, darker and colder than the abyss itself, slowly opened. Reflected in those eyes was the distant Tower of Order, which had once again lit up, radiating an aura that filled it with utter loathing and vigilance. At the same time, Li Wan, who was optimizing the energy model of the microlight recovery protocol with the core will at the top of the tower, suddenly stopped and looked up at the distant horizon with eyes as sharp as an eagle. "They're here," he said in a low voice, his tone grave. Lin Wan also sensed it was a kind of malice that seemed to be rejected and suppressed by the entire world, slowly approaching from a great distance like a tsunami. The first real test is about to begin. End of chapter 75. Chapter 76, Prelude to the Storm Global Collapse. Li Wan's deep "here it comes" was like the sounding of an apocalyptic alarm, instantly spreading throughout the tower guard base where hope had just been rekindled. No further explanation is needed. All members of the Spirit Bone clan, as long as they still retain some spiritual energy perception, felt at that moment an extreme malice and repulsion originating from the planet itself, permeating every inch of air, and penetrating every strand of energy. The dark red vortex in the sky spun wildly at an unprecedented speed, like a furious eye, brewing a storm of destruction. A deep, muffled rumble, like the breaking of a planet's skeleton, came from the depths of the earth. Even the land that had just been purified by the micro-light recovery protocol and had regained a glimmer of life has become dull again, and the faint greenery is withering and dying at a visible speed. Activate highest alert. All defense units, maximize energy output. Non-combat personnel, immediately move into deep bunkers. Elder Yao's aged yet resolute voice resounded throughout the base via the psionic network, forcefully suppressing the panic in everyone's hearts. The tower guard, this newly restarted machine, is now operating at maximum efficiency. The remaining energy shield generator emitted an overloaded hum, and layers of pale blue light curtains lit up, enveloping the core area of the base. The remaining automatic turrets and psionic focusers adjusted their angles, aiming at the darkness in the distance. The soldiers gripped their weapons tightly, their silver eyes burning with a resolute determination to fight against despair to the very end. Li Wan and Lin Wan did not stay in the relatively safe base, but returned to the top of the Tower of Order once again. This is the center of energy, and also the place where the storm will first strike. They are mobilizing the remaining chaotic power of the entire planet. Li Wan closed his eyes and sensed it, his expression terribly solemn. Through the primordial order and the control core of the tower, he could vaguely sense that beyond the distant horizon, several enormous nodes of consciousness were awakening, like the heart of darkness beginning to beat. Each beat drew all the annihilation energy remaining deep within the veins of the netherworld star and all the energy floating in the atmosphere, converging and compressing it towards the Tower of Order. This is not a simple beast tied, it is a clash at the level of rules. The enemy will use the remaining power of the entire planet as a hammer to smash this nascent spark that should not exist. Energy readings are surging. Multiple super-large chaotic energy sources have been detected activating simultaneously. The estimated impact intensity exceeds the historical high by 300%. The defense system is expected to withstand the attack for less than 3 breaths. The cold alarm of the core will echo in the tower's top space, even it had calculated a near desperate outcome. 3 breaths? Not even a decent resistance. Lin Wan's face was pale, but she gripped Li Wan's hand tightly. The power of the World Tree's blessing was unleashed without reservation, attempting to stabilize the surrounding energy field that was beginning to fluctuate violently. What can we do? Li Wan suddenly opened his eyes, his gaze no longer grave, but a mixture of desperate madness and calm. We can't fight them head-on. They want to crush us with the power of the entire planet, so we'll overturn this chessboard. He no longer tried to defend himself, but instead completely connected his mind and body with the control of the devouring core, the primordial order, and the Tower of Order. Core. Remove all security restrictions and inject all the ordered energy accumulated within the tower, along with the blessing of the primordial order rules, into the planetary vein link point at the tower's base. They want to draw upon the planet's power, so we'll do the opposite and use the tower's power to forcefully impact the core of the netherworld star's ley lines. This command caused even the core will to momentarily freeze. Warning. This operation carries extremely high risks. It could cause the Earth's ley line energy to go out of control, triggering a global geological catastrophe, and even destabilizing the planet's structure. The Tower of Order may also collapse completely due to the energy backlash. Execute the order. Li Wan roared, his voice carrying an unquestionable will. No destruction, no construction. Rather than being crushed by their planetary power, let's stir up this stagnant pool first. Let's see if their chaos is more suited to disorder, or if our primordial order can find life in destruction. Logical conflict, reassessment, based on the supreme principle for civilization, between absolute destruction and probabilistic survival, choose the latter. Command confirmed. Initiate overload operation. Inject all energy. Rumble. The entire Tower of Order trembled violently, as if it were about to collapse under the strain. The light emanating from the tower instantly became blindingly bright, no longer the gentle light of order, but a destructive, blazing white. A terrifying beam of energy, 100 times thicker than before and containing the primordial order accumulated over countless years by the tower, along with a wisp of grey primordial order, did not shoot into the sky. Instead, like a giant blade plowing the earth, it slammed into the depths of the earth beneath the tower's base. It pierced straight into the core of the Earth's veins on Yuchin star. At that moment, it was as if the entire planet Yuchin had frozen for a split second. Immediately afterwards, thump! A cry of anguish and a roar that defies description, seemingly emanating from the very depths of the planet's soul, came from the deepest part of the Earth. Centered on the Tower of Order, the ground within a radius of thousands of miles undulated violently like waves, arched, and then suddenly tore apart. The bottomless, enormous fissure, like the mouth of a demon, instantly swallowed everything. Fiery magma mixed with extremely concentrated chaotic energy gushed out from the fissure, shooting tens of thousands of meters into the sky. The dark red vortex in the sky was directly dispersed and disrupted by this violent force from the ground. Countless lightning bolts sprang up and exploded amidst the chaotic energy flow. Gale force winds howled, whipping up lava and debris, forming a devastating firestorm. This is not an attack, this is a planetary-level energy out of control. Li Wan forcibly used the power of the Tower of Order to prematurely detonate the wounds and chaos that had accumulated on Yuchin star for countless years. In the distance, those few Lord-level consciousnesses that were guiding the power of chaos clearly did not expect the other side to retaliate in such a way that was almost mutual destruction. The planetary power they had carefully mobilized was instantly out of control in the face of this sudden, global ley line outburst, and even turned against them. Two of the relatively weaker Lord-level consciousnesses were caught off guard and directly torn apart and annihilated by the raging ley line energy and chaotic rules. The remaining ones also roared in shock and anger, and had to temporarily abandon their attacks to resist this indiscriminate planetary-level disaster. The shield of the tower guard base was torn apart by the earthquake and energy shock immediately, and a large number of buildings collapsed. Fortunately, most of the personnel had taken to the shelter, but the losses were still heavy. Elder Phone, covered in blood, continued to direct the remaining forces to stabilize the front line. Elder Ji was frantically calculating the energy flow data, trying to find a glimmer of hope. Elder Yao gazed at the figure atop the tower that still stood firm amidst the destructive storm, his eyes filled with shock and indescribable complexity. At the top of the tower, Li Wan and Lin Wan coughed up blood the moment the energy backlash hit. Li Wan's skin cracked, and he looked like a piece of porcelain covered in cracks. The light of the Tower of Order dimmed rapidly, and cracks appeared all over its body, as if it were about to collapse at any moment. But they succeeded. They used this extreme method to forcibly interrupt the devastating attack of the Lord-level Annihilation Beast, dragging the battlefield into a more chaotic situation, but one that was more advantageous to Li Wan, who possessed the primordial order and was adept at finding balance in chaos. The world has collapsed, and everything is in ruins. But amidst absolute destruction and chaos, a faint, grey rule, like a glimmer of light in the eye of a storm, stubbornly persisted and began to try, to absorb, adapt to, and even guide the raging energy sweeping across the planet. Destruction can also be the breeding ground for new life. But this comfortable environment is far too cruel. End of Chapter 76. Chapter 77, A Glimmer of Light in the Silence, Awakening of the Giant Beast. The light of the Tower of Order has been completely extinguished. It's not a temporary depletion of energy, but a severe structural blow. The tower was covered with spiderweb-like cracks, and the metal surface that was originally covered with runes had lost all its luster, becoming like a stubborn rock that had been weathered for millions of years, lifeless and fragile. Only deep within the base of the tower, in the core area that remained after the forceful impact on the Earth's veins, scorching hot to the point of melting, still testifies to the devastating power it had unleashed not long ago. At the top of the tower, Li Wan knelt on one knee, supporting himself with his hand to keep from falling. He was covered in blood, the cracks under his skin were so deep that the bone was visible, his golden blood had almost dried up, and his breath was as faint as a firefly. Forcibly guiding the tower's energy to impact the Earth's veins caused a backlash far beyond imagination, severely damaging his body and almost tearing his soul apart. If it weren't for the primordial order spontaneously protecting its master at the last moment, barely maintaining his life, he would have long since been reduced to ashes in that violent energy storm. Lin Wan's condition is slightly better, but it is still not optimistic. She knelt beside Li Wan, her hands pressed tightly against his back. The once brilliant light of the World Tree's blessing was now as dim as a candle in the wind, only able to slowly nourish Li Wan's nearly collapsing body and keep him on his last breath. Her face was also pale and transparent. Overexertion caused her vision to blur, and she was only able to stay upright by sheer willpower. Below, the tower defender's base was in complete disarray. More than half of the buildings collapsed completely, most of the energy shield generators and fortifications were destroyed, and the ground was covered with bottomless cracks in which hot magma flowed slowly, emitting the smell of sulfur and burnt ash. The casualties were heavy, and cries of grief were everywhere. Elder Ya was struck by a broken metal beam during the final impact, suffering severe injuries and falling into a coma. Elder Feng lost an arm, but still desperately directed the rescue of survivors and the construction of a temporary defensive line. Elder Ji, along with a small number of technicians, attempted to repair the still functioning detection equipment and monitor the outside world. Hope, which had just been ignited, was ruthlessly extinguished by deeper despair and destruction. The global energy runaway continues. The earth trembled violently from time to time, and the sky was stained with a sickly dark red and yellow by volcanic ash and chaotic energy flows. The ordinary annihilation beasts that had once retreated have become even more frenzied and aggressive in this extremely chaotic environment. They emerge from the cracks and shadows, instinctively attacking anything that exudes an aura of order, including the remaining tower guardians. The whole world seemed to be caught in a final, frantic death struggle. However, amidst this absolute silence and destruction, the nascent primordial order did not perish. Like the most tenacious seed of life, it was deeply rooted in the core of Li Wan's devouring power, and it pulsated slowly with Li Wan's weak heartbeat. It no longer actively absorbs external energy that would be too violent and hasten Li Wan's death, but instead, in an extremely subtle way, it sorts out the chaotic energy remaining in Li Wan's body from the rampaging earth veins, as well as the power of order and blessing that Lin Wan has transferred in. Deep within Li Wan's consciousness, it constructed an extremely small, yet relatively stable, internal cycle. Chaos and order intertwined and collided within it, only to be forcibly harmonized by the grey power of rules, transforming into strands of pure, vital primordial energy that slowly repaired Li Wan's shattered body and soul. This process was incredibly slow, like nourishing a desert with dew. But it was undeniable that Li Wan's life force, which had been ashen, was gradually becoming more solid at an almost imperceptible pace. Lin Wan was the first to notice this subtle change. She was connected to Li Wan by breath and could feel that the originally violent and conflicting energy in his body was gradually approaching a strange balance. Although it was still fragile, it was no longer deteriorating. "Hold on. Li Wan. You're recovering," she whispered in Li Wan's ear with her last strength, tears mixed with blood sliding down her cheeks and dripping onto Li Wan's cold neck. Just then. Buzz. A terrifying wave, far more powerful than that of an ordinary annihilation beast and carrying a clear will to destroy, suddenly came from afar like a boulder thrown into stagnant water, instantly alarming all the remaining tower guards. The psionic detector in front of Elder Ji emitted a piercing shriek. On the screen, a red dot representing an extremely high energy response was approaching the Tower of Order from the direction where the Lord-level annihilation beast had been lurking, at a steady and oppressive speed. It's a Lord-level being. It's awakened. It passed through the energy storm. Elder Ji's voice was hoarse with despair. It seems, it has become even more powerful. Elder Feng clenched his fist with his one arm, looking at the exhausted and wounded survivors around him, and at the crumbling, defenseless Tower of Order. A resolute glint flashed in his eyes. Prepare for a desperate battle. At the top of the tower, Lin Wan also felt the rapidly approaching malice, as if a mountain were collapsing. She looked at Li Wan, who was still unconscious in her arms, and then at the tower guards below who were preparing to put up a final stand with their flesh and blood. A huge sense of powerlessness welled up in her heart. Is going to end here? No. She abruptly raised her head, a glint of madness flashing in her eyes. She gently placed Li Wanping on the ground, then struggled to her feet, facing the direction from which the malice had come. The World Tree's blessing power ignited within her in an unprecedented way. No longer a gentle nourishment, but an explosive, sacrificial eruption. She would use all her life force and soul as fuel to forcefully activate the blessing, to buy Li Wan and the Tower Guardian a final moment. Even if it was only a fleeting instant. A dazzling, supernova-like burst of golden light erupted from her body, illuminating the desolate tower top and stinging the abyss like eyes that were coldly watching from afar. However, just as Lin Wan was about to completely ignite herself, A cold, strong hand suddenly grabbed her wrist, stopping her self-destructive act. Lin Wan trembled and lowered her head in disbelief. Li Wan had opened his eyes at some point. Those eyes were no longer pure black, nor were they a flame intertwined with reason and madness. Instead, they had become a kind of primordial gray. Within that grayness, it seemed as if nebulae were flowing, and there was a regular cycle of birth and death, so profound that it was unsettling. He slowly sat up. Although his body was still covered in cracks and his breath was far from recovered, the pressure that originated from the depths of his soul and resonated faintly with the entire chaotic world made Lin Wan feel a strange yet powerful sense of security. It's not time for the sacrifice yet. Li Wan's voice was hoarse and low, yet carried an undeniable calm. His gray eyes gazed at the enormous shadow in the distance, tearing through chaotic energy and shattering mountains and rivers step by step. It came at just the right time. I just happened to need a whetstone to test the sharpness of this primordial order. End of chapter 77. Chapter 78, First Test of Skill, Laws as Blades. Li Wan's awakening was silent and unexpected, yet it seemed to press the pause button on this desolate and hopeless world. He didn't unleash any earth-shattering aura, he simply stood up slowly, surrounded not by energy flames, but by an invisible field. A sense of presence as if he were one with the collapsing mountains and rivers, the chaotic energy flow, and even the ever-approaching terrifying malice. His gray eyes calmly gazed into the distance, his gaze no longer one of confrontation, but rather, scrutiny. Li Wan. Lin Wan was overjoyed and wanted to go forward to help him, but he gently waved his hand to stop her. Stay here and stabilize the remaining energy at the top of the tower. His voice was still hoarse, but it carried a convincing calmness. He took a step forward, but did not fly up. Instead, it was as if he were stepping on an invisible staircase, walking step by step from the top of the tower to the void, towards the enormous shadow that was tearing the earth apart and bringing with it a storm of destruction. The approaching Lord-level annihilation beast was completely different in form from the previous ones. It has no fixed form, but is more like a living darkness that is constantly twisting and expanding. At its core, countless fragments of soul struggling in pain can be vaguely seen wailing. That is the core of resentment that it has condensed after devouring countless living beings. Wherever it goes, space collapses on its own, and rules are forcibly twisted into a form conducive to chaos. It is the awakened terror. It had clearly also noticed the strange and faint presence that had emerged from the Tower of Death. A surge of intent, mixed with doubt and tyranny, struck Li Wan like a tangible shockwave. This mental impact was enough to instantly tear apart the soul of an ordinary planetary-level powerhouse. Li Wan neither dodged nor evaded, but simply raised his cracked hand, still oozing golden blood, and gently clenched it against the invisible impact. Buzz! In front of his palm, the space was slightly distorted. The violent mental impact vanished without a trace the moment it touched that distorted space. It wasn't defended or neutralized, but rather, decomposed and assimilated. It was as if the mental force itself had become a kind of nourishment that could be digested. The living darkness of the Ripper churned violently, letting out an even angrier and more wary roar. It sensed something was wrong. This seemingly weak being was using power that was completely beyond its comprehension. It wasn't order, nor chaos, but something more fundamental, something capable of ignoring its rules and distorting its force field. A fleeting, data-like glint flashed in Li Wan's gray eyes. Through that brief encounter, and with the combined analysis of the primordial order and the devouring core, he had roughly figured out the background of the enemy before him. Using pain and resentment as fuel, it distorts the laws of space to create an absolute, chaotic repulsion domain. Its core weakness lies in the instability of the aggregate of resentment itself, and its ignorance of higher-level rules. He understood and decided to stop waiting. Faced with the terror roaring once again, wielding a giant claw made of pure chaotic energy powerful enough to shatter mountains, Li Wan took the initiative to meet it head-on this time. He didn't use any fancy moves, he simply pointed his fingers like a knife and gently slashed at the incoming chaotic giant claw. The movements were so gentle, as if they were merely leaving a trace in the air. But right where his fingertips traced the path, an extremely thin, extremely faint gray thread appeared out of thin air. These gray threads were inconspicuous and did not emit any powerful energy fluctuations. However, the instant the Ripper's chaotic claws, powerful enough to annihilate laws, touched this thread. Laugh! Like a red-hot knife cutting into solidified grease, without the slightest resistance. The giant claw, which was condensed with terrifying chaotic energy, along with the distorted spatial rules within it, was smoothly cleaved in two by these seemingly fragile gray threads. It wasn't just a physical cut. At the cut surface, the chaotic energy didn't explode. Instead, it quickly lost its activity, turned gray, disintegrated, and ultimately dissipated into the most basic energy particles. Even the imprint of the rules contained within it was completely erased. Roar! The Ripper let out an unprecedented wail, a mixture of excruciating pain and extreme terror. Its living darkness retreated frantically, and the gray marks from the cut wound continued to spread to its body like a malignant tumor, turning everything in its path, whether darkness, energy, or distorted rules, into nothingness. Its reputation for creating absolute chaos by twisting rules became a joke in the face of these gray threads. The opponent's attack directly affected the rules themselves, dismantling its power at its source in a way that it could neither understand nor resist. Li Wan hovered in the air, watching the Tira retreat in panic, its breath disordered. There was no triumph in his gray eyes, only a cold calm. The order of the beginning encompasses both order and chaos. Its true brilliance lies not in creation, but in definition and deconstruction. Before it, solidified order is a shackle, and raging chaos is an illusion. Only the ever-changing and evolving balance and possibility are real. He raised his hand, and the chilling gray light once again enveloped his fingertips. This time, it was no longer silk threads, but transformed into a faint, ethereal phantom of a short blade composed of countless tiny gray runes. Your core, that painful aggregate Li Wan's gaze pierced through the churning darkness of the Ripper and locked onto the core of resentment that was constantly wailing within it. I will grant you liberation. He took a step forward, his figure like a ghost, instantly traversing the chaotic space and appearing before the frantically retreating Ripper. The gray short blade in his hand carried a sense of judgment and purification, ignoring all the obstruction of chaotic energy, and pierced straight into the deepest part of that darkness. The Ripper let out a desperate shriek, mobilizing all its chaotic power to construct layers of distorted spatial barriers and law barriers in front of its core. However, the gray dagger cut into the water as if it were nothing, treating those barriers that could trap and kill stars as nothing, and resolutely pierced into the core of that wailing resentment. There was no explosion, no light. There was only one kind of silence, a silence as if all things had returned to nothingness. The core, which contained countless pains and resentments, stopped abruptly the moment it came into contact with the gray dagger. All the wails ceased, and all the darkness dissipated like the receding tide. In the end, it transformed into a wisp of pure, attribute-less primordial energy, which was absorbed by the gray dagger and fed back into Li Wan's body. The Ripper's massive, twisted, dark body collapsed and vanished instantly, as if its skeleton had been removed, leaving no trace. In the void, only Li Wan's back, holding his blade, remained, along with the increasingly solid gray aura surrounding him, which blended more seamlessly with this chaotic world. At the top of the tower, Li Wan and all the tower guards who saw the scene through the remaining equipment stood there dumbfounded, utterly shocked. One move? No, it wasn't even a move. Just two simple attacks, one to dismantle the attack, and one to strike at the core. That Lord-level annihilation beast, capable of destroying the last hope of their civilization, was just erased? Li Wan slowly turned around, his gray eyes looking at Li Wan at the top of the tower, then sweeping over the dumbfounded tower guards below, and finally looking at this still chaotic world, which seemed to have been subtly different because of him. He raised his hand, feeling the primordial order within him, which had grown slightly stronger after absorbing the core essence of the ripener, and murmured to himself, yet it was like a declaration of law, clearly resounding throughout the surroundings. With this blade, a new order will be established. The chaos of Yuchen Star. I will redefine it. End of Chapter 78. Chapter 79, Reshaping Heaven and Earth, a spark ignites a prairie fire. The annihilation of the Ripper was not silent. Its collapse, which embodied countless resentments and the origins of chaos, was like throwing a piece of ice into a boiling pot of oil, triggering a chain reaction. The first thing sensed were the remaining low-level annihilation beasts scattered throughout the planet Yuchen. Having lost the leadership and power of their sovereign beings, the raging chaotic energy within them instantly lost its backbone, becoming disordered and chaotic. Some of the weaker ones disintegrated directly, dissipating into pure chaotic energy. The slightly stronger ones fell into frenzied infighting and instinctive escape, no longer able to pose an organized threat. Following this was the still raging global energy storm. With the Ripper no longer acting as the largest chaotic energy aggregation known to guide and amplify it, the chaos caused by the ley line's rampage began to gradually subside. Although the Earth is still scarred, volcanoes are still erupting, and fissures are still jagged, the violent malice originating from the level of rules, which seem to want to tear the entire planet apart, is slowly dissipating like the receding tide. The dark red vortex in the sky slowed down significantly, the chaotic energy flow was no longer so violent, and in some areas, faint, normal starlight began to penetrate the thick dust and the afterglow of energy, casting its light on this wounded land. The source of all these changes clearly points to that figure hovering above the ruins of the Tower of Order, surrounded by a gray aura reminiscent of the beginning of chaos. Li Wan closed his eyes, focusing all his attention on sensing the subtle resonance between the primordial order and the entire planet. After devouring the core essence of the Ripper, this newly created rule seemed to have received a crucial completion, becoming more dynamic and powerful. It was no longer confined to his body, but rather, as if it had its own life and will, it began to spontaneously and gently spread its influence outward. Using himself as a medium and the primordial order as a blueprint, he began to attempt the first proactive and large-scale intervention in the rules. He didn't try to forcefully quell the storm, nor did he try to fill the cracks. The power required for that was far too immense, beyond his current capabilities. What he did was more fundamental. He guided the power of the primordial order, weaving it into the broken network of rules of the dark dust star like the finest embroidery needle. Wherever he passed, the fragments of rules violent, contradictory, and repulsive made violent by annihilation, pollution, and the rampage of the Earth's veins, were brushed by the gray light, as if injected with a lubricant and harmonizing agent. Order and chaos were no longer locked in a life or death struggle, but began to attempt a clumsy, slow coexistence and flow. In reality, this manifests as faint glimmers of order appearing at the edges of the ley lines that spew forth chaotic energy, curbing the disorderly spread of energy. The deeply polluted, barren lands, though not immediately purified, show a significant reduction in their inherent malice, and in some places, extremely thin, neutral energy mists begin to spontaneously condense. The turbulent energy currents in the sky also seem to be smoothed out by an invisible hand, becoming relatively gentle, and no longer easily tearing through space. This change didn't happen overnight, and it's far from healing the planet. It's more like spreading a thin layer of life-giving soil on a scorched wasteland. But this seemingly insignificant change was nothing short of a miracle to the surviving tower keepers. They could clearly feel that the suffocating oppression in the air had disappeared. The flow of psionic energy became smoother than ever before, and even the recovery speed of the seriously wounded had accelerated. Although the ground beneath their feet was still shattered, it no longer emanated the relentless malice that tried to devour everything. The rules have been rewritten. Despite his severe injuries, Elder G struggled to his feet and rushed to the remaining observation equipment. Looking at the energy spectrum displayed on it, which was slowly approaching a dynamic equilibrium, tears streamed down his face. It's true. He is truly reshaping the world. Elder Foam, leaning on his weapon with his one arm, gazed at the gray figure in the sky, his eyes filled with unprecedented awe and fervor. He turned abruptly and, facing all the surviving tower keepers who were inspired by this miraculous change, let out a hoarse but incredibly resolute roar. Everyone! Seize the opportunity. Cooperate with the will of the rulemakers and fully implement the glimmering revival protocol. Clear the ruins, heal the wounded, channel energy, and sow the seeds of life. This is our time to rebuild our homes. Hope, like a spark that ignites a prairie fire, was completely ignited in the hearts of all the tower guards. They were no longer survivors passively waiting to be rescued, but became builders of a new order. The remaining forces were efficiently organized and thrown into the vigorous reconstruction work. Engineers repaired the still-functioning equipment, soldiers cleared dangerous areas and scattered monsters around the base, and scholars began to study how to utilize this new rule-based environment to optimize the recovery plan. At the top of the tower, Lin Wan looked down at the tower guard base that had been revitalized, feeling the chaotic yet vibrant changes in the surrounding world. Then, looking at the figure in the air who seemed to be one with the whole world, her eyes were filled with pride and tenderness. The World Tree's blessing power within her thrived in this new environment, greatly increasing her recovery speed and resonating more closely with the pervasive primordial order, seemingly undergoing some kind of subtle evolution. Li Wan slowly opened his eyes, his gray pupils reflecting the planet that was slowly healing. He could sense that the spread of the primordial order had reached the limit he could currently guide. It will take a long time and even greater power to completely purify and balance the entire dark dust star. But the first step has already been taken firmly. He moved swiftly, returning to the top of the tower and landing beside Lin Wan. How are you feeling? Lin Wan quickly stepped forward to support him and asked with concern. She could sense that although Li Wan's breathing was deep, it also revealed a hint of fatigue, indicating that his actions just now had taken a great toll. It's all right. Li Wan shook his head, his gaze sweeping over the busy tower guards below, finally settling on the distant area still shrouded in dense darkness, the direction where other Lord-level annihilation beasts lurked. This has only temporarily suppressed the chaos and bought some time. The real threat has not been eliminated. He raised his hand, palm up, and a wisp of gray primordial order energy coiled like a docile little snake. They 1T stand idly by and let the new rules settle in. Next time, there will probably be more than one Ripper. We need stronger power, and we also need more sparks. His gaze seemed to pierce through the endless void, reaching into the depths of the starry sky. The changes on Yuchen star have likely already attracted the attention of some beings. And he and his primordial order are destined not to remain in a corner of the world. The spark has been ignited, but whether it can spread like wildfire and illuminate an even wider darkness remains to be seen. The road ahead is still long. End of chapter 79. Chapter 80, Visitors from the Stars, a moment of decision. Amidst the ruins of the Tower of Order, a brief moment of peace was shattered by a piercing alarm that seemed to tear at the very soul, emanating from beyond the heavens. That was not a sound in the physical sense, but an incomparably powerful spiritual energy fluctuation with a cold scanning quality, like an invisible giant net that instantly enveloped the entire Yuchen star. The tower guard base, which had just shown some signs of life due to the initial stabilization of the environment, instantly fell silent again. All the Spirit Bone Clan members, no matter what they were doing, suddenly raised their heads and looked at the sky, which was still obscured by dust and the afterglow of energy. Their silvery white eyes were filled with indescribable horror. They had never felt this psionic energy fluctuation before. It did not belong to the annihilation beasts, nor to any known cosmic civilization. It was more orderly, more icy, carrying an absolute indifference that seemed to be looking down upon an experimental subject. Hyperspace signal detected. Unknown fleet is approaching. Energy level, incalculable. Threat level, beyond definition. The alarm from the core will, which had just begun to function again, sounded more urgent than ever before, even causing a tremor in Li Wan's consciousness space. Li Wan and Lin Wan's expressions changed simultaneously, and they instantly appeared at the edge of the tower top, looking up at the sky. Above the murky sky, several enormous hyperspace vortexes, resembling gaping scars, slowly took shape. Within the vortexes, the faint, suffocating silhouettes of massive ships were slowly emerging. The warships were entirely dark silver, with smooth yet menacing lines, exuding a cold mechanical beauty and a destructive sense of power. Their scale far exceeded any creation of the Spirit Bone Clan at its peak, and the mere aftershocks of their energy caused the energy field of the dark dust star, which had just calmed down, to fluctuate violently once again. It's them! Lin Wan suddenly exclaimed in shock, her face turning deathly pale. The World Tree's blessing power within her trembled violently as if it had encountered a natural enemy, conveying a strong warning and a deep-seated fear. I've seen similar descriptions in the fragments of memory inherited from the World Tree, the Cosmic Noble Council's purging fleet. Cosmic Nobles? Purge fleet? Li Wan's eyes narrowed. He sensed the seriousness of the situation from Lin Wan's reaction and the alarm from the core will. Legend has it that this is an alliance of ancient and powerful civilizations that consider themselves the maintainers of cosmic order. Lin Wan's voice trembled. They are known for their absolute power and ruthless rationality, and they monitor known star systems. Any variable that could potentially trigger large-scale disruption of rules and threaten the balance of the universe will be flagged by them and assessed and eliminated. She grabbed Li Wan's arm tightly, her eyes filled with anxiety. Li Wan. The global energy outburst on Yuchen star before, and the rule changes you caused, the commotion was too big. They must have marked us as high-risk variables. They've come to deal with us. As if to confirm Lin Wan's words, the massive, crystal prism-like device on the bow of the first main battleship to complete the jump in the sky suddenly lit up. A cold, emotionless stream of information in universal language forcefully flooded the minds of every conscious individual on Yuchen star. Announcement: the region of Yuchen star K7 Beta 3382 has been detected to exhibit supernormal rule disturbances and unauthorized high-dimensional interference. In accordance with Article 7, Paragraph 3 of the Pan-Cosmic Civilization Survival Convention, temporary control measures are now in effect for this region. All native and extraterrestrial intelligent entities are to surrender and submit to review. Repeat, surrender and submit to review. The will contained within the information flow is unquestionable, carrying an absolute authority that seems to be able to decide the life and death of civilization at will. Give up resistance? Accept interrogation? Elder Fong gripped his weapon tightly with his one arm, his eyes burning with rage. What do they take us for? Lab rats? Elder Ji stared at the dazzling energy signal on the detector, representing the unknown fleet, as bright as a star, and closed his eyes in despair. It's useless. Fong. Their technology and power level far surpasses ours, perhaps even far beyond our comprehension. Resistance is meaningless. The hope that the Tower Keeper had just ignited was once again shrouded in a deeper despair, originating from the sea of stars. Li Wan's gray eyes were fixed on the enormous warship in the sky, which looked down upon all living beings like a god, feeling the immense power and cold order contained within it that far surpassed that of the Ripper. The primordial order within his body operated spontaneously, resisting the psionic fluctuations that were trying to scan and suppress him, and conveying a strong sense of rejection and challenge. These so-called cosmic nobles maintain a rigid order that does not allow any accidents or changes a dead order. This is exactly the opposite of the living order of dynamic balance that the primordial order pursues. Scrutiny? Control? Li Wan's voice wasn't loud, but it echoed clearly at the top of the tower, even overpowering the announcement from the Starsea. You dare to challenge me? He stepped forward, shielding Lin Wan behind him, and faced the overwhelming fleet alone. The chaotic gray aura surrounding him was no longer contained, but rose up like a giant dragon awakening. Although it still seemed insignificant compared to the overall pressure of the fleet, its inherent height caused the cold scanning wave to become noticeably disordered and stagnant. Ha! A slightly surprised thought, seemingly from countless light years away, came through the main battleship. An interesting variable. The energy level isn't high, but the nature of the rules is unprecedented. Capture priority raised to the highest. With this thought, several smaller, helm-like fast warships broke away from the main fleet, shooting straight towards the ruins of the Tower of Order like arrows released from a bow, their cold blue light gleaming. Their objective was clear: capture Li Wan. Li Wan! Lin Wan exclaimed anxiously. The tower defenders also let out angry and desperate cries, preparing for a final, futile resistance. At this critical moment. Ding! Extremely high threat external force intervention detected. Hidden emergency plan triggered, spark inheritance. Option 1, comply with the investigation. The host will be taken to the Cosmic Noble Council for research, with a survival rate of 1.7%. There is an extremely high probability that the primordial order will be stripped and analyzed. Lin Wan and the Tower Guardian civilization will be judged as low-value appendages and will most likely undergo harmless disposal elimination. Option 2, activate Spark Inheritance. Consume all currently accumulated primordial order essence and system reserve energy to forcibly open an unstable, random hyperspace channel for strategic relocation. Success rate unknown. Relocation coordinates unknown. Subsequent risks extremely high. Please make a decision within 10 seconds. The system's notification tone, colder and more urgent than ever before, presented Li Wan with two cruel choices. Obedience would almost certainly mean certain death and would also implicate everyone he cared about. Escape is an option, but the future is uncertain. You might end up in an even more dangerous situation and pay the heavy price of losing almost all your strength. Li Wan's gaze swept over Lin Wan, whose face was pale beside him, over the tower guards below who saw him as their hope and were prepared to follow him to the death, and finally landed on the enemy ships that were rapidly approaching, emitting cold capture beams. There was no hesitation in his gray eyes. He made his decision almost the instant the system countdown ended. I choose Spark Legacy. He suddenly spread his arms wide, and the newly formed, not yet fully stable primordial order within his body, along with all the power accumulated from devouring the core, and the enormous energy that the system instantly poured in, seemingly about to burst him, were all unreservedly and frantically injected into the ruins of the Tower of Order beneath his feet, which was connected to his fate. In my order, I ignite the spark. Even if the road ahead is unknown, I will die 100 times without regret. Boom! A chaotic pillar of light, indescribable in color and seemingly containing all possibilities from the very beginning of the universe, shot into the sky from the ruins of the Tower of Order. Wherever the pillar passed, space shattered like glass, revealing the bizarre and dangerous hyperspace turbulence behind it. The enemy ships that rushed in were directly blown away and severely damaged by this sudden burst of energy, which was completely different from any known energy system. In the sky, the main battleship emitted a wave of alarm and anger. Stop him. That's a source-level reaction? But it was too late. The chaotic pillar of light, carrying Lin Wan, and a small number of tower guardians in the core area, including 3 seriously injured elders who were forcibly enveloped by his power at the last moment, instantly plunged into the unstable hyperspace channel that had been forcibly torn open, like water droplets being sucked into a vortex. After Li Wan and the others disappeared, the passage quickly collapsed and vanished, leaving only a shrinking spatial singularity in the futile anger of the massive fleet in the sky. Spark was forced to leave its cradle and embark on a journey filled with unknowns and dangers. Will the fate of Yuchen Star, and the so-called Cosmic Noble Council, end here? The answer is clearly no. End of Chapter 80. Chapter 81, Alien Greenfields, First Touch of the Laws. There was no tearing sensation as I had expected while traversing a wormhole, nor the weightlessness of falling into nothingness. As the forcibly torn, unstable hyperspace passage swallowed the last glimmer of light, Li Wan's last impression was of Lin Wan tightly gripping his hand, and the horrified yet resolute faces of the tower-guarding elders. Immediately following was an indescribable envelopment and permeation. It was as if they had sunk into a warm and vibrant ocean, where countless tiny green energy points, carrying the fresh scent of grass and trees, seemed to possess life, actively wrapping around their broken bodies and trying to penetrate their parched meridians and souls. This energy is neither the cold order of the Tower of Order, nor the violent chaos of the dark dust star. It is more primitive, inclusive, and full of vigorous, wildly growing life force. I don't know how much time has passed. Perhaps it was just a moment, or perhaps it was eternity. Li Wan was awakened by a violent cough. His lungs burned as if he had inhaled an excessively strong concentration of oxygen. He suddenly opened his eyes, and the sight that came into view made him momentarily stunned. It was no longer the desolate and dark red landscape of Yuchen Star, nor the cold metallic sheen of the Tower of Order. Above, there are layers upon layers of lush, verdant canopies, their enormous leaves like canopies that slice the sky into fragments, casting dappled, shimmering green light. The air was filled with the fragrance of earth, the fresh scent of grass and trees, and a life energy so rich it was almost tangible. Thick vines coiled around the towering ancient trees like giant dragons, and all sorts of strange plants that emitted a faint glow filled the field of vision. On the huge leaves of some fern-like plants, there were even glistening dewdrops rolling. They seemed to have fallen deep into a primeval forest, with a thick, soft ground beneath them covered with countless fallen leaves and moss. Where am I?" Lin Wan's weak voice sounded from the side. She had also woken up and looked at the incredibly vibrant scene around her, her pale face filled with shock. The world tree's blessing power within her seemed to return to its womb, spontaneously becoming active and greedily absorbing the rich life energy around her, greatly accelerating her recovery. "I don't know, but it's definitely not Yuchen Star, nor is it any known star system we're familiar with." Li Wan struggled to sit up, but the movement aggravated his injuries, causing him to groan and another trickle of golden blood to spill from the corner of his mouth. He checked his internal organs, and his heart sank. Emptiness. An unprecedented emptiness. In order to activate the spark inheritance, he burned almost all of the primordial order origin. The devouring core also became dim and lifeless, like a furnace that had exhausted all its fuel, with only a few weak sparks struggling. His power plummeted to its lowest point ever, even weaker than when he was first reborn in the wasteland. His body was riddled with holes, covered with scars from spatial tears and energy backlash. He looked around and saw that besides Lin Wan, there were dozens of unconscious tower guards scattered around. The three elders were also there, but their condition was worse. Their breaths were weak and seemed to be about to go out at any moment. Clearly, at the last moment, he only had time to protect this very core group of people. "Save them first," Li Wan said to Lin Wan, suppressing the heaviness in his heart. The most urgent task was to stabilize their injuries and ascertain their surroundings. Lin Wan nodded, forcing herself to stay upright, and began to mobilize the remaining bit of her blessing power, transforming it into a gentle radiance of life that enveloped Elder Yao, who was closest and most severely injured. The green life energy fused with her golden light, with remarkable effect. Elder Yao's weak breathing seemed to have stabilized somewhat. Li Wan also sat down cross-legged, trying to guide the rich life energy around him into his body. However, what made him frown was that although these energies were enormous and gentle, they seemed to be somewhat disconnected from the power system within his body. They cannot be directly absorbed and transformed by the core of the devouring, nor can they effectively nourish his original wounds originating from the primordial order. They can only repair the surface wounds of his body extremely slowly. The energy laws of this world are very peculiar. Li Wan opened his eyes, a trace of solemnity flashing in his gray eyes. It seems to reject the direct intervention of non-living forces. Just then, shoo, shoo, from the surrounding forest came a faint sound, like something moving quickly across the moss. Li Wan and Lin Wan instantly became alert. In this completely unfamiliar environment, any movement could mean danger. A few figures cautiously peeked out from the bushes not far away. That was neither human nor a member of the Spirit Bone clan. They are only about half a person tall, with skin that is brownish-red like tree bark, slender bodies, and limbs that are as flexible as vines. On their heads are ears that look like leaves and a pair of large, clear, emerald-like eyes that are full of curiosity and vigilance. In their hands they held simple spears or staffs made of some kind of luminous wood or crystal, and their bodies emanated life energy fluctuations that were of the same origin as the surrounding forest. These tiny humanoid creatures were looking at Li Wan and Lin Wan with a mixture of fear, curiosity, and a hint of awe, especially at the World Tree's blessing light on Lin Wan's body that had not yet fully subsided. One of the little ones, who seemed to be the leader, mustered his courage, took a small step forward, and uttered a series of clear and melodious syllables, like the sound of wind chimes. At the same time, he made a complex gesture with his hands in front of his chest, and a faint spiritual wave carrying inquiry and goodwill was transmitted over him. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing the surprise in each other's eyes. These native creatures seem to possess considerable intelligence, and they exhibit a unique response to Lin Wan's blessing power. Lin Wan tried to release a gentler, more inclusive aura of blessing, and used her spiritual energy to convey friendly intentions. Sensing Lin Wan's kindness, the little ones visibly relaxed, their wariness lessened, and their curiosity intensified. The leader spoke again, his tone becoming more relaxed. He pointed at Lin Wan, then at a certain direction in the forest, and made a follow gesture. "Where do they want to take us?" Lin Wan asked Li Wan. Li Wan pondered for a moment, assessing his own poor condition and the situation of the tower guards around him. Staying here was clearly not a solution. They needed information, a safe haven, and a way to restore their strength. "Let us go with them." Li Wan made his decision. As it stands, they don't seem to have any ill intentions. Moreover, the power system of this world might have something in common with your blessing power, which could be our opportunity. Through Lin Wan's communication with the small forest creatures, the survivors were carefully lifted up. These creatures, though small in size, were quite strong and seemed to be able to draw upon the power of the forest and followed this group of peculiar guides into the depths of the forest. Along the way, Li Wan observed carefully. He discovered that the plants on this planet were unusually large and ancient, with many trees requiring dozens of people to encircle their trunks, and vines as thick as giant pythons. The life energy permeating the air is not evenly distributed, but rather flows like a river, becoming particularly concentrated at certain specific plants or ley lines. He could even see some glowing fungi and small organisms absorbing this energy. A planet, governed by the laws of life? Li Wan had a vague guess in his mind. After walking for an unknown amount of time, the view suddenly opened up ahead. A vast forest clearing, surrounded by countless towering ancient trees, appeared before them. In the center of the clearing stood not a building, but an enormous golden tree, seemingly connecting heaven and earth. The giant tree's trunk, as if cast in gold, radiated a gentle glow, while its branches and leaves displayed a dreamlike array of 7 colors, exuding a vast, yet warm and inclusive, life force. Just by approaching it, Li Wan felt the dormant devouring core and the remnant flame of the primordial order within his body tremble slightly. The small creatures that had led the way all prostrated themselves on the ground the moment they saw the giant golden tree, chanting with utmost devotion. Lin Wan was trembling all over. Looking at the golden tree, her eyes were filled with indescribable excitement and resonance. The power of the world tree's blessing within her surged out uncontrollably, creating a strong, blood-like resonance with the tree's aura. The world tree a shared aura but even more ancient and complete? Lin Wan's voice trembled with disbelief. Just then, the canopy-like branches of the golden tree swayed gently, and a warm, ancient thought, seemingly imbued with the essence of eternity, caressed the hearts of everyone like a spring breeze. The lost benefactor, and the stranger who possesses the forbidden order. Welcome to the ancestral land of all trees, the planet Sanluo. End of chapter 81. Chapter 82, The Words of the Ancestral Land, the Order of Taboos. The voice of the golden tree did not travel through the air, but resounded directly in the depths of the soul, carrying a calming power that soothed restlessness. The forest dwellers, prostrate on the ground, became even more devout, and even the comatose elders guarding the tower seemed to relax their furrowed brows. Li Wan was deeply shocked. Forbidden order? This term directly points to the core of his power, the origin that stems from the primordial order, yet has become unique through devouring infusion. This ancient tree can see right through his roots? He suppressed his surging blood and straightened his broken yet still upright spine, looking directly at the tree trunk that flowed with golden light. He responded with his spirit, neither humble nor arrogant, respected spirits of our ancestral land, thank you for accepting us uninvited guests. My name is Li Wan, and this is my partner, Lin Wan. We were stranded here by chance while fleeing from disaster, and we have no intention of offending you. Calamity. The giant tree's thoughts carried a distant sigh, that chaos and destruction that tore through the starry sky. I felt it. That was the aura of the Void Devourer, a chronic disease of the universe, and also, a byproduct of order going to extremes. Its thoughts lingered on Lin Wan, becoming even gentler. Child, the blessing upon you originates from a young and courageous member of your kind. It chose you, entrusting you with the spark of life and hope. In this ancestral land, you will be nourished, and your strength will take root and flourish. Lin Wan felt that warmth, which was of the same origin but even more vast, and couldn't help but bow deeply. Thank you for your protection, spirit of our ancestral land. We still have companions who are seriously injured, and we beg you to lend a helping hand. Life flows naturally here. The branches and leaves of the giant tree swayed gently, scattering more light rain containing pure life energy, tenderly enveloping all the unconscious tower guards. The wounds on their bodies began to heal at a visible speed, and the signs of decay were replaced by vibrant life. Although the damage to their essence and spirit could not be repaired overnight, at least their lives were no longer in danger. Having done all this, the giant tree focused its attention on Li Wan again, its gentle gaze carrying an indescribable scrutiny. Li Wan, the stranger. The order within you should be one of the cornerstones that build all things and maintain balance. But you devoured and melted it in a domineering way, and it lost its original purity and inclusiveness, becoming extremely exclusive and aggressive. From our perspective, which follows the laws of nature's cycle of life and the harmony of all things, this is taboo. Li Wan remained silent. He understood what the giant tree meant. His path to power is essentially about plundering and strengthening himself, which is indeed contrary to the symbiotic and nourishing life laws exhibited by this planet. This is my way. Li Wan did not argue, but calmly stated, to be reborn from ruins, to struggle through despair, only by mastering power can one protect what one wants to protect. If this order is forbidden, I will gladly accept it. The giant trees did not rebuke, but instead revealed a kind of inclusiveness as if it had witnessed countless changes over the years. There is no high or low in the way, but different paths. I am not asking you to abandon your own way. I am just reminding you that in this place, the forbidden order will be instinctively rejected by the life laws of the entire Sunluo star. You cannot easily absorb the life energy of this place to repair yourself like this benefactor. This is precisely the biggest dilemma Li Wan is facing right now. He feels like a furnace that has fallen into water, surrounded by water but unable to burn. May I ask the spirit of this ancestral land, what should I do? Li Wan asked directly, posing the crucial question. Since this ancient tree had pointed out the problem, perhaps it also had a solution. Two paths, came the giant tree's thoughts, clear and direct. First, from the inside out. Try to understand and accept the life laws of this place, and infuse your order with a touch of life to reduce its rejection. But this requires a long time and enlightenment, not something that can be accomplished overnight. Li Wan frowned slightly. What he lacked most right now was time. The threat from the Cosmic Noble Council was like the sword of Damocles, and he didn't know when it would fall. And the second one? Secondly, from the outside in. The giant tree's thoughts pointed to the depths of the forest. Sunluo star is not only filled with gentle life energy. Where there is life, there is death. Where there is light, there is darkness. In places where life energy is most concentrated, sometimes some abnormal beings will be born or breed. They may be withered beasts that devour life, crystals of annihilation that are formed by the distortion of laws, or even sources of death formed from the remains of some ancient fallen beings. These beings are essentially contrary to the laws of life and contain the power of destruction, decay, and annihilation. For you, they may be better fuel. A glint of light flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Devouring others and converting their power to replenish himself. This is exactly what he excels at. This path is undoubtedly more in line with his Tao, and it's also faster. Where can we find these outcasts? Li Wan pressed. They usually lurk in the shadow of the torrent of life, or in the ruins of some ancient battlefields. The villages of the forest people are occasionally disturbed by them. You can walk alongside these children, both to help them and to seek the resources you need. The giant trees will sweep over the respectful forest dwellers. However, remember, act within your limits. Your current state, being an excessively powerful abnormal being, is not a tonic, but a deadly poison. This is a well-intentioned reminder, as well as an objective assessment of his current capabilities. I understand. Thank you for your guidance, spirit of the ancestral land. Li Wan sincerely thanked you. The ancient tree not only did not expel him because he possessed the forbidden order, but instead pointed out the path and showed great tolerance. Go, stranger. Your path is full of thorns and challenges, but it also contains infinite possibilities. Lin Wan, the one who favors you, you may stay near your ancestral land. The energy here will greatly benefit you and may help you fully integrate with the blessings and touch the deeper mysteries of life. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, her eyes filled with concern and determination. She knew that Li Wan had to take the more difficult and faster path, and she also needed to improve her strength as soon as possible so that she could help him in the future. Be careful. All the words in the story are summed up in one simple admonition. Li Wan nodded and looked at the forest people who had stood up and were looking at him curiously. The little guy in the lead seemed to have received instructions from the giant tree. He stepped forward and gestured to Li Wan, indicating that he should follow them. Li Wan took a deep breath, sensing the remaining power within him. Although it was less than a tenth of his original strength, it should be enough to handle initial exploration and low-intensity combat. He needed to find the first batch of fuel as soon as possible to ignite the dying flame within him. He strode forward, following the nimble forest dwellers, once again venturing into the deep and unknown primeval forest. This time, his goal was clear: to hunt others, to heal his wounds through battle, and to forge his own forbidden path in this land of life. Beneath that golden tree, Lin Wan sat cross-legged, closed her eyes, and immersed herself completely in the vast and warm life force. Her aura began to resonate with the entire ancestral land, and the blessing from the world tree within her was growing and transforming at an unprecedented speed. End of Chapter 82. Chapter 83, A Desolate Shadow, a first test of skill. As Li Wankai followed the nimble forest dwellers through the dense forest, he gained a deeper understanding of the wonder of this planet. The moss underfoot was soft and elastic, and with each step, I could feel the steady and profound pulse of life coming from the depths of the earth. The surrounding giant trees and vines are not inanimate objects, they constantly emit faint thoughts, resonating with the life energy flowing in the air, forming an invisible network of life that covers the entire planet. And he, like a discordant noise, walks on this network. The surrounding energy maintained a gentle yet firm distance from him. He could only rely on the remaining essence within his body and the weak suction of the devouring core to slowly absorb the strands of free energy to repair the wounds of his body. But for his depleted essence, it was like a drop in the ocean. The sense of rejection is indeed strong. Li Wan thought to himself, becoming even more determined to find the outcast. The forest dwellers who led the way, Li Wan learned from their simple spiritual communication that they called themselves the Wood Spirit Clan and were extremely familiar with the forest. They leap and dart among the thick vines, swinging across ravines with the help of hanging aerial roots, their movements full of natural rhythm. They were both curious about Li Wan, this stranger, and instinctively fearful of him. In particular, when he occasionally revealed a sharp aura belonging to the Forbidden Order that he could not completely suppress due to aggravating his injuries, the little wood spirits would subconsciously shrink their necks, and tension would show in their emerald eyes. The leader of the group, a wood spirit named Qingye, is the head of this squad. It would occasionally turn its head, using clear syllables and gestures to indicate directions to Li Wan, while vigilantly observing its surroundings. Suddenly, Qingye stopped, her small nose twitched slightly, and her leaf-shaped ears perked up alertly. It raised its glowing wooden staff and pointed to a slightly shady woodland to its left. The trees there were noticeably sparser than those around them, their branches and leaves were somewhat withered and yellow, and the moss covering the ground had lost its luster, presenting an unhealthy grayish color. The once abundant life energy in the air becomes thin and stagnant here, replaced by a faint, unsettling aura of withering and decay. Hiss! A sharp, piercing screech came from the withered woods. Immediately afterwards, a twisted figure darted out from behind a half-dead giant tree. The creature was about the size of a leopard, somewhat resembling a lizard, but its entire body was dark brown, and its skin was dry, shriveled, and cracked, like the dead bark of an old tree. It walks on all fours with sharp, black claws, a short, thick tail, and a large mouth full of sharp teeth on its head, without eyes. It was surrounded by a visible gray-black aura, and wherever it passed, the already withered moss and grass quickly lost their last bit of life and turned into ashes. Withered beast! Qingye cried out in alarm, and the other little wood spirits immediately raised their wooden spears or staffs as if facing a formidable enemy. They glowed with a soft green light, attempting to dispel the unsettling aura of decay, but with little effect, clearly showing their considerable fear of this creature. Li Wan's eyes narrowed. Was this the outcast mentioned by the spirit of the ancestral land? Indeed, it was completely out of sync with the overall life tone of the forest, filled with a sense of destruction and annihilation. He could sense that this withered beast's power level wasn't particularly high, roughly equivalent to a lowly soldier he could easily wipe out in his prime. But at this moment, it was a tonic he couldn't afford to miss. You all step back. Li Wan stepped forward, blocking the little wood spirits. Although he was in extremely poor condition, his fighting instincts and awareness were still intact. The withered beast seemed to be extremely sensitive to the aura of life, and immediately locked onto Li Wan and the wood spirits behind him that were radiating pure life energy. It let out a greedy hiss, exerted force with all four limbs, and pounced on Li Wan with a foul, pungent gust of wind. Its speed was astonishing. Li Wan's pupils contracted slightly. This beast was fast. His body felt heavy at the moment, making it impossible for him to withstand the attack head-on. In a flash, he shifted his feet, dodging the attack, and simultaneously his right hand, fingers pointing like a knife, forcefully activated the negligible power of primordial order within him, condensing it at his fingertips into a nearly transparent blade with a twisted, devouring intent, which precisely slashed towards the side of the withered beast's neck. Sizzle! A slight tearing sound. A gash was cut into the tough, dry hide of the withered beast, and a grayish-black energy, filled with a sense of death, escaped from it. Roar! The withered beast, in pain, became even more ferocious, its tail sweeping out like a steel whip. Li Wan ducked to avoid it, his movements slower and more strained than in his prime, and fine beads of cold sweat even appeared on his forehead. He took a deep breath, no longer holding back, and the dim devouring core began to operate wildly, generating a weak suction force. Instead of trying to directly absorb the life energy around him, he directed all the suction force towards the gray-black, lifeless energy emanating from the wound of the withered beast. Buzz! A wisp of grayish-black air was forcibly pulled out and inhaled into Li Wan's body. In an instant, a cold, deathly, and destructive force surged through his meridians, bringing a needle-like stinging pain. This energy is the complete opposite of life energy, and it is full of negative characteristics. Under normal circumstances, he would have to carefully refine it with his powerful primal energy. But at this moment, his source was almost depleted, and this foreign energy entering his body was like poison. Refine it for me! Li Wan roared, a ruthless glint in his eyes. He forcefully activated the primordial order origin, which was like a candle flickering in the wind, using himself as a furnace to envelop that wisp of lifeless energy and brutally crush and transform it. The process was painful and difficult, and his face instantly turned pale. But at the same time, the dormant core of the devouring machine, upon contact with this fuel, seemed to gleam like a spark encountering a drop of oil. Though faint, it was a positive sign. Efficient! Li Wan's spirits lifted, and ignoring his body's protests, he once again took the initiative to face the withered beast. He stopped dodging and instead used more sophisticated combat techniques to guide the withered beast's attacks, while continuously leaving wounds on its body to absorb its gray-black death energy. Each absorption and refinement brought intense pain, but his eyes grew brighter and brighter. Because he could sense that the faint spark of the devouring core was growing stronger little by little. Although it was still far from reigniting, it was indeed recovering. Finally, after enduring several impacts and having a few shallow bloodstains on his body, Li Wan seized an opportunity, gathered a slightly more solid force at his fingertips, and stabbed it into the withered beast's relatively vulnerable throat. Put! A massive amount of gray-black energy erupted forth. Li Wan fully activated his devouring power, absorbing the energy into his body like rain after a long drought. Boom! An even stronger shock erupted within him. Li Wan groaned, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of his mouth. But after a brief period of turmoil, his aura miraculously stabilized, and even showed a faint, extremely slight improvement. The withered beast let out a mournful howl, its massive body crashing to the ground. The gray-black aura around its body quickly dissipated, eventually turning into a true, lifeless, dried corpse. The battle is over. Li Wan stood there, slightly out of breath, savoring the long-lost feeling of his power slowly increasing within him. Although the process was painful, and the energy he absorbed was mixed and full of negative aspects, he had finally traversed this path. He looked at the withered beast's corpse on the ground, his gaze deep. This is just the beginning, the lowest level of outlier. Deep in the forest, there must be something even more powerful that can provide a more abundant supply of fuel. The green leaves and other wood spirits behind him stared wide-eyed at Li Wan, then at the withered beast corpse on the ground that had been giving them a headache. Their little faces were filled with shock and a hint of admiration. This stranger was able to use that forbidden power that they feared to so brutally annihilate the withered beasts. Xingye cautiously stepped forward, touched the withered beast's corpse with his wooden staff, and after confirming that it was completely dead, he spoke a series of more respectful and excited syllables to Li Wan, while gesturing to indicate that there were more similar things ahead. Li Wan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a sharp light rekindled in his eyes. Lead the way. He knew that in this land of life, his bloody hunt had only just begun. End of Chapter 83. Chapter 84, The Soul-Devouring Demon Flower, The Balance of Life and Death. The initial victory brought not only a slight recovery of strength, but also a rebuilding of confidence. Li Wan followed Xingye and the others from the Wood Spirit clan, continuing deeper into the forest where the life energy was more disordered and the aura of decay was stronger. Along the way, they encountered several more waves of withered beasts, small in scale, mostly appearing in small numbers, one or two at a time. With the experience from the first encounter, Li Wan dealt with them with increasing ease. He no longer relied solely on brute force to overpower the beast, but instead manipulated the revitalized devouring power with greater precision. Like a skilled butcher dissecting an ox, he precisely targeted the nodes in the withered beast's energy flow, absorbing the most lifeless energy with minimal consumption. Each time he devoured and refined something, although it was still accompanied by the pain of his meridians being torn apart, Li Wanning could clearly feel that the dormant devouring core, like a rusty gear that had been injected with lubricant, began to slowly but steadily start turning again. The remnant flame of the primordial order within the body, stimulated by this foreign energy, stubbornly burned, though weakly, it was no longer in danger of being extinguished. His aura gradually became more solid, and the sluggishness in his movements also lessened considerably. It has recovered to about 1/10 of its peak. This amount of strength would have been insignificant in the past, but at this moment, it gave him the confidence to establish himself in this unfamiliar forest. The wood spirit's attitude towards Li Wan also changed completely from initial fear and curiosity to trust and awe. They no longer kept their distance, but instead actively surrounded him, conveying information about what lay ahead to him through simple mental signals, as if they regarded him as a reliable protector. Danger ahead! Big Guy Qingye tugged at Li Wan's sleeve, her emerald eyes revealing obvious fear as she pointed to a valley shrouded in thick gray fog. The trees there had completely withered, leaving only twisted, dark branches pointing to the sky, like skeletons of despair. The air was filled with an aura of decay and death that was several times stronger than anywhere else they had ever encountered, and it even carried a chilling quality that seemed to erode the soul. Li Wan's expression turned serious. He sensed it deep within the valley lurked an aura far more powerful and malevolent than the withered beast. It's not just the withering of the body, but also carries a sense of devouring the soul. You all stay here and don't come any closer, Li Wan instructed. Given the wood spirit's dependence on life energy, entering such an environment would be tantamount to suicide. Qingye and the other wood spirits nodded hurriedly and hid behind a tall, still living tree in the distance, watching nervously. Li Wan stepped alone into the valley shrouded in gray mist. The mist was icy cold, carrying a strong negative spiritual corrosiveness, and tried to penetrate his sea of consciousness. Li Wan snorted coldly, and his remaining divine soul power condensed to form a thin barrier, keeping the gray mist out. He walked steadily toward the source of the evil aura. In the center of the valley is a huge expanse of black rock riddled with cracks. A bizarre plant grows in the crevice of the rock. It was about the height of a person, with no leaves, only a thick, jet-black main stem covered with strange spiral patterns. At the top of the main stem, a huge, incomparably brightly colored flower bloomed. The petals were a dark purple, as if formed from countless vengeful spirits, with thick, blood-like black dew flowing from their edges. Instead of the usual pollen, the flower's stamen is a mouth that opens and closes constantly, covered with tiny, sharp teeth, emitting a nauseating stench and a powerful, soul-pulling force. Soul-devouring demon flower. Li Wan recognized this thing from the scattered information transmitted by the spirit of the ancestral land. It doesn't devour life energy, but rather directly devours the soul and spiritual power of living beings, making it a more dangerous and bizarre existence than the withered beast. Seemingly sensing the approach of a living being, the soul-devouring flower suddenly awakened. The alluring petals trembled violently, emitting a silent yet soul-piercing shriek. Li Wan felt a buzzing sound in his head, as if he had been struck by a heavy hammer. His soul barrier fluctuated violently, and he even saw many phantoms before his eyes. Ruins, swarms of insects, Lin Wan's worried face. This demonic flower's soul attack could actually trigger the memories and fears deep within his heart. At the same time, the mouthparts at the flower's stamen suddenly opened, and an invisible suction force targeting the soul burst forth, attempting to pull Li Wan's soul directly out of his body. Court death. A fierce glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. In his prime, he could crush this level of mental attack with a single thought. But at this moment, he felt a real threat. He dared not be negligent, focusing all his efforts on guarding his mind and simultaneously activating the little strength he had just recovered. This time, he did not directly use the power of devouring, but instead tried to mobilize the faint primordial order within his body. This power originates from the foundation of the universe. Although it is rejected by the laws of life due to its forbidden nature, its essential level is extremely high. It may have a miraculous effect on attacks that are biased towards the spiritual and soul level. A nearly transparent force, carrying a faint fluctuation of order, flowed into Li Wan's eyes like a trickle. In the depths of his gray eyes, countless tiny runes of rule seemed to flash by. Breakthrough illusion. With a low shout, the piercing shriek and illusion that went straight to the soul were cut off as if by an invisible blade, and most of them vanished in an instant. The soul-devouring flower's soul attack was directly interfered with and disintegrated by this power containing the origin of order. The soul-devouring flower seemed taken aback, and the trembling of its petals momentarily stopped. Now, Li Wan moved. His figure was like lightning, and although he was far from his peak speed, he still rushed towards the demon flower's main body with incredible speed. At his fingertips, the power of devouring intertwined with a trace of the power of primordial order, forming a hazy gray energy blade that seemed capable of annihilating everything, piercing straight at the constantly opening and closing mouth. Sensing a deadly threat, the demonic flower frantically lashed out at Li Wan with its main stem, like a giant black python, accompanied by a whistling wind. At the same time, large clumps of viscous, black mental pollution energy spewed out from the flower's mouthparts, attempting to erode Li Wan's will. Li Wan dodged and weaved, avoiding the lashes from the main stem. As for the mental pollution, he directly used the power of the primordial order to protect his sea of consciousness and endured it. Although his soul felt a series of stinging pains, it was still within a tolerable range. Laugh. The energy blade finally seized the opportunity and precisely pierced into the mouth of the demon flower. A whoa! A piercing, mournful scream, unlike anything a plant could produce, erupted. A vast, pure, yet chaotic, resentful, and deathly soul energy surged into Li Wan's body like a flood bursting its banks. This energy was far more violent and dangerous than the withered beast's deathly energy. It not only impacted Li Wan's meridians but also directly eroded his soul. Li Wan's face turned deathly pale instantly, his body trembled violently, and even traces of blood seeped from his 7 orifices. The devouring core was operating at full speed, but it was like an ice block thrown into boiling oil, emitting a mournful cry of unbearable strain. That's too intense. The quality of this energy is extremely high, but it also contains far too many negative spiritual impurities. Refine it. It must be refined. Li Wan gritted his teeth, almost biting his lip until it bled. He fully activated the origin of primordial order, like the most resilient furnace, enveloping the raging torrent of energy while guiding the power of devouring to strip away and decompose the soul impurities within, absorbing only the purest source of annihilation. This is an extremely dangerous process. If you are not careful, you may be swallowed up by negative emotions and turn into a monster that only knows how to kill, or be directly burst by the huge energy. Time seemed to stretch on endlessly. On Li Wan's body surface, sometimes a clear light representing order would appear, sometimes a gray-black light representing death would appear, and sometimes a dark, all-consuming light would flicker. 3 forces clashed fiercely within him, reaching a delicate and dangerous balance. After an unknown amount of time, the violent torrent of energy finally subsided. Most of the resentful and venomous impurities in the soul were forcibly erased and expelled from the body by the power of the primordial order, turning into wisps of black smoke and dissipating. The remaining pure and annihilated essence was greedily absorbed by the devouring core. Buzz! The devouring core shuddered violently, and the suction force it emitted suddenly increased several times. The faint spark at its core finally grew into a cluster of steadily burning flames. Li Wan's aura surged like a rocket. Originally, he had only recovered about 10% of his strength, but in an instant, he crossed the threshold and recovered to nearly 20%. Moreover, it is more refined, carrying a kind of resilience forged through life and death. He slowly opened his eyes, his gaze gleaming with sharp light. Although his face was still somewhat pale, the feeling of weakness had vanished. He looked at the soul-devouring flower, which had completely withered and turned to ashes, and let out a long sigh of relief. A near-death experience. But the gains were immense. Not only did his strength recover significantly, but more importantly, he initially found a way to balance and refine the violent alien energy using the primordial order in this extreme environment. This is crucial for his subsequent recovery. The gray mist outside the valley began to slowly dissipate as the soul-devouring flower died. As Li Wan walked out of the valley, he was met with the shocked and ecstatic gazes of the Wood Spirit clan. Aoba gestured excitedly, pointing towards a direction deeper in the forest, where the sky was faintly tinged with an ominous dark red. Li Wan looked in the direction it pointed, feeling the deathly stillness that was far larger and more terrifying than the soul-devouring demon flower, but a cold smile appeared on his lips. The road to recovery is still long. But the prey seems to be getting more and more interesting. End of Chapter 84. Chapter 85, The Silence Golem, Forbidden Resonance. With his strength restored to nearly 20%, it was like a long parched riverbed receiving its first thorough rain. Although it was far from being fully replenished, it gave Li Wan a renewed sense of confidence in controlling his own destiny. The steadily burning devouring fire within him, though not as intense as the furnace of the past, still dispelled the deep-seated weakness and chill. The direction Xingye pointed to, the subtle yet powerful deathly stillness, drew Li Wan in like a lighthouse in the darkness. Without the slightest hesitation, he took a short breath and then set off again with the Wood Spirit clan. The deeper they went, the more shocking the surrounding scenery became. The once vibrant forest has completely lost its color here. The earth is cracked, the vegetation is ashes, and the air is filled with a heavy smell of sulfur and decay. Even the light became dim, as if filtered by an invisible dark red film. The deathly silence here is no longer simply withering, but carries a sense of emptiness after being forcibly plundered and completely annihilated. It's right in front. Something really bad. Xinya hid behind a charred tree stump, her voice trembling with sobs, her small body shaking. Even the light of the glowing wooden staff in her hand dimmed considerably. The other wood spirits huddled together, not daring to even peek out. Li Wan gestured for them to stay where they were, while he silently crept forward. As he passed through a stone forest composed of enormous, twisted black crystals, the sight before him caused his pupils to suddenly contract. It was a huge basin, and in the center of the basin stood a living statue? The thing was 10 feet tall, and its entire body was made of a dark red crystal that looked like congealed blood. Its shape was rough and ferocious, and you could vaguely make out a human-like outline with a head and limbs, but the details were blurry, as if it were a clay doll that a child had arbitrarily sculpted. It stood there silently, without moving, yet exuding a suffocating pressure. Within the basin lay the remains of countless withered beasts and strange creatures, smaller than the soul-eating demon flower. Their deathly energy seemed to be forcibly extracted by some force, transforming into streams of gray-black air that flowed continuously into the dark red golem's body, like rivers flowing into the sea. It's absorbing this lifeless energy. It's feeding on the outsiders in this area to grow stronger. Li Wanning sensed that the energy contained within this deadly golem far surpassed that of the previous soul-devouring flower, and even brought him a faint sense of threat. Its energy level is probably close to 30–40% of his peak level. This is undoubtedly a huge challenge for Li Wan, who has only recovered 20% of his strength. However, along with the sense of threat arose an almost instinctive desire to devour the core. This golem is an unprecedented tonic for him. If he can devour it, he will definitely recover most of his power. Just as Li Wan was weighing the pros and cons and looking for an opportunity to attack, the two abyss-like holes, let's call them eyes, on the head of the lifeless golem that had been standing still suddenly lit up with two dark red evil lights. It discovered Li Wan. Buzz. A heavy, mountain-like will descended, locking onto Li Wan. It wasn't a mental attack, but a pure, annihilating domain suppression. The space around Li Wan seemed to freeze, the air became viscous, movement was hindered, and even breathing became difficult. The golem slowly raised its giant arm made of dark red crystal. Without any fancy techniques, it simply threw a punch from a distance towards Li Wan's location. Boom! A thick, dark red beam of light, composed entirely of pure, deathly energy, tore through the air with a destructive roar, instantly traversing 100 meters and hurtling towards Li Wan. Wherever the beam passed, deep furrows were plowed into the ground, and the black crystals on either side shattered into dust. Fast. Ruthless. Accurate. The power of this attack far exceeded the soul shriek of the soul-devouring flower. It was pure energy crushing. There's no way to avoid it. A ruthless glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes, and instead of retreating, he advanced. The 20% of power within his body instantly boiled, the devouring core spinning wildly, and he also activated the power that he had just refined and was not yet fully stabilized. He did not choose to take the blow head-on, but instead poured all his power, along with his understanding of the primordial order, into the ground beneath his feet. Sky-stepping step. With a low growl, Li Wan's figure blurred, as if he were stepping on invisible stairs, and at the critical moment, he narrowly and dangerously shifted dozens of meters to the side. The dark red beam grazed his afterimage and struck a stone forest behind him, accompanied by a deafening explosion, sending countless dark red crystal fragments flying like a rainstorm. Such powerful force. Li Wan felt a chill run down his spine. Although this golem's attack method is simple, its energy intensity is extremely high, and it has a target-locking characteristic, making it extremely difficult to deal with. When the first attack missed, the evil light in the eyes of the deathly silence golem intensified, and it raised its other arm, throwing out both fists at the same time. Two slightly thinner but faster dark red beams of light shot out, blocking most of Li Wan's room to dodge. Li Wan moved again, darting and weaving like a ghost in the limited space, narrowly avoiding the bombardment of the light beams each time. He tried to get closer to the golem, but the dense barrage of light beams and the powerful suppression of its domain made it difficult for him to close the distance. This won't do. Passively dodging consumes a huge amount of power, and will eventually be worn down and killed. We must break the deadlock. Li Wan's eyes sharpened, and in the instant he dodged the next beam of light, he made a bold decision. Instead of completely avoiding it, he deliberately thrust his left shoulder towards the edge of the beam. Put. The dark red, deathly energy, like a red-hot branding iron, instantly corroded his shoulder blade, leaving it a bloody mess, even revealing a trace of golden bone. Intense pain shot through him, but Li Wan didn't even flinch. This is the opportunity he's been waiting for. Devour. Enduring the excruciating pain, Li Wan forcibly circulated his devouring power. Instead of refining it into his body, he channeled the pure, lifeless energy that had invaded his body, along with a trace of his own primordial order origin, into the ground beneath his feet in a more violent and forbidden manner, as if guiding a flood. He wasn't going to absorb it, he was going to detonate it. Using himself as a medium and the forbidden order as a fuse, he detonated the vast and chaotic death energy gathered by the golems in this area. Boom! Centered on Li Wan's feet, the earth churned violently as if a magnitude 10 earthquake had struck. The gray-black, lifeless torrent of energy that had been slowly flowing toward the golem suddenly lost control, becoming violent and chaotic, as if it had been thrown into a powder keg on Mars. It collided and annihilated each other, unleashing a world-destroying energy turbulence. The entire basin was instantly engulfed by an energy storm interwoven with gray, black, and dark red hues. Countless withered beast carcasses were torn to shreds, and black crystals turned to powder. The lifeless golem was the first to be hit. Its energy-gathering process was forcibly interrupted, and the stable energy structure within its body was violently impacted. Fine cracks began to appear on its massive body, and dark red light flickered violently, emitting a silent roar of anger and pain, like rocks rubbing together. Now! Despite the excruciating pain from his almost crippled left shoulder and the churning of his blood and chi caused by the energy backlash, Li Wanxian's eyes flashed with cold light. He transformed into a shooting star, taking advantage of the energy storm temporarily disrupting the golem's domain suppression and attack rhythm, and charged straight at the golem's cracked chest against the chaotic energy flow. On his right fist, the power of devouring and the power of primordial order intertwined and compressed in an unprecedented way, forming a dark singularity that was constantly collapsing and seemed to be able to devour light. Break for me! A punch imbued with all of Li Wan's energy and spirit slammed into the center of the golem's chest, the area with the densest cracks. Snap! A clear sound, like shattering glass, rang out. The massive body of the crimson golem stiffened abruptly, and cracks spread like a spiderweb from the spot on its chest where the dark singularity had struck it. The evil light in its eye sockets flickered rapidly before finally extinguishing completely. The next second, the entire golem collapsed with a roar, turning into countless dark red crystal fragments that crashed to the ground like an avalanche. At the core of the collapse, a pure, vast, almost solidified dark red deathly essence, as if it had found its home, surged wildly toward Li Wan, who was still in a punching stance, and was greedily devoured and absorbed by the devouring fire within his body. Li Wan's aura began to surge wildly at this moment. End of Chapter 85. Chapter 86, Reshaping the Origin, the Order of Dark Gold. At the core of the collapsing deathly silence golem, the pure and vast dark red essence surged into Li Wan's body like a burst dam. This energy was far beyond what the withered beast or the soul-devouring flower could compare to. Its sheer volume and purity were so immense that they were almost enough to burst his still-recovering meridians and devouring core. Ugh! Li Wan let out a suppressed growl, his body veins bulging, and it looked as if countless dark red earthworms were wriggling beneath his skin. The intense energy surge brought a tearing pain, 10 times more intense than any previous refining experience. The deathly will to annihilate everything and end all things contained within the golem's origin was like a cold, venomous snake, attempting to erode his soul and assimilate him into a being that knew only destruction. Town. Li Wan's eyes were bloodshot as he clung to the last vestige of clarity in his mind. He fully activated the already powerful devouring flame, and at the same time, he stirred up the primordial order origin that had been dormant deep within his soul. This time, it's no longer about simple guidance or balancing. Under such immense external pressure, in a life or death crisis, Li Wanfu, deep in his heart, made an extremely bold attempt. He used his own will as the guide, the primordial order as the foundational framework, and the power of devouring as the furnace and converter to forcibly shatter and reconstruct this violent and desolate origin. This isn't refining and absorbing, it's forging. He wanted to completely dismantle this foreign, negatively charged, deathly power into the most basic energy particles, and then, using the rules of the primordial order as a blueprint, recombine them and imprint them with his own mark. This is an extremely crazy and dangerous process that requires a deep understanding of the nature of one's own power and an incredibly tenacious will. Failure will result in the loss of all power at best, and the complete annihilation of one's soul and spirit, leading to utter assimilation by the will of death. How dare you defile my path with your extinguishing will? Melt it for me! Li Wan roared inwardly. The great primordial order, light and the dark devouring power intertwine more closely than ever before, like the core of a sophisticated and powerful reactor, forcibly pulling the dark red torrent into it. Decompose. Strip. Reassemble. The violent annihilation will within the dark red origin, in the face of the higher level primordial order, was like encountering its nemesis, and was gradually worn down and purified. The pure essence of energy is greedily absorbed by the devouring power and then reconstructed through the framework of the primordial order. Li Wan's body became the most intense battlefield. His aura became extremely unstable, sometimes like a volcano about to erupt, filled with destructive restlessness. At other times, it is like a bottomless abyss, exuding a cold, deathly stillness. But beneath this chaotic surface, a brand new, more refined, and more restrained power, yet containing terrifying potential, is being painstakingly nurtured. His bones hummed under the strain, and fine, circuit board-like dark gold patterns began to appear on his golden skeleton. Through repeated breaking and reshaping, the meridians become wider and more resilient, capable of accommodating even more violent energy impacts. The cluster of devouring flames gradually changed color from its original darkness to a deeper, darker gold that seemed capable of swallowing light. Time lost its meaning at this moment. After an unknown amount of time, the raging energy turbulence in the basin gradually subsided, leaving only a mess of crystal fragments and dust. Xingye, a member of the Wood Spirit clan who had been watching nervously, cautiously peeked out. It saw that Li Wan was still standing in the same place, his eyes closed, but there were no longer any signs of energy loss around him. The horrific wound on his left shoulder had healed at some point, leaving only a light-colored scar. The forbidden aura that originally surrounded him and instilled instinctive fear in the Wood Spirit clan seemed to have become more profound and restrained, less violent, and more of an indescribable majesty and sense of order. Finally, Li Wan slowly opened his eyes. His eyes no longer shone with the same sharp light as before, but were like two deep pools, dark and calm, yet seemingly containing whirlpools that could draw one's mind into them. He clenched his fist gently, feeling the new energy flowing through his body. This is a completely different experience. The power did not simply return to a certain value, but rather underwent a qualitative change. He felt his strength steadily recover to about 70% of his peak. But the quality of this 70% quantity far surpasses that of the past. The newborn power presents a deep dark gold color. It still retains the domineering and aggressive nature of its devouring characteristics, but it is no longer chaotic and mixed. Instead, it carries an inner stability and order that originates from the primordial order. The sense of rejection towards the life energy of Senluoxing, though still present, has weakened considerably, as if this newly emerging dark gold order has found a delicate balance point to coexist with the laws of life. With a thought, a wisp of dark golden energy appeared at his fingertips. This energy no longer exudes an unsettling, deathly aura. Instead, it possesses a restrained, heavy quality that seems capable of annihilating everything. He tried to guide this wisp of energy to a nearby charred stone, which silently turned into a clump of the finest dust, with even the energy fluctuations being extremely weak. More powerful, more precise in control, and less energy consumed. A hint of satisfaction flashed in Li Wan's eyes. The gains from this near-death battle and the subsequent refinement far exceeded expectations. Not only has their strength been greatly restored, but more importantly, they have found a way to integrate the forbidden order with external alien energy and achieve a qualitative leap. He looked at the dark red golem fragments scattered on the ground, his gaze deep. This golem could not possibly have been formed naturally. Although its structure was crude, the way it gathered deathly energy hinted at some kind of human intervention. Who created or attracted this thing in this land of life? Li Wan, master? Xingye's timid voice interrupted Li Wan's thoughts. The little guy looked at Li Wan, whose demeanor had changed drastically, with both awe and some bewilderment. Li Wan concealed his aura, looked at Xingye and the equally uneasy Wood Spirits behind it, and nodded gently. I'm fine. This place is not safe to stay in for long, let's leave first. He sensed that several powerful life forms, drawn by the commotion, were approaching from afar. One of these auras even exerted a subtle pressure on him. The waters of Senluo Star seemed to be deeper than he imagined. With renewed strength and a bellyful of questions, Li Wan and the Wood Spirit clan quickly left the basin that had become a dead land and disappeared back into the vast and mysterious forest. Shortly after they left, several figures radiating powerful life energy appeared at the edge of the basin. The leader was a tall, elderly man with skin as gnarled as an ancient tree, wielding a living wooden staff. He gazed at the collapsed ruins of the golem in the center of the basin, sensing the strange and powerful dark gold energy lingering in the air, his wrinkled face displaying an extremely solemn expression. It is neither life nor pure death. What kind of power is this? It can completely annihilate the contaminated core. Stranger, who are you, really? End of chapter 86. Chapter 87, Elder Wood Spirit, an invitation from the ancestral land. Li Wan and the Wood Spirit clan did not flee far away, but instead rested temporarily in a relatively peaceful forest clearing dozens of miles away from that desolate basin. Li Wan needed time to familiarize himself with the transformed Dark Gold Order and to completely repair the last remaining hidden danger in his left shoulder. The Wood Spirits, still shaken, sat around Li Wan as if he were the only safe haven in this dangerous forest. Xingye carefully used the collected dew and resin, which exuded a fresh, life-giving scent, to wipe away the dried bloodstains from Li Wan's body. When its fingers touched the occasional dark gold patterns that appeared under Li Wan's skin, it could feel a gentle yet unassailable force gently pushing it away, which deepened Xingye's awe of Li Wan. Just as Li Wan closed his eyes to regulate his breathing and carefully experienced the dark gold energy within his body that he could control and circulate freely, his closed eyelids twitched slightly. They've arrived. Almost the instant he sensed it, the ancient trees surrounding the clearing seemed to come alive, their branches and leaves rustling softly without wind, like whispers. Then, as if separated from the tree trunks, 5 figures silently appeared at the edge of the clearing. The leader was the same old man who had appeared earlier at the edge of the basin, holding a living wooden cane and with skin as gnarled and twisted as an ancient tree. Behind him followed 4 wood spirits, each with a similarly imposing aura. They were much larger than ordinary wood spirits like Xingye, and their woody skin had a deeper color. The wooden staffs they held were either inlaid with emeralds or wrapped with vibrant vines, clearly indicating their higher status and greater power. Upon seeing these elders, Xingye and the other little wood spirits immediately prostrated themselves on the ground and chanted respectfully, "Greetings, elders." The elder at the head nodded slightly, his deep, tree-ring-like gaze passing over the prostrate wood spirit and landing directly on Li Wan, who had just opened his eyes. His eyes were sharp and scrutinizing, carrying a wisdom and authority that had been refined over the long years. "Stranger." The old man's voice was deep and resonant, carrying a strange resonance, as if the entire forest was speaking. "I am Elder Xin Yuan of the Wood Spirit Clan. Do you know what you just destroyed?" Li Wan slowly rose, his posture neither humble nor arrogant. Facing this elder whose aura was unfathomable, at least equivalent to more than 80% of his strength at his peak, he felt the pressure, but he did not back down. His transformed power gave him confidence. "An anomaly that gathers dead energy and threatens this forest," Li Wan replied calmly. "I call it the Dead Silence Golem. An alien object, yes, it is indeed an alien object." Elder Sun Yuan's gaze was piercing as he stared intently at Li Wan. "But it was not naturally formed. It is a puppet created by the contaminated core, a malignant tumor that erodes the very essence of life on my Sinluo star. For countless years, our Wood Spirit clan has fought against it, paying a heavy price to suppress it to a certain extent, unable to eradicate it completely." "And you?" He paused, his voice tinged with disbelief and inquiry. "You possess a forbidden power that is incompatible with the laws of life, yet in such a short time, you not only avoided being devoured by it but also completely annihilated it, and even, it seems you gained something from it?" Upon hearing this, the 4 Wood Spirit elders behind him cast shocked and scrutinizing glances at him. They could sense the restrained yet powerful dark gold energy emanating from Li Wan, which was completely different from the vibrant life of the forest, yet strangely unlike the deathly statue, which was filled with pure destructive desire. Instead, it possessed an indescribable sense of order. Li Wan understood immediately they had indeed come for the golem. After a moment's thought, he decided to reveal part of the truth, as he needed to know more. "My path to power is unique, allowing me to forge alien energies for my own use. To me, that golem is nothing more than fuel," Li Wan stated bluntly. "As for the contaminated core, I urge the elder to enlighten me. Elder, what exactly is it? Where did it come from?" Elder Sen Yuan gave Li Wan a deep look, seemingly judging the truthfulness of his words. After a moment, he said in a deep voice, "Contaminated core is not a physical entity, but more like a spreading disease, a decaying law originating from the depths of the star's remains. It is all-pervasive, eroding life, distorting the laws of nature, and giving birth to monsters like withered beasts, soul-devouring demonic flowers, and even deathly golems. Its origin, according to ancient prophecies, may be related to a law cataclysm that affected all the stars." "A cataclysmic event?" A thought struck Li Wan, reminding him of the Cosmic Noble Council and the shattering of the Primordial Order. Could there be a connection between them? Judging from the lingering aura of your battle, your power, though forbidden, seems to contain some kind of extremely high order essence, which can actually restrain the erosion of contamination. Elder Sun Yuan's tone softened slightly as he changed the subject. "You are not the spreader of contamination. On the contrary, you may be the variable mentioned in the prophecy. Variables? Li Wan raised an eyebrow. The prophecy is vague, only mentioning that a spark with extraordinary power will appear, which may help my Sun Luo star purify its filth and rekindle its vitality. Elder Sun Yuan's gaze became solemn. Li Wan, the stranger, you have destroyed an important pollution node, which has proven your ability and stance. I, Sun Yuan, in the name of the Wood Spirit Clan Elder Council, formally invite you to come to the depths of our clan's sacred land, the ancestral land of 10,000 woods, to meet with the Grand Elder and discuss the matter of dealing with the pollution. To the depths of the ancestral lands? To meet the supreme leader of the Wood Spirit Clan? Li Wan's eyes flickered slightly. This is undoubtedly an opportunity to gain a deeper understanding of Sun Luo Star and access higher-level secrets. Lin Wan was also on the outskirts of the ancestral land, so they could meet up. Moreover, if they could borrow the power of the wood spirits, they might be able to find a way to restore their full strength more quickly, or even go further, and they would also be better able to deal with the Cosmic Noble Council that might come after them. Of course, there are risks as well. If the Wood Spirit Clan harbors ulterior motives, he will be in a very passive position if he ventures deep into their core territory. But sensing the sincerity in Elder Sun Yuan's words, at least on the surface, and the even stronger power he gained after the qualitative change within his body, Li Wan quickly made a decision. Opportunities always come with risks. Okay. Li Wan nodded in agreement. My companion, Lin Wan, is cultivating on the outskirts of the ancestral land. I need to go with her. Of course. The Grand Elder also wishes to meet that favored one who possesses the blessing of the ancestral tree. Elder Sun Yuan revealed a subtle smile, seemingly quite satisfied with Li Wan's agreement. He waved his living wooden staff, and the branches and leaves of the ancient trees around him rustled again. A path naturally formed by glowing moss and entwined vines, leading deeper into the forest, slowly appeared before them. Please come with me. Elder Sun Yuan turned around and took the lead on the path of light moss that exuded rich life energy. Li Wan took a deep breath, nodded to Qingye, who was still somewhat bewildered beside him, and then followed. He knew that stepping onto this path meant he was officially drawn into the struggle between life and contamination on the planet Sun Luo. Would the road ahead hold deeper secrets, more powerful enemies, or unexpected opportunities? The answer lies deep within our ancestral land. End of Chapter 87. Chapter 88, The Core of Ancestral Land, A Visit to the Ancient Tree. Following Elder Sun Yuan, walking on the path naturally paved with glowing moss and spiritual vines, Li Wan felt the concentration of life energy around him increasing at an astonishing rate. The air seemed to have turned into flowing green nectar, and every breath brought a refreshing feeling that cleansed the body and mind. The towering ancient trees grew even more majestic, and the glowing little beasts perched among the branches and leaves curiously observed the group, especially the stranger in the group whose aura was out of place with the surroundings, yet who was being led by the elder. The Wood Spirit Clan's attitude towards Li Wan underwent a subtle change after Elder Sun Yuan appeared. From initial instinctive fear, to awe after witnessing him destroy the golem, to now curiosity and a hint of anticipation after being personally invited by the elder. The little wood spirits, including Qingye, felt even more proud, puffing out their little chests as if leading Li Wan was their achievement. Li Wan had no time to pay much attention to these things. Most of his mind was focused on getting to know and control the newly created Dark Gold Order. This power is becoming increasingly harmonious, and its aversion to life energy is further weakening. It is even beginning to subtly draw upon the rich life force around it, forming a peculiar cycle. Although it cannot be directly absorbed, its vitality can be used to nourish the body and soul, accelerating the healing of the last remaining injuries. Finally, the view ahead opened up again. It wasn't that we left the forest, but rather that we entered a miraculous place that defies description. This place is like the heart of the forest, the source of life. Countless strange plants that Li Wan had never seen or even imagined before grew here, radiating a soft yet powerful life force. Their energy fields resonated harmoniously with each other, weaving together a dreamlike sea of light. The air was filled with a refreshing and pleasant fragrance that was invigorating just to smell. And at the very center of this sea of life-giving light is the golden giant tree that Li Wan had seen from afar earlier, the core of the ancestral land of 10,000 trees. A closer look reveals its grandeur and magnificence. The tree trunk, like a golden pillar supporting the sky, flows with a tangible radiance of life, and the patterns on it seem to contain the profound truth of the birth and death of the universe. The colorful branches swayed gently, each movement scattering a shower of light that nourished the entire ancestral land. The aura it exudes is vast, ancient, and compassionate, yet carries an inviolable majesty. Lin Wan was sitting cross-legged on an aerial root of the giant golden tree that was exposed on the ground and was as smooth and warm as white jade. Her eyes were closed, and her body was enveloped in a dense, almost tangible, emerald green light. The light blended seamlessly with the aura of the golden tree, making her figure appear somewhat hazy in the halo. Her aura was several times stronger than before and was steadily increasing, clearly indicating that she was at a crucial moment in deep cultivation. Li Wanning sensed that the world tree blessing within Lin Wan's body had been perfectly activated and replenished here, undergoing some kind of essential transformation. The favored one is receiving the ancestral tree's gift. This is her destiny, and it is not advisable to disturb her. Elder Sun Yuan's voice rang out from the side, tinged with emotion. Such pure affinity with the ancestral tree has not been seen even in our clan for 1,000 years. Li Wan nodded, suppressing the urge to meet Lin Wan, and turned his gaze to the enormous trunk of the golden tree. He knew that the true audience was with this spirit of the ancestral land. Elder Sun Yuan and the other 4 elders stopped 100 meters away from the giant tree, respectfully prostrated themselves on the ground, and chanted ancient and obscure syllables. As they chanted, the mysterious patterns on the trunk of the golden tree gradually lit up, and the outline of a blurry yet benevolent face made of light slowly emerged. Those eyes, composed of pure light, seemed to have traversed countless ages and landed on Li Wan. There was no sound, but a grand yet gentle thought spread directly through Li Wan's heart, countless times clearer and more profound than previous communications across a great distance. A traveler in a foreign land, possessing the spark of order, and existence walking on the edge of forbiddenness. I can sense that the order within you has begun to merge with the dead silence of this place, transforming into a new power containing possibilities. You are indeed in accordance with the variable in the prophecy. Li Wan felt a chill run down his spine. Before this ancient being, he felt he had almost no secrets. He focused his mind and respectfully replied, "Junior Li Wan greets the spirit of the ancestral land. By chance, I ended up in this world. In order to protect myself, I had no choice but to refine alien energy. Fortunately, the spirit of the ancestral land and the Wood Spirit clan have been tolerant of me. To embrace all things is the way of life. Although your power is forbidden, your heart is resilient, your will is unyielding, and you also have a sense of protection. You are not a wanton destroyer. This is a blessing for the world. The spirit of the ancestral tree, like warm spring water, cleanses the heart." Sun Yuan's words are true. The core of pollution is the greatest threat to Sun Luo star. Its source, the abyss of decay, is located on the back of the planet and constantly emits the laws of decay, eroding life. Even with all our strength, the Wood Spirit clan and I can only barely protect most of the front of the planet and prevent it from spreading completely by borrowing the power of our ancestral land. The Abyss of Decay. Li Wan memorized the name. Your newfound power possesses a unique ability to restrain and purify pollution, and may be able to delve into the Abyss of Decay, find its root cause, and sever or seal it away. This is the only hope for saving Sun Luo star. Deep into the enemy's lair? Li Wan's gaze narrowed slightly. This mission sounds fraught with danger. With his current strength restored to 70%, it's probably not enough. My strength has not yet recovered, and I am afraid I am not up to the task, Li Wan admitted frankly. Naturally. The Abyss of Decay is extremely dangerous and not something you can venture into at present. The spirit of the ancestral tree's thoughts were reassuring. I invited you here for 2 reasons: first, to confirm the variables, and second, to give you an opportunity. Before he finished speaking, a small branch of the golden tree drooped down gently, and a fruit shaped like a date pit, radiating a 7-colored halo, quietly fell from the branch and slowly flew towards Li Wan. This is the realm of the law, containing some of my understanding of the laws of life, as well as a trace of pure cosmic primordial power. Taking it will help you thoroughly consolidate your newfound power, mend your foundation, and may even help you reach the next realm below ordered law resonance. Resonance of laws? Li Wan was shocked. That's a sign that he's transcended mere energy accumulation and begun to understand and activate the fundamental rules of the universe. If he can reach this level, his strength will undergo a dramatic transformation, far beyond simply restoring his full power. This fact of law is undoubtedly a timely help, and also a key to a stronger path. Furthermore, Lin Wan, who was favored, has been nourished by the ancestral tree's essence, and her blessing has begun to transform her into a messenger of life. Once she awakens, her strength will greatly increase, and she can become your helper. The spirit of the ancestral trees will become solemn. Stranger Li Wan, the future of Sun Luo star rests partly on your shoulders. Accept this gift and improve your strength as soon as possible. The day the chosen ones awaken will be the day you go to the Abyss of Decay and confront the source of contamination. Before that, the Wood Spirit clan will spare no effort to help you cultivate. Li Wan looked at the 7-colored fruit floating in front of him, then at Lin Wan, whose aura was constantly rising in the halo, and finally met the expectant and entrusted gaze of the ancestral tree spirit. He took a deep breath and reached out to catch the heavy fact of the law. This junior will certainly do my best. He knew that from the moment he received this fruit, his fate was inextricably linked with that of Sun Luo Star. Crisis and opportunity coexisted, and he had no way out. End of Chapter 88. Chapter 89, Tempering the Body with Laws, Initial Resonance Formation. Holding the radiant fact of law in his hand, Li Wanning could feel the immense energy and profound information contained within it, a power far exceeding the accumulation of pure energy and closer to the essence of the universe. He did not take it immediately, but first nodded slightly to the spirit of the ancestral tree and Elder Sen Yuan. Then he found a thick root near Lin Wan that was also enveloped in rich life energy and sat down cross-legged. He needs to get into top form to prepare for this crucial transformation. With eyes closed and mind focused, the dark gold energy within his body slowly circulated, completely soothing the fatigue from the previous battle and the last trace of hidden danger. My mind sank into the sea of consciousness, like an ancient well, reflecting every flow and every subtle fluctuation of my own power. After a long while, Li Wan opened his eyes, his gaze clear and resolute. Without further hesitation, he put the fact of law that radiated an alluring aura into his mouth. The fruit melted in his mouth, not transforming into a torrent of energy, but into a warm, colorful flow of laws and information, and a trace of extremely pure primordial energy, as if it were the origin of all things, which directly merged into his limbs and bones, and penetrated deep into his soul. In an instant, Li Wan felt his consciousness being infinitely elevated and stretched, as if he had detached from his body and was suspended in a boundless universe composed of countless tiny threads of rules. He saw the joyful flow of life energy, like billions of green sprites singing and dancing, following the cycle of growth, prosperity, decay, and rebirth, forming the vibrant foundation of the planet Sun Luo. He saw the operation of the dark gold order within his body, a more domineering and direct manifestation of rules: decomposition, devouring, reconstruction, and control. It was like an incomparably sharp scalpel, precisely cutting into the essential structure of energy, and like an insatiable furnace, melting all things back to its own order. Two completely different laws intertwined, collided, and contrasted before his eyes. The laws of life encompass inclusiveness, cycles, and symbiosis. The plunder, transformation, and self-centeredness of the dark gold order. At first, these two laws were like fire and water, clashing fiercely in Li Wan's perception, making his soul tremble as if it were being torn apart. The excruciating pain far surpassed any previous energy shock. It stemmed from a subversion and reconstruction at the cognitive and spiritual level. But gradually, under the influence of that pure primordial energy of the universe and guided by Li Wan's own indomitable will, he stopped trying to force one law to overpower another. Instead, he began to observe, understand, and seek their inherent connections and balance from a transcendent perspective. Life requires material support and the flow of energy. Plunder and transformation are just another form of cycle and rebirth, only more direct, more efficient, and more cruel. Existence is its own justification. My path does not need to perfectly align with others, it only needs to be permeated by my own will. Enlightenment is like a spark, suddenly igniting in the depths of the soul. He no longer resisted the influence of the laws of life. Instead, he actively guided those subtle insights into the laws, like a trickle of water, into the framework of his dark gold order. The goal is not to change its core of plunder and transformation, but to endow it with a bit of life resilience and a bit of adaptability to coexist with external energy. At the same time, he also used the true meaning of the laws of order, structure, and control in the dark gold order to verify his understanding of the laws of life, seeing them more clearly and deeply into their essence. This is a process of mutual verification and mutual refinement. Under the influence and refinement of this flow of law information, the dark gold energy within his body began to undergo more subtle changes. The colors have become increasingly deep and restrained. As they flow, they are no longer merely domineering and all-consuming, but also carry a sense of rhythm and harmony, like the movement of stars and the cycle of the seasons. His control over his own power has reached an unprecedented level of subtlety. With a thought, energy can be commanded as easily as an arm, and its combination and separation are entirely at his command. That wisp of primordial energy of the universe acted as a top-tier catalyst and adhesive, perfectly integrating into his core essence. It not only greatly solidified his foundation, which had become somewhat unstable due to rapid advancement, but also thoroughly purified and erased any impurities and negative effects that might have remained from his previous melting of lifeless energy. After an unknown amount of time, the vast flow of law information gradually subsided, and the primordial energy was completely integrated. Li Wan's consciousness slowly returned to his body. He remained seated cross-legged, his outward appearance unchanged, but his entire demeanor had undergone a dramatic transformation. What was once a restrained sharpness had now given way to an unfathomable harmony. He sat there, as if he himself were part of this ancestral land of life, achieving a wonderful balance and resonance with the surrounding golden ancient trees, luminous plants, and flowing energy. He slowly opened his eyes. There was no glint of light in his eyes, only a calm and profound depth. Deep within his pupils, dark golden runes of law seemed to rise and fall, reflecting the rules and trajectories of the surrounding world. He gently raised his hand, and a wisp of dark gold energy appeared at his fingertips. This time, there was no longer any repulsive fluctuation around the energy. Instead, it attracted the surrounding green life points to swirl around it, like stars surrounding the moon. With another thought, the wisp of energy instantly decomposed into countless particles finer than dust, dissipating into the air without causing any energy ripples, as if it had never existed. Resonance of the laws. He successfully entered this realm. Although it is only in its initial stage and cannot yet mobilize the laws of heaven and earth to assist in battle on a large scale, it has already undergone a qualitative change. He has a deeper understanding of the nature of power, his control over it has increased dramatically, and he can unleash the same powerful moves with less energy and greater effect. More importantly, he found the key to the coexistence and even initial interaction between his own dark gold order and the life laws of Sinluo Star, and was no longer a complete outlier. Feeling the surging, smooth, and unrestrained power within his body, far exceeding his previous strength in both quality and quantity, almost reaching 90% of his peak power, Li Wan's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This improvement is far greater than simply accumulating energy. He turned to look at Lin Wan on the aerial route beside him. The emerald green aura surrounding her had become more solid, faintly forming the shape of a budding flower, enveloping her and emanating an increasingly sacred and powerful life force. Clearly, her transformation had reached a crucial moment. Li Wan withdrew his gaze, closed his eyes again, and continued to comprehend and consolidate this hard-won state of law resonance. He needs time to fully digest this insight and transform it into real combat power. Once Lin Wan awakens, it will be time to draw the sword and point it straight at the abyss of decay. End of Chapter 89. Chapter 90, The Divine Envoy Awakens, Twin Stars Shine Brightly. Li Wan was so immersed in the profound realm of resonance of laws that he lost track of time. The dark gold order within his body was like a divine weapon that had been forged through countless trials. Its sharpness was concealed, yet it contained the power to cut through everything. With every gesture, the energy exchange with the surrounding environment is seamless and unimpeded, without the slightest stagnation. He could even faintly sense the powerful life force of the planet Sinluo beneath his feet, as well as the chilling, decaying waves emanating from the distant abyss of decay, shrouded in grey and deathly silence. On this day, a slight stirring stirred within him, and he awoke from a deep meditative state. It wasn't external interference, but rather a decisive change that occurred in the aura beside him that was connected to his life and soul. The emerald green bud containing Lin Wan, composed of pure life energy, was fluctuating violently at this moment. The originally soft radiance became dazzling, as if a green sun was being nurtured within it. A sacred, pure, and powerful aura, full of creativity and healing, spread out like waves, causing the life energy of the entire ancestral land to pulsate joyfully. The golden tree's branches moved swiftly without wind, casting an even richer rain of light, as if blessing its children. Elder Sin Yuan and the other members of the Wood Spirit clan had already been alerted and were guarding the area from a distance, their faces filled with excitement and anticipation. Li Wan stood up, his gaze calmly fixed on the radiant bud. Crack! A faint sound, like the cracking of an eggshell. At the tip of the emerald green flower bud, a crack quietly appeared. Immediately afterwards, an even more dazzling emerald light burst forth from it, illuminating the entire core of the ancestral land as if it were a divine kingdom. The cracks widened rapidly, and eventually, the entire bud, like a blooming sacred lotus, slowly opened outwards. Within the lotus heart, Lin Wan's figure slowly emerged. She still possessed that exquisite and refined beauty, but her temperament had undergone a complete transformation. Her eyes, which were originally gentle and tender, were now deep and clear, like a vibrant forest, full of wisdom. Her skin was so white it was almost transparent, with a faint green divine glow flowing beneath it. Her long, black hair moved without wind, the ends tinged with a faint golden hue. She wore a flowing emerald green dress that seemed to be made of countless tiny leaves and points of light, formed from pure life energy. She exudes a warm and powerful life field. Just standing there makes people feel at ease, as if all pain can be healed in her presence. Messenger of life. She has successfully transformed. Lin Wan's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her gaze was initially filled with a hint of confusion as she awoke, but it quickly cleared. She immediately spotted Li Wan standing not far away, smiling at her. Their eyes met, and 1,000 words were left unsaid. Lin Wan could clearly sense the dark gold aura emanating from Li Wan, which was completely different yet strangely integrated with the surrounding environment. It was stronger and more profound than before, carrying a reassuring sense of calm and power. Li Wan could also sense the vast and pure life force within Lin Wan's body. Its immense power was comparable to nearly 90% of his current strength, and on a qualitative level, it possessed a sacred healing and creative quality, perfectly complementing his destructive and restorative powers. Brother Wan. Lin Wan lightly leaped down from the lotus platform and landed in front of Li Wan, her voice ethereal and filled with joy. I succeeded. I know. Li Wan reached out and gently took her hand. The two people's power auras naturally intertwined, and the dark gold and emerald green light intertwined. Instead of conflicting, they formed a more stable and powerful energy cycle, as if yin and yang were in harmony, and chaos was just beginning to open. Your power. Lin Wan felt the immense power carrying the rhythm of laws emanating from Li Wan's hand, her beautiful eyes sparkling with wonder. A slight breakthrough. Li Wan smiled slightly. It seems we are all ready. Just then, the vast and gentle will of the ancestral tree spirit once again emanated from the direction of the golden giant tree, this time resonating simultaneously in the hearts of Li Wan and Lin Wan. The chosen ones have awakened, and the divine messengers have returned to their places. The variable and the divine messengers have come together, and the time has come. Elder Senyuan stepped forward and bowed respectfully. Lord Li Wan, divine envoy Lin Wan. As guided by the ancestral tree, the ancient teleportation array leading to the abyss of decay is ready. The Wood Spirit Clan's most elite guardian team will accompany you, guiding you, and providing assistance to the best of their ability. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance, both seeing the determination in each other's eyes. What was bound to happen has finally happened. Thank you for your trouble, Elder. Li Wan nodded. Under Elder Senyuan's guidance, the two followed him to the other side of the ancestral landscore. There, surrounded by a ring of particularly ancient, weathered giant trees, a massive teleportation array naturally formed from countless glowing runes and strange plant roots was emitting faint spatial fluctuations. Beside the formation, 10 Wood Spirit warriors, their auras deep and their equipment impeccable, stood solemnly. Their wooden armor was engraved with defensive runes, and their weapons gleamed with a cold light, clearly indicating that they were all battle-hardened elites. The Abyss of Withering is a harsh environment, full of unknown dangers. Be careful on your journey. Elder Senyuan solemnly instructed, handing the two leaf-shaped amulets that emitted a soft green light. These are the life marks bestowed by the ancestral tree. They can activate a powerful protective barrier at critical moments and guide you in the direction of your return. Li Wan and Lin Wan received the talisman and felt a warm feeling in their hearts as they sensed the immense life energy and spatial coordinates contained within it. There were no lengthy farewell words, everything was understood without being said. Li Wan and Lin Wan stepped into the center of the teleportation array side by side, followed closely by 10 Wood Spirit Guardians who stood scattered at key nodes of the array. Elder Senyuan and the other elders of the Wood Spirit Clan began chanting ancient incantations, and the golden giant tree cast rays of light that flowed into the teleportation array. Buzz! The runes on the teleportation array lit up one by one, the light grew brighter and brighter, and space began to distort violently. Li Wan gripped Lin Wan's hand tightly, feeling the warmth and strength emanating from his palm. Lin Wan gripped his hand in return, her eyes firm and fearless. The light completely engulfed their figures. The next moment, a powerful spatial force swept them away, tearing apart the tranquil atmosphere of their ancestral land and hurling them towards the ultimate perilous place located on the far side of the planet, shrouded in death and decay. The Abyss of Decay. End of Chapter 90. Chapter 91, The Abyss of Decay, the Realm of Corruption. The spatial distortion caused by the teleportation was far more intense and prolonged than ever before, as if we were struggling through viscous filth. It wasn't just physical tearing, it was also a cold, decaying, and malicious will, like an all-pervasive poisonous fog, trying to erode their spirit and soul. When the feeling of being grounded finally arrived, even with Li Wan and Lin Wan's current resolve, they couldn't help but change color slightly. The world before them, facing the vibrant planet Sunluo, presented an extreme contrast, like hell and heaven. The sky was an eternal, oppressive dark red, devoid of sun, moon, and stars, with only thick, blood-red clouds slowly churning, the occasional glimmer of light a deathly, dim yellow. The earth was cracked and riddled with ugly, crisscrossing gullies. The air was thick with a nauseating mixture of sulfur, rotting flesh, and the smell of some kind of metallic rust. There were no plants, no water, only twisted black rocks that looked like they had been forcibly broken and then haphazardly pieced back together, and decaying moss with an eerie, oily sheen that could be seen everywhere on the ground. In some areas, a highly corrosive yellowish-green mist rises, slowly melting even the hardest rocks. The energy environment here is extremely harsh. Life energy was so scarce that it was almost negligible, replaced by a violent, chaotic, and destructive force of decay. It is omnipresent, like a maggot clinging to a bone, constantly trying to infiltrate and undermine any life that dares to invade this place. Activate the defense. Li Wan shouted, and the dark gold order within his body instantly activated, forming a thin but tough dark gold light film on his body surface, completely isolating the corrosive power that was invading him, and even showing a faint tendency to decompose and transform it. After entering the realm of law resonance, his resistance to an ability to deal with this negative energy greatly increased. Lin Wan reacted just as quickly, her emerald green life force flowing naturally to form a soft yet indestructible light shield. When that malevolent, corrupting power came into contact with this pure life force, it was like ice and snow meeting the sun, making a hissing sound as it was quickly purified and dispelled. As the messenger of life, she seemed to possess a purifying aura here. In comparison, the 10 Wood Spirit Guardians faced a much more difficult situation. Although they were quite strong, the nature of their power was incompatible with the environment here. In fact, it could be said that they were completely suppressed. They had to exert all their life energy to form a shield and struggle to hold on. Their faces were pale, and their eyes were filled with hatred and vigilance towards this land. The leader of the Wood Spirit Guardians, named Ironwood, suppressed his discomfort, surveyed his surroundings, and said in a deep voice, "Lord Li Wan, Divine Envoy Lin Wan, we have arrived at the outer edge of the Abyss of Withering." Guided by the ancestral tree and ancient maps, the core source of the pollution should lie deep within the heart of decay of this region. However, this place spans vast distances, has a complex environment, and is teeming with hordes of polluted and distorted creatures. We must proceed with extreme caution. Li Wan nodded. His senses were significantly suppressed here, but he could still vaguely detect hostile energy fluctuations coming from several directions. First determine the direction, then proceed steadily. Li Wan made the decision. Captain Taimu, you best try to stay close to my and Lin Wan's protective range to conserve your strength. Yes. The team began its arduous journey across this desolate and dangerous land. Beneath your feet lies brittle, scorched earth, where every step could plunge you into hidden cracks or trigger unstable energy nodes. They hadn't gone far when a sudden change occurred. On the side, in an area covered with jagged rocks, the ground suddenly churned violently, and more than a dozen distorted monsters burst out of the earth. These monsters still vaguely resemble some of the native creatures of Sunluo Star, but they have all undergone terrible mutations. Some resemble beetles magnified 1,000 times, their shells rotting and oozing pus. Others look like wolf-like creatures with their skin peeled off, their muscle tissue exposed and constantly dripping mucus. Still others resemble a patchwork of various biological remains haphazardly sewn together, emitting incomprehensible howls that are a mixture of pain and madness. Their only commonality is that they are all enveloped in a thick, gray-black, decaying aura, and their eyes burn with a bloodthirsty, irrational red light. It's a corruption beast. Be careful, their attacks are highly corrosive and mentally polluting. Captain Ironwood immediately shouted a warning, and the Wood Spirit Guardians quickly formed a battle formation, ready for battle. However, before these corrupted beasts could pounce, Li Wan made his move. He didn't even draw his weapon. He simply raised his right hand and made a loose fist towards the direction of the beasts. Lonely. Accompanied by his indifferent voice, an invisible, dark golden wave, imbued with the rhythm of laws, spread out instantly from him. The corrupted beasts, baring their fangs and claws, froze instantly upon contact with this energy fluctuation. The gray-black, decaying aura surrounding them melted and vanished as quickly as paper thrown into a raging fire. Immediately afterwards, their distorted flesh and blood bodies, starting from the point of contact, like sand sculptures weathered over millions of years, silently decomposed and collapsed, eventually turning into clumps of black dust that dissipated into the oppressive air. The whole process was quiet, swift, and even possessed a strange beauty. More than a dozen corrupted beasts, enough to put the Wood Spirit Guardian team on high alert, were completely obliterated by Li Wan's casual grasp, leaving not even a trace behind. Ironwood and the other Wood Spirit Guardians were all dumbfounded, staring in disbelief at the empty ground before them, then at Li Wan, who had withdrawn his hand and remained calm. They knew this stranger was strong, but they never imagined he was this strong. Those were over a dozen corrupted beasts. And, just like that, they were gone? What kind of power is this? Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, a hint of surprise flashing in her eyes, which quickly turned into a gentle smile. Her Wan Ge was indeed the most dazzling presence wherever he was. Li Wan nodded slightly to himself. The newly formed law resonance, combined with the qualitatively transformed dark gold order, proved to be as powerful as he had hoped. To deal with these low-level monsters whose structures are inherently unstable and deeply corrupted by the laws of decay, he doesn't even need to use much energy. He only needs to activate a trace of the true meaning of the laws of annihilation and decomposition to trigger their own collapse. It is extremely efficient and consumes very little energy. Keep moving forward. Li Wan acted as if he had only done something insignificant, and took the lead in walking forward. Tai Mu and the others came to their senses and looked at Li Wan's back with even greater awe, and quickly followed. With such a strong leader leading the team, their confidence in this mission increased significantly. However, Li Wan's gaze turned to the deeper parts of this decaying realm, his eyes serious. What we just dealt with was merely an appetizer. This abyss of decay can put the entire planet Sanluo on high alert, so there must be something truly terrifying deep within it. He could sense that at the end of that dark red sky, a vast and terrifyingly corrupt will, like a slumbering ancient beast, was slowly awakening. The real challenge has only just begun. End of Chapter 91. Chapter 92, The Decaying Lake, Mysterious Shadows and Traces. Li Wanshu displayed his prowess, easily annihilating the corrupted beast horde and boosting the morale of the team. The way the Wood Spirit Guardians looked at him was no longer just awe, but also a kind of faith-like trust. In this land of despair, a strong leader is the greatest guarantee of survival. The team continued deeper into the heart of decay, as indicated by Captain Temu. The surrounding environment grew increasingly harsh. The dark red light of the sky resembled congealed blood, and the concentration of decaying energy in the air increased, even beginning to condense into visible gray flocculent matter, like the shroud of the dead, slowly drifting in the deathly silence. The ground was no longer just cracked. Large patches of viscous, bubbling, decaying swamps began to appear. The swamp was filled with a nauseating, dark green liquid that emitted a sour stench strong enough to corrode metal. Occasionally, huge bubbles, resembling rotting entrails, rise from the bottom of the swamp, and when they burst, the splashing liquid lands on the rocks, immediately making a sizzling corrosive sound. Be careful of these swamps, don't touch anything in them. Captain Temu warned anxiously, leading the team to try to detour around them and choose relatively solid paths. Li Wan and Lin Wan walked at the front. Li Wan's dark gold force field continuously decomposes and transforms the decaying energy in poisonous mist that approach. Although it cannot be directly absorbed and replenished, it can still reduce the burden on the team. Lin Wanza was like a walking source of purification. Wherever her emerald light passed, even the scorched earth beneath her feet seemed to regain a faint trace of life. Although it was fleeting, it brought precious light and hope to this desolate land. Suddenly, Lin Wan stopped, her delicate brows furrowing slightly as she looked to her left at an unusually wide, dark black, decaying swamp. In the center of that swamp, the lake water was as still as viscous oil, without a single ripple, yet it exuded a decay and ominous aura 10 times stronger than its surroundings. Brother Wan, that lake there's something strange about it. Lin Wan's voice was wary. I sense something at the bottom of the lake, something very huge, and full of malicious activity. Li Wan followed her gaze and his senses also detected the anomaly. Beneath the black lake lay an extremely vast and condensed source of decaying energy, far exceeding the strength of any corrupted beast he had encountered before, even posing a slight threat to him. Go around it, Li Wan decided immediately. Without knowing their background, there was no need to provoke someone of this level. However, just as the team was about to change direction, something unexpected happened. The once lifeless black lake suddenly began to boil violently without warning. The viscous black water churned up huge bubbles as if it were being boiled, and an even stronger, almost solidified stench assaulted the senses. Gurgle, gurgle. Accompanied by a tooth-grinding sound, the black water in the center of the lake began to rise, forming a huge bulge. Immediately afterwards, 7 or 8 incredibly thick tentacles, composed entirely of viscous black water and decaying energy, suddenly burst open the lake's surface, like claws from the abyss, lashing out at the group on the shore with a whistling sound that tore through the air. These tentacles are tens of meters long, and their surfaces are covered with constantly opening and closing sucker-like mouthparts, which are filled with pale white sharp teeth and drip with a highly corrosive black mucus. The energy fluctuations emanating from each tentacle were comparable to those of the previous deathly silence golem. Defend! Captain Ironwood roared, and the Wood Spirit Guardians instantly linked their life energy together, forming a huge emerald green light shield that blocked the front of the team. However, the black tentacles, imbued with terrifying power, lashed heavily against the light shield. Boom! A violent explosion rang out. The emerald light shield trembled violently, its surface instantly covered with cracks. It barely managed to remain intact, but the immense impact still sent the Wood Spirit Guardians, who were arrayed in the shield, reeling them back several steps, their faces deathly pale. A single attack had nearly shattered their combined defenses. This monster's power is far beyond imagination. More tentacles had already crossed the light shield, sweeping towards Li Wan and Lin Wan at the front of the group from different angles like giant whips. The speed was astonishing. Faced with this sudden attack, a cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. He didn't choose to confront it head-on, but instead moved with a mysterious, unpredictable step, his figure flickering like a ghost, narrowly avoiding the attack of the two tentacles. At the same time, his right hand formed a sword-like gesture, dark golden light flickering at his fingertips. He precisely slashed past the sweeping tentacle with deadly accuracy. Laugh! Like a hot knife cutting through butter, the enormous tentacle, capable of easily shattering rocks, was severed from Li Wan's fingertips the instant it touched him by the dark gold power containing the law of decomposition. The severed tentacle crashed to the ground, writhing wildly like a giant, lifeless worm. Large amounts of black slime and decaying energy gushed from the broken end, but were quickly annihilated and decomposed by the dark gold force field on Li Wan's body. However, the severed tentacles did not completely lose their vitality. The granulation tissue at the breakpoint wriggled wildly and began to regenerate at a speed visible to the naked eye. And in the center of the lake, even more tentacles were constantly emerging. Physical attacks are ineffective. Its core lies at the bottom of the lake. Li Wan instantly identified the key point. Just then, Lin Wan moved. Instead of attacking the tentacles, she pressed her hands lightly against the ground, her eyes blazing with a brilliant emerald light. Ode to life, pure land. As the clear, melodious chanting began, a warm and vibrant emerald green halo rapidly spread out from the center of her feet. Wherever the halo passed, the scorched earth seemed to be infused with vitality, and tender green grass and vines, radiating a faint light, stubbornly grew. This pure and powerful life force clashed violently with the surrounding decaying environment. When the waving black tentacles touched the edge of this pure land of life, they seemed to be scorched, emitting sharp hissing sounds, their movements becoming noticeably sluggish, and the decaying energy on the surface rapidly dissolving. Lin Wan's power as the envoy of life has a natural restraint on the polluted creatures here. Taking this opportunity, Li Wan fixed his gaze on the boiling black lake. He took a deep breath, and the dark gold order within his body circulated at an unprecedented speed, tightly combining with the resonance of laws he had initially grasped. He was no longer limited to small-scale decomposition, but intended to apply this power to a larger-scale structure. He held his hands together in front of his chest, and a dark golden energy ball that was constantly rotating and absorbing light quickly condensed and compressed. Dark erosion singularity. With a low shout, Li Wan shoved the energy ball containing the ultimate laws of destruction and decomposition toward the center of the black lake. The energy ball silently disappeared into the viscous black lake water. The next moment, the entire black lake seemed to have been struck by a red-hot iron, its center suddenly collapsing inward. A massive vortex, seemingly capable of swallowing everything, suddenly formed. Within the vortex, dark golden light flashed wildly, forcibly disintegrating and collapsing the structures of the lake water, tentacles, and even the colossal entity lurking at the bottom of the lake. A whoa! A painful and furious mental roar, unlike anything an ordinary creature could utter, boomed from the depths of the lake, shaking the entire space. Countless tentacles thrashed and disintegrated wildly, the lake's surface exploded violently, and black slime and decaying energy shot into the dark red sky like a fountain. Li Wan pulled Lin Wan back quickly, while the wood spirit guardians desperately maintained their shields to withstand the aftershocks of the energy explosion. After a long while, the explosion gradually subsided. The once vast black lake had shrunk by nearly half its original size, and the water had become much lighter in color. Numerous tentacle remnants floated on the surface, slowly sinking. The immense malevolent aura at the center of the lake, though still present, had clearly weakened considerably, carrying a wounded madness and resentment, as it slowly sank deeper into the lake, never to resurface. Clearly, Li Wan's attack, Dark Erosion Singularity, severely damaged the terrifying monster that lurked in the black lake. Go! Li Wan ordered immediately without any hesitation. Although they had severely damaged the enemy, it would be extremely difficult to completely eliminate the monsters bred by this environment. Their goal was to pollute the core, so it was not advisable to linger here any longer. The group quickly bypassed the area and continued deeper into the abyss of decay. After this battle, the Wood Spirit Guardians gained a deeper understanding of Li Wan and Lin Wan's strength. One controls the laws of destruction and decomposition, the other wields the power of life and purification. Perhaps these two, working together, can truly create a miracle and end the suffering of this land. However, the dangers of the abyss of decay have only just begun to unfold. Even more unknown and terrifying challenges await them ahead. End of Chapter 92. Chapter 93, The Wasteland of Bones, A Clash of Wills. Having shaken off the Black Lake monster, the group proceeded with even greater caution. The abyss of decay is like a huge, living, and malevolent entity. The deeper one goes, the more obvious its repulsion and aggression become. The decaying energy permeating the air was almost solidified, like a gray veil, obstructing sight and perception. The ground beneath our feet was no longer just scorched earth and swamp. Large swaths of snow began to appear, bone white. It was not ice and snow, but the bones of countless creatures, layer upon layer, piled up into a mountain, covering the entire wasteland as far as the eye could see. These skeletons vary in size and shape. Some belong to known creatures on the planet Sinluo, while many more are bizarre and completely unrecognizable. Without exception, they all exhibited a pale, lifeless appearance, as if they had been completely drained of vitality and were nothing but empty shells, with cracks covering their skeletal surfaces, as if they would crumble into dust at the slightest touch. The Wasteland of Bones. Captain Ironwood's voice was filled with suppressed sorrow. Legend has it that this is the final graveyard where, throughout countless eras, all life was swallowed up and annihilated by contamination. Among them are the remains of many of my wood spirit ancestors. Everyone fell silent. Walking through this boundless sea of bones, one can almost hear the silent wails of countless souls. A chilling and despairing feeling that penetrates to the bone marrow lingers in the heart, and even the air seems to become heavier. Li Wan's dark gold force field operated steadily, dissolving the deathly resentment that was trying to invade. The divine light surrounding Lin Wan rippled slightly, dispelling the uncomfortable negative mental atmosphere. Even they could clearly sense that this wasteland itself contained a powerful, chaotic collective will to die. Keep your mind focused and don't let the aura of death here affect you, Li Wan reminded him in a deep voice. He sensed that the danger of this wasteland of bones lay not only in the monsters that might lurk, but also in the pervasive spiritual erosion. Sure enough, as they ventured deeper into the heart of the wilderness, the invisible mental pressure grew stronger and stronger. Faint cries, roars, and curses began to appear in my ears, and distorted illusions would occasionally flash before my eyes, as if countless pale arms were reaching out from the pile of bones, trying to drag the living into eternal silence. The situation for the wood spirit guardians is starting to turn sour. They were already incompatible with the environment here, and now, under the continuous mental shock, their faces turned pale, cold sweat seeped from their foreheads, and they were even struggling to maintain their protective light shields. A sense of disorientation and struggle began to appear in their eyes, clearly as they were fighting against the death illusions that were invading their consciousness. Form the heart-cleansing and soul-guarding formation. Captain Taimu gritted his teeth and roared, trying his best to stay conscious. The Guardians barely managed to change their formation, their life energies becoming more intertwined as they tried to jointly resist the mental storm. However, the will of the wasteland seemed to be enraged by their resistance. Boom! A deathly will, 100 times stronger than before and like a tsunami, erupted from the depths of the wasteland without warning, like an invisible giant hammer, slamming down on the entire team. Well! The wood spirit guardians were struck as if by a heavy blow. The emerald light shield they had jointly erected flickered violently and was instantly covered with spiderweb-like cracks, on the verge of shattering. Several guardians groaned, green blood spilling from the corners of their mouths, their eyes instantly becoming vacant, clearly indicating that their souls had been severely damaged. Even Li Wan and Lin Wan were violently shaken by this sudden and intense impact. Li Wan felt as if thousands of wronged souls were screaming in his mind at the same time, and countless negative emotions filled with resentment, pain, and despair surged in like a tide, trying to break through his willpower defenses. The dark gold energy field on his body flickered unpredictably, and his decomposition law was less effective against purely spiritual impacts. Lin Wan was in slightly better condition. The life force had a natural purifying effect on negative spirits, but she still frowned and did her best to support the divine light, protecting herself while also diverting some of her power to envelop the tottering wood spirit guardians. Hold on! Lin Wanqing shouted, and the emerald light, like a spring breeze and rain, nourished the guardian spirits that were on the verge of collapse. But the deathly will surged stronger with each wave, as if all the resentment of the entire bone wasteland had gathered here, determined to devour these intruding creatures completely. At this critical moment, a fierce glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. Passive defense is definitely not his style. He took a sudden step forward, no longer merely guarding his sea of consciousness, but actively transforming his unwavering will, tempered by the realm of laws, into an invisible and intangible force, imbued with the understanding of order and existence from his newly formed state of law resonance, into a powerful will that was both formless and immaterial, yet carried the immeasurable power of my body is law, impervious to all thoughts, and crashed fiercely against the source of the deathly will. This is not a clash of energies, but a pure and direct confrontation of wills. Buzz. Two invisible and immense wills clashed violently in the void. There was no sound, yet it was as if thunder had exploded deep within everyone's soul. Li Wan swayed slightly, his face paling instantly, but the light in his eyes was like tempered iron, even sharper and more determined. He sensed the vast, sea-like death and resentment within the other's will, but he also clearly grasped its chaotic and disorderly nature. A chaotic echo, yet it dares to shake the order of the true self? Disperse. Using his own will as a guide and the dark gold order as the core, Li Wan activated the fragments of the order law in the surrounding space. Although it was extremely difficult in this abyss of decay, he finally stepped into the threshold of law resonance. In an instant, the deathly will that surged like a tsunami seemed to crash into an invisible yet indestructible barrier of order. Its already chaotic internal structure showed signs of brief stagnation and collapse under Li Wan's precise and forceful counterattack. Like a punctured balloon, the immense impact of the deathly will suddenly weakened by more than half. With the pressure reduced, Lin Wan immediately seized the opportunity. Her life force surged, like warm sunshine dispelling the gloom and quickly soothing the wounds in the minds of the Wood Spirit Guardians, pulling them back from the brink of collapse. The Wood Spirit Guardians gasped for breath, their eyes filled with gratitude and disbelief at having survived such a calamity as they looked at Li Wan. They couldn't understand what had just happened. All they knew was that under that devastating mental shock, Lord Li Wan had withstood the most fatal attack in a way they couldn't comprehend. Li Wan slowly withdrew his outward projected will, took a deep breath, and suppressed the slight tremor in his soul. Although this clash of wills was perilous, it also gave him a new understanding of the application of resonance of laws. To combat this invisible and intangible force, the alignment of will and law is far more effective than brute force. He gazed toward the edge of the bone wasteland, his eyes piercing through the pervasive aura of death, as if he could see in the center of that area a hill, like a throne, formed from countless enormous skeletons. That place was the source of this mental shock. It is also the only way to a corrupted heart. Rest for a while, and then we'll go and meet that skeleton throne. Li Wan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable determination. He knew that the clash of wills just now was only the beginning. On that skeletal throne, there must exist an even more powerful consciousness that controls this realm of death. End of Chapter 93. Chapter 94, The Bone Throne, the Undead Lord. After a brief rest, the group set off again, heading towards the chilling Bone Throne. The closer you get, the heavier the oppressive aura of death in the air becomes, and the sea of bones beneath your feet grows thicker, making a teeth-grinding crunch sound when you step on it, as if each step is trampling on the remains of countless dead souls. After Lin Wan's treatment and Li Wan's protection, the Wood Spirit Guardians had recovered most of their strength, but the solemnity and determination in their eyes remained undiminished. They knew that the battle to come would determine whether they could leave this land of the dead alive. Finally, they reached the heart of the wasteland. It was a hill made up of countless huge skeletons, hundreds of meters high, with a ferocious shape, like an ancient beast lying on the ground, ready to devour its prey. At the top of the hill is a relatively flat platform, on which sits an even larger skeletal throne, forged from countless twisted spines and grotesque skulls. A figure sat regally on the throne. It is not a physical object, but a nearly complete skeleton of a giant, 10 meters tall. The bones had a dark golden color that had weathered countless ages, and were incredibly hard. Two dark blue, icy soul flames burned in the eye sockets, flames that seemed capable of freezing the soul. It wore a tattered black royal robe formed from dense death energy and a bone crown inlaid with several large, constantly wailing soul gems. An immense, domineering aura, as if it were a supreme ruler and the master of death, emanated from it, enveloping the entire bone throne area. It is the core of the will of this wasteland, formed from the condensation of countless death auras, the Lord of the Dead. The moment Li Wan and the others stepped into the area of the throne, the soul fire in the undead lord's eye sockets flickered, and a cold spiritual force swept across the entire area. The living, trespassing into the realm of the dead, blasphemy. To become my subjects, and return to eternal silence. With its will, the space around the throne fluctuated violently, and dozens of powerful skeleton warriors, ghost knights, and even several bone dragons pieced together from bones emerged from the void, their eyes flashing with bloodthirsty soul fire, emitting silent roars, and surrounding Li Wan and his group. These undead creatures are far more solid and powerful than the corrupted beasts outside. They are composed entirely of pure death energy and act in unison, like a well-trained army. Form ranks and defend. Captain Ironwood roared hoarsely. The Wood Spirit Guardians instantly shrank their formation, back to back, their life energy linked to the limit. The emerald green light shield lit up again, but it appeared so thin and fragile in this dense domain of death. Li Wan stared intently at the undead monarch on the throne. He could sense that this being was extremely powerful, its energy level even slightly exceeding 90% of his current recovered strength, and it also held an absolute advantage in terms of terrain. Those undead legions were just an appetizer. Lin Wan used the purification halo to protect them. "Leave this big guy to me," Li Wan said in a deep voice, took a step forward, and the dark golden force field expanded suddenly, forcibly pushing away the approaching undead creatures, and facing the monarch on the skeletal throne alone. Without hesitation, Lin Wan formed a hand seal, and an even more dazzling emerald light erupted from her, forming a huge purification field that firmly protected the wood spirit guardians within it. Once the undead creatures approached this area, the death energy on their bodies melted away like ice and snow, emitting painful howls, and their attacks faltered. Ants, dare to face death? The Lord of the Undead's thoughts were filled with mockery. It slowly raised its giant hand, which was made entirely of bones, and pressed it down in the air in Li Wan's direction. Death grip. Boom! A gigantic black bone claw, composed entirely of death energy condensed to its extreme, appeared out of thin air above Li Wan's head, carrying a terrifying power that could imprison space and annihilate life, and slammed down. Before the bone claws even arrived, the chilling aura that froze souls made the distant wood spirit guardians feel as if they had fallen into an ice cave. Li Wan's eyes flashed with a sharp light. He neither dodged nor avoided, and the dark gold order and the law within his body were activated to the extreme. He clenched his right fist, and dark golden light was compressed into his fist, as if he were holding a miniature black sun. Break! With a single punch, the dark golden fist energy surged forth like a meteorite shooting against the current, crashing fiercely into the enormous death bone claw. Fists and claws clashed, but there was no earth-shattering explosion, only a chilling sound of energy annihilation. The dark golden power of order and the pitch-black energy of death violently eroded, decomposed, and annihilated each other. Space itself was slightly distorted at the point of their clash. The stalemate lasted only a moment. The next moment, the seemingly invincible bone claw of death rapidly disintegrated and dissipated from the point of contact with Li Wan's fist. The dark gold fist's force was unstoppable, piercing straight through the bone claw, and its momentum continued unabated, heading straight for the undead lord on the throne. The soul fire in the undead monarch's eye sockets flickered violently, clearly not expecting Li Wan's power to be so domineering, capable of directly disintegrating its death laws. It suddenly stood up, slammed its bony palm forward, and a thick barrier of death instantly materialized in front of it. Boom! The dark gold fist slammed heavily onto the barrier of death, unleashing a violent energy shock that instantly pulverized several undead creatures around the throne. The barrier of death shook violently and was covered in cracks, but it did not break in the end. The undead lord was so shaken that he took half a step back, and even his throne groaned under the weight. Order! Disintegration! Who exactly are you? The Lich King's mind was filled with shock and rage. Li Wan did not answer. He moved swiftly, approaching like a ghost. Dark gold power swirled around him, and every move he made carried the characteristic of disintegrating all things, annihilating all the undead creatures and death energy that blocked his way. He charged straight for the throne. Arrogant! The undead lord roared in fury. His massive skeleton unleashed astonishing speed that was disproportionate to his size. He unleashed a barrage of palm strikes, sending waves of death shockwaves hurtling toward Li Wan like a machine gun. At the same time, the bone crown on its head shone brightly, and countless twisted chains of vengeful spirits shot out from those wailing soul gems, wrapping around Li Wan from all directions, attacking not only his physical body but also directly binding his soul. Li Wan moved nimbly, his dark gold force field continuously breaking down the death shockwaves, his fists flashing like lightning, shattering the chains of vengeful spirits one by one. However, his offensive was temporarily halted by this dense defense. Just then, Lin Wanqing's clear voice rang out. A celebration of life, the sacred new star. She unleashed her accumulated life force in an instant, and a pure emerald green sphere of light, composed of life and light energy, spread out rapidly from her center, like the birth of a new star. Buzz! Wherever the holy nova passed, undead creatures were thrown into purgatory, emitting mournful howls as their bodies rapidly dissolved in the pure radiance of life. Even the chains of vengeful spirits seemed to have met their nemesis, breaking and dissipating one after another. The death shockwave unleashed by the undead lord was greatly reduced in power under the purification of the holy nova. Chance! A cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes, and seizing this momentary opening, he unleashed his power without reservation. He transformed into a streak of dark golden light, ignoring the remaining death energy, and instantly broke through the undead monarch's defenses, appearing before its massive head. His right index and middle fingers were brought together, with a point of extremely compressed dark gold singularity at the fingertips, seemingly capable of swallowing even light, aimed at the leaping ghostly blue soulfire in the Lord of the Undead's eye socket. Your death ends here. With fingertips carrying the power to penetrate the laws, a gentle tap was made. End of chapter 94. Chapter 95, The Core Revealed, the Source of All Corruption. Li Wan's fingertips, imbued with the laws of decomposition and annihilation, pierced the void like a spear of judgment, precisely striking the leaping, ghostly blue soulfire in the eye socket of the undead lord. Time seemed to freeze at that moment. There was no earth-shattering explosion, no shrill screams. There was only one extremely subtle sound, yet it seemed to resonate at the level of the soul, a shattering sound. Click, snap. The undead lord's massive skeletal body stiffened abruptly, and the two orbs of ghostly blue soulfire in its eye sockets, symbolizing the core of its existence, dimmed and went out like candle flames blown out by the wind. Its raised, bony hand, poised to block, froze in mid-air, while the countless bones that formed the throne groaned under the unbearable weight. The next second, its massive, dark golden skeleton began to spread rapidly from the point touched by the fingertip, with countless spiderweb-like cracks emanating from them, revealing a destructive energy light that was a mixture of dark gold and dark blue. No. It can't. A broken thought filled with resentment and disbelief dissipated into the air like a final sigh. Rumble. The undead lord's massive body completely disintegrated, turning into countless bone fragments containing pure death energy, which poured down like a landslide. Along with the skeletal throne beneath it, it collapsed and shattered, sending up a cloud of bone dust. The immense pressure of death that had enveloped the entire wasteland of bones dissipated rapidly, like the receding tide. The remaining undead creatures, upon the moment of the monarch's death, seemed to lose their support and transformed into pure death energy, returning to this world and leaving behind only an even more desolate wasteland. The wood spirit guardians were utterly shocked by what they saw. The undead lord who filled them with despair was actually killed by Lord Li Wan with a single finger? What terrifying power that is! Captain Taimu took a deep breath, suppressing the turmoil in his heart, and looked at Li Wan with utmost awe. He became even more convinced that the ancestral tree's prophecy was correct, and that this stranger was the beacon of hope for the planet Sanluo. Li Wan slowly withdrew his finger, his face slightly pale. That single finger strike, seemingly effortless, actually embodied most of his understanding and power of resonance of laws and the Dark Gold Order, consuming a tremendous amount of energy. But his eyes remained sharp as he gazed at the scene revealed after the throne collapsed. Beyond the bone throne lies not a deeper wasteland, but the entrance to a vast, bottomless crypt. The entrance was filled with a thick, almost tangible, dark green mist that seemed to be alive, exuding an aura of decay, depravity, and madness 1,000 times stronger than anywhere else before. That aura shared the same origin as the polluted core described by the spirit of the ancestral tree, but it was purer and more primal. Just standing near the entrance sends shivers down your spine, as if staying even a moment longer would lead to being eroded and assimilated by it. Is this the entrance to the heart of decay? Lin Wan came to Li Wan's side, her emerald light flowing naturally, resisting the uncomfortable corrosive feeling, and her expression became extremely solemn. Even as the messenger of life, she felt immense pressure from this pure, decaying source. There's no mistake, Li Wan said in a deep voice. His senses penetrated deep into the entrance of the cave and he could clearly feel that in that endless depth, there was an enormous source of pollution, pulsating like a heart. It was the starting point of all decay, the source of all corruption. The concentration of pollution inside is beyond imagination. Captain Taimu stepped forward, feeling the terrifying aura emanating from the cave, his face turning pale. Lord Li Wan, Divine Envoy Lin Wan, with our strength, I'm afraid we cannot go deep inside. This is true. The Wood Spirit Guardian's power attributes are completely countered here. Reaching this point is already their limit. Going further ahead, they will not only be of no help, but will also become a burden, and may even be corrupted and turned into enemies. Li Wan looked at Taimu and the wounded but determined guardians behind him, and nodded. You have completed your mission, well done. Stay here to provide support. If things go wrong, evacuate immediately and bring the message back to the ancestral land. But Temu wanted to say something more. This is an order. Li Wan's tone was calm, yet carried an undeniable authority. The battle inside is not something you can participate in. Looking into Li Wan's deep, star-like eyes, Temu nodded emphatically, yes. Please, my lords, be careful. The Wood Spirit Clan awaits your triumphant return. Li Wan said no more and exchanged a glance with Lin Wan. There was no fear in Lin Wan's eyes, only a firm determination to fight alongside him. She gently grasped Li Wan's hand, and the emerald life force intertwined with Li Wan's dark gold order once again, forming a more stable and powerful mixed energy field that enveloped the two of them. Let us go, let us end all of this, Li Wan said softly. Without further hesitation, the two stepped forward at the same time, resolutely entering the cave entrance that led to the source of the final nightmare of Sanluo Star, shrouded in swirling dark green mist. The figure was instantly swallowed up by the thick, decaying mist. Ironwood and the Wood Spirit Guardians watched the direction in which they disappeared, and silently performed the Wood Spirit clan's most revered salute. May the ancestral tree protect us. The cave was not as dark as one might imagine. The rock walls were covered with countless decaying fungal carpets and eerie mosses that emitted a ghostly green and pale light, making the passage appear bizarre and surreal. The air was so thick it was like liquid, and every step forward required a considerable amount of effort to resist the pervasive decay and erosion. The passage descends at an extremely steep angle, as if leading directly to the Earth's core. Along the way, you can see many thoroughly corrupted and indescribable biological remains, as well as some bizarre structures that resemble energy nodes but are completely contaminated and distorted. The deeper they went, the clearer and heavier the heart-pounding thump, thump sound became, as if the entire cavern was trembling. The voice carried a strange, magical power, attempting to cause the intruders' energy to spiral out of control, leading them to depravity and madness. Li Wan and Lin Wan kept their minds focused and relied on each other's complementary strengths to move forward with difficulty. After descending an unknown depth, light finally appeared ahead. It was a filthy, pus-like dark green light. The two quickened their pace and rushed out of the narrow passage. Suddenly, a vast underground space opened up before them. In the center of the space, there was no monster or entity as imagined. There was only one, indescribable, constantly writhing, expanding, and contracting, dark green sarcoma. This tumor was as large as a mountain, its surface covered with thick, blood vessel-like veins, and inside flowed a viscous, foul-smelling, dark green energy liquid. At the top of the tumor, like the stamen of a flower, grow countless tentacled mouthparts that constantly open and close, spewing out decaying spores. What's most chilling is that at the very core of this enormous tumor is a core that pulsates like a black crystal. It was this core that emitted waves of terrifying, decaying energy, like a heartbeat, as if it were the very source of all the pollution and decay in the abyss of decay, and even on the planet Zuluo. The root of all corruption, a corrupt heart. It seemed to sense the approach of the living, and the countless mouthparts on the surface of the tumor suddenly turned towards Li Wan and Lin Wan, emitting a piercing shriek that sounded like millions of vengeful spirits piled up. The final battle is about to begin. End of Chapter 95. Chapter 96, Whispers of Corruption, Lament of All Souls. The shrieks of billions of vengeful spirits were not merely a sound attack, but a terrifying torrent that combined the most vicious spiritual pollution, law erosion, and soul curses. Wherever the sound waves passed, even the decaying fungi attached to the rock wall withered and disintegrated instantly, turning into more basic decay particles. Li Wan and Lin Wan were the first to be affected. Shou Shun. Li Wan roared, and the runes of primordial order in his sea of consciousness shone brightly, forming an indestructible barrier of will. At the same time, the dark gold force field contracted to its limit, like the densest armor protecting his body, forcibly decomposing and deflecting the invisible impact. Even so, he still felt as if his soul was being pierced by billions of poisonous needles. The pain was unbearable, and even pale golden blood seeped from his ears and nose. This attack directly affected the very essence of his being. Lin Wan's situation is even more dangerous. Her life force was originally the nemesis of pollution, but the decaying essence contained in this shriek was too vast and pure, like a turbid flood crashing against a clear stream. The emerald green divine light shield twisted violently, emitting a cracking sound as it struggled to withstand the pressure. She let out a muffled groan, her face instantly turning deathly pale, a trickle of blood spilling from the corner of her mouth, and the light in her eyes dimming slightly. The extreme opposition between life and decay brought about the most violent backlash at this moment. Wan-er. Li Wan grabbed Lin Wan's waist and shielded her behind him, unleashing even more of his dark gold power to resist the terrifying soul shriek. The shriek lasted for several breaths before finally subsiding. Both of them suffered serious injuries, especially Lin Wan, whose life force fluctuated violently, clearly indicating that her soul had been severely damaged. However, the attacks from the corrupted heart did not stop. The tentacle mouthparts at the top of the tumor stopped shrieking and began to emit a low, chaotic whisper, as if countless languages and thoughts were mixed together. These whispers did not affect the sense of hearing, but resonated directly in the depths of the soul, filled with temptation, deception, despair, and madness. Give up, merge into eternal peace. Life will eventually decay, order will eventually collapse, why struggle? Look, your companion is being corrupted, soon she will become like us. Join us, become part of the decay, and gain new life. A series of distorted illusions forcibly flooded into their consciousness. They saw each other entangled and assimilated by decaying tentacles, saw Sun Luo Star completely transformed into a dead zone, and saw the Wood Spirit clan wail and perish in agony. These illusions were incredibly real, stirring up the deepest fears and negative emotions within their hearts. This is a more terrifying, corrupting whisper than a shriek. It doesn't attack directly, but rather erodes willpower and incites inner demons. Calm down. These are all illusions. Li Wan guarded his mind, using his unwavering martial will and absolute trust in Lin Wan to forcefully extinguish the distracting thoughts invading his sea of consciousness. The Dark Gold Order operates, continuously breaking down those chaotic thoughts that attempt to erode it. Lin Wan bit her lower lip tightly, relying on her trust in Li Wan, her love for life, and her instinct as a messenger of life to stubbornly resist the erosion of the whispers. Although the divine light around her was dim, it remained pure, like a candle flame that never went out in a storm. It's no use. Struggling only prolongs the pain. Feel it, the lament of all spirits in this world. The tone of the corrupting whisper suddenly changed, transforming from seduction into a grand, mournful chant. It was as if all the creatures that had been polluted, devoured, twisted, and annihilated since ancient times on the entire planet of Sanluo had their remaining pain and despair stirred up and gathered at this moment, turning into a heart-wrenching lament for all souls. This lament is no longer directed at any individual, but rather it has stirred up a torrent of negative emotions that have accumulated over countless eons in this world. The entire underground space began to shake violently, and the corrosive light on the rock walls flickered intermittently, as if the whole world was crying. Li Wan and Lin Wan's expressions changed drastically at the same time. This force has transcended a mere mental attack. It has triggered a negative resonance at the level of laws. It attacks their belief in life and their adherence to order. Li Wan felt that the flow of the Dark Gold Order within his body was becoming sluggish, as if he were entangled by invisible sorrow and despair. Lin Wan's life force was like a candle flickering in the wind, about to be extinguished. The death and end contained in the lament of 10,000 souls was a deadly poison to her. No. This can't go on. Lin Wan's voice was weak yet resolute. Brother Wan, help me, guide all my power out. Li Wan instantly understood her intention. She wanted to use herself as a medium to unleash the purifying properties of the divine power of life to the fullest extent, and confront this tragic song of all souls head-on. That's too dangerous. Li Wan immediately objected. Lin Wan is in extremely poor condition at the moment. Forcibly unleashing all her power could cause her divine status to collapse or even be completely corrupted. There is no other way. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, her eyes filled with unprecedented determination and tenderness. Believe me and believe you. Seeing the unwavering light in her eyes, Li Wan felt a tremor in his heart. He gritted his teeth and exclaimed, "Fine." Instead of suppressing his own power, he poured all of his Dark Gold Order into Lin Wan's body. It's not about devouring or transforming, but about providing the purest support and guidance. His power of order served as the framework and conduit for the eruption of her life force. In the name of the messenger of my life. To bring life to all things, to ignite the flame of hope. Purification, sacred flower. Lin Wan opened her arms as if to embrace the entire dark world. She unleashed all her remaining life force, along with the immense Dark Gold Order power that Li Wan had poured into her, with a resolute self-sacrifice. Buzz. A pure white holy light, indescribably brilliant, emanated from Lin Wan and, like a supernova explosion, instantly illuminated the entire filthy underground space. This light contains the purest will for life, hope, purification, and redemption. Wherever the holy flower passed, the corrupt whispers vanished as if burned away. The negative resonance of the lament of all souls was forcibly interrupted and purified. The enormous, decaying tumor seemed to be greatly agitated, emitting violent tremors of pain and rage, and its surface tentacles and mouthparts danced wildly. However, after unleashing this attack, Lin Wan's body seemed to have lost all strength, and she softly fell backward. The divine light around her was completely extinguished, and her aura became extremely weak. Waner. Li Wan hugged her tightly, feeling his heart breaking as he sensed the nearly depleted life force within her. At that moment, the corrupt heart, which had been severely damaged and enraged by the purifying holy flower, suddenly erupted with an extreme darkness at its core, devouring all light. All the tentacles and mouthparts were aimed at the two embracing figures, and a destructive energy far more terrifying than any previous attack, capable of ending everything, was gathering wildly. It will completely annihilate these two ants who have repeatedly challenged and harmed it. Holding the unconscious Lin Wan, Li Wan looked up at the impending, earth-shattering final blow. There was no fear in his eyes, only endless coldness and a madness that would lead to mutual destruction. End of Chapter 96. Chapter 97, Enlightenment from the Ruins, the Prelude Rekindled. Destructive energy gathers ahead, darkness devours light, and the breath of death chokes the throat. He held his lover's faint breath in his arms, and behind him lay a hopeless situation with no way out. Time seemed to stretch out, each moment filled with suffocating despair. However, amidst this extreme silence and oppression, Li Wan's turbulent heart suddenly calmed down. Scenes from the past flashed through his mind: rebirth in the wasteland, the inheritance of the spark, the steadfastness of the Tower of Order, the thrill of devouring the core, the birth of the Dark Gold Order, the mystery of the resonance of laws, and all the moments he had shared with Lin Wan since they met, her gentleness, her resilience, and the purifying saintly radiance she unleashed at the cost of her own life. Destruction? End? No. His path is to draw new life from destruction and to restore order from chaos. It is to protect everything he cherishes. Decay, the end, is not the only answer. My prologue will transcend life and death, and transcend the cycle of reincarnation. An unprecedented realization, like a lightning bolt piercing through eternal darkness, exploded deep within his soul. He no longer tried to fight against that destructive, decaying energy, nor was he obsessed with protecting his own survival. At this moment, his will and his Tao heart merged with the dormant primordial order within his body at a deeper level, transcending resonance. He understood that the primordial order was not merely the foundation upon which all things were built, it itself contained the ultimate cycle of existence and nothingness, birth and end. Devouring is the order, decomposition is the order, and so is inclusion and transformation. In my order, NAR's end. The gate to the ruins. An unprecedented light burst forth in Li Wan's eyes. It was no longer dark gold, but a more profound and ancient color, as if it could contain the birth and death of the universe. He stopped defending himself and instead opened his arms to hold the unconscious Lin Wan tightly in his arms, facing the overwhelming, destructive torrent of decay with his own chest. Just as the destructive energy was about to completely engulf him and Lin Wan, an invisible door, seemingly composed of countless flowing chaotic runes, quietly opened before Li Wan. Behind the door is not a physical space, but an absolute nothingness, a void where even the concept of existence has been erased. That devastating, decaying torrent crashed headlong into this gate of return to ruins. There was no explosion, no impact. Like all rivers flowing into the sea, like time entering a dream. That immense, despair-inducing, decaying energy was silently swallowed and absorbed by that chaotic gate, vanishing without a trace. Not even a ripple was stirred, as if it had never existed. No impossible at the core of the decaying heart, the black crystal trembled violently, conveying disbelief and even a hint of fear. It could not understand why its primal strike, which had accumulated over countless epochs and was powerful enough to end the life of a planet, could be so easily erased. However, something even more frightening happened. Li Wan slowly raised his head. His aura did not weaken after unleashing this astonishing move. Instead, it seemed to have broken through some kind of long-standing shackle and began to rise and transform at a terrifying speed. After absorbing that ultimate, decaying power of the end, the gate of return to the ruins did not close. Instead, it began to send back a stream of the most primordial chaotic energy that had been thoroughly purified, refined, and stripped of all negative will by the primordial order, nourishing Li Wan himself. This energy no longer carries any attributes, it is the most fundamental power of existence, the building block of all things. Boom! The power within Li Wan's body, which was already close to 90% of its threshold, broke through the obstacles with unstoppable force under the infusion of this pure source. It not only instantly recovered to 100% but also launched an attack on an unprecedented peak. The dark gold patterns on his body became more complex and profound, faintly matching the trajectory of the chaotic runes. In his eyes, the left eye was like the void containing birth and death, and the right eye was like the origin of order. A realm that transcends the resonance of laws, the rudimentary form of law control is being nurtured within him. He felt as if he had become the ruler of the rules of this space. I see. The end of decay is also the beginning of new life. Li Wan looked down at Lin Wan, who was still unconscious in his arms but whose breathing was gradually stabilizing under his power. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, which then turned into the icy coldness of a frozen galaxy as he looked at the huge, decaying tumor. Your mission is over. He raised his hand, no longer needing any complicated moves, and simply gently squeezed the pulsating black core. Prelude, disintegration. Words become law. The powerful force field that enveloped the decaying tumor, composed of decaying laws accumulated over countless eras, crumbled instantly, like a sandcastle whose foundation had been removed. The tumor itself, with its incredibly tough structure capable of resisting the purifying world holy flower, began to collapse and dissipate on its own, following the order instructions issued by Li Wan at the most microscopic level. No! The decaying heart emitted its last wave of will, filled with resentment and fear. But everything is irreversible. Faced with the rudimentary form of law control, its power, built up by sheer quantity, appears so bloated and vulnerable. The enormous tumor, like ice and snow under the scorching sun, quickly melted and shrank, until finally, only the solitary, still faintly pulsating black crystal core remained the very source of all corruption. With a flick of his wrist, Li Wan brought the crystal, which contained the essence of ultimate decay and the laws of termination, into his hand. The crystal struggled violently in his palm, trying to erode him, but was firmly imprisoned by the chaotic power of order, and finally fell into complete silence. As the source of decay was stripped away, the entire underground space began to shake violently, and the corrupting light on the rock walls quickly dimmed and went out. The decaying aura that had permeated the abyss of decay for countless eons began to slowly dissipate, as if it had lost its source. The age-old ailment that had plagued Sun Luo Star for countless ages was finally eradicated at this moment. Li Wan held Lin Wan tightly, feeling the faint yet incredibly tenacious life force that was beginning to sprout anew in this world, and let out a long sigh of relief. The battle is over. But new challenges and paths seem to be unfolding just before him. End of Chapter 97. Chapter 98, The Journey Home of Sparks, Prologue. As Li Wan carried the still unconscious Lin Wan and joined the 10 Wood Spirit Guardians who were anxiously waiting and almost in despair, a visible upheaval was taking place throughout the abyss of decay. The eternally oppressive dark red of the sky is slowly fading, like bloodstains being washed away with clean water, revealing the long-lost depths and twinkling starlight that belonged to the normal starry sky. On the earth, the viscous, putrid swamps were drying up, the billowing yellowish-green poisonous fog was dissipating, and even the boundless wasteland of skeletons, its pale bones, under the influence of some invisible force, were gradually losing their luster and eventually turning into the most ordinary dust, returning to the earth. The most noticeable change is that the omnipresent, suffocating power of the decaying laws is rapidly diminishing and dissipating, like the receding tide. Instead, a faint yet incredibly tenacious life force emerged, like a long-dormant seed finally breaking free from its shackles and stubbornly sprouting from the depths of this land that had been ravaged for countless eons. It's a success? Captain Temyu looked at the earth-shaking changes around him, feeling the long-lost fresh vitality in the air that made his soul tremble, his voice choked with disbelief. The other Wood Spirit Guardians also knelt down, touching the scorched earth beneath their feet that was beginning to turn green, their eyes brimming with tears of emotion. The way they looked at Li Wan was no longer just simple awe, but filled with heartfelt reverence and gratitude, as if they were looking at a god. It was he who ended the suffering of this land and brought new hope to the planet Sun Luo. The source of pollution has been eliminated. Li Wan's voice was calm, yet carried an undeniable power. He looked down at Lin Wan in his arms, whose breathing was steady but who had not yet woken up. Let us go back to the ancestral land first. Lin Wan needs to rest. Yes. Yes. Please follow us, sir. Temyu quickly stood up and personally led the way. The journey home was no longer fraught with peril. As the corrupting power dissipated, the remaining corrupted beasts and twisted monsters lost their support and vanished under the erosion of their faint life force. The roads became smoother than ever before. When they stepped out of the abyss of decay and onto the vibrant land facing the planet Sun Luo once more, it was as if they had returned from hell to heaven. The sun is warm, the air is fresh, the grass and trees are fragrant, and everything is full of vitality. What's even more astonishing is that the life energy of the entire Sun Luo star seems to have become more active and powerful because of the breaking of the shackles. Countless points of light rose from forests, grasslands, mountains, and lakes, as if summoned, converging towards the ancestral land of all trees. Within the ancestral land, the golden giant tree, the spirit of the ancestral tree, is now radiating an unprecedentedly brilliant light. The colorful branches and leaves are like burning flames, and the rain of light they scatter is as rich as a tangible elixir of life. Its aura was several times stronger than before, as if it had been cured of its chronic illness and returned to its peak. When Li Wan carried Lin Wan into the core of the ancestral land, Elder Sun Yuan and all the high-ranking members of the Wood Spirit clan were already waiting there. They looked at Li Wan, at the exhilarating life energy in the surrounding world, and at the magnificent glory of the ancestral tree. They were all so excited that they prostrated themselves on the ground. Sun Luo Star is saved. Elder Sun Yuan cried out, tears streaming down his face. Lord Li Wan, Divine Envoy Lin Wan, please accept the utmost respect from the entire Wood Spirit clan. A grand vision once again emanated from the golden tree, clearer, warmer, and more powerful than ever before. Traveler from a foreign land, savior of the planet Sun Luo. On behalf of billions of living beings in this world, I thank you for everything you have done. The spark of prophecy has burned away the filth and illuminated new life. Your way, the spark of order, has left an immortal mark on this place. As the spirit of the ancestral tree spoke, an incomparably pure emerald green energy beam, containing the essence of the ancestral tree and the gratitude of the entire Sunluo star, descended from the sky, enveloping Li Wan and Lin Wan in his arms. This energy is not forcibly poured in, but rather the gentlest nourishment and blessing. Li Wan felt that his newly broken through and not yet fully stabilized law control realm was rapidly becoming more harmonious and stable under the nourishment of this vast and gentle life force, and his understanding of a return to nothingness and order became more profound. Under the nourishment of this shared energy, Lin Wan in his arms quickly regained her rosy complexion, her faint aura began to steadily strengthen, and even her dormant life essence seemed to be injected with new vitality, beginning to radiate a purer and more sacred fluctuation. A moment later, the beam of light slowly dissipated. Lin Wan's long eyelashes trembled, and she slowly opened her eyes. Her eyes were still clear, but they seemed to have gained a depth and wisdom that came with experience. Looking at Li Wan, who was so close to her, and feeling the vast and profound aura within him that subtly resonated with her own life force, a reassuring and gentle smile appeared on her lips. "Brother Wan, success?" "Yes, it worked." Li Wan gently put her down, helped her stand up, and smiled. Just then, Li Wan had a thought and took out the black crystal he had seized from the heart of corruption, the source of all corruption. The crystal lay quietly in his palm, the ultimate decay and laws of termination contained within it completely sealed and isolated by his power of order. The spirit of the ancestral tree swept its will across the crystal, carrying a hint of solemnity. "This thing is the remnant of the cataclysmic law, extremely and vile. Leaving it on Sunluo star will always be a hidden danger. You possess the order of encompassing the end, so you may be able to turn it into your own, or find a place of absolute nothingness and banish it completely." Li Wan nodded and put the crystal away. This thing is indeed dangerous, but the ending principle it contains may have irreplaceable reference value for him to perfect the return to nothingness path. How to handle this requires further consideration. Now that this matter is settled, what are your plans? The spirit of the ancestral tree asked. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. The crisis on Sunluo star had been resolved, but their own journey was far from over. The threat from the Cosmic Noble Council hangs like a sword of Damocles over their heads. They must increase their strength as soon as possible and find a way to return to their own side or understand the current state of the universe. "We need to leave and continue our journey," Li Wan said. The spirit of the ancestral tree seemed to have foreseen this. "I have sensed that the unstable rift in the star space has stabilized due to the completion and sublimation of the laws of the Sunluo star. I can help you open a passage to the outer star sea. We are extremely grateful." Li Wan and Lin Wan bowed simultaneously. Amidst the grateful and reluctant gazes of the entire Wood Spirit clan, and guided by the immense power of the ancestral tree spirit, a stable and dazzling starlight passage slowly formed above the ancestral land, leading to the boundless unknown sea of stars. Li Wan gripped Lin Wan's hand tightly, taking one last look at this reborn land, at the majestic golden tree, and at the simple and honest Wood Spirit clan. "Let's go." Without further hesitation, the two stepped into the starlight tunnel hand in hand. The instant the figure disappeared, it was as if a tiny, almost imperceptible spark, imbued with the breath of order and life, merged into the background radiation of the vast universe and quietly drifted away. A new chapter has begun for Li Wan and Lin Wan's journey through the stars. The legend of Sunluo star forever records two saviors from a foreign land, and their name Su Hua, which is powerful enough to reverse life and death and restore order. End of Chapter 98. Chapter 99, Stardust Remains, First Encounter with Scavenger. Travel within the Starlight Passage is not a simple spatial jump, but a journey through a higher dimension. The surroundings are a dazzling spectacle that defies conventional description, blurring the concepts of time and space. Li Wan held Lin Wan's hand tightly, and the two of them were enveloped in a thin layer of chaotic light. It was a shield naturally formed by Li Wan's newly formed law control power, which easily smoothed out the spatial turbulence that occasionally swept through the passage, which was enough to tear apart an ordinary starship. Lin Wan has fully recovered, and even benefited from the misfortune. Her life-divine essence has become more solidified under the tempering of the ancestral tree's origin and the test of life and death, and her control over life energy has reached a new level. She felt the profound and strangely inclusive power emanating from Li Wan's hands, and her heart was filled with peace and trust. "Brother Wan, your power?" Lin Wan asked softly, her beautiful eyes filled with curiosity. She could sense that Li Wan's current state was different from when he was on Sunluo star, as if it contained the birth and death of the entire universe. "I've gained some insights." Li Wan smiled slightly, without elaborating. His understanding of return to the void and mastery of laws was profound and mysterious, and could not be fully explained in words. His gaze fell upon the ever-flowing, bizarre light ahead of the passage. The most urgent task is to determine where we have been transported to, and the movements of the Cosmic Noble Council. I don't know how much time passed, maybe a moment, maybe several days, but the flowing light ahead suddenly became thin. A feeling of being grounded, or rather, stepping into the void, came over me, and the surrounding scenery stabilized. They left the starlight corridor and were truly immersed in the boundless sea of stars. What first came into view was not the bustling star field or inhabited planet that I had imagined, but a desolate space filled with debris. The background is deep, inky black, dotted with distant, somewhat indifferent stars. Nearby, numerous starship wrecks floated. These remains vary in size and style. Some resemble technological creations, gleaming with a cold metallic luster, but most are rusted and broken. Some bear obvious biological characteristics, like the remains of giant beasts, with broken shells and dried-up tissues. Some of the wreckage still bear the scorch marks from the energy weapon bombardment and the twisted traces left by the collision and annihilation of laws. These wrecks floated silently in the void, like giant tombs, telling the story of countless tragic battles fought in the past. Tiny specks of cosmic dust and ice drifted slowly among the debris, adding to the desolation. Is this a battlefield ruin? Lin Wan frowned slightly as she looked at the endless stretch of wreckage before her. The air, if there is air in the void, was filled with a cold, metallic, residual energy and a faint sense of death. Li Wan's senses spread out, and his brows furrowed slightly. His divine sense swept over a large number of wrecks and found that these traces of battle did not seem to be very old, at most no more than 100 years. Moreover, judging from the emblems and energy characteristics remaining on some of the wreckage, the civilizations involved in the battle were of a high level, at least far exceeding the level of Earth in his previous life, and possibly even comparable to some of the forces under the Cosmic Noble Council. It seems we've been transported to a rather turbulent star system, Li Wan said in a deep voice. Sun Luo star is relatively isolated, with limited information about the outside world. This unfamiliar star region is full of unknown dangers. Just then, he sensed a faint energy fluctuation and a life force at the edge of his perception. Someone's coming, be careful, Li Wan whispered, pulling Lin Wan along. In a flash, they concealed themselves behind a massive, mountain-like wreckage of a starship, simultaneously concealing all their presence. A moment later, a small, oddly shaped, and somewhat dilapidated spaceship emerged slowly from behind a pile of wreckage, like a ghost. The spaceship was entirely gray, its surface covered with signs of repair and additional armor plates, and its hull was painted with a crude logo consisting of gears, wrenches, and planetary patterns. It moved cautiously, constantly emitting faint scanning waves to probe the surrounding wreckage, as if searching for something. They're scavengers, Li Wan immediately concluded. In any civilization, the profession of searching for valuable resources in post-war ruins or dangerous airspace always exists. The scavenging boat seemed to have spotted a target, slowly approaching a section of the ship's engine that was half buried in a larger wreckage, where the original silver-white paint could still be vaguely seen. A hatch opened on the belly of the spacecraft, and several flexible robotic arms extended out, beginning to attempt cutting and disassembly. However, just as the robotic arm touched the engine wreckage, buzz! A hidden energy trap was triggered. A dark blue arc of electricity erupted instantly, spreading out like a spider web, enveloping the mechanical arms and part of the scavenger's armor. Damn it! There's a trap! An angry shout came from inside the scavenging boat. It was in a language that Li Wan and Lin Wan had never heard before, but they could roughly understand its meaning through mental fluctuations. The spaceship trembled violently, trying to break free from the electric arcs, but those arcs seemed to possess strong adhesiveness and energy corrosiveness. Not only could it not escape, but they were also rapidly weakening the spaceship's shields and propulsion system. The lights on the spaceship's surface began to flicker, clearly indicating a critical situation. Help! Help! Can anyone hear me? A panicked distress signal came from inside the scavenging ship, using a variant of some universal language. Li Wan and Lin Wan exchanged a glance. Should we save them? Lin Wan asked. Having just arrived and knowing nothing about this place, acting rashly could be risky. Li Wan's eyes flickered as he quickly weighed his options. These scavengers were clearly local natives. Rescuing them might allow him to obtain crucial information about this star system. Moreover, judging from the way the trap was triggered and the nature of its energy, the person who set it up was ruthless and not a kind person. Save them, Li Wan decided. With their current strength, dealing with this level of traps and potential ambushers wouldn't be difficult. With a thought, he did not appear in person, but instead pointed a finger at the raging blue arc of electricity from afar. Prelude, calm down. An invisible force of order traversed space, enveloping the arc of electricity. The originally violent, turbulent, and destructive energy was as if it had been stroked by an invisible hand, and the chaotic particle motion within it was instantly forced back to calm. The pale blue arc of electricity dimmed and dissipated rapidly at a speed visible to the naked eye, as if it had never existed. The scavenging boat suddenly felt lighter, freed from its restraints, and gasps of relief came from inside. However, almost at the same time the trap was broken, 3 small, black assault ships, like barracudas, that had been hidden in the shadows of the nearby wreckage suddenly revealed themselves. They were arranged in a triangular formation, their engines emitting a dim light, like sharks spotting their prey, swiftly pouncing on the temporarily powerless scavenging boat. Dangerous light began to gather at the energy cannon muzzle at the bow of the ship. There was indeed an ambush. It seems that scavenging here is not just about picking up trash. A cold glint flashed in Li Wan's eyes. This time, he didn't hide it anymore. His and Lin Wan's figures appeared abruptly, like ghosts, between the panicked scavenging boat and the 3 assault ships. Facing the rapidly approaching, menacing assault ships, Li Wan simply raised his right hand and pressed it into the air in the direction they were coming from. End. Words become law. The 3 incredibly fast assault ships seemed to have instantly crashed into an invisible, intangible, yet indestructible cosmic wall. The ships emitted a teeth-grinding metallic groan, their forward momentum abruptly halted, frozen in mid-air. Even the energy radiating from their bows seemed to freeze solid. The pilots inside the assault ship were horrified to discover that they had lost all control of the ship, as if the entire space had been completely locked by a force they could not comprehend. The people inside the scavenging boat, as well as other observers possibly hiding in the shadows, all stared in disbelief at this incredible scene. In the void, the 2 figures, a man and a woman, with their robes fluttering, seemed to hold the power of life and death over this starfield. End of Chapter 99. Chapter 100, The Gray Area Rule, Information Value. In the void, time seemed to stand still. The 3 menacing assault ships, like insects frozen in amber, were frozen in the invisible force field created by Li Wan's press, their energy beams remaining in a state of barely ignited, exuding an absurd and eerie atmosphere. Inside the dilapidated scavenging boat, there was a moment of deathly silence, followed by an outpouring of ecstatic relief and indescribable shock. Through the porthole, they looked at the 2 figures that appeared out of nowhere, their clothes fluttering in the vacuum of space, as if gazing upon gods. Li Wan ignored the scavenger's reaction and focused his gaze on the 3 imprisoned assault ships. His divine sense, like invisible mercury, easily penetrated the assault ship's armor and energy barrier, instantly giving him a grasp of the internal situation. Each ship has about 5 to 6 crew members, whose life forms are similar to humans, but whose bodies show obvious signs of mechanical modification. At this moment, their faces are filled with extreme fear and confusion, clearly unable to understand what they have encountered. Come out. Li Wan's voice was calm, yet it resonated like a law, directly echoing in the minds of all the crew members on the 3 assault ships. Click. The assault ship's hatch was forcibly ripped open by an invisible force, and the crew inside were pulled out as if by invisible threads, involuntarily floating out and exposed to the vacuum. Their makeshift spacesuits sounded an alarm, but under the natural protection of Li Wan's power, they did not die immediately, only experiencing bone-chilling cold and suffocating fear. Li Wan casually waved his hand, and a ball of chaotic energy enveloped the prisoners, forming a temporary life-sustaining zone. He needed to interrogate them. Only then did the hatch of the scavenging ship carefully open, and several figures wearing bulky, dirty spacesuits poked their heads out. The leader took off his helmet, revealing a weathered, middle-aged human male face with a hideous scar. His gaze toward Li Wan and Lin Wan was filled with gratitude, awe, and a hint of barely perceptible wariness. "Thank you so much for saving us, sirs," the scarred man said in a heavily accented universal language, his voice trembling with excitement and nervousness. "We are from the scrap metal ship, my name is Hack, and I'm the captain. If it weren't for you two, we would have been killed by these gray rats today." "Gray rats?" Lin Wan repeated softly, her gaze sweeping over the prisoners trembling inside the energy spheres. There was indeed an inconspicuous gray rodent paw print on their spacesuits. "Yes. They're the hyenas raised by those bastards from Gray Zone." Captain Harker spat, his voice filled with hatred. "They specifically ambush us scavengers on the routes we frequent, robbing, murdering, and committing all sorts of heinous crimes." Li Wan caught the key words, Gray Zone? What's this star system called? Why are you fighting here? Captain Harker was taken aback, seemingly not expecting that such a powerful being would not even know the basic situation of this starfield. But he dared not be negligent and quickly explained, "My lord, this starfield is called the Shattered Star Corridor, named for the remnants of ancient battlefields scattered throughout it. The area we are in is the 7th Remnant Zone. He pointed to the distant, indifferent stars. As for the gray zone, it's a considerable force in this star corridor, controlling several resource-depleted star systems and engaging in shady dealings. We scavengers just rummage through these wrecks for usable parts, energy blocks, or rare metals to make a living. Those gray rats just want to get something for nothing and steal our harvest. Li Wan nodded slightly. Although the information was fragmented, it outlined the chaotic and dog-eat-dog nature of this starfield. Shattered star corridor, gray zone, scavengers. This is clearly not a place of order. His gaze returned to the gray rat prisoners, and he asked them directly through mental means, without needing to speak, "Do you belong to the gray domain? Why are you lying in ambush here? Tell me everything you know about this star corridor and the recent cosmic events." The powerful mental pressure descended like a mountain. The prisoners, whose minds were already on the verge of collapse, were now powerless to resist and could only intermittently transmit the information they knew through mental fluctuations. Based on their testimonies and Captain Harker's additional information, Li Wan and Lin Wan gained a preliminary understanding of their surroundings. The broken star corridor, located on the edge of known cosmic civilizations, was once the front line of battles between several interstellar civilizations. Now, only endless ruins remain and various forces struggling to survive here. In a state of chaos, might makes right. Besides pirate-like organizations like the Grey Zone, the main forces include the relatively neutral Scavenger Alliance, the Star Torch Alliance, which controls a few planets with resources that still have life, and some mysterious lone wolves who occupy ancient ruins. These lowly underlings had limited knowledge of the grand scheme of things in the universe. They had only vaguely heard that a far-reaching conflict had broken out in the distant central region of the universe, and that a behemoth called the Council was carrying out a purge, causing a large number of refugees and defeated soldiers to wander to the outer star systems, exacerbating the chaos there. However, they were unaware of the specific name and operational details of the Parliament. The Cosmic Noble Council. Li Wan and Lin Wan both felt a chill run down their spines. Although the information was vague, the word council and the purge operation made it hard for them not to make the connection. "My lords, are you new to the Shattered Star Corridor?" Captain Hark asked cautiously, sensing that Li Wan and his companion lacked familiarity with the place. Li Wan remained non-committal, instead asking, "Where is the nearest well-organized outpost with effective intelligence gathering?" There aren't many orderly places. Captain Hark thought for a moment. The closest and relatively safest place from here is the Freedom Beyond Space Station. It's jointly managed by the Scavenger Alliance and several medium-sized chambers of commerce. Large-scale violence is prohibited there, so it's one of the more law-abiding places in the area, and it's also well-informed. Beyond Freedom. Li Wan memorized this name. He casually released the restraints on the few Grey Domain prisoners, but left an extremely subtle mark of order within their bodies. Like frightened birds, the group scrambled back to the assault ship, which had barely regained some power, and fled into the depths of the wreckage without looking back, not daring to utter a single harsh word. Captain Harker and the others watched the grey rats flee in disarray, and their awe of Li Wan's methods only grew stronger. "My lord," you see, Hack rubbed his hands together, speaking somewhat nervously, "although our scrap metal is old and worn, we are very familiar with the 7th wreck area and even the route to freedom. If you don't mind, we are willing to guide you to repay your life-saving grace." Li Wan glanced at Lin Wan, who nodded slightly. Having a guide familiar with the local area would indeed save them a lot of trouble, especially since they were new to the place. "Sure," Li Wan said calmly. "Lead the way." Captain Harker was overjoyed and immediately called his crew back to the ship to start the engine. Li Wan and Lin Wan remained standing in the void, following beside the slowly starting scrap metal ship. They don't need a spaceship. Their speed and control over space far surpass that of this old scavenging vessel. Looking at the wrecked ship cautiously navigating through the debris ahead, and feeling the chaotic and oppressive atmosphere of this starfield, Li Wan knew that in this shattered star corridor, information and strength were the most important hard currencies. They may have to stay here for a while to find clues to return to their own camp or to learn more about the movements of the Cosmic Noble Council. A new adventure has officially begun in this gray area composed of steel wreckage and the laws of survival. End of Chapter 100. Chapter 101, Beyond Freedom, undercurrents begin to emerge. Following the scrap metal through the dense wreckage of starships is like navigating a labyrinth of giant beasts' bones. Captain Harker truly knew the area inside and out. He skillfully maneuvered his ship, avoiding the subtle spatial folds, energy turbulence, and possibly not yet completed defense systems or unexploded ordnance. Along the way, you can occasionally see other equally dilapidated scavenging boats, each with a different paint job, bustling about among the wreckage. They mostly keep a wary distance from each other and do not interfere with one another. After several hours of sailing, the density of wreckage ahead began to decrease, and the outline of a man-made object appeared on the horizon. It was a massive space station assembled from countless metal modules of varying sizes, resembling a sea urchin with numerous spikes, docking docks, sensor arrays, weapon platforms. Its exterior is covered with repair marks and paintwork from different eras, making it look somewhat mottled and messy, but the overall structure looks exceptionally sturdy. Around the space station, a few spaceships of varying sizes were sparsely parked, ranging from scavenger ships like Captain Harker's to more aggressive-looking escort ships, and even a few bioships with distinctly different styles and obvious alien civilization characteristics. A huge sign, made of flashing neon lights and holographic projections, rotated near the main entrance of the space station, displaying scrolling text in several universal languages. Beyond Freedom Transfer Station in District 7. Trading, intelligence, and rest. Prohibition of large-scale armed conflict. My lords, freedom beyond is just ahead. Captain Harker's voice came through the communicator, carrying a hint of relaxation as he returned to familiar territory. We need to queue and wait for guidance to enter the public berth area. The spike zone inside offers different levels of berths and services, but the prices, a bit pricey. Li Wan and Lin Wan hovered in the void, examining this so-called outpost of order. Although large-scale conflicts are strictly prohibited, the dazzling lights, the chaotic architectural style, and the fierce aura emanating from the surrounding spaceships all indicate that this is by no means a peaceful and tranquil place, but rather a gray area built on the edge of danger, filled with transactions and desires. Let us go straight in, Li Wan said to Hack. You can do as you please. I'll contact you if needed. Understood, sir. Hack quickly replied. While staying by the side of these two mysterious powerhouses was certainly safe, the pressure was also immense. He was more than happy to be separated from them temporarily. My communication code is Sector 7 Scrap Metal. Hack. You can find me anytime, sir. Li Wan nodded slightly, said no more, and together with Lin Wan, they transformed into two barely perceptible streaks of light, instantly passing over the queue of waiting spaceships, silently penetrating the seemingly thick but actually ineffective energy shield of the space station in the face of his law control, and entering the interior of Freedom Beyond. The interior of the space station is far more noisy and chaotic than it appears from the outside. The enormous central passageway was like a condensed interstellar marketplace, the air thick with the smells of engine oil, sweat, low-quality synthetic food, and the distinctive body odors of various alien races. The light comes from the messy pipes overhead and the flashing neon signs of the shops on both sides, making all kinds of passers-by look bizarre and wonderful. Scavengers dressed in simple spacesuits and carrying various tools, cyborgs whose bodies are partially or mostly replaced by machinery and whose eyes are cold, mysterious guests wearing hoods and whose auras are elusive, and even some non-human silicon-based lifeforms and energy beings that move around in specific areas. The sounds of hawking, haggling, engine roars, and fighting coming from some unknown corner mingled together, creating a chaotic symphony. The appearance of Li Wan and Lin Wan did not cause much of a commotion. Here, outlandish clothing and unconventional behavior are the norm. However, their unique auras, Li Wan's unfathomable calmness and Lin Wan's pure and sacred life force, still drew scrutiny from some perceptive individuals. But most of them wisely looked away after sensing the abyss-like aura that Li Wan unintentionally exuded. The people here are all very tense. Lin Wan frowned slightly. She could feel the vigilance, greed, and suppressed violence permeating the air. It's the law of survival, Li Wan said calmly. His divine sense, like an invisible network, quietly covered a large area around him, filtering out a massive amount of useless information and capturing keywords that might be of interest. Intelligence, we need intelligence. Latest star map, parliament movements, rift news, price negotiable. Recruiting skilled individuals to explore the silent tomb, with a share of the profits. Those bastards in the gray area have been making a lot of moves lately, be careful. Various fragments of information flooded into Li Wan's mind. He noted that parliament and gray area were the most frequently mentioned terms. He led Lin Wan towards an intelligence shop that looked relatively legitimate, with two armed guards standing at the entrance. The shop sign is simple, consisting of only an abstract question mark made of light. Once inside, you are isolated from the hustle and bustle of the outside world. The interior space was small and simply furnished, with only an alloy counter behind which sat an alien with a head larger than normal and compound eyes, rapidly scanning several screens. Welcome to the Thousand Eyes Intelligence Agency. The alien didn't even look up, speaking in the synthesized common language. Prices are fixed, no credit. A basic star map costs 100 standard energy units, a briefing on the recent public movements of the council costs 500 units, and in-depth intelligence on specific forces or regions is negotiable. Li Wan tossed a piece of emerald green crystal, one of the gifts from the Wood Spirit clan that he had brought from Sun Luo Star and which contained pure life energy. It landed on the counter with a crisp sound. The value of this crystal far exceeds the price offered by the other party. The compound eyes of the thousand-eyed intelligence broker instantly fixed on the crystal, flickered a few times, and finally raised its head to look directly at Li Wan and Lin Wan, its tone becoming more respectful. Honorable guests, what do you need? Regarding the council, you mean the Cosmic Noble Council? Who were their targets in their recent purge? What was the scope of their operation? Li Wan asked directly. Thousand Eyes paused for a moment, seemingly assessing the risks and value of the information, his compound eyes flashing rapidly. Guest, the core intelligence regarding the council is expensive, and carries certain risks. I can only tell you that approximately 30 standard starfield years ago, the council launched a large-scale operation called Purge, targeting all forces they defined as sources of chaos or potential threats, including but not limited to certain independent civilizations, explorers of ancient ruins, and individuals possessing special powers or heritages. His gaze swept over Li Wan and Lin Wan almost imperceptibly. The operation has plunged numerous star systems into war, resulting in the destruction or exile of countless forces. As a result, many refugees and those being hunted have poured into the shattered star corridor. As for the specific list of targets and their latest movements, it is highly classified and I do not have it here. Perhaps the higher-ups of the Star Torch Alliance or some top information hunters have clues. Individuals with special powers or inherited skills. Li Wan and Lin Wan felt a slight unease. This description made it hard not to think of themselves. So, what are the recent moves of Grey Zone? Li Wan changed the subject. Gray area? Thousand Eyes' tone was more relaxed. Those pirates have indeed been very active lately. They seem to be looking for something in the 7th debris zone. It's unclear what exactly it is, but they've sealed off several areas for it and clashed with the Scavengers Alliance several times. It's said that they might have a bigger backer. An even bigger financial backer? Li Wan seemed to be deep in thought. Just then, the shop door was violently pushed open, and a blast of hot air carrying the smell of blood and engine oil rushed in. Several burly men in gray uniforms, bearing obvious signs of battle and exuding a fierce aura, walked in. The leader had a fresh burn scar on his face. His gaze swept fiercely across the shop, finally settling on Li Wan and Lin Wan, especially lingering on Lin Wan for a moment, a strange glint in his eyes. Thousand Eyes, where's my intelligence? The scarred man roared in a gruff, hoarse voice. Thousand Eyes seemed somewhat wary of these people and quickly said, Lord Scarwolf, the energy reading analysis of the Iron Tomb remains that you requested is complete and will be sent to you now. The burly man known as Scarface took the data chip from Thousand Eyes, but his gaze remained fixed on Lin Wan. He licked his lips, revealing a set of yellow teeth, a new face. Pretty girl, not often seen in this godforsaken place. Want to grab a drink with us? Several Grey Zone members behind him also let out malicious laughter. Lin Wan frowned slightly, a hint of disgust flashing in her eyes, but she didn't react. She just looked at Li Wan. Li Wan's gaze remained calmly fixed on Scarface, devoid of any emotional fluctuation. He simply spoke in a low voice. Roll. A single word, like a cold, hard law, instantly froze the air inside the store. Scarface's savage grin froze. He felt an invisible, suffocating pressure descend upon him, as if the entire mass of the space station were pressing down on him. He wanted to lash out, to draw his gun, but found he couldn't move even a finger. His men behind him were also frozen in place, their faces filled with terror. They were like specimens nailed to the void, their thinking sluggish. Li Wan stopped looking at them and said to Thousand Eyes, give me the contact information and locations you know about Information Catchers and Star Torch Alliance. Thousand Eyes stared at the Grey Domain members who seemed frozen in place, his compound eyes flashing wildly. When he looked at Li Wan again, his tone was filled with fear. Yes. My lord, I'll give it to you right away. He hurriedly entered the information into a chip and respectfully handed it to Li Wan. Li Wan took the chip, took Lin Wan's hand, and turned to walk out of the store. As he passed Scarface, he didn't even glance at him, simply waving his hand as if brushing away dust. Scarwolf and his men were sent flying backward as if hit by a high-speed starship, crashing heavily into the metal wall across the street with a series of dull thuds before slid softly to the ground, their fate unknown. The street fell silent for a moment. Everyone who witnessed the scene instinctively held their breath, their eyes filled with horror as they looked at Li Wan and Lin Wan. Li Wan and Lin Wan seemed to have done nothing more than a trivial matter, and their figures quickly disappeared into the bustling crowd. The thousand-eyed information broker looked at the unconscious Scarface and the others outside the shop, then at the direction where Li Wan had disappeared. His compound eyes were filled with lingering fear and relief. Mastery of the laws, at least at the domain lord level. The Shattered Star corridor is about to be turbulent. He muttered to himself, quickly closed the shop door, and hung up a sign saying closed for business. Li Wan and Lin Wan continued deeper into the space station, searching for the next source of information, which foreshadowed that the tranquility of the other shore of freedom, if it ever existed, was about to be completely shattered. End of Chapter 101. Chapter 102, Information Hunters and the Shadows of the Gray Area. After leaving the Thousand Eyes Intelligence Agency, the gazes cast from the streets became more complex. Previously it was scrutiny and curiosity, but now it is mixed with more awe, fear, and some malice hidden in the shadows. Li Wan's casual way of dealing with Scarface and his gang was like throwing a boulder into a murky pond, the ripples spreading rapidly. That direction. Based on the information in the chip, Li Wan pointed to a passage leading to the lower level of the space station, where the lighting was dimmer and more exposed pipes. Information catcher Kelvin usually operates in the leaky bar in that area. Lin Wan nodded slightly, her life energy flowing naturally, gently dispelling the ripples of spiritual energy around her that were trying to probe her. She whispered, "Many eyes are following us, some of them carrying deep hostility." "It's all right," Li Wan said calmly. "If they're courting death, then so be it." As the two descended the rusty metal steps, the stench in the air grew stronger, a mixture of cheap fuel, rotting organic matter, and the burnt smell of ionized air. The passageway is no longer lined with shops, but with makeshift dwellings or workshops pieced together from discarded shipping containers and metal sheets, where some creatures with numb or fierce eyes move about. The sign for leaky bar hung crookedly, and the lights flickered as if there was a faulty connection. Pushing open the metal door that looked like it might fall apart at any moment, a wave of sound mixed with an even stronger smell of alcohol and sweat hit me. The bar's interior is cramped and dimly lit, with all sorts of oddly shaped customers crammed around rough alloy tables and chairs, making a lot of noise, arguing, or drinking alone in silence. The arrival of Li Wan and Lin Wan instantly reduced the noise in the bar by an octave. Their temperament was completely out of place here, like a bright pearl falling into a muddy swamp. Many patrons cast unfriendly glances at them, but when someone recognized them as the ruthless guys who had taken down Scarface and his gang in an instant on the main road, those glances quickly disappeared or turned into more subtle scrutiny. Li Wan scanned the area with his divine sense and quickly locked onto a figure in the far corner of the bar. It was a human male wearing a wrinkled, seemingly unwashed gray protective suit, with greasy hair, slumped over the bar, several empty bottles in front of him, seemingly completely drunk. However, Li Wanning sensed that although the person appeared to be asleep, his mind was in a highly alert pseudo-dormant state, secretly collecting all the conversations and information flow in the bar. Li Wan walked to the empty seat next to him and sat down, while Lin Wan stood quietly beside him. "One glass of Stardust, one glass of Dew of Life," Li Wan said to the bartender, a burly man with a prosthetic arm. These were the coded drinks mentioned in the chip for contacting Kelvin. The bartender paused, glanced at Li Wan, then at the drunkard slumped beside him, and silently began mixing drinks. As the two glasses of oddly colored liquid were placed on the bar, the drunk Kelvin next to him suddenly stirred and mumbled incoherently, "Stardust is fleeting, Dew of Life is hard to find, hiccup. Gentlemen, what business do you have with this drunkard?" He raised his head, revealing a face swollen and pale from long-term alcoholism, but his eyes were unusually clear and sharp, a stark contrast to his drunken state. "By information," Li Wan said directly, pushing over another energy crystal of slightly lower quality but still precious. "In-depth intelligence about the Cosmic Noble Council's purge operation, and clues that may be related to it, about the journey home or a special inheritance." Kelvin's fingers flew swiftly over the crystal, tucking it into his sleeve with a practiced ease, as if he had rehearsed it 1,000 times. He picked up Li Wan's glass of Stardust, took a sip, smacked his lips, and muttered, "The Council's purification, hey, that's a huge whirlpool. The official explanation is to clean up the chaos, but the core objective, based on the information I pieced together, is to search for and eliminate anything that might threaten their ideals of absolute order and purity of bloodlines. This includes inheritors of certain ancient civilizations, powerful individuals who are out of control, and especially, those who are suspected of possessing the power of the root law." His gaze swept over Li Wan seemingly unintentionally, and he continued, "As for the way home, that word is vague. But if it refers to searching for a lost star field, a forgotten coordinate, or opposing the Council's power, I've recently heard an interesting rumor." He lowered his voice, almost inaudibly. "Those mad dogs in the gray zone, deep within the 7th Remains Zone, supposedly found an ancient beacon ruin, dating back to before the Council established its rule. Rumor has it that the beacon points to an unrecorded starfield, or contains some kind of power that can overturn the existing order. That's why they've been sealing off the area like madmen, even going so far as to wage war against the Scavenger Alliance. A beacon? An unrecorded star system? A thought struck Li Wan. This might be related to his search for a way to return to his original timeline or to confront the council. What is the exact location of the beacon? Li Wan asked. Kelvin shook his head, a sly smile spreading across his face. That's worth a fortune, my friend. The Grey Domain is tight-lipped about it. Their higher-ups are extremely discreet. I only know it's somewhere near the core of the Iron Tomb, but that area is currently surrounded by the Grey Domain's fleet like an iron barrel. And... He paused, then lowered his voice even further. I suspect that there is indeed a financial backer behind the Grey area, and it is very likely from a faction within the council. Otherwise, where would they get the confidence and resources to go to such lengths? This is a very deep pool. Just then, the bar door was slammed open again. This time, it wasn't a few thugs who entered, but a whole squad of soldiers covered in heavy grey armor and armed with standard energy weapons. They had the menacing skull insignia of the Grey Domain on their chests, and their movements were perfectly synchronized, radiating a chilling killing intent. They instantly took control of all the bar's exits. The leading officer, his electronic eyes flashing red on his visor, scanned the entire area, finally settling on Lin Wan, and Kelvin beside them. According to the security regulations of Grey Zone 7. The officer's voice, cold and intimidating, came through the loudspeaker. These three dangerous individuals are hereby arrested on charges of attacking Grey Zone members and endangering the security of the space station. Anyone who resists will be killed on sight. The entire bar fell silent instantly. All the patrons were terrified of being implicated. Kelvin's face turned deathly pale instantly, cold sweat poured down his back, and he instinctively tried to shrink back under the bar. Lin Wan looked at Li Wan with a questioning look in her eyes. Li Wan slowly stood up and down the drink called Dew of Life in his cup, as if the menacing Grey Domain soldiers were nothing more than air. He looked at the officer, a faint, indifferent smile playing on his lips. Arrest me? He gently set down the cup, making a crisp clinking sound. You guys? The moment the words fell, an invisible yet immense pressure, centered on Li Wan, spread out like a tangible tsunami. End of Chapter 102. Chapter 103, The Power of the Laws, First Glimpse of Its Might. The words "you guys" resounded like thunder in the narrow bar. Following closely behind was Li Wan's unrestrained, boundless pressure, as vast as the universe itself. This wasn't a simple energy shock, but a direct crushing force originating from the level of the fundamental laws. The air instantly became viscous and heavy, as if it had turned into tangible mercury. The glasses on the bar silently cracked, then shattered into dust with a bang. The metal walls groaned under the weight, caved in, leaving huge, palm-shaped marks. That group of menacing Grey Zone soldiers were the first to be attacked. They felt as if they had been thrown into the core of a star, or as if they had been gripped by an invisible giant hand, along with their heavy armor, about to be crushed and flattened. The light on the energy weapons dimmed and went out instantly, and the thick armor emitted a piercing metallic twisting sound as it began to deform and shatter. Ugh! Screams were abruptly choked in their throats. The soldiers, like scarecrows tossed about by a whirlwind, were completely out of control, stumbling and crashing against walls, ceilings, and the bar. The cracking sounds of bones shattering were deafening. With just a single release of pressure, this well-equipped Grey Zone squad, like toys wantonly trampled by a child, instantly lost all fighting ability, collapsing to the ground, their fate unknown. Only the leading officer, thanks to his superior armor and slightly stronger personal strength, managed to kneel on one knee, avoiding being directly crushed. But his face beneath the visor was filled with utter terror, his electronic eyes flashing wildly, indicating the terrifying pressure his internal organs were enduring. He raised his head, his gaze towards Li Wan filled with incomprehensible fear. What kind of power is this? A domain lord? No. Even a domain lord couldn't achieve this with just their aura. The other patrons in the bar, though not the primary target of the oppressive aura, felt as if an invisible boulder was pressing on their chests. They were all pale, struggling to breathe, slumped in their seats, unable to move, and looking at Li Wan as if they were looking at a god or demon descended to earth. Kelvin cowered under the bar, clutching his head tightly, trembling violently, muttering repeatedly, "It's over, it's completely over, we've really messed things up." Lin Wan stood quietly beside Li Wan, a faint emerald light swirling around her, gently dissolving the lingering pressure that Li Wan had intentionally avoided. She looked at the mess on the ground and the unconscious soldiers, her eyes showing no pity, only a clear, calm stillness. In her view, offending a revered figure deserved this fate. Li Wan slowly walked up to the officer who was barely holding on, looked down at him with a calm gaze, as if he had just casually brushed away a few specks of dust. Now, you can answer my questions. Li Wan spoke, his voice not loud, yet like the whisper of a law, directly imprinted into the depths of the officer's soul. What exactly is the beacon you are searching for in the Iron Tomb? Where is it located? Who is the financial backer behind you? The officer gritted his teeth, his eyes struggling beneath his visor, as if he still wanted to hold on. Li Wan frowned slightly. Snap. The officer's mechanical prosthetic limb, which was supporting him on the ground, was instantly crushed into metal fragments by an invisible force. Ah, the officer screamed, collapsing to the ground and curling up in pain. My patience is limited. Li Wan's voice turned slightly cold. That chilling coldness, like a death knell, instantly shattered the officer's last psychological defenses. I'll talk. I'll talk. The officer screamed hoarsely, fear overwhelming him. Beacon, it's said to be an ancient spacetime beacon. It can activate an ancient star path that has long been abandoned. Pointing to an unknown region of space known as the Origin Star Sea. Origin Star Sea? Li Wan's heart stirred slightly. He seemed to have seen a trace of this name in some of the oldest fragments of inherited memories. The exact location is below the core control room of the Iron Tomb, the third-level encrypted warehouse. The coordinates are. The officer trembled as he recited a string of complex spatial coordinates. As for the financier, I really don't know who it is. I only know it's a secret order from the council's higher-ups, contacting one way via an encrypted channel. Codename seems to be the Cleaner. The Cleaner. Li Wan murmured the code name to himself. Was it factional infighting within the council? Or was it some entity acting under the guise of the council? Having obtained the information he wanted, Li Wan stopped looking at the officer on the ground. He turned and looked at Kelvin, who was still hiding under the bar. Do you want to live? Kelvin suddenly raised his head, his face a mixture of fear and a desperate desire to survive, and nodded frantically. Take us to the Star Torch Alliance's contact point, Li Wan said. Or, tell me the exact location. Kelvin swallowed hard, his hand trembling as he pointed to a more concealed ventilation duct deep within the bar. Go down from there. Around the abandoned reactor area there is an entrance disguised as a garbage dump that is a secret alliance contact point in Sector 7. The password is Starlight Never Dies, Hope Endures. Li Wan noted down the information and casually tossed Kelvin a small energy crystal as payment and hush money. You know what to do about today's events. Kelvin took the crystal as if it were a lifeline, repeatedly assuring everyone, understood. My lord. I didn't see anything, I don't know anything. Li Wan said no more and nodded slightly to Lin Wan. Ignoring the mess on the floor and the terrified looks, the two walked straight to the ventilation duct deep inside the bar. Just as they were about to enter the tunnel, a sharp and urgent global alarm suddenly sounded throughout the entire Freedom Beyond space station. Warning! Warning! High energy reaction detected approaching. Unregistered fleet signal. Identified as Gray Zone main fleet. Repeat, the Gray Zone main fleet is approaching. All non-combat personnel, proceed to shelter immediately. All combat units, take your positions. The broadcast echoed in every corner of the space station. The survivors inside the bar turned deathly pale instantly. Kelvin closed his eyes in despair. It's here, it's finally here, the Gray Area's revenge. Li Wan stopped in his tracks, looking up at the top of the passageway, as if he could see through the layers of decks to the deep starry sky outside. His eyes showed no sign of tension, but rather a hint of anticipation. It seems we don't need to look for it anymore, he said softly to Lin Wan, the indifferent smile on his lips returning once more. End of Chapter 103. Chapter 104, One man stands guard, single-handedly shakes the fleet. The piercing alarm, like the grim glint of death, echoed in every corner of the other side of freedom. The space station was instantly thrown into even greater chaos. People who had been observing, trading, and arguing were now driven by an instinctive desire to survive. Like a swarm of frightened rats, they rushed toward the official shelter, amidst cries, trampling sounds, and the scraping of metal. The survivors in the bar, including Kelvin and the officer with the broken leg, disregarded everything else and scrambled into the fleeing crowd. Only Li Wan and Lin Wan went against the flow of people and returned to the main passage leading to the upper level. Through the huge observation window, one can clearly see the starry sky outside. The airspace that was originally dotted with wreckage and scattered ships is now covered by an endless gray expanse. Dozens of massive, menacing warships painted with the gray domain skull symbol, like a bloodthirsty swarm of sharks, were slowly approaching, their cold cannons beginning to gather destructive energy beams, firmly locking onto the Freedom Beyond space station. The main fleet. This is no longer a small-scale skirmish like before, but a military force capable of erasing the entire space station from the star map. The space station's defensive turrets lit up in vain, and the energy shield generators were overloaded, emitting a humming sound as if they were about to collapse. The few escort ships stationed at the space station attempted to take off to engage the enemy, but in the face of the massive fleet in the gray zone, they were as insignificant as moths drawn to flames. A forced global communication connection was established to every public screen and communicator on the space station, and a middle-aged man with a sinister face, wearing a gray domain general's uniform, appeared on the screen. "Listen up, everyone on the other side of freedom." The general's voice was cold and filled with killing intent. "I am Bloodblade Karlov, commander of the 7th Legion of the Grey Domain. Hand over the murderers who killed my Grey Domain warriors, as well as the core data they stole from the Ion Tomb. Otherwise, in 10 minutes, I will order the complete annihilation of the other side of freedom into cosmic dust." Final ultimatum. Inside the space station, despair spread like a plague. Many people turned their angry and fearful gazes toward Li Wan and Lin Wan, as if they were the harbingers of destruction. "My lord, we..." Lin Wan looked at Li Wan, her eyes questioning, but not panicked. She believed Li Wan could handle everything. Li Wan did not answer, but simply stared silently at the massive fleet outside the observation window, his gaze deep, as if he were assessing something. He sensed the despair and resentment surging within the space station, as well as the undisguised killing intent and greed of the Grey Fleet. "What they want is more than just revenge and data," Li Wan suddenly spoke, his voice calm. "The information about that beacon has probably already been partially leaked. This fleet is here to secure ownership of the beacon and eliminate anyone who knows about it." He took a step forward, and his figure vanished from the passage in an instant. The next moment, he appeared on an extended platform on the outermost edge of the Freedom Beyond space station, facing the vast Grey Fleet. The cold vacuum had no effect on him whatsoever, and the rampant energy radiation around him subsided naturally. He was all alone, suspended between the massive space station and the enormous fleet, as insignificant as a speck of dust, yet seemingly the center of the entire universe. He went out. What is he trying to do? Fight the entire fleet alone? He's insane. Inside the space station, those who witnessed this scene through the monitors gasped in disbelief. Bloodblade Karlov also saw the figure that suddenly appeared in space through the flagship's observation system. He frowned, a hint of doubt flashing through his mind, but it was quickly replaced by disdain. Individual bravery is meaningless in the face of an interstellar fleet. Stubborn fool. Open fire. Target that arrogant bastard, and the space station area behind him. Blast them to pieces. Karlov gave the order with a sneer. In an instant, the main cannons of dozens of gray area warships simultaneously lit up with blinding light. Destructive energy torrents, like dozens of roaring giant pythons, tore through the void and rushed towards Li Wan and the Freedom Beyond behind him. The energy overload caused the surrounding space to distort slightly, and the light illuminated the despairing faces of countless people. Faced with this concentrated attack that could instantly vaporize an asteroid belt, Li Wan simply raised his right hand slowly. There was no earth-shattering energy eruption, no dazzling brilliance. He simply faced the surging torrent of energy, slightly spread his 5 fingers, and then gently clenched them. Words become law, and laws bind us. A phenomenon that defies the rules of physics has occurred. The dozens of incredibly violent beams of light, containing destructive energy, seem to have struck an absolutely invisible yet insurmountable barrier several kilometers away from Li Wanshan, and suddenly stopped. Like an insect frozen in amber, it remains in the ejection posture but cannot move forward even an inch. The energy continued to roar and churn, trying to break free of its restraints, but the invisible barrier remained unmoved, firmly imprisoning all the destructive power in place. What? Inside the flagship command center, Bloodblade Karlov abruptly stood up from his seat, his eyes almost popping out of their sockets, his face filled with horror and incomprehension. This is impossible. The energy is frozen? What kind of technology is this? Or, some kind of unknown supernatural power? The entire Grey Fleet, including all the officers and soldiers who witnessed this scene, were momentarily stunned and thrown into chaos. Inside the space station, the people who were initially in despair stared in disbelief at the surveillance footage, their minds blank. Bare-handed, freezing the entire fleet firing in a single shot? Is this really something a living being can do? Li Wan hovered in the void, his robes fluttering slightly in the aftershocks of the energy radiation. He looked at the imprisoned energy pillars ahead as if admiring some interesting toy. Then, he gently swept his slightly clenched right hand outward. The laws reverse, and all laws return to their origin. Those dozens of imprisoned energy torrents, powerful enough to destroy stars, seemed to receive a supreme command, abruptly changing direction and reflecting back along their original paths at an even faster and more violent speed than when they came. No! Get out of the way! Shield overload! The Grey Fleet's communication channels were instantly filled with terrified screams and desperate roars. But it was all too late. Boom, 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 boom. Brilliant yet deadly fireworks exploded one after another in the starry sky in front of the Freedom Beyond space station. The Grey Zone warship's shields were torn apart by its own firepower as if they were made of paper, its armor was melted, and the hull disintegrated and shattered in a silent explosion. The smaller frigates instantly vaporized, while the larger cruisers and battleships, like ignited powder kegs, turned into massive wrecks in a series of explosions. It was just a grasp, a flick. The main fleet of the 7th Legion of the Grey Domain was almost completely wiped out. Only the flagship at the very back of the formation, which reacted the fastest, managed an emergency short-distance jump at the last minute. Dragging its damaged hull and half-melted armor, it disappeared in a sorry state into the void, leaving behind countless burning fragments and a deathly silent vacuum. The starry sky returned to silence. The Freedom Beyond space station is intact. On the platform, Lee-Wan slowly lowered his right hand, as if he had only done a trivial thing. He turned around, his gaze seemingly piercing through the layers of decks, landing on the people inside the space station who were still in a state of extreme shock. The entire other shore of Freedom fell into an eerie, almost frozen silence. The same thought echoed in everyone's mind. This person is beyond our power. Is he a god? A demon? Or an existence that transcends the rules? But Lee-Wan was pondering another question. The beacon points to the Origin Starsea, and the high-ranking member of the Council codenamed Scavenger. The real storm may have only just begun. End of Chapter 104. Chapter 105, Lingering Influence and Undercurrents. Dead silence. Inside the Freedom Beyond space station, time seemed to stand still. Everyone who had witnessed the miraculous or rather, demonic scene through the observation windows or monitoring screens stood frozen in place, their brains unable to process information. One man, with his bare hands, frozen, reflected a salvo from an entire main fleet? This completely exceeded their understanding of the word power. A domain lord? A realm lord? No, those legendary beings might be able to destroy a fleet, but they could never do it so casually, almost like manipulating the laws of nature. This isn't a difference in the level of power, it's a difference in dimensions. Immediately following, a higher-level internal communication channel was forcibly interrupted. A voice, filled with barely concealed fear and utmost respect, resounded in the area where Lee-Wan and Lin-Wan were located. Although they were in a vacuum, the voice was transmitted directly through the structural vibrations of the space station, indicating that the speaker had a certain degree of control over the space station. Your Excellency! Your Excellency! The 7th District Management Committee of Beyond Freedom extends its highest respect and sincerest gratitude to you. Thank you for repelling the invasion of the Grey Zone and preserving the space station. The owner of the voice seemed to have difficulty even choosing words, afraid that any word might displease the mysterious and powerful figure. Lee-Wan did not respond. His figure shifted slightly, and in the next instant, he reappeared beside Lin-Wan as if he had never left. The space station's thick energy shield was useless against him. Only then did the ordinary people inside the space station seem to be released from their trance, erupting in ecstatic joy and cries of relief, as well as a deeper sense of awe and curiosity towards Lee-Wan. However, no one dared approach the area where Lee-Wan and Lin-Wan were. It seemed to have become an invisible forbidden zone within the space station. Go to the Star Torch Alliance's liaison point, Lee-Wan said to Lin-Wan, his tone still calm, as if wiping out the fleet with a wave of his hand was just an ordinary after-dinner stroll. Yes. Lin-Wan nodded, her life energy flowing naturally, isolating her from the extremely complex gazes around her. Following the route provided by Kelvin, the two easily found the hidden ventilation duct, bypassed the abandoned reactor area, and arrived at the entrance disguised as a waste disposal station. At the entrance, two guards, dressed in unassuming overalls but with sharp eyes and composed demeanor, were already waiting. They had clearly learned of everything that had happened outside through their own channels. Upon seeing Lee-Wan and Lin-Wan, the two immediately straightened up, clenched their right fists, and struck their left chests heavily over their hearts, performing an ancient and solemn salute. The starlight never dies, hope endures forever. One of the guards, a middle-aged man with a scar on his face, spoke with barely suppressed excitement and awe. Your Excellency, Madam, I am Rog, Deacon of the 7th District of the Star Torch Alliance, and I have been waiting for you. Please follow me. He didn't ask for anyone's identity, nor did he verify any passwords. Faced with absolute power, those procedures were meaningless. The power Li Wan displayed was itself the most powerful pass and proof of identity. Li Wan nodded slightly and followed Luo Ge with Lin Wan into the seemingly dilapidated garbage disposal station. The interior was a completely different world. After passing through several energy camouflage doors, the view suddenly opened up, revealing a secret base with a simple yet highly technological layout. Soft lights illuminated the alloy walls, and star maps and data streams were rapidly scrolling on several screens. Several staff members were busy at work, but at this moment they all stopped what they were doing and focused their gazes on Li Wan and Lin Wan, filled with awe and curiosity. Roger led the two to a quiet meeting room and personally served them 2 fragrant drinks made from some unknown plant. "Your Excellency," Rog said with utmost respect, "we are aware of your heroic act just now. Please allow me, on behalf of the 7th District of the Star Torch Alliance, to once again express our deepest respect and gratitude to you. The Grey Zone is our common enemy, and your actions have greatly dealt a blow to their arrogance." Li Wan waved his hand, interrupting his pleasantries. "No need for formalities. I'm here for information." "Yes. Yes." Rog nodded hurriedly. "What would you like to know?" "We, the Star Torch Alliance, will tell you everything we know. About the beacon, about the Origin Star Sea, about the scavengers within the council," Li Wan stated directly. "Tell me everything you know." Roger took a deep breath, his expression turning serious. He knew that in front of this person, any attempt to conceal anything would be foolish and dangerous. "Beacon. According to the ancient, dusty archives within our alliance, it is not a man-made object, but a relic of an ancient civilization that has long since vanished into the annals of history. It is more like a key or guide, pointing to the Origin Star Sea, rumored to be one of the oldest origins of this universe, containing the mysteries of the universe's birth and unimaginable power. The Parliament, or rather certain extreme conservatives and ambitious individuals within it, has been trying to control the power of the Origin Star Sea in order to consolidate their so-called absolute order. We've also heard of the scavengers. It doesn't refer to any one person, but rather to a secret faction hidden in the shadows of the Parliament, dedicated to eliminating anything that might threaten the Parliament's rule or hinder their acquisition of the power of the Origin Star Sea. Their methods are extremely ruthless." Rog paused, a bitter look on his face. "The gray area is very likely one of the white gloves that the scavengers have put in place to operate in lawless areas like the Shattered Star Corridor. Their search for the beacon is undoubtedly to offer it to their master." Li Wan listened quietly, his fingers lightly tapping the table. This information largely matched his guesses. "We've already learned the core coordinates of the Iron Tomb from the Grey Domain officers," Li Wan said. "How much does your Star Torch Alliance know about that place? Do you have a more convenient way to get in?" A glint of light flashed in Rog's eyes. "The Iron Tomb, it was once the last fortress of a powerful ancient mechanical civilization. Its interior is riddled with traps, and although its defense system has fallen into disrepair over the years, it remains dangerous. Our alliance has attempted to explore it many times, suffering considerable losses. However, we do possess a relatively safe secret passage that can bypass the outermost layers of automated defenses and reach the vicinity of the core area." He looked at Li Wan with hopeful eyes. "If your Excellency is willing to go, the Star Torch Alliance is willing to do its utmost to assist you, providing a route map and necessary support. We only hope that, if your Excellency can truly obtain the beacon, you will have more strength to resist when facing the Council and the scavengers in the future. This is almost a clear indication of seeking cooperation and investment." Having witnessed Li Wan's terrifying strength, the Star Torch Alliance clearly regards him as an extremely important variable and potential ally who could potentially change the cosmic landscape. Li Wan glanced at Roger, neither agreeing nor refusing immediately. "Give me the map of the passage and all the information you have about the internal structure of the Iron Tomb." "Yes. I'll prepare it for you right away," Roger replied without hesitation. Just as Rog turned to retrieve the documents, there was a knock on the conference room door, and a staff member quickly walked in and whispered a few words in Rog's ear. Rog's expression changed slightly, and he turned to Li Wan respectfully, saying, "Your Excellency, we just received an urgent report from the external observation station. The escaped Grey Domain flagship, shortly after jumping out, experienced a violent explosion in a star system far from here, suspected to be self-destruction." Li Wan's eyes flashed. Self-destruction? Was it to silence witnesses after a failed mission? Or was the cleaner eliminating any potential leaks? It seems that the mastermind behind the scenes is more cautious and ruthless than imagined. End of Chapter 105. Chapter 106, Deep Within the Iron Tomb, Mechanical Echoes. The Star Torch Alliance was extremely efficient. Rog quickly retrieved a tightly sealed memory crystal, which contained not only a three-dimensional map of the secret passage leading to the core of the Iron Tomb, but also detailed information about the Iron Tomb's internal structure, the distribution of known traps, energy nodes, and the operational rules of some defense systems, obtained at the cost of lives by generations of Star Torch Alliance explorers. Sir, this secret passage was discovered by one of our seniors, who was skilled in spatial stealth, during a chance encounter. It's an energy pipeline maintenance tunnel with an extremely well-hidden entrance that bypasses the three outermost and most dangerous automated defense matrices of the Iron Tomb, Rog explained, pointing to a winding red line on the 3D map. But please be careful, the inside of the passage is not absolutely safe. There may be defense mechanisms unknown to us or spatial distortions caused by years of neglect. Li Wan took the memory crystal, scanned it with his divine sense, and instantly imprinted all the information into his mind. The map was clear, and the information was detailed. Although there were still unknown areas, it had already saved a great deal of time and energy compared to blindly forcing his way in. I'll take this intelligence. Li Wan looked at Rog. In exchange, if I find any technology or information in the Iron Tomb that is valuable to your Star Torch Alliance but useless to me, I can share it with you. He didn't commit to fighting the Council or the Scavengers, but this promise already delighted Rog. Establishing an initial cooperative relationship with such a powerful entity was a huge gain for the Star Torch Alliance. Thank you, Your Excellency. Rog bowed again. We will provide external support and closely monitor any possible movements in the Grey Zone and the Council. We wish you a successful trip. Without lingering, Li Wan and Lin Wan left the Star Torch Alliance's secret base. The space station's management committee had clearly issued the highest directive wherever they went. All passageways automatically opened, and all personnel made way for them, allowing them unimpeded passage directly to the space station's external small spacecraft docking area. Captain Harker's scrap metal was even invited to the best berth and received free full ship maintenance. Li Wan didn't choose to take a spaceship, it was too slow and too conspicuous. He took Lin Wan with him and used spatial teleportation directly. Based on the star map coordinates in the memory crystal, after a few flashes, they were far away from the other side of freedom and appeared in a star field that was even more desolate, with denser debris, and where even starlight seemed to have been swallowed up. Ahead, an unimaginably enormous creation, seemingly made of countless metal mountains, half embedded in the wreckage of a broken planet, floated silently in the void. That is the Iron Tomb. It wasn't a regular geometric shape, rather, it resembled a colossal, badly damaged fragment of a metallic planet, its surface riddled with crisscrossing cracks, collapsed domes, and abandoned turrets standing like giant spikes. Countless shipwrecks of varying sizes clung to its surface like a malignant tumor, adding to its desolation and deathly stillness. A heavy, oppressive atmosphere, seemingly capable of freezing the soul, permeated this massive metallic tomb. Such a strong, death metal aura. Lin Wan frowned slightly. She could feel that the life force in this area was almost exhausted, with only cold metal and endless silence. The end of a glorious civilization. Li Wan's gaze swept over the massive shell of the Iron Tomb, and his divine sense, like the most sophisticated scanner, began to compare with the map provided by the Star Torch Alliance, searching for the entrance to that secret passage. According to the map, the entrance is located in an inconspicuous shadowy area behind the Iron Tomb, covered by the angle between two huge metal plates. There are also several large energy conduit pressure relief ports nearby, making it extremely difficult to find. The two transformed into streaks of light, silently bypassing the outer floating debris belt and avoiding several areas that were still intermittently releasing dangerous energy pulses, before arriving at their target location. It looked no different from the other damaged surfaces of the Iron Tomb, covered with impact craters and the marks of time. But Li Wan's keen senses detected a faint spatial ripple, completely out of place with its surroundings, at the base of the angle between the two massive metal plates. This is it. Li Wan stretched out his finger and gently tapped the space. Buzz. An invisible ripple spread outwards, causing the seemingly solid metal wall to sway like water, revealing a deep, dark opening just wide enough for one person to pass through. Inside the opening, rusted pipes and remnants of long-dead energy lines were faintly visible. Stay close to me. Li Wan stepped in first, followed closely by Lin Wan. The moment the two figures disappeared into the cave entrance, the ripples in the space subsided, the cave entrance vanished again, and the original metal wall returned to its original appearance, as if it had never existed. The passageway was unusually narrow, barely allowing a person to stoop and move forward. Thick metallic dust covered the floor, and the air was thick with the smell of rust and the stench of decaying machine oil. The pipe walls were lined with various sensors that had long since ceased to function and broken cables. Silence was the only dominant sound, only the extremely faint footsteps of two people echoed within the hollow pipe. According to the map, this maintenance tunnel will wind its way down, passing through the iron tomb's thick outer shell and several layers of defensive barriers, leading directly to an abandoned energy transfer station near the core area. After traveling for about half a standard hour, apart from the deathly silence and dust, they encountered no danger. There was also no spatial distortion within the passage, and things seemed to be going even more smoothly than expected. However, just as they were about to reach the first fork in the road marked on the map, Li-Wan suddenly stopped. "Something has woken up," he whispered, his gaze fixed on the deep darkness ahead of the passage. Lin-Wan immediately sensed the anomaly. From the depths of the previously silent passage ahead, a faint but extremely high-frequency buzzing sound, like some kind of precision machinery recalibrating, emanated. At the same time, a cold, lifeless sense of locking on came from all directions. Click, click, click. A crisp, metallic sound, like the movement of metal joints, began to emanate from behind the rusted pipe walls of the passage, growing increasingly frequent. The next second, the walls of the passages in front of and behind them suddenly came to life, bulging and deforming inward, instantly creating dozens of holes. One after another, mechanical guards, about half a person tall, made of dark metal, resembling multi-legged spiders, with scarlet electronic eyes flashing on their heads, surged out of the holes like a tide, instantly blocking both ends of the passage. Their cold compound eyes locked onto Li-Wan and Lin-Wan in the center of the passage, and the energy weapons at their front began to charge, emitting a chilling buzzing sound. Intruder, detected, unauthorized life signal, execute, elimination protocol. Cold, emotionless synthesized sounds echoed in the narrow passageway. The Star Torch Alliance's map didn't indicate that this number of active defense machines existed within this passage. Was it an oversight? Or, was the Iron Tomb's internal defense system further activated due to their intrusion, or because of the Grey Zone's previous activities? Li-Wan looked at the dense swarm of mechanical spiders flashing with deadly red light in front of and behind him, his face expressionless, and simply said, "You're blocking the way." End of Chapter 106. Chapter 107, Metal Frenzy and the Silent Core. The moment the words "cleanup protocol" were uttered, the densely packed mechanical spiders in the front and rear passages seemed to have all pressed the attack button simultaneously, their scarlet electronic eyes suddenly blazing brightly. Hiss! 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 Dozens of scorching high-energy particle beams, like deadly red raindrops, instantly filled the narrow passage, completely engulfing Li-Wan and Lin-Wan. The energy overload caused the air, if it still existed inside the passage, to ionize, emitting a piercing explosion. This is no ordinary automatic defense weapon. Its energy intensity and firing accuracy are enough to instantly vaporize a well-equipped Special Forces squad. However, faced with this concentrated energy attack that was powerful enough to melt through alloy walls, Li-Wan didn't even move a step. He merely raised his eyelids slightly. An invisible and intangible power, yet seemingly containing the ultimate truth of the universe, spread out gently from him like ripples on water. The realm of laws, all things returned to stillness. The dozens of high-energy particle beams that shot towards him, when they entered within 3 feet of Li-Wan, were like molten iron being poured into an ice sea of absolute zero. All the energy structures instantly disintegrated and collapsed, reverting to the most basic and docile energy particles. They vanished without a trace, without even causing a ripple. It's not just an energy attack. The mechanical spiders, wielding their metal claws and surging forward like a tidal wave, had their intricate energy circuits, drive cores, control chips, and all the laws that formed the basis of their activity forcibly stripped away and rendered ineffective the moment they stepped into that 3-foot-wide area. Click, click, click. The momentum of their forward charge came to an abrupt halt, and the scarlet electronic eyes dimmed instantly. Like dolls stripped of all power, they remained frozen in place, pouncing or shooting, before collapsing like sand sculptures that had lost all their elasticity, turning into piles of cold, immobile scrap metal. From a frenzied surge of energy to a deathly stillness, it all happens in an instant. Before and after the passage, the terrifying sea of mechanical spiders had transformed into 2 roads paved with metal debris. Li-Wan didn't even make any obvious attack moves. He merely unleashed his own law domain, and these mechanical guards, which were enough to wipe out an ordinary group of explorers, were completely annihilated. Lin-Wan stood quietly behind Li-Wan, her emerald green life force subtly swirling around her, keeping out the scattered energy particles and metallic dust. She watched the scene before her with little surprise, only a deep trust in Li-Wan's power. It seems that the Star Torch Alliance's data is indeed incomplete, or rather the defense mechanism here evolves on its own. Li-Wan said calmly, taking a step forward. The metal debris under his feet silently turned into finer dust the moment he stepped over it. The two continued deeper into the passage. After their recent encounter, the passage seemed to have returned to a deathly silence, but the feeling of being suddenly locked in by some vast system had not disappeared. On the contrary, it had become even clearer. As they ventured deeper, the passageway widened, revealing more branches and abandoned compartments on either side. Some compartments contained skeletal remains, dressed in spacesuits from different eras, surrounded by old tools and weapons, silently recounting the failures and demise of past explorers. Following the map, they finally arrived at the end of the passage, a huge, circular hall with a dome tens of meters high. It seemed to be an abandoned energy transfer station, with several huge, rusty energy converters that had long since stopped operating standing in the center, and the surrounding walls covered with a dense array of equally malfunctioning control terminals and pipe interfaces. At the other end of the hall stood a tightly closed, incredibly heavy alloy gate, its surface engraved with intricate geometric patterns unlike anything found in any known civilization. There lay the entrance to the deeper levels of the Iron Tomb, particularly the area marked on the map as the core control room. However, the moment Li Wan and Lin Wan stepped into the hall, buzz! The entire hall trembled slightly, and the lamps above the dome, which had been dim and embedded like stars, lit up one after another, emitting a cold and steady white light that illuminated the entire hall as if it were daytime. At the same time, the space in the center of the hall distorted, and countless tiny metal particles gathered from the ground, the walls, and even the void, quickly combining and taking shape. In the blink of an eye, a giant humanoid mechanical body, over 3 meters tall, with a dark silver sheen, a more ferocious appearance, and an ancient mechanical aesthetic, appeared before Li Wan and Lin Wan. It has no head, its torso has only a rotating energy core that emits a deep blue light. Its limbs are made of countless fine metal joints and sharp blades, and several wing-like energy focusing plates float on its back. A sense of oppression, far more powerful, refined, and even carrying a faint trace of lawless fluctuations, emanated from this giant mechanical body. Its rotating energy core looked at Li Wan and Lin Wan, emitting a more ancient and cold synthesized sound that echoed in the hall. High priority threat detected, unregistered psionic spectrum initiate arbitrator protocol. Intruders, you have no right to set foot in the forbidden area of the treasury of myriad machines. To be finally eliminated. Before the words were even finished, the energy wings behind the arbitrator suddenly lit up with a dazzling blue light, and the huge mechanical body instantly disappeared from its original spot. The next moment, it appeared in front of Li Wan. The giant metal fist, made up of countless sharp blades, smashed down on Li Wan's head with a shriek that tore through the void. Its speed and power far surpassed any previous attack. As Li Wan watched the massive metal fist rapidly enlarging in his pupils, a subtle glint of something akin to "this is interesting" finally flashed in his eyes. This time, instead of unleashing his law domain, he raised his right hand, clenched his fingers, and without dodging or avoiding, threw a punch to meet the attack head-on. Two fists of completely disproportionate size collided violently in the next moment. End of Chapter 107. Chapter 108, The Arbitration Falls, the Treasure Vault opens. One large and one small, one metal and one flesh, two completely disproportionate fists clashed violently and without any frills in the center of the abandoned energy transfer station's hall. There was no earth-shattering explosion as expected, nor any energy shockwaves flying everywhere. At the instant their fists touched, time seemed to freeze for an extremely brief moment. The next second. Buzz. A deep, resonant hum, seemingly capable of shaking the very essence of the soul, suddenly spread outwards from the point where the fists collided. The air, or rather, the remaining medium throughout the hall, rippled like the surface of water after a pebble has been thrown in, creating clearly visible, distorted, transparent ripples. The moment the arbitrator's massive metal fist, composed of countless sharp blades, came into contact with Li Wan's seemingly ordinary flesh and blood fist, its most microscopic structure was subjected to an incomprehensible and irresistible shock. Starting from the fist, fine, spiderweb-like cracks spread and extended at a speed exceeding the speed of light. Wherever the cracks passed, those incredibly hard ancient alloys, flowing with a dark silver luster, silently disintegrated, peeled off, and turned into the most basic metal particles, like sand and gravel weathered over millions of years. The disintegration process was faster than the limits of visual capture. Almost at the same instant the collision occurred, the arbitrator's thick mechanical arm, along with half of its shoulder, completely vanished, turning into a pervasive, shimmering metallic dust. The trend of disintegration did not stop but spread rapidly along its mechanical body like a plague. The torso, the other arm, the energy wings on the back, all the parts affected by that invisible force are undergoing complete disintegration of matter in the same way. The swirling azure energy core at the center of the arbitrator's torso emitted a sharp, urgent, and chaotic alarm, its light flashing wildly as it attempted to mobilize energy to resist or repair itself, but all in vain. Under the crushing force of that absolute power originating from the level of laws, the ancient technology and energy it relied on were as fragile as ice and snow under the sun. But only a fraction of a second. The ancient mechanical guardian arbitrator, over 3 meters tall and exuding a powerful sense of oppression, had completely vanished from the hall, leaving behind only a wisp of metal dust slowly drifting down, not yet fully settling on the ground, and the lingering echo of its last alarm, which abruptly ended. Li Wan slowly withdrew his fist, without even flicking his sleeve. He glanced at the scattered metallic dust, his eyes calm and indifferent. The strength is acceptable, but the structure is fragile. He gave a brief assessment. This arbitrator's power level did indeed touch the edge of the laws, enough to crush ordinary domain lord-level beings, but its material composition was clearly unable to withstand the most direct power collision with those who truly controlled the power of the laws. Lin Wan looked at the metallic dust and said softly, "The civilization that created it reached the pinnacle of mechanical and energy technology, but unfortunately, it failed to truly transcend the constraints of matter." With the arbitrator dealt with, silence returned to the hall. The cold lights from the dome continued to shine steadily, as if the brief but deadly confrontation had never happened. Li Wan's gaze fell on the heavy alloy gate at the other end of the hall, which was tightly closed and covered with ancient geometric patterns. The arbitrator calls this place the forbidden area of the treasury of 10,000 machines. Therefore, behind this door is very likely the true core area of the Iron Tomb, and also the most likely place where the beacon is stored. He strode towards the gate. This time, there was no need to search for any mechanism or key. Standing before that incredibly thick alloy gate, strong enough to withstand the bombardment of naval guns, Li Wan simply extended a finger and gently touched the center of the gate panel. The moment the fingertips touched it, the intricate and ancient geometric patterns on the door seemed to come alive, suddenly illuminating with a soft blue light. The light spread rapidly along the patterns, instantly covering the entire door. Immediately afterwards, a deep and loud mechanical sound came from behind the door, as if an ancient giant that had been sleeping for countless years was slowly awakening. Crack! Rumble! The heavy alloy gate slid open slowly to both sides from the central seam without any resistance, revealing a deep, unknown passage behind it. A wind, even more ancient and weathered, mixed with the aura of dust and unknown energy, blew out from behind the gate. The door opened. Li Wan withdrew his finger without hesitation and stepped into the gate leading to the deepest core of the Iron Tomb with Lin Wan. The scene behind the door was completely different from the abandoned transfer station outside. This was an extremely wide, brightly lit metal corridor. The walls on both sides were no longer rusted, but smooth, mirror-like, silver-white panels of an unknown material. Pale blue energy patterns, like breathing, flowed across the panels. The corridor's ceiling was extremely high, with no end in sight, only a soft white light shining down. The entire space was spotless and filled with a futuristic feel, forming a stark contrast to the dilapidated and desolate Iron Tomb outside. It was as if, in a single step, they had stepped from the grave of civilization into the halls of its golden age. The corridor stretched straight ahead, and at its far end, one could vaguely see the population of a much larger space. The moment they stepped into the core corridor, a gentle, neutral voice, devoid of any emotion, abruptly rang out throughout the corridor, echoing clearly in their ears. Fluctuation of root privileges detected. Identity verification successful. Welcome to the core database of treasure trove of all machines. Dear visitor, please proceed along the current path. The central control brain will be waiting for you in the gate of inheritance. Root access granted? Identity verification passed? Li Wan's eyes flickered slightly. Was it because he had just used the power of laws to break the gate? Or was it related to the fundamental laws he himself possessed? This Iron Tomb, this treasure trove of myriad machines, seems to be far more than just a warehouse storing beacons. End of Chapter 108. Chapter 109, Between Inheritance, The Secret of Mechanical Ascension. After that gentle, neutral voice faded, the light blue energy patterns flowing on the walls on both sides of the corridor brightened slightly, as if guiding a distinguished guest. The entire space was quiet and solemn, a world apart from the chaos and noise of the wreckage area outside. Li Wan and Lin Wan walked along this seemingly endless silver corridor. Their footsteps echoed softly in the empty space, further emphasizing the silence of the place. Occasionally, closed metal doors bearing various abstract symbols appear on both sides of the corridor, their secrets unknown what creations or knowledge might be hidden behind them. This place is a world unto itself, with stable laws and a near-perfect energy cycle, Lin Wan said softly, sensing the surrounding environment. As an advocate of the laws of life, she is quite sensitive to this highly ordered yet vibrant energy environment. Li Wan nodded slightly. His divine sense had already spread out like mercury, perceiving every inch of this core area. The spatial structure here is exceptionally robust, and the flow of energy follows an extremely complex and efficient law, far exceeding the general technological level of the universe today. What caught his attention even more was the extremely faint rhythm of a law permeating the air, which shared the same origin as the root law he possessed, but manifested in a completely different form. The creation of this civilization is no small undertaking, Li Wan said calmly. A mere place to store beacons wouldn't warrant such elaborate efforts. This treasure trove of all machines is more like a final refuge for a civilization, or a place of inheritance. After walking for about 15 minutes, the corridor finally came to an end. Ahead, the view suddenly opened up to an enormous spherical space. In the center of the space, a huge ball of light, more than 100 meters in diameter, was suspended, composed of countless fine light filaments. The ball of light slowly rotated, its interior seemingly containing the birth and death of nebulae and the flow of data, radiating a vast and unfathomable information fluctuation and energy rhythm. It is what the voice just mentioned as the central control brain. Directly below the ball of light, corresponding to the south pole of the spherical space, is a circular platform. On the platform, there was a 3-meter-long hibernation pod made entirely of some kind of transparent crystal. Li Wan and Lin Wan's attention was immediately drawn to the hibernation pod. With a single movement, the two traversed a long distance and arrived on the circular platform. Upon closer inspection, the transparent crystal hibernation chamber was even more exquisite, with a soft halo flowing across its surface. The cabin was filled with a pale blue, vibrant liquid, and a figure floated in the liquid. It was a woman. She possessed the perfect features of a human woman, her face so exquisite it seemed otherworldly. With her eyes closed, her expression serene, it was as if she had simply fallen into a deep sleep. Her skin was fair and delicate, and her long hair, like flowing black jade, drifted gently in the pale blue liquid. However, upon closer inspection, it can be seen that her body is not entirely composed of flesh and blood. At some joints and energy nodes, extremely precise dark silver mechanical structures that are perfectly integrated with flesh and blood can be vaguely seen, shimmering with a faint light. She is both life and creation. She is the ultimate work of art, a perfect fusion of biology and mechanics. A cyborg life form, or rather, a psionic life form that has evolved to perfectly integrate with machinery? Lin Wan's eyes showed surprise. She could feel the powerful and harmonious life force and a highly refined psionic energy, a kind of highly sublimated spiritual power contained in this body. Just then, the huge ball of light floating in the air, the central control brain, once again emitted that gentle and neutral voice. This time, the voice seemed to carry a hint of emotion. The holder of root access has been detected to have arrived at the inheritance chamber. According to the final directive, information synchronization and transfer will now commence. As he spoke, a soft beam of light was projected from the main control brain, enveloping Li Wan. The massive flow of information was not forcibly instilled, but rather, like an open library, it poured into Li Wan's senses. In an instant, Li Wan saw the epic of the rise and fall of this civilization. This civilization, which calls itself the Source Machine Spirit Race, was born in an extremely ancient era. They are not purely naturally evolved life forms, but were created in some ancient era by an even older civilization that mastered the fundamental laws of life and machinery. They are the eternal children who perfectly integrate biology and machinery. They once built a magnificent empire spanning the stars, and their technology and psychic energy, which they called source energy, reached their peak, touching upon the fundamental laws of the universe. Their goal is to transcend the constraints of matter and achieve the collective ascension of the entire race, becoming an eternal being in harmony with the laws of the universe. The treasury of 10,000 machines was the ultimate instrument they built to achieve ascension, and it was also the ark of their civilization and the torch of their legacy. However, the ascension ceremony encountered an unforeseen deviation at the last moment, or rather, it attracted the rejection and correction of the deeper rules of the universe. The terrifying backlash of the laws swept through the entire civilization, empires collapsed, and races were almost instantly annihilated. Only this treasury of myriad machines, and the last and first Source Machine Spirit Clan in the cabin, the Zero prototype, revered as the heart of the origin, survived under the desperate protection of the main control brain, falling into eternal slumber and drifting to this day. The ascension beacon they were so desperately seeking was not actually pointing to a specific star field, but rather a coordinate anchor point that could stably connect to the origin seed, the origin of the laws of the universe. Activating it will open a relatively safe passage to the Sea of Roots. The Sea of Origin. Li Wan realized. This was probably the origin of the name Origin Starsea, and something that the Council and the Scavengers wanted to control at all costs. To control the Sea of Origin means to possess the potential to define laws and reshape the universe. The information flow continues. The core instruction of the main control brain is to find a qualified successor to the root authority and restart the ascension plan, or at least to pass on the civilization of the source machine spirit race and prevent their ultimate wisdom from being annihilated into nothingness. Li Wan's arrival, along with the pure aura of the fundamental laws he possessed, perfectly met the conditions for inheritance. Successor, you have come to know the history and sorrow of our people. The voice from the central control brain pulled Li Wan's consciousness back to reality. The physical form of that ascension beacon, i.e., the spacetime beacon, is sealed within the psionic core of the primordial heart. It can only be obtained by gaining her approval or by forcibly stripping it away with root authority. At the same time, as part of the inheritance, you will gain access to the source machine spirit race's complete knowledge base on matter reconstruction, energy control, and psionic technology, as well as preliminary control over the treasury of myriad machines. The enormous ball of light rippled slightly, and a complex rune, composed of pure energy and seemingly containing countless gears and light paths, slowly floated towards Li Wan. It was the key to the knowledge base and control permissions. Li Wan looked at the rune, then glanced at the primordial heart sleeping in the crystal chamber. Obtaining the beacon means potentially ending the life of the last source machine spirit, or at least breaking her slumber that she has maintained for countless years. Should they forcibly take the beacon to achieve their goal? Or? Li Wan's gaze fell upon that flawless, seemingly sleeping face. End of Chapter 109. Chapter 110, Choices and Shocking Changes. Within the enormous spherical space, time seemed to stand still. Only the gentle ball of light from the main control brain slowly rotated, and the energy rune representing the ultimate crystallization of the source machine spirit clan's wisdom floated silently before Li Wan. A choice seems to be laid out before us. Forcibly removing the beacon is the simplest and most direct approach, but it means that this perfect creation, which carries the last hope of a civilization, may come to an end. This is not a matter of good or evil, it is more like a trampling on lost glory. An attempt to awaken the primordial heart? Leaving aside the question of success, what happens when an ancient being, dormant for countless millennia, awakens? Will she willingly relinquish the beacon that sustains her existence and even the hope of restarting civilization? There are too many variables. Lin Wan stood beside Li Wan, and she could sense the shift in Li Wan's thoughts at that moment. She remained silent, simply awaiting the Venerable One's decision. Whatever Li Wan chose, she would support him unconditionally. Li Wan's gaze finally shifted from the crystal capsule to the energy rune. He didn't immediately take it, but instead looked at the light cluster in the main control brain. If I choose to inherit the knowledge and not take the beacon for the time being, what will she do? Li Wan asked calmly. The light flow of the main control brain fluctuated and responded. The dormant state of the primordial heart will be maintained by the core energy of the treasure vault, and the fusion state of its psionic core and beacon will remain stable. As the successor, you have the highest authority and can return at any time to proceed with the next step. However, it should be noted that external energy fluctuations and large-scale attacks may disrupt the stability of the dormant state and even lead to unpredictable consequences. The meaning is clear, the beacon is right there, it can't be moved. But if an attack from outside gets in and affects this area, something bad might happen. Li Wan nodded slightly. This result was acceptable. He was not a pedantic person, but meaningless destruction, especially of the last treasures of such a brilliant civilization, was not what he wanted. The beacon is key, but there's a more elegant way to obtain it. Perhaps it would be more prudent to deal with this primordial heart after dealing with external troubles and gaining a deeper understanding of the Sea of Origins. He reached out and touched the energy rune. The runes instantly transformed into countless flowing threads of light, merging into his fingertips. In that instant, a massive, systematic torrent of knowledge flooded his consciousness, from the most basic theories and applications of psychic energy to precise reconstruction techniques at the atomic level, from the blueprints for building giant starships to the collective intelligence of microscopic nanomechanical swarms. This was a civilization that had pushed mechanics and psychic energy to their limits, a culmination of hundreds of thousands of years of wisdom. Even with Li Wan's cultivation level and the strength of his divine sense, it took him several breaths to receive and initially organize this knowledge. Countless gears and paths of light seemed to flash past in his eyes. At the same time, a subtle connection is established between him and the entire treasury of everything. He could vaguely perceive the overall structure of the vault, the function of each area, and the surveillance perspective from outside the vault. And at the very moment he initially integrated the knowledge base and gained basic control over the treasure vault. Buzz! The entire spherical space, and even the entire core area of the iron tomb, suddenly trembled violently. It was more than 10 times stronger than when the arbitrator appeared. The light cluster in the central control brain suddenly brightened, issuing an urgent alarm. Warning! Extremely high-intensity external attack detected. The outer defenses of the Iron Tomb are rapidly crumbling. Attack source identification. Weapon spectrum of the standard fleet of the Cosmic Noble Council. Energy level, Star Destroyer. A large number of residual fleet signals in the gray area have been detected simultaneously. Core area barrier energy decreased by 13%. Estimated time to complete breakthrough, 17 standard minutes. Above the dome of the spherical space, a real-time star map image of the outside world is instantly projected. The star system where the Iron Tomb was located was now completely surrounded by a dense array of Council standard warships, far exceeding the number of the previous Grey Domain fleet. These warships were much larger, more elegantly structured, and more deadly, their hulls gleaming with the Council's unique golden insignia. They formed a massive attack array, their main cannons firing in unison. Thick beams of golden energy, like divine spears of judgment, relentlessly bombarded the Iron Tomb's outer armor, triggering continuous massive explosions and structural collapse. Meanwhile, on the flanks of the parliamentary fleet, the remaining gray area warships followed like hyenas, providing auxiliary attacks and blockade. A true main fleet of the Council, representing the highest ruling power in the universe, has personally descended upon this lawless land, its target the Iron Tomb. Is it for the beacon, or to eliminate this unexpected variable? They really did come. Liwan looked at the massive golden fleet in the star map image, his face showing no surprise, only icy coldness. That saves me the trouble of finding them. After gaining control of the vault, he knew that while the Iron Tomb's defenses were formidable, they were no longer at their peak due to the passage of time and the backlash from his failed ascension. Under the Council's main fleet's relentless saturation attack, its breach was only a matter of time. Successor, I suggest activating the emergency plan. The central control brain's voice remained calm. Option 1, activate the core area self-destruct program to annihilate all traces, including the primordial heart and the beacon. Option 2, attempt to activate the incomplete short-range mass jump protocol, with a random target location, a success rate of 37.2%, and extremely high risk. Self-destruction? Impossible. Random jump? Entrusting one's fate to uncontrollable probability is even Leslie Wan's style. His gaze swept across the star map, over the ostentatious golden warships, and finally settled on the vast treasure trove of myriad machines beneath his feet. A bold idea quickly took shape in his mind. He possessed, perhaps the most robust spaceship in the universe, and an arsenal of technological weapons from an ancient civilization. Central Intelligence, Liwan said, his voice carrying an undeniable decisiveness, fully activate all still functional defense and attack systems in the treasury of myriad machines. Calculate the structural strength of the Iron Tomb and locate the flagship of the Parliament fleet and the unit with the strongest energy response. At the same time, prepare to execute my instructions. A sharp glint flashed in his eyes. Since they want the beacon, they want destruction. Then let them come in themselves, and take it.